This story opens on a rain-soaked night, right in the middle of a brutal battlefield. Corpses were piled high like a mountain beneath the storm, and standing at the very top was Qin Feng. Even though his body had been cursed with aging accelerated 100 times over, he had still forced himself through the ruins of the ancient god and cleared them completely. In front of him, a woman gripped a dagger in her hand. Looking at Qin Feng's battered state, she praised him with a cold smile, admitting that what he had accomplished was truly impressive. But that praise carried no warmth at all. Her real goal was the divine artifact Qin Feng had obtained, the legendary Eye of Judgment, and she had already decided to take it for herself. Qin Feng was covered in wounds, barely holding on to his last breath. As he looked up at his younger sister, Qin Xiaoyu, he asked with disbelief and pain in his eyes why she had chosen to betray him. Qin Xiaoyu's expression did not soften even a little. In an icy voice, she told him clearly that he had only ever been an adopted child her parents had taken in. To her, Qin Feng had never truly been her brother. Since the same blood did not flow through their veins, she had never accepted him as real family. At that moment, a blond man named Song Fei stepped into view. With a satisfied look on his face, he casually remarked that Qin Feng had turned out to be far more useful than expected. Song Fei rested one hand on Qin Xiaoyu's shoulder while holding the divine artifact in the other, smiling as if everything had gone exactly according to plan. He thanked Qin Feng, saying that without him, neither he nor Qin Xiaoyu would ever have gotten their hands on the Eye of Judgment. Then he revealed that, in order to drain Qin Feng's remaining lifespan all at once, he had gone through great effort to obtain the soul-stealing blade now buried in Qin Feng's body. With a cruel grin, he asked whether Qin Feng liked this farewell gift. After their parents died, it was Qin Feng who had raised Qin Xiaoyu with his own hands. He supported her through school, protected her after the game descended into the world, and risked his life for her more times than he could count. But now, seeing her stand on the side of the people who had ruined him, Qin Feng finally understood that he had been completely wrong about her. Qin Xiaoyu did not show the slightest guilt. Instead, she said that after their parents passed away, Qin Feng had always interfered in her life, constantly ordering her around and trying to control her choices. Back when she and Song Fei still needed his protection, he had at least been somewhat useful. But now that the divine artifact was already in their hands, Qin Feng no longer had any value to them. Song Fei suddenly rushed forward, aiming to finish Qin Feng off once and for all. As he attacked, he even smiled and promised that from now on, he would take very good care of Qin Xiaoyu. With death closing in on him, Qin Feng clinched onto the last trace of his consciousness. Through pain and rage, he swore that he would never let the two of them get away with what they had done. But before Qin Feng could even finish speaking, Song Fei's attack struck him down, cutting off his final words along with his life. Back in 2025, the godforsaken game suddenly descended upon the world. From that day on, lifespan became the only true currency. Whenever a person died, their remaining lifespan was taken away, but whenever players killed monsters, they could gain more lifespan in return. Players could also spend that lifespan to transfer the powers they gained inside the game into the real world, turning their in-game strength into actual abilities they could use with their own bodies. Those who became powerful enough could crush tanks with their bare hands, slice airplanes apart with a single sword strike, and even endure the force of nuclear explosion. From the moment the game arrived, the entire world was thrown into chaos. Qin Feng fought desperately to survive alongside Qin Xiaoyu, enduring one disaster after another, and barely clawing his way into the top 100 powerhouses in the world. After countless near-death battles, endless dangers, and impossible struggles, he finally conquered the ruins of the ancient god and obtained the divine artifact known as the Eye of Judgment. With that artifact in his hands, Qin Feng finally had the qualification to stand at the very peak and challenge the highest level of power. But who could have imagined that the reward waiting for him at the end of all that suffering would be betrayal from the only family he believed he still had? Everything he had poured his life into had become nothing but interference in Qin Xiaoyu's eyes, and every battle he fought had only cleared the road for someone else to steal the victory. If Qin Feng ever had the chance to live again, he swore deep in his heart that he would no longer sacrifice himself for anyone else. This time, he would fight only for himself. Then, as if fate had suddenly twisted, Qin Feng opened his eyes again. Instead of the bloody battlefield, he found himself lying inside his own room. He shot upright almost instantly, his body tense and his mind racing. Looking around at the familiar walls and furniture, he realized that this was not the game world. Confusion flooded through him because he clearly remembered dying. But when he grabbed his phone and turned on the screen, the date displayed there made his pupils shrink. It was the year 2025. Qin Feng moved to the window and looked outside at the bright, peaceful city below. Only then did it truly sink in. He had been reborn 9 years into the past, on the very day the godforsaken game descended upon Earth. The next day, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly kicked the door open and stormed inside. When she saw Qin Feng calmly sitting at home and drinking coffee, her anger immediately exploded, and she demanded to know why he had ignored all her calls. She kicked the trash can in frustration, sending it rattling across the floor. Watching her lose her temper, Qin Feng remembered this day clearly. On the day the Forsaken game descended, he and Qin Xiaoyu had gotten into a huge argument because of Song Fei. Posters of Song Fei were plastered all over the wall. Before the game appeared, Song Fei had been a somewhat famous underground idol, and Qin Xiaoyu was one of his most obsessive fans. On the surface, he looked dazzling and charming, but in reality, he was nothing more than a rotten scoundrel who had tricked many fans out of their money and taken advantage of their bodies. To keep Qin Xiaoyu from being deceived by him, Qin Feng had always forbidden her from getting close to that man. Yet in the end, Qin Xiaoyu accused him of controlling her life. Qin Xiaoyu pointed straight at Qin Feng's face and snapped at him, asking if he had gone deaf. She blamed him for causing Song Fei to lose first place that month, then threatened that if Qin Feng did not hand over money to help Song Fei rise in the rankings again, she would be furious. Before she could continue throwing her tantrum, Qin Feng's expression turned ice cold. Without warning, he raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face, sending her crashing down to the floor. Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks swelled almost instantly, and blood began dripping from her nose. Tears filled her eyes as she stared up at him in disbelief, unable to accept that Qin Feng had actually hit her. Qin Feng looked down at her with a sharp, chilling gaze. He told her plainly that he had neither the interest nor the time to argue with her anymore, and if she kept barking at him, he would break her mouth next. Then he threw a credit card over her head and said that the money inside was what their parents had left behind. No matter how difficult life had been all these years, he had never touched even a single cent of it. For the sake of their late parents, Qin Feng decided he would, but there was one thing he made absolutely clear. From that day forward, he no longer had a sister like her. Qin Xiaoyu burst into tears on the spot, but the more she cried, the angrier she became, as if she was the one who had suffered some great injustice. In his previous life, Qin Feng had given up far too much in order to protect Qin Xiaoyu. Opportunities slipped through his fingers, secret treasures were abandoned, and dangerous dungeons that might have changed his fate were all left behind because he had to consider her safety first. Without hesitation, Qin Feng took out some sleeping pills. He placed them in his mouth, lifted a glass of water, and swallowed them down. A faint sense of anticipation. From now on, Qin Xiaoyu would have to survive on her own. And as for Song Fei, Qin Feng had already made his decision. He would personally take that man's head. After the medicine took effect, Qin Feng slowly fell asleep. When his consciousness returned, he found himself standing inside the familiar choice hall. He had never forgotten this place. The first time he came here, he had been so nervous and uncertain that it took him several hours just to choose his profession and leave. But this time was different. He had to move faster than anyone else. In his previous life, Qin Feng had chosen the warrior class because he needed to protect Qin Xiaoyu. The warrior profession was by no means weak, but it was no longer the best path for him. Without Qin Xiaoyu dragging him down, he could clear everything alone at a much faster pace. For a solo path, mobility and reaction speed mattered more than anything else. So Qin Feng did not hesitate for even a second and directly chose the assassin class. But right after he made his choice, something completely unexpected happened. The system suddenly announced that the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, had been successfully bound to him. In the next moment, the Eye of Judgment activated on its own, as if it had awakened together with him. Its passive authority immediately took effect. Upon entering the Forsaken game, Qin Feng would automatically receive the highest-ranking profession and the highest-ranking talent available. Qin Feng stood there in shock as he realized that the Eye of Judgment had followed him even after his rebirth. Only now did he finally understand how the artifact truly worked. As long as it recognized someone as its master, even if another person stole it, it would be completely useless in their hands. Perhaps this was the very reason he had been reborn in the first place. Just then, dark shadows began surging toward him, flowing into his body from every direction like living smoke. Soon after, Qin Feng's body began to transform. His hair gradually turned white, and his entire presence shifted, as if he himself was becoming one with the shadows. Qin Feng's entire appearance had transformed before anyone could even make sense of it. Shadow was the highest-tier hidden profession within the assassin path, standing far above any ordinary class. Compared with the warrior profession he had chosen in his previous life, this was on a completely different level, and just receiving it had already filled his body with terrifying power. Qin Feng's eyes widened as the memory struck him. Every profession had an extremely tiny chance of awakening into a stronger hidden advanced class, but that chance was so low that most people would never even hear of it. Yet the authority of judgment had turned that almost impossible probability into an absolute certainty. At that moment, the system awakened and delivered even more shocking information. The authority of judgment was the oldest and purest primordial authority in the universe, a force that stood above ordinary rules and order itself. For now, Qin Feng could not actively control it because he still lacked divinity, but its passive power had already begun working on him. This revelation stunned Qin Feng deeply. In his previous life, humanity only learned about the power of order in the 7th year after the godforsaken game descended, when one powerful player finally escaped God's abandoned realm and stepped into the realm of order. But even after that discovery, no human had ever truly obtained the power of order. Qin Feng had never imagined that he would touch something even greater so early. At the very beginning of this new life, he had already obtained a primordial authority that surpassed both order and rules. As long as he could one day leave God's abandoned realm, enter the realm of order, and gain divinity, he would be able to activate this authority himself. Just like that, Qin Feng gained another clear goal for this life. Now that the profession selection was finished, the system's cold voice sounded again, asking Qin Feng to enter the alias he would use inside the game. Qin Feng paused for a brief moment, then made his decision. Since this new profession had been born from Shadow itself, he chose the name Shadow. The next second, Qin Feng's body was wrapped in light, and he was directly teleported into God's abandoned realm. The place before him was a broken, ruined land filled with danger, where countless monsters wandered beyond the safe zones. Qin Feng knew he had to stay cautious, because every creature outside was ready to rip players apart and steal their lifespan. Players could leave town to hunt monsters and earn tradable lifespan, but if they died in the game, they would lose half of their total lifespan, including both tradable and non-tradable years. Right now, Qin Feng had arrived in Shell Town, one of the beginner safe zones. Inside Shell Town, there were no monsters roaming the streets, and players were unable to attack one another. The speed at which lifespan was consumed here was also only multiplied by 1, making it the safest place for beginners to catch their breath. A large number of people had been dragged into the game without warning. Some had simply taken a nap after eating, while others had fallen asleep after a long day of exhausting work, only to open their eyes and find themselves stranded in this unfamiliar world. Soon, everyone's attention gathered on Qin Feng. No one could tell what profession he had chosen or why his appearance looked so different from theirs. When some of them noticed the weapon at his side, they guessed he might be an assassin. Qin Feng knew very well that before long, powerful figures from different countries would begin appearing one after another, and the entire order of the real world would be reshaped by this game. If Qin Feng wanted to stay ahead of those future monsters, he could not afford to waste even a second. In this world, practice and opportunity would never wait for anyone. Just then, 3 men and 1 archer were suddenly teleported back into town. Whenever players died while hunting monsters outside, they would be returned to the safe zone, and these players looked both furious and terrified. From their expressions, it was obvious the wild monsters had been far stronger than they expected. One of them shouted that the monster had taken his life with a single bite. They had only been fighting a weak level 1 crawler, yet even with all of them attacking together, they had managed to reduce only 1/3 of its health. Now that they had died once, their lifespan had already been cut in half. The group turned toward the archer, Zhang Lizzie, asking what they were supposed to do next. Qin Feng's gaze quietly shifted toward her, and after noticing her weapon, he remembered that ordinary archers started with short bows. That meant Zhang Lizzie was not a normal player either. She had also awakened a hidden class. At almost the same time, Zhang Lizzie seemed to sense something unusual about Qin Feng as well. From the way she looked at him, she had clearly realized that he was also someone with a hidden class. Zhang Lizzie stepped forward with a gentle smile and asked Qin Feng if he wanted to team up with them. She admitted that the monsters outside were far too strong, and they could not handle them alone. Her team had already been wiped out once, so at least they now had some experience. But Qin Feng did not even slow down. He refused her offer and continued walking forward. When Zhang Lizzie's companions saw him acting so confidently, they immediately began mocking him. In their eyes, Qin Feng was just pretending to be some expert. All 5 of them together had failed to defeat that monster, so there was no way he could possibly handle it alone. To them, walking out by himself was no different from looking for death. Zhang Lizzie opened the system interface and checked Qin Feng's information. When his alias appeared, she saw that his name in the game was Shadow. As Qin Feng continued heading toward the town's exit, Zhang Lizzie made a quiet decision. She wanted to follow him and observe from a distance, hoping to figure out what kind of skills he possessed. A faint smile appeared on her face. Even if Qin Feng failed, they might still collect useful information about the monsters outside, and at the very least, they could watch how he died. The land abandoned by the gods stretched out before them like a nightmare, dark, ruined, and filled with a heavy sense of danger that made every step feel unsettling. Zhang Lizzie and the others quietly trailed behind Qin Feng, keeping their distance as they followed him out. She still had no idea why she had been brought to this place, but thanks to her years of experience with online games, she had quickly adapted and formed a team. However, Their confidence had been shattered almost immediately. The very first monster they encountered outside town had completely wiped them out. Because of that, Zhang Lizzie understood better than anyone that this was not an enemy an ordinary level 1 player could defeat. Zhang Lizzie's companions were still frustrated, especially after noticing that Qin Feng's starting weapon was different from the assassin in their group. Their assassin had only received a dagger, while Qin Feng carried a short blade. What made him even more jealous was that Qin Feng seemed faster than him, even though agility should have been an assassin's greatest advantage. On top of that, Qin Feng's clothing was clearly different from his own. Everything about Qin Feng felt unusual, and that only made Zhang Lizzie more determined to follow him. If he really was different from ordinary players, then watching him might lead them to extremely important information. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly turned his gaze toward their hiding place. Zhang Lizzie's heart tightened, and she quickly pulled herself back into cover, unsure whether they had already been discovered. Qin Feng did not bother confronting them. Instead, he activated Shadow Sneak, and his figure silently melted away from the spot. Zhang Lizzie and the others froze in confusion when they saw him disappear into thin air. The assassin in their group quickly realized what had happened, and said it must be a stealth ability, an initial skill that allowed the user to turn invisible. Qin Feng had completely entered invisibility. After seeing that, Zhang Lizzie decided it was better to return to town first and search for ways to improve themselves. Going outside was simply too dangerous right now. They had already died once, and their lifespan had already been reduced by half. So they planned to talk to NPCs and search for hidden rewards, like treasure chests or beginner opportunities. Shadow Sneak allowed Qin Feng to enter stealth for a limited amount of time. Once he attacked, his invisibility would be broken, but the first strike after leaving stealth would deal increased damage. On top of that, Stealth Mastery doubled the duration of his stealth and raised its level by 1. As expected, the Shadow class was far from ordinary. A normal assassin's stealth at this stage would still be easy to detect, but with the Shadow class's built-in mastery, no player, and not even early game monsters, could notice Qin Feng at this stage. Qin Feng could not help but think that Zhang Lizzie and her companions were still too naive. The beginner town might look safe and promising, but in reality, there was nothing there that could truly increase a player's strength. Shell Town was only a temporary refuge for new players. In the godforsaken game, weak players were nothing more than prey waiting to be hunted by monsters. A few seconds later, Qin Feng's stealth finally ended. For now, the duration was not very long, but luckily, the cooldown had started the moment he activated the skill. In just a few more seconds, he would be able to vanish again. Qin Feng opened his status window. His codename was Shadow, and his class was also Shadow. His non-tradable lifespan showed 75 years, while his tradable lifespan was still 0. His strength was 13 points, his constitution was 13 points, his agility had reached 18 points, and his spirit was 15 points. All players began with base stats of 10, and each profession granted different bonuses on top of that. In his previous life, when Qin Feng chose the warrior class, it had only given him 3 extra points in strength and constitution. But this time, the Shadow class had increased every one of his attributes, and his agility alone had risen by 8 points. He still had 5 free attribute points left to assign. Most players at the beginning would spend those points on strength or spirit to increase their physical or magical attack power. But Qin Feng knew from experience that this was a serious mistake. Without wasting even a moment, Qin Feng placed all 5 free points directly into agility, pushing the stat up to 23 points. Agility was the key to surviving the early game. No matter how players allocated their stats, early monsters could still deal overwhelming damage if they landed a hit. The only reliable way to kill monsters without being injured was to move faster than them, dodge their attacks, and strike before they could react. Just as Qin Feng finished adjusting his attributes, something nearby suddenly caught his attention. Behind a tree not far away, a monster was hiding in the shadow. It was a level 1 crawler of normal grade, but something about it was abnormal. The creature was in the middle of evolving. Qin Feng immediately became alert. When he noticed that the crawler was still absorbing lifespan, he quickly understood what had happened. This was the same monster that had just wiped out Zhang Lizzie's group of 4 players. The crawler also sensed Qin Feng's presence. Its body was still injured, and part of its health had already been lost from the earlier fight. The monster suddenly lunged forward, but Qin Feng reacted instantly and jumped aside, cleanly dodging the attack. He knew that when monsters killed players, they could obtain that player's lifespan, and once they absorbed enough of it, they would begin to evolve. Qin Feng activated Shadow Sneak and drew his short blade in one smooth motion. Just as the crawler was about to close the distance, his figure vanished from the air again. While the crawler twisted around, trying to locate where Qin Feng had gone, Qin Feng suddenly appeared above it. Using Stealth Break Strike, he dropped down onto the monster and drove his short blade fiercely into its head, dealing 174 damage in a single hit. The crawler was killed instantly, and Qin Feng gained 10 experience points. Even Qin Feng had not expected to kill the crawler with one strike. Then he remembered that attacking the nape of a crawler triggered a critical hit. At that moment, a system window appeared and informed him that the backstab skill doubled damage when the attack came from outside the enemy's field of vision. That explained everything. Backstab had stacked together with several other abilities, creating a terrifying. Qin Feng stood beside the crawler's corpse and stared at it in silence, the short blade still in his hand. He remembered how difficult things had been when he played as a warrior in his previous life. Even when he landed a critical hit back then, he could barely deal 40 damage, and every fight against a crawler dragged on for what felt like ages. He had nearly died just trying to kill one of them. The moment the crawler collapsed, a glowing orb floated up from its corpse, shimmering faintly in the air. That light was not ordinary loot. It was the lifespan the monster had gathered. Qin Feng reached out and clenched his fist around the shining orb. In an instant, the lifespan inside it flowed into his body and was absorbed by him. From that one kill, Qin Feng gained 3 days of tradable lifespan, along with 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. 5 people had died to that crawler, and each of them had lost at least 20 to 30 years, adding up to more than 100 years in total. But because the monster had absorbed that lifespan first, Qin Feng only received 54 years from it. For the time being, though, non-tradable lifespan had no real use to him. But right at that moment, the authority of the Eye of Judgment suddenly activated again, and a new talent was granted to Qin Feng. Its name was Infinite Evolution. With this talent, whenever Qin Feng killed monsters by himself, he had a chance to gain evolution points, which could then be used to upgrade his skills. The effect was even more outrageous than that. Every 24 hours, Qin Feng would naturally receive 5 evolution points, and if he defeated a boss-class monster alone, evolution points were guaranteed. Right now, he already had 5 points available. Qin Feng now possessed infinite evolution, meaning his skills were no longer fixed forever. In his previous life, he had never heard of anything like this. No matter what equipment or skill book dropped from monsters, its grade was set from the beginning, and there was no normal way to raise it. This was clearly a power that existed beyond rules and order. Curious to test it, Qin Feng decided to upgrade Shadow Sneak and Backstab first. He spent 4 evolution points, and both skills were successfully strengthened. Shadow Sneak rose from normal quality to bronze quality, increasing its duration from 12 seconds to 16 seconds. The bonus damage after breaking stealth also rose from 60 to 90, while the cooldown was shortened by 2 seconds. Backstab improved from inferior quality to normal quality, raising its damage by another 5%. Now Shadow Sneak could last 16 seconds, and with Stealth Mastery doubling the duration, that became a full 32 seconds. With stealth lasting this long, Qin Feng could almost remain invisible without interruption. If his skills had been upgraded before the earlier fight, even a crawler at full health would have been killed by a single strike. Just then, a young man walking with a woman noticed what had happened and immediately became overconfident. He laughed and said this game must not be that hard if even a skinny guy like Qin Feng could take down a monster alone. The woman beside him praised him too, saying that with his physique, he could probably fight 10 people at once. Hearing that, the young man smiled proudly and promised that he would protect her. Qin Feng's gaze shifted past them and landed on a tree nearby. Hidden among the branches was another monster. Meanwhile, the young man, still wearing that confident smile, asked Qin Feng if he wanted to team up with them. Qin Feng instantly sensed the danger closing in. Without wasting a single word, he activated Shadow Sneak, and his figure disappeared from the spot. When the young man saw Qin Feng vanish, he completely misunderstood the situation. He thought Qin Feng had been scared away by his muscles and intimidating presence. But in the next second, a huge spider dropped down from above and landed heavily on the ground, instantly sending both of them into panic. It was a level 1 bronze-grade monster called the Nurturer. The moment it appeared, it attacked without hesitation, ending their lives almost instantly. Qin Feng remembered this monster clearly. The Nurturer was a beginner boss with 1600 HP, and it was absolutely not something an ordinary rookie could handle. Worse, after killing the 2 players, the Nurturer began feeding. Qin Feng saw his chance and decided to use this moment to test just how powerful his upgraded abilities had become. He activated Stealth Break Strike and moved in sharply, driving his short blade straight into one of the spider's eyes. The Nurturer immediately counterattacked, but Qin Feng reacted fast enough to avoid the blow. After dodging, he pulled back, created distance, and slipped into invisibility again with Shadow Sneak. That attack dealt 338 damage to the Nurturer. However, during the exchange, Qin Feng still took 9 points of damage himself. He had only escaped the real danger because of his high agility. Qin Feng's total HP was just 130, and if the spider's attack had landed cleanly, he would have been killed on the spot. Still, seeing that his strike had dealt over 300 damage to a boss made even him feel impressed. The injured nurturer flew into a rage. Its massive limbs lashed out wildly, and the trees around it were split in half under its furious attacks. Qin Feng knew these monsters were not mindless beasts. They possessed intelligence, and this spider would never just stand there obediently while he attacked it again and again. The nurturer began attacking everything around it, clearly trying to force Qin Feng to reveal his position. Even the smaller spiders had become alert now, so charging in recklessly would only get him surrounded. While the spider's attention was still scattered, Qin Feng seized the opening. He picked up a rock and threw it hard, striking the nurturer directly in the abdomen and dealing 299 points of damage. Qin Feng immediately grabbed another rock, and his guess was proven correct. His main damage did not come from the weapon itself, but from the bonus of stealth ambush strike and the enhancement granted by his class skills. Because of that, even something as simple as a thrown rock could still cause solid damage. All he needed to do now was wait until Shadow Sneak came off cooldown, then attack again with another rock from stealth. By doing this, the thrown rock would trigger the bonuses from ambush strike, backstab, and weak point attack all at once. The moment Shadow Sneak's cooldown ended, Qin Feng threw another rock, dealing 279 damage to the spider, then immediately activated Shadow Sneak again and vanished. His strategy was simple but extremely effective. Stay hidden, wait for Shadow Sneak to refresh, strike from the shadows, and then disappear before the monster could touch him. At the same time, back in Shell Town, the leaderboard suddenly updated. It announced that the player Shadow had killed the bronze-grade boss Nurturer, becoming the first player to reach level 2 and instantly rising to number 1 on the list. The other players were stunned, because most of them had already died to ordinary mobs, and they could not understand how someone had defeated a boss this early. Zhang Lizzie and her companions were completely speechless when they saw that Qin Feng had killed a boss and reached level 2. They could not even deal with normal monsters as a group, so the idea that Qin Feng had defeated a boss alone felt impossible. For a moment, they even wondered if the system had made some kind of mistake. The man and woman who had just been attacked by the giant spider soon respawned back in town as well. When they saw that someone had killed that terrifying monster, shock filled their faces. Then they realized that the player called Shadow was the same young man they had seen earlier in the forest. Back in the forest, the system announced Qin Feng's victory. He had killed the boss Nurturer, gained 300 experience points, and received 2 evolution points. At the same time, Shelltown's level leaderboard was officially unlocked. The system also granted Qin Feng 1 reputation point. He then began absorbing the spider's lifespan. Unfortunately, the moment the giant spider died, all the smaller spiders scattered in every direction, which felt like a waste. Qin Feng could not help but regret not killing the small spiders first for extra experience. Still, he obtained 46 days of tradable lifespan, a bronze-quality skill book called Greedy Hand, and a corrosive dagger with 35 damage and 4 agility points. After learning Greedy Hand, Qin Feng could use it on defeated monsters, giving him a 20% chance to receive an additional loot reward. Even Qin Feng was surprised. He had never expected a bronze boss to drop such a god-tier assassin skill this early. This skill could greatly increase the amount of loot a player obtained. In the late game, when powerful bosses dropped rare items, a 20% chance for extra loot was incredibly valuable. In Qin Feng's previous life, there had been a player in the Godslayer Guild whose combat strength was only average. But because he possessed this one skill, he became one of the most desired players around, even traveling with a personal bodyguard wherever he went. Qin Feng's eyes widened as he realized the true potential of this skill. The activation rate was only 20% right now, but if he combined it with infinite evolution, he could continuously raise both the drop rate and the amount of loot gained. The next day, students were making their way to school, as usual, unaware that the world around them had already begun to change. On the way there, Qin Xiaoyu's friend asked whether she planned to call Qin Feng and apologize. She reminded Qin Xiaoyu that they had skipped the exam yesterday to secretly go support Song Fei, so Qin Feng was probably angry with her. But Qin Xiaoyu refused immediately, insisting that she had done nothing wrong. In her eyes, Qin Feng was the reason they had almost missed the entrance time, so he was the one who should apologize. Her friend tried to persuade her, saying that Qin Feng had always treated her very well, then asked what had happened to her face. Qin Xiaoyu remained stubborn, claiming that Qin Feng did nothing but interfere in her personal affairs. As for the injury on her face, she made up an excuse and said she had simply tripped and hurt herself. When they entered the school, they immediately saw a large crowd of students gathered outside one of the classrooms. Qin Xiaoyu's friend became curious and pushed her way through the crowd. Once she stepped into the classroom, she saw Xiang Wei sitting there with his body becoming faint and semi-transparent. One of Xiang Wei's friends explained nervously that he was not completely sure what had happened. A moment ago, Xiang Wei had said he was going to take a nap, but when they turned around again, he had already become like this. And this was not an isolated incident. Similar cases were spreading all over the internet. People across the world were experiencing the same strange phenomenon, and some experts were saying that anyone who fell asleep might enter a ghost-like semi-transparent state. The worst part was that nobody knew why it was happening. Qin Xiaoyu's friend immediately became alert and decided to call her parents to warn them. She also advised Qin Xiaoyu to call Qin Feng, just in case he needed to be warned too. But Qin Xiaoyu refused coldly, saying she would rather see him dead than contact him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was focused on evolving his newly acquired skill, Greedy Hand. He upgraded it from bronze quality all the way to gold quality. After the upgrade, the chance of gaining an extra piece of loot from an enemy increased from 20% to 70%. Thanks to this improvement, Qin Feng used Greedy Hand and obtained 2 more evolution points. Qin Feng clenched his fist and activated the skill again. This time, he successfully gained 2 evolution points along with 46 days of tradable lifespan. He was extremely satisfied with the result. Now that he had gained 2 evolution points, he knew he only needed 3 points to raise Greedy Hand to the next level. Once that happened, the chance of receiving extra loot would soon reach 100%. Qin Feng also understood that the governments around the world must have realized the seriousness of the situation by now. More and more people would soon flood into the game. So he had to speed up his progress and equip anything useful immediately. Without hesitation, he put on the bronze quality corrosive dagger, gaining 35 attack points and 4 additional agility points. Then Qin Feng activated Shadow Sneak to avoid attracting the attention of nearby monsters. He knew that before long, people would discover that the skills and equipment obtained in this game could be extracted into the real world. Once that secret spread, the entire world would descend into chaos. Extracting skills and equipment required 2 conditions. First, reaching level 10, and second, possessing enough tradable lifespan. Since farming small monsters would waste too much time, Qin Feng decided his next target would be stronger bosses. As Qin Feng moved through the wilderness, the sound of fighting suddenly reached his ears from somewhere ahead. He followed the noise to the edge of a cliff, and from there, he saw several players below struggling against a level 2 bronze-grade monster known as a sprint predator. Qin Feng had just been thinking about searching for stronger bosses to speed up his growth, and now a sprint predator had appeared right in front of him. The timing could not have been more perfect. The monster lunged forward, but the player holding a shield and mace stepped up and blocked the attack without much difficulty. That player was Wang Ming. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly when he recognized him, realizing the rumors from his previous life were true. It was said that when Wang Ming first entered the Forsaken game, he had gathered an entire squad of hidden class players, and all 6 members of his team possessed hidden professions. Wang Ming raised his shield and summoned Holy Barrier. In an instant, a golden wall of light appeared in front of him, pushing back the monster and forcing it away. His hidden profession was Holy Shield Warrior, a class with twice the basic stats of an ordinary warrior. And as if that advantage was not already ridiculous enough, he also possessed an innate invincibility skill. While the monster's attention was held by Wang Ming, the mage in the team seized the opening. She lifted her staff, formed a blazing fireball, and launched it straight into the creature's arm. Her hidden profession was Prophet, an advanced mage class that allowed her to deal double the magical damage of an ordinary mage. It also came with a built-in prophetic fireball skill, giving her powerful early game damage. The team's archer also had a hidden profession from the archer path, called Sharp-Eyed Shooter, which granted double the stats of a normal archer and came with the rapid shot skill. Even their priest was not ordinary. She had the Oracle Priest class, giving her twice the healing ability of a normal priest, along with a group healing skill. The archer and the mage attacked together, sending their strikes toward the sprint predator from a distance. But the monster dodged their attacks with frightening ease, then turned and charged at Wang Ming, forcing him to step back under the pressure. Seeing their ranged attacks miss again and again, the archer's face turned pale with panic. She realized this boss was simply too fast for them to lock onto properly. The priest quickly cast healing magic on Wang Ming, restoring his condition. Wang Ming then made his decision, believing their best chance was to keep attacking the boss little by little while the healers focused on keeping everyone alive. From his hidden position, Qin Feng immediately understood what Wang Ming was trying to do. He planned to slowly wear down the monster's health, but in Qin Feng's eyes, that idea was far too optimistic, because Wang Ming had forgotten the most dangerous part of fighting in the wild. This was the wilderness, not a safe arena. The longer a battle dragged on, the more likely it was to attract other monsters. And just as Qin Feng expected, 2 more monsters suddenly appeared behind Wang Ming's team. Qin Feng recognized them at once. They were corruptors, regular level 2 monsters covered in dark brown mud, known for using ranged attacks to weaken and restrict their targets. The swordsman in Wang Meng's team reacted first. He rushed toward the two corruptors, raised his weapon, and slashed at one of them. Qin Feng watched the swordsman closely and realized that his profession was also a hidden class, though it was one Qin Feng had never personally seen before. The swordsman's strike landed, but it only dealt 33 points of damage. In that instant, he understood that these monsters had extremely high defense and could not be cut down easily. Before he could adjust his stance, the corruptor opened its mouth and spat a thick mass of mud directly onto him. That attack was ground-bind. The mud clung to his body like a heavy restraint, and his movement speed was instantly reduced. At the same time, the other corruptor turned toward the mage and began chasing her down. The mage's eyes filled with tears as she stumbled backward, forced to flee in panic. But just as the corruptor was about to close in, Qin Feng suddenly leapt into action. In the blink of an eye, his figure flashed past, and the monster's head was severed cleanly from its body. The attack dealt 441 damage, saving the mage on the spot and leaving everyone frozen in shock. Qin Feng's strike was so powerful that the corruptor died instantly. The mage stared at the fallen monster in complete confusion, unable to understand who had saved her or whether someone nearby was secretly helping their team. Using his sword for support, the swordsman forced himself back to his feet. He was stunned when he saw that someone had killed a level 2 corruptor with a single blow. After all, when their own team fought even a level 1 corruptor, they needed to work together for 10 full seconds just to bring it down. The remaining corruptor tried to launch another attack. But once again, Qin Feng moved like a flash of lightning, appearing and cutting off the monster's head before it could do anything. The swordsman began trembling with fear and quickly asked Li Zai if she had seen who made the attack. Li Zai panicked and said she had not seen anything at all. Wang Ming quickly steadied himself and told everyone not to get distracted. Deep down, however, he could only hope that the invisible attacker was on their side. Now, only the sprint predator remained on the battlefield, while Qin Feng quietly watched from a tree branch above. For killing 2 level 2 corruptors, he obtained 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, a common quality skill book called Venom Dart, and 8 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng did not hesitate for even a moment. Venom Dart was a perfect mid-range poison damage skill, so he immediately used his evolution points to strengthen it. After the evolution was complete, Venom Dart rose to level 2 and upgraded from common quality to silver quality. The skill now allowed him to throw a deadly poison dart up to 14 meters away, dealing 120 attack damage on impact and applying the Venom status, with only a 5-second cooldown. The Venom status would inflict continuous damage equal to 50% per second, lasting for 5 seconds. Although the poison could not stack, its damage over time was already extremely powerful for this stage. The sprint predator attacked again. Wang Ming managed to raise his shield in time and block the strike, but during the clash, Wang Ming's shield and mace slipped from his hands and fell heavily to the ground. The monster immediately took advantage of that opening, stabbing him again with its other limb and causing him unbearable pain. The archer began shaking with fear at the sight. The priest also panicked, knowing the situation had turned terrible, because her healing could not keep up with the damage Wang Ming was taking. In that desperate moment, Wang Ming gritted his teeth through the pain and shouted for the others to run away. Before the sprint predator could continue its attack, Qin Feng flicked his hand and shot out a poison dart. The dart pierced directly into the monster's head, dealing 845 points of damage in one strike. The mage and the archer stared in disbelief. That single attack had taken away nearly half of the boss's HP, something their entire team had failed to do after struggling for so long. Both the sprint predator and Wang Ming twisted in pain at the same time, one from the poison tearing through its body, and the other from the wound already carved into his stomach. Dark venom began leaking from the monster's wound, spreading through its body rapidly. Then the poison damage triggered again and again, dealing 324 damage multiple times until the sprint predator finally collapsed to the ground. Since Qin Feng had dealt more than 90% of the total damage, all the loot naturally belonged to him. For killing the sprint predator, he gained 600 experience points, reached level 3, obtained 2 evolution points, and received 55 days of tradable lifespan. What surprised him even more was that Venom Dart's damage over time had triggered his class passive ability, with stealth allowing him to stay invisible and poison darts letting him attack from range. Almost nothing in the early and mid-game could stop him anymore. Loot began rising from the sprint predator's corpse. Wang Ming stared at the fallen boss in shock, still unable to process the terrifying amount of damage it had suffered. A few seconds later, the loot vanished from the ground. Wang Ming forced himself back up and turned toward Qin Feng's direction. With a serious expression, he thanked him for saving their lives. But Qin Feng only gave him a calm warning. In the wildlands, people could not trust strangers so easily, and his words immediately left everyone stunned. Wang Ming accepted the warning and thanked him for the advice. He and his team decided not to disturb Qin Feng while he checked the loot. Before leaving him alone, Wang Ming added that if Qin Feng ever needed anything, he could come find him. Qin Feng picked up the loot while quietly judging Wang Ming in his heart. Wang Ming seemed like a trustworthy person, and more importantly, he had the support of Daxia's government, which controlled a huge amount of resources. Because of that, Qin Feng began considering whether he could use Wang Ming as a stable channel to sell the loot he did not need. Then Qin Feng used Greedy Hand on the Sprint Predator's corpse. The skill brought him 3 evolution points, another 55 days of tradable lifespan, and a pair of bronze-quality leather greaves from the Sprint Predator. Qin Feng immediately equipped the leather greaves. Once he put them on, he gained 9 points of physical defense, 5 points of resistance to all elements, and a 15% increase in cooldown speed. This loot haul was excellent. Qin Feng still had several pieces of class gear and skill books he could not use, and once his bag was full, he decided he would return to town and exchange everything for lifespan. A confident light shone in Qin Feng's eyes. Compared with his previous life, his growth speed this time was already more than 100 times faster. Not far from where he stood, another group of players was being attacked by more monsters. Seeing the number of enemies increasing around them, the players quickly realized they could not win and decided to escape. But before they could get away, an even larger monster suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path like a living wall. And just as the players tried to flee, that massive monster struck first. Sharp vines shot out with deadly speed, piercing through the group and killing every last one of them. After being wiped out, the players respawned back in town, their faces full of frustration and despair. They complained that the monsters outside always moved in groups, and whenever their health dropped low, they would run away instead of fighting to the end. Everyone had heard that players needed to reach level 3 before they could leave the game, but right now, that goal felt almost impossible. Some players believed the answer was simply to gather more people. Since a team of 3 was clearly not enough, they thought they should form groups of 6 or even 10 before heading out again. But another player immediately argued that this would not solve anything. He had personally seen a 10-person team get surrounded and wiped out, and if too many people gathered together, they would only attract a boss. Not long ago, a group of 40 players had triggered something called the Curse Master, and that monster had annihilated more than 30 of them with a single strike. Zhang Lizi's team also respawned in town, looking far worse than before. If players could not reach level 3, they would be trapped inside the game forever. Since all of them had entered after falling asleep, that meant only their consciousness had been pulled into this world. If they remained stuck here for too long, their real bodies outside would eventually starve to death. Zhang Lizi felt increasingly irritated because she could not understand why this game was so brutally difficult. One of her companions panicked, saying they had already died 3 times, and their non-tradable lifespan had dropped to less than 10 years. If this continued, they would really die in the real world. Even though Zhang Lizi still did not know whether everything was truly real, she understood one thing clearly. They could not afford to die again. When Zhang Lizi saw that Shadow had already reached level 3, confusion flashed across her face. He had advanced far faster than everyone else, so she was certain he must have discovered some hidden trick. At that moment, she understood that if her team wanted to escape this game, they needed Shadow to carry them all the way to level 3. Zhang Lizi clenched her fist and quickly gave orders to her teammates. She told them to spread the word everywhere. They had to make Shadow help them reach level 3 no matter what. Once they returned to reality, she was willing to pay him 10 million in cash. Her teammates were stunned by the amount, but Zhang Lizi was confident. In her mind, there was no way Shadow could ignore 10 million. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Qin Feng killed a level 2 polluter, gaining 20 experience points and 1 evolution point from the fight. After absorbing the monster's lifespan, Qin Feng checked his evolution points and decided he had gathered enough. Without hesitating, he spent 5 points to evolve Greedy Hand again. The skill's quality rose sharply, upgrading from Platinum to Emerald. Its chance of producing extra loot increased all the way to 160%, and now, the bonus loot even had a 20% chance of being 1 tier higher than normal. Qin Feng was amazed. Rain began falling through the forest, soaking the leaves and darkening the ground beneath his feet. As Qin Feng moved through the wet wilderness, something ahead suddenly caught his attention. There, wandering through the rainy forest, was the monster known as the Curse Master. This monster was a bronze tier boss, and right now, it was consuming vital force as it slowly prepared to advance into a silver tier boss. To Qin Feng, it was no surprise that this boss had wiped out a team of 40 players. With its power, that result was completely normal. But his inventory was already full, so even if he killed the Curse Master now, he would not be able to pick up all the loot. For the moment, he decided to mark this location on his map first. The boss's evolution would take some time, which gave Qin Feng a chance. He planned to empty his inventory first, then return later to deal with it properly. Back in town, the news had already spread everywhere. Someone was offering 10 million for Shadow, the #1 player on the leaderboard, to help them level up quickly. Players were dying over and over, losing lifespan each time, and the wealthy had already started using money to search for a way out. For ordinary people without resources, the situation looked more and more hopeless. While everyone was still discussing the offer, Qin Feng suddenly appeared in town, and the surrounding players immediately fell into shock. Qin Feng opened the system interface and activated the market stall function. A system announcement immediately rang out, declaring that he was selling equipment and skills, and that the stall would only remain open for 10 minutes. The nearby players were stunned when they saw he was already wearing 2 pieces of bronze tier gear, and even more shocked when they realized he was selling 2 additional pieces. Many players still could not believe that he had truly killed a bronze tier boss. One of them stared at Qin Feng and asked why they could not see his face clearly. Another player quickly explained that Shadow had enabled the face concealment function. Since the game appearance matched the player's real appearance, hiding his face meant he clearly wanted to keep his identity mysterious. A mage walked up to Qin Feng's stall, her eyes scanning the items with interest. She pointed to the icicle spell and asked how much it cost. Qin Feng answered calmly that the price was 100 days of tradable lifespan. This mage was Grey Rose, currently ranked 11th in Shell Town. Just like Qin Feng, she had also activated face concealment, keeping her real appearance hidden from the other players. Grey Rose hesitated because 100 days of lifespan was not a small amount. She asked if he could lower the price a little. Qin Feng explained that even though Icicle Spell was only a common tier skill, it could greatly increase a mage's farming speed in the early stage, so 100 days was already a bargain. Grey Rose then asked if she could pay with real-world money instead. Qin Feng refused without hesitation. He advised her that if she had cash, she could first use it to buy tradable lifespan from other players, then exchange that lifespan with him. If no one offered a higher price, he was willing to hold the skill until she gathered enough lifespan. Grey Rose lowered her head and began thinking it over. Then she opened the team channel and asked her teammates whether they thought the deal was worth it. Since her leadership had already helped them reach level 2 so quickly, none of them objected. More importantly, with this skill, they could reach level 3 even faster, and escaping the game had to come first. So she asked them to transfer their tradable lifespan to her, promising that once they returned to reality, she would send them money as compensation. Grey Rose handed 100 days of tradable lifespan over to Qin Feng. Seeing that every member of her team was already level 2, Qin Feng understood that they must have killed at least 30 or 40 crawlers by now. In that case, their total tradable lifespan should be far more than just 100 days. Qin Feng completed the trade and sold the spell, receiving 100 days of tradable lifespan. With that, his tradable lifespan increased from 268 days to 368 days. Just then, Zhang Lizzie appeared in the crowd, and her eyes lit up when she finally found Shadow. With a confident smile, Zhang Lizzie stepped forward and presented what she thought was a generous opportunity. As long as Shadow helped her reach level 3, she promised to give him 10 million in cash after they returned to the real world. The surrounding players were immediately shocked by her offer, and many of them turned to stare at Qin Feng, waiting to see how he would respond. Qin Feng recognized her. This woman was Zhang Lizzie, and according to the reports Qin Feng remembered, Zhang Lizzie had used cash to lure people into selling their lifespan. After that, she kidnapped them and forced them into labor, and anyone who resisted was murdered in reality. Knowing exactly what kind of person she was, Qin Feng rejected her offer coldly. Zhang Lizzie admitted that Shadow was powerful inside the game, but she reminded him that no one truly understood how this game worked yet. She told him it would be smarter to team up with her, and in return, she could give him a life of luxury, with cars, houses, women, and anything else he wanted. Qin Feng did not waver at all. He simply told her to stop blocking his business. He knew better than anyone that cash would soon become worthless, because before long, tradable lifespan would become the only universal currency. Zhang Lizzie's expression darkened, and her arrogance surfaced immediately. She said coldly that if this were the real world, she would have already taught him a harsh lesson. Qin Feng's gaze turned murderous. He warned her in a chilling voice that if she said one more word, he would kill her again and again until her lifespan dropped all the way to 0. Zhang Lizzie and her companions felt the terrifying pressure coming from him. Without daring to waste another second, they turned and fled from the area. A few minutes later, Qin Feng sold the final item in his stall, the Gleam Robe of Tier Bronze. After the last trade was finished, Qin Feng's total tradable lifespan had reached 546 days. Now that his inventory was emptied and everything had been sold, Qin Feng decided it was time to return to the forest and deal with the Curse Master. His body faded quietly as he activated stealth once again. No one in town understood it yet, but tradable lifespan was the key to extracting skills into reality. Once that secret became known, the godforsaken game would drag the real world into chaos. The family backgrounds, wealth, and status people were once proud of would soon lose their meaning, and only personal strength would matter. After escaping from the stall area, Zhang Lizzie and her team finally stopped some distance away. They were all out of breath from running, their faces still tense from Qin Feng's threat. Zhang Lizzie gritted her teeth and told the others that Shadow had not only rejected her offer, but had even dared to threaten her. Anger burned in her eyes as she swore that once they returned to the real world, she would find him and kill him. While Zhang Lizzie was thinking about revenge, a man named Mao Lijun, also known as Lao Mao, walked toward her from nearby. Lao Mao said that he had already reached level 2, and with a confident look, claimed that he knew some tricks that could help people level up inside the game. He then asked whether he could take the 10 million offer that Shadow had refused, saying he could help Zhang Lizzie and her team reach level 3 instead. Zhang Lizzie immediately became cautious and asked what kind of tricks he was talking about. Lao Mao smiled and said he usually kept these methods secret, but for her, he was willing to make an exception. He explained that under their current situation, the fastest way to level up was to put all attribute points into agility as soon as possible. Once their running speed became faster than the monsters, they could avoid being hit and find chances to win without taking damage. Zhang Lizzie froze when she heard this. She had put all her attribute points into strength, and only now did she realize she might have made the wrong choice from the very beginning. In the end, Zhang Lizzie agreed to Lao Mao's offer, but she cut the price down to 5 million because he was not as strong as Shadow. Lao Mao accepted the deal, though he could not help mentioning that while Shadow was powerful, it was strange for him to refuse such a huge amount of money. Meanwhile, Qin Feng reached the exact location he had marked on the map earlier. His body remained hidden in stealth, and from the shadows, he quietly studied the creature ahead. The monster had already broken through into the silver rank, and the thick gray fog twisting around its body made it clear that its evolution still had not finished. Without wasting any more time, Qin Feng activated his venom dart ability. He knew very well that if this creature was allowed to keep evolving until it reached the gold rank, the whole process would still but Qin Feng had no intention of standing there and waiting that long. The moment his chance appeared, he fired the poison dart straight at the monster, and because the strike came from stealth, the attack landed cleanly, dealing 659 points of damage. And that first hit was only the beginning. Once the poison seeped into the monster's body, the damage kept ticking, eating away at its health by 219 points every single second. Qin Feng immediately sprang toward the monster and activated Shadow Sneak, closing the distance in an instant. He understood that a silver boss was on a completely different level, with health that was at least 2 or 3 times higher than a bronze level 1 monster. Right then, the monster suddenly lifted its hands, and a terrifying amount of magical energy began gathering between them. As the power swelled, its already huge body seemed to expand even further, becoming more oppressive by the second. Qin Feng quickly judged the situation in his mind. As long as he could land Venom Dart 2 or 3 more times, this silver boss should be finished before its evolution could go any further. But before he could act again, the monster suddenly released a devastating attack. The blast erupted outward with brutal force, tearing through the surrounding ground and smashing the area around it into chaos. This was a magic-type boss, the kind of monster that could unleash massive area damage in one strike. After throwing out Venom Dart, Qin Feng had already started retreating, and even then, he only barely slipped out of the attack range in time. Still hidden from sight, Qin Feng felt the danger even more clearly. With his current health and defense, taking that attack head-on would be no different from throwing his life away. The fight dragged on, and before long, the monster began preparing another large-scale attack. Magical power once again gathered around it, making the air feel heavy and unstable. Its enormous body slowly turned in Qin Feng's direction, but he did not panic. He kept moving with careful steps across the battlefield, eyes locked on both the boss and his cooldown timer. His hidden shadow ability still was not ready, so he had to stay patient and wait for the boss to expose a weakness. His strategy was simple, but every second had to be perfect. Wait for the right opening, strike exactly where it hurt, then vanish before the monster could counterattack. A moment later, the creature staggered, its focus slipping for just an instant. That tiny opening was all Qin Feng needed. He rushed forward without the slightest hesitation, raised his hand, and released Venom Dart again before the boss could recover. The attack flew in perfectly and struck the monster dead on, bursting against its body and dealing another 659 points of damage. Almost immediately, the venom began spreading through the boss once more. Its health started falling rapidly, with 219 points being drained away every second. Sensing that its life was in danger, the monster actually tried to flee. But Qin Feng had no intention of letting his prey escape now. He chased after it closely, his gaze sharp and steady, completely locked onto the creature. By this point, the monster was already close to death. No matter how desperately it tried to run, its body was weakening too quickly, and its escape attempt had become meaningless. In one swift movement, Qin Feng disappeared from sight and reappeared directly above the creature's head. With a heavy strike, he slammed it down hard into the ground, ending the fight with brutal precision. The system immediately confirmed his victory. Qin Feng had successfully defeated the silver-ranked boss, and a stream of notifications flashed before his eyes. He gained a total of 1,800 experience points, causing his level to shoot up from level 3 straight to level 5. On top of that, he received 4 evolution points and an unexpected 124 days of tradable lifespan. Seeing that one boss kill had raised him by 2 full. As the monster's body collapsed and transformed into loot, Qin Feng immediately reached out and activated his evolved skill, Greedy Hand. The air around the loot shimmered faintly, and a system screen quickly appeared to confirm that everything had been collected. The rewards were even better than Qin Feng had expected, giving him another 4 evolution points along with an additional 124 days of tradable lifespan. With his gains doubled once again, Qin Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Getting 2 extra bonuses so easily was far better than he had imagined. After adding everything together, he realized this one silver-ranked boss had brought him a total of 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Just as Qin Feng was still taking in the size of his rewards, another notification suddenly appeared before him. This time, it revealed an unexpected bonus from Greedy Hand's secondary effect. One of the items he had looted had been upgraded from silver rarity all the way to gold. Qin Feng looked at the message with clear interest. A gold-tier item was no small reward, and now he understood even more why Greedy Hand was considered a Jade-level skill. It did not just collect loot. It could actually push the quality beyond its original limit. After that, Qin Feng turned his attention back to the scattered equipment on the ground. 7 or 8 pieces of gear had dropped from the boss, but the problem was that his backpack only had 10 empty slots left. He let out a quiet sigh, already seeing the trouble ahead. If he had to run back to town every time he killed a boss, it would waste far too much time. Something like a storage ring would have solved this problem perfectly. Just as Qin Feng was about to examine one particular item among the loot, the scene suddenly shifted back to Shell Town. Back in Shell Town, the mage from Wang Meng's team appeared in a flash of light. The tension on her face finally eased, and she looked visibly relieved. She had made it back safely, and it was all thanks to Wang Meng. One after another, the rest of the team returned as well. They gathered around Wang Meng and thanked him since the mage, however, still had one regret she could not shake off. She sighed softly, wishing she had managed to add Qin Feng as a friend back in the forest. In her mind, maybe the problem was that she had been covered in mud at the time and looked too miserable. Her teammate grinned and comforted her, saying that now that she had changed into a fresh outfit and looked so good, that mysterious player definitely would not reject her again. While they were still chatting, a system announcement suddenly echoed across the entire town. The leaderboard had been updated, and the name Shadow had risen again, reaching level 5. The news instantly shook the players in town. Someone stared in disbelief, unable to understand how Shadow had jumped from level 3 to level 5 so quickly. The only reasonable explanation was that he must have taken down some powerful boss monster. Another player said that just 10 minutes earlier, he had seen Shadow casually selling gear in the town square, and now the man had already leveled up again. Then another guy suddenly declared that his sister had just turned 18, and if Shadow happened to like her, their whole family would be set, because having Shadow help them level up would completely change their future. His friends immediately shut that idea down, reminding him that Shadow had already ignored 10 million in cash, so there was no way a random matchmaking offer would impress him. Back at Wang Meng's side, the mood in his team quickly became uneasy. They had only just been celebrating the fact that they had reached level 3, yet in the blink of an eye, Shadow had already pulled far ahead of them. Wang Meng, however, remained steady. He told everyone not to panic about it for now. Their priority was to log out, return to the real world, and warn their families and friends about the danger hidden inside this game. As their bodies began fading from the game, the system confirmed that they were logging out. Wang Meng's final words carried a heavy seriousness. If the world was truly moving toward chaos, then they had to make sure their loved ones were prepared. The scene then shifted to the real world. Wang Meng's eyes suddenly opened, and almost immediately, a voice nearby called out anxiously for the captain. It turned out that Wang Meng was not just an ordinary player at all. In reality, he was a police officer. His fellow officers rushed toward him, their faces filled with worry. One of them admitted that they had been terrified, because while Wang Meng was unconscious, his body had actually started turning transparent. The terrifying truth was now impossible to ignore. If a player died inside the game or lost all of their remaining life, they would not simply log out. They would vanish from the real world as well. But even with that horrifying realization hanging over, Wang Ming immediately stood up and ordered everyone to gather. His expression was grave, because something extremely serious had happened. Someone quickly asked Wang Ming for his report. Wang Ming explained that he and his team had formed a party, and every member had awakened a hidden profession, giving them a major advantage inside the game. Even with that advantage, they had still almost been wiped out by a single monster. In the end, they only survived because an unknown player named Shadow appeared at the last moment and saved them. Wang Ming confirmed that every part of his report was accurate. He then described just how terrifying Shadow's growth had been. When Shadow rescued them, he had already been leveled. That information immediately made the higher-ranking officers uneasy. One of them asked the question everyone was thinking. Did this mean Shadow was now the strongest player in the world? And more importantly, how had he leveled up at such an unbelievable speed? The room fell into speculation, and Wang Ming suggested that Shadow might have defeated a high-level boss monster, or achieved something just as extraordinary. Another officer, paying close attention to the details, noticed something strange. According to Wang Ming, Shadow had already been level 3 when he saved them. If that was true, then why had he not logged out like the rest of them? Could it be that Shadow had no close family or friends waiting for him in the real world? At that moment, a female officer suddenly stepped forward with a bold and unexpected theory. She wondered if Shadow might actually be a transmigrator, the kind of person who appears out of nowhere and grows stronger at an absurd speed, almost as if he were chosen by fate. She added that transmigrators were often orphans in stories, which might explain why Shadow had not rushed back to reality. Her words instantly made the entire room fall silent. Realizing how outrageous she had sounded in such a serious meeting, her face turned red with embarrassment. A senior officer, clearly unimpressed, called her NEU and warned her not to crack jokes when they were discussing something this important. He dismissed her idea without hesitation, saying she had obviously been reading too many novels. Then, pulling the conversation back to the real issue, the officer revealed a piece of crucial information. According to secret reports from the higher-ups, researchers had been investigating a disturbing pattern. A large number of elderly people had recently been dying mysteriously in their sleep. When the researchers compared those deaths with information from people who had returned from the forgotten game of the gods, they discovered something horrifying. The elderly people who died in their sleep had also died multiple times inside the game. This pointed to a terrifying truth. If a player's lifespan dropped all the way to 0 in the game, they would not only die there, they would die in real life too. One officer voiced his concern, saying that the forgotten game of the gods was an anomaly far beyond anything they currently understood. The head officer agreed, his expression heavy, and suggested that they might be facing something even worse than a game, an invasion from unknown beings belonging to higher dimensions. The entire room fell into a heavy silence as everyone absorbed that terrifying possibility. But the head officer did not allow the meeting to freeze there. He quickly moved on to the most urgent matter, explaining that the higher-ups, most likely the government itself, had already issued an emergency order. From this point forward, all officers were to form vanguard teams according to their locations, enter the forgotten game of the gods, and gather every piece of information they could find. This situation had already gone far beyond an ordinary police matter. The government was preparing a special force specifically to deal with this bizarre crisis, and the head officer made the scale of the problem clear. Every country in the world was now rushing to explore and understand this new reality, and if they fell behind, their nation would lose ground on the international stage. For the sake of national security, they had no choice but to collect information no matter the cost. The head officer then announced his decision in a firm voice. Anyu would serve as the captain of Team 1. The moment her name was called, she accepted the assignment without the slightest hesitation. Wang Ming was appointed as Anyu's vice captain, and both of them were given the authority to choose their own team members. Wang Ming gave a serious nod, fully understanding that this mission was no ordinary assignment, but something that could affect far more than just their own lives. After that, the head officer shifted the discussion toward Shadow, the mysterious player Wang Ming had encountered in the game. Judging from Wang Ming's account, Shadow did not seem to be someone with evil intentions. Because of that, the head officer ordered Anyu and Wang Ming to do everything they could to befriend him, uncover his true identity, and build a cooperative relationship with him. The head officer also explained why he was placing Anyu in charge of this task. With her deep knowledge of games, stories, and unusual fictional patterns, she was the best person to investigate someone like Shadow, whose abilities and behavior almost felt like something out of legend. If Anyu and Wang Ming could turn him into an ally, Shadow might become their representative force inside the game. If they succeeded, they could gain access to crucial information that might give them a major strategic advantage. Meanwhile, the rest of the police force would be responsible for maintaining public order and preventing widespread panic from breaking out. With those orders given, the tense meeting finally came to an end. As the sun slowly sank below the city skyline, Warm golden light spread across the buildings. Beneath that fading glow, the officers began preparing themselves for the dangerous challenges waiting ahead. The next day, the scene shifted to a high school classroom, where the protagonist's younger sister sat at her desk with her mind clearly somewhere else. Around her, the other students were chatting excitedly about the latest news. A small group nearby brought up a surprising discovery. Xiangwei, the student whose body had once started to fade away, had now reached level 3 in the game and safely logged out. One girl said Xiangwei had revealed something extremely important. If several people from the same district fell asleep at the same time, they would all be sent to the same starter village inside the game. The news immediately stirred both excitement and unease among the students. Another girl became alarmed and insisted that this plan would not work for her, because she had to bring her parents into the game. They had no gaming experience at all, and she was afraid something terrible might happen to them if they entered unprepared. But another student disagreed, saying they should not rush to drag their parents in yet. Their first priority should be getting stronger themselves, so that when the time came, they would actually be able to protect their families. Meanwhile, the protagonist's younger sister lowered her gaze to her phone, her thoughts growing heavier by the second. A small but stubborn frustration kept rising in her chest. Why had her brother still not contacted her? With something as huge as the forgotten game of the gods happening, she had expected him to at least send one message and check on her. But there was nothing. He had not asked if she was safe, and he had not even apologized for hitting her earlier. That kind of cold silence felt completely unlike him. In the past, no matter how badly they argued or how much she annoyed him, he would always find some way to smooth things over. But today was different. There was no apology, no softening, and no attempt to make peace. Even their parents had never laid a hand on her, yet her own brother had actually struck her. Still upset, she tried to defend herself in her own mind. All she had done was skip class to attend Song Fei's concert. Was that really such an unforgivable mistake? She puffed up her cheeks, deciding that unless her brother called her and apologized at least 1,000 times, she absolutely would not forgive him. But that irritation did not last long before her mood suddenly shifted. The moment Song Fei entered her thoughts, her eyes lit up, and her annoyance quickly turned into excitement. Thinking back on it now, she felt glad that she had gone to see Song Fei yesterday. Once the forgotten game of the gods truly took over everyone's lives, she might not get many more chances to attend his concerts. A dreamy smile spread across her face as she remembered the previous night, especially the feeling of being so close to him while he performed on stage. In her mind, Song Fei appeared again beneath the bright stage lights, looking dazzling as the crowd cheered around him. Just remembering it made her unable to hold back her admiration for how amazing he had been. Then a sudden thought struck her. If everyone entered the game world while they were sleeping, then Song Fei would eventually be pulled into that world too. The moment she imagined meeting Song Fei inside the game, her cheeks flushed red, and her heart seemed to jump a little faster. Could this actually be her chance? Was fate finally creating a way for the two of them to meet? The more she thought about it, the faster her heart beat, and the whole idea filled her with nervous excitement. As she prepared to go to sleep, another thought suddenly came to her. Xiangwei had managed to reach level 3 extremely quickly, which meant he was probably already considered an expert among the current players. If she wanted to perform well after entering the game, getting advice from him first would be a smart move. So without wasting any time, she picked up her phone and sent Xiangwei a message, asking whether he had any useful tips before she entered the game world. At that same time, Xiangwei was with his classmates when her message suddenly appeared on his screen. Xiangwei looked down at his phone and immediately smiled. He could hardly believe what was happening. Someone like the protagonist's younger sister was actually coming to him for advice. In his eyes, this was a rare opening, a perfect chance to get closer to her. Xiangwei quickly replied, telling her that she had definitely asked the right person. He then shared what he considered an important game secret. At the very beginning, she should put all of her attribute points into agility. Otherwise, she would not be fast enough to escape from monsters and would end up dying again and again. She hesitated and asked if that still applied, even if she chose a mage class. Xiangwei confidently assured her that it did. Agility was useful for mages too, he explained, because it improved casting speed, and in the early stages, being able to cast faster could make all the difference. Still not fully confident, she asked what she should do if she improved her agility and still could not win. Xiangwei told her not to worry so much. As long as someone in their village reached level 5, the village's teleportation formation would activate and connect all the starter villages together. Once that happened, she could simply join a random party to help her level up, and when the teleportation circle opened, he would personally come find her. Hearing that, she instantly felt much happier. Lying on her bed, she smiled to herself, thinking that people like Xiangwei really were useful at times. Just like that, she had already found someone willing to help her. As sleepiness slowly came over her, another pleased thought crossed her mind. This was perfect. She would enter the game before her brother, level up quickly, and become strong first. Then, when her brother finally joined, she would make sure he had a miserable time. No help, no support. He would have to figure everything out by himself. Feeling satisfied with that little plan, she drifted into sleep, full of excitement for the adventure waiting ahead. The scene then shifted back to the game, where the protagonist stood among the loot left behind by the defeated boss monster. Amid the scattered treasures, one glowing orb immediately caught his attention. The moment he picked it up, a system notification appeared, announcing that he had obtained the curse ring, a gold-tier item. The system quickly displayed its attributes. The ring could be equipped by anyone, and it increased every attribute by 8 points. It also granted 26 points of dark elemental resistance and made weak point attacks 1.5 times stronger. However, there was one condition. The user had to be at least level 4 before wearing it. Looking over the effects, the protagonist immediately understood how valuable the item was. A boost of 8 points to every attribute meant a total increase of 32 points, which was almost the same as gaining 3 full levels. On top of that, the dark elemental resistance would be useful against many enemies, and the weak point damage boost was a very welcome bonus. Because of all that, he instantly recognized the curse ring as a valuable piece of equipment, something that could support him greatly on the journey ahead. Before he could spend too much time thinking about the new ring, another system notification appeared in front of him. This time, it informed him that he had learned a new skill called Instant Shadow Slash, a silver-tier assassin-type ability. The system then explained the skill's effects in detail. When activated, Instant Shadow Slash would release multiple slashes in a single direction, reaching as far as 15 meters. It also granted 5 seconds of temporary invincibility, striking every enemy within a 2.1 meter wide path 3 times. Each hit dealt 100 damage and counted as a backstab, though it could not trigger weak point damage. The cooldown was 12 seconds. After seeing the effects, the protagonist immediately understood how practical the ability was. It was a strong area attack, and the temporary invincibility made it even more valuable in dangerous fights. He learned the skill right away. Then, seeing that he still had evolution points left, he decided to strengthen one of his most important abilities, Greedy Hand. The system immediately consumed 8 evolution points, and Greedy Hand was upgraded from Jade rank all the way to Diamond rank. With that upgrade, the effects of Greedy Hand improved dramatically. The chance of gaining extra loot from defeated monsters rose from 160% to 220%, while the chance of upgrading that loot by 1 level increased from 20% to 40%. Thinking through the new effect, the protagonist realized that from now on, every enemy he killed would give him 2 extra pieces of loot, making each victory 3 times more rewarding than before. Not wanting his remaining evolution points to sit unused, he then upgraded Instant Shadow Slash 3 times in a row. The system took 3 more evolution points, leaving him with only 1 point remaining. Instant Shadow Slash rapidly evolved, rising from silver rank to gold rank before finally reaching platinum rank. Its attack range expanded from 15 meters to 21 meters, giving him much greater reach in battle. The invisibility effect now lasted 7 seconds, giving him more time to stay protected after using the skill. The number of slashes increased from 3 to 5, and the attack now struck all enemies within a wider 3.1 meter path. Its cooldown was also slightly reduced, dropping from 12 seconds to 10.43 seconds, making it more efficient while still requiring careful timing. Even better, each strike now dealt 200 damage, doubling its original power. Every single slash still counted as a backstab, which meant it could trigger the backstab skill effect, even though it could not hit weak points. After looking over the upgraded details, the protagonist understood that while the cooldown had not been reduced by much, the longer invisibility alone could become a huge advantage in real combat. He then looked through the rest of the loot scattered around him. Most of it was not very useful to him, but one item still stood out from the pile, a silver-tier warrior skill book called Battle Roar. He knew that selling Battle Roar would bring him more tradable lifespan. But just as he finished sorting through the loot, he suddenly noticed movement nearby. He turned around and saw 3 massive creatures crawling toward him, their huge bodies closing in with an ugly, threatening presence. Without needing a second look, he recognized them as level 4 limb crawlers, grotesque and dangerous monsters. But instead of feeling afraid, his eyes sharpened with interest. These creatures had arrived at the perfect time for him to test his newly upgraded skill. Without any hesitation, he activated Instant Shadow Slash. In the next instant, his body blurred forward like a streak of darkness. A rapid series of slashes tore through the air, cutting into the limb crawlers with terrifying speed and precision. The limb crawlers were ripped apart before they even had a chance to react. As the dust and broken remains settled, a system notification appeared, confirming that the monsters had been defeated. The system recorded his victory and rewarded him with 80 experience points, along with an additional 5 days of tradable lifespan. Standing in the aftermath of the attack, The protagonist was surrounded by a dark and intimidating aura. He remained calm as he looked over the results, quietly realizing that his ability to kill enemies had improved by a large margin. He quickly began thinking through his battle strategy. If he combined Poison Dart with Instant Shadow Slash, he might be able to end many fights before his enemies even had a real chance to respond. Then he checked his tradable lifespan and saw that he currently had 618 days. However, to bring his game skills and equipment into the real world, he needed at least 900 days, which was about 2.5 years. With that goal in mind, he planned his next move. First, he would sell all the valuable items in his inventory. If things went smoothly, he might reach the required lifespan much sooner. And once he reached level 10, he would finally be able to connect the virtual world with reality. The scene then shifted to the protagonist heading back toward the starter town. Thanks to his latent image skill, his figure stayed hidden as he moved along quietly. While moving in silence, he suddenly heard voices nearby. A man was congratulating a woman for reaching level 3, while also reminding her of a promise they had made. Watching from the shadows, he quickly recognized the two people as Zhang Lizzie and Lao Mao. From their conversation, it became clear that they had struck a deal before. Lao Mao had agreed to help Zhang Lizzie reach level 3, so Lao Mao wore a smug expression as he mocked Qin Feng for being foolish enough to reject Zhang Lizzie's offer. In his eyes, turning down that kind of money was simply stupid, and he casually said they could discuss the deal further once they met in the real world. What neither of them realized was that Qin Feng was already moving silently between them, completely hidden in plain sight. Lao Mao had no idea Qin Feng was right there beside him, and he continued looking down on the value of lifespan inside the game. To him, there was nothing worth worrying about. As long as he kept playing, he believed he could gather tradable lifespan just as easily as earning ordinary game currency. From Lao Mao's point of view, the smartest path was obvious. He could turn his progress in the game into real money outside of it, and that made him feel like he had discovered a brilliant shortcut before everyone else. Back in the starter town, Qin Feng stood before the teleportation gate. As he slowly stretched out his hand toward it, bright blue energy began to surge across the gate's surface, lighting up the area in front of him. The blue light grew more intense, and a system window soon appeared before Qin Feng. It congratulated him for activating the teleportation formation in Shell Town and rewarded him with 1 reputation point. The system also explained that he could use the teleportation gate once per day for free, but if he wanted to use it more than that, he would have to pay with tradable lifespan. But for now, the gate had almost no practical use. None of the other teleportation gates in the game had been activated yet, so there was nowhere for this one to connect to. Qin Feng understood the teleportation system very well. It worked both ways, which meant activating only one side was meaningless. For the formation to truly function, another player in a different starter town had to reach level 5 and activate their own gate too. He remembered clearly that in his previous life, Song Fei had been in Firefly Town. To make sure he stayed one step ahead, Qin Feng set up an altar that would alert him the moment the Firefly Town gate became active. He was not simply waiting around. He was preparing in advance. The instant that gate opened, he would be ready to face Song Fei. As he moved deeper through the city, his real objective was to reach level 10 and enter the god's abandoned realm. Only there could he finally activate his authority, and only after that would the true trial of the godforsaken game begin. A short while later, Qin Feng opened his shop again. Almost immediately, a system announcement spread to the nearby players, informing them that he was selling equipment and skills for only 10 seconds. It was first come, first served, and the reaction was instant. Players rushed toward him in excitement, shouting that the expert had finally appeared again. Some players shouted that they had been waiting specifically for this moment, saving up tradable lifespan just so they could buy from him. One person proudly said he had already saved 150 days, while another remembered that the last time Qin Feng opened a stall, he sold an icicle spell that helped Gray, the buyer, climb all the way to second place on the rankings. Then another player spotted something that made his eyes light up. It was a silver tier skill book called Battle Roar, and it was a warrior-only ability. Without hesitating for even a second, he decided to buy it. A system notification appeared right after, confirming that the Battle Roar skill book had been sold for a massive 300 days of tradable lifespan. The surrounding players were stunned by the price. One of them could not help but ask whether a single skill book was really worth that much. Another player immediately brushed off his doubt, explaining that Battle Roar could greatly improve a warrior's farming efficiency. With that kind of skill, earning back 300 days of tradable lifespan would take less than 2 days, which made the purchase extremely worthwhile. Once the crowd understood how valuable Qin Feng's items were, the atmosphere became even more frantic. The remaining players surged forward, desperate to grab anything they could before the stall emptied out. In only a few seconds, every item was completely sold out. Qin Feng looked at his system window, and checked the result of the sale. In just 1 minute, he had earned 650 days of tradable lifespan, bringing his total up to 2,174 days. Even so, he was far from satisfied. To bring his attributes, skills, and equipment into the real world, he would need far more lifespan than this. Meanwhile, some unlucky players complained that they had not even gotten a chance to buy anything. They quickly asked whether he would set up shop here again, and Qin Feng calmly confirmed that he would. Just then, a female player suddenly called out to him from the crowd. She said she had a treasure in her possession and asked whether he was interested in making a deal. Qin Feng turned his head toward the voice, and the moment he saw her, he recognized her. She was one of Wang Ming's teammates from earlier. The system quickly identified the item she had brought out. It was a space ring with 12 inventory slots, and even more importantly, it would not take up Qin Feng's backpack space or any of his equipment slots. Qin Feng was briefly surprised by what he saw. He knew exactly how valuable a space ring was. This kind of storage item was rare because it provided extra carrying capacity without occupying a normal ring slot or taking space inside a backpack. Since players could only carry up to 3 storage backpacks, an item like this was incredibly precious. Qin Feng knew that space rings could technically drop from any monster, but the drop rate was absurdly low. For this girl, with her profit-related profession, to obtain one so early in the game was almost unbelievable. Her luck was truly frightening. Without wasting time, Qin Feng asked her for the price, already calculating its true value in his mind. In his past life, a 12-slot space ring like this had once sold for an astonishing 3,600 days of tradable lifespan. But instead of asking for lifespan, the girl gave him an offer he had not expected. She did not want his tradable lifespan at all. What she wanted was for him to add her as a friend and team up with her to defeat a boss monster. Qin Feng agreed immediately, and a system notification appeared soon after, confirming that the player Big Plum had accepted his friend request. After leaving Shell Town together, Qin Feng asked Big Plum about the boss monster she needed help with. Big Plum explained that it was a gold-tier boss, but because she had seen it from too far away, she had not managed to catch its name. All she knew was that it was located on an old, worn-out boat deep in the swamp. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. A worn-out boat in the swamp, and a gold-tier boss on top of it. Could it be the Golden Ghost ship? He knew that the Golden Ghost ship was a rare special boss that could appear at almost any level. Its spawn rate was extremely low, but whenever it appeared in his previous life, the powerful equipment it dropped always drew big guilds into brutal fights. Just discovering the existence of this monster was enough to spark a large-scale battle. But judging from Big Plum's description, Qin Feng guessed that this Golden Ghost ship should only be around level 5, which would make it the easiest version to defeat. Even so, he could not help wondering how Big Plum had managed to find such a rare boss so close to the starter town. His thoughts quickly began connecting the clues. The space ring, her connection to Wang Ming's team, and now a gold-tier boss appearing almost as if luck had dragged it in front of her. Suddenly, a possibility flashed through Qin Feng's mind. Could she be the rumored koi fish from his previous life? He remembered the whispers he had heard back then. People had once said that someone on Wang Ming's team possessed terrifying luck, the kind of luck that allowed them to stumble upon rare bosses, treasure chests, hidden palaces, and ancient temples just by wandering around. At the time, Qin Feng had assumed those rumors were just a cover story meant to hide the team's real intelligence sources. But now, looking at Big Plum right in front of him, he realized those rumors had most likely been true all along. Lost in thought, Qin Feng stared at her for a moment, trying to understand what her existence really meant. Big Plum noticed his gaze, her cheeks turning slightly red as she asked why he was looking at her like that. Qin Feng quickly snapped back to himself, told her it was nothing, and shifted his attention back to the road ahead. As Qin Feng and Big Plum passed through the main gate of the starter town, neither of them noticed the figure hiding nearby. Behind a tree, a bald player crouched in the shadows, silently watching their every move. Elsewhere, a group of fierce-looking players had gathered together. In front of several bald players stood a long-haired man, speaking with the confidence of someone used to being obeyed. He boasted about his past victories, including how he had once led his team to conquer the overlord of Sand City. With a proud expression, he told the bald players that as long as they followed him, he would guarantee their success in this game. But before he could continue, the bald player who had been tracking Qin Feng hurried back and reported that the target had left town with a girl. Their boss immediately broke into a smirk. Hearing that Qin Feng had left with a girl, he laughed and assumed Qin Feng was just another young man easily distracted by a pretty face. Without wasting another second, he gathered his men and ordered them to move out. It was time for them to make their move. Meanwhile, outside the town, Qin Feng and Big Plum continued along the road while discussing the conditions for his help. Qin Feng made it clear that if the boss dropped equipment or skill books Big Plum could use, those items would belong to her. Everything else, however, would go to him. Big Plum thought it over, then asked what Wang Ming and the other party members would receive from this arrangement. Qin Feng explained calmly that because everyone had different roles, there was no guarantee that assassin equipment would drop from the boss. If nothing useful for him appeared, then he would have fought for free, and that would not be fair. After hearing his reasoning, Big Plum understood and agreed to the terms, though she still had one small request. If the boss dropped gear that her captain or the other members of her party could use, she asked whether Qin Feng would be willing to sell it to her at a discounted price. Qin Feng agreed to that without making things difficult. With the conditions settled, Big Plum said they could head to the boss's location once Wang Ming and the rest of her party logged back into the game. But after walking for a while, she suddenly realized she had no idea where Qin Feng was taking her. Only when Qin Feng finally told her their destination did she understand. They were going to fight the gold tier boss right now. Big Plum was instantly shocked. To her, that idea sounded far too reckless, almost completely insane. Qin Feng was an assassin, and she was a mage. Even if he could turn invisible, she had no way to withstand even one serious hit from a boss that strong. Challenging a gold tier boss this early with only the two of them felt no different from walking straight toward death. But Qin Feng remained perfectly calm. He never intended for her to fight in the first place. His plan was to handle the boss alone while she stayed far back and watched from a safe distance. Even with his confident tone, Big Plum still found it hard to believe. She knew Qin Feng was strong, but soloing a gold-tier boss at this stage of the game was something she had never heard of before. Just as Big Plum was about to question him further, Qin Feng suddenly stopped walking, as if he had sensed something nearby. Without saying a single word, he activated his latent image skill, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Big Plum froze on the spot, completely stunned. She looked around in confusion, trying to understand what had just happened. A moment ago, Qin Feng had been standing right beside her, yet now there was nothing but empty space. She called out to him uncertainly, but no answer came back, only a quiet silence around her. Not far away, hidden behind the trees, the group of bald-headed players continued watching Qin Feng and Big Plum from a distance. Their leader wore a confident smirk, certain that they had the advantage. But then one of his men noticed something strange. Qin Feng had vanished. The players exchanged confused looks and turned to their boss for orders. Without thinking too deeply, the leader dismissed it, assuming Qin Feng had tricked Big Plum and abandoned her there alone. With a wicked grin, he ordered his men to move in. Their plan was to capture Big Plum first and enjoy themselves before dealing with anything else. As they rushed forward, their boss proudly reminded them of his promise, saying that following him meant living a good life. Now, he laughed, even women were practically falling into their hands. But just as they closed in, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared directly in front of them. The leader stopped in his tracks, and the grin on his face disappeared as he stared into the dark aura swirling before him. Confusion flashed across his eyes. He barely had time to wonder what he was looking at before danger was already right in front of him. Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash, and in the blink of an eye, the fight was over. A cold flash sliced through the air, and the entire group was cut down before they could even defend themselves. Their bodies collapsed one after another, torn apart so quickly that they barely understood what had happened before their lives were gone. After finishing them off, Qin Feng seemed to melt back into the darkness. His figure vanished again, leaving no trace behind. A system notification appeared, confirming the result of his attack. 5 players had been killed, and Qin Feng earned 12 days of tradable lifespan from them. Qin Feng glanced briefly at the fallen bodies, but he did not waste much attention on them. Their loot was practically worthless, barely even worth picking through. In Qin Feng's eyes, cutting them down had been no different from wiping out a couple of weak, low-level monsters. They were not worth his time, his anger, or even a second glance. A moment later, Qin Feng silently reappeared beside Big Plum as if nothing had happened at all. His expression remained calm and indifferent, while Big Plum, completely unaware of the brief slaughter that had just taken place, immediately asked why he had suddenly vanished. Qin Feng only shrugged and said a few people had been following them, so he sent them back to town. Big Plum seemed to accept that answer at first, but after a beat, curiosity took over and she started pressing him with more questions. She even joked that she thought he had slipped away to relieve himself, then started imagining how convenient his invisibility must be. With that skill, she said, he could handle something embarrassing without anyone seeing him at all. Qin Feng's face immediately darkened, clearly not amused by the strange direction of the conversation. He cut her off and told her to stay focused and hurry up, because their real target was still the gold-tier boss monster. At that same time, back in Shell Town, the ground suddenly began to glow, and a bright light spread across the summoning area. Right after that, Qin Feng's younger sister appeared in the town as a healer. The moment she opened her eyes and saw the magic staff in front of her, her eyes widened in surprise. She reached out and picked up the staff, and the solid feeling in her hand made her realize that everything here was real. This was not just some dream or illusion. Around her, nearby players quickly turned their attention toward her, immediately recognizing that another newcomer had just arrived. She was thrilled when she realized she had obtained the hidden class, Life Sacrifice. In her mind, a hidden class had to be incredibly powerful, and with this kind of special profession, she was sure she would be able to catch Song Fei's attention. But almost immediately, she started wondering where Song Fei was right now, and whether he already knew the secret about people from the same area appearing at the same starting point. Then, when she thought about Qin Feng, anger flashed in her eyes. He usually watched over her all day long, yet when the truly important moment arrived, he had become completely unreliable. She forced herself to stop thinking about him. After all, she now had a hidden class, and Shang Wei had already promised to help her level up. From this moment on, Qin Feng could fend for himself, because she was not going to worry about him anymore. Her attention then landed on the leaderboard, and the moment her face immediately filled with frustration. Shang Wei was only level 3, yet he had still dared to act like he was some powerful expert. Now she understood that Shadow was the real top player. If she could stay close to someone like him, she would definitely level up much faster than she could with Shang Wei. But then another question appeared in her mind. Where was she supposed to find an expert like Shadow? Not far away, a group of players was gathered together and talking anxiously. They were worried because they still could not get in touch with Swain, the healer in their party. It was Wang Ming's team. Wang Ming knew they could not afford to stand around waiting forever, so he asked if anyone had a solution. One teammate said with concern that without a healer, they would not be able to safely kill monsters. Another player pointed out that they were not experts like Shadow, who could farm alone, so the most practical choice was to find another healer and invite them into the party. While they were trying to figure out what to do, someone suddenly greeted them from nearby. When the group turned around, they saw Qin Feng's younger sister standing there. To her, this was a perfect opportunity. She walked over with a bright smile and asked if they happened to need a healer, then proudly revealed that she had the hidden class, Life Sacrifice. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Qin Feng and Big Plum stood on top of a cliff. Below them stretched a dark, murky swamp, and in the middle of that gloomy water, the golden ghost ship lurked silently like a monster waiting for prey. Qin Feng activated Shadow Sneak and disappeared into the air. Before leaving, he told Big Plum to hide herself properly and watch out for possible ambushes while he went down to deal with the boss. Big Plum looked a little confused, but she still nodded and reminded him to be careful. Qin Feng descended into the swamp, and the moment he entered the area, a system window appeared in front of him. It warned that under the influence of the ghost ship, this place had become a violent domain, where lifespan was consumed at 100 times the normal rate. Qin Feng quickly calculated the loss in his head. At 100 times the normal speed, staying here for 15 minutes would be equal to spending one full day of lifespan. For most players, that would be terrifying, but to him, this kind of violent time-draining domain did not have much impact. The system then detected the Golden Ghost ship as a level 5 boss. But right after that, something unexpected appeared. A countdown timer started ticking, showing 45 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Qin Feng was slightly surprised to see that a special boss like this actually had a time limit. Still, he quickly relaxed, because there were still more than 45 minutes left. For Qin Feng, that amount of time was more than enough to kill it. He immediately activated Instant Shadow Slash. His figure moved like a bolt of thunder across the swamp, and several powerful slashes tore into the boss, dealing a total of 1,500 damage. While the boss was still trying to understand what had just struck it, Qin Feng canceled Shadow Sneak and launched a venom dart without hesitation. The dart flew straight toward the ship's bell and struck it directly, triggering both critical hit and stealth break strike at the same time. As the poison began dealing continuous damage, Qin Feng quickly pulled back and widened the distance between himself and the boss. The Golden Ghost ship was difficult to handle for several reasons. First, most players did not know where its true weakness was. They usually assumed the weak point had to be its skeletal body or the ship itself. But in reality, the real weak point was the ghost fire bell hanging at the tip of the ship. The moment that weakness was attacked, the boss became enraged. Its power spread through the swamp, and it began controlling the surrounding water. The Golden Ghost ship then prepared a massive area attack, forcing towering pillars of water to burst up from the swamp one after another. Qin Feng dodged through the attacks while steadily moving closer to the boss. Those water pillars dealt abnormal damage, and even early-stage warriors wearing full silver armor would barely be able to survive a single hit. Qin Feng was glad his Shadow class gave him such high agility. Without that speed, dodging these attacks would have been almost impossible. At that moment, pale hands suddenly pushed up from beneath the swamp's surface. Rotting zombies known as decaying water ghosts began crawling out of the mud and water. Qin Feng remembered this pattern clearly. Once the boss's area attack ended, it would summon 12 decaying water ghosts, and every one of them had silver tier combat ability. Because Qin Feng was still under the effect of Shadow Sneak, the ghosts could not sense his presence, even though he was standing right among them. The 12 decaying water ghosts were ready to attack viciously, and most ordinary parties would already be thrown into panic at this stage. Worse still, the Golden Ghost ship would summon one more decaying water ghost every 3 minutes. If a team could not kill them fast enough, their numbers would keep growing until the entire party was wiped out. But Qin Feng had been invisible from the very beginning, so none of them could lock onto him. All he needed now was to find the perfect angle. The moment he found it, Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash again. His body flashed through the group at terrifying speed, and the slashes tore through the decaying water ghosts all at once. While Qin Feng was cutting down the monsters below, Big Plum remained on the cliff above, watching everything unfold from a distance. Her body trembled, and her face flushed as she realized just how terrifying the #1 expert Shadow truly was. To her, Qin Feng was far too powerful. He appeared and disappeared without leaving a trace, and in the blink of an eye, he had already taken more than half of the boss's health without giving it any real chance to fight back. But then, to her surprise, Qin Feng suddenly contacted her through chat. He called her Little Black and calmly told her that he was going to die soon, leaving Big Plum completely shocked. With a confident expression, Qin Feng told her there was nothing to worry about. All she had to do was wait for him to revive. Big Plum instantly panicked. She had thought Qin Feng had the advantage, so hearing him say he was going to die made no sense at all. On top of that, she could not help asking who Little Black was supposed to be. Qin Feng calmly asked if that was not her name. She immediately corrected him, saying her nickname was Big Plum, not Little Black, which sounded more like a dog's name. At that moment, someone stomped hard against the ground nearby. It was the man Qin Feng had killed earlier, and this time, he had brought his entire team with him. His face was twisted with anger as he cursed himself for being careless before. Back in his glory days, he had claimed to defeat legends one after another, yet now he felt like he had been humiliated by a mere little girl. One of his men rushed over with good news. He had found the girl on the cliff, and he reported that Shadow, that bastard, was challenging the boss alone at the bottom. Hearing this, the leader's confidence surged. This time, he had brought his full team, so he believed they had a real chance to kill Qin Feng. Down in the swamp, the Golden Ghost ship was furious, and the ship's bell began shining with an eerie light. Qin Feng had already pushed the fight into its 4th stage, which was also the most troublesome and dangerous part of the battle. The boss lifted its, or high, stirring the swamp into violent waves. Once its health dropped to half, it unleashed its massive skill, Soul Surge. The waves spread rapidly across the swamp, rolling outward with terrifying force. From the cliff, Big Plum's eyes widened in fear as she watched the attack sweep toward Qin Feng. Soul Surge instantly disabled Qin Feng's invisibility skill, and at the same time, something began rising beneath his feet. In the very next second, a giant pillar of water erupted upward and trapped his body inside it. The impact struck him brutally, dealing 1,059 points of damage. A system prompt appeared immediately, confirming Qin Feng's death. Because of that death, Qin Feng lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan and 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. Up on the cliff, the leader saw Qin Feng fall and looked extremely pleased. In his eyes, Qin Feng had become arrogant just because people kept calling him an expert. To him, Qin Feng was nothing but a fool for thinking he could challenge a gold-tier boss alone. When the leader and his men saw Qin Feng's dropped lifespan glowing on the ground, their eyes lit up with greed. They rushed toward it like madmen, never imagining that Shadow was this rich. A light orb that large had to contain at least 100 days of lifespan. Since the boss was already low on health, they decided to kill it themselves while also grabbing Qin Feng's dropped lifespan at the same time. But the moment the group took another step forward, their surroundings suddenly changed. Instead of landing near the loot, they found themselves appearing high in the air, completely thrown off by the strange shift. The leader's face twisted in confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. In the next instant, he and all of his men were forcibly teleported back to Shell Town, their plan collapsing before they could even touch the battlefield. The group was furious and frustrated, still unable to figure out why that boss was so terrifying. They could not understand how Shadow had managed to attack it until its health was already down to half. Some of them were especially enraged because the moment they stepped into the swamp, the boss had instantly killed them with a water pillar. And as if that was not bad enough, the entire swamp was also crawling with smaller monsters. To them, this boss was simply impossible to fight. The leader clenched his teeth, refusing to accept such a humiliating result. They had already suffered heavy losses, but instead of backing down, he barked an order for his men to follow him again. He was determined to go back and try one more time. At the same time, someone suddenly jumped back into the swamp. It was Qin Feng, who had already returned to the battlefield. But when he saw so many lifespan orbs scattered across the ground, even he felt a little puzzled. Through the chat, Qin Feng told Big Plum that he had already returned, then asked why there were so many lifespan light orbs lying around. Big Plum was surprised by how quickly he had come back, but she quickly explained that the lifespan belonged to a group of players who had rushed loudly at the boss, only to be wiped out by the water pillar almost immediately. Qin Feng could not help but smile when he realized those people had completely overestimated themselves. But the sight also reminded him of his previous life, when he had suffered quite a bit because of the Golden Ghost ship as well. The boss was still roaming through the swamp, and Qin Feng watched it carefully. He knew that the Golden Ghost ship would only use its immobilization skill once, so the rest of its remaining health would be much easier to deal with. However, once its health fell below half and it took damage, there was a fixed chance it would disappear and reappear far away, which was exactly what made it so difficult for ordinary players to kill. Without wasting another second, Qin Feng launched a poison dart straight toward the boss, and the dart struck the ship's bell with perfect accuracy. The Golden Ghost ship instantly became enraged and began preparing another attack. The moment Qin Feng saw that movement, he activated Shadow Sneak and vanished into invisibility. After calmly studying the boss's movements, Qin Feng used Instant Shadow Slash and rushed in with swift precision. He had already seen through its attack pattern, so every movement he made was sharp and deliberate. Meanwhile, the leader and his men returned to the cliff once again. One of them quickly reported that Qin Feng was already fighting the boss again. Hearing this, the leader's eyes darkened, and he immediately began looking for a chance to take down both Qin Feng and the boss together. When Big Plum saw that the same group of idiots had come back to cause trouble again, anger surged inside her. Shadow was clearly close to killing the boss, and she refused to let these bastards ruin everything and get away with it. She tightened her grip around her magic staff and focused her power. In the next moment, crackling thunder began gathering around the staff. A bolt of lightning shot out from the magic staff and crashed down onto the men below. The strike scorched their bodies instantly, leaving the others around them staring in shock. The leader, now furious, shouted out and demanded to know who had attacked him. One of his men quickly raised a trembling finger and pointed toward Big Plum, telling him that she was the one responsible. The leader grabbed his axe from the ground, his face twisted with rage, and ordered his men to kill her. The moment Big Plum saw them turning toward her, fear filled her eyes. She immediately turned and ran, shouting for help as fast as she could. Behind her, the leader and his men charged after her, cursing loudly and swearing that they would kill her. Not far from that area, a man hiding behind a tree quietly watched the chase unfold from the shadows. And he was not alone. Another man was hiding behind him as well. When they noticed Big Plum and the group of pursuers getting closer, both of them quickly ducked back behind the tree and concealed themselves again. Back in the swamp, Qin Feng pulled some distance away from the boss, his eyes locked firmly on its movements. He could tell at a glance that the Golden Ghost ship was already close to death. Still, everything had gone about the way he expected. Even though the Golden Ghost ship was only a level 5 boss, fighting it alone was still extremely troublesome. His damage was not high enough to end the battle quickly, so the fight had dragged on longer than he wanted, which naturally attracted more people to watch. When Qin Feng noticed movement on the cliff, he immediately realized those were the same players who had just died and returned. He also spotted another group waiting near the swamp, clearly planning to let him finish killing the boss first before attacking him and stealing the loot. At that moment, the poison finally began taking full effect on the boss. Its eyes started glowing, and not long after, its entire body began fading away. The system announced that the gold-grade Golden Ghost ship had been defeated. Qin Feng received 480 experience points as a reward, and his level rose all the way to level 8. Along with that, he gained 7 evolution points and 216 days of tradable lifespan. Right after that, Qin Feng activated Shadow Sneak again and disappeared from sight. Their dream of stealing the spoils had been a nice one, but unfortunately for them, they had miscalculated. A global system announcement rang out across the entire game, declaring that the Shelltown player Shadow had become the first person on the server to kill a gold-grade boss. As a reward, he received 3 reputation points. That announcement immediately drew the attention of every player in the area, and countless eyes turned toward the news in disbelief. No one knew exactly who Shadow was, or how he had become so powerful. Some players were shocked, while others were furious, insisting that the first person to kill a gold-grade boss should have come from Han City instead. In Shelltown, Wang Ming stared at the system notification in confusion. It had not been long since Shadow had been fighting a bronze boss alone, yet after such a short time, he had already solo killed a gold boss. Wang Ming could not understand why the gap between Shadow and everyone else was so enormous. At the same time, Qin Feng's younger sister stared at the announcement with determination shining in her eyes. Now she was certain that Shadow was the strongest player. If Shadow helped her level up, then she would definitely have a much better chance of seeing Brother Song Fei. After the boss's body disappeared, glowing lifespan and scattered loot were left behind on the ground. The boss of the group hiding behind the tree could not hold back a grin when he saw how much loot had dropped. With a wicked look in his eyes, he realized that Shadow had gone invisible without collecting anything, which meant Shadow must be cautious of them. He immediately ordered Guang to use his skill and locate Shadow. They planned to kill Qin Feng and take the gold boss's loot for themselves. Guang nodded, raised his bow, and activated a skill called Phantom Horned Eagle. He released an arrow toward the swamp, and as it flew through the air, it transformed into the ghostly shape of an eagle. The spectral eagle soared over the swamp before suddenly exploding. Countless ghostly feathers scattered down from above, drifting across the entire area. Qin Feng observed them carefully from the shadows. He had not expected this hunter to learn an anti-invisibility skill so early. No wonder these people were so confident about killing him and stealing the loot. But unfortunately for them, Qin Feng's assassin class gave his invisibility an extra level. Guang's skill was only level 1, so it was not strong enough to break through his shadow sneak. Guang, feeling completely confident, turned back to his boss and reported that Shadow must have run away after seeing how many of them there were. The boss and his men began moving toward the loot. He decided their first priority was to guard it, so he warned everyone not to be careless and to stay ready for battle at any moment. The ownership protection on the boss's loot would last for 5 minutes. Once that time ended, the loot would become theirs. Proud smiles spread across their faces as before they could even react, Qin Feng moved like thunder. His attacks flashed through the group in an instant, cutting them all down before they had any chance to fight back. Once the area finally became quiet again, Qin Feng turned his attention toward the loot. But then a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Where had Big Plum gone? He decided to put that question aside for the moment and look for her afterward. Right now, he had enough evolution points to upgrade Greedy Hand again. So before collecting the loot, Qin Feng chose to upgrade the skill first, making sure he would squeeze the greatest possible value out of the boss rewards. Greedy Hand rose from diamond quality to epic quality. It could still be used on monster corpses, but now its chance of obtaining extra loot increased from 220% to 300%. Even better, any extra loot gained through the skill now had a 100% chance of being upgraded by 1 tier. Qin Feng then began collecting the loot, determined to make full use of that guaranteed upgrade effect. He gathered the glowing drops together, making sure not to waste even the smallest bit of value. As Greedy Hand activated and began absorbing the loot, a satisfied smile slowly appeared on Qin Feng's face. A bright light rose from the forest, and after Greedy Hand finished working, Qin Feng obtained 21 evolution points, 648 days of tradable lifespan, and 2 special items known as Ghost Fire Bells. Qin Feng's eyes widened slightly in surprise when he saw that he had actually obtained 2 Ghost Fire Bells at once. The Ghost Fire Bell was a special item. After equipping it, Qin Feng would not lose lifespan when he died, though the effect had a cooldown of 1,560 seconds. It also came with 2 skills, 1 passive and 1 active. The passive skill, Soul Absorption, increased the amount of lifespan dropped by monsters he killed by 20%, and owning 2 Ghost Fire Bells would double that effect. The active skill, Soul Shock, allowed him to shake the bell and immobilize every enemy within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 512 seconds. The Ghost Fire Bell was not considered equipment, but a special item, so it did not take up any equipment slots. Even better, 2 Ghost Fire Bells only occupied a single inventory slot, making them extremely convenient to carry. But while Qin Feng was still focused on the new items, Big Plum suddenly contacted him through chat and begged him to come save her. Qin Feng immediately became alert, his expression turning serious as he asked where she was. Qin Feng's heart tightened as he tried to figure out where Little Black had been taken. All he could hear through the voice chat was her panicked screaming, her voice shaking as she begged those people not to come any closer. Little Black was trembling with fear because the leader and his men had already forced her into a corner. They sneered at her, praising her stubborn resistance, but then coldly reminded her that she had nowhere left to run. They told her to come over quietly, promising in a disgusting tone that they would make her feel so good she would practically ascend to heaven. Her fingers curled tightly into a fist, but when she glanced behind her, her heart sank. There was nothing there except the edge of the cliff. Even so, her eyes hardened, because no matter what happened, she was not going to let these bastards be the ones to kill her. Without giving herself even a moment to hesitate, she leaned backward and threw herself straight off the cliff. The leader and the others froze in place, completely stunned as her figure vanished over the edge. Her body dropped through the air at terrifying speed, falling faster and faster until she slammed hard into the ground below. Pain tore through her instantly, and blood began spreading out beneath her, staining the earth around her body. Soon, her body started to fade away, breaking apart and transforming back into lifespan. The leader leaned over the cliff and looked down, his face full of confusion, as if he still could not believe she had truly jumped. In his mind, he had to admit she was far more decisive than he expected. Little Black quickly told Qin Feng that he no longer had to come and save her. She had already died and returned to town, and what relieved her most was that all the tradable lifespan from their party had been placed with Captain Wang Meng. Qin Feng finally let out a breath of relief and told her to wait there for him, because he was going to hand some things over to her. Hearing that, Little Black's mood brightened at once, and she happily praised him for working so hard. After that, Qin Feng swept through the area and collected every bit of lifespan lying around. This time, the harvest was huge. His tradable lifespan had already climbed to 3,115 days, and on top of that, he had gained 21 evolution points. He decided to spend the points first and tried to evolve Greedy Hand. But then a system window appeared, telling him that Greedy Hand had already reached epic quality. To evolve it any further, it would require 10 times more evolution points, and the system asked whether he wanted to spend 210 evolution points to continue evolving the skill. Qin Feng was not shocked by this at all. In fact, this result was exactly what he had expected. A skill of that level could not possibly keep evolving so easily. The higher a skill climbed, the more evolution points it naturally consumed. So he chose to put that aside for now and focus on improving his attack skills first. After all, the stronger his damage became, the stronger the bosses he could challenge, and that meant the loot he gained would only get better. He focused his attention on Instant Shadow Slash, and in one breath, the skill jumped directly from Platinum Grade to Diamond Grade. Its attack range expanded from 21 meters to 27 meters, and the invisibility duration also increased, stretching from 7 seconds to 9 seconds. The improvement did not stop there. Now, instead of striking enemies along the path 5 times, Qin Feng could unleash 7 slashes in a single sequence. The total duration reached 10 seconds, and even the length of each slash increased, growing from 3.1 meters to 4 meters. With the slash length now reaching 4.1 meters, every strike would also deal 300 additional damage instead of the previous 200. After spending 10 evolution points, Qin Feng was left with only 3 points. Then his starter skill, Backstab Enhancement, also rose from normal grade all the way to gold grade, skipping bronze and silver entirely. From now on, whenever he used Backstab, the damage increase would be 30% instead of only 15%. Qin Feng was extremely satisfied, because after evolving Instant Shadow Slash twice, the skill's damage had practically doubled. Even without entering stealth mode, and without breaking invisibility, he could still deal around 3,000 points of damage. And if stealth was broken while he performed Backstab, the combined damage from all 7 slashes could reach somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000. Through the system window, Qin Feng began carefully checking his skills and loot. He remembered that a gold-tier boss would normally drop only 2 to 4 pieces of silver equipment, with just a small chance of dropping gold equipment. But because of Greedy Hand's effect, he had obtained 11 pieces of gold equipment and skill books, along with 2 platinum pieces of equipment and 1 platinum skill book. This harvest was already very impressive, especially since 3 of those items could actually be used by assassin-type players. Among the equipment was a platinum-grade assassin weapon called the Ghost Ship Dual Blades. Its damage reached 136 points, it added 22 agility, increased attack speed by 24%, and provided 17 points of armor penetration. The requirement to equip it was level 5, and its unique effect was even more eye-catching. Every normal attack would deal damage twice. Qin Feng immediately. Next, Qin Feng was genuinely amazed when he saw the effect. Leveling up had not increased his constitution. Using the system settings, Qin Feng chose to hide the appearance of his defensive equipment and kept the basic starter look of the assassin class on the outside. That way, other players would not be able to judge his equipment just by looking at him. They would have to open the game interface and inspect him properly to see anything. But his upgrades were not finished yet, because there was still one final item waiting in his inventory. When Qin Feng checked his inventory again, he discovered that the last item was a skill book. It was called Ghost Shadow Blur, a gold-tier assassin class skill. This skill was passive, granting a 15% dodge rate, and whenever dodge successfully activated, it would make the user immune to all damage from that attack. Qin Feng was happy at first, because he had finally obtained a survival skill for assassins. But almost immediately, he remembered why this skill was usually considered weak. In this game, increasing dodge rate was extremely difficult. If a player invested too much in a dodge, their other attributes would fall behind. And if dodge failed to activate at the critical moment, the situation could become extremely dangerous. But Qin Feng was different from ordinary players. As his body began to glow with the light of learning the skill, he knew he had an advantage no one else had. He could evolve skills infinitely. For him, raising the dodge rate would not require sacrificing other attributes at all. That meant this skill brought him only benefits, with almost no drawback. After finishing his upgrades, Qin Feng started leaving the area and decided it was time to return. The remaining loot was mostly equipment for warriors, priests, and archers. He could sell those items to Wang Ming at a 10% discount. And although Wang Ming's group probably could not afford everything right now, Qin Feng was sure that with Wang Ming's personality, he would still take them on credit. This huge round of upgrades was all thanks to Little Black. Without that lucky koi, Qin Feng would never have found a level 5 ghost ship to attack in the first place. So he decided he definitely had to thank her properly. As Qin Feng passed by a tree on his way back, several figures suddenly appeared nearby. It was the furious leader from before, and his men had come with him. Qin Feng noticed the moment they saw Shadow standing there, fear filled their eyes. Without even daring to say another word, they turned around and began running for their lives. Of course, Qin Feng had no intention of letting them escape so easily. He activated Shadow Stealth, and as his figure began fading from sight, he let out a quiet sigh. Before those men could even take another proper step, Qin Feng moved like a flash of thunder. In the blink of an eye, he caught up and killed all of the leader's subordinates. When the leader saw his men fall one after another, panic completely took over. He turned and ran with every bit of strength he had, but Qin Feng was never going to give him that chance. Qin Feng suddenly appeared right in front of him and released his invisibility. The leader nearly crashed into him face first, and his eyes were already wet with fear. Trembling, he admitted that he had been wrong and swore he would never do it again. He begged Qin Feng to spare him, saying that he had less than 1 year of lifespan left. Qin Feng looked at him coldly and asked whether he had ever thought about his own fate before attacking other people. Qin Feng showed no mercy. He struck the leader with a poison dart, and as the man collapsed and twisted in pain behind him, Qin Feng simply turned his back and walked away. Because Qin Feng had killed too many players, he gained a layer of a status called Killer. Right now, he was only at the first layer of the Killer status, but if he died, he would lose 75% of his current lifespan. Even so, Qin Feng remained calm. He still had the Ghostfire Bell, and if he accidentally died once, that item would protect him from losing any lifespan. After leaving the area, Qin Feng finally returned to Shell Town. The moment he entered, countless eyes immediately turned toward him. The players around him began whispering among themselves. After all, Qin Feng had just killed a gold-tier boss, and that news alone was enough to leave everyone stunned. But when some people saw that he did not appear to be wearing any impressive equipment, they began suspecting that he must have exploited some kind of bug to defeat the boss. As Qin Feng continued walking through the town, a man suddenly stepped forward and politely asked him to wait. Qin Feng turned back with a curious look. The man smiled and held up a skill book, explaining that they had mistakenly bought an assassin skill book earlier. He asked Qin Feng to accept it, saying they could simply treat everything that happened between them as if it had never happened. The system quickly identified the skill book. It was a common tier skill called Impale, a single target attack. When it hit, it added 20 attack points and stunned the enemy for 2 seconds. Its cooldown was 22 seconds. Qin Feng accepted the skill book, and his eyes widened slightly in surprise. This was actually a control skill. After taking the book, Qin Feng did not say much more and simply continued on his way. The man and his group also turned and left in another direction. One of the men was furious and complained to Zian Xiao that they had been killed by Qin Feng. In his eyes, handing over a skill book like that was far too cowardly. Another man nodded along, saying that no one had ever dared to treat them this way before. Then another one suggested using all of their personal connections to gather people. If everyone contributed, even one mouthful of spit from each person would be enough to drown Qin Feng, so there was no reason for them to fear him. With a serious look, Zian Xiao pointed out that Shadow was growing far too quickly and leveling up completely on his own, which meant he must be hiding some huge secret. He wanted to find Qin Feng in real life and kidnap him. That way, they would not only uncover his secret, but might even be able to turn him into their slave and force him to collect lifespan for them. The man immediately praised Xiao Xiao, calling it an excellent plan. Xiao Xiao then decided to have the family send a woman to approach Qin Feng and try to draw information out of him. When he heard Shadow's voice earlier, it had sounded very unfamiliar, and he was certain Qin Feng was not part of their circle. To him, that meant Qin Feng had to be poor. So they planned to find a professional beauty, fully convinced that Qin Feng would fall right into their trap. Meanwhile, Qin Feng met up with Little Black and told her to accept the trade, because he wanted to give her a few things. The moment she heard that, excitement lit up in her eyes. But she still hurriedly corrected him, saying her name was not Little Black, it was Big Plum. Qin Feng handed her a powerful skill and a necklace. Once Big Plum equipped them and activated the skill, flames began surging from her magic staff. She was overjoyed, because with this skill and necklace together, her damage had multiplied several times over. On top of that, her mana regeneration had more than doubled. She looked at Qin Feng with sincere gratitude and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Qin Feng told her there was no need to be so polite, explaining that he was only following their original agreement. Then he asked her to give him the space ring. Big Plum smiled, took the space ring out from her inventory, and told him he could keep it. Her cheeks turned slightly red as she continued speaking. She revealed that while she had been fleeing through the forest earlier, she had discovered an underground cave that seemed to be the entrance to some kind of ruin. Then she looked at Qin Feng and asked whether he was interested in checking it out. Qin Feng was a little surprised. First, there had been the Golden Ghost ship, and now she had somehow found the entrance to a ruin. At that moment, he truly realized how beneficial it was to be friends with this girl. Of course, the sincerity went both ways. If he had not given her 2 pieces of gold equipment, she probably would not have told him such valuable information. With the space ring in hand, Qin Feng's inventory finally expanded to 27 slots. He then asked where Wang Meng was, and said that after selling the remaining items to them, he would go take a look at the ruin entrance she mentioned. Big Plum raised her hand and explained that the captain and the others had gone to train the new priest, so they probably would not be back anytime soon. Using the map, Big Plum marked the location of the ruin entrance for Qin Feng. She explained that behind the bushes, there was a stone slab lying on the ground. While she was running away, she had moved the slab aside and hidden inside. But after walking only a few steps into the passage, she heard screams echoing from deeper within. She had been so frightened that she immediately ran back out. Otherwise, those men might never have managed to catch her. Qin Feng's figure soon vanished from sight, and instead of waiting around in Shell Town, he decided to head straight for the ruins first. As for the trade with Wang Meng, that could wait until Wang Meng came back. Big Plum stood there for a moment, a little confused by how quickly he had made up his mind. Leaving Shell Town behind, Qin Feng moved into the forest once again, his figure slipping between the trees as he followed the route toward the place Big Plum had marked. Originally, Qin Feng had planned to find a suitable area and grind monsters until he reached level 10. But now that a ruin entrance had appeared, there was no need to waste time on ordinary grinding. In a beginner town, there were mainly 3 types of ruins that could appear: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. No matter which type of ruin it turned out to be, the small monsters inside would at least be bronze tier. There was even a chance of running into silver tier monsters. To Qin Feng, that was not danger alone. It was practically a huge pile of lifespan and evolution points waiting to be collected. Following the exact location Big Plum had marked on his map, Qin Feng crossed through the forest and finally arrived at the hidden entrance of the ruin. Without wasting any time, Qin Feng stepped inside. As he entered, he once again went over the different ruin types in his mind. In beginner towns, ruins were usually divided into tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Tombs were the simplest to understand. They were packed with large numbers of monsters, and clearing them all was extremely difficult. Most of the time, there would also be a golden boss waiting at the end. Cursed ruins were different. The monsters inside had all been cursed by ancient gods or evil gods. Some of them might once have been human, but after being corrupted, some lost their minds, while others became ghosts after death. As for temples, the monsters there were usually believers of ancient gods or evil gods, and the temple layouts were often twisted, complicated, and much harder to navigate. The deeper Qin Feng walked, the more ancient murals appeared along the surrounding walls. In places like this, if someone managed to pass through the final 2 sections, they would often receive a special item or even a skill book as a reward. As Qin Feng looked closely at the murals carved into the walls, he quickly realized what kind of place this was. This ruin was not a tomb or a cursed ruin. It was a temple of faith. He slowed his steps and began studying the murals more carefully, because the images felt strangely familiar. Right then, low roars echoed from deeper inside the passage. Qin Feng continued walking down the hall. At the same time, somewhere else in the forest, Wang Meng and his party were in the middle of fighting a monster. Wang Meng stood at the front with his shield raised, bracing himself as he blocked the monster's attacks head-on. But the monster suddenly lunged forward with frightening speed. Before Wang Meng could fully react, its sharp claw ripped toward him, striking him hard enough to send his whole body flying through the air and dealing terrifying damage in an instant. Seeing their captain badly injured, the party's archer immediately panicked. He shouted for the healer to heal him right away. But Qin Feng's sister froze in place, her body stiff with fear, completely unsure of what she was supposed to do. Tears welled up in her eyes as she clutched the magic staff tightly with both hands. Her voice trembled as she asked them how she was supposed to heal him. While everyone's attention was shaken, the monster leapt again and prepared to attack. Seeing the danger closing in, the party swordsman drew his sword at once and urgently ordered Qin Feng's sister to use her skill. But instead of following the order, she collapsed to her knees on the ground. The magic staff slipped from her hands, and she broke down crying, completely overwhelmed by fear. The monster attacked again without mercy, and Wang Ming's entire party was wiped out. In the next moment, all of them were eliminated and teleported back to Shell Town. When Wang Ming and his men reappeared in town, their faces were dark with anger, and the frustration around them was almost impossible to hide. Big Plum happened to be nearby and greeted them as soon as she saw them return. With a smile, she asked why they had come back so quickly, then explained that the expert Shadow still had not returned yet, so they could not buy the equipment for the time being. The archer, still furious, immediately pointed at Qin Xiaoyu and snapped that he had never seen anyone as stupid as her. In his eyes, she did not know how to dodge monster attacks, and she did not even know how to use her own skills. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes turned red, and she began crying, completely lost and not knowing what to do. Big Plum quickly stepped in front of Qin Xiaoyu and looked at the archer in confusion. She asked why he had to be so harsh, explaining that Qin Xiaoyu was only a beginner, and since this was her first time playing the game, dying once was perfectly normal. But the archer's eyes burned with rage as he told Big Plum to move aside, saying he was going to scold Qin Xiaoyu to death. The swordsman then explained the real problem to Big Plum. They had not died just once. In less than an hour, they had already died 3 separate times. The moment Big Plum heard that, her eyes widened in genuine surprise. Then Big Plum smiled and proudly showed off the necklace Qin Feng had given her. She decided to go with them herself, saying that she had just received 2 excellent things from the expert. Now that she had become much stronger, she believed that as long as she joined them, they should not die again. Wang Ming stepped forward and firmly ordered everyone to stop arguing. To him, Big Plum's suggestion was actually not bad. With her joining the party this time, things should go much more smoothly, and maybe once they returned, they would be able to meet Shadow as well. Although Qin Xiaoyu was furious deep down, she forced herself to look grateful on the outside. She apologized softly and promised that she would work hard. But in her heart, she could hardly believe these people had the nerve to blame her when they could not handle the fight themselves. If it were not for the fact that they had connections to Shadow, she would not have bothered dealing with them at all. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already entered a room deeper inside the temple, and something in front of him immediately caught his attention. 2 monsters were kneeling before him as if worshipping something. The system quickly identified them as devout followers of the ancient god. They were called the Judged, and both of them were level 10 silver tier monsters. A suspicious light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he stared at the 2 kneeling monsters, clearly sensing that something about this situation was not normal. But he did not waste another second standing there. With a determined look, Qin Feng immediately launched instant Shadow Slash and attacked the 2 monsters. His body vanished into invisibility, and after the attack passed through them, Qin Feng turned back to check the damage. To his surprise, their health had barely dropped. Even after he broke stealth and used backstab, the 2 monsters only lost a small portion of their health. Still, Qin Feng had expected something like this. After all, they were level 10 silver bosses, and the combined health of these 2 devout followers was already higher than the gold tier golden ghost ship. Just then, something strange happened in front of him, and Qin Feng's expression shifted as curiosity rose in his eyes. The 2 monsters knelt down before him again. Qin Feng was confused, because they were once more kneeling in his direction, even though he was still hidden in stealth. It was a strange sight. He was not sure whether they had sensed the eye of judgment on him, or whether that was the reason they had not attacked him directly. Qin Feng looked at them and asked whether they knew the way forward, telling them to guide him if they did. The monsters slowly raised their heads, but instead of answering, they let out rough, beast-like roars. At that moment, Qin Feng understood. These creatures had already been corrupted, their bodies decayed, and their minds completely broken. They had become nothing more than wild beasts that only knew how to steal lifespan from humans. Right then, the eyes of the 2 monsters began to glow, giving off an eerie light in the dim room. Not long after that, they suddenly turned their backs on Qin Feng, and at the doorway of the room, a group of players had just appeared. The 2 monsters sensed their presence and immediately charged toward them. The players' expressions changed the moment they realized these bosses were silver tier. They knew very clearly that they could not handle even 1 silver tier boss, let alone 2. Without hesitation, they decided to flee from this place as fast as possible. But before they could escape, the monsters launched their attack. A toxic mist spread out and wrapped around the players, melting their bodies with terrifying speed. Their bodies soon disappeared, leaving behind lifespan orbs on the ground. Qin Feng recognized them then. They were the team of the girl named Grey Rose, the one who had bought Ice Spike from him earlier. He had not expected them to find this ruin as well. Judging from the current level of player equipment, Qin Feng concluded that no one was truly prepared to explore deeper inside yet. Qin Feng canceled his stealth and walked over to collect the lifespan that had dropped. As soon as he appeared, The two monsters knelt before him again. Those players had lost more than 100 days of tradable lifespan, and Xinfeng honestly had not expected them to be that rich. After collecting everything, Xinfeng returned to the room and began searching carefully. Several minutes passed, but after looking all around, he still found nothing. There were no traps, no hidden treasures, and no special mechanisms. In the end, he could only conclude that this room contained nothing except those two silver mini-bosses. A flash of irritation appeared in Xinfeng's eyes. Since there was nothing else to gain here, he decided to forget about it and stop wasting time. Without the slightest hesitation, he attacked again, throwing out poison darts that shot forward and embedded themselves directly into the heads of the two monsters. After killing the two silver-tier bosses, Xinfeng received his rewards. He gained 4,000 experience points, rose to level 9, obtained 4 evolution points, and collected 188 days of tradable lifespan. Then Xinfeng activated Greedy Hand. As the skill took effect, the bodies of the two monsters began to disappear, breaking down as the rewards were drawn out. Xinfeng's mood instantly lifted, because Epic Tier Greedy Hand was simply outrageous. From those two monsters alone, he obtained 32 evolution points, 1,504 days of tradable lifespan for gold tier items and 10 silver tier items. He stretched out his hand, and a pendant appeared before him. The moment Xinfeng saw it clearly, he became pleased, because this was actually a gold tier item meant for assassins. The item was called the Pendant of the Faithful, an assassin class accessory. It granted 15 agility points and 20% cooldown reduction. Its unique effect was even more special. It could summon a silver tier devout follower to fight for the user, though the cooldown was extremely long at 6,000 seconds. Xinfeng clenched his fist, clearly satisfied with the necklace's stats. That 20% cooldown reduction was very useful. It would reduce the cooldown of his stealth skill from 22 seconds to 19 seconds. Poison darts would drop from 4.35 seconds to 3.75 seconds, and instant shadow slash would go from 10 seconds down to 8 seconds. With this, grinding would become much more efficient. Since his other equipment all required the user to be above level 8, no one else could use this pendant yet, so Xinfeng decided to keep it for now and sell it later. Just as Xinfeng was about to leave the room, the ground beneath him suddenly began to shake and shift. Xinfeng paused for a moment, his curiosity rising as he turned back toward the movement behind him. Right then, a small stone pillar slowly pushed up from the ground. The moment Xinfeng saw it, his eyes lit up with excitement. It seemed that after he had cleared out all the monsters in the room, the hidden mechanism here had finally been triggered. Xinfeng stepped closer and carefully examined the pillar from top to bottom. After looking over its shape and the strange markings on it, he quickly realized that this was indeed a hidden mechanism. Not long after Xinfeng studied it, the pillar mechanism suddenly activated on its own. With a faint rumble, a platform appeared directly beneath his feet. A door hidden in the floor slowly opened, and the platform under Xinfeng began descending little by little. Only then did he realize that this was actually a lift leading even deeper underground. After the platform had dropped several meters, the opening above him began to close again, sealing off the path back up as darkness gathered overhead. Several minutes passed before the platform finally came to a stop. Judging from the depth and the time it had taken, Xinfeng felt as though he had descended at least 300 or 400 meters underground. The place before him was pitch dark and carried a gloomy, unsettling atmosphere. Xinfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, his attention completely fixed on the strange space ahead. With the knowledge he had from the past, Xinfeng quickly understood where he was. This was the hidden maze buried beneath the temple. He knew that ruins had a certain chance of containing hidden mazes like this. In his previous life, he had explored many of them, so he knew very well that places like this were packed with countless traps. But as long as there were people ahead to act as cannon fodder, exploring them was not truly dangerous. The only real problem was that it would consume a huge amount of time. With confidence in his eyes, Xinfeng took out the pendant. With his current attributes, if he accidentally triggered one of the traps himself, he would most likely die on the spot. Fortunately, he now had this item, which could summon a silver-tier devout follower to fight and scout for him. Xinfeng raised his hand and activated the power inside the pendant. In the next moment, a devout follower was summoned, and a zombie-like figure appeared on the ground before him. Pointing toward the hallway stretching into the maze, Xinfeng gave it a direct command to go ahead and scout. The devout follower slowly stood up, then began moving step by step toward the dark passage. Xinfeng crossed his arms and could not help feeling satisfied. Having a summoned lackey walk ahead to explore made things much easier. Still, the maze was not completely safe, so just in case, he decided to evolve his dodge passive first. He spent 11 evolution points, and Ghost Shadow Blur immediately rose from Gold Tier to Epic Tier. Its passive dodge rate increased sharply from 15% all the way to 75%, and whenever dodge activated, it would still grant immunity to all damage. A 75% dodge rate was already extremely high. After that upgrade, Qin Feng looked at his remaining points and realized he still had just enough to evolve Instant Shadow Slash into Epic Tier as well. Using 13 evolution points, Qin Feng raised Instant Shadow Slash from Diamond Tier to Epic Tier. Its range expanded to 30 meters, and its duration increased to 12 seconds. Now he could unleash 9 slashes instead of 7, while the cooldown became 8.8 seconds. The width of each slash also grew to 5 meters, and the additional damage rose from 300 points to 400. Qin Feng's eyes shone as he thought about the evolution rules. To evolve something from Epic Tier to Legendary Tier, it required 10 times the evolution points. That also meant the higher a skill's starting tier was, the more profitable it became to evolve it. For example, if a skill started at Epic Tier, then evolving it to Legendary Tier would count as its first evolution. That meant it only needed the base evolution cost of 1 point, and because the target was Legendary Tier, that cost would be multiplied by 10. In the end, 1 times 10 was only 10 points. In other words, if Qin Feng obtained an epic skill, he could quickly push it to Legendary Tier, then later to Mythical Tier, Ancient Tier, and even Immortal Tier. But if a skill started at Normal Tier, then reaching Epic Tier would already require 7 evolutions. By the time the 10 times cost appeared, it would consume hundreds of points. The good news was that no matter what tier a skill started at, he could still spend a relatively small number of points to raise it to Epic Tier. From now on, all of his skills would at least reach epic quality. Qin Feng still had 11 evolution points left, and the only skill he could evolve now was his starter skill, Shadow Sneak. He spent 8 points, raising it from Silver Tier to Platinum Tier. The skill duration increased from 16 seconds to 24 seconds, and the bonus damage when breaking stealth changed from 50 to 120. Its cooldown also dropped from 26 seconds to 22 seconds. On top of that, Qin Feng had attributes that reduced cooldown speed by 35%, so the final cooldown of Shadow Sneak became 16.3 seconds. Still, he felt that the cooldown was too long, and the stealth-breaking attack was not impressive enough, so he knew he would have to replace this skill in the future. As the devout follower walked through the hallway, it suddenly stepped on a stone slab. The trap activated instantly, and a massive rock dropped from above, crashing down directly onto its body. The huge stone crushed the summon completely, and its body quickly transformed into light and disappeared. Since the summon had died, Qin Feng could only wait for the cooldown to finish before summoning another one. This maze was complicated and dangerous, so slow exploration was his only option. He could only hope that when he finally reached the end, there would be something valuable waiting for him. Meanwhile, on the upper layer of the temple, a shield-carrying man and a hooded woman cautiously poked their heads through the doorway. The man quickly reported to his captain, Grey Rose, that the monsters inside had disappeared. Hearing that, Grey Rose could not help but show a trace of surprise on her face. They carefully entered the room, and Grey Rose immediately noticed that the lifespan dropped there had also vanished. She understood at once that someone must have killed those monsters and taken the lifespan away, though she had no idea who it was. The shield-bearing man said that only the expert Shadow could possibly kill 2 Silver Tier bosses. Grey Rose felt that he was probably right, but she was also relieved, because at least they would not have to die again here. She placed a hand under her chin and thought back to what they had seen when they first came here. At that time, there had been someone who seemed to be communicating with the monsters. She was not sure whether that person had been Shadow, or whether he possessed some kind of skill that could charm bosses. If that was true, then his power was simply incomprehensible and terrifying. At the same time, down in the second layer of the temple, Qin Feng's devout follower died once again after triggering another trap in the maze. Ahead of Qin Feng stretched a long path that led straight to a door. By this point, he had already explored the maze for 3 full hours, and this place should have been the end. Based on his experience from his previous life, if ordinary players used human lives to explore a maze like this, at least hundreds of people would have died. Qin Feng activated the pendant once more and summoned another devout follower to take the lead for him. The summoned monster began walking ahead, and Qin Feng followed closely behind it, keeping just enough distance to stay safe. When they arrived in front of the door, Qin Feng pointed forward and ordered the devout follower to open it. Following Qin Feng's command, the monster used all its strength to push against the door. But no matter how hard it tried, the door did not move. It strained so much that its whole body began trembling. Seeing that even the summoned monster could not open it, suspicion flashed through Qin Feng's eyes. This door clearly was not ordinary. After a brief pause, Qin Feng stepped forward himself and reached out, placing his hand directly on the door. The moment he touched it, the door slowly began to open. Qin Feng's expression changed at once, and even he was shocked by how easily it responded to him. From the other side of the door, a wave of air rolled outward, followed by a curtain of drifting smoke that spread into the hallway. Cold sweat began to gather on Qin Feng's forehead. Just from that strange reaction, he could tell this was definitely not a good sign. Beyond the door was a large room, filled with pillars. At the very center of the room sat a treasure chest, tightly wrapped in thorn-covered vines. Qin Feng stepped into the room and examined the chest carefully. It was covered from top to bottom in sharp thorns, and it was clearly locked. Beside the chest stood an NPC. The NPC was a woman, and the lower half of her face was wrapped in bandages. Qin Feng tried to use the system to detect her stats, but no information appeared at all. Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time he had encountered an NPC whose information could not be detected by the system, making her seem even more mysterious. The woman began whispering in a strange language Qin Feng could not understand. Then she slowly knelt down, and her entire body transformed into light, fading away right before his eyes. Qin Feng watched her closely, his gaze fixed on the spot where she had been. He had no idea why she had suddenly disappeared like that. Right after the mysterious woman vanished, the thorny vines wrapped around the treasure chest also began to disappear little by little. Even so, Qin Feng did not lower his guard. Although he could not see the mysterious woman's information, he was certain that she had some kind of connection to the Eye of Judgment. The chest soon began glowing with a golden light. Qin Feng immediately realized that it contained epic tier items, but he remained cautious. After all, there was still a chance that the chest could be a mimic or that a trap was hidden inside. Pointing toward the glowing chest, Qin Feng ordered his summoned follower to go forward and open it. The monster obeyed the command and stepped up to the chest. As it opened the lid, a brilliant light burst out from inside. Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at what had appeared. It was a skill book, and not an ordinary one, but a godly assassin skill that contained both passive and active effects. Inside the chest was an epic tier assassin skill book called Stole of Mercy. Its passive effect was extremely powerful, giving a 100% correction bonus when striking weak points, while also doubling the damage multiplier whenever a weak point was hit. The skill book also carried an active skill called Slit Throat. After activation, Shadow's next attack would apply the Slit Throat effect, causing damage equal to 100% of that attack every second for 3 seconds. Its normal cooldown was 60 seconds, but with Qin Feng's cooldown reduction, it dropped all the way to 44.4 seconds. Qin Feng immediately noticed how terrifying the passive ability was. It directly doubled the hitbox range of an enemy's weak points, making precise attacks much easier to land. But compared to that, the truly ridiculous part was still the active skill, Slit Throat. For example, if Qin Feng's next attack dealt 300 damage, then Slit Throat would continue dealing 300 damage every second for 3 seconds. That meant the debuff alone could add 900 extra damage, bringing the total impact to 1,200 points, which was 3 times more than the original attack by itself. Qin Feng read through the details more carefully. A multi-hit skill like Instant Shadow Slash could land several times, but Slit Throat would only calculate the first strike. Even so, this skill was only epic tier, which meant he only needed 10 evolution points to push it into legendary tier. This harvest was enormous, because his burst damage had just increased by several levels at once. After putting the skill book away, Qin Feng began heading toward the exit. He knew this entire opportunity had come from Big Plum's information, so it was time to return and sell the remaining equipment to her party. Through the chat, he told Big Plum to inform Wang Meng to return to town, because he had items to sell. When they heard that Shadow had already finished exploring the ruins, they immediately decided to head back. By the time Qin Feng returned to the starter town, he had barely stepped inside before his eyes widened in surprise. A huge crowd of players was already waiting for him. Every one of them seemed eager to add him as a friend, and some even offered to become his followers, promising they would cheer him on from the side. The chairman of the Runding Group from Jianghai City had also arrived in person, formally inviting Shadow to join their corporation. There were even fans from Firefly Town who had rushed over just to greet him. Players from several different towns had gathered here, all hoping for a chance to form a team with Qin Feng. Seeing players from other places appear like this, Qin Feng immediately realized that the teleportation gates between towns had started activating. That meant he could finally head to Song Fei's Firefly Town. Without wasting even another second, Qin Feng's figure vanished from where he stood, melting into the shadows without leaving a trace. Using his invisibility skill, Qin Feng quietly slipped away from the noisy crowd. Meanwhile, the players behind him started arguing among themselves, thinking Shadow had left because they had surrounded him too aggressively and annoyed him. Qin Feng soon reached Big Plum's side, and his sudden appearance immediately drew her attention. Big Plum quickly raised her hand and called out to her captain, telling him that the expert Shadow had arrived. But just as Qin Feng looked over the group, one figure immediately caught his attention. That person was none other than his own sister, Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu showed him a gentle, kind-looking smile, but Qin Feng's mind instantly filled with questions. He had no idea how she had managed to enter Wang Meng's team, and he knew very well that with her around, Wang Ming's whole crew could easily be dragged into disaster. Qin Feng knew he had to be extremely careful. Now that everyone was aware of Shadow's existence, he absolutely could not expose his true identity. He still had no way to use his powers in the real world, and with so many people watching him, even something as ordinary as a kitchen knife could kill him right now. Qin Xiaoyu could not help blushing as she looked at him. Just from his presence, she could tell how powerful Shadow was, and compared to him, Wang Ming's entire party seemed almost worthless. In her mind, if Shadow was willing to carry her, then she might be able to reunite with Song Fei within just a few days. Through the system trade window, Qin Feng explained to Wang Ming that this batch of equipment matched their party's classes very well. The skill books could also raise their overall combat power by a large margin. He set the starting price at 220 days of lifespan. To Wang Ming, that price was extremely high, because these items were all silver and gold tier, and their group simply could not afford them yet. Qin Feng calmly said it was not a problem, they could pay him back later. Wang Ming's expression became sincere as he thanked Qin Feng. For a moment, he genuinely did not know how he could repay Shadow for helping them this much. He told Qin Feng that if Shadow ever needed their help in the future, he only had to say one word, and they would do everything they could to assist him. The swordsman in the party immediately put on a golden helmet, his excitement impossible to hide. In his eyes, Shadow was simply incredible. He could hardly believe he was already getting gold-tier equipment this early in the game. Wang Ming also equipped his new gear and obtained a gold-tier skill, causing his DPS to triple at once. He was so moved that he nearly cried, especially because Shadow was even willing to let them buy everything on credit. To him, that meant Shadow truly trusted them. Wang Ming then checked through his inventory again, but he did not find anything meant for priests. This left Qin Xiaoyu standing there in confusion. The archer, however, was already furious, thinking she was only lucky enough to leech experience from them. Qin Xiaoyu stepped closer to Qin Feng and introduced herself as the priest of Wang Ming's party. With a soft expression, she asked whether he had any equipment that she could use. Right then, the system notified Qin Feng that a player named Little Graceful wanted to add him as a friend. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise as she waited for Shadow's response. Qin Feng simply stared at her with a cold gaze. Then, without saying a single word, he disappeared from sight, leaving Qin Xiaoyu frozen in shock. With a confused look on her face, Qin Xiaoyu asked where Shadow had gone. Wang Ming explained that maybe he just had not gotten any priest drops this time, and perhaps next time, he would bring something suitable for her. But the archer stated the harsh truth directly. Shadow had clearly ignored her on purpose. As for Big Plum, she only felt that Shadow was incredibly cool, appearing and disappearing like a dragon that no one could catch. As Qin Feng walked away from the group, he knew perfectly well that he currently had a gold-tier priest staff in his bag, along with a gold-tier priest skill book. But there was absolutely no reason for him to hand such precious items over to Qin Xiaoyu. As Qin Feng continued progressing, he knew he would eventually gather huge amounts of unused equipment and skill books. Selling each item one by one would waste far too much time. Wang Ming's background with the authorities was perfect for buying from him in bulk. Because of that, Qin Feng could not allow Qin Xiaoyu to damage his cooperation with the authorities. He needed to find a proper priest for Wang Ming's team as quickly as possible and replace her. A serious light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he thought of one person. He needed to find little Zhu as soon as possible. Gu Yishu had once been the manager of the Godslayer Guild in his previous life. She possessed a hidden priest class called White Avian Priestess, which came with a white bird capable of healing allies and applying buffs. She was the only priest Qin Feng knew who could defeat epic-tier bosses alone. She had been a powerful ally in the past, and compared to her, Qin Xiaoyu was nothing but trash. Qin Feng activated the teleportation gate, remembering that little Zhu was also from Firefly Town. Just like Song Fei, she happened to be there, which made this trip even more perfect. If Qin Feng could find little Zhu, then he would place her directly into Wang Ming's team. Using the teleportation gate, Qin Feng left the starter town and traveled straight to Firefly Town. When Qin Feng arrived at Firefly Town, he immediately noticed that this place felt very different from the starter town he had just left. As he walked through the area, he overheard two players talking anxiously about hurrying back. They said the silver boss was already below half health, so they could not let someone else steal it after they had already died for it. One of them cursed Song Fei, saying that bastard had brought a crowd of fangirls with him, making it impossible to compete. He could not understand how some minor celebrity had so many brainless fans following him around. Qin Feng had only just arrived in Firefly Town, yet he had already picked up clues about Song Fei's location. Following those players from a distance, Qin Feng soon arrived at a valley. This was a level 5 area known as Wailing Valley. The monsters that roamed this place were Ember Fiends and Shackles, both dangerous creatures suited to this area's level. After walking a little farther into the valley, Qin Feng began hearing the sounds of players fighting up ahead. He carefully peeked out and saw a large group of players attacking a two-headed monster whose entire body was wrapped in flames. Qin Feng recognized it at once. This twin-headed Ember Fiend was a silver-tier boss, but the battlefield around it was already chaotic because many players were not only attacking the boss, they were also attacking each other. After observing more closely, Qin Feng spotted a group of players in the crowd, and standing among them was that bastard Song Fei. Two players stepped out in front of Song Fei's team and drew their weapons. One of them glared at Song Fei, saying he had been ambushed by him before and had his lifespan stolen, so he swore he would kill him today. The shield-bearing player beside him sneered and asked whether Song Fei really thought hiding behind his mage girls would keep him safe. He then revealed that he possessed a godly anti-mage skill. But before that player could even take a step forward, one of Song Fei's mages moved first and smashed his head with her magic staff. Qin Feng remembered very clearly that Song Fei, known by the title Heaven-Defying Mage God, was a mage-class player. In his previous life, this bastard had tricked a large number of fans into choosing the mage class, then took their equipment and skills to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. But a team could not function with only mages, so his fangirls had come up with their own twisted solution. Some of them poured their attribute points into intelligence, turning themselves into glass cannon mages with high damage. Some invested in agility, becoming disruption mages who could interfere with enemies. Others placed their points into health, forcing themselves into the role of meat shields for the team. Some of the players chose raw strength instead, turning themselves into battle mages who could rush in and strike with their staffs while casting spells at close range. During the early phase, Song Fei's team looked almost unstoppable, sweeping through the area and stealing lifespan from players wherever they went. But as the fight dragged on, the weakness of that ridiculous fan army became obvious. Just as expected, most of the girls worshipping him started dying off very quickly. Song Fei raised his hand and pointed straight at the boss, putting on a sorrowful expression as he started spinning another lie. He claimed his fans were working so hard for him that his own heart was aching just watching them suffer. Then, with that fake gentle tone, he said he only hoped the boss would die soon so everyone could finally rest, and that one day the whole world would be filled with love instead of violence. The twin-headed Burfin slowly pushed forward, closing the distance towards Song Fei's group with heavy, threatening steps. One of Song Fei's fans immediately stepped up and told the others that this battle was nothing difficult for them, because the person truly suffering the most was Song Fei himself. In her eyes, he had already worked far too hard and should never have been forced to endure this pain. With that, she pointed angrily at the monster and declared that they had to kill it before it could hurt their beloved Song Fei again. Song Fei's fans instantly raised their staffs and began throwing spell after spell at the monster. Their eyes were burning with devotion, and every attack carried the same ridiculous goal. They were determined to defeat the boss, push Song Fei higher, and make him the king they believed he deserved to become. No matter where he went, they swore they would follow him without hesitation. The monster suddenly opened its massive mouth, and a blazing wave of fire burst out from between its jaws. The flames rushed straight towards Song Fei, forcing him to tense up as danger closed in right before his eyes. But before that burning blast could reach him, one of his fans threw herself forward without the slightest hesitation. She planted herself directly in the path of the flames and took the entire attack with her own body. Song Fei quickly grabbed the girl's hand, lowering his gaze as if he were heartbroken while her body slowly began to fade away. Even as tears welled up in her eyes and her figure disappeared, she still looked at him with devotion and swore that she would do absolutely anything for him. The chubby girl clenched her magic staff with both hands, her face twisting with anger as she shouted for the others to get fired up. As far as she was concerned, if they could kill this ugly monster, then brother Song Fei would rise all the way to first place in the rankings. He had to climb above Shadow, no matter what it took. Her words instantly stirred up the rest of the girls. They lifted their weapons high, their faces glowing with wild excitement, and shouted that they would conquer the world, rule over the heavens, and keep fighting at Song Fei's side until the very end. One powerful spell after another gathered above them, filling the air with violent magical energy. A moment later, thick thunderbolts crashed down from the sky and slammed into the monster's body again and again. Song Fei watched the boss closely and realized it was already on the verge of death. Since this was a silver-tier boss, he knew it should have been extremely difficult to kill, and that made him even more confused about how someone could have taken down a gold-tier boss alone. In his mind, Shadow must have used some kind of bug. After all, Song Fei had so many fans helping him and was still only level 7, so he simply couldn't understand how Shadow had managed to level up that quickly. A satisfied smile slowly appeared on Song Fei's face. Once this silver-tier boss fell, he would finally level up to 8. And since Shadow had been stuck at level 9 for quite a while, Song Fei saw this as the perfect chance to catch up, overtake him, and become the #1 player in Godforsaken. But right at that moment, a shadow-covered hand suddenly reached out from behind and clamped tightly over Song Fei's mouth. In the next blink, Qin Feng moved. His blade flashed through the darkness, instantly cutting off Song Fei's head, and with instant shadow slash, he followed through by slicing the rest of his body into pieces. Blood spilled from Song Fei's mouth as his body collapsed, the smug confidence on his face vanishing in an instant. His fans froze in complete shock, their minds going blank at the sight of Song Fei being killed so suddenly. But before any of them could even take another breath, Qin Feng had already launched his next attack. He moved with the speed and force of thunder, cutting through the fans and the boss in one clean storm of slashes. Bodies were torn apart almost instantly, leaving no time for anyone to react. A system window appeared in front of him, announcing that the boss had been defeated and that he had received 150 experience points. The boss crashed heavily to the ground, and its huge body began breaking apart into lifespan. The surrounding players stared in disbelief, unable to accept what they had just witnessed. Shadow had killed the boss with a single strike. While their attacks only dealt around 100 points of damage, one blow from Shadow caused thousands. The gap was so large it felt like Shadow was at least 10 times stronger than them. As the boss's corpse dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan, Qin Feng finally deactivated his stealth and appeared in front of everyone. The sharper players immediately realized that what he had used was an area attack. A single move had wiped out Song Fei, his entire group of fans, and the boss at the same time. When they looked more carefully and recognized Shadow, the player who had achieved the first global kill of a gold-tier boss, they quickly made up their minds. None of them dared to fight him, so they stepped back and let Shadow take the loot. The players around him even began cheering for Shadow, acting as if he had avenged them by wiping out Song Fei's gang. Qin Feng understood exactly what was happening. They were not truly grateful. They were simply afraid that if they acted hostile, he might attack them too. If this had been his past life, he would not have hesitated to kill them all on the spot. At the same time, Song Fei respawned back in Firefly Town. The system immediately informed him that he had been killed by Shadow, costing him 1,106 days of tradable lifespan and 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. Song Fei's face turned pale with panic. Shadow had actually come to Firefly Town. Out of the hundreds of starter towns in Jianghai City, he couldn't believe Shadow had appeared in his town just to steal the kill. His fans soon respawned as well. The chubby girl looked completely confused when she saw that Song Fei had died too. Another girl was furious, unable to understand why Shadow would suddenly kill them. A third immediately assumed that Shadow must have wanted to steal the silver-tier boss. In their eyes, he was evil and shameless, taking advantage of Song Fei while he was distracted and launching a surprise attack. Just then, an archer walked nervously towards Song Fei. With a hesitant expression, she asked if she could join his team, then quickly revealed that she possessed a skill called Eagle Eye, which allowed her to detect invisible enemies. Song Fei's fans instantly told the girl to get lost, reminding her that Song Fei had clearly said he only wanted mages in his party. The chubby girl looked her over with disdain, believing her monster-killing efficiency was far too low and that she would only slow down Song Fei's climb in the rankings. But Song Fei slowly spread his arms with that gentle, saint-like expression he loved to wear. He said that even though she was an archer, she could still become part of his family, because in his heart, love was something that could fill every empty space. He reached out and took the woman's hand, staring at her with a kind and understanding look. Then he told her that he had already felt the strength of her emotions. It did not matter that she was an archer. He would allow her to join the team, and from this moment on, they would work hard together and continue leveling up side by side. With Song Fei standing so close and holding her hand, the archer's face turned bright red. Tears of happiness gathered in her eyes and quickly began flowing down her cheeks. An assassin also stepped forward and revealed that she could turn invisible as well. Her eyes were cold as she swore she would make Shadow pay for killing Song Fei. Then one of the mages added that she had just learned a new area skill, and with it, she could freeze Shadow in place. Song Fei once again opened his arms wide, acting as if he were embracing the whole world. He declared that his family was filled with love, and any girl who wanted to join his team would be welcomed with open arms. The girls were instantly moved to tears. One after another, they cried with joy and swore that they would stay beside Song Fei forever, no matter what happened. To them, Shadow had no honor at all, because he had attacked their beloved Song Fei from behind like a coward. They promised that he would pay the price for what he had done. The moment they found Shadow, they would hand him over to Song Fei and let Song Fei kill him personally, so everyone would understand what happened to anyone who dared to mess with him. Not far away, two players turned their attention towards Song Fei and his growing group. They had no idea what he was planning to do next, but they did know one thing for sure. Someone had killed him out there, and honestly, that alone felt extremely satisfying. They remembered that Song Fei had always been surrounded by so many girls protecting him, so they couldn't figure out how he had still managed to get killed. But after thinking about it for a moment, the answer became obvious. It had to be Shadow. In their eyes, Shadow was truly incredible. And when they looked at all those girls crying over Song Fei, they couldn't help feeling that something was seriously wrong with their heads. A confident smile spread across Song Fei's face. With so many people watching, he believed that once he defeated Shadow, everyone would finally understand that individual strength was useless when someone fought alone. This was especially true for an assassin. In Song Fei's mind, Shadow was nothing more than a weak, soft assassin who had dared to challenge a great and noble mage like him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng calmly collected the loot with greedy hand. From the boss and the fallen players, he obtained 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 pieces of silver tier loot, and even 1 piece of golden tier loot. Qin Feng immediately decided to evolve Graceful Liberation, spending 10 of his 19 evolution points. The skill rose from epic grade to legendary grade. Its passive effect, weak point attack correction, increased from 100% to 200%, and the weak point attack multiplier doubled as well. Its active effect also became stronger. His next attack would now trigger the throat slit effect, causing 150% attack damage per second instead of the previous 100%. The effect would last for 3 seconds, while the cooldown dropped from 30 seconds to 18.5 seconds. The increase in weak point hit correction was especially terrifying. It had risen by a full 100%, reaching 200%, which was basically equal to doubling the enemy's weak point area. If this effect continued to be amplified, then in the future, half of an enemy's body might count as a weak point. Qin Feng even suspected that under those conditions, his Shadow Slash could also trigger weak point damage. His original epic level skill had been able to evolve into legendary grade with only 10 evolution points. But once a skill reached legendary grade, evolving it again into mythical grade became far more expensive. The cost increased by 100-fold, meaning he would need 200 evolution points to push it from legendary to mythical. Following that same pattern, the epic level Greedy Hand would require 210 evolution points to evolve. And after it reached legendary grade, the next evolution would likely demand 340 points. Since Qin Feng only had 9 evolution points left, he turned his attention to Backstab Enhancement instead. He spent 8 points, raising Backstab Enhancement from Gold grade to Platinum grade, and its passive damage bonus increased from 30% to 40%. Between the Silver Tier boss and the group of players he had just wiped out, Qin Feng had gained more than 140 days of tradable lifespan in total. His mission had already been completed, so he decided there was no reason to stay any longer. It was time to return. But while Qin Feng's attention was still on his gains, a girl suddenly moved in from the side and tried to ambush him. Her intention was clear from the attack. She wanted to kill him. Shadow simply turned his gaze toward her in silence. Without showing the slightest sign of panic, he shifted his body and avoided her attack with almost no effort. The girl refused to stop and attacked again, but Qin Feng slipped away just as easily the second time. Her strike cut through empty air, failing to touch him at all. She froze in shock, staring at him in disbelief. No matter how she attacked, he seemed able to dodge everything as if he had already seen her movements before she made them. Realizing she could not hit him directly, she stopped wasting time. In the next instant, she activated stealth, and her figure vanished from sight. Just then, Song Fei's fans appeared above him at the top of the cliff, looking down from the high ground. They had surrounded him from above and shouted that they were here to avenge Song Fei. The mages raised their magic staffs, gathering spells at their tips, while the archer who had just joined the team drew her bow and aimed directly at Qin Feng. Every one of them looked furious, swearing again and again that they would make him pay for what he had done to Song Fei. Qin Feng immediately activated stealth. His body blurred, melted into the air, and vanished like a shadow slipping back into darkness. The moment she saw him disappear, the archer used her eagle eye skill. Her gaze sharpened as she locked onto his presence, making it clear that Qin Feng's invisibility would not work against her. Her arrow shot forward and transformed into a ghostly eagle in midair, its shape flickering like a spirit made of light. A few seconds later, it suddenly burst apart above the battlefield, and countless pale feathers scattered downward, drifting from the sky like a strange rain. Those falling feathers landed directly on the assassin from Song Fei's party. The moment they touched her body, her stealth effect collapsed, and her hidden figure was forced back into sight for everyone to see. The chubby girl clenched her fist in excitement, completely convinced that they had finally exposed Qin Feng. Without hesitation, she shouted for the others to stop holding back and ordered them to unleash their strongest skills all at once. Following her command, Song Fei's fans immediately raised their staffs and launched their most powerful attacks. A storm of magic poured down toward the exposed assassin, and when she saw the spells rushing straight at her, panic took over her face. She hurriedly tried to explain that she was not Qin Feng at all. But by then, it was already far too late. The spells slammed into her body head-on, and a huge explosion erupted where she stood, swallowing her in violent magical light. Instead of feeling even a trace of sadness, the chubby girl only became more furious. In her eyes, that assassin did not matter anyway, because she was not a mage, which proved she had never truly loved Song Fei from the bottom of her heart. She even called it a punishment from heaven for being false, then immediately ordered the archer to fire the eagle again and find Shadow for real this time. The archer quickly nodded, preparing to use her skill again. But right at that moment, Qin Feng took out the ghost fire bell and began shaking it in his hand. The bell's active effect, Soul Attack, was activated. This skill could immobilize every enemy within a 100-meter range for 3 seconds, though its cooldown lasted as long as 521 seconds. Just before the archer could release Eagle Eye again, a strange aura wrapped around her body and spread across her companions as well. In an instant, every one of them froze in place, unable to move, and confusion flashed across their faces. Before they could even understand what had happened, Qin Feng appeared. With instant slash, he attacked like a bolt of thunder, his blade tearing through them so quickly that their bodies were cut apart before they had any chance to react. Song Fei, who had been hiding behind a corner, quietly poked his head out and stared in confusion. He had no idea what had just happened or why his fans had suddenly died. At first, he suspected Shadow was responsible, but he quickly rejected the thought, believing that if Shadow had made a move, he should have revealed himself. Qin Feng, still hidden in stealth, silently approached from nearby. With a cold and arrogant look, he made it clear that Song Fei's death was already close. The moment Song Fei heard Shadow's voice, his eyes widened in fear and shock, and his whole body began trembling. Without wasting another second, Song Fei hurriedly activated his magic shield. A powerful barrier appeared around his body, wrapping him in a protective glow. But to his horror, Qin Feng simply threw out a poison dart. The dart pierced straight through Song Fei's magic shield with almost no resistance, shattering the barrier into pieces as if it were nothing. The poison dart struck Song Fei right in the forehead. He dropped to the ground at once, screaming in agony as the pain spread through his body. Song Fei's body quickly dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan. Qin Feng deactivated stealth, and when he saw how much lifespan Song Fei still had left, he realized that before all this, Song Fei must have originally possessed more than 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. As Song Fei's body disappeared completely, only the scattered lifespan remained behind. Qin Feng looked over it with a trace of confusion, wondering why his fans had no tradable lifespan at all. Then he understood it. They had already handed all their lifespan over to Song Fei. Even after so much time had passed, there were still people who foolishly believed God-Forsaken was nothing more than an ordinary game. Those crazy fans were genuinely terrifying. To Qin Feng, it was a pity, because the tradable lifespan they had gathered added up to several hundred years, yet now most of it would only be absorbed by the nearby monsters. Back in Firefly Town, Song Fei and his fans respawned once again. Song Fei was furious, because out of more than 2,000 days of tradable lifespan, he now had only 500 days left. With a confused and angry stare, he turned to the archer and demanded to know why her detection skill had failed to find Qin Feng. The archer quickly explained that she had indeed used the skill, but the only person it revealed was their assassin sister. The chubby girl frowned, and said she could see there was a stealth level listed in the attribute panel. She began wondering if Shadow's stealth level was higher than they had expected. The archer then revealed that her Eagle Eye skill only had counter stealth level 1. That meant she could only detect enemies whose stealth was also level 1. If the opponent's stealth level was higher than that, she had no way to see them. Song Fei became even more frustrated, because Shadow could attack and disappear without leaving a single trace. He had no idea how he was supposed to defend against that. Song Fei touched his face and began thinking it over. In his mind, he had never offended Shadow, and now that Shadow had already stolen the boss kill too, there should have been no reason for him to keep coming after him. But then another thought crossed his mind. Maybe Shadow was jealous of his unmatched beauty, and that was why he might return to kill him again. Song Fei's fans immediately raised their weapons and decided that, for everyone's safety, they should go level up somewhere else. Wherever Song Fei chose to go, they swore they would follow him without question. Not long after that, Qin Feng also returned to Firefly Town. After searching around for a while, Qin Feng felt that something was strange. Song Fei and the others were already gone. He could not tell whether they had moved to another town or simply logged off. Qin Feng deactivated stealth and asked a nearby player if he knew where Song Fei and his group had gone. The moment the man saw Shadow appear in front of him, fear spread across his face, and he could barely keep himself calm. The man quickly pointed in one direction and revealed that Song Fei and his fans had gone that way. Then, almost begging, He pleaded with Shadow to kill Song Fei. But he also had one request. After killing Song Fei, he asked Qin Feng if he could spare his girlfriend, a female hunter named One Flying Treasure Cat. Qin Feng calmly advised him to find another girlfriend, immediately realizing that this girlfriend was the hunter who could detect invisibility. Qin Feng activated stealth again, and his figure disappeared from sight. Behind him, the man kept begging, saying he had worked extremely hard just to get that girlfriend. Although Qin Feng now knew the direction Song Fei's group had taken, he still had no idea where they were actually heading. Searching blindly would waste far too much time. As the man cupped his hands near his mouth and kept calling for Shadow, Qin Feng realized that finding Gu Yishu would make everything much easier. At that very moment, a woman happened to pass by his side. Qin Feng's attention immediately shifted to her, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. That girl was none other than Gu Yishu. Qin Feng deactivated stealth and called out to her with a cheerful look, casually calling her beautiful before asking if she could help him with something. When Gu Yishu saw that the person in front of her was Shadow, she could not hide her surprise. Qin Feng took a golden grade staff out of his inventory and told her that he had heard her class could search for targets across a wide area. If she could help him find Song Fei, he promised to sell her the staff at a bargain price as her reward. The moment Gu Yishu saw the weapon, her eyes lit up with excitement. She opened her system window and asked how he knew she had the ability to search across such a large range, since she was sure she had never told anyone about it. Qin Feng did not answer directly. He simply asked whether she wanted this golden grade weapon. Gu Yishu immediately admitted that she did, though she was not sure if she could actually afford it. Qin Feng looked at her with a confused expression and asked if she really did not even have 500 days of tradable lifespan. He revealed that the staff's original price should have been at least 700 or 800 days. After checking her system window, Gu Yishu realized that she actually had 700 days available to buy it. Hearing that, Qin Feng made the deal with her and handed over the staff. A system window appeared soon after, confirming that the transaction had been completed successfully. Gu Yishu took the staff into her hands and stared at it with such excitement that she actually started drooling. Qin Feng gave her cheek a light tap, snapping her out of her daze and stopping her from drooling all over the place. Then he urged her to hurry up and get started. Hearing him speak so close to her, Gu Yishu blushed slightly, then nodded with a happy smile. Holding the new staff, Gu Yishu began using her power and focused her mind. Even though this was the first time she had met Shadow, he gave her a strangely familiar feeling. Her owl circled around her in the air, and she asked whether Shadow was not afraid that she would simply take the weapon and leave without helping him. Qin Feng remained calm, and simply asked her if she did not hate Song Fei. When Gu Yishu heard him say that, her eyes widened in surprise. She wondered if Shadow might be someone she knew in real life, but his voice did not sound familiar. Qin Feng only smiled, and told her she could guess for herself. Gu Yishu raised her hand, and the owl immediately flew upward. As for guessing Shadow's identity, she was far too lazy to bother with that right now. But just then, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The owl flew high above the town, sweeping its gaze across the surrounding area. In the distance, between the rocky canyons, Gu Yishu finally spotted Song Fei and his group of fans. Her owl had located Song Fei's hiding place deep in the rocky canyons, so Gu Yishu quickly told Qin Feng the exact direction. She also warned him to move fast, because Song Fei and his companions might leave before he arrived. The owl could fly quickly, but following targets for too long would drain its strength and leave it exhausted. Shadow was already prepared to move, and he told her not to worry, because he would reach the location very soon. Right after saying that, Qin Feng shot forward like an arrow leaving the string. He rushed across the rough terrain, leaping over rocks and passing through uneven ground without slowing down at all. But then the owl suddenly stopped flying. Qin Feng stopped as well, immediately realizing that something had interfered with their tracking. He scanned the area around him and soon noticed a tree nearby. On its trunk, there was a strange sign that looked completely out of place. Wanting to understand what was going on, Qin Feng contacted Gu Yishu again and asked her to have the owl inspect the area more carefully. Before long, the owl found 2 more trees marked with the exact same strange signs. One stood about 100 meters ahead, while the other was positioned 100 meters to the left. Qin Feng moved from one tree to the next, stopping in front of each strange mark and carefully pressing his hand against the symbols. He did not rush, instead feeling them out one by one as if testing whether they were part of some hidden mechanism. The moment Qin Feng touched all 3 symbols with a trace of his own energy, the marks suddenly responded. A bright line of light shot out between them, linking the 3 trees together like the edges of a glowing formation. Then the ground at the center of the connected symbols began to shine. The light grew brighter and brighter, until a treasure chest suddenly rose into view, wrapped in a vivid green radiance and a faint golden glow. Qin Feng was stunned. He never expected a treasure like this to appear in an ordinary starter area like Firefly Town. Even Qin Feng could barely believe what he was seeing. Treasures left behind by ancient gods were unbelievably rare, and they could appear in almost any location. Some of them brought terrifying monsters, some released entire waves of beasts, and some, like this one, contained priceless rewards. Gu Ishu, watching everything through her owl, was just as shocked. A green chest like this could be worth 1,000 days of lifespan, or more than 10 million in real-world money. Qin Feng could not help admiring Gu Ishu's sharp instincts for noticing something misvaluable. Back in Qin Feng's previous life, 1 year of lifespan had only been worth around 10,000 at the very beginning. But by the second day, that value had already exploded, rising all the way to 50,000. Gu Ishu was still fascinated by what had just happened, so she quickly began memorizing the strange symbols, clearly planning to keep them in mind for later. A clever light flickered in Gu Ishu's eyes. With her tracking abilities, there was no telling how many hidden secrets like this she might be able to uncover in the future. Qin Feng stepped forward and opened the chest. Inside was a skill book wrapped in a dark, ominous aura, named Curse of the Blossoms. It was a powerful emerald-grade ability. Once activated, it could make cursed flowers grow from the body of a defeated enemy, draining that enemy's tradable lifespan all the way down to 0. The skill had no cooldown, but it came with one harsh condition. It had to be used within 15 seconds after the target died. Qin Feng immediately remembered how terrifying this spell had been in his previous life. With it, every enemy he defeated could be turned into an even greater advantage. If he managed to kill Song Fei again and guard the body for just a short while, then this time, he could take everything from him. A sinister smile slowly curled across Qin Feng's face. Song Fei would not simply lose this time. He would be drained completely, down to the last bit of tradable lifespan. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng hurried straight toward his target, while far away, things were already moving in another canyon. Deep inside a distant canyon, Song Fei's most devoted fans were busy surrounding another boss and attacking it with everything they had. Spell after spell slammed into the monster, while Song Fei safely stayed behind them, waiting for the perfect moment to step in and take the final blow. Song Fei looked completely confident, even a little smug. He was certain that Qin Feng would never bother chasing him all the way out here. After all, Qin Feng had already killed a silver-tier boss and humiliated him twice. In Song Fei's mind, that should have been more than enough, and the matter should have ended there. Unfortunately for him, he was completely wrong. Just as the boss was about to fall, the heavier girl among Song Fei's fans suddenly noticed another group of players nearby. That group was also fighting a different boss of their own. Song Fei smoothly slipped into his usual act and started manipulating his fans again. He told them that the other group must be supporters of a rival idol, deliberately trying to steal the spotlight and make him look bad. The moment his fans heard that, their faces twisted with anger. In their eyes, no one had the right to outshine their precious Song Fei. Without thinking twice, the girls charged straight toward the other group. The team nearby saw them approaching and mistakenly thought they had come to help, so they welcomed them with open arms. But before the other side could even finish greeting them, the heavier girl lifted her staff and slammed it down with brutal force, knocking out their leader in a single hit. The rest of the team froze in shock as Song Fei's fans suddenly turned on them. The girls attacked like lunatics while shouting strange things about idols, destiny, and their absolute devotion to Song Fei. One of the opposing players tried to ask what was going on, but he never got a proper answer. Before he could finish speaking, a spell came crashing down and silenced him on the spot. Then the situation became even stranger. Song Fei's fans began reciting bizarre, dramatic lines, praising Song Fei as if he were some divine being who stood above everyone else. After wiping out the other team, the girls obediently stepped aside and cleared a path for their golden prince, Song Fei, to come forward and finish off the boss himself. Song Fei continued playing his role perfectly, putting on a grateful expression and showering the girls with meaningless thanks. He even spun another ridiculous story, claiming he had almost been caught in a dangerous ambush and calling the girls heroes for saving him. His words immediately made the girls blush and giggle. They were completely trapped in the fantasy he had created for them, happily believing every fake compliment he gave. But that moment of celebration was the end of it. At the same time, Shadow had already appeared at the edge of the canyon. Song Fei suddenly felt something was wrong. A cold chill crept down his back, and his confident expression stiffened for a brief instant. But by the time Song Fei finally turned around to look, it was already far too late. Qin Feng's sword flashed through the air like a stroke of judgment, cutting forward with terrifying speed in a single instant. Song Fei's head was severed in one clean motion, and his body collapsed heavily to the ground before he could even understand what had happened. This time, however, Shadow did not simply kill him and walk away. He crouched beside Song Fei's fallen body and activated Curse of the Blossoms. The fangirls stood frozen in place, their faces full of shock. None of them could understand the terrifying thing happening right in front of their eyes. Soon after, Song Fei reappeared at the portal in Firefly Town, both confused and irritated. He still could not understand why Shadow kept targeting him again and again, and in his twisted way of thinking, he decided the reason had to be jealousy. Maybe Shadow was jealous of all the attention Song Fei received from his fangirls. Or maybe one of those girls was secretly someone Shadow liked. Song Fei convinced himself that Shadow's constant appearances in Firefly Town must be part of some complicated revenge scheme. But while he was still lost in those wild thoughts, a system alert suddenly popped up, terrifying him with the news that his tradable lifespan was dropping fast, much faster than a normal death penalty. At first, Song Fei thought this might be some special punishment for dying too many times in a row. But before he could figure out what was really happening, his fan club began appearing at the portal one after another as well. The heavier mage girl was among the first to arrive. She was out of breath as she rushed over and told Song Fei about the creepy red flower that had grown from his body, clearly draining away something extremely important. Song Fei immediately understood. That cursed flower, along with his rapidly vanishing lifespan, had to be Shadow's doing. Shadow had obtained some frightening new ability. The realization struck Song Fei hard, and he suddenly ordered all his fans to log off. He knew that if they kept losing to Shadow like this, their tradable lifespan could be drained all the way down to zero, and that would mean real death. Even then, he still put on the act of a noble leader, calling them his family and promising that he would go into the real world to extend their lifespan. After that, he said they would return with new equipment bought using the lifespan they had saved. The girls were still completely under Song Fei's control, and instead of questioning him, they became excited as they imagined coming back stronger and finally defeating Shadow. Even as Song Fei disappeared from the game, anger and humiliation twisted across his face. He refused to see this as a real defeat. After spending 2.5 years building himself up to this point, he could not accept being crushed by some unknown player who had appeared out of nowhere. In his mind, money could solve everything. As long as he had enough resources, he could smash through any obstacle standing in his way. All he needed was a little more time. Back at the place where the battle had taken place, red flowers had bloomed everywhere. Each one grew from the body of a fallen player, silently draining the tradable lifespan from Song Fei's fans. With Shadow's relentless attacks and repeated kills, his killer rank had already risen to level 4, causing the lifespan lost upon death to reach a terrifying 96.8%. But Shadow was not bothered by that number at all. After calculating his gains, he realized this ambush had added roughly 1,000 days to his lifespan. It was all thanks to Song Fei and his misguided followers. They had done all the hard work of fighting monsters and gathering resources, only to hand the final rewards over to him. But that harvest did not last forever. Soon, the cursed flowers began to fade, and the flow of energy stopped. Shadow immediately understood that the players had logged off to prevent themselves from losing even more lifespan. High above the canyon, the white owl continued circling silently through the air. Gu Yixu had watched the entire thing through the owl's eyes, and even she was shaken by what she had seen. Witnessing the true strength of the top player up close was completely different from just hearing rumors about him. When Shadow asked Gu Yixu whether Song Fei had really logged off, she nodded and confirmed that the whole group had disappeared from the game to buy themselves some time. Shadow calmly told her to continue keeping watch and to let him know right away if Song Fei ever came back online. Gu Yixu wondered if her task was already finished, but Shadow told her to stay on it for a little longer. Then he mentioned that he had just obtained a golden tier priest skill called Sword of Divine Judgment. The moment she heard that, Gu Yixu's interest was instantly sparked. She clearly wanted that skill, and seeing the look in her eyes, Shadow made her an offer. He said he would trade the skill to her for 500 days of lifespan, but if she agreed to one condition, he could cut the price in half. Gu Yixu's eyes narrowed immediately, and she warned him that she would never trade away her dignity, which left Shadow briefly stunned. Shadow quickly explained that she had completely misunderstood him. What he wanted was simple. He needed her to join his team and become their main healer. Once Gu Yixu realized what he meant, she relaxed and laughed. She agreed almost right away, but still warned him that if his team turned out to be a complete disaster, she would definitely hold him responsible. Shadow calmly reassured Gu Yixu that his team was reliable and definitely not some messy group thrown together at random. Since she had agreed, he decided there was no reason to delay any longer and immediately prepared to contact the others. Elsewhere in the game world, Wang Ming was standing proudly over the body of a poisonous monster he had just defeated, clearly pleased with the experience points he had earned. But the poison was still eating away at him, so he quickly called out to Zhu, asking her to heal him and remove the toxin. Zhu, however, froze in place, completely unsure of what she was supposed to do. Wang Ming tried reminding her again that, as a priest, She should have a skill capable of cleansing poison. But before Zhu could properly understand what he meant, she panicked and activated the ability in the wrong direction, accidentally casting it on a nearby tree instead of the poisoned Wang Ming. The remaining time ran out before anyone could fix the mistake. Wang Ming's body finally gave in to the poison, and he collapsed onto the ground, wasting the victory he had just earned over the monster. The rest of the team stared in stunned silence, their frustration almost written across their faces. One by one, they turned toward Qin Feng's sister, unable to believe a healer could be this useless at the moment they needed her most. Later, near the teleportation stone, the team leader stood there with a heavy expression, clearly facing a decision he could no longer avoid. He understood that the team desperately needed a real healer. The problem was that almost every skilled hidden class priest had already been taken by other groups. Even so, they could not keep moving forward with someone who failed at healing at the most basic level. Zhu, on the other hand, had no idea how badly she had failed. She was still lost in her own fantasy, imagining herself as the chosen one, almost like a goddess descending into this new world. Since she had leveled up so quickly, she believed it was proof of her destined greatness, and she was already dreaming about joining her brother Song Fei in glory. But just then, news from Shadow reached Wang Ming, instantly making his eyes light up with excitement. A hidden class healer had agreed to join their team, and she was a white bird priest with strong potential in other roles as well. This was exactly the chance they had been waiting for. The leader immediately asked Shadow where she was, and Shadow told them the new healer was currently in Firefly Town. It was not the best leveling area, but gathering together first and moving as a proper team mattered more right now. Wang Ming agreed without hesitation and prepared to head over, but before leaving, he knew he still had to deal with Zhu's situation. He chose his words carefully and told her that the team would be moving to a higher level area soon, because Shell Town had become far too crowded. He deliberately made it sound as if her level was the only problem, using a softer excuse so he would not hurt her pride too directly. But before Zhu could even respond, the entire team had already moved out, and their relief was obvious. Everyone seemed happy to leave behind a healer who could not actually heal. Zhu, however, did not seem upset at all. In her mind, their departure was actually a good thing. She convinced herself that they simply were not strong enough to be worthy of her, and she decided she would find Shadow instead, then make him help her level up. Meanwhile, Wang Ming arrived in Firefly Town and soon found Shadow together with Guishu. The first thing Wang Ming did was hand over the lifespan he had gained from their previous fight, settling the share honestly before they moved on. As they prepared to reorganize the team, Wang Ming could feel more clearly than ever how difficult it was to keep up in this game. While discussing their next plans, Wang Ming brought up another possible ally, a captain named Yinyu. The moment Shadow heard that name, he stopped in place, his thoughts suddenly racing. That name was definitely not ordinary. Then, almost as if on cue, she appeared. With a cheerful wave, Yinyu greeted them openly, and both men immediately turned their attention toward her. Shadow could hardly believe what he was seeing. The woman standing in front of them was Yinyu, also known as Justice Execution, the only player in the entire game with the hidden class Dragon Swordsman. In Shadow's previous life, Yinyu had ranked among the top 20 players in the world and had played an extremely important role among the country's official forces. She was a national hero, someone respected and feared in equal measure. Yet now she had appeared far earlier than expected, looking bright and confident as she faced Shadow with obvious admiration. With a warm smile, Yinyu introduced herself and openly admitted that she admired him. She even joked that with the speed he was growing, he almost seemed like a time traveler or some reincarnated hero who already knew the path ahead. Shadow stayed quiet for a moment, his thoughts drifting back to his previous life, when their paths had crossed much later under far darker circumstances. Back then, she had not been part of Wang Ming's team, which made this early meeting even more unexpected. She likely already carried a large amount of tradable lifespan, probably collected on behalf of government groups. As a dragon swordsman known for toughness and survival, she was indeed the perfect person to hold such resources. Shadow understood the logic behind the government's choice and respected it. Yinyu was direct as well. She told Shadow that if he had any equipment he wanted to sell, she and her group would be interested in buying it. Her tone remained sweet, but there was firmness beneath it as she reminded him that she carried responsibility for her entire city. Shadow saw no benefit in opposing her, and both of them clearly understood that. He agreed, saying it would be short-sighted to miss out on such a mutually beneficial deal. Although Yinyu looked cheerful and harmless on the surface, Qin Feng knew very well that there was far more hidden beneath that friendly smile. Meanwhile, Song Fei's fans began logging out of the game one after another. They had seen the official announcement, and the contents left them completely shaken. Lifespan in God Forsaken was real. If a player's lifespan reached 0 inside the game, that person would truly die in the real world. The archer was furious when she realized this was no longer just some harmless game. What terrified her even more was the fact that she had already handed all of her tradable lifespan over to Song Fei. Some of the girls discovered they only had a few days of lifespan remaining. The assassin among them had killed several players and carried the assassin stat, which meant if she died one more time, she would lose double the lifespan. They were all stunned. None of them could understand how dying only 3 times could cost such a terrifying amount of lifespan. The chubby girl hurriedly read through the messages, and sweat quickly covered her face. She realized with horror that in the game, as a tank mage, she had always charged at the front. She had killed many people and died many times as well. Now, after checking her remaining lifespan, she discovered she had only 1 day left. If that number reached 0, she would die for real. Just then, one piece of information caught her eye. Brother Song Fei was buying lifespan. To her, that was wonderful news. She immediately decided to go find Brother Song Fei, firmly believing he would definitely help her. She quickly changed clothes and decided to wear Brother Song Fei's support outfit from head to toe. In her mind, this was perfect. She was going to see Brother Song Fei, and he would absolutely save her. She even excitedly mentioned Brother Song Fei's newest product release, the Song Fei Ultra Thin Anti-Side Leak. After dressing herself completely in Song Fei merchandise, she wasted no time at all. She rushed out of her house and headed straight toward the concert venue. Not far away from there stood a group of apartment buildings. Qin Feng's sister had also logged out of the game. For a moment, she stood there in confusion, almost unable to tell whether she was truly back in the real world or still trapped inside the game. She turned on her phone, and a smile soon appeared on her face. At the current rate, 1 day of lifespan could be sold for 15,000. With more than 200 days left in her hands, she felt as if she could become a millionaire overnight. But her smile froze when she saw the news that Shadow had killed Song Fei 3 times. Sadness and fury immediately overwhelmed her, and tears began spilling from her eyes. She remembered what everyone had said clearly now. If a person's lifespan reached 0 in the game, they would truly die in real life. Even though Song Fei had 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, dying 3 times had reduced his remaining time to barely 12 years. Qin Feng's sister thought of Brother Song Fei again and could not understand why Shadow had killed him so mercilessly. According to the group chats, even while surrounded by dozens of people, Shadow had still managed to kill Song Fei 3 separate times. To her, he was not just strong, he was terrifying. At that moment, the chubby girl began sending frantic messages into the chat, telling everyone that Brother Song Fei urgently needed help. She called on any sister in Jianghai City to come find her and sell their tradable lifespan. She also revealed that Song Fei was currently at Dajiang Plaza, and the exchange rate for lifespan was 1 day for 10,000. In her eyes, this was the perfect chance to get rich while helping Brother Song Fei at the same time. Qin Feng's sister immediately started putting on her clothes. She could hardly believe Brother Song Fei was at Dajiang Plaza, so close to where she lived. She told herself she could not just stand by and watch his lifespan run out. She had to go help him. Thanks to Shadow and the others, she had managed to save more than 200 days of tradable lifespan, which was just enough to support Brother Song Fei. Without wasting another moment, she made up her mind and rushed off toward Dajiang Plaza. At the same time, back inside the game, Qin Feng was slaughtering monsters one after another with almost no difficulty. A system window appeared in front of him, announcing that he had reached level 10. His attributes increased by 2 points, and he also received 5 free attribute points to distribute. With level 10 reached, Qin Feng unlocked the class promotion function. On top of that, as the first player in the Jianghai City area to reach level 10, he earned 7 reputation points. As the first player in the Great Xia Kingdom area, he earned 14 reputation points. And as the first player in the entire world to reach level 10, he gained 21 reputation points. The system window also revealed that the teleportation. At that moment, the system announcement echoed through every town, telling all players that Shadow had officially reached level 10. The players everywhere were stunned, and excited discussions broke out immediately. Many of them said that, as expected, it was Shadow again. He had already taken the first kill of a gold-tier monster, and now he had become the first player in the world to reach level 10. To them, Shadow was simply far too powerful. Some had even heard that this big shot had recently killed a small celebrity several times, and as far as they were concerned, Song Fei had completely deserved it. Other players were venting their frustration everywhere, cursing in disbelief when they realized Shadow was actually from Great Xia. Some compared his progress to their own, complaining that their hidden class blacksmith was only level 8, while Shadow had already pulled so far ahead that it barely made sense. No one could understand what was happening with him, and some even wondered whether, among the 1.5 billion people of Great Xia, there really wasn't a single person capable of catching up to Shadow. Qin Feng was standing near the shore when he decided to use the evolution points he had just obtained. He consumed all 13 points at once, leaving himself with none. His initial skill, Backstab Enhancement, evolved from Platinum tier to Emerald tier, and its passive effect increased from 40% to 50%. But even after looking at his tradable lifespan, which was now a little over 7,000 days, Qin Feng still felt that it was nowhere near enough. He knew that if players wanted to leave the starter towns, they first needed 7 level 10 players to activate the teleportation portal leading to the continent of Forsaken Gods. But at that moment, the highest level players besides him were only around level 7, so even if he wanted to move forward immediately, he would have to wait a little longer. After thinking it over, Qin Feng decided to return to the real world first and take care of something important. His figure scattered like sand and vanished from the game. A few seconds later, Qin Feng opened his eyes back in the real world, and a system prompt appeared before him, asking whether he wanted to consume tradable lifespan to transfer his skills into reality. Without hesitating for even a second, Qin Feng accepted. When the system asked which skill he wanted to extract into the real world, he immediately stood up and chose to extract his class first. The system consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan, and the extraction was completed. Qin Feng successfully obtained Shadow in reality. Its passive effect activated at once, raising his attributes across the board. Strength increased by 3, Constitution by 3, Agility by 8, and Spirit by 5. After that, Qin Feng chose to extract level 2 as well. The system informed him that level 2 extraction had succeeded, consuming another 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. His real-world level instantly rose to level 3, and his stats received another boost. Strength increased by 4, Constitution by 4, Agility by 14, and Spirit by 4. The system then reported that he had consumed 900 days of tradable lifespan to extract the Platinum tier skill Shadow Step. After that, it also informed him that another 2,262 days had been consumed to extract the Silver tier skill Venomous Dagger. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the result. He still had 1,292 days of lifespan left, though for now, he no longer had enough to extract any other skills. What pleased him most was that he had only paid the price of extracting a low-tier skill, yet he had managed to bring out the Platinum tier Shadow Step. No matter how he looked at it, this was a huge bargain. But when Qin Feng thought of Song Fei, his expression darkened, and he could not help clenching his fist in anger. Right now, his base stats were already twice that of an average person, and his agility had reached 32 points, directly surpassing the human limit. With unlimited invisibility and a poison dagger that could be thrown up to 14 meters, Qin Feng was confident that if he found the right opening, he could finish off Song Fei in the real world. Qin Feng began checking his phone and was surprised to find that Song Fei was aggressively buying up lifespan. He wondered if that bastard was planning to return to the game and come after him. Then he noticed that Song Fei was currently at Dajang Plaza. After calculating the distance, he realized it was only around 7 or 8 kilometers away, and with his current speed, he could reach it in just over 10 minutes. Just then, Qin Feng's hand paused slightly when he saw a message from Hu Cabin, the arrogant and powerful company supervisor. Hu Cabin was furious. In her eyes, after Qin Feng had grown wings, he had become so bold that he did not even answer the phone anymore. She knew the young lady had taken an interest in him, and this was supposed to be his big opportunity. She simply could not understand why he refused to cooperate. Qin Feng did not waste time replying. He blocked Hu Cabin directly, and as he continued walking, he tossed the phone aside and activated invisibility. In his mind, those people would soon understand what the true godforsaken game really was. A few hours later, at Dajang Plaza, Song Fei's concert was already in full swing. The venue was packed with girls, and among the crowd was Qin Feng's sister as well. On the stage, Song Fei was sitting beside a blonde woman, looking calm and confident under the lights. With a smile on her face, the blonde woman said she had heard Song Fei had been killed 3 times by Shadow inside the game. Then she comforted him, telling him not to worry, because she had already sent people to investigate Shadow's true identity. Song Fei looked at her with curiosity and asked how the investigation was going. She revealed that someone had already been sent to Firefly Town to make contact with Shadow. They planned to offer him an amount of money he could not refuse. Once Shadow entered the real world to collect it, they would capture him. And after that, they would make sure brother Song Fei had the chance to vent his anger properly. When Song Fei heard that, a satisfied smile spread across his face, and he told her to make sure she informed him when the time came. Then he asked whether he had heard correctly, that her Dajang Corporation had already used this same method to control several players and force them to work for her for free. Hu Cabin could not help laughing. In her opinion, those players were all idiots, and they were so weak that they could not accumulate much lifespan anyway. To her, standing beside Song Fei was much more valuable, because so many women willingly handed over their lifespan to him, and some were even prepared to die for his sake. Song Fei leaned back and started laughing with a malicious expression, clearly enjoying every word. But among the audience, a man suddenly raised his voice and shouted, demanding that everyone stop recklessly selling their lifespan to other people. He turned his anger directly toward Song Fei, saying that Song Fei clearly knew lifespan was tied to life and death, yet he was still brainwashing his fans and aggressively buying up their remaining time. The man accused him of endangering people's lives and declared that they were going to report him. Song Fei only smiled at that, silently thinking that there was always some fool who had to jump out and cause trouble at the worst possible time. Then he stood up and addressed everyone in public. He said he had noticed the recent arguments and discussions online. He admitted that his actions in acquiring lifespan had taken up certain public resources and caused inconvenience to many people. Because of that, he said he felt deeply regretful and offered his most sincere apology. His fans immediately shouted back that he did not need to apologize at all, because in their eyes, he had done absolutely nothing wrong. Song Fei looked out at them with a sincere smile and said he was truly grateful for all the support and affection his fans had given him. At the same time, he urged everyone with a serious expression to remember that love should always be positive and uplifting. He hoped they could follow their idols rationally. During this special moment caused by the game, while making sure they stayed safe, he said everyone should work together in a more positive way, contribute to society, and spread good energy. Tears filled his face as he explained that while the entire nation was being affected by the game, he had been actively cooperating with the authorities and working hard inside Godforsaken. That was why he had used his own wealth to acquire lifespan. He claimed he only wanted to become a quality idol within the game, someone worthy of being liked. He said he did it to repay his fans, hoping they could gain something outside the game as well, live happy, peaceful, and safe lives, and work together toward a better tomorrow. But he said he had never expected his actions to cause so much trouble for everyone. As soon as his voice softened, many of his fans could no longer hold back their tears. Song Fei apologized again, saying he was sorry for bringing trouble to everyone. His words made the crowd even more emotional, and the fans began shouting that he had not done anything wrong. Their anger quickly turned toward the man who had spoken out. They called him a savage and shouted for him to leave, insisting that they were helping brother Song Fei voluntarily and that he had no right to insult their sincere intention. At that moment, the chubby girl climbed onto the stage and loudly told everyone not to believe those ridiculous rumors spreading outside. She said she could not understand how anyone dared to question brother Song Fei. In her eyes, only fools with pig brains would believe everything they heard, and she mocked the idea that lifespan inside a game could possibly affect the real world. Then she placed a hand over her chest and declared that she was someone willing to die for brother Song Fei. She said that after logging out, the system showed she had less than 1 day of lifespan remaining, but she was still perfectly fine. And even if the rumors were true, if they did not even have the resolve to die for brother Song Fei, then they did not deserve to say they loved him. Her words instantly stirred up the other fans. Their emotions surged, and many of them decided on the spot to hand over all the lifespan they had left to Song Fei. Song Fei felt delighted as he watched the enthusiasm of his fans spread through the crowd. He reached his hand toward the chubby girl and said that being loved so deeply by someone like her made him feel truly honored. The chubby girl burst into tears, completely overwhelmed, and once again showed that she was willing to die for him without hesitation. But right at that moment, something suddenly shot through the air and pierced straight through Song Fei's head, shocking everyone present. Blood began spilling from Song Fei's mouth, and his hair scattered downward like falling leaves as life drained from his body. Song Fei's body slumped forward and collapsed onto the chubby girl's shoulder, making her eyes widen with pure fear. She dropped backward onto the ground and began screaming in terror, completely unable to understand what had just happened in front of her. Once the crowd realized that Song Fei was truly dead, all of his fans fell into complete panic. The guards immediately began escorting Hu Kabin away, while she cried and screamed in fear. She shouted that she had seen it clearly. When Song Fei died in the game, his body had been surrounded by orbs of lifespan, and now the same kind of thing had happened here. She ordered them to leave immediately, because the person who killed Song Fei had obviously done it using a skill from the game. Hu Kabin was horrified as a terrifying thought formed in her mind. Could the skills from Godforsaken really be used in the real world? How was that even possible? Killing Song Fei in an instant, turning invisible, and collecting lifespan. When she put all of it together, she realized there was only one person who could have done this. It had to be Shadow. At that exact moment, another dart shot through the air and pierced straight into her head as well. She didn't even have time to react before her body collapsed lifelessly, dying on the spot and leaving the surrounding guards frozen in complete shock. And hidden among the gathered crowd, quietly watching everything unfold, was Qin Feng. By the time evening settled in and the sky had already turned dark, the news was spreading everywhere. Superstar Song Fei had tragically died at Dajang Plaza, and the entire city was thrown into panic. The report also said that Song Fei's most fanatical supporters had sacrificed every bit of lifespan they had left. One after another, they dropped dead beside his corpse, and after the police investigated the scene, they confirmed that his death was connected to supernatural abilities. When Qin Feng's sister and her friends saw the news, their faces were soaked with tears, and fear was written all over their eyes. She was devastated, because no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't accept it. Just the day before, they had gone to Song Fei's concert together, watching him shine on stage, and now he was already gone forever. Her friend, however, wasn't stupid at all. The moment she thought about the throwing knives and the invisibility, she immediately realized those had to be abilities from the godforsaken game. Then a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could Shadow have been the one who killed Song Fei? After all, she had heard that Shadow had already killed him 3 times inside the game. Qin Xiaoyu was completely confused, her mind spinning as she wondered how skills from a game could possibly appear in the real world. Even then, she still couldn't bring herself to believe that Shadow had really killed Song Fei. But when she remembered that Shadow had killed Song Fei several times in the game, her expression slowly changed. In reality, if there was anyone who would truly have a reason and the ability to kill Song Fei, it could only be Shadow. Throwing knives, invisibility. Weren't those exactly the kinds of skills an assassin would use? The more she thought about it, the more certain she became. The killer had to be Shadow. Her beloved brother had been murdered by him, and from that moment on, her entire world felt like it had lost its light. If Shadow had truly found a way to bring game skills into reality, then she would get close to him. She would approach him no matter how dangerous it was. No matter what price she had to pay, she would become stronger. Starting that day, only one goal remained in her heart. The taxi pulled over at the roadside, and the two of them quickly got out. Her friend looked at her in confusion and asked if she was really okay. But Qin Xiaoyu's eyes were already burning with rage. At that moment, there was only one thought left in her mind. She wanted to kill Shadow and avenge her brother, Song Fei. At the same time, Qin Feng was sitting quietly inside a small restaurant, calmly eating a bowl of noodles as if nothing had happened. In the godforsaken game, even though players had just then, his phone suddenly started ringing. Qin Feng unlocked the screen and saw a new message. Someone told him that Fat, who was furious, had already blocked his phone number in WeChat, and if Qin Feng didn't show up soon, he would be fired and lose his salary for the entire month. The message had come from Yang Xiaoya. In Qin Feng's eyes, she was a kind girl, though a little fragile and often bullied by others. In his previous life, she had also been a member of his Zhanshin guild. Qin Feng simply told her not to worry about him or the job, and instead to focus on leveling up properly in the game. Yang Xiaoya was confused and asked Qin Feng if he had also started playing. She had heard that the game was incredibly difficult, and that many people's lifespan was almost completely drained. Qin Feng explained that no matter what profession she had chosen, in the early stage, she only needed to focus on raising agility. She decided to trust him, but then added that she had heard the lifespan produced inside the game was extremely expensive right now. After that, she asked how his own progress was going and how much he had earned. Qin Feng replied casually that it wasn't much, because he had already spent almost everything. Qin Feng knew very well that Fat, who was nothing more than a lackey. The real trouble was the person standing behind him, Qian Shishir. She was the daughter of the president of Qian Group, and the company Qin Feng used to work for was under that group. That young woman spent her days doing almost nothing except chasing after men. She had once entered a hotel with 6 middle-aged foreign men, and she had even driven a sports car around with 3 African men just for fun. And now, she had somehow started showing interest in him as well. Qian Shishir was obsessed with foreign culture. After the godforsaken game arrived, she left Great Xia and went to North America, where she led the creation of one of the top 3 guilds there, Alice's Wonderland. That woman had always stood openly against Great Xia. In Qin Feng's previous life, she had caused endless trouble for Great Xia and for the Zhanshin Guild. Qin Feng knew he had to find a way to deal with her before she left the country. Otherwise, once she reached North America, handling her would become far more difficult. If Qian Shishir died, then Alice's Wonderland might never be established at all. Rumor had it that the key founders of that guild were all connected to her in some way, and once that woman disappeared, the link binding those founders together would naturally collapse. Before long, Qin Feng's phone rang again. This time, the caller was Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu sounded a little surprised when Qin Feng actually answered the call, because she had assumed he had already died in the game. Since he was still alive, she told him directly that she had earned enough money to buy a house, so he no longer needed to worry about her. Qin Feng decided to go along with it, and calmly asked if she had anything else to say. She told him not to bother her anymore, and said she would not come looking for him either. She even warned him not to try finding out where she lived, because from this moment on, She had completely cut ties with him. Qin Feng hung up the call, and instead of feeling upset, he couldn't help feeling strangely happy. After that, he decided it was time to return to the game and continue leveling up. It wouldn't be long before someone reached level 10 and discovered that game skills could be transferred into reality. And once that secret spread, the world would never be peaceful again. Not long afterward, Qin Xiaoyu and her friend also logged back into the game. Her friend still looked uneasy and asked if cutting ties with her brother was a little too harsh, even advising her to make peace with him. But Qin Xiaoyu's attitude didn't soften at all. She firmly refused and revealed that she had already sold her lifespan to Qian Group, receiving a full 2 million in return. Her friend was shocked speechless. Qin Xiaoyu then said she had already bought a house, and from now on, the two of them would live together. She added that she would soon meet Shadow, and once that happened, Qin Feng would no longer matter to her at all. Just then, a player passing through the area suddenly caught Qin Xiaoyu's attention. The man walked up with a smile and handed her a book, saying this was the assassin skill book she had wanted. He also reminded her not to forget what she had promised him. Qin Xiaoyu smiled brightly, nodded, and said that once everything was finished, she would satisfy his little wishes. But deep down, she was already sneering at him as nothing more than a flatterer, thinking that once she met Shadow, no one would care about a useless piece of trash like him. She quickly informed Wang Meng that she had obtained an assassin skill book, and that it was a control-type skill. Then she asked him to check with Shadow and see whether he needed it, because if he did, she was willing to give it to him. A smile slowly spread across her face. In her eyes, Zhang Wei, that shameless flatterer, was still somewhat useful after all, since he had actually managed to bring her such a good skill book. This book would become the red thread connecting her to Shadow. Soon, she would approach Shadow, stay quietly by his side, heal him when he needed it, help him kill enemies, and level up together with him. She would make sure he clearly felt every bit of help she gave him, until little by little, he began to trust her. Eventually, she wanted him to see her as someone inseparable from him, almost like his other half. But once she became strong enough, and once Shadow no longer had any use to her, she would personally kill him with her own hands. She would even tear out his eyes, all to avenge her brother, Song Fei. But to Qin Xiaoyu's surprise, Wang Ming soon replied that Shadow had said the skill was trash. He didn't need it at all, and told her she could keep it or sell it herself for money. A while later, Shadow also logged back into the game. Almost immediately, he heard the sounds of battle nearby, and judging from the noise, someone seemed to be fighting a boss that was anything but ordinary. Following the fierce sounds of combat, Qin Feng moved closer and saw a man carrying a shield, desperately fighting against a terrifying multi-armed boss. The shield-bearing man suddenly turned and tried to run, but it was completely useless. In the next instant, the monster caught up and sliced him into pieces. Qin Feng immediately recognized the creature. This boss was the Golden Arachnid, a level 8 gold-tier boss. And what made it even more troublesome was that this boss possessed a level 2 anti-stealth ability. That meant that in front of the Golden Arachnid, Qin Feng's invisibility would be completely useless, with no way to hide from its senses. The monster suddenly let out a furious roar. Qin Feng gathered his strength, rushed out from his hiding place, and attacked at high speed. With Shadow Slash, he struck the Golden Arachnid directly and dealt several thousand points of damage. Qin Feng had a buff that doubled his damage whenever he attacked from outside the target's line of sight. But he also knew that against an enemy capable of seeing through invisibility, that effect would not activate, which meant his damage output had been greatly reduced. However, the legendary effect of Graceful Liberation had amplified the Golden Arachnid's head and heart weak points by 200%. Out of the 9 strikes from Shadow Slash, 3 were judged to have landed directly on weak points, triggering triple weak point damage and instantly making up for the damage he had lost. It truly lived up to being a legendary skill. Qin Feng couldn't help thinking that he really had to thank Sister Hai for this, because she was the one who helped him find that faith temple. Not far away, a mage was watching the battle closely. In her eyes, Shadow's damage was simply ridiculous, because with just one skill, he had already shaved off 1/6 of the Golden Arachnid's health bar. Qin Feng followed up by throwing a venomous knife. The blade shot forward and stabbed straight into the monster's head, dealing 1,783 points of damage. Even so, Venomous Throwing Knife was still only a silver tier skill. Its damage was already starting to fall behind compared to the stronger abilities Qin Feng now relied on. Qin Feng knew very clearly that he still had to advance his profession as soon as possible. Only by completing that step could he obtain a higher level invisibility skill and stop being restrained by enemies with anti-stealth abilities. But before he could think any further, the monster suddenly rushed forward. Its massive body lunged straight at him, and in the blink of an eye, it was already preparing to launch another fierce attack. Seeing the Golden Arachnid charge and so violently, the mage instantly panicked. But Qin Feng didn't retreat at all. Instead, his eyes sharpened and began to glow with calm, unshakable confidence. The monster's attacks came down one after another, but Qin Feng moved lightly between them, dodging each strike with almost no effort, as if the danger in front of him was nothing at all. The mage and her companion were completely stunned. They couldn't help wondering what kind of terrifying speed this was. But soon, they realized it wasn't just his movement speed. Qin Feng's reactions were unbelievably fast, and he seemed to understand the boss's attack patterns far too well. In terms of pure speed, Qin Feng was nearly on the same level as the boss. Every time the golden arachnid attacked, he slipped away at the perfect moment, making it look as if he had fought this exact monster countless times before. Back in his previous life, Qin Feng had traveled together with Qin Xiaoyu, but she could barely protect herself, let alone heal him properly. Because of that, he had slowly trained himself to survive through movement. A warrior couldn't rely only on taking hits head-on. Agile footwork and sharp evasion skills were just as important. A fierce light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. This was also one of the reasons why, even with only an ordinary warrior class in his previous life, he had still managed to force his way into the world's top 100. He seized the opening and launched a chain of slashes at the boss. Blade light flashed across the golden arachnid's body, and before long, its health had already dropped to less than half. Qin Feng then slipped into invisibility again, thinking to himself that compared with special bosses like the Golden Ghost Ship, which had unavoidable attacks, the golden arachnid was actually much easier to handle. The mage stared at the battlefield in disbelief. The boss that had looked so terrifying moments ago was now actually trying to flee. Of course, Qin Feng had no intention of letting it escape. He drew his dagger, rushed in close, and cut straight across the monster's throat. A system window immediately appeared, confirming that he had killed the level 8 gold tier boss and received 640 experience points, 7 evolution points, and 497 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand as well, and from that extra harvest, he obtained another 21 evolution points and 497 more days of tradable lifespan. Seeing the rewards stack up, Qin Feng felt quite satisfied. Just one gold tier boss had given him 28 evolution points in total and nearly 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. But just when he thought the rewards were over, another system window appeared. This time, he had obtained Blacklight Shield, an assassin skill. Its active effect converted all dodge rate into a damage reduction shield for 8 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds and a level 8 requirement. The conversion rule was clear. Every 20% dodge rate would become 1 layer of damage reduction shield. Once the duration ended, or once the shield was broken, the shield would disappear and the dodge rate would return to normal. Qin Feng could hardly believe such a skill book had actually dropped. When paired with the 75% dodge chance from the epic skill Phantom Blur, Blacklight Shield could immediately provide 3 layers of damage reduction. With this skill in hand, he would be able to challenge many bosses without taking any real damage. Without hesitation, Qin Feng spent a total of 6 evolution points and upgraded Blacklight Shield from Platinum tier to Epic tier. Its duration increased step by step, going from 8 seconds to 10, then 12, and finally 14 seconds. Even better, its conversion rate improved as well. Instead of every 20% dodge chance becoming 1 shield layer, it first improved to 15%, then 12%, and finally every 10% dodge chance could convert into 1 layer of damage reduction. Qin Feng was extremely pleased. Now he could stack 7 layers of damage reduction shield, which meant he could even enter many high-level areas ahead of schedule. He still had 22 evolution points remaining, so Qin Feng decided to evolve Venomous Throwing Knife 2 and raise its damage output. After spending 16 evolution points, the Silver tier Venomous Throwing Knife advanced all the way to Emerald tier. Its maximum range increased from 14 meters to 17 meters. Its continuous venom damage still had no weak point bonus, lasted for 5 seconds, and could not stack, but the direct hit damage rose from 120% attack to 240% attack. The poison damage also improved from 50% attack per second to 80% attack per second. Qin Feng understood very well that after 3 evolutions, Venomous Throwing Knife's damage had at least doubled. With its base cooldown of only 5 seconds, it could keep dealing damage continuously, making it no weaker than Shadow Slash. On top of that, he had also obtained 2 pieces of assassin class equipment, so he planned to equip them immediately. One of them was the Platinum tier Agile Ring, an assassin class accessory that granted 20 agility, 20% movement speed, 20% attack speed, and 20% cooldown speed, with a level 8 equipment requirement. The other was the Gold tier Heavy Red Leather Gloves, assassin class armor that gave 18 physical defense, 15 points to all elemental resistances, 12 constitution, and 588 HP, with a level 6 equipment requirement. After putting on these 2 pieces of equipment, Qin Feng's cooldown speed reached 55%. Shadow Slash, which originally had a 12-second cooldown, now only needed 7.7 seconds before it could be used again. On top of that, he had gained 51 constitution, 106 physical defense, and 1,517 HP. These boosts were not bad at all. With his current stats, he could now survive 3 attacks from the Golden Arachnid without dying, and combined with Blacklight Shield, his survivability had improved by a huge margin. The mage and the others finally walked out, still looking amazed as they praised Shadow. To them, that terrifying boss had been almost nothing in his hands, and they couldn't believe he had defeated it alone. Then the mage looked at him and asked if he had any equipment or skill she could use, adding that she was willing to buy them. Qin Feng told her that for a mage, he did have a gold-tier skill book called Frostball Bounce. It was a group attack skill that released ice balls capable of bouncing up to 10 times, and the price was 800 days of lifespan for a direct purchase. The mage hesitated slightly, thinking that 800 days was a bit expensive, since she had just seen someone sell a level 5 gold-tier skill book for only 400 days earlier. Qin Feng looked at her seriously and made the difference clear. Frostball Bounce was a level 7 skill book, and its damage was more than 40% higher than a level 5 skill. With that kind of gap, 800 days was not expensive at all. After hearing that, the mage no longer hesitated. She quickly made the deal with Qin Feng and agreed to buy the skill book for 800 days. The system window confirmed that the transaction had been completed. Qin Feng then gradually faded into invisibility again. At this stage of the game, there were basically no early bosses that could truly threaten him anymore. He decided to return to town and post a message to gather information on the locations of silver tier and gold tier bosses. That way, he would have a steady stream of bosses to hunt, and his leveling speed would be pushed to the maximum. At that moment, Wang Ming sent him a message, saying that Qin Xiaoyu, the priestess from his team, wanted to give him a skill book. Qin Feng found it a little interesting and wondered what kind of skill she was trying to send over. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw that Qin Xiaoyu really wanted to send him a skill book, and it was even a bronze tier one. He wondered what it could be, but still decided to take a look first. Of course, Qin Feng was not stupid. Right now, everyone was probably guessing that Shadow had killed Song Fei, and immediately after that, Qin Xiaoyu was suddenly trying to send him a skill book. So he chose to reject the offer, while quietly wondering whether she was trying to get close to him, trying to avenge Song Fei, or maybe planning both at the same time. Wang Ming passed the message back to her, saying that Shadow had called the skill book trash. He didn't need it, and she could just keep it or sell it herself for money. After that, Qin Feng told Wang Ming to come to town because he had something to sell him, and reminded him to prepare enough lifespan for the purchase. Wang Ming's expression grew serious, and he seemed to want to ask something important. Qin Feng immediately understood and asked if he was trying to ask whether he had been the one who killed those people. Then Qin Feng admitted it directly, saying that yes, he was the one who killed them. To Qin Feng, Wang Ming was a friend. Because of that, Wang Ming knew very well that when Song Fei was killed, Shadow had been offline the entire time. The motive and timing lined up perfectly. Since Wang Ming had already asked this question, it meant the authorities had probably figured out most of the truth as well. Qin Feng asked Wang Ming if he was planning to arrest him. After all, Qin Feng knew that in another 2 hours, other players would reach level 10, and by then, the fact that game powers could be transferred into reality would no longer remain a secret. To him, this was the perfect chance to see how the Great Xia government would respond, and he intended to treat it as a test. Qin Feng soon returned to Firefly Town and met up with Wang Ming and the others once again. And you looked at him closely and asked whether he was truly admitting that he had killed Song Fei. Qin Feng gave a calm nod, openly confirming it without showing the slightest hesitation. With a faint smile, and you said that Qin Feng was indeed their main suspect. However, they also knew that Song Fei and Jiang Lai had carried malicious intentions toward him first, and that Dajiang Industries had captured and abused many players, forcing them to work against their will. Strictly speaking, killing those two could be considered an act of self-defense. Qin Feng immediately understood what was going on. Since they still could not uncover his true identity, they had chosen to maintain a temporary cooperative relationship with him instead. He remembered that in his previous life, because he had worked with the officials, his record had always remained completely clean. But this time, things were different. He had directly killed Song Fei and Jiang Lai, and that might cause the future to shift in unexpected ways. Qin Feng was actually looking forward to seeing just how much his rebirth could change that doomed era brought by the game. For now, Qin Feng decided to sell the platinum tier equipment he had no use for. Since this group had official backing, they would accept equipment and skill books from any class. More importantly, they had enough resources to make the trade worthwhile. Qin Feng opened the system window, and the moment the others saw the items inside, they could barely believe their eyes. Platinum tier equipment and skill books were actually sitting there. They cried out in shock, wondering if Shadow had just achieved the first kill of a platinum grade boss. but they quickly rejected that idea because no global announcement had appeared. Qin Feng casually said that his luck had been pretty decent. He had found a few treasure chests, and Xiao Zhu could confirm it. Even she herself had obtained an emerald-tier skill book from one of them. The mage immediately nodded and confirmed that she had personally seen Qin Feng open that emerald chest. Little Black couldn't help feeling jealous when she noticed that Qin Feng called the mage Xiao Zhu so naturally. But when it came to her, he only called her Yu. Qin Feng then decided to call her Little Blackie instead of Little Black, which immediately made her angry. She quickly told him that he would be better off just calling her Little Black. Qin Feng then announced the prices. The Platinum Grade Archer skill book was fixed at 2,500 days, the Platinum Grade Berserker weapon was 1,500 days, the Platinum Grade Mage skill book was 3,000 days, and the Gold Equipment and skill book package was 8,000 days. Including the remaining Platinum equipment and skill books, there were 25 items in total. Since they were buying in bulk, he gave them a discount and set the total price at 16,000 days. Wang Ming was completely shocked and immediately told Yu to pay whatever Shadow asked. Then he looked at her again and asked if she wasn't going to bargain at all. And Yu simply smiled and said she felt the price was actually very fair. She would also include what Xiaosu and Wang Ming owed from before in this deal. The transaction was completed smoothly, and Qin Feng couldn't help praising her. He called her a true heroine, straightforward, decisive, and not the kind of person who wasted time. Deep down, Qin Feng knew that once tradable lifespan exceeded 10,000 days, the unit would automatically change into years. 60 years converted into days was roughly 22,000 days. According to the current exchange rate, that was equal to around 400 million in cash. Even for the officials of Zhanghai City, this was still an enormous expense. However, the benefits they gained were far greater than the money they spent. With this batch of equipment and skill books, many teams under Zhanghai City's official support could develop far ahead of schedule. Qin Feng understood that the stronger the authorities became, the more unnecessary trouble could be avoided in the future. They might even gain an advantage later in international confrontations. At that moment, Yu told Qin Feng that several players were still being imprisoned inside Dajang Industries. They were preparing to launch a rescue mission, and she asked him directly whether he wanted to join them. Qin Feng felt a little puzzled by their attitude. He couldn't tell whether the authorities were genuinely trying to recruit him, or whether they were simply trying to make his killing of Song Fei look more acceptable. So he calmly refused to join the rescue mission, but before leaving, he decided to give them a warning in advance. Their guess was right. He had indeed used skills from the game to kill those two people, and the moment those words came out, everyone around him was stunned. Qin Feng then made the key point clear. Once players reached level 10 inside the game, they could consume lifespan to extract their skills from the game and bring them into reality. And Yu immediately understood what that meant. This was probably the reason Dajang Industries had been buying large amounts of lifespan at this time. Once their own people reached level 10 and pulled game skills into the real world, the rescue mission would face far stronger resistance than expected. Seeing that she had grasped the danger so quickly, Qin Feng felt relieved and decided it was time for him to leave. Not long after that, Qin Feng's figure melted into a dark shadow, and in the next moment, he vanished from where he stood. With a serious expression, Yu immediately gave Wang Ming an order. From this moment on, they would stop leveling together as one full group and instead split up. Their 6-person team was already at a fairly high level, and when they stayed together, even ordinary monsters were being killed in one blow because their combined damage was too excessive. But if they separated, and each person led a smaller team, their overall leveling efficiency would rise by a large margin. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, and Yu added firmly that right now, everyone's top priority was to reach level 10 as soon as possible. After giving that order, she told Wang Ming to log off for a moment and report the information they had just received. Meanwhile, 2 players in town noticed that Shadow had set up a stall again. But this time, he wasn't putting items up for sale. Instead, he was openly buying information. A system window appeared above the stall, announcing Shadow's offer. He would buy silver boss coordinates for 30 days of lifespan and gold boss coordinates for 100 days. The moment one of the nearby men saw that announcement, a sly smile slowly appeared on his face. He walked up to Qin Feng and said that his young lady had already made her offer. As long as Shadow was willing to help her level up, she would give him 300 million, along with shares in Dajang Industries. The man even spoke like he was presenting a once-in-a-lifetime blessing, advising Qin Feng not to let such a rare opportunity slip away. The other players nearby quickly realized that this man still hadn't logged out yet. He probably had no idea that Shadow had already killed Song Fei and the young woman from Dajang Industries in real life. Some people were shocked to hear that the girl from Dajang Industries had also been taken out, and a few even muttered that they had seen her before and thought it was a real pity. The man's face twisted with anger as he remembered everything that had happened. In his eyes, that woman had only brought disaster upon herself. At first, she had wanted to capture Shadow in reality and force him into illegal work, but in the end, she was killed right on the spot. Then his expression changed sharply as the truth finally sank in. Zhang Lai was dead. He remembered how, in the beginning, Zhang Lai had offered 10 million for Shadow to help her level up. After Shadow refused, he saw the money and rushed forward to help her instead. He thought he could earn a huge payment of 5 million, but when he went to collect the money in reality, they knocked him unconscious. When he finally woke up, he found himself locked inside an unknown basement. Every day after that, they whipped him, abused him, and forced him to earn lifespan for them inside the game, while also using him to lure even more players into the trap. He had never imagined that Zhang Lai, the woman who had caused all of this, had already been killed by Shadow. A bitter laugh escaped him as he thought that hateful woman had truly received the death she deserved. Back then, he had mocked Shadow for being stupid, but only now did he realize that the real fool had been himself all along. Seeing the look on the man's face, Qin Feng immediately understood that this guy had probably helped Zhang Lai trap quite a few people. The man became nervous and quickly denied it, insisting that he had been forced to, before trying to leave in a hurry. Qin Feng knew exactly what kind of trash this man was, but he decided to let the officers handle him instead. Soon after, 2 more players approached Qin Feng. They said they had the coordinates of a silver boss and were willing to sell the information for 30 days of lifespan, asking him to complete the deal. At that moment, someone entered the city, and almost every player nearby turned to look. They quickly recognized her as Ace of Spades. Rumor had it that in reality, she was Qian Shishir, the heiress of Qian Group. The players quietly warned each other to keep their distance, saying she had already killed quite a few people, and that anyone who got too close might have their lifespan stolen. Qian Shishir logged into the game together with several of her men, arriving with the same arrogant air she always carried. She couldn't help smiling to herself. In her eyes, this game wasn't anything impressive. As long as someone had enough money, they could simply buy piles of equipment and skills. Once her combat powers stayed ahead of ordinary players, then whenever she found someone carrying lifespan, all she had to do was kill them and take it for herself. Still, anger flickered across her face. This cursed game had delayed her flight and completely ruined her original plans. By this time, she should have already been in North America, enjoying herself with Big Dick and Max Fackel, throwing herself into pleasure and excitement instead of being trapped here. Her gaze soon fell on 2 players who were trembling in fear. She was still stuck in Great Xia's magic city and couldn't leave the country, and as she looked at those Great Xia men, she saw them as nothing but weak insects. In her mind, Tony's men were far more appealing. Tony smiled and said that she had excellent taste. According to him, they were naturally much stronger than the men of Great Xia, especially in that regard. He added that once they returned to reality, she could experience it for herself. Hearing those words, Qian Shishir's face flushed red, almost like a ripe tomato. She had also heard that the useless Song Fei had died. In her mind, that was no great loss. She had fought him once before, and he had disappeared within a minute. So to her, he was nothing more than trash. What truly excited her was the rumor that the person who killed him was called Shadow. Even though Shadow was a man from Great Xia, he was still the #1 player in the world. That made her feel that perhaps he was worth getting to know. After learning that Shadow was capable of killing Song Fei in reality, she immediately concluded that killing an ordinary person would be even easier for him. To Qian Shishir, this was a perfect chance to build a connection with him. She told her men that she would log off for a moment, make a call, and send someone to contact Shadow on her behalf. She believed that even if Shadow didn't care about cash, he definitely wouldn't refuse 3,000 days of lifespan. And to obtain that much, she felt all she needed to do was kill an ordinary person with a casual flick of her finger. Deep inside, she let out a quiet laugh. She had never forgotten the look on Qin Feng's face when he rejected her, and in her mind, it wouldn't be long before Qin Feng was dead. At the same time, deep in the forest, a player had just killed a monster. Its body dissolved into lifespan, while a healer beside him was still patching him up from the wounds left by the monster's attacks. The man looked completely exhausted and begged Qin Xiaoyu that the next time she healed him, she shouldn't push it so far. Just now, he felt like he had nearly gone to meet his great-grandmother. Qin Xiaoyu turned her back on him and asked why he was being so fierce, adding that he wasn't dead anyway. The man looked confused and quickly explained that he hadn't meant to sound fierce. He was only trying to remind her. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu said the system had warned her that her hunger level had already reached 90%. She decided to log off and eat together with her friend Yin Yin. The 2 of them vanished from the game, leaving the man standing there in confusion. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He cursed silently in his heart, remembering how Qin Xiaoyu used to call him boss. But after seeing Shadow once, she had started looking at him with disgust. He swore to himself that sooner or later, he would make her pay and tear away that proud attitude of hers. At the same time, Qin Xiaoyu logged out of the game and opened her eyes inside her new house, only to feel her stomach painfully empty. When she checked her phone, she was stunned. Every delivery place was already closed, and not a single delivery worker was accepting orders. She couldn't help wondering whether everyone had gone into the godforsaken game. Then she suddenly remembered how, back at home, Qin Feng had always prepared delicious food for her. She had never needed to lift a finger or even think about what to eat. But the next second, rage flashed in her eyes. She forced herself to stop thinking about it, and told herself she needed to be more ambitious. It was only food. Compared with freedom, this kind of problem was nothing at all. Clenching her fist tightly, she encouraged herself again and again. She was the best. She had to keep going. She could do it. Without Qin Feng around, she would definitely live an even better life. Meanwhile, back inside the game, near the shoreline, there was a small cave hidden close to the water. A monster suddenly rushed out from inside, and it turned out to be a crab. But the moment the crab came out of the cave, a blade flashed across it, cutting its body cleanly in half. The one who had struck was Shadow. He let out a quiet sigh, thinking that in just over an hour, he had already killed 4 silver bosses. Overall, the efficiency was quite good. Each silver boss had given him 16 evolution points, and the crab's corpse quickly transformed into lifespan as well. On average, every silver level boss yielded around 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. Thanks to these gains, all of Qin Feng's equipment had now reached gold tier or higher. He couldn't help smiling as he checked his improved stats. His cooldown speed had risen from 55% to 75%, which meant Shadow Slash, originally on a 12-second cooldown, now only needed 6.8 seconds before he could use it again. This greatly increased his damage output. Since there were no platinum-level bosses around the outskirts of the safe town, gold-level equipment was already the best he could get for now. If Qin Feng wanted to keep improving from here, then the only real path left was to advance his profession. He knew that the platinum-level bosses he would face later would each have at least level 2 anti-stealth. Because of that, he had to advance his profession quickly and raise his stealth to level 3. The only problem was that he was still more than 20,000 experience points short. Only when his stealth reached level 3 or higher could Qin Feng truly reduce the risk of unexpected accidents while fighting platinum-level bosses. After all, in his previous life, even taking down one platinum boss had required a tightly coordinated 20-person team. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng decided to return to town first and contact the officials so he could sell off everything he didn't need. His body gradually faded into invisibility because he wanted to stay ahead of every other player and seize the first solo kill of a platinum-level boss for himself. After Qin Feng returned to town, he now had 105 years of tradable lifespan on hand. As he walked through the area, a player nearby quickly called out to him, asking that the next time he had more equipment to sell, he should give them a chance to buy it. Qin Feng had nearly 40,000 days of tradable lifespan in total, and he knew that with that amount, he would be able to extract quite a few skills from the game into reality. Just then, a man hiding behind a nearby pillar quietly peeked out. The moment he recognized Qin Feng as Shadow, a smile appeared on his face. He hurried over and offered him an assassination contract, asking whether he was willing to accept it. The job was to kill someone in reality, and the man assured him that the payment would absolutely match Shadow's value. Qin Feng didn't even bother responding. He simply ignored the man and continued walking away. Seeing him leave, the man immediately panicked and rushed forward to block Qin Feng's path. He begged him to stop, then explained that the target was only an ordinary person named Qin Feng. He said he would provide the address, and since Shadow had even killed Song Fei, this should be an easy job for him. Then he urged him not to reject money that was practically being handed to him for free. Qin Feng's gaze turned cold as he looked at the man, though inside, he was slightly surprised. He asked whether this Qin Feng had somehow offended them, and why they wanted him dead. Then, in a calm tone, he told the man not to worry about that part. The man smiled arrogantly and made it clear that the reward would not be small. If Shadow completed the task, he would receive 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng felt a flicker of interest, because at the current market price, 3,000 days was worth roughly $50 million. For a contract like this, the offer was definitely not ordinary. Qin Feng quietly wondered who wanted him dead. He had never met this messenger in reality, and in his previous life, this person had not been any player he remembered. That meant the man in front of him was likely just a middleman, while the real person trying to kill Qin Feng was hiding somewhere behind the scenes. He remembered that in his previous life, many of his grudges had only surfaced during the later stages of the godforsaken game. The man couldn't help smiling, clearly thinking this offer was far too tempting to refuse. But Qin Feng understood that being targeted this early had to be connected to a grudge from before the game arrived. Only someone who already hated him would be willing to pay such a high price. At that moment, Qin Feng couldn't help wondering whether the person behind this was Qian Shishir. After all, Qin Feng knew better than anyone that Qian Shishir had both the motive and the resources to hire someone to kill him. However, with the financial power of Qian Group, if they had truly wanted Qin Feng dead, they could have arranged it long before the game ever arrived. So this contract likely had another purpose hidden inside it. Qin Feng suspected that her real goal was to get close to Shadow. As for killing Qin Feng, that was probably just an added bonus, because he had once rejected her invitation for fun. He laughed coldly in his heart. How interesting. He hadn't gone looking for her yet, but she had already taken the initiative to find him. With a faint smile, Qin Feng said that he would accept the job. However, he demanded half the payment as a deposit first, and he also made it clear that he alone would decide when to make his move. The man immediately became nervous after hearing those conditions. He quickly asked Shadow to wait for a moment, saying that he had to report this to his superiors first. After contacting the people above him, the man finally agreed to pay half the deposit in advance. Once the transfer went through, Qin Feng received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. He was quite satisfied, thinking that he would take this deposit first as interest. Then, with a cold snort in his heart, he told Qian Shishir to wait, because he would be coming for her soon. The man then handed Qin Feng the target's address and personal information, saying that with Shadow's abilities, finding this person should be no problem at all. But when Qin Feng looked at the information, he was slightly shocked, because every detail about him was actually correct. Shadow turned to leave, and simply told the man to wait. The man's face darkened with anger when he saw that arrogant attitude, and he couldn't help thinking that Shadow was working for Miss Qian just like he was, so why was he acting so superior? Just then, another voice suddenly called out from behind, asking Qin Feng to wait. It was a woman who had heard that Shadow was collecting boss coordinates. She asked if he was interested, saying she had the coordinates of a gold-level boss. With a smile, she offered the information for 100 days of lifespan, and even said he could pay after confirming the boss was really there. Qin Feng thought the deal sounded acceptable and decided to go with her. The woman asked him to follow, then explained that the place was a bit far away, north of the city. Qin Feng asked for the boss's name, and the woman told him it was called the Plague Enveloper. When he heard that she actually knew the boss's name, he asked if she had truly seen it with her own eyes. She hesitated and said she didn't know whether he could handle it alone. Then she suggested that he bring a healer, warning him that the boss had area-wide toxic damage. Qin Feng refused without hesitation and decided to go in without a healer. He knew that the Plague Enveloper was indeed a gold-level boss. This boss possessed a poisonous aura, and anyone who stayed within its range would continuously lose health every second. Because of that, the only way to deal with it was to kill it as quickly as possible. But for Qin Feng at this moment, taking down that boss would only require a few skills. Before long, the woman brought Qin Feng to a cave and told him the boss was inside. She added that her team had already cleared out all the smaller monsters, but they had still failed to defeat the boss itself. After saying that, she prepared to guide Shadow deeper into the cave. After they entered, the woman pointed toward a tree standing in the middle of a swamp filled with poisonous mist. She told him that the boss, a system window appeared immediately, confirming that the transaction had been completed and that Qin Feng had paid 100 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng remembered that this kind of poison damage could actually be evaded. In that case, the 75% evasion from Phantom Blur would be extremely useful against this boss. But just then, sweat covered the woman's face, and she nervously said there was something she had to remind him about. The truth was, this place was a trap. As soon as he started fighting the boss, people would come to kill him. She remembered that they had level 2 anti-stealth items prepared as well. To Qin Feng, that threat didn't matter much. But the woman continued, revealing that those people had ordered her to pretend to stop them as part of the plan. She was supposed to use that chance to get close to Shadow, and in the end, they wanted her to find a way to uncover his real-life information. Qin Feng stared at her quietly, and after hearing their entire plan, disappointment flashed across his eyes. Their scheme was far more childish than he had expected. The woman blushed with embarrassment, her expression turning nervous as she explained that she had also been forced into this. She wanted to tell him the truth so he could deal with the person behind everything. Since they were blackmailing her in reality, she hated them just as much and wanted them dead too. When Qin Feng asked who was forcing her, she revealed that it was Dongfeng Xian. She explained that in the game, his ID was Dongfeng Xian, and he claimed that Qin Feng had killed him once before. Hearing that name, Qin Feng immediately wondered if this was the same Dongfeng Xian who had first tried to steal his Golden Ghost ship boss. It was also the same guy who later sent him a skill book to apologize. The woman grew even more anxious. She remembered that Shadow had been able to kill Song Fei, so in her eyes, he might also be capable of killing Dongfeng Xian. She was now placing all her hopes on him and begged him not to betray her. The best outcome, she stressed, would be for him to eliminate Dongfeng Xian completely. Otherwise, she would be finished. Qin Feng felt that their so-called plan was truly childish. In his previous life, he had never even heard of this Dongfeng Zion, which meant the guy had probably been eliminated very early. Qin Feng decided to kill the boss first, since to him, crushing anyone who came along afterward would be as easy as slaughtering a passing dog. Qin Feng entered invisibility and leapt down from the cliff, telling the woman to continue following their plan. She just needed to let those people get close, and he would handle everything else. The woman immediately panicked, feeling that everything was over. In her mind, they were doomed, and Shadow was definitely going to die. After all, Dongfeng Zion had once led 3 full teams, 18 people in total, against this boss, and they had been wiped out in just half a minute. As Qin Feng descended toward the boss, the woman's heart pounded with fear. She knew the boss's continuous poison damage was terrifyingly high, and last time, they hadn't even managed to reduce its health by 5%. No matter how powerful Shadow was, against poison attacks that covered everything indiscriminately, she believed there could only be one outcome: death. Because of that, she felt they had to find a way to escape while there was still time. Qin Feng first activated Blessed Release. As the boss began preparing its attack, he triggered the weakness amplification effect, followed immediately by the throat slash effect. His eyes flashed with determination as he locked onto the boss. In the next instant, Qin Feng struck with terrifying speed, and his attack tore away several thousand points of HP from the boss in one burst. Almost immediately, the Plague Enveloper's health bar plunged sharply, dropping to less than half in the blink of an eye. The woman was completely stunned. She realized that with just one skill, Qin Feng had wiped out nearly 2/3 of a gold-tier boss's HP, dealing more than 80,000 points of damage in a single exchange. For a moment, she could only stare in disbelief, wondering whether Qin Feng was even human at all. Then Qin Feng vanished from where he stood and reappeared behind her without a sound. Fortunately, the active effect of Blessed Release only had a 25-second cooldown. With Qin Feng's 75% cooldown speed boost, the final cooldown became just 14.3 seconds. He decided not to kill the boss right away. Instead, he would wait for Dongfeng Zion's men to arrive and throw themselves into death, while using that time to let his skills finish cooling down. Not long afterward, Dongfeng Zion and his men entered the cave, clearly coming with the intention of killing Shadow. Their leader's eyes were filled with anger as he warned everyone in a harsh voice that if anyone dared to block them, they would kill that person without mercy. Snowy immediately drew her sword. Qin Feng felt a little annoyed as he watched the group rush in, because out of all people, it was this same guy again, and now he was even connected to Dongfeng Zion. He wondered whether their plan, where Snowy pretended to stop this group, would actually work. More than 10 people were charging in at once, and Qin Feng wasn't completely sure whether Snowy's combat power was strong enough to hold them back. Snowy immediately activated her power, and a golden shield appeared in front of her like a solid wall of light. The moment Shadow saw that defense take shape, he instantly understood why they had chosen her to put on this act. With a defensive skill like that, there really weren't many players in the early stages of the game who could break through her guard by force. The men rushed forward and began hammering the golden shield with their weapons, trying to smash their way through. Qin Feng immediately realized that Snowy must have encountered an ancient god's blessing out in the wild and obtained a gold-level treasure chest from it. His eyes turned sharp and serious. In the next instant, Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow and moved like a flickering dark blade, cutting through those men so quickly that their bodies were torn apart before they could even react. A cold rage flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he followed up with Blooming Curse. The corpses scattered across the ground twisted and changed, transforming into strange crimson flowers. Snowy froze in place, her face pale with shock. To her, it was terrifying beyond belief. One skill had killed so many people at once, and now those bodies had turned into eerie red flowers. She couldn't help wondering what those crimson blooms really were. Thankfully, she had not listened to Dongfeng Zion. Otherwise, she would have ended up just as miserable as Song Fei and the others. She quickly asked Shadow to add her as a friend, promising that if she got the chance, she would tell him Dongfeng Zion's real-life location. Qin Feng thought for a moment and decided to accept her request. Snowy's cheeks suddenly turned red, and with a shy little smile, she told him that if he ever needed any special services, he could come find her anytime. For him, she said, they would always be free. Only then did Qin Feng finally understand what she meant, and no wonder the poison had felt so irritating before. After that, he leapt forward and began descending from the cliff again. Qin Feng charged straight at the boss and unleashed a storm of powerful slashes. In his mind, the lifespan absorbed from more than a dozen players could not even compare to the rewards this boss had given him. He remembered how those people could have simply focused on farming safely, yet instead, they chose to run around causing trouble. Since they had gone looking for death, they fully deserved the end they received. Qin Feng turned back toward Snowy, and asked if there was any problem left. Snowy quickly said there wasn't, then chose to leave without wasting any more time. Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. It had been quite a while since he had seen another assassin skill book, and now, one had finally dropped again. This skill book was called Darkest Hour, a platinum-level assassin skill. Once activated, it released a burst of dark light from the blade, blinding all enemies within its range. The skill had a 60-second cooldown, required level 10 to learn, covered a range of 20 meters, and had a base duration of 10 seconds. However, the higher the target's spirit stat, the shorter the blind effect would last. Qin Feng clenched his fist without hesitation and decided to learn the skill immediately. He drew his dagger, already understanding the value of this skill. As long as he could blind the enemy, he could still trigger double damage even without relying on stealth. With Darkest Hour, no matter how high a boss's anti-stealth level was, it would no longer suppress his damage output so easily. The dagger he had obtained was called the Plague Blade. It was an assassin-type weapon that provided 216 attack and 42 agility. On top of that, it increased the weak point attack multiplier by 0.3. The equipment requirement was level 10, and every attack from it applied poison that would detonate after 3 seconds. That poison explosion would deal 50% of the original attack's damage. After checking the effect, Qin Feng decided to leave the cave, feeling that this had been another extremely profitable day. He had already gathered 98 evolution points, which meant he would soon. When he walked out of the cave, the small monsters nearby immediately became frightened. Qin Feng realized he only needed a little over 10,000 more experience points to complete his class advancement, so he decided to farm monsters directly. Qin Feng began slaughtering every monster he saw, cutting through them one after another until the remaining creatures started fleeing in terror. But Qin Feng had no intention of letting them escape. In the blink of an eye, he chased them down and finished every last one. A smile finally appeared on his face, because after all that grinding, he could finally advance his class. Golden energy suddenly rose around his body, wrapping him in a bright glow as the game notified him that his shadow class had advanced. His current class tier changed directly from tier 0 to tier 1. His class attribute bonuses also increased dramatically. Strength rose from 3 to 9, Constitution from 3 to 9, Agility from 8 to 24, and Spirit from 5 to 15. His first class passive now doubled the duration of stealth, and even gained a new effect, allowing him to use stealth skills while already in stealth. His second class passive raised his stealth level bonus from +1 to +2. Finally, his third class passive strengthened his attacks from outside the enemy's line of sight, increasing the damage boost from double to triple. Qin Feng lowered his gaze and looked at his hand, feeling the changes in his body. After advancing to tier 1, his attribute bonuses had tripled. Even more importantly, he could now activate stealth while already hidden, which meant that as long as his cooldowns were short enough, he could stay invisible almost permanently. And now, attacks launched outside an enemy's sight no longer dealt double damage, but triple damage. This was only tier 1, yet it was already this powerful. No wonder Shadow was known as the strongest stealth class. At that moment, the game announced that 7 players in Jianghai City had already reached level 10. It also announced that the teleportation array leading to the Divine Abandoned Continent would activate in 10 minutes, urging all qualified players to prepare for departure. A ranking table appeared in front of everyone. Shadow stood firmly in first place, followed by Gray Rose in second. In third place were Snowy Day, Black Elf, Doll, Lai Zai, and Wang Ming, while fourth place belonged to Huai Yu and Yuhan. Qin Feng noticed that it was already 8:30 p.m. He had not expected so many players in Jianghai City to reach level 10 this quickly. The table was full of familiar names, and he clearly remembered that in his previous life, at this exact time, the entire ranking list had been occupied by foreign players. Qin Feng's eyes turned serious as he realized that the impact of selling so much equipment and so many skill books was finally beginning to show. Perhaps the world order from his previous life really could change this time, and deep down, he truly hoped it would. Meanwhile, in the real world, night had already fallen, and the police had arrested several men connected to the case. One officer reported that all the main members of the Dajiang Industries criminal group had been arrested. However, he also added that 3 key members were still inside the game, and since their bodies were in a non-existent state, they could not be captured for the time being. The team was waiting for further instructions from the commander. The commander praised his comrades for doing a good job, then ordered them to inform Yu and assign her the task of finding a way to force those suspects to disconnect from the game. He explained to his companion that this method would work. Even if those criminals hid inside safe towns where they couldn't be attacked, their real bodies would still feel hunger. The other officer nodded, saying that once they got hungry, they would have no choice but to log off and eat, and the moment they disconnected, the police could capture them. They were both relieved that everything had gone so smoothly this time, and it was all thanks to Shadow. Not only had he provided intelligence about Dajiang Industries' crimes, he had also warned them in advance that skills from the game could be extracted into reality. If his warning had come just a little later, the leaders headed by Zhang Lai would have reached level 10 very soon. By then, they would have already extracted their skills into reality, and any attempt to arrest them would have caused heavy casualties. Several countries had already suffered small-scale uprisings, with death tolls reaching into the thousands. Meanwhile, the squads Great Xia had sent into the game were gradually reaching level 10 as well, largely because of the equipment and skills Shadow had provided. They understood very clearly that Shadow was an irreplaceable talent for Great Xia, and they had to find a way to bind him firmly to their side. At the same time, Qin Feng returned to Firefly Town. Snowy approached him and said she hadn't expected him to be a great hero who freed the town from evil, adding that she admired him. Qin Feng frowned slightly and asked what nonsense she was talking about, telling her to say what she wanted directly. Snowy stuck out her tongue and smiled, telling Qin Feng there was no need for him to be modest. The authorities had already made the news public. According to the official statement, Dajiang Industries and Song Fei had been involved in kidnapping, detaining, and murdering players, and the reason Shadow killed Song Fei and Zhang Lai was because he had been acting under official orders. Qin Feng fell silent after hearing that. He hadn't expected the authorities to clear his name so quickly, and he couldn't help thinking that they were probably doing it to make future cooperation with him easier. When Qin Feng asked whether Snowy had already found Dong Feng Xian's real-world location, she said he still had not logged off yet. She asked him to wait a little longer and promised that once she obtained the information, she would send it to him immediately. Qin Feng continued walking through the town, deciding that everything else could wait for now. The most urgent matter was to head to the Divine Abandoned Continent first. He noticed that many players were already using Firefly Town's teleportation arrays, but so far, no one had been able to use the continent's teleportation array yet. Qin Feng stepped onto the town's teleportation array and chose to go to the Divine Abandoned Continent. In his eyes, the areas around Firefly Town were nothing more than beginner zones. The real game would only begin after arriving on that abandoned continent. The players nearby were instantly stunned. They couldn't see anyone on the array at all, so they started wondering who had just teleported away. One player immediately shouted that it had to be Shadow. Another player, clearly confused, said he had level 2 anti-stealth, so how was it possible that he still couldn't see him? Someone else snapped at him right away, calling him an idiot and explaining that it simply meant Shadow's stealth level was higher than 2. Several seconds later, Qin Feng appeared on the Divine Abandoned Continent. Just as he had expected, everything here was exactly the same as it had been in his previous life. The entire place was silent and empty, with not a single player anywhere in sight. While Qin Feng moved through the broken streets and quietly inspected the area, a pair of eerie glowing eyes locked onto him from the shadows. These were the familiar ruins of Zhonghai City. Whenever players from different cities first entered the Divine Abandoned Continent, they would always appear inside the ruins that matched their own city. Even stranger, the position of each ruined city lined up perfectly with its real-world geography, and to this day, no one had ever truly understood why. The creature finally crawled out from the place where it had been hiding. Qin Feng immediately sensed the movement behind him, and without the slightest panic, he turned his body and looked back. A worm-like monster burst into view, its twisted body rising from the ruins as it let out a harsh, furious roar that echoed through the broken surroundings. The monster rushed forward with terrifying force, slamming into the ground so violently that the surface cracked apart and chunks of debris exploded outward. Qin Feng instantly activated Shadow Blur, and his figure blurred like a streak of darkness, slipping away from the attack just before it could crush him. Right after dodging, he followed up with instant Shadow Slash, flashing past the creature in a single deadly motion and slicing its massive body cleanly in half. A system window quickly appeared in front of him, confirming that he had successfully killed a level 11 Earthshaker. But before the silence could settle, more Earthshakers suddenly emerged from the ruined ground and charged straight at Qin Feng. He kicked off the floor, leapt into the air, and avoided their attacks, his eyes shining with a sharp, dangerous light. Qin Feng immediately used Blessed Release, then activated Instant Shadow Slash again. In a flash, his blade tore through the monsters one after another, cutting their bodies into scattered pieces. Their broken corpses began transforming into lifespan, and Qin Feng understood at once that this place was completely different from the starting towns. Out here, there were no safe zones waiting to protect anyone. Monsters were hidden in every direction, buried beneath the ruins and watching from the darkness, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. Even so, Qin Feng also knew one crucial secret. As long as someone could locate the refuge hidden deep within the ruins, they could establish a fortress there and take control of the surrounding region. He clearly remembered that the best refuge in the ruins of Zhanghai City was hidden in the northwest. In his previous life, that very place had become the refuge of the Godslayer Guild. At the same time, somewhere else on the divine abandoned continent, another group of players had also just arrived. It was Wang Ming's party. Little Black looked around with visible surprise, while Wang Ming frowned in confusion, unable to understand why this place looked so much like the ruins of a modern city. For their group, the scenery felt strangely familiar. Little Black lifted her hand and pointed toward the distant tower, asking if these were not the ruins of Zhongnan City. Du Yishu looked in the same direction and confirmed that she was right, saying that the towers of Zhongnan City were still standing there. Little Black kept scanning the area from side to side, because she had heard someone mention that Shadow had teleported here. Her eyes searched the ruins anxiously as she wondered where he could be. Du Yishu told her to stop looking so desperately, reminding her that Shadow could turn invisible. At that exact moment, two earthshakers suddenly broke out from beneath the ground. Wang Ming reacted immediately, pulling out his shield and warning the entire party that monsters were attacking them. Du Yishu raised her power and activated her skill, Elven Blessing, sending a supportive enhancement over Wang Ming and the others. The monsters rushed in with shocking speed, but Wang Ming planted his feet firmly and blocked their attack with his shield. Thanks to Du Yishu's enhancement, he managed to withstand the heavy impact. Du Yishu quickly warned Wang Ming to be careful, telling him that even these ordinary monsters hit harder than the silver tier bosses around the starting town. The party's archer reacted right away and used Binding Shot, drawing his bow and firing a sharp arrow straight toward the charging monsters. In the blink of an eye, the arrow burst with energy, forming glowing ropes that wrapped tightly around the monsters' bodies and locked them in place. Seeing the monsters restrained, the archer smiled and said that these creatures were weak against control effects. As long as he kept them immobilized, they could pour on their damage and finish them off. Little Black raised her magic staff high into the air, gathering power at its tip before summoning a prophetic fireball. Two blazing flames shot forward and slammed directly into the trapped monsters, engulfing their bodies in scorching fire. The Earthshakers were quickly killed, and their bodies began dissolving into glowing lifespan. Wang Ming immediately turned to Xiaoshu and told her to send her owl high into the sky so it could scout the surrounding terrain. Xiaoshu nodded, and her owl spread its wings before circling above the ruins. After looking through its vision, she reported that monsters were everywhere, and there were far too many of them. Worse, the noise from their fight had already attracted more creatures, and those monsters were now heading straight toward them. She also said she could not see any nearby safe zone, then anxiously asked the captain what they should do next. Wang Ming was stunned when he heard there was no safe zone nearby. The archer instantly panicked, asking what kind of terrible continent this was and why it had suddenly turned into a survival game. Little Black quickly told Xiaoshu to try finding Shadow. She explained that Shadow had arrived about 10 minutes before them, so he should not be too far away. If they could locate him, she was certain they would be safe. At first, Xiaoshu could not spot any human figure anywhere nearby, but after searching a little longer, she suddenly began to notice clusters of glowing lifespan. She saw a huge gathering of bright lights shining toward the northwest, and immediately realized those were rewards left behind by defeated monsters. From that, she guessed it had to be Shadow's work, and he probably had not picked up the loot because his inventory was already full. More monsters suddenly crawled out from beneath the ground and started charging toward them. Wang Ming immediately turned and ran, shouting for everyone to hurry and keep moving. Since Shadow had already cleared out all the monsters in that direction, that area should be safe for the moment. If they followed the glow of the rewards, they would most likely be able to find him. Wang Ming ordered the group to stay alert, keep their formation tight, and make sure no one fell behind. They would not simply run blindly, they would fight while retreating. At the same time, not far from them, another group of Earthshakers rose from the broken ground and prepared to launch an attack. But before the monsters could even strike, a figure moved through them at incredible speed, cutting their bodies into pieces in an instant. It was Shadow. He knew that even without the active effect of graceful release, the total damage from Shadow Slash could still reach 20 to 30,000. Against these mobs, that was more than enough for an instant kill. To him, this place was practically a perfect farming paradise. A few minutes later, after cutting through the monsters along the way, Qin Feng finally reached the hideout. He stood there and carefully observed the area, remembering that beneath these ruins was an enormous underground palace. In his previous life, it had taken a very long time before anyone discovered it. That underground palace alone contained more than 1,000 resting rooms and dozens of large halls. It was the largest hideout in Zhanghai City, and in his previous life, it had served as the base of his guild, Godslayer. Before anyone could claim it, the hideout was no different from a dangerous dungeon. It was filled with countless traps, roaming monsters, and even a guardian boss. And the larger the hideout was, the stronger its guardian would be. Qin Feng entered the hideout, and memories from his previous life surfaced in his mind. Back then, After founding the Godslayer Guild, he had gathered 3 squads with 18 elite members in total. Every single one of them had reached level 15 and was fully equipped for battle. Even with that kind of lineup, they had only barely managed to conquer this palace. He stepped onto the stairs and began descending deeper, moving down toward the lowest part of the ruins. A system window appeared and confirmed that he had arrived at the hideout. This place was crawling with monsters, and it was known as the land of soul purification. Qin Feng's eyes shone with confidence, because he knew very well that even on his own, he had the strength to conquer this place. Another system window appeared, informing him that if he defeated the guardian of this area, he would be able to claim ownership of the entire region. The monsters inside immediately fixed their attention on Qin Feng, and without hesitation, they all lunged toward him at once. Qin Feng remained completely calm. He slowly drew his dagger, realizing that the enemy in front of him was a level 12 gold-tier mob known as an elemental spirit. Just as the monsters were about to rush him, Qin Feng activated Darkest Hour without hesitation. The space around him seemed to sink into darkness, and in the very next breath, he unleashed Shadow Flash, sweeping through the monsters so fast that they were slaughtered before they could even react. Qin Feng's figure kept moving through the hideout at high speed, cutting down every monster that crossed his path. One after another, their bodies were sliced apart and dissolved into glowing lifespan. He could not help feeling a surge of joy. As long as his enemies were blinded, every attack he launched would receive a powerful damage boost. At that point, even his most basic strikes were enough to instantly kill those level 12 monsters. But even after all 15 monsters in the hall had been wiped out, the land of soul purification still had dozens of halls and thousands of small rooms waiting deeper inside. A faint smile slowly appeared on Qin Feng's face. This was definitely going to be a massive job, but to him, that only meant even more gains. He lowered his gaze and carefully examined the lifespan scattered across the ground, watching the glowing rewards gather around him. Judging from the number of monsters inside this hideout, Qin Feng quickly realized that once he cleared them all out, he would have more than enough to evolve Greedy Hand again. Qin Feng looked down toward the floor beneath his feet, and the light in his eyes became much more serious. He knew very well that once every monster in each area had been cleared away, the true guardian of the hideout would finally appear. Not long after that, 2 players who had originally been inside a bookstore were suddenly teleported into the divine abandoned continent. The man looked around in confusion, still unsure whether everything in front of him was real. He wondered aloud if they had truly arrived on the divine abandoned continent. The girl beside him also felt uneasy, because for some reason, this ruined place seemed strangely familiar to her. After taking a closer look at the broken streets and collapsed buildings around them, they realized that these ruins were actually Chaoyu. As they continued exploring the area, they eventually reached the ruins of Mountain City, and a few hours later, they even arrived at the ruins of London. The man was completely shocked by what they had found. He began wondering if players from different regions had all been transported to the ruined versions of their original cities. The girl found it just as strange and guessed that maybe the locations of these cities matched the real world's geography exactly. While the 2 of them were still distracted by that thought, something began moving toward them from nearby. They immediately became alert, and when they turned around, several Earthshakers were already staring at them with glowing eyes. Panic hit them at once, and they decided to run. The monsters launched their attack without delay, forcing the 2 players to flee from the area as fast as they could. At the same time, inside the Zhonghai ruins, the ground was already covered with glowing lifespan. Not far from that scene, Wang Ming and his team were hiding quietly beneath a pile of rubble. Wang Ming carefully poked his head out from behind the rubble. After confirming that there were no monsters nearby, he suggested that everyone should take this chance to rest and recover for a moment. And you could not help blushing as she thought about how incredible Shadow was. She had once believed their team was already strong enough, but in the end, they could only hide here, trembling under the shadow of the boss. Wang Ming coughed awkwardly and told her to watch how she phrased that. And you looked confused and asked if what she said was not accurate. Little Black also poked her head out and said they were lucky Shadow had already cleared this area. Otherwise, with that many monsters roaming around, their whole team probably would have died. Then she added that she was honestly a little curious about where they would respawn if they died in this place. While Gu Yishu controlled the owl to scout the surroundings, Wang Ming turned toward Yu and suggested that the 6 of them should stop exploring for now. He proposed waiting until every member of their team reached level 10 before advancing together, and Yu nodded in agreement. As Xiaoshu's owl flew over the area, she saw monsters dropping one after another like flies. But she could not understand why Shadow had suddenly stopped at that spot, almost as if he had vanished right there. She also noticed that a huge amount of loot had been left behind, including some gold-tier equipment, and she could barely hold back the urge to go pick it up. With a serious expression, Wang Ming decided to contact Shadow first and ask whether he still wanted those items. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sliced another monster apart, and the surrounding area was already filled with glowing lifespan orbs. He finally let out a quiet breath of relief, because he had at last cleared out every mob in the area. By this point, he had swept through more than 40 halls and over 1,000 small rooms, killing more than 400 monsters along the way. On top of that, he had defeated 4 bronze-tier bosses and 2 silver-tier bosses. Those kills had given him more than 80,000 experience points, and his evolution points had risen all the way to an impressive 205. Qin Feng started walking forward, knowing he only needed 5 more points to evolve Greedy Hand. At that moment, Wang Ming contacted Shadow and said they had noticed some loot left behind from the monsters he killed. He asked if they could collect it and pay him the matching value and lifespan afterward. Hearing that message, Qin Feng immediately realized that Wang Ming and his official squad had also arrived. He did not refuse their request, allowing them to collect the loot and adding that he would contact them later, since he had a batch of equipment to sell. Wang Ming thanked him and told him they would wait at coordinates 89,554 and 66,666 inside the shelter within the ruins. At that moment, arcs of electricity suddenly began to appear in the area, and Qin Feng's attention instantly locked onto the strange movement. The lightning gathered and surged forward at incredible speed, rushing straight toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened as he realized the Guardian had finally appeared. A lightning-wreathed nightmare appeared in front of him, and its name was revealed as the Platinum Tier Soul Purifier. The system window showed its description, stating that this was the Guardian of the Soul Purifier's domain. If Qin Feng defeated it, he would become the master of that entire domain. Qin Feng quickly thought through what he knew, remembering that the highest level monsters inside the city ruins were level 15. This Soul Purifier, Faisal, was already the highest level monster within the city ruins, and it was also the highest grade boss there. If Qin Feng remembered correctly, this boss had a total of 750,000 HP and would fight across 3 different phases. Qin Feng immediately used Instant Shadow Slash, choosing to strike first before the boss could fully pressure him. However, the attack barely seemed to make a dent. He followed up with Throat Slash, driving the attack in with precision. This time, the boss's HP finally dropped by a small amount. The Soul Purifier raised its hand, and crackling electricity gathered in the air before forming a spear of lightning. A rain of lightning spears came crashing down from above, aiming straight for Shadow. He immediately moved at high speed, weaving through the attacks and dodging each falling strike. While avoiding the lightning, Qin Feng understood the danger clearly. With his current defense and lightning resistance, if even one of those attacks landed on him, death was almost guaranteed. He knew that any skill or attack used by a Platinum Tier boss or higher carried hit correction. With his current 75% evasion rate, ordinary monsters only had around a 25% chance of landing an attack on him, but the Soul Purifier's strikes had at least a 50% chance to hit. Even so, his agility had already reached 182 points, and at full speed, he could move faster than 40 meters per second. As long as he stayed focused, he could dodge before the lightning fully struck. Qin Feng's eyes burned with anger as memories from his previous life flashed through his mind. Back then, he had barely survived this fight with his guild, relying on the priest's shield and a lot of luck. This time, he attacked with everything he had, determined not to give the boss even the smallest chance to turn the fight around. The boss had already lost a quarter of its HP. The throat-cutting damage from Graceful Release, combined with Shadow Slash and the burst damage from Plague Blade, had directly stripped away 250,000 HP. Qin Feng knew the boss would enter its second phase next. Sure enough, the Soul Purifier began summoning balls of electricity. He understood that in this phase, the boss would become invincible while continuously creating lightning, orbs, and bolts. The top priority was to destroy the 3 lightning orbs first, because if they were left alone, the boss would go berserk. Qin Feng remembered what had happened in his previous life. His team had once been completely wiped out by the boss's frantic damage during this phase. After that, Jin Xiaoyu had thrown a massive tantrum and refused to keep fighting. So when they challenged it a second time, Qin Feng simply did not bring her along, and the team cleared it in one attempt. He used venomous flying darts and launched them toward the lightning orbs. Qin Feng knew that every time one orb was destroyed, the boss would take corresponding damage, and once all 3 orbs were gone, it would be forced into its third phase. Qin Feng threw another dart, and it struck the 3rd orb cleanly. The moment it shattered, the boss's HP dropped below half. The Soul Purifier. Qin Feng stayed calm, because he already knew what came next. In the 3rd phase, the Soul Purifier would continuously unleash wide-area lightning attacks. Qin Feng still remembered how difficult this phase had been in his previous life. Back then, the entire guild had prepared full sets of lightning resistance gear for every participating member, brought 4 priests, and relied on layers of healing shields just to barely endure the boss's attacks. This time, Qin Feng kicked off the ground and leapt upward, while a protective barrier instantly wrapped around his body. Compared with the desperate preparations from his previous life, He no longer needed to go through all that trouble. He activated Graceful Release and Blacklight Shield together. Since lightning continued to surge as he watched the ground being swallowed by continuous lightning strikes, Qin Feng made his decision without hesitation. Staying below would only invite danger, so he would attack from above. Qin Feng's power surged again as he used Graceful Release and Blacklight Shield, covering himself with enough protection to force his way through the boss's final resistance. His eyes shone with unwavering determination, and his entire focus locked onto the soul purifier in front of him. Qin Feng unleashed Shadow Slash at terrifying speed, his figure cutting through the air like a dark blade. In one clean strike, he rushed past the boss and severed its head. After defeating the boss, Qin Feng descended from the air and landed steadily back on the ground. A system window appeared before him, announcing that he had successfully killed the Platinum-tier Soul Purifier Faisal. As his reward, Qin Feng rose to level 11. All 4 of his main attributes increased by 4 points, and he also gained 10 free attribute points. On top of that, he received 20 evolution points and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng felt a quiet wave of satisfaction. He had achieved the world's first kill of a Platinum-tier boss, earning 10 reputation points for the feat. Even more importantly, he had now become the master of the sanctified grounds. The ground around him was covered with glowing lifespan, and Qin Feng knew very well that the hideout he had just claimed was important far beyond the game itself. A hideout did not only provide shelter and storage. Its true value was that it could eventually be extracted into the real world, and that mattered because once the game descended, real-world weapons would begin to corrode. The strongest weapons would be the first to become useless. Nuclear bombs would lose their value from the very first day, while planes and tanks might barely last another month or 2 before turning into piles of scrap metal. In other words, all future battles in reality would depend entirely on the skills and powers extracted from the game. Once a hideout was brought into the real world, it could activate a magical defensive barrier and turn into an absolutely safe refuge. Qin Feng fell into silent thought as he began walking away from the area. In his previous life, the Godslayer Guild had used this very place as their base, steadily growing stronger from within these underground walls. There had been many happy memories from that time, but he had also watched countless people come and go, each carrying their own schemes, betrayals, and hidden intentions. A determined light rose in Qin Feng's eyes. This time, he would not walk the same path again. He would rely on himself, become stronger alone, and keep climbing until he reached the very top. Outside, rain began falling across the battlefield, while a monster raised its heavy axe and swung it down with brutal force. Jin Xiaoyu's friend dropped to the ground and barely dodged the attack. As she shouted for Jin Xiaoyu to move aside, her voice rose into a desperate scream for help. But Jin Xiaoyu failed to react in time. The massive axe came down, and in an instant, her body was cut in half. She respawned back in town, and a system notification appeared before her, telling her that she had died and lost 14 years of non-tradable lifespan along with 2 days of tradable lifespan. Jin Xiaoyu froze in shock after realizing she had died yet again. Her teammate was furious, calling her an idiot and scolding her for failing to dodge such an obvious giant axe attack from the boss. Jin Xiaoyu immediately snapped back at him, angrily asking who he thought he was insulting. She shouted that he was supposed to be the tank, and if he could not properly draw the boss's attention, how was she supposed to dodge its skills? The tank became even angrier and called her an idiot again, asking how he was supposed to pull aggro on an AoE skill. After that argument, he quit the party on the spot. Jin Xiaoyu's friend panicked the moment she saw the tank run off. With the boss still attacking her, she started crying out for help. The boss swung its axe again, and before long, Jin Xiaoyu's friend also respawned back in town. With worry written across her face, the friend suggested that they should stop challenging bosses for now and focus on killing small monsters to level up first. She admitted that she felt uneasy because they did not have much lifespan left, while Jin Xiaoyu fell into silent thought. At that moment, the system announced that the player Shadow from Jianghai City had achieved the world's first kill of a platinum-tier boss, earning 10 reputation points. Everyone's eyes locked onto the system window. None of them could believe what they were seeing. To them, it was almost insane that someone had managed to solo kill a platinum-tier boss. Many players began commenting in amazement, saying they had only just reached the continent, yet Shadow was already farming there alone. The name Shadow spread through the crowd once again, and everyone started wondering who he really was. The achievement was simply too shocking, especially since most players had not even seen a gold-tier monster yet. It was obvious that Shadow was someone with terrifying strength. Jin Xiaoyu felt completely confused, unable to understand why the other players were so weak. Their own group had struggled just to fight a silver-tier boss, so she could not figure out how Shadow had somehow achieved the first kill of a platinum-tier boss. Back at the hideout, Qin Feng began collecting the glowing lifespan orbs scattered around him. After killing the soul purifier, he had reached level 11. He knew that after level 10, every level up granted 4 points to all attributes and 10 free attribute points, so he continued putting every free point into agility. His logic was simple. With enough agility combined with his infinite invisibility, he could kill many bosses without taking damage. What surprised him most was that this boss kill had directly given him 20 evolution points, which meant he could evolve Greedy Hand again. Qin Feng could not help feeling pleased. The additional loot rewards had increased from 3 to 5, and on top of that, he had gained an extra storage space of 100 slots. After spending 210 evolution points, he still had 15 points remaining. As a result, his Greedy Hand skill successfully evolved from Epic Tier to Legendary Tier. The Assassin skill now gave him a 500% chance to obtain extra loot rewards, and any extra loot had a 100% chance of increasing by 1 tier. It also gained a new passive effect, granting him 100 slots of greedy space for storing items. Qin Feng immediately decided to use his Legendary Tier Greedy Hand to collect the loot, and the skill triggered 5 extra drops at once. He also gained another 100 evolution points, bringing his remaining total to 115. While checking the system window, Qin Feng noticed that 2 pieces of assassin equipment and 1 assassin skill book had dropped. However, since his level was still too low to use them, he decided to place them in the safe house warehouse for the time being. Qin Feng summoned a devout believer and gave it a simple order: collect every piece of loot throughout the palace and pile everything together. The devout believer immediately began working. Qin Feng was in a good mood, because he knew the 115 evolution points he still had could now be used to upgrade the skills that had not yet reached Epic Tier. He first consumed 42 evolution points and evolved Shadow Stealth 3 times in a row, raising it all the way to Epic Tier. After evolving, Shadow Stealth's duration increased from 36 seconds to 60 seconds. The attack that broke stealth now dealt 300 to 500 damage, and its cooldown dropped from 22 seconds to 15 seconds. Next, Qin Feng spent 34 evolution points to evolve Backstab Enhancement twice, raising it to Epic Tier and increasing its backstab damage bonus from 50% to 75%. Then he used 6 evolution points to evolve Darkest Hour through Platinum, Emerald, and Diamond tiers until it reached Epic. The skill could now unleash a burst of dark light that blinded all enemies within an expanded 50-meter range. Its base duration also increased to 16 seconds, although that duration would be reduced against targets with higher spirit attributes. Finally, Qin Feng spent 33 evolution points to evolve Bloom Curse 3 more times, pushing it all the way to Legendary Tier. The skill could now be used on player corpses within 60 seconds after death, and it had gained brand new effects. It could simultaneously absorb 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan and also absorb scattered non-tradable lifespan light spheres. Any corpse drained by Bloom Curse would completely cease to exist. Qin Feng's eyes widened slightly when he realized that the skill could even absorb non-tradable lifespan orbs. He remembered that in many high-level areas, as well as in the rage zones of certain special bosses, lifespan would drain hundreds or even thousands of times faster than normal. And when that kind of consumption began, it would always eat away at non-tradable lifespan first. At that moment, Snowy contacted Qin Feng and congratulated him on securing the first kill of a Platinum Tier boss. Snowy explained that she had heard Eastern Sage's clan was gathering at the Jiangnan Hotel. Apparently, they had purchased a large amount of lifespan and planned to convert it into combat power inside the game. While the devout believer continued piling up the loot, Qin Feng praised Snowy for the information. But she told him there was no need to thank her, because this was what she was supposed to do. Then she said he had to defeat Eastern Sage no matter what, or she would be doomed. Qin Feng told her not to worry and began storing away the loot. After putting everything inside, he realized all the items fit easily, and he still had half the storage space left. Thinking about how useful the 100-slot backpack truly was, he decided to go find Wang Ming and sell the equipment to them. When Shadow finally returned, Enyu and Little Black immediately widened their eyes with joy. Enyu became excited and quickly ran toward him, looking as if she was about to rush in for a hug. But before Enyu could actually hug him, Qin Feng raised one hand and stopped her in place. Then he got straight to the point, saying that the rules were the same as always. He set the price, and if they did not accept it, they could simply pass. He explained that more than 30 of the items were common grade and bronze grade junk, so he would give them a discount and sell the whole batch for a single price of 950 days of lifespan. And you still had Qin Feng's handprint on her face, but instead of looking embarrassed, she smiled brightly and agreed right away. She said they had already calculated the value of the loot they picked up earlier, and it came to roughly 1,000 days. To keep things simple, they would just pay 2,000 days of lifespan for the entire batch. Qin Feng was a little confused and calmly pointed out that this batch included silver tier, gold tier, and even platinum tier items, with a total value of nearly 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. And Yu quickly opened the system window and started checking the contents. And the more she looked, the more shocked she became. She could hardly believe there was actually platinum tier equipment inside. Even she only owned a single piece of gold tier gear, so in her eyes, only a true big boss would be willing to sell items of this level. Her excitement rose immediately as she realized this would greatly speed up Zhonghai City's development, and she thanked Shadow again and again. Qin Feng simply said it was fine, since they were helping each other. Little Black looked at him nervously and could not help asking how he had so many inventory slots, even wondering if he was secretly some kind of doorman. Qin Feng guessed their own bags were probably already full, so as a friendly reminder, he told her that beneath the statue in the center of the city ruins, there was a staircase leading to a teleportation portal back to the starting town. Qin Feng then began walking away from them, adding one final warning. If they wanted to return to the starting town, the first teleportation would cost 500 days of lifespan. After that, coming back again would not cost anything, but whether it was worth using or not was something they needed to decide for themselves. After saying that, Qin Feng left the area, and Yu immediately pointed in his direction with a proud smile, saying she had told them so. She was convinced Shadow had to be a reborn player, because otherwise, there was no way he could know such hidden information. Seeing how excited she was, Wang Ming felt a little uneasy, and Yu's face turned red, and she suddenly asked what they would think if she tried flirting with Shadow. After Qin Feng left them behind and moved to a quiet place, the system asked whether he wanted to consume tradable lifespan to extract a skill into the real world. Qin Feng did not hesitate for long. He chose to activate both level synchronization and class advancement synchronization. The system notified him that he had consumed 27,000 days of lifespan, and both level synchronization and class advancement synchronization had been completed. Qin Feng felt a rush of excitement, because the next step was skill extraction. He remembered that he had already extracted Shadow Meld before, but it was only level 1. This time, he not only intended to raise Shadow Meld's level in reality, but also planned to extract several more skills at once. He first spent 1,946 days to raise Shadow Meld to level 10. Then he extracted skill after skill. Backstab Enhancement for 900 days, Greedy Hand for 1,000 days, Shadow Flash Slash for 3,200 days, Ghost Blur for 5,366 days, Bloom Curse for 16,099 days, and Blacklight Shield for 11,313 days. Once all the skill extractions were synchronized, he had 7,480 days of tradable lifespan left. Finally, he spent 3,600 days to extract the gold tier Boots of Concealment, and another 3,394 days to extract the gold tier Pendant of the Devout. Now, it was finally time to bring his equipment into reality. Qin Feng carefully browsed through the system window and quickly understood the real value of the Pendant of the Devout. It did not only reduce cooldown time. More importantly, the silver tier follower it summoned would be almost invincible in the real world. After spending nearly everything in one go, he only had 486 days of tradable lifespan left. But in exchange, his strength in reality had finally become almost equal to what he possessed inside the game. Qin Feng's figure slowly vanished without leaving a trace. He knew he still needed to gain more lifespan, because by the next time he logged out, he had to make sure he could complete full synchronization. Several minutes later, with shadowy energy still fading from his body, Qin Feng woke up in the real world. He sat there in silence for a moment, thinking through the situation. Now that Kai and Shirshir already knew his address, staying here was no longer safe. Extracting the Sanctuary of Soul Purification would require more than 1,300 years of lifespan, so for the time being, he needed to find a temporary place to stay. With a serious light in his eyes, Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand and began absorbing everything inside his room. One item after another disappeared without a trace. Qin Feng felt satisfied, because Greedy Hand's storage space was truly convenient, and all of his belongings fit neatly inside. Then he sprang upward and climbed onto the window with quick, steady movements. He took out his phone and checked the location, realizing that Dongfang Zion was currently at the Jiangnan Hotel, roughly 15 kilometers away from the neighborhood. Qin Feng looked down toward the ground below. Then, after making himself invisible, he descended silently from his apartment all the way to the street. At his current speed, he calculated that he could reach the hotel in about 10 minutes. Under the cover of night, Qin Feng moved quickly through the city, heading straight for the Jiangnan Hotel. Several minutes later, he arrived outside the building. Inside the hotel, several men were gathered around a dinner table. One of them said that, judging from the current situation, the skills and lifespan from the game could already affect the real world. To him, this was a tremendous opportunity for the Dongfang family, and he praised Dongfang Zion for doing well by establishing a faction inside the game from the very beginning. Dongfang Xian smiled politely and replied that he was only doing what he should. The old patriarch looked pleased and said he was very satisfied with Dongfang Xian's progress. He explained that this time, they had purchased a large amount of exchangeable lifespan so they could buy equipment and skill books. Their goal was to help the main members of the family reach level 10 as soon as possible, seize an early advantage, and then use that strength to expand the family's influence in the real world. With both the game and reality developing together, the Dongfang family would surely become a dominant power, and even their dream of building a 1,000-year dynasty would no longer be impossible. Dongfang Xian stared silently at his grandfather, and a cold, malicious light slowly appeared in his eyes. Deep down, he looked down on that damn old relic with contempt. The man already had one foot in the grave, yet he still clung tightly to the position of clan leader and dreamed of immortality. Dongfang Xian's real plan was to trap Shadow, force him to reveal all his secrets, and then make him earn lifespan for him. Once Dongfang Xian became number 1 on the ranking list, he would make sure every one of them died. The old patriarch then asked him how the plan to deal with Shadow was progressing. Dongfang Xian smiled and told his grandfather not to worry. He assured him that he had already found a trustworthy woman to uncover Shadow's true identity, and they should receive news very soon. The patriarch reminded him that Shadow had to be captured alive and forced to work for the Dongfang family, because that was the only way to bring enormous benefits to the clan. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already eliminated the guards watching the hotel entrance. Inside, the Dongfang family members lifted their glasses together, toasting the family's rise, before shouting in unison that the Dongfang family would live forever. Qin Feng's eyes grew serious. He had not expected these noble families to be armed. Although Ghost Blur and Blacklight Shield could protect him, they still could not guarantee a perfect 100% evasion rate. Worse, he had not extracted any armor into the real world. If a bullet struck his heart or head, there was no doubt he would die instantly. Since caution was the smarter choice, Qin Feng stretched out his hand and used the pendant of the devout to summon one of his followers. A devout believer appeared, equipped with razor-sharp claws for close combat and green flames for ranged attacks. Qin Feng gave it one cold order: go inside and leave no one alive. As a silver-tier boss, the devout believer had extremely high damage resistance, and even against firearms, it could endure for quite a while. While everyone inside was still distracted by the banquet, the devout believer pushed open the door. It let out a terrifying roar, and the moment the people inside saw it, panic exploded across the room. None of them understood where this monster had suddenly come from. With its eyes glowing fiercely, the devout believer charged straight toward them. Seeing the monster rush in, Dongfang Xian stood up with a tense expression and pointed at it immediately. The guards raised their guns and aimed at the creature, while Dongfang Xian stared in disbelief, realizing this was actually a monster from the game. He quickly ordered them to open fire. Bullets struck the devout believer directly in the head, but the attacks barely seemed to affect it. The devout believer swung its arm with brutal force, instantly killing one of the guards. Then it drove its sharp claws straight into the chest of another guard. As the devout believer began slaughtering the guests, Dongfang Xian broke into a cold sweat, fear spreading across his face. The monster then turned toward his grandfather and attacked. The old man panicked immediately, screaming for someone to save him. But Dongfang Xian did not waste even a second trying to help. Instead, he turned around and ran. He did not dare look back. All he knew was that he had to escape this place as fast as possible, because as long as he could get away and enter the game, he would be safe. His eyes were filled with fear, and one thought kept repeating in his mind. As long as he could reach level 10 in the game, extract his skills into the real world, and come back stronger, nothing would be able to threaten him anymore. But at that very moment, he saw Qin Feng standing at the entrance of the hotel. Before Dongfang Xian could even take another breath, Qin Feng moved with terrifying speed, and Dongfang Xian's head flew into the air. Blood sprayed from Dongfang Xian's severed neck as Qin Feng calmly turned his back and began walking away. Dongfang Xian's eyes were still wide with confusion. Even in his final moment, he could not understand what had just happened. Not long after, strange flowers began blooming from his body. Qin Feng stopped and observed the flowers carefully. Then the system revealed the result. He had absorbed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan and 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. His eyes lit up at once, shining with undisguised joy, because this haul was far better than he had expected. It was the kind of loot that made all the danger feel completely worth it. As Dongfang Xian'er's body dissolved into a burst of blooming flowers, Qin Feng's mood instantly lifted. This time, Blooming Curse had not just— the skill had wiped away every corpse and every trace of blood, leaving the room clean of evidence. Even better, it had squeezed out every last drop of lifespan from Dongfang Xian'er, pushing Qin Feng's non-tradable lifespan all the way up to 2,327 years. With that much lifespan stored up, Qin Feng would not have to feel nearly as much pressure the next time he entered those dangerous rage zones. At least now, he had far more room to take risks. Before long, a frightened shout rang out from outside. Someone was yelling for the police, warning everyone that gunshots and screams had just erupted from one of the private rooms. Qin Feng's expression immediately turned sharp. At almost the same moment, several police officers rushed down the hallway toward the private room, clearly remembering that this was where the Dongfang family had been holding their meeting. They were convinced a shooting had taken place, but the moment they reached the room and looked inside, they froze in disbelief. There were no bodies, no obvious victims, and nothing that matched the chaos they had expected. The whole situation felt far too strange. One officer stared around the wrecked private room, his face filled with confusion. Tables and chairs had been smashed apart, and the place clearly looked as if a brutal fight had broken out. But what he could not understand was why there was not a single person left inside. He immediately turned to the others and asked whether anyone had seen people leaving the hotel. Their answers only made the situation even more bizarre. Everyone was left wondering where the entire Dongfang family had vanished to, as though they had disappeared into thin air. In the end, they decided this was no ordinary case and that the investigation unit had to be called in. By then, Qin Feng had already slipped out of the hotel and was putting distance between himself and the scene. His next target was already clear in his mind, the Kane Corporation. However, the Kane Corporation's main headquarters had moved to North America before the game descended. Right now, the only key person still trapped in the Demon City area was the CEO's daughter, Qian Shishir, and Qin Feng had to eliminate her before she could escape the country. From Jianghai City to Demon City, the distance was close to 300 kilometers, stretching far beyond what could be crossed casually. If Qin Feng relied on traveling by foot, the journey alone would take 2 or 3 hours. For him, wasting that much time on the road was completely unacceptable. So Qin Feng prepared to rest for the moment, already thinking that he needed to find a better way to get himself over there. After that, our boy returned to the godforsaken game world. The moment he stood up, he remembered that there were still several silver tier and gold tier bosses left scattered through the ruins, so he decided to clear them out and farm whatever he could. Captain and Yu soon contacted Shadow, her voice filled with excitement as she told him she had great news. Sister Hai had accidentally discovered the entrance to a tomb, but a gold tier vengeful spirit was guarding the place, and their team had no way to defeat it. When Qin Feng heard that, he was genuinely taken aback. He immediately asked how they had managed to find the entrance to a tomb in the first place. Captain and Yu explained that while they were making their way back to the starting city, they had taken a small detour to avoid some minor monsters. But as they kept moving, they suddenly realized one person was missing from the group. After searching around for a while, they finally discovered that Sister Hai had fallen into a pit. Even worse, the place turned out to be a special tomb area where team chat could not be used. When they followed her down into the pit, they came face to face with a level 12 gold boss that immediately started chasing them. Luckily, they reacted quickly and managed to run fast enough to escape. And Yu told Qin Feng they had already returned to Shell Town, and if he wanted to enter the tomb himself, she could send him the exact coordinates. Qin Feng could only admit that a real lucky charm was truly on another level. To think someone could find a hidden tomb simply by taking one wrong step in the ruins of the city was almost ridiculous. He knew very well that tombs, just like faith temples and cursed ruins, were random wilderness events, and encountering one was extremely rare. He asked Yu to send over the coordinates, and she quickly gave him the location, revealing that the tomb was near the ruins of Shell Town. Qin Feng thanked her, then added that if he found anything inside that he could not use, he would sell it to them without hesitation. Qin Feng could not help thinking that Yu really was clever. She knew exactly how to turn this discovery into a chance for her team as well. When Qin Feng arrived, his gaze settled on a large well in front of him. He stared at it with some confusion, wondering if this was truly the entrance. The well was so wide and obvious that it was almost unbelievable someone could simply fall into it by accident while walking. Without question, that girl, Xiao Hai, really was something special. Qin Feng did not hesitate for even a second. He jumped straight into the well, and as he descended, a system window appeared before him, welcoming him to the Tomb of Resentment and warning him that long-range communication would now be blocked. Qin Feng landed firmly at the bottom of the well, then lifted his eyes and began walking forward along the dark corridor ahead. At that moment, a massive figure emerged in front of him. It was the Wailing Spirit, a level 12 gold rank monster guarding the tomb. Qin Feng quietly studied the boss from a distance. He had never encountered this Wailing Spirit in his previous life, but just from its appearance, he could tell it had terrifying attack power and a very wide attack range. It was clearly a physical damage type monster. No wonder Yu and the others had run for their lives. The equipment and skill books he had sold them could not raise their defense by much. Even Wang Ming, a Holy Shield warrior with around 5,000 HP right now, would probably lose at least half his health from just one hit. Qin Feng continued watching the boss in silence, his expression steady but cautious. He knew very clearly that if that axe landed on him even once, he would be dead on the spot. The next instant, Qin Feng combined Blessed Release with instant Shadow Slash. His figure flashed forward at high speed, and his blades cut cleanly through the monster's arms. He knew this boss had extremely high defense, and instant Shadow Slash could only deal 80% of its normal damage here. But that did not bother him at all, because the real killing blow would come from the follow-up throat-slitting damage triggered by Blessed Release. But just then, the monster's severed arms suddenly twitched and moved toward Qin Feng, causing a flicker of alarm to pass through him. A moment later, the arm exploded violently. Qin Feng reacted just in time, leaping out of the blast area before it could swallow him. His eyes narrowed in surprise. It was a corpse explosion. He immediately realized he had been careless by not dodging sooner. Fortunately, Ghost Blur had activated at the critical moment. Otherwise, that sudden explosion would have killed him right there. As the boss's corpse transformed into Lifespan, Qin Feng remembered something similar from his previous life. Back then, a team had killed an unknown boss, and one excited member had rushed forward to loot the body, only for it to explode and wipe him out instantly. Some teams had even been completely annihilated by boss corpse explosions, though that usually happened with platinum-level bosses or higher. He had not expected a mere gold-level boss in this tomb to self-destruct in such a dangerous way. After making sure the danger had passed, Qin Feng used Greedy Hand and calmly collected the loot from the fallen boss. A series of system notifications quickly appeared. For killing the resentful ghost, a gold-level boss, Qin Feng gained 1,010 days of tradable lifespan and 20 evolution points. He also obtained the platinum-level skill book Night Ring Blades. Because he had used Greedy Hand, he received an additional 630 days of tradable lifespan, along with a platinum tier piece of equipment called Resentment Leather Armor. Qin Feng was a little surprised. This time, the boss had actually dropped both a piece of equipment and a skill book that were useful to him. According to the system, Dark Knight Ring Blade was a platinum tier assassin skill. It allowed the user to infuse their blade with dark power, dealing dark elemental damage to every enemy within a 5-meter radius, while adding 500 points of dark elemental attack. The cooldown was 10 seconds, which was reduced to 5.7 seconds, and the skill required level 11 to use. Qin Feng was pleased, because this was exactly the elemental damage skill his assassin class needed. Since the Shadow class had higher spirit than strength, its magic attack power was stronger than its physical attack. That was precisely why elemental skills like Dark Knight Ring Blade suited him so well, and it also made him realize that he should focus more on raising his spirit stats to maximize this kind of damage. At the moment, he had 9 points in strength, 9 in constitution, 24 in agility, and 15 in spirit. Qin Feng let out a breath, then decided to evolve the skill to epic level and see how far it could grow. He immediately spent 6 evolution points, leaving himself with 36. Dark Knight Ring Blade advanced step by step, rising from platinum to emerald, then to diamond, and finally reaching epic. After the evolution, its dark elemental damage range expanded from 5 meters to 12 meters, while the additional dark elemental attack rose from 500 to 1,300 points. With the skill fully evolved, Qin Feng looked over the changes again. The range had more than doubled from 5 to 12 meters, and the bonus attack had increased from 500 all the way to 1,300 points. Even so, Qin Feng's eyes grew serious. He knew better than anyone that because this was an area attack, its bonus damage could not be considered overwhelmingly strong, and a single use still could not compare to the burst power of Shadow Slash. However, when it came to clearing groups of small enemies, this skill was practically divine. Shadow Slash could cut across a 5-meter range, but in the end, it was still a straight-line attack. Dark Knight Ring Blade, on the other hand, struck in an area around him, making it far more effective when enemies surrounded him from all sides. The system then displayed the details of the platinum-level Resentment Leather Armor. It granted 55 physical defense, 45 points of resistance to all elemental types, 42 points of damage block, and a full 777 points of health. The equipment requirement was level 11. On top of that, it came with the Resentment effect, which gave Qin Feng 30 points of base attack power after he was attacked. Qin Feng continued forward toward a massive door, already judging the equipment in his mind. The Resentment effect itself was not especially important, but the armor's base defense, elemental resistances, and damage block were all very high. It was more than enough to replace the level 5 golden Ghostfire leather armor he had been wearing. Altogether, the remaining loot added up to around 20 items, and if he sold them all, he could earn more than 10,000 days of lifespan. Now that he had entered the tomb, he hoped to find even better materials inside, and if he could obtain a mount, that would be the best outcome. At the same time, Somewhere else, a goblin raised its sword and swung down with brutal force, slicing Qin Xiaoyu and her friend in half. A moment later, Qin Xiaoyu and the rest of her party respawned back in town, their failed battle ending in complete defeat. The man was so furious that he completely lost control, shouting at the top of his lungs like a madman. Then he grabbed Qin Xiaoyu hard by the collar, yanking her close as his anger finally exploded. He cursed her as a useless fool who had only grown taller but never grown smarter, blaming her again and again for dragging the entire team into defeat. Because of her mistakes, he said, he now had only 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left. With a rough shove, he threw Qin Xiaoyu to the ground, making her hit the floor in humiliation. Then he pointed at her and threatened her coldly, warning her not to even think about coming to find him at school, because if she did, he would definitely deal with her himself. Her friend hurried over at once, bending down to help Qin Xiaoyu up from the ground. As for the man, he did not bother saying anything else, and simply disconnected from the game. Her friend gently urged Qin Xiaoyu to come with her to her parents' small town. She said she had heard there was a community support group there, specially made to help elderly people and players like them who had no idea how to survive in the game. But as she spoke, Qin Xiaoyu clenched her fists so tightly that her anger almost trembled through her whole body. In the end, Qin Xiaoyu disconnected from the game and rejected her friend's kindness. She told Yin Yin to go by herself, making it clear that she had no intention of following her. Still burning with anger, Qin Xiaoyu opened her eyes in bed. She grabbed her phone almost immediately and sent Han Han a message, asking if he could help her level up. Han Han smiled when he saw the message, and he did not reject her outright. Instead, he gave her a condition. If she wanted him to raise her by 1 level, then she had to spend 1 night with him, because he wanted to see how the famous school goddess acted in bed. Qin Xiaoyu's face twisted with fury as she cursed him as an ugly monster. She snapped at him for actually thinking he had the right to take advantage of her, then angrily ordered him to get lost. But moments later, a smile slowly spread across Qin Xiaoyu's face. Her tone softened as she told Han Han that, in truth, she had always liked him too. She claimed she had only rejected his confession before because her brother, Qin Feng, had been controlling her. Now that she had cut ties with Qin Feng, she said, the two of them could finally be together openly. But Han Han did not fall for her little trap. Instead, Han Han called her an idiot and asked if she was trying to make him laugh himself to death. He reminded her that if she could cut ties with her own brother so easily, then who knew what she might do to him later. In the end, he coldly told her to get lost. After that, Qin Xiaoyu started contacting one person after another. First, she messaged Sharp Young Master, inviting him to come to her house to keep her company and help her level up along the way. But he recognized her immediately and laughed at her instead. He boasted that he now had a platinum-level talent and no shortage of women around him, then bluntly told her to get lost. Then Qin Xiaoyu tried her luck with brother Xiaoma, telling him she was bored and waiting for him in Shell Town. His reply was just as cold. He reminded her that everyone already knew how she had tricked Zhang Wei, then threatened that if she bothered him again, he would use his new skill to beat her up. Qin Xiaoyu sank into sadness and desperation. She cursed those men in her heart, thinking that not a single one of them could be relied on when she truly needed help. But what terrified her most was the fact that she only had 2.5 years of non-tradable lifespan left, and she had no idea what she was supposed to do next. Tears filled Qin Xiaoyu's eyes as the room around her suddenly felt unbearably empty. At that moment, she felt completely alone. Then Qin Xiaoyu thought of Qin Feng. The more she thought about him, the more certain she became that he would not truly abandon her. He had to have a way to solve this crisis, and she had to go back and find him to confirm it. By the time night had fallen, several hours had already passed. Qin Xiaoyu finally arrived outside Qin Feng's apartment. For a brief moment, Qin Xiaoyu imagined that once she entered the apartment, she would see Qin Feng there. She could say a few soft words, pretend to apologize, and he would definitely forgive her. But almost immediately, that thought made her resist inside. She had done nothing wrong, so why should she be the one apologizing? As she raised her hand toward the door, she forced herself to stop thinking that way. Qin Xiaoyu quickly convinced herself that lowering her head was only temporary. First, she would act obedient and let Qin Feng help her level up. After all, since childhood, he had always been the person who cared about her the most, so she was sure he would agree. A confident smile appeared on Qin Xiaoyu's face. Once she leveled up and no longer had to worry about her lifespan crisis, she would cut ties with Qin Feng completely. That was her plan, and in her own mind, Qin Xiaoyu felt like an absolute genius. Feeling satisfied with herself, Qin Xiaoyu knocked on the door and called for Qin Feng to open it. She kept knocking again and again, wondering out loud if he might already be asleep. Then she announced that she had come back, and as no one answered, her voice slowly turned more pleading, begging him to please open the door. At last, Qin Xiaoyu lost her temper and kicked the door open in anger. But the moment she stepped inside and looked around, she froze in shock, because there was no one in the apartment. She stood there in disbelief, wondering where Qin Feng had gone. Then her shock deepened even further when she realized that the bed, the table, the clothes, and everything else had disappeared as well. Qin Xiaoyu quickly pulled out her phone and tried calling Qin Feng, but no matter how long she waited, no one picked up. She had no idea where Qin Feng had gone, and the empty apartment gave her no answers at all. At the same time, deep inside the tomb of resentment, Qin Feng was cutting through the monsters one after another, leaving nothing alive in his path. Before long, Qin Feng realized that he had already reached the deepest part of the tomb. Qin Feng summoned a devout follower and looked ahead. Along the way, he had wiped out more than 200 minor monsters, as well as several bronze tier and silver tier bosses, and because of that, he was now close to reaching level 12. In front of him stood the final coffin. He knew that once it was opened, the tomb's last boss would appear, and in his heart, he hoped it would be platinum tier. The devout follower stepped forward and began pushing against the heavy coffin lid. Qin Feng kept his eyes fixed on the coffin, watching every movement carefully. Before long, something strange began to happen. A wave of evil energy suddenly poured out and drilled into the devout follower's body through its eyes and mouth. The system immediately informed Qin Feng that his devout follower had been annihilated. Qin Feng instantly recognized what he was facing. This was Death Miasma, a gold-level boss. He cursed his luck under his breath, because this thing was disgustingly troublesome. It had no physical body, which meant it was completely immune to ordinary physical attacks. Qin Feng still remembered that in his previous life, someone had once released this same kind of boss, and it ended up spreading all the way to a nearby base. Because of that disaster, countless civilians who had no idea what was happening were killed or badly injured. Anyone possessed by Death Miasma was basically marked for death, unless a teammate could dispel it in time, or unless they belonged to one of the rare classes with special invincibility type skills that could help them survive. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened with seriousness, and he immediately activated Dark Knight Ring Blade. Dark energy began spinning around his body like a shadowy ring of blades. Thanks to that skill, Qin Feng was finally able to see the boss's true body hidden deep inside the swirling miasma. Qin Feng drove his dagger straight toward the exposed true body, striking it down in one clean attack. A system window appeared at once, announcing that he had killed the gold-tier boss, Death Miasma. Qin Feng knew very well that although Death Miasma was officially classified as gold tier, its true difficulty was clearly above platinum level, even if the drops would only be gold grade. Fortunately, the Dark Knight Ring Blade he had just learned dealt magical damage, which happened to counter this type of enemy. As the remains transformed into a lifespan orb, Qin Feng used Greedy Hand and collected the loot. He let out a breath. After spending so much effort to clear this tomb, he truly hoped the final reward would at least drop something worthy of a gold-tier boss. Then Qin Feng obtained a rare item called the Mount Bell, and the moment he saw it, his eyes widened in shock. Qin Feng's mood instantly brightened, because the boss had really dropped a mount. This proved that Lin Lu's famous koi luck was not just some exaggerated rumor, it was absolutely real. According to the system, the Mount Bell, Ghost Night Wolf could summon a level 11 Ghost Night Wolf. The creature could help in battle, and could also be ridden as a mount, as long as the user had reached at least level 11. Qin Feng remembered clearly that the Ghost Night Wolf was one of the fastest mounts available in the early stages of the game. The Ghost Night Wolf was level 11 and belonged to the gold grade. Its stats were impressive as well, with 148 strength, 155 constitution, 135 spirit, and an outstanding 191 agility. Even better, the mount could gain experience together with its owner and grow stronger over time. However, if the bell was traded away, the creature's level would return to its original state. Its skills were just as impressive. While mounted, it increased movement speed by 245%. Its Nightwalk ability allowed it to remain permanently in level 1 stealth during the night. Attacking would break the stealth, but it would also add 120 reveal damage, and the stealth would only return after 60 seconds. Its pounce skill let the mount leap at a single target 3 times in a row, with each strike dealing an extra 267 physical damage and a 12-second cooldown. Finally, Wolf Howl could grant allied units 35 attack, 35 physical defense, and 35 resistance to all elements for 180 seconds, though it had a 600-second cooldown. Qin Feng immediately understood that this was not just a simple mount. It was also a battle pet that could fight by his side. And the fact that it even came with a stealth skill made this reward feel even more valuable. For Qin Feng, this was an enormous gain. Under the cover of night, Qin Feng mounted the Ghost Night Wolf and rode out from the ruins, heading straight toward his next destination. His plan was very clear. He had to reach level 15 and accumulate enough lifespan so he could extract the mount into reality. Once Qin Feng disconnected from the game, he would head directly to Magic City to eliminate Kane Shirshir, cutting off any future threat before it could grow. As Qin Feng passed by Jianghai Coliseum, he remembered just how massive the place was. It covered an enormous area, and beneath it were 2 additional underground levels, forming a complicated maze-like structure. The entire place was crawling with monsters, packed so densely that it looked dangerous at a glance. But for Qin Feng, that made it the perfect hunting ground to level up as quickly as possible. With several light but powerful leaps, the Ghost Night Wolf carried Qin Feng up the wall of Jianghai Coliseum. Beyond the high stone edge, powerful monsters were already gathered inside, filling the area with a heavy, dangerous pressure. One by one, those monsters turned their heads and locked their eyes on Qin Feng, as if they had just noticed fresh prey standing above them. The Ghost Night Wolf lowered its body, kicked off the wall, and launched itself forward in a clean, powerful jump. Qin Feng and his beast dropped from the sky together, descending straight toward the crowd of monsters below like a shadow falling from above. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened, glowing with calm determination as he prepared to tear through everything in front of him. The next instant, Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash. His figure flashed through the monster horde, and wherever his blade passed, the monsters were cut down one after another. At the same time, in another part of the ruins, Yu was fighting with her own team. She swung her sword cleanly through one of the nearby monsters, cutting it down in the middle of the battlefield. As the monster's corpse dissolved and transformed into lifespan, Yu finally let out a small breath of relief. At least this battle had not been for nothing. Her teammate, Ma Naoyang, the son of a department head in Jianghai City, immediately started clapping as he praised her with an excited smile. He said that, as expected of Captain Yin, her damage was absolutely insane. The hidden class dragon swordsman was truly powerful, and in his eyes, Yu was definitely the woman he had chosen. But Yu only looked at the fallen boss and said that this golden boss was merely level 8, yet they had still spent more than 10 minutes fighting it. Because of that, she truly could not understand how Shadow had managed to kill a platinum boss alone. Ma Naoyang kept praising her, but when Shadow was mentioned, he quickly brushed off the achievement. In his opinion, Shadow was just a stealth-based assassin who relied on hiding and slowly wearing down the boss over time. Someone who fought that way, he claimed, would never become truly great. Deep down, he felt secretly pleased, because he knew Yu did not have any powerful background supporting her. With his identity as the son of an official, he believed bringing her under his control would be effortless. Yu, however, calmly shot back and asked whether a mediocre archer like him would not be even more suited for slowly grinding down a boss. Ma Naoyang was so startled by her words that he dropped straight onto his backside. Sitting there awkwardly, he quickly explained that he was an upright person and would never lower himself to doing something like that. Then his expression turned serious, and he revealed that he had heard Shadow's character was terrible. According to the rumors, Shadow was a ruthless killer even in the real world. Ma Naoyang also said he happened to know a hunter from the Metropolitan Police who already had level 3 anti-stealth skills. Because of that, he suggested they find a way to set Shadow up, uncover his real-world identity, and then take control of him afterward. In Ma Naoyang's view, someone as dangerous as Shadow could only be trusted if he was forced to work for their organization. Otherwise, disasters like the Song Fei incident and Jiang Lai incident would only continue to happen. He sounded completely fed up, saying he was tired of cleaning up Shadow's messes. But when Yu and Wang Meng heard that, they looked at each other for a moment before both of them burst into laughter at Ma Naoyang. They asked him if he truly still had not understood the situation. Shadow had never begged them to clean up after him. In reality, they were the ones who had to deal with what Shadow left behind, because only by doing so could they keep their interests aligned with his and continue cooperating with him. Then they reminded Ma Naoyang of Shadow's achievements, the world's first solo kill of a gold boss, and the first solo kill of a platinum boss. Ma Naoyang's face twisted with anger. To him, Shadow was nothing more than a fragile assassin. As long as their anti-stealth level could keep up, he could not understand why Shadow could not be controlled. He cursed them as a bunch of nobodies, furious that they actually dared to lecture him. Then Ma Naoyang turned toward Yu and told her to watch carefully. He declared that he would ruin Shadow's reputation and capture him with his own hands. And when that day came, he said, and Yu would kneel in front of him, apologizing and begging for his forgiveness. Wang Meng ignored Ma Naoyang's outburst and turned to Yu instead, asking what loot the boss had dropped. Yu checked the rewards and replied that it had dropped a piece of gold tier equipment for a priest. There was also one piece of silver tier equipment and a silver tier skill book. Yu touched her chin as she thought about it. Shadow usually sold them several pieces of gold equipment, and sometimes even platinum equipment, which made her wonder just how many bosses he had actually killed. Or maybe his talent was related to treasure hunting, and all those items came from opening chests. At that moment, Wang Ming's expression became serious. He said he was a little worried, and you could not help feeling confused. Wang Ming then brought up the Zhongnan restaurant case, where the entire Dongfang family had been murdered during a gathering. Then Wang Ming raised an unsettling possibility. If Shadow had really been the one behind that incident, were they still supposed to keep cleaning up after him? He admitted that he still could not fully understand Shadow's personality, and what he feared most was that Shadow might truly be a ruthless serial killer in the real world. And you had already heard about that case, so Wang Ming's concern did not come as a surprise to her. The higher-ups were taking the matter extremely seriously, and many people were already speculating in private about whether the incident had anything to do with Shadow. But Yu only smiled with confidence. She said that even if the case really had been done by Shadow, she would still choose to cooperate with him. And even if the higher-ups refused to clean up his messes, she would personally stand on his side and support him. Wang Ming looked even more confused and asked why she would go that far. And Yu simply replied that the real question was who would not want to support Shadow. Just then, one of their subordinates appeared and reported that they had found a place ahead that looked like an arena. However, every monster inside had already been killed. With a serious look, the subordinate explained that bodies were scattered everywhere across the area. He had no idea what kind of party could have been strong enough to wipe out every monster in the arena. The moment Yu heard that, her eyes brightened with interest. She immediately decided to head to the arena, and seeing her reaction only made Wang Ming feel even more puzzled. Soon, the group arrived at Jianghai Coliseum. The moment they stepped into the area, they saw large amounts of lifespan scattered across the ground. Everyone was stunned by the sheer amount of loot lying there. There must have been hundreds of minor monsters in the arena, and that made them wonder what kind of party could possibly clear such a place. But Captain Yu was already certain in her heart that Shadow had been here. With that in mind, she suggested they search the area, because they might be able to run into him nearby. Ma Niaoyang immediately questioned why she was so sure Shadow was the one who had done it. Captain Yu answered calmly that the reason was simple. Shadow was number 1 on the leaderboard, while their party was ranked right behind him. Since even they could not accomplish something like this, then the person responsible could only be Shadow. Ma Niaoyang was furious and insisted that he also had invisibility, so he could do the same thing too. It would only take him a little more time. That was all. And Yu ignored his anger and contacted Shadow with a smile. Since he had cleared out so many monsters, she figured he must have plenty of equipment and skill books he did not need, so she asked if he was willing to sell them to her team. At that exact moment, Ma Niaoyang's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Qin Feng had appeared behind him, mounted on the ghost night wolf without making a sound. The sight of the wolf scared Ma Niaoyang so badly that he fell straight onto his backside again. On the other side, Captain Yu was filled with excitement and immediately asked Qin Feng where he had gotten a mount. Qin Feng calmly replied that it was thanks to the coordinates Little Black had given him that he had been able to obtain this mount. Hearing that, Little Black could not help blushing slightly. She quickly said there was no need to mention it, clearly a little embarrassed by the praise. Qin Feng then decided to make a deal with Captain Yu. He pointed to the items scattered across the ground and proposed that she take everything as one full package, with the same conditions as before. Yu nodded and said she understood. If she was not satisfied, she simply did not have to buy. After all, she already knew that Shadow's prices had always been fair. While the two of them were discussing the deal, Ma Niaoyang stood nearby with anger burning in his eyes. The more he watched, the more furious he became. He felt deeply humiliated by Shadow's sudden appearance and swore inwardly that he would make all of them pay for looking down on him. After the deal was settled, Qin Feng remained mounted on the ghost night wolf and continued moving through the ruins. According to the system rankings, Qin Feng had already reached level 13. Below him, Justice Enforcement and Wang Ming were both at level 10, and Black Goblin Big Liza had also appeared at level 10. At the same time, Qin Feng now had 245 years of tradable lifespan and 255 evolution points. He was in a good mood, because after clearing the arena ruins, he had obtained a fairly high-quality gold-grade skill book. The skill book was called Silent Concealment. It was a gold-grade skill that allowed the user to enter stealth without moving. As long as the user did not move or attack, they could remain invisible permanently. If they attacked from this state, the strike would add 300 points of detection penetration damage. The cooldown was 120 seconds, and the skill required level 13 to use. Qin Feng quickly realized that this skill did more than simply strengthen his stealth. Its true value was that if he used it in reality while combining it with the invincible state from the game, he could completely vanish in the real world. Without hesitation, he decided to evolve the skill book to epic level, spending 11 evolution points to do so. The skill advanced step by step, rising from gold to platinum, then to emerald, then diamond, and finally epic. After the evolution, the additional damage from stealth penetration attacks increased from 300 to 800 points, while the cooldown dropped from 120 seconds to 60 seconds. After seeing the result, Qin Feng decided to evolve several other skills as well. First, Qin Feng spent 34 evolution points to raise Venomous Dart to epic level. The skill advanced from Emerald to Diamond and finally to Epic, greatly improving its attributes. Its maximum range increased to 20 meters, its on-hit attack damage rose to 400, and it now applied the Venom status. That status dealt 100% damage per second for 5 seconds, had no weakness bonus, and could not stack. After that, he invested a massive 200 evolution points to raise Blessed Release to Mythic level. Once it evolved from Legendary to Mythic, its weakness attack bonus surged to 300%, and its weakness attack multiplier doubled, while its level remained at 5. Its active effect now applied Throat Slash, dealing 200% of the attack's damage every second for 3 seconds, and its cooldown was reduced to only 15 seconds, or 9.7 seconds after his bonuses. Qin Feng was delighted, because mythic-level skills were truly powerful. Now, except for certain special monsters, almost every attack he launched would count as a weak point strike. Then he took out the necklace, studied it carefully, and decided it was time to evolve that as well. The necklace was the Deceiver's Pendant, a platinum-grade assassin accessory. It granted 45 points of physical attack, 20 strength, and 20 constitution. The requirement to equip it was level 13, and it also had a unique effect that increased stealth level by 1. After adding together his skills and equipment, Qin Feng realized that his stealth level had already reached 4. At this stage, he was convinced that no one should be able to detect him. On top of that, he also had the item Shadow Veil. Thanks to it, his evasion rate had shot up directly to an astonishing 83%. This gold-tier assassin equipment granted 5 constitution, 5 spirit, and a powerful 32% evasion rate. At that moment, a small explosion suddenly rang out nearby, breaking the silence around him. Qin Feng immediately stopped moving, his attention shifting toward the source of the disturbance as he prepared to find out what had just happened. And when he turned around to look, something slowly began to emerge from the ruins behind him. What emerged from the ruins was a gigantic boss with an unsettling body. Instead of normal arms, heavy chains stretched from her shoulders, and at the ends of those chains were 2 sharp blades that looked like hands made for slaughter. The moment Qin Feng saw her clearly, he recognized her at once. This was the Steel Saintess, and he could not help wondering which lunatic had been reckless enough to release a boss like this. Qin Feng still remembered her from his previous life. Back then, the Steel Saintess had appeared in the ruins of Jianghai City, and more than 1,000 people had tried to hunt her down, only for the battle to end with over 4,000 deaths in total. In truth, she was the guardian of a refuge known as Church Sanctuary, the second largest safe haven in the Zhonghai ruins. Qin Feng's original plan had been to deal with Kane Shirshir first before coming back for this boss, but since the Steel Saintess had appeared right in front of him, he decided to handle her now. With a powerful leap, the Ghost Knight Wolf carried Qin Feng upward, landing steadily on top of a nearby building. Below them, the Steel Saintess began spinning her chained arms with terrifying force, the blade-like ends tearing through the nearby players as if they were nothing. She cut down one of the players in an instant, and when the others saw how easily he died, they finally realized just how powerful this boss truly was. But before they could even react properly, the Steel Saintess swung her blade-formed arms again with brutal speed, sweeping into the remaining players and beginning another round of slaughter. Watching from above, Qin Feng could tell those players actually wanted to challenge the Steel Saintess. In his eyes, they were clearly overestimating themselves far too much. At that moment, a player riding on a tiger charged forward and started fighting the boss. Qin Feng immediately recognized him as Chen Wuming, the owner of the Hidden Class Paladin. Chen Wuming was an old acquaintance of Qin Feng from his previous life. The two of them had fought for 9 whole years without ever deciding a true winner. This man was cunning, slippery, and full of dirty tricks, and every time he was close to losing, he always found some underhanded way to escape. Qin Feng remembered that in his previous life, the Steel Saintess had eventually been defeated by Chen Wuming's guild, the Night Sanctuary. That victory was what gave rise to the saying, West/God, East Sanctuary, because the two sides controlled the western and eastern regions of the Jianghai City ruins. When the Night Sanctuary Guild recruited its first members, it forced them to sign extremely harsh contracts. On the surface, those contracts guaranteed safety, but the price was a lifespan tax that could reach as high as 50%. Most of the members were reduced to black slaves, basically working under the control of the guild's higher-ranking players. A pleased light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. To him, this situation was simply perfect. This time, he silently promised himself that Chen Wuming would not be allowed to escape again. While the Steel Saintess continued spinning her chained arms in wide, violent circles, Qin Feng used invisibility and quietly descended near her while everyone's attention was still on the boss. A cold, dangerous gleam appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Without wasting even a second, he activated Dark Knight Ring Blade, and in an instant, the players standing nearby were caught in the attack and killed on the spot. Wrapped in a red aura, Qin Feng spun through the battlefield at frightening speed, cutting down every player around him. When Chen Wuming saw what was happening, his eyes widened in shock. The moment Chen Wuming realized the attacker was Shadow, he shouted in anger and confusion, asking why Shadow was killing his people when they had no grudge against him. Qin Feng appeared right behind him like a ghost. With a murderous look in his eyes, he answered coldly that it was because he did not eat beef. Hearing such an absurd response, Chen Wuming's eyes widened in fear. With a cold and arrogant expression, Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash. His figure flashed past Chen Wuming, and in that single movement, he killed him outright. Then Qin Feng calmly raised his hand and activated Blooming Curse over the fallen players. Not long after that, the players who had been killed respawned back in their town. Chen Wuming was furious, unable to understand what Shadow not eating beef had to do with any of them. One of his subordinates panicked, saying his lifespan had already dropped to 0. Chen Wuming immediately realized this had to be the effect of one of Shadow's skills. He decided they would gather their people and prepare to counterattack, but before that, they needed to move somewhere else to level up and recover the lifespan they had lost. Among the players who respawned with them was Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu could not stop herself from crying. She kept wondering why Shadow had targeted her directly, and her fear grew even stronger because her lifespan was now on the verge of running out completely. The system informed Qin Feng that Blooming Curse had absorbed 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 year of non-tradable lifespan from Qin Xiaoyu. When Qin Feng realized she had also been in Chen Wuming's party, he could not help feeling pleased. His eyes brightened with excitement. The fact that Blooming Curse had only absorbed such a small amount of lifespan from her clearly showed that she was already desperate. That desperation must have driven her to join the Night Sanctuary Guild as a black slave, and in Qin Feng's view, this was exactly what she deserved. At that moment, the Steel Saintess suddenly turned her attention toward Shadow and launched an attack, kicking up a thick cloud of smoke across the battlefield. When the smoke finally cleared, Qin Feng was still unharmed. He had dodged the attack with Ghost Blur, and he knew very well that during the first phase, this boss was not too difficult to handle. The Steel Saintess seemed momentarily confused, as if she could not understand how her attack had missed. Then the chains forming her arms began to tighten, each link pulling taut as her killing intent rose again. A moment later, her chain blade arms started spinning once more, whipping through the air with a sharp, dangerous sound. The boss herself seemed unable to fully grasp what was happening, but her body continued moving according to its brutal battle instincts. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened with seriousness. He knew that in this phase, the Steel Saintess mainly relied on repeatedly swinging her chained swords, using either targeted physical strikes or wide-area attacks. Qin Feng appeared above her and immediately chose to combine Blessed Release with Plague Blade. After an attack landed, Blessed Release would apply the throat slash effect, triggering a burst that caused massive damage. Plague Blade, meanwhile, would create an explosion of toxic damage 3 seconds after impact. Qin Feng struck with terrifying speed, and several thousand points of damage burst out across the Steel Saintess's body. Then Throat Slash took effect, carving a deep, vicious wound across her throat. In the blink of an eye, the Steel Saintess's HP bar plunged down to less than half. Her eyes suddenly blazed with rage, and the pressure around her became far more terrifying than before. Qin Feng remained calm, because he knew exactly why the Steel Saintess had become the guardian of Church Sanctuary. Her true terror was hidden in her second phase. Once she lost half of her health, the demon sealed inside her body would awaken. From that point on, all damage she received would be reflected equally back at the attacker. There was even a legend claiming that a portal existed inside the demon's stomach. According to that rumor, anyone swallowed by the demon would be transported to some unknown place, said to be the bottom of a volcano. However, in Qin Feng's previous life, no one had ever proven that part true. He suspected that a few fools had simply mixed it up with mechanics from some other game. A group of players nearby was watching the battle from a distance. In their eyes, Shadow was absolutely ruthless. The Platinum tier boss had clearly been summoned by the Night Sanctuary Guild, yet Shadow had suddenly appeared and wiped them all out. And right after killing those players, Shadow used just one skill to slash away half of the boss's health in an instant, forcing the Steel Saintess directly into her second phase. While those players were still talking among themselves, Qin Feng, hidden in invisibility, quietly turned his attention toward them. His eyes grew serious as he considered the Steel Saintess's second phase. He knew she had one weakness. Whenever she launched an attack, her damage reflection. That meant if Qin Feng attacked at the exact same moment she attacked, he could avoid taking reflected damage. The problem was that several of his strongest skills, including Shadow Slash, Throat Slash, Plague Blade, and venomous dart, all dealt damage over time. If he used any of them carelessly, the reflected damage would still come back to him, and with his current strength, it would kill him instantly. As Qin Feng thought through the problem, his gaze shifted toward the players secretly watching from the cliff. Very quickly, he decided to make use of them. One of the players pushed forward from the back and told the others to move aside, saying he wanted to get a better look at what was happening. This man was known as Anshuan. When the other players saw him arrive, they immediately looked pleased. One of Anshuan's subordinates explained that they had been watching the battle for a long time and had already memorized all of the boss's skills. In their view, the Steel Saintess only had a few moves to deal with. With a faint smile, the girl stretched out her hands and explained what they had just seen. After the boss's health fell below half, she suddenly stopped moving, and her body changed slightly, as if new skills were awakening inside her. And right when the boss entered her second phase, Shadow vanished as well. Hearing this, Anshuan could hardly believe that Shadow had actually been fighting such a boss all by himself. Anshuan's eyes immediately burned with anger. He turned to his subordinate Xiao Tu and ordered her to activate Red Eye at once, telling her to check whether Shadow was still hiding nearby. Xiao Tu nodded without hesitation, then focused her gaze and began activating her ability. A small rabbit-like figure quickly manifested beside her, then darted toward the boss with light footsteps, moving close without drawing the Steel Saintess's attention. A moment later, Xiao Tu reported that she could not find Shadow's location anywhere, so he had probably already left. When Anshuan heard that even her level 3 anti-stealth ability had failed to detect him, he felt certain Shadow was gone, because he refused to believe Shadow could possibly have level 4 invisibility. Anshuan suddenly jumped down from the building, causing Xiao Tu to stare after him in confusion. Before heading in, Anshuan told her to keep watch carefully and warn him immediately if Shadow came back. Xiao Tu nodded again. Anshuan landed on the ground below, straightened his posture, and drew both of his swords. A confident smile spread across Anshuan's face, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. The surrounding players thought he was simply rushing to his death by challenging a platinum-tier boss alone. But one of them suddenly recognized him, saying he had once seen Anshuan defeat a gold-tier boss in the starting town without taking a single scratch. His class was Soul Warrior, a class that gave him 100% dodge while rolling, and he was the famous player known as Safety First. There were even rumors that he had once been a top global streamer for Souls-type games, with terrifyingly fast reflexes. The Steel Saintess immediately turned her attention toward Anshuan, locking onto him as her next target. Without warning, she swung her sharp blade-like arms toward him, the attack cutting through the air with terrifying force. Luckily, Anshuan reacted at the perfect moment. He slid low across the ground, narrowly slipping past the deadly strike by the smallest margin. The Steel Saintess then formed arms made of pure energy and tried to crush him where he stood, but Anshuan rolled again, dodging the attack just before it could land. When the boss reached out again, trying to grab him directly, Anshuan performed another smooth roll and pulled himself out of her range. His subordinates immediately started praising him from a distance, stunned by how skillfully and calmly he dodged every attack. What impressed them most was his discipline. He never got greedy for one extra hit, and every movement looked clean, controlled, and brilliant. One of them smiled in amazement, saying Anshuan was truly incredible for perfectly avoiding every strike from the boss. It looked almost unbelievable. He even saw several slash effects flash across the Steel Saintess's body, making him wonder if the Soul Warrior class was really that powerful. The black-haired woman beside him explained with a curious look that when Anshuan rolled, he triggered the Soul Warrior's special passive counterattack mechanic. Every perfect dodge or roll created a counterattack that damaged the boss, so each time he avoided an attack, he was also striking back and draining her health at the same time. Xiao Tu smiled and added that perfect dodging was only the foundation of Anshuan's strength. What truly made him frightening was his offense. Every attack he launched was precise and fierce, turning defense into a constant storm of counterattacks. His timing and skill combinations made him not only hard to touch, but deadly as well. His defense kept him alive, but his offense was what ended battles quickly. The Steel Saintess kept trying to catch Anshuan, her attacks growing more frantic as he slipped away again and again. Xiao Tu's eyes shone with confidence as she revealed another detail. If Anshuan successfully triggered a dodge during a roll, his next attack would ignore 50% of the boss's defense. At that moment, Anshuan suddenly turned back toward the boss, choosing to face her head-on. Blue energy began rising from his body, wrapping around him like a surging aura. The moment his subordinates saw that striking effect, they immediately realized that his next blow would definitely deal 4-digit damage. Anshuan's eyes lit up with excitement as he prepared to unleash the attack he had been building toward. Before the Steel Saintess could respond, Anshuan released the powerful strike he had prepared. His movement looked almost like a graceful dance, a single attack splitting into 3 shadowy flashes, fast and fierce like shooting stars cutting through the battlefield. With practiced mastery, he swung both swords through the openings in the boss's defense, leaving deep cuts across her body. In the blink of an eye, her HP bar dropped again, falling to less than half. His subordinates immediately burst into applause when they noticed that, before they had even fully processed what happened, the boss had only about 1/3 of her health left. Anshuan turned his back on the Steel Saintess, wearing a confident smile, as if the fight was— But at that exact moment, a series of powerful slashes suddenly struck him, dealing more than 34,000 points of damage and killing him instantly. His subordinates instantly panicked. They could not understand why Anshuan had died, because they were certain he had dodged every attack. What confused them even more was that although their skills had clearly hit the boss, her health had not dropped from those blows, even though they had seen her HP fall dramatically just moments earlier. Not far from the battlefield, Qin Feng was standing quietly. He silently looked at the lifespan orbs left behind by Anshuan, then thanked him in his heart, without the slightest trace of sympathy. Anshuan's constant showboating had forced the Steel Saintess to use many of her moves. Qin Feng's eyes shone with satisfaction. During all that time, he had been attacking from the shadows, steadily reducing the boss's health until only 1/3 remained. The Soul Warrior's flashy movements had indeed dealt some decent damage, but in the end, Anshuan had only pushed himself toward his own death. Because of the Soul Warrior class's own traits, defeating the Steel Saintess was simply impossible for him. When he rolled, he could not attack directly, and when he attacked, he suffered reflected damage. Against this boss, that was no advantage at all, it was a curse. The Steel Saintess began turning her body away, and Qin Feng's gaze immediately locked onto her movement. He knew at once that this was bad. With her health already so low, the Steel Saintess was trying to retreat back to the church sanctuary. If she successfully returned there, she would completely recover, and all the damage dealt so far would become meaningless. Qin Feng quietly glanced toward Anshuan's subordinates, watching their frightened expressions for a moment before his eyes grew serious. He understood that the Soul Warrior's sudden death had terrified them, and they probably would not dare attack the boss again. But if the Steel Saintess did not attack, her damage reflection effect would not briefly disappear. At this point, Qin Feng knew it was time to get serious. Qin Feng landed directly in front of the Steel Saintess, blocking her path. No matter what, he could not allow her to return to the sanctuary. When the other players saw Qin Feng appear, they were stunned. In their eyes, Anshuan had only been a clown after all. Shadow was the true monster on this battlefield. Thinking back, it was terrifying to realize that all those cuts on the boss's body just moments ago had actually come from him. Xiao Tu was especially shocked, because her level 3 anti-stealth ability had failed to detect Shadow at all, which meant his invisibility had to be level 4, or even higher. One player's gaze slowly drifted toward Anshuan's lifespan orbs on the battlefield. His mouth nearly watered when he realized that the Soul Warrior's loot was still lying there, and he immediately began thinking of a way to retrieve it. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with determination as he activated Blacklight Shield. A golden shield instantly appeared around him, forming a 10-layer barrier, with each layer capable of blocking one instance of damage. The Steel Saintess focused on Qin Feng, and her chained arms transformed back into sharp blades. She launched her attack, and Qin Feng instantly recognized that this was the exact timing he had been waiting for. Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash and rushed forward, unleashing a rapid series of slashes against the Steel Saintess. He stared closely at the boss as the attack ended. His Blacklight Shield now had only 7 layers remaining. Qin Feng remembered clearly that out of the 9 strikes from Instant Shadow Slash, the final 3 had landed right after her attack ended. During the moment her damage reflection returned. If Blacklight Shield had not blocked those 3 reflected hits, he would already be dead. The Steel Saintess began gathering energy in her abdomen. Then she suddenly leaped up, and streams of purple flame burst outward from her body. Qin Feng quickly stepped back, but by then, every remaining layer of his Blacklight Shield had been destroyed. The Steel Saintess stared at him with eyes full of evil light. Qin Feng immediately understood how dangerous that flame attack was. The damage from the flamethrower came far too frequently. Even with his evasion rate above 80%, it had instantly shattered all 7 layers of the shield. If he had been even half a second slower, he would have been killed on the spot. While Qin Feng's attention was still on the boss, one of the players tried to sneak over and snatch Anshuan's loot. But Qin Feng noticed him instantly and flicked out a venomous dart, sending it straight into the man's forehead. That player was wiped out on the spot, leaving no room for a comeback. Qin Feng made his attitude perfectly clear. Since the loot had already fallen into his hands, there was no way he would let anyone else reach in and snatch it away. Right after that, the system notified Qin Feng of his gains. From safety first, he had obtained 612 days of tradable lifespan, along with 67 years of non-tradable lifespan. At the same time, Blossom Curse had absorbed 355 days of tradable lifespan and 20 years of non-tradable lifespan from clean hands and feet. Qin Feng was a little surprised by the numbers. Safety First actually carried an unusually massive amount of lifespan, which most likely meant he had never died before. That immediately caught Qin Feng's interest, so after thinking it over, he chose not to use Blossom Curse on him. The boss suddenly let out a furious roar, the sound shaking the area around them, but Qin Feng stood there completely calm, without the slightest trace of panic on his face. He understood the situation very clearly. Against this kind of enemy, he couldn't rush in recklessly. He would have to rely on the black light shield for protection, then use ordinary shadow slash attacks again and again, slowly shaving down her health bit by bit. The boss swung at him with terrifying force, but Qin Feng reacted quickly and slipped out of the attack range just in time. Her hand slammed heavily into the ground instead, sending the impact into the floor. The method was definitely not fast, and the damage efficiency was low, but for Qin Feng, it was stable, cautious, and far safer than taking unnecessary risks. While Qin Feng continued clashing with the boss, Xiao Tu stood to the side, watching the battle unfold with wide eyes. She had never expected Shadow to fight with such savage intensity. In her heart, she couldn't help wondering what kind of skills he actually had hidden away. Before this, she still couldn't fully understand how he had managed to secure those first kills, but now that she was seeing him fight in person, all her doubts were completely crushed. At that moment, Qin Feng's eyes sharpened, a bright determination flashing through them. He had already judged the timing, and now he was ready to deliver the final blow. Qin Feng's figure moved in an instant. His blade flashed through the air again and again, slicing across the boss's body so cleanly that it looked almost effortless, as if the massive enemy in front of him was nothing more than paper being cut apart. The system soon confirmed the kill. Qin Feng had successfully slain the Steel Maiden, and his reward arrived immediately. 48,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and the Church Sanctuary key. The surrounding players were completely stunned. One by one, they stared at the scene in disbelief, unable to accept that Shadow had actually taken down the boss all by himself. But after witnessing it with their own eyes, they finally understood why he stood at the very top of the leaderboard. Qin Feng then used Greedy Hand to collect the loot. Among the drops, he obtained an emerald-level assassin-type leather armor piece called Black Flame's Gift, piercing leather armor. The armor's attributes were impressive. It provided 95 points of physical defense, 120 points to all elemental resistances, 77 points of damage reduction, and 77 points of constitution. Its special effect, Black Flame's Gift, could apply 1 stack of Black Flame status whenever the wearer attacked or was attacked, stacking up to 5 times. Each stack reduced the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%, though there was also a reminder that this weakening effect would be reduced against emerald-level bosses or anything stronger. Qin Feng was in a very good mood when he saw it. Just this single piece of emerald-tier equipment already offered better defensive value than a full armor set used by most other players. On top of that, the Black Flame's Gift effect could weaken both defense and elemental resistance, making it far more practical than the item dropped earlier by the Soul Purifier. He also obtained an emerald-tier skill called Assassin's Instinct. This skill allowed him to partially sense the outline of invisible units and increased his anti-invisibility level by 2 points. After looking over the effect, Qin Feng didn't hesitate for long and immediately decided to upgrade it. The upgrade process consumed a total of 33 evolution points, leaving Qin Feng with 97 points remaining. Under the upgrade effect, Assassin's Instinct advanced step by step, rising from Emerald to Diamond, then to Epic, before finally reaching Legendary tier. As the skill evolved, its anti-invisibility bonus also increased from 2 points all the way to 5. Even better, its legendary effect gave him a sharper sense for detecting enemy weak points, adding a 50% modifier to critical hit damage. An anti-invisibility skill raised to legendary tier, level 5 anti-invisibility, and a 50% boost to critical damage. When combined with the passive effect of Graceful Deliverance, his total critical hit damage bonus reached 350%. At this point, even if Qin Feng closed his eyes, he could still strike straight at an enemy's weak spot. Qin Feng still had 97 evolution points left, so he chose to evolve Ghostly Blur to Legendary tier next. This single upgrade consumed 80 points, leaving him with only 17. But the result was worth it. Ghostly Blur advanced from Epic to Legendary, raising its passive evasion rate from 75% to 85%. Even more importantly, every time the evasion effect triggered, he would become completely immune to that instance of damage. Just then, Captain Anyu and the others arrived at the scene. She greeted Qin Feng and casually asked whether any good loot had dropped. Qin Feng looked at her with some confusion, not quite understanding why Anyu was acting this way all of a sudden. Captain Anyu smiled and said she hadn't checked the leaderboard earlier, so she truly hadn't expected him to reach level 13 in just one night. In her eyes, that kind of speed was simply outrageous. Wang Ming also spoke up, saying that their team had been grinding through the entire night, yet they still hadn't even reached halfway through level 11. Compared to them, Shadow's leveling speed was completely unreal. Captain Anyu immediately smacked Wang Ming on the head, scolding him for talking nonsense. In her mind, it was obvious that Min leveled up faster. Qin Feng was still somewhat baffled by her reaction, but he went along with the conversation and told her that he had indeed obtained some loot. He had already appraised the items, and the total value came to 45,000 days of lifespan as one complete package. Captain Anyu accepted the price and chose to hand over the lifespan, and soon after, the system confirmed that the transaction had been successfully completed. Then Qin Feng's expression became more serious. He told her that he still had another valuable item he might sell, and before naming it directly, he asked whether she knew anything about hideouts. Captain Anyu's eyes shifted slightly, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. She said they had already heard some information about hideouts. In the ruins of Zhonghai City, there were no true safe zones, but player groups could occupy hideouts and use them as bases. Inside those places, they could store supplies, and during dangerous moments, they could activate magical defensive barriers to block outside water invasions. Qin Feng understood that what she had probably heard about was the small hideout dropped by the Golden Boss. Captain Anyu nodded and explained that Zhonghai City's officials still hadn't found a hideout of their own. However, over in Modu, the officials had already taken control of a medium-sized hideout, and that was how they first learned that such places existed. Qin Feng then reached into his inventory and took out a golden key. Since Captain Anyu already understood the importance of hideouts, he revealed its identity without hiding anything. This was the Sanctuary Hideout Key, the item dropped by the boss he had just killed. He told them that this hideout covered more than 800 meters of land. Then he calmly suggested that they go back first and discuss what kind of price they were willing to offer. After hearing their proposal, he would decide whether or not he wanted to sell it. Captain Anyu and Wang Ming were both shocked when they heard the size. They knew very well that the larger a hideout was, the stronger its defensive power would be and the more complete its internal facilities would become. A hideout covering 800 meters was already large enough for every member of Zhonghai City's official forces to have a private room inside. Captain Anyu stretched out her hand, her eyes filled with curiosity, and asked Qin Feng how much he planned to charge for such a massive hideout. Qin Feng didn't give a direct number right away. He decided that they should discuss it after returning and first see what price the officials were willing to offer. In his previous life, this hideout had been worth around 2,000 years of lifespan. If he could successfully sell it to the government this time, then combined with the lifespan he already had, it would be enough for him to bring all of his equipment, skills, and levels into the real world. Captain Anyu's expression turned a little tense, but she still accepted his suggestion. She promised Qin Feng that she would report the matter to her superiors immediately. After that, Captain Anyu brought up another matter and asked for his help. They had just received urgent news that 7 gold-tier bosses had appeared together in Darkmoon Town, and many people had already died there. Because of this, the officials were willing to offer Shadow 10 years of lifespan as payment if he stepped in and eliminated them. When Qin Feng heard this, he didn't think 7 gold-tier bosses sounded especially terrifying on its own. Even if those bosses moved together, the official forces should still be able to wipe them out given enough time. So if Captain Anyu had personally come to ask for his help, then there had to be something unusually troublesome about those bosses. Captain Anyu raised her thumb toward him, clearly impressed by how quickly he had seen through the real problem. She confirmed that his guess was correct. Their team had managed to isolate one of the 7 bosses and kill it first, but the boss actually revived. And the moment it came back to life, the stats of all 7 bosses suddenly surged upward, exploding to a terrifying level and wiping out her entire team in an instant. Qin Feng's eyes widened slightly when he heard that. A memory from his past life surfaced in his mind. There were indeed special group-type bosses that had the ability to resurrect. Because of that, Qin Feng immediately suspected that these bosses might be puppets created by the Cursed Slate, one of the ancient god slates. If an ancient god slate was truly involved, then this was an opportunity he absolutely could not afford to miss. Qin Feng decided to head over immediately and asked Captain Anyu to send him the coordinates. She wished him good luck. In his opinion, Anyu was actually quite sincere. The loot from 7 gold-tier bosses alone could likely be sold for 40 or 50 years of lifespan, and on top of that, she was offering him another 10 years as a reward. Honestly, that was already a very generous offer. Riding on the ghost night wolf, Qin Feng moved swiftly through the ruins. As he passed by a statue, his gaze suddenly froze, and his eyes widened in surprise. Not far away, a group of players had surrounded a young girl and were hitting her. The girl being beaten was none other than Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Feng's own sister. One of the women stepped forward with a cruel smile on her face. Qin Xiaoyu's face was covered in bruises, and tears kept streaming down her cheeks. The woman glared at her coldly and made it clear that this was only a warning. If Qin Xiaoyu dared to get close to the guild leader again, she would ruin that pretty face of hers completely. After that, the group didn't stop. They continued beating Qin Xiaoyu, their attacks falling on her one after another. From the top of a nearby building, Qin Feng watched everything in silence. He quickly realized that after joining the Knight's Sanctuary, Qin Xiaoyu had been dragged into the guild's internal power struggle. These petty fights and insignificant schemes were nothing new to him. In his previous life, whenever something like this happened, he had always been the one to step in and clean it up for her. Qin Feng descended from above and landed on the ground, thinking that she should simply learn to enjoy life on her own. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyu cried helplessly, begging them to stop because it hurt too much and she felt like she was about to die. But the women showed no mercy. They kept cursing at her, saying they would kill her, calling her a filthy slut, and accusing her of seducing who knew how many men. Qin Feng then entered the statue. He remembered clearly that beneath the enormous statue at the center of Jianghai City's ruins, there was a hidden chamber that could send someone back to the starter town. Very few people knew about this secret passage. A magic circle soon appeared in front of Qin Feng. He knew very well that teleportation through this place was not free. The first teleport cost 500 days of lifespan, the second cost 1,000 days, and the third cost 2,000 days, with the price doubling every time it was used. As time passed, the starter town would eventually develop into a higher-level area. The weak monsters there would gradually transform into bosses, and hidden treasures would begin appearing as well. This time, the ancient god slate was one of those treasures, and Qin Feng had no intention of letting it slip through his fingers. The system asked whether he wanted to teleport back to the abandoned land of the gods, Darkmoon Town. Qin Feng remembered that Darkmoon Town was supposed to appear only in the later stages, and in his previous life, he had never even heard of this place. Still, he didn't hesitate and directly chose to teleport. The system immediately consumed 500 days of lifespan. In the next moment, Qin Feng's figure vanished from the magic circle and was transported straight to Darkmoon Town. When Qin Feng arrived, he found the town surprisingly lively. Elders were gathered everywhere, chatting with one another as if this place were completely ordinary. Qin Feng was a little surprised by the scene. He hadn't expected Darkmoon Town to be so full of life, and what puzzled him even more was why most of the people here seemed to be elderly. Not far away, several players stood together, and one of them helped an elderly woman get back on her feet. The old woman looked relieved, clearly glad that she had finally returned to the safe zone. The players reminded her that, just as they had promised, they had already helped her level up to level 3. During that process, she had gained 72 days of lifespan, and now she only needed to hand over the tradable lifespan to them. The old woman's face immediately twisted with anger. She refused to hand anything over and snapped back at them, asking why they were demanding money from her when they claimed to be a charity organization helping her level up. One of the players kept a gentle smile on his face and patiently explained that they were not asking her for money at all. Earlier, when they formed a party, a portion of the lifespan dropped by the monsters they killed had automatically been shared with her. Another player added that she only needed to return that exact portion to them, just like they had agreed before everything started. But the old woman only grew more furious. She glared at them and shouted that she had no idea what so-called agreement they were talking about. To her, these young people were simply shameless, actually having the nerve to ask an old lady like her for money. The players quickly tried to calm her down, explaining again that she had misunderstood the situation. They were helping her level up for free, and all they wanted in return was the lifespan dropped by the monsters. They also clarified that if she had not joined their party, that lifespan would never have been shared with her, and she would not have gained the same amount of experience either. But the old woman suddenly yelled at them not to touch her, then started screaming for help, accusing the people from the Mengxiao River Guild of harassing her. Right at that moment, someone suddenly appeared behind the old woman, grabbed her, and hurled her straight to the ground. The old woman was stunned, and even the nearby players froze in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. The one who stepped in was Qin Feng. He seized the old woman by the neck, his eyes cold and filled with killing intent, then drew his dagger. Without the slightest pause or hesitation, he ended her life on the spot. When the two players saw this sudden turn of events, their minds went completely blank. They stood there in shock, clearly unable to process why this stranger had killed her so decisively. Lifespan orbs quickly scattered across the ground. Qin Feng glanced at them and calmly told the players that her lifespan had already dropped, so they could just pick it up themselves now. The two players immediately became excited, celebrating in disbelief and wondering which expert had suddenly stepped in to help them. Qin Feng only replied that it was nothing more than a small favor. After saying that, Qin Feng turned his back on them and walked away. Behind him, the players quickly collected the lifespan orbs, delighted to find that they had obtained 72 days in total. They thanked Qin Feng again and again, while Qin Feng himself only felt that it was troublesome that fighting was forbidden inside the town. As Qin Feng continued forward, his thoughts shifted to the Mengxiao River Guild. Only now did he realize that this guild had actually originated from Darkmoon Town. He remembered that Mengxiao River had been founded as a charity-focused guild, one that helped elderly people survive for free in the abandoned land of the gods. Later on, it even received official recognition and strong support. If judged only by member count, Mengxiao River could be considered the largest guild in all of Huaxia. A faint light flashed through Qin Feng's eyes. In his view, during a chaotic apocalypse like this, people like them were exactly the kind of people the world needed more of. Night had already fallen. Deep somewhere in the forest, a group was locked in battle against a strange monster made entirely of mud. Among them were two mages. One of the girls quickly called out to her mother, telling her to use lightning strike. Her mother immediately listened, gripping her magic staff and beginning to gather power into it. A moment later, a bolt of thunder surged up and struck the mud monster hard. Seeing the opening, the swordsmen in the party immediately rushed forward, blades flashing as they cut the monster cleanly in half. As the monster's corpse collapsed, it gradually transformed into glowing lifespan orbs. The boy finally let out a breath of relief after defeating it. The girl happily praised everyone, saying they were the best. Her mother then said that as long as they carefully listened to other people's tutorials, even small monsters like this could be defeated. The group continued walking through the forest. As they moved, the boy asked Chu Yan whether her good friend Qin Xiaoyu had really joined Knight's Sanctuary, since he had heard that the guild charged extremely high membership fees. Chu Yan nodded and said that she had actually invited Qin Xiaoyu to join Mengxiao River with them. With an earnest look in her eyes, Chu Yan explained that she had told Qin Xiaoyu about Mengxiao River. It was a charity guild where many people like them, people who were not very good at games, could support one another. There were even experienced players willing to guide them. But even after hearing all that, Qin Xiaoyu still refused to join. Another player remembered that Qin Xiaoyu was already level 10 because the people from Knight's Sanctuary had helped raise her level. She also added that she had heard Knight's Sanctuary's membership contract bound its members for 3 full years. Once someone signed it, they were basically treated like slaves for that entire period. The boy understood the situation clearly. Even if Knight's Sanctuary had raised Qin Xiaoyu to level 10, they were most likely treating her as nothing more than a useful tool. In his opinion, if someone did not have strong skills, the smartest path was to quietly kill small monsters, slowly building up lifespan and experience. That was exactly what they were doing, focusing only on weaker monsters and immediately retreating to ask for help whenever they ran into a boss. Chu Yan let out a quiet sigh. She knew Qin Xiaoyu had always believed she was special. After all, Qin Xiaoyu possessed a hidden class, and in that sense, she really was stronger than ordinary players like them. But at that very moment, a rain of invisible arrows suddenly came pouring down toward them from the darkness. They had no time to react at all. The arrows tore through the player's body in an instant, violently taking away 1,200 HP. The man's body collapsed and transformed into lifespan. Chu Yan immediately panicked, because the man who had just died was her father, while her mother broke down beside her, unable to stop herself from crying. The archer who had fired the arrows smiled with satisfaction. He was clearly pleased that a single skill had instantly killed his target. The masked men beside him told him to stop wasting words, saying it was impossible for the Mengxiao River Guild to have any real experts. To them, the guild was just a pile of trash. They could not imagine any skilled player willingly carrying a group of elderly people, and they sneered that all of them were nothing but scum. The attackers then closed in on Chu Yan and her mother. With a relaxed smile, the archer told them to hand over. Chu Yan could not stop fear from rising in her chest. She knew the authorities had officially banned killing people in-game, and these attackers were putting themselves at risk of becoming wanted criminals. But the archer simply pointed at her with a mocking smile, making it clear that he did not care about the authorities at all. Then he lost interest in talking and coldly gave them 3 seconds to hand over their lifespan. Chu Yan's mother was about to obey, but Chu Yan stood firm and immediately told her not to even think about it. She urged her mother to quickly call for help in the guild channel while she stayed behind to hold the attackers off. Seeing her resistance, the archer's expression turned cruel. He ordered his men to attack, telling them to kill the older woman first and keep the young one alive for entertainment. The masked men rushed forward at once, but just as they were about to reach them, a wolf suddenly burst into the scene and sank its teeth into the attackers. Chu Yan froze in place, completely confused by the sudden change. She had no idea where this wolf had come from or what was happening. The archer's eyes also filled with confusion, his confident expression cracking for the first time. Before he could even take another breath, a figure flashed past him with terrifying speed, and in the next instant, his head was sliced clean off. The one who appeared was none other than Qin Feng. While the wolf tore into the archer's subordinates, Qin Feng quietly looked down at the severed head. He soon realized that this man was Shadow. The archer and his subordinates soon respawned back in town. He was furious, and his men were just as enraged. They wondered whether this had happened because of their killer status, but even with that status, it still should have been impossible for all of their lifespan to be completely drained. They were horrified and completely unable to understand what had happened. Not only had all of their lifespan disappeared, but such a huge amount had even dropped as tradable lifespan. Panicking, they immediately ran toward the forest. They knew that if things continued like this, they would die for real, so they had to kill monsters as quickly as possible and recover some lifespan. But just then, a strange energy suddenly appeared around them. A moment later, a sword formed from pure energy descended from above and struck down toward them. That energy pinned them in place, making it impossible for them to move. As someone approached from ahead, they finally understood that after wandering around and attacking other players, they had at last been caught. The people who appeared were two priests. The man holding a skill book revealed that they were official bounty hunters, and according to the law, they were going to arrest them. He ordered the attackers to provide their real-world information. The other priest stared at them with a cold, serious gaze and warned them that if they dared to resist, their lifespan would be ended immediately. Back in the forest, flowers slowly began blooming from the archer's corpse, spreading out from the place where he had fallen. Chu Yin was overwhelmed with relief and quickly thanked Qin Feng. She knew very well that without his help, both she and her mother would have been finished. Qin Feng lowered his gaze toward the ground, quietly thinking that Chu Yin was surprisingly good-natured. She was kind-hearted and brave, completely different from Qin Xiaoyu. He did not know how the two of them had become best friends, but fortunately, they had chosen different paths. In the next moment, Qin Feng vanished without leaving even a trace behind. When Chu Yin and her mother noticed he was gone, both of them were left standing there in confusion. Chu Yin picked up the lifespan orb from the ground, her eyes filled with uncertainty because she did not know whether it belonged to her father. Her mother also looked around in confusion, wondering where the other attackers had gone. She asked Chu Yin how Shadow had disappeared so suddenly. Chu Yin said she did not know either. The only thing she knew was that he was the #1 shadow boss in the world. Elsewhere in the forest, another group of players was waiting. They remembered that Captain Anyu had said Shadow would arrive in just a few minutes, but almost half an hour had already passed. None of them could understand what he was doing. With curiosity written across his face, one player asked another whether Shadow could really defeat the bosses inside. The other player said he doubted it. After all, those bosses could revive. To him, it was already unbelievable that Shadow had dared to accept a mission involving bosses that seemed capable of resurrecting endlessly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, still invisible, silently passed right between them. Qin Feng moved away from the group without making a sound. In his mind, he was thinking about the ancient god slate. He knew that this kind of slate could add 1 positive affix and 1 negative affix to equipment. If luck was good enough, those affixes might even alter class traits. In fact, there had even been people who witnessed the 7th-ranked player in the world use 7 of these slates to summon the ghost of an ancient god, destroying a legendary-level boss in one overwhelming strike. Sometimes, these bosses could even hide themselves completely, carrying stealth levels so high that ordinary players would walk right past them and die before they ever understood what had struck them. The group-type bosses born from the ancient god slate were not ordinary enemies at all. Each one carried its own special combat rules, and every boss had a different set of skills that made them troublesome in its own way. Qin Feng looked ahead and saw several monsters standing there, their eyes glowing with clear malice. Some bosses created by ancient god slates could become invisible, their stealth levels so absurdly high that players nearby would be killed before they even realized danger had arrived. In other cases, the real boss might be a summoner-type sorcerer hiding somewhere nearby, while the monsters players fought on the surface would simply keep respawning endlessly. According to the information currently available, once these bosses were killed, they would revive. Even worse, every resurrection would give all of them another stack of a berserk attribute. Official reports said that killing just one boss was enough to trigger both the resurrection and the berserk state. But Qin Feng immediately thought of another possibility. If all of them were killed at the exact same time, would they still be able to revive? That was something worth testing. Qin Feng first decided to equip the follower's pendant and use a devout follower as a probe. With that thought settled, he summoned one directly in front of him. The devout follower immediately rushed toward the bosses without fear, charging straight into their range and launching an attack that dealt more than 1,400 points of HP damage. In the next instant, the eyes of one boss suddenly lit up with rage, its gaze locking onto the devout follower. The boss turned around, and only a moment later, the devout follower's body exploded apart on the spot. Yet the bosses barely reacted afterward. They did not even bother paying any real attention to the poor devout follower they had just destroyed. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened with seriousness. From that brief test, he realized that all of these bosses were only level 10. They had no damage reflection, and their overall stats were merely about twice as strong as those of normal gold tier bosses. Without wasting time, Qin Feng activated Shadow Ringblade. A strange red energy instantly spread outward, covering the surrounding area like a dangerous field. Right after that, Qin Feng launched his poison darts. The darts cut through the air and buried themselves directly into the throats of the bosses. The bosses' corpses soon began to fade and disappear. But Qin Feng frowned slightly when he noticed that nothing had dropped, leaving him a little confused by the result. At that moment, the vanished bosses suddenly began fusing together, their forms merging into one much stronger monster. The creature that emerged was enormous. Its huge body towered over the area, and the moment it fully formed, it charged straight toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately became alert. He understood that killing them at the same time had been the correct choice, and now the fight had clearly moved into its next phase. Then his gaze caught the strange symbols covering the giant boss's body. The boss launched an attack, but Qin Feng calmly dodged out of the way. As he moved, he recognized the markings on its body as ancient god characters. By reading the separate words and rearranging them in the proper order, he finally translated the boss's true name, Euthos, the Calamity Ancient God. As the massive boss crept closer step by step, Qin Feng felt uncertain for a moment, unsure how to proceed. Then a thought flashed through his mind. Maybe he needed to strike the different parts of the boss's body in the order of those characters. After all, in his previous life, he had poured a huge amount of manpower and resources into studying the ancient god language just to conquer the ancient god ruins. Qin Feng slipped past the boss's movement and struck the symbol on its leg first. Then he shifted positions, attacking the symbol on its arm, and finally drove his attack into the marking on its chest. Poison suddenly began seeping out from the boss's body. The creature opened its mouth wide and let out a painful roar, the sound echoing through the area. Its body started breaking apart piece by piece before collapsing into the water below. Qin Feng's expression tightened, and he immediately raised his guard, not yet understanding what was about to happen. Then, one coffin after another rose up from beneath the water. At the same time, the boss's body floated back up and began changing shape again. Its body continued mutating, twisting into a more grotesque form. Before long, several monsters burst out from within it, each one roaring fiercely as they emerged. Qin Feng quickly noticed that the raised inscriptions on the coffins matched the monsters one by one. From the look of it, during this stage, he needed to kill each monster near its corresponding coffin. He could already see the ancient god slate waiting ahead. This looked like the final phase of the battle. At that same moment, the monsters rushed toward Qin Feng all at once. Qin Feng stood his ground without retreating. His eyes shone with determination as he prepared to face the final wave head-on. Above the battlefield, crows began circling through the air, flying over the area where Qin Feng was fighting against the power of the ancient god slate. The strange movement immediately drew the attention of all the nearby players. They looked toward the valley with confusion and curiosity, unsure whether the tremors they felt were an earthquake or a sign that the boss inside had entered a berserk state. Because of that, they decided to go over and see what was happening. The mage in the team looked around curiously and asked where Shadow had gone. Her friend said there was no way Shadow could defeat that boss, so he probably would not come at all. But just then, the swordsman's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly called for the others to come and look. When they arrived, the place was completely empty. There was no sign of Qin Feng, and even the boss had vanished, leaving all the players frozen in shock. They walked around the area, staring at the cracked ground beneath their feet. Some of them wondered if the earthquake had somehow killed the boss, or if something else had happened while they were away. Then Captain Anu contacted them and ordered them to retreat, telling them that Shadow had already dealt with the boss. The players' eyes filled with surprise and confusion. They could hardly believe that Shadow had actually defeated the boss by himself. The coffins were empty, and the chains around them had already been broken. Only moments earlier, these players had still been doubting whether Shadow could handle 7 bosses on his own. Yet barely 10 minutes had passed, and all of those bosses had disappeared before they even noticed Qin Feng arriving. They could not understand how he had done it, especially when the bosses were supposed to revive. Only then did they finally begin to understand why their leader trusted Shadow so much. Meanwhile, beneath the moonlight, Qin Feng walked calmly with the slate in his hand. To him, the gains from this trip were not bad at all. His eyes brightened with satisfaction. He had successfully reached level 14, and thanks to those 7 bosses plus the effect of Greedy Hand, he had gained a total of 294 evolution points. But the most important gain was still the ancient god slate in his hand. With its complicated mechanics, even the official forces would need at least a month to decipher it, and the losses during that time would be disastrous. Qin Feng then spent 210 evolution points in one go, leaving himself with 115 points remaining. His skill, Shadow Flash Slash, evolved from epic tier to legendary tier. The improvements were huge. Its blink range increased to 40 meters, its stealth duration rose to 15 seconds, and its cooldown was reduced to 8 seconds. The skill could now unleash 9 slashes within a wider 6-meter area, and every hit came with an additional 700 attack power. But compared with those upgrades, the most powerful change was an entirely new effect. From now on, every slash would grant Qin Feng a shield equal to 100% of his maximum HP. These shields could stack up to 9 times, and would last for a full 60 seconds. Qin Feng felt confident, and a cheerful mood rose in his chest. From this point forward, as long as all 9 slashes of Shadow Flash landed, his effective HP would become 10 times higher than normal. His room for error had suddenly increased by an absurd amount. He entered invisibility again and began walking through the area. Based on his current leveling speed, he knew he would be able to reach level 15 in about another 5 hours. Once that happened, it would be time to head toward Modu. Several hours later, Qin Feng returned to the ruins. To his surprise, the women from earlier were still there, still beating Qin Xiaoyu. They clearly looked ready to beat her to death. Qin Feng was a little surprised to see that the fighting still had not ended. These women were far more ruthless than ordinary troublemakers. The white-haired woman stretched her arms, finally taking a short break. She looked exhausted and complained that both her back and waist were aching. Her friend was just as irritated, staring at her swollen hand and grumbling that after hitting Qin Xiaoyu for so long, her hands were practically smoking. After that, they spat on Qin Xiaoyu and decided that this was enough for today. In their eyes, this beating should be more than enough to teach her a lesson. Qin Xiaoyu's body was covered in bruises and wounds. Only after the women stopped did she slowly begin to push herself up from the ground. She could not hold back her tears. In her mind, all of this was Qin Feng's fault. She had told him to cut ties with her, and he had actually ignored her afterward. She could not understand why he failed to realize that when girls said things like that, they often meant the complete opposite. Using her magic staff for support, Qin Xiaoyu struggled to stand. Fortunately, she had already signed a contract with Knight's Sanctuary, so at least she would not need to worry about surviving for the next 3 years. Even though she had to hand over 50% of her lifespan, she would still keep the rest for herself, which meant her growth speed would still be faster than Chu Yin and the others. Then Qin Xiaoyu activated Holy Healing, a skill capable of restoring all of a target's health. As the healing effect took hold, she became certain of one thing. Once she grew stronger, she would make sure that everyone who had looked down on her paid the price. Qin Feng would not escape, and neither would those crazy women. To everyone's surprise, the healing spell did not land on Qin Xiaoyu at all. Instead, the soft glow drifted through the air and began restoring Qin Feng, who was still hidden in invisibility. Poor Qin Xiaoyu dropped to her knees, staring blankly at her own hands. She thought she had failed the spell again, and with tears still on her face, she couldn't understand where the healing effect had gone. At the same time, over in the ruins of Modu, a group of players was locked in battle against a massive boss made entirely of stone and rock. The rock boss swung down with heavy force, but the party's tank stepped forward at once, raising his shield and blocking the attack head-on. Not far from the battlefield, 3 players were hiding in the shadows, quietly watching the fight unfold. Among them was Qian Shishir. Qian Shishir looked at the players with clear contempt and said that Daxia's men were truly weak. In her eyes, sending 18 people to deal with one boss, while still being too scared to fight properly, was simply pathetic. Her companion winked at her and told her not to say it like that, because those people were working hard for their benefit, so they should at least feel grateful. Qian Shishir blew him a kiss, then laughed, and said he was very polite. But to her, those Daxiao pigs dealt such pitiful damage that even killing a miserable gold-tier boss took them forever. The players kept attacking with everything they had, and after a long struggle, the boss's HP bar had finally dropped below half. The team's mage smiled with excitement and shouted for everyone to push harder. The boss only had a little health left, so they had to keep up the pressure and fight for the final blow. But at that exact moment, a spear suddenly pierced straight through his chest. The mage died instantly, and his body collapsed into lifespan before he could even react. The one who had killed him was one of Qian Shishir's subordinates. With a relaxed smile, the subordinate thanked the mage for all his hard work, as if the dead player had merely prepared an offering for them. To him, these weaklings had delivered everything right into their hands. When the remaining players realized what was happening, panic spread through them instantly. They recognized the attackers as the Spade Gang, a band of thieves made up of mysterious women from Daxia and foreign players. They could not understand how such monsters could exist, people who would actually guide outsiders to massacre their own countrymen. The players gritted their teeth and charged forward. Their leader shouted for everyone not to be afraid and ordered them to attack together, because the enemy only had a few people. Seeing them try to resist, Qian Shishir's expression became even more vicious. She promised to massacre all the pigs of Daxiao, and coldly warned them to get ready to die. Her subordinate pulled out a pair of heavy hammers and activated thunderous tremor. The ground shook violently beneath everyone's feet, and the players were trapped in place as the earth locked around them. Qian Shishir then drew her daggers and moved like a flash of thunder. In the blink of an eye, she swept through the trapped players and killed them one after another. After cutting them down, she could not help mocking them. In her eyes, Daxia's men really were nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Her eyes glinted with malice as she realized that Daxia's authorities had already reported their information. But to her, that meant nothing. In her twisted view, all of Daxia was nothing more than a garbage dump filled with filth. Her companions said these were only ordinary players, so of course they had no chance of competing against people like them, especially when Qian Shishir's side had powerful capital backing them from behind. As the corpses on the ground slowly transformed into lifespan orbs, Qian Shishir explained that although their real identities had not been exposed yet, they should still leave Daxia as soon as possible for safety and head to North America. She looked down at the ground and decided that once they got there, they would create a guild dedicated to hunting down Daxia pigs. The black man beside her thought it sounded like a good idea, while the other man asked what they should name the guild. Qian Shishir lifted her dagger with a faint smile and decided that their new guild would be called Alice. Then she dropped down to the ground, already imagining herself surrounded by black men as she laughed to herself. In her mind, they had done enough for today. It was time to disconnect and celebrate the founding of Guild Alice with a huge party. Elsewhere, Captain Anyu smiled and waved at Qin Feng, telling him that they could finally discuss the hideout's price. She also let him know that they had already arrived. Qin Feng went straight to the point and asked how much they were offering. Captain Anyu gave the number as 1,500 years of lifespan, but Qin Feng immediately felt that the price was far too low. Captain Anyu admitted that she also knew 1,500 was not enough. Because of that, she had argued fiercely with her superiors and finally managed to make the big boss raise the offer to 2,000 years. Qin Feng agreed to complete the deal at the statue in the center of the ruins. He knew Captain Anyu was smart, but even so, she had still tried to start with a low price. A while later, Qin Feng arrived at the statue and saw Captain Anyu waiting there, accompanied by several knights. Captain Anyu blushed slightly and smiled as she explained that she was carrying too much lifespan on her. The High Command did not feel safe letting her come alone, so they had arranged a military escort for her. Qin Feng's eyes grew serious for a moment. To him, this escort was nothing impressive. The authorities still had no idea how strong he really was, and those knights only knew one or two decent moves at most. Qin Feng handed over the key, and almost immediately, the system notified him that the transaction had been completed successfully. He lost the church sanctuary hideout key, but in exchange, he obtained 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. After finishing the deal, Qin Feng turned to leave, and Captain Anyu said goodbye to him. The knights around her were still confused, unable to understand why she would spend 2,000 years of lifespan just for this. Captain Anyu calmly told them that they simply did not understand its value. This was a hideout capable of sheltering hundreds, possibly even thousands of people, and other than Shadow, no one would be generous enough to give up something like that. As for Qin Feng, Captain Anyu's timely payment came at the perfect moment. With this lifespan, he could fully prepare himself before heading to Modu. Qin Feng immediately began investing the tradable lifespan he had just received. He first consumed 71.2 years to raise himself to level 15. After that, he purchased several new skills, including the mythic level Blessed Liberation for 161.7 years and the legendary Assassin's Instinct for 71.12 years. He then bought 3 epic level skills, Shadow Ring Blade, Silent Concealment, and Darkest Hour, costing 36.35 years, 23.71 years, and 30. At that moment, the system alerted him that his hunger level had already reached 90%. Qin Feng realized he had gone far too long without eating, so he decided to disconnect first and deal with his hunger before continuing. Qin Feng logged out of the game, and when he opened his eyes in the real world, he found himself waking up inside a cage at the Huoluan Hotel. The men nearby immediately noticed that Qin Feng had regained consciousness. They drew their weapons and demanded that he hand over all the lifespan he was carrying, warning that otherwise, he would end up like the other people in the motel. One of them even laughed mockingly, saying the apocalypse was wonderful because now he could kill whoever he wanted. Qin Feng stared at them with a sharp, penetrating gaze. Seeing that look, one of the men grew furious and shouted at him to hurry up and hand over his lifespan. Another man eagerly asked their boss to let him tear Qin Feng apart. The man holding the bat looked at Qin Feng and assumed he was so terrified that he had frozen in place. Since Qin Feng was not responding, he decided it would be easier to just kill him directly. But before any of them could take another breath, a strange energy quietly began spreading through the air around them. Qin Feng activated Shadow Ring Blade, and soon after, the entire hotel began collapsing apart, breaking down piece by piece under the force of his attack. Afterward, Qin Feng picked up a pack of instant noodles. He realized that the more power he synchronized into the real world, the more energy his physical body would need. At his current strength, ordinary food was no longer enough to properly satisfy him. Qin Feng began eating the instant noodles while thinking ahead. Once he dealt with Qian Shishir and her newly founded guild Alice, he would need to find a way to obtain the divine gifted book. Mounted on his wolf, Qin Feng set off once again. He knew Qian Shishir was extremely cunning, far harder to track than Song Fei. However, he still had one useful method. The mission called Kill Qin Feng that he had accepted earlier could be used as bait to lure her out. Still hungry, Qin Feng headed toward Modu, planning to find something to eat along the way. At the same time in Modu, Qian Shishir was throwing a huge party. In front of her men, she smiled proudly and praised them, saying they had all done an amazing job. Qian Shishir wrapped her arms around the two black men beside her, laughing as she said that after such an intense and exciting battle, falling asleep and entering the game again felt absolutely incredible. The men immediately praised her, saying her skills were completely unmatched, and amid their laughter, they jokingly called her one wildly attractive madwoman. Just then, one of her subordinates stepped forward and informed her that Shadow had sent a message. According to him, Qin Feng was already dead. He wanted to meet her in Modu in the real world, where he would bring Qin Feng's head and collect the final payment. Qian Shishir instantly understood that meeting Shadow offline was too dangerous, so she said there was no need to meet in person and told him to simply send a photo instead. But her subordinate explained that Shadow did not use a phone because he was afraid the authorities would track him. When Qian Shishir heard that, a smile slowly appeared on her face. If Shadow was also wary of the authorities, then that meant he was likely hostile toward them too. Recently, the pressure from official pursuit had grown stronger and stronger, and if she could seize this chance to pull Shadow into Alice, then those Daxia pigs would no longer be much of a threat. Because of that, she decided to put on a small performance and test which side Shadow was really standing on. Qian Shishir decided that before meeting Shadow in the real world, she would meet him inside the game first, so she sent over the coordinates. Then she went to the ruins and contacted Tian Xinjian, calling out to him in an affectionate tone, asking if he was there and saying she missed him. After that, she sweetly asked him for a favor, telling him she needed his help dealing with someone still alive. At that time, Qin Feng was sitting still in meditation. He was using silent concealment, a skill that allowed him to remain in permanent stealth as long as he did not move at all. When he noticed that Qian Shishir wanted to meet in the game first, Qin Feng immediately felt that this woman was indeed clever. The coordinates she gave were at Spectre Academy, and that place happened to be not far from him. Qin Feng logged into the game without hesitation, deciding to personally go over and see what kind of tricks Qian Shishir was planning this time. A few hours later, Qin Feng arrived at Spectre Academy in the Modu ruins. Still wrapped in invisibility, he quietly got off his mount without revealing himself. At that very moment, several government agents appeared in front of Qian Shishir. They announced that the authorities had already located her Spade gang and identified her as Spade A. They advised her to surrender immediately and stop resisting, warning that otherwise, they would be forced to take military action. Qian Shishir only smiled and told Tian Xinjian to go back and make sure the men of Daxiao remembered one thing clearly. They were no longer the Spade gang. From now on, they were the Alice Guild. Then she deliberately showed off her body and declared that their Alice Guild specialized in killing Daxiao dogs. Tian Xinjian and the men beside him could not help blushing for a moment, but anger quickly took over. They cursed Spade A, swearing that the officers of Great Xia would bring her to justice and calling her shamelessly arrogant. Qian Shishir looked even more excited as she provoked those Daxiao pigs to face her. With a teasing smile, she hinted that if they performed well in this little show, she might become even bolder with them later that night. From the shadows, Qin Feng quietly watched everything unfold. Tian Xinjian clenched his fist tightly, clearly seeing that Qian Shishir was still as stubborn and reckless as ever, and he swore that he would arrest her no matter what. Qin Feng recognized him. This man was Tian Xinjian, a well-known informant from his previous life who had provided intelligence to the Alice Guild and had only fallen in the 7th year after the game began. Qin Feng found it interesting that Qian Shishir and Qi Haonan were already conspiring this early. He quickly understood that they had arranged all of this to test him. If he stepped in to help Qian Shishir, he would become an enemy of the— At that moment, Qin Feng leapt down from above, his figure descending from the sky like a dark shadow. He activated Shadow Ring Blade, deciding that this was the perfect moment to show his so-called sincerity. The system soon confirmed that Qin Feng had slain Tian Xinjian and the men with him. Qian Shishir and the others froze for a moment, clearly confused by the sudden change. Once the corpses on the ground transformed into lifespan, Qin Feng finally appeared in front of them, and calmly introduced himself as Shadow. Qin Feng stepped closer to Qian Shishir and greeted her directly, once again giving his identity as Shadow. Qian Shishir's eyes widened, almost glowing with admiration. Excitement rose across her face, and she could not stop herself from blushing. To her, this man was simply too cool, and she absolutely adored powerful men like him. Then she suddenly looked like she was about to cry, saying it was such a shame that Shadow was a pig from Daxia. She could not understand why a man this powerful had to come from Daxia, and she cursed the nation, believing it did not deserve someone like him. Her subordinates were also stunned when they noticed that Qin Feng had dealt more than 40,000 damage. They immediately acknowledged that this was the strength of the world's #1 player and hurriedly greeted him with respect. But in the next instant, Qin Feng moved like a flash of thunder. Before the two men could react, he killed them both, and their corpses quickly turned into glowing lifespan orbs. With a cold expression, Qin Feng casually made up an excuse. He said he had no idea what they were saying, but he assumed they had definitely been insulting him. Qian Shishir stared at him in shock, and quickly explained that they had not been insulting him at all. They had only been greeting him. Qin Feng continued pretending not to understand and offered a calm apology. Then he suggested that, to avoid this kind of misunderstanding in the future, it would be better for everyone to speak the Daxia language while they were in this place. After that, Qin Feng said it was time to begin the exchange. But before they got down to business, he coldly ordered Qian Shishir to put some clothes on. Qian Shishir smiled and covered her chest, then asked about Qin Feng's head. Deep down, she thought Shadow was a strange man, but that only made her like him even more. Shadow told her that Qin Feng's head was indeed with him. However, he explained that he could not bring it into the game, and if she wanted to see it, he could show it to her in the real world. Qian Shishir opened the system window, her expression full of confidence, and decided to believe him. After witnessing Shadow's terrifying strength with her own eyes, she felt that a man like him had no reason to lie to her. Shadow then received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan as payment. Qin Feng was ready to leave after getting the reward, but Qian Shishir suddenly called out and asked him to wait. With a charming smile, she proposed a long-term partnership. She said he had the skills, while she had the money. Then she told him that she already had a new assassination target, and if he was interested, he could come to her place that very night. Qian Shishir stuck out her tongue, blushing so hard her face turned red, and promised that whatever Shadow needed, she would satisfy him completely. Qin Feng became slightly curious and asked who the assassination target was, as well as what kind of payment she was offering. As Qian Shishir began logging out of the game, she suggested that they meet in person to discuss the details. She promised that the payment would be several times more generous than this deal, and told him she would wait for him that night at Modu's port. Qin Feng's expression turned serious. If she was waiting at the port, then there was a good chance her so-called place was actually her yacht. At the same time, not far from the statue, Tian Xingjian and his men respawned. Tian Xingjian was furious and cursed Shadow under his breath, already certain that Shadow would betray the authorities. But to him, this outcome was still a success. Qian Shishir had managed to form an alliance with Shadow. He also believed that the idiots in Jianghai City should be held responsible for constantly clashing with Shadow and pushing things this far. He then ordered Lin Xingyao to lead everyone and collect their lifespan first, since there might be further action soon. The white-haired woman nodded in response. Her in-game nickname was Late Night Drizzle. She silently considered the possibility that Shadow had truly allied himself with Spade A. If that was really the case, then they would have to find a way to eliminate Shadow, even if it cost them their lives. Lin Xingyao lowered her gaze to her hand and sank into thought. She understood very clearly that the gap between herself and Shadow was enormous. During that earlier exchange, she had not even managed to catch a glimpse of his silhouette before everything was already over. A few hours later, deep into the night, a hooded man arrived at Qian Shishir's yacht. He introduced himself as Shadow and said he had come to see Spade A. When the guards noticed that Shadow had arrived, they immediately recognized him. The guards told him that they had been waiting for him and that the yacht was already prepared to set sail. Then they invited him to come aboard, while Shadow remained silent. By then, night covered the sea, and the yacht was already sailing far away from the cities, cutting through the dark water under the open sky. While Shadow seemed distracted, Qian Shishir appeared with a glass of wine in her hand. She was dressed in an elegant red gown, and with a smile, she offered him a drink, saying they were finally meeting in person. She also remarked that she had not expected him to remain this mysterious even in the real world. Shadow had no interest in wasting time. He went straight to the point and asked her who she wanted him to kill. Qian Shishir stepped closer to Shadow with a mischievous smile and told him there was no fun in being so direct. With such a beautiful night and such pleasant company around them, she suggested they leave those boring matters for later. Instead of pressing him any further, Qian Shishir gently invited him to share a drink with her, raising the glass as if they were simply celebrating this beautiful evening together. Shadow accepted the wine glass from her hand, and without showing even the slightest hesitation, he brought it to his lips and took a calm sip. Seeing him drink so easily, Qian Shishir could barely hide the joy spreading across her face, and before long, Shadow had settled himself down on the sofa. Qian Shishir immediately sat down beside him, leaning close as she wrapped her hands around his arm. With a sweet smile on her face, she asked if he was already starting to feel something, then proudly revealed that the wine had been mixed with her own special secret recipe. Her breathing grew heavier as excitement rose inside her, and she admitted that anyone who drank that mixture would end up obeying her every command. In her mind, she was already celebrating, convinced that everything had gone exactly as planned. Even Shadow, in the end, was still only a man. But her excitement quickly turned into stunned surprise when she saw just how intense the reaction seemed to be. Drooling with anticipation, she moved in front of Shadow and softly told him not to be nervous, urging him to relax and enjoy himself. Then she laid out her plan with a thrilled smile. Once they both reached the peak of the moment, she would finally lift his hood and look clearly at his face, certain that he had to be unbelievably handsome. Until then, though, she wanted to preserve the mystery a little longer. Qian Shishir lost herself in the moment with Shadow, amazed that Daxia could actually have such an extraordinary man. Only now did she feel she understood why he was called Shadow. A fierce heat spread through her body, overwhelming her senses as she marveled at the experience. Feeling that scorching warmth swallow her completely, she urged him to keep going, crying out that she was ready and telling him to release himself, until the moment finally reached its peak. But right at that instant, something strange suddenly erupted from Shadow's body. Green flames burst outward and rushed straight onto Qian Shishir, burning across her body. Qian Shishir froze in horror, feeling a searing heat tear through her as panic flashed across her face. In disbelief, she wondered if this was actually fire. Someone appeared beside her in an instant and snatched the protective crystal pendant hanging around her neck. He had not expected her to possess such a valuable item, one that had actually saved her life. It was a gold-tier universal accessory, a protective crystal pendant with a unique effect that granted its wearer a layer of damage immunity once every 300 seconds. The person standing there was none other than Qin Feng. His body gave off a suffocating pressure, and his sharp gaze locked firmly onto Qian Shishir. She was completely shaken, unable to understand why he was still alive, because she clearly remembered seeing Shadow kill him before. Qin Feng decided there was no longer any need to hide the truth from her. There was only one reason he could be standing there. He was Shadow. Qian Shishir instantly backed away from the so-called Shadow still sitting on the couch, her eyes stretching wide as fear finally crashed over her. The hooded man on the sofa was actually a devout follower Qin Feng had summoned to impersonate him. And judging by its delighted reaction, it had clearly enjoyed its time with Qian Shishir far more than expected. The once proud and arrogant Qian Shishir was now kneeling in front of Qin Feng, slamming her forehead against the floor again and again in desperate panic. She begged him to spare her life, sobbing that she knew she had been wrong. She even offered up every bit of her lifespan and swore she would become his slave, telling him that from that moment on, he could do absolutely anything he wanted with her. Qin Feng looked down at her coldly and asked about the 5 foreigners who had been with her. With tears filling her eyes, Qian Shishir suddenly began barking like a little dog, shamelessly calling him daddy and asking if he would let her live in exchange for the information. Before she could even finish speaking, Qin Feng snapped her neck. As her body twisted in pain, he picked up her phone and quickly realized that the 5 men were not on the yacht. From Qian Shishir's death, Qin Feng obtained 659 years of tradable lifespan. He had originally wanted to catch all of them in one clean move, so this outcome was a little disappointing. Still, he quickly decided his next step. He would use Qian Shishir's phone to contact the authorities, while remaining not far from her luxurious yacht. Soon, police boats began racing across the water toward the yacht. A major murder case had been reported on board, and one of the victims was the heiress of the Qian Group president. According to the informant, the killer's methods were extremely similar to Shadow's skills in the game, making the suspect's identity almost obvious. An investigation team was immediately sent to the scene. Qiu Haonan was also on one of the police boats. In his eyes, Shadow had no respect for the law at all. This kind of senseless killing was a direct provocation against the laws of the country. Once they boarded the yacht, he planned to use search skills on the corpses, and the moment Shadow's location was confirmed, they would unleash full firepower to eliminate him. No matter what, he would avenge his Shishir. Within seconds, the police boats closed in from every side and completely surrounded the yacht. The officers began examining Qian Shishir's corpse. The preliminary autopsy showed that her cause of death was a fractured cervical spine. They also found unidentified DNA samples in her mouth, along with clear burn marks on her body. Qiu Haonan cursed Shadow under his breath, furious that he had not only killed her, but had also humiliated her after death. Xiao Haonan placed his hand on her corpse and activated a skill called Last Words of the Deceased. By touching the body, this skill allowed him to learn the killer's location for 5 minutes. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Haonan swore that he would personally make sure the culprit was brought to justice. But the next second, his eyes suddenly widened in complete shock. He instantly went on alert, drawing his pistol as he warned his men to stay careful. Shadow was right there with them. Without wasting another moment, he ordered everyone to launch a full attack toward the 6 o'clock direction. Before he could even turn around, a powerful venom dart shot through the air and pierced straight into his head, leaving the surrounding officers frozen in shock. Xiao Haonan's body collapsed beside Qian Shishir's corpse, but Lin Xingyu kept her composure and did not panic. With a firm and determined expression, Lin Xingyu immediately summoned a group shield and opened fire. She accused Shadow of killing the investigator and demanded to know whether he was trying to make himself an enemy of the authorities. Qin Feng calmly told them not to be nervous. He explained that the reason he killed Xiao Haonan was because the man was a traitor who had leaked official information to Qian Shishir in exchange for personal benefits. As for proof, Qin Feng pointed out that the evidence should be on Xiao Haonan's phone, and they were free to investigate it carefully. One of the officers turned on Xiao Haonan's phone, checked through it, and quickly reported to Captain Lin that they had indeed found communication records between Captain Xiao and Qian Shishir. It was also revealed that Qian Shishir had been the player known in the game as Black Ace. Captain Lin Xingyu still found it hard to believe, so she decided to look through the evidence herself. She reached out and took the phone, but the officer suddenly panicked and told her to wait a moment. Lin Xingyu frowned in confusion, wondering what exactly was on the phone that she was supposedly not allowed to see. Then her eyes widened in surprise as a photo appeared on the screen, showing Xiao Haonan and Qian Shishir kissing each other. When Lin Xingyu opened the photo gallery and saw all the private photos of Xiao Haonan and Qian Shishir, her face instantly flushed bright red. The officer beside her grew nervous and awkwardly said that he had already tried to warn her. At that moment, Lin Xingyu finally realized that everything Shadow had said was true. She understood the full picture at last. The last time Shadow killed them in the game, it had only been a performance meant for Qian Shishir to see. Shadow had used that to gain her trust, then tracked her down in the real world and dealt with her directly. Afterward, he informed the authorities, drawing Xiao Haonan into the open and killing him as well. With a single move, he had helped the officers solve 2 major problems. One of the officers noticed her staring at the photos for too long and asked why she kept looking so intently. But Lin Xingyu's mind was elsewhere. She finally understood just how terrifying Shadow truly was. If someone like him ever became openly hostile toward the authorities, the consequences would be impossible to imagine. Then she remembered that only moments earlier, she had fired at him. Shadow probably would not care about something so small, and he might not even hold a grudge, but she still worried that this could create a rift between him and the authorities. With sincere gratitude on her face, Lin Xingyu thanked him for helping them and apologized for shooting at him earlier. Then, without hesitating for even a second, she aimed her gun at her own leg and pulled the trigger, instantly throwing the surrounding officers into panic. But Lin Xingyu quickly told them not to worry about her. With tears gathering in her eyes, she looked toward Shadow's direction and said she had now repaid the debt. Then she pleaded with him to continue cooperating with the authorities in the future. One of the officers moved in to support her and told her there was no need to be that cautious. But Lin Xingyu said they did not understand Shadow's personality, and no matter what, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Qin Feng was still hidden under his invisibility skill, quietly watching everything unfold. He recognized her as Late Night Drizzle, whose real name was Lin Xingyu. She had shot herself just to avoid becoming his enemy, and that level of decisiveness was exactly what one would expect from the future leader of Magic City's official forces. At the same time, back inside the game, several monsters appeared not far from the ruins. The player carrying the shield immediately rushed forward to fight them, blocking the monsters head-on while calling out for Qin Xiaoyu to heal him. Qin Xiaoyu raised her friendly staff and activated a healing skill, but she was so clumsy that the healing light landed on one of the monsters instead of her own teammate. The monster immediately bit the shield-bearing player, and he stared in disbelief as he realized she had healed the wrong target again, angrily calling her as useless as ever. Her healing skill kept pouring light into the monster instead, while the other creature tore into her teammate right in front of her. It did not take long before both of them were completely wiped out, disappearing from the battlefield one after the other. When the two of them respawned again, Qin Xiaoyu stood there with tears welling in her eyes, completely unable to understand what had just happened. She said she had not even seen anyone attack them, so it had to be Shadow. Then she anxiously wondered if he kept targeting her because he had discovered her plan to avenge Brother Song Fei. The man immediately gave her a heavy smack on the head, calling her an idiot and asking why Shadow would ever waste his time attacking someone like her. He angrily explained that they had been wiped out by the Platinum Boss, headless assassin Shaluo, then asked if she had not even bothered to look at the system notifications. Qin Xiaoyu now had a swollen bump on her head. The man glared at her furiously and revealed that the boss had only been provoked because her healing skill had landed on the wrong target. Then he swore that if the guild leader ever assigned her to his team again, he would rather kill himself right there on the spot. At that exact moment, the boss suddenly descended near them, and the man's face instantly changed as panic took over. As a strange aura began leaking from the boss's body, the man immediately turned his back on Qin Xiaoyu and ran for his life, realizing in horror that the boss had actually followed them all the way there. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes widened with fear, and in that instant, she knew the situation had become very, very bad. That night, somewhere deep within the city, a grand mansion stood under the darkness. Inside the mansion, someone suddenly hurled a plate of fruit onto the floor, sending everything scattering across the room. It was a red-haired woman on the phone, and her anger was burning out of control. She snapped at the officers on the other end, calling them completely useless. This had been a perfect chance to kill Shadow, yet they were simply choosing to give up, and she had no patience for any of their excuses. Shadow had slaughtered her entire Dongfang clan, and in her eyes, that blood could never be allowed to go unpaid. After spending years infiltrating the government, those people had still proven worthless at the most important moment. She demanded that, no matter what price had to be paid, Shadow must suffer for what he had done. Behind her stood a boy holding a whip in his hand. The woman reminded him coldly that Shadow had killed his father-in-law, then questioned why he was still hesitating. Behind the boy was a wounded woman, her eyes glowing with both malice and confidence. At that moment, the boy looked toward his mother and revealed that he already had a plan to kill Shadow. His mother immediately became curious and asked her son, Nantian, what kind of plan he had come up with. After all, that godforsaken game was only open to adults over 18, and he still had no way to enter it himself. Nanshan's eyes shone with confidence as he explained that even if he could not enter the game, he could still use his brain. Since Shadow enjoyed killing people so much, his idea was to send some people to provoke him and draw him straight into his father's fireworks factory. They would set everything up ahead of time, and the moment Shadow appeared to kill those people, they would detonate the entire factory. Tens of thousands of fireworks would become his funeral pyre, and the whole world would witness Shadow's death in a blaze of fire. Even if the plan failed, there would be no way for Shadow to trace it back to them. A satisfied smile slowly spread across his mother's face, as if she had just realized they had not done such a bad job raising him. Then she turned sharply toward Chu and snapped that even her son was more useful than him. Chu did not argue back. He only reminded her that this matter had to stay secret. The official attitude toward Shadow was still focused on winning him over, and besides that, his eldest and second brothers would never support them taking action like this. After hearing that, the woman ended the call at once and decided she would handle the matter personally. She walked toward her son, glanced at the tied-up woman in front of him, and asked why he still refused to hand over his lifespan. Nantian apologized softly, raising a hand to touch his own cheek as a blush appeared on his face. He admitted that he had lost control for a moment and had accidentally killed her. At the same time, inside the godforsaken game, within the ruins of Magic City, the boss that had chased Qin Xiaoyu and her companion attacked with terrifying speed. Just as the two of them tried to flee, it moved like a bolt of thunder and sliced them apart, killing them instantly. Qin Xiaoyu was completely stunned, unable to believe how fast this boss truly was. Soon after, their bodies turned into lifespan orbs. The nearby players reacted at once, pointing at the sudden deaths in shock. Since the attacker had been invisible and killed them in a single instant, they immediately concluded that it had to be Shadow. But before they could even catch their breath, the boss struck again, cutting them down as well and turning their bodies into more glowing orbs of lifespan. When the remaining players saw this, they immediately scattered in terror, convinced that Shadow had gone completely insane and was now slaughtering innocent players everywhere. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was standing above the sea, casually whistling as he enjoyed the open view around him. Since this place was far away from the city, he felt it was the perfect location to extract the hideout. The system then asked Qin Feng whether he wished to consume 1,315.2 years of lifespan. That lifespan would be used to extract the soul, cleansing land into reality. Since the hideout was an underground structure, Qin Feng also had to mark its exact location on the map. Before the process began, the system gave one final warning. Any material overlapping with the hideout would be completely obliterated, and it asked Qin Feng to confirm the action. Qin Feng lowered his gaze toward the bottom of the sea and calmly confirmed it. Not long afterward, a magic circle began to appear across the water. The sea suddenly split apart, opening a path through the water, and the soul-cleansing land was successfully extracted into the real world. With a calm and steady expression, Qin Feng decided that it was now time to go and search for the divine book. After Qin Feng logged into the game, Wang Ming quickly informed him that someone had reported him for killing players indiscriminately. However, Wang Ming knew it could not have been him, because Qin Feng had not even been online. After looking into the situation, Wang Ming discovered that the real culprit was a platinum-tier boss named Headless Assassin Xiaoluo. Her stealth level was terrifyingly high, and no one could see her at all. Because of that, Wang Ming asked Qin Feng if he could step in and deal with the problem. In the ruins of Magic City, the boss was still massacring every player in the area, leaving nothing behind but lifespan orbs scattered across the ground. Anshuan hid behind a pile of rubble, unable to stop the fear rising in his chest. He wondered what kind of monstrous boss this was, since even his level 3 anti-stealth ability could not detect her. The last time, the Iron Saintess had been overshadowed by shadow, and he had been extremely unhappy about it. With a confident smile, Anshuan claimed that the only real problem was that he could not see the boss. Otherwise, he said he could have contained her all by himself. He even declared that if Shadow appeared, he would be just as helpless against this headless assassin, Xiaoluo. Yin Yin immediately panicked and urged Anshuan to lower his voice before he attracted the boss's attention. Then Yin Yin suggested that they move to higher ground first, since the view from above would give them a much better chance of seeing what was happening. Anshuan began sneaking forward carefully, but in the middle of moving, his foot landed on a banana peel lying on the ground. Poor Anshuan slipped instantly and crashed down, confused about who could have thrown a banana peel there. But before he could even finish his complaint, the boss moved like lightning, slicing Yin Yin and the subordinate clean in half. Their bodies immediately turned into lifespan orbs, and Anshuan was the only one who survived, all because he had accidentally slipped on that banana peel. Anshuan stared in shock, realizing that the boss had wiped out all of his subordinates in an instant. Without wasting a single, Xiaoluo raised her arm, clearly preparing to eliminate Anshuan next. But instead of trembling in fear, Anshuan shouted back at her, boldly declaring that he was not afraid. As the boss prepared to attack, Anshuan quickly rolled away, only to immediately panic when he realized he had rolled far too early. With no time to think of anything else, Anshuan simply kept rolling again and again without stopping. His eyes widened in confusion as he wondered what she was waiting for, and why she still had not attacked him. Anshuan kept rolling around the boss non-stop, circling her over and over until his head spun from reaching his absolute limit. When Anshuan finally stopped rolling, he looked up in confusion and noticed that the boss was beginning to disappear. But by then, he was so dizzy that his vision had blurred, and he could barely see anything clearly at all. After gathering power for her strike, Xiaoluo suddenly unleashed anti-stealth strike. The attack shot straight toward the dizzy Anshuan, and before he could roll away again, the blow landed directly on him. In the very next instant, Anshuan's body shattered apart and transformed into lifespan, leaving nothing of him behind. And while the boss's attention was still caught by that attack, Shadow's figure began to quietly emerge from the darkness. Out of nowhere, Qin Feng appeared above Xiaoluo like a shadow dropping from the sky. Using true anti-stealth strike, he drove his dagger forcefully into her back, dealing more than 28,000 points of damage and killing her instantly. His movement was so fast that Xiaoluo did not even have the chance to turn around or sense him behind her. But when Qin Feng saw the boss's name, he could not help feeling slightly surprised that she was actually called Xiaoluo. A few minutes before Qin Feng showed up, every guild member hiding in the city ruins had started pointing at poor Qin Xiaoyu, blaming her for casting her spell on the wrong target. They said her mistake had awakened the headless boss, causing the monster to notice her and chase her. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes filled with tears, her face full of sadness and helplessness as she quickly explained that she had never meant for any of that to happen. Two of the players were furious and told the guild leader that their teams would never dare accept someone like her. With Qin Xiaoyu around, they said, they might die without even understanding what had killed them. The guild leader quickly told his men to keep their voices down, asking if they were not afraid of drawing the boss over again. The guild leader looked at Qin Xiaoyu with a serious expression and finally understood that she was simply not suited for combat. Because of that, he told her that from now on, her job would be gathering information about hideouts. If she found a gold tier hideout, he would reward her with 3 years of lifespan, and if she discovered a platinum tier one, he would give her 10 years. He could still remember how, back when they first saw her hidden class, they truly thought they had found a treasure. Pointing directly at Qin Xiaoyu, the guild leader then decided that from now on, he would give her 1 year of lifespan every day, since letting her keep dying over and over was far too wasteful. A system window appeared in front of Qin Xiaoyu, informing her that she had received 2 days of tradable lifespan. Her remaining tradable lifespan had now become 2 days, 13 hours, and 32 minutes. With a deeply grateful expression, she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. When the other girls in the guild saw this, anger immediately flared in their eyes. They were convinced that Qin Xiaoyu had only gotten lucky, and that this had been her plan all along so she could see the guild leader every single day. Gritting their teeth and cursing little Xiaoyu, they declared that they would do the same thing too. Just then, lifespan began rising from the area, and someone suddenly noticed that the boss's name was Xiaoluo. The moment they heard that, the guild leader and his men could not help showing curious and confused expressions. A short while later, the boss's corpse appeared on the ground. Then Qin Feng stepped into view and silently fixed his gaze on the guild leader, and the others stared at him with wide eyes, their mouths falling open as shock washed over their faces. Without hesitating for even a second, the guild leader's face twisted with anger, and he immediately landed a heavy blow on the head of one of his own men. At that moment, a strange energy suddenly wrapped around Qin Xiaoyu, and the space around her began to distort, leaving her standing there in confusion. Her eyes widened with fear and surprise, and neither she nor the surrounding players had any idea what was happening. The guild leader reacted instantly. Without wasting even a breath, he kicked Qin Xiaoyu hard in the backside, sending her flying away. Qin Xiaoyu's body floated helplessly into the air, and she immediately screamed in panic, crying out for someone to save her. At that same moment, 3 headless bosses appeared around her. Seeing this, Qin Feng's attention immediately locked onto Qin Xiaoyu. An Xuan and the others, who were watching from a corner, panicked the moment they saw 3 bosses appear. But then they realized there were actually 4, and soon after, 5, because one of them had just been instantly killed by Shadow. Only then did they understand why it had felt like the boss was everywhere at once. There were multiple clones. With tears in her eyes and desperation written all over her face, Qin Xiaoyu began begging for help. Then she saw Shadow, and hope instantly appeared in her expression as she believed she had finally been saved. She stretched her hand toward Qin Feng and pleaded for him to save her, calling him Brother Shadow. But the moment Qin Feng heard the word brother from the mouth of someone who had once betrayed him, rage began to burn in his eyes. Just before the headless bosses could launch their attack, Qin Feng moved. Qin Feng activated his new shadow dash, his figure flashing forward in the blink of an eye. In one swift motion, he cut through the bosses and poor Qin Xiaoyu together, slicing them all into pieces. Qin Xiaoyu was stunned beyond belief, unable to understand why Shadow had killed her too. The system then informed Qin Feng that he had killed headless assassin Xiaoluo and Qin Xiaoyu, gaining 48,000 experience points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. As lifespan orbs rained down from the sky, Qin Feng turned his back on Qin Xiaoyu's remains and coldly said that she was simply unlucky. Qin Feng used greedy hand to collect the loot. He quickly realized that aside from the 1,520 days of lifespan dropped by the boss itself, there were also many glowing orbs of light. Those were the non-tradable lifespans the boss had just absorbed from other players, which it had not yet fully digested. Captain Anyu and Wang Meng soon appeared. With a smile, Anyu greeted Qin Feng and offered to buy the items from him if he had no use for them. Qin Feng felt a little surprised, wondering why Captain Anyu and Wang Meng seemed to show up everywhere. With a calm look, Qin Feng said they had arrived at just the right time, because he happened to know another place with good loot. If the price was suitable, he could take them there. He told Wang Meng and the others to come with him, but Anyu could not join. Captain Anyu immediately became both angry and confused, demanding to know why she was not allowed to go. Shadow raised his finger and pointed toward Wang Meng, then clarified in a calm tone that, to be more exact, women could not go. Anyu's cheeks turned red, and she deliberately showed off her sensual figure while asking the boss why that was. Pretending to be hurt, she accused him of discrimination, saying she had even planned to seduce him, but she never expected that he actually preferred men. Qin Feng lightly knocked her on the head, and then explained the real reason. Outside the north gate of the city ruins, there was a tower of divine authority. After completing its challenge, players could obtain valuable rewards. However, the NPCs inside looked down on women, and if even one woman was in the team, the challenge difficulty would increase by 10 times. Little Black smiled as she said goodbye to Qin Feng and wished him good luck, while her friend looked at him with an expression full of admiration. Captain Anyu, however, turned away in frustration and cursed those NPCs as sexist trash, vowing that once she leveled up, she would kill them herself. Then she told Xiaohei they should go explore the nearby mountain, kill some monsters, and vent her anger. Qin Feng told Wang Meng and his men to follow him, and the system soon informed them that Shadow had sent a party invitation. One of Wang Meng's subordinates became nervous, saying it was his first time teaming up with the great boss. Wang Meng immediately scolded him for being so tense, reminding him that this was a rare chance to learn from the great boss's movements. In the next instant, Qin Feng had already pulled far ahead of them. When Wang Meng and the others noticed, They panicked, completely unable to understand what was happening. Shadow looked like he was walking slowly, yet his speed was still faster than theirs while running. They could only wonder how they were supposed to learn anything like this, finally concluding that his agility was simply too high. As Qin Feng checked his system inventory, he noticed that more than 20 items had dropped, and 2 of them were items assassins could use. The first item was the Emerald Tier Forest Bone Blade, an assassin weapon. It provided 388.125 attack power with armor penetration, while also increasing strength by 39 and agility by 48. It required level 15 to equip, and its unique effect, Qin Feng drew the new Forest Bone Blade, and joy flashed in his eyes when he saw its attack power. Compared to the Plague Blade's 216 points, this weapon was almost 80% stronger. On top of that, it added armor penetration, strength, and agility. This blade was definitely not bad, and it was absolutely worth equipping. The second item was the Platinum Tier skill, Shadow Blade. It could launch a blade of shadow condensed from dark elements, dealing dark elemental damage to a single target within 20 meters, with an additional 600 points of dark elemental attack. On impact, it would dispel one random buff up to Platinum Tier. Its cooldown was 12 seconds, which became 6.49 seconds after reduction, and it required level 14 to use. Qin Feng decided to evolve this skill all the way up to Legendary Tier. Although its single-target dark elemental damage was not especially high, he felt the buff dispelling effect was extremely useful. The evolution consumed 56 evolution points, leaving Qin Feng with 219 points remaining. Shadow Blade advanced through Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, and Epic tiers before finally reaching Legendary Tier. Its added dark elemental attack rose to 1,500 points, and it could now dispel a random buff up to Legendary level. Its cooldown dropped to 7 seconds, with an effective cooldown of 3.78 seconds. Finally, the skill gained a brand new legendary effect. Whenever Shadow Blade struck a weak point, it would refund 3 seconds of its cooldown. Holding the newly upgraded skill in his mind, Qin Feng felt a clear surge of excitement. He realized that as long as he hit a weak point, Shadow Blade would immediately return 3 seconds of cooldown, which meant that for him, the true effective cooldown would be only 0.78 seconds. Qin Feng finally came back from his thoughts, but when he turned around, Wang Ming and his subordinate had already vanished from the area without a trace. At the same time, nearly 2 kilometers behind Qin Feng, Wang Ming's subordinates were gasping for breath, completely exhausted. They complained that Shadow was moving far too fast, and that no one could possibly keep up with him, until one of them finally told their captain that he simply could not continue. Wang Ming grabbed one of the exhausted men by the feet and began dragging him along the ground, telling him to stop talking nonsense and keep moving. Qin Feng and the others eventually arrived at the Tower of Divine Authority, which stood deep in the middle of a forest. The tower rose so high into the sky that from the ground, its top could not even be seen. Qin Feng looked toward Wang Ming and his men, then calmly told them this was the place. Once they stepped inside the tower, an NPC would appear and personally give them a challenge. He warned them ahead of time that this NPC was extremely nasty, because the better they performed during the trial, the higher the prices of his items would become afterward. With a calm expression, Qin Feng advised them to hold back and use only 1% of their true strength. Then he told them to try their best, because in the end, all they needed to do was defeat a gold tier boss. But when Qin Feng turned around, he saw Wang Ming and his men sprawled across the ground, their bodies trembling from exhaustion. Clearly, not a single one of them had been able to keep up with his pace. Wang Ming's face was drenched in sweat, and he was gasping so hard he could barely speak. Even so, he forced himself to raise a thumbs up and told Qin Feng not to worry, confidently guaranteeing that the mission would succeed. As Qin Feng walked toward the entrance of the Tower of Divine Authority, he reminded them to communicate through team. Qin Feng and the others pushed open the massive door of the tower and stepped inside together. Wang Ming and his men were immediately surprised when a hooded NPC appeared before them, floating quietly in the air. The figure greeted them warmly as friends from Blue Star and assumed that the arrival of the Forsaken Gods had already made them feel uneasy. The hooded NPC revealed that this place was the Tower of Divine Authority. If they successfully completed the challenge inside, they would earn the right to trade with him. Then he calmly told them to inform him once they were ready to begin. Wang Ming's men were both surprised and confused when they realized the game actually had NPCs. One of them quickly asked Shadow what kind of boss they would have to face in the challenge. Qin Feng simply told them to follow his lead during the fight and assured them it would be easy. But the swordsman in the party grew even more confused and asked him to explain it more clearly. The swordsman wanted every single detail. He asked how long the battle would last, how many phases the boss had, what skills it used, and whether the fight depended more on mechanics or raw stats. He kept going, asking whether the boss had movement skills, instant kill attacks, targeted abilities, where its weak points were, and exactly how long they should expect the battle to continue. Wang Ming told Qin Feng not to mind him. He explained that this guy was nicknamed Steady as an old dog, and ever since an accident during one mission caused 2 party members to die, he had become extremely cautious no matter what he was doing. Qin Feng did not waste any more time and directly told the NPC that they were ready to start. The swordsman instantly panicked, hurriedly saying that he was not ready yet. The NPC slowly lowered his head toward them and announced that it was time for them to start enjoying the trial. A moment later, a portal opened in front of them, and from within it stepped a powerful boss, the level 20 gold tier obsidian skull-splitting puppet. The swordsman's eyes widened with fear when he saw the boss's level. This monster was level 20, while the highest level player among their group was only level 11. Qin Feng remained completely calm and said there was no problem, then signaled for Wang Ming to go first. Following Shadow's order, Wang Ming pulled out his shield and drew his sword from his inventory. With shield charge activated, he rushed headfirst at the boss and slammed his shield hard into its teeth. The boss was instantly enraged and swung back at Wang Ming. Luckily, Wang Ming reacted quickly and managed to block part of the blow with his shield, but the impact still sent his entire body flying backward. Qin Feng moved like thunder and caught Wang Ming before he could crash into the wall. Seeing this, the swordsman and the archer were stunned for a moment, and both of them started to worry for Qin Feng. Qin Feng fixed his eyes on the boss and told the archer not to worry about anything. He ordered him to use Starshine Shot, then turned to the swordsman and commanded him to unleash Triple Ground Slash. Both of them nodded immediately. The archer raised his bow and fired a dense rain of arrows at the boss, making the monster roar in pain as the attack struck its body. Taking advantage of the boss's lowered guard, the swordsman moved in like a gust of wind and launched a series of precise, yet powerful slashes. The boss opened its mouth as blood began to spill out, and its rage grew even stronger. Then it slammed the ground with terrifying force. A powerful aura erupted around the boss's body, and a strange black energy began forming near the swordsman. The moment Qin Feng saw it, he realized that the boss had entered berserk mode. Qin Feng immediately warned them that he would handle it himself, then ordered everyone to stay far away from the black oil spreading across the ground. The swordsman quickly crawled away from the strange energy, while on the other side, the archer barely managed to dodge one of the boss's attacks. Qin Feng leaped into the air, raised his hand, and hurled his shadow blade straight toward the monster. The attack was so fast that the boss had no chance to react. The blade struck directly into its face, instantly dealing more than 4,500 points of damage. But instead of calming down, the boss only roared even louder. Qin Feng immediately used his skill to dispel the berserk state from its body. Wang Ming could not help smiling as he commented that the damage Qin Feng dealt did not match his true strength at all. It was almost as if the boss had removed all of his gear. The swordsman's face lit up with joy as he said Shadow was truly amazing at pretending, since he had stayed in the corner the whole time. The NPC probably thought he was a complete beginner. The archer became curious and asked Qin Feng how he knew the NPC's items would become more expensive when stronger players performed too well. More than that, he wanted to know how Qin Feng had discovered such a hidden detail in the first place. Qin Feng thought for a moment before explaining that this game was full of secrets. A great deal of information was buried deep within the ruins, so they should often ask themselves whether they had truly made an effort to explore and whether their knowledge had actually grown. The archer and the swordsman both fell silent, unable to come up with any response to his words. While they were distracted by Qin Feng's explanation, the boss suddenly opened its mouth and began charging a fireball. As the fireball in the boss's mouth grew larger and more powerful, Qin Feng warned them that the monster was about to spin clockwise and spit flames. He told them to dodge properly, explaining that once the fire touched the black oil on the ground, they could be burned to death in only 3 seconds. Wang Ming and the others immediately scattered in different directions, but Wang Ming quickly noticed something wrong and shouted that Old Dog was running the wrong way. Qin Feng instantly realized it was already too late for Old Dog to dodge. Without hesitation, he ordered Wang Ming to activate invincibility and block the attack for him. Wang Ming obeyed at once, stepping forward with his shield raised and taking the attack head-on. Qin Feng praised him for the quick response, then ordered everyone to wait until the flames died down before unleashing their strongest damage skills and attacking with everything they had. The archer immediately released another rain of arrows, while the swordsman leaped forward and prepared to strike. Wang Ming followed close behind, ready to block any counterattack from the boss. Their combined assault worked perfectly. Before the boss could even take another breath, Wang Ming and the others dealt more than 25,000 points of damage, killing it on the spot. The system congratulated them for defeating the level 20 obsidian skull-splitting puppet. Wang Ming and the others finally let out a breath of relief, their faces showing both exhaustion and happiness. Qin Feng, however, still did not lower his guard. He remembered that the truly troublesome part of this boss was that once its HP dropped below 70%, it would enter Berserk mode. After that effect was dispelled, its strength was only about the same as a silver tier boss. The NPC reappeared in the air above them and congratulated the group, telling them they were the first players from Blue Star to pass his trial. As the items began to materialize, the NPC laughed and revealed that from this point on, as long as they offered their lifespan, they could trade with him for the divinely gifted tome. The NPC released his power, and his name appeared above his head. He was called Vickley. When the swordsman noticed Vickley's hand, he could not help feeling surprised, because this strange NPC actually had 6 fingers. Vickley's eyes suddenly began to glow, and his gaze locked directly onto the swordsman. Without wasting even a second, Vickley summoned a thunderbolt from above. The lightning crashed down onto the swordsman, dealing more than 99,000 points of damage and killing him instantly. The swordsman's body turned into orbs of lifespan, and Wang Ming immediately panicked, completely unable to understand why the NPC had suddenly attacked him. Qin Feng remained completely calm, as if none of this pressure could shake him, and pointed out that the forbidden rule created by this NPC was connected to one very specific thing, his fingers. He then explained the key rule behind these NPCs. Normally, NPCs and players were unable to attack each other directly, unless the player violated the taboo that the NPC had personally set. So as long as they kept their mouth shut and never brought up his fingers again, they would not be in danger. At that moment, a doubt flashed through Wang Ming's mind. He couldn't help wondering whether Qin Feng was strong enough to defeat this NPC. But Qin Feng answered honestly, at least for now, he still couldn't do it. The truth behind these NPCs was far more terrifying than ordinary monsters. They were powerful beings from other timelines, existences that had already obtained divinity. Under the restriction of ancient, eternal rules, they had descended upon Blue Star in the disguise of NPCs, using this role to harvest the lifespan of players. Vickley looked at them with that same arrogant, impatient expression, then coldly told them to hurry up and choose whatever divine skill book they wanted. They could exchange their lifespan, take the book, and then get out of his sight. The moment Wang Ming saw those skill books, his eyes widened in disbelief. He realized that by spending lifespan, these books could actually create real daily necessities in the outside world: food, water, drinks, and all kinds of supplies. In other words, even if disaster struck reality, anyone who owned these divine books would never have to worry about basic survival. As expected of Qin Feng, he hadn't brought them here for nothing. He had truly led them straight to something priceless. Both Wang Ming and the archer were stunned where they stood. Once again, Qin Feng had proven that he never disappointed them. But their shock rose to another level when the archer suddenly noticed a divine book called Mechanical Maid. The moment he saw that name, his eyes practically lit up, and he immediately wanted to buy it. Qin Feng directly spent 9,000 days of tradable lifespan and exchanged it for the complete set of 9 Jianghai City divine books. These books were enough to cover his daily needs in reality, but that was not the only reason he wanted them. The Tower of Divine Authority also had an achievement that rewarded reputation points, and Qin Feng had no intention of letting that reward slip away. After finishing the exchange, Qin Feng calmly told the NPC that he wanted to challenge the highest difficulty alone. Vickley was clearly confused by this. Based on Qin Feng's earlier performance, he bluntly said that Qin Feng probably couldn't even clear the first level, yet somehow still dared to dream about challenging the maximum difficulty. Instead of backing down, Qin Feng became even more interested and asked what the highest difficulty actually involved. Vickley explained that the challenge was separated into 5 difficulty levels, and the 5th level was the highest. The boss would still be the golden grade Obsidian Skullbreaker Golem, but its attack power, health, defense, and skill cooldown speed would all be increased by a terrifying 500%. Wang Ming and the archer were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped. A 500% increase was simply outrageous. They had already struggled just to dodge the boss's skills before, so they couldn't imagine how Shadow was supposed to handle it now. And with the monster's health and defense multiplied 5 times over, they couldn't even guess how long the fight would last. One mistake during battle would be enough to end everything. Vickley narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Qin Feng. He warned him that if he died during the challenge, all the lifespan he dropped would become Vickley's property. Then, with a dangerous smile, he asked Qin Feng one last time whether he was truly certain he wanted to accept. Qin Feng did not even bother responding to the warning with words. He simply gave a calm nod, making it perfectly clear that he had already made up his mind and accepted the challenge. Vickley raised his hand and began gathering a ball of magic, clearly delighted by what he saw as a gift delivered straight to his doorstep. In his eyes, these Blue Star players had become far too arrogant far too early in the game. People like this were practically rushing toward their own deaths. The boss that had already been defeated before was brought back once again. But this time, it returned as the golden grade obsidian skullbreaker golem, and every part of its strength had been boosted by a full 500%. Qin Feng slowly drew his dagger, his eyes steady on the towering monster ahead. He knew very well that Vickley had the ability to empower his summoned creatures, and a 500% boost was nowhere near the true limit. In his previous life, when Qin Feng had defeated Vickley, this NPC had once strengthened his summons all the way up to 2000%. So to Qin Feng, this battle was not a disaster at all. It was the perfect chance to test the power of his new weapon. Qin Feng made the first move by firing a poisonous dart straight at the boss. The moment it struck, the effect of Black Flame's gift activated, cutting the target's defense and all elemental resistances by 7%. Right after that, the special effect of the Emerald Bone Blade triggered as well, instantly increasing Qin Feng's speed by 100% for the next 5 seconds. The boss opened fire with a burst of flames, sending the attack roaring toward him. But just before the flames could reach Qin Feng's body, he vanished from sight as if he had been swallowed by the air itself. While the boss was still distracted, trying to understand where its target had gone, Qin Feng suddenly appeared behind it. In the next instant, he landed on top of its head and drove his dagger deep into its skull, activating the special effect of the Emerald Bone Feather. The massive monster let out a painful roar that shook the air around it. Qin Feng vanished once again, and his movement speed surged by another 100% for 5 seconds. Watching that unbelievable speed with their own eyes, Wang Ming and the archer were completely frozen in shock. At first, they thought Qin Feng had used invisibility again, and they even wondered how the cooldown of his skill could be so short. But very quickly, they realized the truth. This was not invisibility at all. Shadow was simply moving so fast that their eyes could not keep up, making it look as if he had disappeared. Qin Feng then activated Blessed Liberation, preparing his next strike so that it would carry the throat slash effect and unleash an even deadlier follow-up. Using Shadow Dash, Qin Feng shot forward like a flash of thunder, cutting through the boss and dealing more than 100,000 points of damage in a single explosive attack. At the same time, Black Flame's gift stacked even further, reducing the monster's defense and all elemental resistances by a massive 64%. Even after Qin Feng used his strongest skills, the monster's health bar had only dropped slightly compared to its enormous total. But Qin Feng was actually pleased with the result, because he knew this was thanks to the buff from the ancient Godstone tablet. Without that item increasing the stacking limit of Black Flame's gift, every hit from Shadow Dash would have dealt only around 18,000 damage at most. Wang Ming stared at the boss's health bar in disbelief. One single strike had carved away nearly a third of its health, and he couldn't figure out what kind of skill Qin Feng had just used. The archer, meanwhile, had finally seen Qin Feng's attack, clearly for the first time. It looked like an instant shadow slash, but the shadow slash he knew should have only had 3 hits. At the same time, Vickley stood silently at the side, watching the entire battle unfold. His expression gradually turned serious as he wondered how someone from Blue Star could already possess this kind of strength when the game had only just begun. What level of talent was this player hiding? Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The time had come to activate Throat Slash, a skill that would inflict 200% of the damage from his previous attack every single second. In the next moment, blood began gushing out from the boss's body, spilling from the wounds as the effect started tearing through it from within. The monster roared in unbearable pain, its huge body trembling as its HP bar began dropping at a terrifying speed. Within just a few seconds, the powerful monster's life was completely drained away, and its enormous body shattered into glowing orbs of lifespan. A game notification immediately congratulated Qin Feng for completing the 5th level achievement challenge of the Tower of Divine Authority, granting him a total of 15 reputation points for surpassing every difficulty level. And because this was the first time in the entire world that someone had cleared the tower solo, he received an additional 75 reputation points. Then, an official global announcement rang out across the world. Player Qin Feng had cleared the maximum difficulty challenge of the Tower of Divine Authority for the first time in history. But instead of being shocked by the announcement, most players were completely confused. They had no idea what the Tower of Divine Authority even was. In the ruined cities where they were exploring, they had never seen anything that looked like a tower at all. And because of that, they were forced to admit once again that Shadow was already far ahead of everyone else. Vickley's face darkened with frustration. To him, this whole situation felt like he had been scammed. He cursed the people of Blue Star for being so cunning and regretted not charging 10,000, or even 100,000, days of lifespan for each Divine Authority book. In his anger, Vickley summoned a bright and powerful ball of magic in his hand. Then he roared at them to get out immediately, making it clear that he never wanted to see their faces again. Wang Ming and the archer instantly raised their arms to cover their eyes, afraid that the blinding light would burn their vision. In their minds, they were finished. They thought the NPC had finally snapped and was about to release a devastating attack on them. Vickley's magic came crashing down toward them. Wang Ming and the archer both ducked and covered their heads, bracing themselves for the worst, while Qin Feng stood in place without moving, as calm as ever. But in the next instant, Qin Feng and the others were not destroyed. Instead, they were suddenly teleported outside the tower. Wang Ming and the archer looked around in confusion, still not understanding what had just happened. For a brief moment, both of them panicked, thinking they might have died without realizing it. But after checking themselves, they quickly discovered that they were still alive. Vickley had not killed them at all. He had merely thrown them out of the Tower of Divine Authority. Qin Feng reminded them calmly that there was never any need to be afraid. Just as he had already told them before, these NPCs could not attack players unless the player first violated their taboo. Now that Qin Feng had obtained what he came for, he decided there was no reason to stay any longer. He casually said that it was time to wrap things up and that he was going to log off to eat. Wang Ming quickly thanked him for guiding them through this opportunity and asked Qin Feng to bring them along again if something like this ever came up in the future. Qin Feng gave a simple nod, while the archer also said goodbye. After logging out, Qin Feng woke up back in reality inside his hideout. The system then extracted the 9 divine gift books into the real world, and the process consumed 90 days of his tradable lifespan. Qin Feng then chose to spend 106 years of lifespan in one go, purchasing luxury furniture, all kinds of daily necessities, cooking ingredients, and a multi-purpose mechanical made to help manage his hideout. A maid with dog ears soon appeared right in front of him. After politely introducing herself, she explained that she could take care of everything inside the house, and that from this moment on, she was there to serve him with anything he needed. Qin Feng lay back on the luxurious sofa and immediately gave her the order to begin a full cleaning of the hideout. The maid got straight to work, starting with the floor, while also planning to prepare a lavish feast for him once the cleaning was finished. At the same time, in the real world, over in Shanghai City, the authorities were dealing with a far darker problem. Several murder cases had already drawn their attention, and the investigation was growing more urgent. The officer in charge of the case reported to his superior with a grim expression. This was already the 3rd female corpse discovered that week. Just like the 2 victims before her, all 4 limbs had been severed, and her eyes had been removed. Because the method was almost exactly the same, there was a very high chance that the killer was the same person. Hearing this, the superior immediately asked whether the investigators had found any useful clues. The officer answered that the killer clearly understood how investigators worked. Every time a body was abandoned, the timing was placed just outside the effective duration of their investigative skills, making it extremely difficult for them to trace anything directly. After hearing this, the superior immediately ordered them to question everyone relevant to the case, and then asked how much time was left before the researchers' professional advancement. They could not afford to delay anymore. This killer had to be caught as soon as possible. The police officer beside him nodded in agreement. But then another officer suddenly asked them to wait, causing the superior to turn and ask whether he had discovered something. The officer's eyes sharpened with seriousness as he stared at the information in front of him. He had noticed something strange. Shadow's login and logout times lined up almost exactly with the moments when those girls had died. The superior fell into thought, because a simple overlap in timing was not enough to prove anything. But the officer argued that even if it was only a coincidence for now, they could still begin investigating from this direction. He also mentioned that rumors were already spreading outside, claiming that Shadow was the murderer and that the authorities were hiding the truth because they feared his power. The superior raised his hand and waved off that line of thinking. He reminded Xiaoma that even though Shadow had once embarrassed him in front of Anyu, he could not allow personal resentment to interfere with official work. The superior assured him that the technology department would support him around the clock, 24/7, so they could solve the case as quickly as possible and bring justice to the victims. After saying that, the superior turned and began discussing the next steps with another police officer. Meanwhile, Xiaoma lowered his gaze to the ground, his eyes burning with barely suppressed rage. At the same time, Qin Feng logged back into the game and silently looked up at the castle standing within the ruins of Demon City. He remembered this place clearly. It was the Academy of Evil Spirits, a platinum-tier hideout. Although the castle was not exactly hidden from sight, rumors said its protective barrier was the strongest in all of Huaxia, standing like an unbreakable shell around the entire place. The system then informed Qin Feng that he had consumed 2.74 years of tradable lifespan to create his guild, Shadow. His plan was very straightforward. He would take control of this hideout, register it under the guild's name, and secure a personal sanctuary within the ruins of Magic City. Qin Feng leapt forward without hesitation. Sanctuaries had the ability to teleport between each other, and once this place belonged to him, traveling back and forth between Magic City and Shanghai would become far more convenient. Activating his invisibility, Qin Feng slipped into the hideout without making a sound. His figure blended into the darkness as he moved through the place silently, step by step. Several minutes later, Qin Feng had already reached the third underground floor, which was also the deepest level of the hideout. Yet strangely, he had not encountered even a single monster along the way. That alone told him something was off. Someone, or perhaps an entire group of fairly powerful people, had already cleared this place before him. Just then, a harsh voice suddenly echoed through the underground area, shouting that she had nowhere left to run. Qin Feng's eyes shifted with interest. He quietly moved closer and peeked around the corner, only to see several men surrounding a woman up ahead. The woman's face was pale with fear, and her eyes trembled as she backed away. In a shaken voice, she begged them not to come any closer. They were standing on a narrow bridge, and the woman had already been forced into a corner with a river of lava burning behind her. One of the men smiled and told her not to worry, saying they would not kill her, at least, not for now. He explained that Dongfang Yu wanted them to bring her back so her son could show her some love. Then he demanded that she reveal her real-world location. If she refused, they would keep killing her again and again until her lifespan was completely drained. And even suicide would not save her, because members of their guild, Shura Hall, were already waiting at the respawn point. The orange-haired man kept smiling as if he were making a friendly offer, then suggested they strike a deal. He reminded her that she had killed Dongfang Yu twice in the game, and because of that, he guessed she must have taken at least 30 years from Dongfang Yu's lifespan. The woman said nothing, her expression tense as her thoughts raced. The orange-haired man leaned in and told her to hand over those 30 years of lifespan first. After that, she only had to play with the three of them for a while, and in exchange, they would supposedly let her leave. Tears gathered in the woman's frightened eyes. Her voice shook as she looked at them and asked what exactly they were planning to do to her. The men immediately began grinning in a disgusting way. Then one of them reached for his pants and started pulling them down, sending the poor woman into instant panic. The orange-haired man looked at her with a filthy, teasing smile and said that this was exactly how they liked to play. The woman lowered her head and seemed to think in silence for a moment. Then she turned her gaze away, her face flushing as she quietly asked them to promise that they would let her go after it was over. The orange-haired man smiled brightly, acting as if he had already won, and promised her without hesitation. He even told her to start with him first. The bald man beside him laughed and said he would take the next turn. With her body trembling, the woman slowly began walking toward them. But in the next moment, the fear in her eyes faded, replaced by a sharp, determined glow. Her hand moved quietly, and she drew out a poisonous dart, hiding her killing intent until the very last second. She suddenly lunged toward the man, but before her attack could land, the blindfolded man reacted first. He unleashed the skill Golden Cauldron Earthquake and dropped down heavily onto her, smashing her body hard against the ground. Looking down at her pinned body, he coldly remarked that the little one was not behaving herself. At that point, all the woman could do was squeeze her eyes shut in despair as the orange-haired man stepped closer, his expression twisted and his tongue slipping out in a disgusting display. He warned her that this was her final chance, then ordered her in a low, threatening voice to open her mouth. But right then, a confident smile suddenly appeared. In an instant, both the bald man and the orange-haired man were cut cleanly in half. The blindfolded man froze in place, completely confused by the sudden reversal. His eyes widened behind the blindfolded expression, and for a brief moment, he could not process what he had just witnessed. He had no idea what was happening, or how the woman who had just been crushed under him had suddenly turned the situation around. Before he could even take another breath, the strip of paper summoned by the woman wrapped tightly around his neck. Her strength was terrifying, and in the next instant, the man's head burst apart with brutal force. Qin Feng, who had been watching quietly from around the corner the entire time, immediately recognized the girl's profession. It was the chainblade. After killing those bastards, the woman walked over with cold hatred in her eyes and crushed the orange-haired man's groin without the slightest mercy. Their bodies soon dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan. Looking at what remained of them, the woman's face was filled with hatred as she mocked them coldly. Only then did Qin Feng realize something even more important. This woman possessed the blade of the underworld. Her gaze hardened with fierce determination, and she swore through gritted teeth that she would definitely kill Dongfang Ming. This girl's class was Blade of the Underworld, and her nickname was Ghost Spirit. Qin Feng stepped out from his hiding place and began walking toward her. Her class, just like Shadow, was one of the only hidden classes in the assassin branch. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Ghost Spirit had ranked among the 10 strongest powers in the world. But after she became enemies with the Chu family of Magic City, her real identity was exposed, and countless forces joined together to surround and hunt her down. Even then, Ghost Spirit had slaughtered thousands of enemies before finally dying from complete exhaustion. Qin Feng still remembered how deeply her guild members grieved when the news of her death spread. He never expected to meet her here like this. But there was one thing he could not understand. Who exactly was this Dongfang Ming she had mentioned? In his memory, he himself had already wiped out the entire Dongfang family. Qin Feng canceled his invisibility and revealed himself, instantly drawing Ghost Spirit's attention. But the moment she noticed him, her reaction was anything but friendly. Ghost Spirit immediately prepared to attack, clearly assuming that Qin Feng was connected to the bastards she had just killed. Qin Feng calmly denied it, making it clear that he did not know those men at all. But Ghost Spirit had no patience left to listen. With anger still burning in her eyes, she charged straight at him and told him to prepare to die. Qin Feng, however, remained as calm as ever. With a furious expression, Ghost Spirit activated her skill, Underworld Chainblade, and the killing intent around her instantly sharpened. In the blink of an eye, strips of paper shot toward Qin Feng and began wrapping around his body, tightening as if they were about to bind him completely. But at that exact moment, Qin Feng's body melted into shadow and vanished without a trace. Ghost Spirit froze for a second, clearly caught off guard by his sudden disappearance. Qin Feng reappeared silently behind her and decided to play along with the situation. The moment Ghost Spirit heard him so close behind her, her eyes widened with both shock and fear. Realizing she was in serious danger, Ghost Spirit immediately sprang backward, putting distance between herself and Qin Feng. She then activated Shadow Stealth. Her body darkened like a fading shadow, and in the next instant, she disappeared completely from sight. Qin Feng was slightly surprised when he realized that she had also entered invisibility, vanishing so cleanly that an ordinary player would have lost track of her immediately. Since she had chosen to hide, Qin Feng calmly used Shadow Stealth as well, and his own figure disappeared from the area just as silently. Several quiet minutes passed, yet nothing happened. The underground space remained still, with neither side making the first move. Ghost Spirit began to feel confused. She could not see him at all. Her class, Blade of the Underworld, came with a built-in level 4 anti-stealth ability, yet even with that advantage, she still could not detect his presence. This made a chilling possibility rise in her mind. Could this man actually be Shadow? Not long after, Qin Feng canceled his Shadow Stealth and appeared silently behind her once again, deliberately revealing himself just enough to catch her attention. The moment Ghost Spirit heard Shadow's voice behind her, panic flashed across her face. She immediately realized something terrifying. Despite her level 4 stealth, he could still see exactly where she was. Ghost Spirit's expression sharpened, and she finally decided there was no point holding back anymore. With her killing intent rising, she unleashed her strongest technique, a skill known as Evil Ghost Soul Chase. The strip of paper in her hand immediately began to glow with a strange light. At the same time, a small pink flame appeared above Qin Feng's head, and he quickly activated Shadow Stealth once again. Qin Feng did not let his guard down for even a moment. He instantly pulled back to create distance, but to his surprise, the blade did not lose him. Instead, it kept chasing after him, making him narrow his eyes in confusion. After watching its movement carefully, Qin Feng quickly understood what was happening. This locking blade was not just attacking blindly, it could actually pinpoint his exact location. Ghost Spirit's eyes burned with determination. Even if her own eyes could not see through him, her weapon could still find him. Anyone marked by Evil Ghost Soul Chase would be hunted down, and there was no easy way to escape once it locked on. Qin Feng tried to shake it off, but no matter how he moved, the blade continued following close behind. At that moment, he realized that this class could ignore stealth levels entirely. Ghost Spirit truly was not an ordinary opponent. But Qin Feng was far too cunning to be trapped so easily. Instead of fleeing in a straight line, he began circling around Ghost Spirit, pulling the chasing blade along with him. By the time she realized what he was planning, it was already too late. Ghost Spirit refused to give up, and tried to catch Qin Feng before his plan could succeed. But the next second, the strip of paper twisted back around and wrapped tightly around her own body, binding her in place and leaving her completely immobilized. Qin Feng grabbed the strip of paper and lifted her up with it, then calmly told her that he was Shadow, not someone sent by Dongfang Ming. He also made one thing very clear. If he had really wanted to kill her, she would already be dead. With no other choice left, Ghost Spirit finally decided to believe him and asked him to put her down. Qin Feng did not waste time with small talk. He went straight to the point and asked whether the Dongfang Yu she had mentioned was from the Dongfang family of Zhanghai City. Even while hanging upside down, Ghost Spirit nodded. She explained that Dongfang Yu was indeed from that family, but after marrying into the Chu family, her connection with the Dongfang family was no longer as close as before. Qin Feng immediately understood the situation. A fish had slipped through the net. Apparently, Dongfang Yu had not been present when he wiped out the Dongfang family. Ghost Spirit's eyes widened in shock when she realized what he meant. The person standing in front of her was actually the one who had annihilated the Dongfang family. Her shock quickly turned into excitement and joy. If Shadow had destroyed the Dongfang family, that meant he and Dongfang Yu were enemies as well. She immediately told him to put her down, saying that the enemy of her enemy was her friend, and that the two of them could work together. Qin Feng loosened his grip on the strip of paper without warning, and Ghost Spirit dropped straight down, landing heavily on the ground. He looked down at her and said that cooperation could wait. Before anything else, he wanted to know why she was so determined to kill Dongfang Yu. Ghost Spirit clenched her teeth so hard that her jaw tightened, and the hatred in her eyes became impossible to hide. She said she wanted revenge for her murdered family, then began telling the dark and painful story behind it. Before the arrival of that godforsaken game, Dongfang Yu had killed Ghost Spirit's mother in a drunk driving accident. But because the Chu family stepped in and found someone else to take the blame, Dongfang Yu escaped punishment completely. Her father could not accept that injustice. He eventually found evidence that could convict Dongfang Ming, but the very next day, his body was pulled out of the river, and the official conclusion was simply written off as suicide. When Ghost Spirit went to Dongfang Yu's home to demand an explanation, the Chu family's guards beat her until she was nearly dead. She sank into despair, pushed to the edge of ending everything, and it was at that exact moment that the godforsaken game arrived. After entering the game, the very first thing Ghost Spirit did was kill Dongfang Yu. But if she wanted to make that death permanent, she had to completely drain Dongfang Yu's lifespan. After Dongfang Yu revived again, she began hiring countless people to hunt Ghost Spirit down, which eventually led to the situation Qin Feng had just witnessed. Qin Feng stood there in silence as Ghost Spirit finished telling her story. From beginning to end, he did not interrupt her even once. Tears streamed down Ghost Spirit's face as she looked at Shadow with desperation in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she begged him to help her kill Dongfang Yu. Qin Feng's answer was cold and direct. Without softening his words or giving her false hope, he refused. But Ghost Spirit did not give up. With sorrow filling her tearful eyes, she begged him again, pleading for him to help her kill Dongfang Yu. Qin Feng quietly stared at her. He could tell from her expression that she was not the kind of person who would easily abandon her revenge. With a pained look on her face, Ghost Spirit promised that she would not ask for his help without paying a price. She offered him everything she had. She would work for him, hand over every bit of lifespan she earned, give him her equipment, and even surrender her skills, as long as he helped her kill Dongfang Yu. And then, with her pride already crushed by hatred and desperation, she declared that she would even become his slave willingly. Qin Feng studied her in silence, and a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes. Then, with a calm but almost arrogant gaze, he told her he would not help her kill Dongfang Yu. That revenge belonged to Ghost Spirit, and it had to be settled by her own hands. Qin Feng was not some heartless villain, so he told her that he would help her reach that point. But how far she could truly go after that would depend entirely on her own fate. Ghost Spirit froze in shock, her eyes widening with confusion. She could not understand what kind of help he meant or how he planned to support her revenge. Qin Feng spoke honestly, his gaze calm and steady. He told her to join his guild, become one of his people, and in return, he would help her complete her revenge. A system window appeared in front of Ghost Spirit, informing her that Shadow had invited her to join his guild, which was also named Shadow. Ghost Spirit fell silent and thought it over. Then her eyes slowly lit up with joy when she realized that Shadow's guild currently consisted of only him. If all she had to do was join, then there was nothing to hesitate about. Without wasting another second, she accepted the invitation, and a system window confirmed that she had officially joined Qin Feng's guild. Qin Feng accepted Ghost Spirit's friend request as well. Seeing that she had chosen to join, he felt satisfied and told her that there was only one thing she needed to focus on now: class advancement. Qin Feng turned his back to her and said she would have to figure out for herself what class advancement was and how to complete it. Once she achieved it, she could come find him again. Ghost Spirit remained kneeling on the ground, but her eyes began shining with renewed determination. Qin Feng made his meaning clear. If she could not even accomplish this much, then she might as well give up on revenge altogether. Using shadow stealth, Qin Feng disappeared from the area. He knew that the potential of the blade of the underworld class was practically limitless, and with just a little guidance, Ghost Spirit could definitely go much further in the future. After leaving Ghost Spirit behind, Qin Feng continued deeper into the hideout and finally arrived at the depths of the Evil Spirit Academy. Standing before him was a level 15 boss, a strange woman surrounded by several spiritual heads. She was the Platinum Grade Aberrant Witch Stana. After observing her closely, Qin Feng quickly realized that she was the guardian of the Evil Spirit Academy. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng leapt forward and activated Dark Knight Ring Blade against the boss. The attack struck hard, dealing 26,000 points of damage while also triggering weak point strike. As he landed back on the ground, Qin Feng remembered the key detail of this fight. During the first phase, only one of the boss's 4 heads would activate, and she would be immune to physical damage. Because of that, he could only rely on elemental skills for now, even though they dealt slightly less damage. Qin Feng summoned his Shadow Blade, his eyes glowing with confidence. He had the pale white bone blade to increase his movement speed, and his Shadow Blade skill could reset its cooldown whenever it hit a target. Qin Feng began summoning Shadow Blades one after another until hundreds of them filled the air around him. Then he launched them toward the boss, piercing one of her spiritual heads and dealing more than 200,000 points of damage. In that moment, he was like a mobile Gatling gun, unleashing a storm of fire attacks without pause. Before long, the golden head exploded into pieces. Shadow remained completely composed, because he knew the fight was only moving into its second phase, where 3 heads would activate at the same time. Stana's eyes flared with rage, and her furious gaze locked tightly onto Qin Feng as if she wanted to tear him apart. Moments later, her heads began firing bursts of energy from their eyes. At the same time, her body moved in a strange dance, releasing wild, indiscriminate attacks all around her. But for Qin Feng, this kind of attack pattern was not complicated at all. Without much effort, he slipped through the incoming attacks and avoided every dangerous strike. Then he drove his Shadow Blades into the boss's head once again, dealing another burst of more than 200,000 points of damage. As Stana twisted in pain, Qin Feng landed lightly back on the ground. Without even looking back at her struggling body, he turned away as if the battle had already lost his interest, calmly bringing the performance to an end. He released his final Shadow Blade, and the moment it struck, the boss's body burst apart in a violent explosion. The system immediately announced that Qin Feng had killed the aberrant witch Stana, gaining 50,000 EXP and obtaining the Platinum Tier hideout key of the Evil Spirit Academy. Qin Feng's eyes widened slightly when the system revealed that he now met the requirements for class advancement. Without hesitation, he chose to advance his class. A dark shadow quickly wrapped around his entire body, and his shadow class rose from Tier 1 to Tier 2. With that advancement, his attribute bonuses surged dramatically. Strength increased from 9 to 27, Constitution from 9 to 27, Agility from 24 to 72, and Spirit from 15 to 45. This class advancement directly tripled all of his attribute bonuses, causing a huge rise in his strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Because of that, his overall combat stats, including attack power, defense, and resistances, all improved by a noticeable margin. His non-tradable lifespan had already passed 4,510 years, while his tradable lifespan exceeded 566 years. On top of that, he gained his 4th class passive, which allowed him to attack while staying in stealth and still enjoy the bonus damage from a stealth-breaking strike. Qin Feng's attention soon fell onto the golden key in his hand, and his eyes lit up with satisfaction. His class attribute bonus had tripled, and now, attacking would no longer break his stealth. The Tier 2 Shadow class had changed far more than just his numbers. It had completely rewritten the rules of how he could fight. Several minutes later, outside the Evil Spirit Academy, a group of people returned. The moment Ghost Spirit noticed them coming back, her face changed, because she could not believe they actually dared to show up again. They were the same men she had killed earlier, but this time, they were no longer alone. Instead of just 3 people, they had brought every member of their guild with them. The bald man grinned and said that last time, he had only been careless because he had not known she carried a chain blade. The orange-haired man looked even more confident, proudly saying that this time, he had called everyone from Shura Hall, and now he wanted to see where she could possibly run. The bald man charged at her first, raising his weapon with clear killing intent. He made it obvious that this time, he would not be as gentle as before, and Ghost Spirit immediately realized that the situation had turned extremely bad. Using Earth Slash, the bald man came crashing down toward the ground and swung his axe straight at her. Fortunately, Ghost Spirit reacted just in time, twisting her body away and narrowly dodging the heavy strike. With a sharp and confident look in her eyes, Ghost Spirit immediately tried to activate Shadow Stealth. But at that exact moment, someone threw a flash grenade toward her. It exploded right in front of her face, releasing a blinding burst of light that forced her to cancel the skill and raise her hands to cover her eyes. Taking advantage of that opening, the bald man rushed in and kicked her hard, sending her body crashing down. He stepped on her head with an arrogant smile, pressing her into the ground as he said he was going to teach her a real lesson this time. Even so, Ghost Spirit's eyes still refused to surrender. She struggled to move and quietly pulled out a small green vial. But before she could use it, the orange-haired man stomped down on her hand and snatched the vial away. After examining it closely, he realized it was suicide poison. Its effect was to sacrifice half of the user's lifespan and return them to the respawn point. Instead of being angry, the man seemed amused, laughing at how fierce and stubborn her personality was. He stuck out his tongue with a twisted expression, unable to hide his excitement. The more she resisted, the more he seemed to enjoy it, as if her defiant personality only made him more interested. Ghost Spirit's eyes widened with fear, and for the first time, a trace of helplessness flickered across her face. Then he leaned closer and began licking her cheek. But in the very next moment, his eyes suddenly widened in shock as a system window appeared in front of him. It announced that the Great Platinum Sanctuary, the Evil Spirit Academy, now belonged to the Guild Shadow. The barrier had been activated, and every person who did not belong to this guild would be treated as an intruder. The sanctuary's defense system immediately began eliminating the intruders. A powerful thunderbolt tore down from above, striking the men before they even had time to react. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were reduced to glowing orbs of lifespan, scattered across the ground where they had just been standing. Ghost Spirit stared in stunned silence as she realized what had happened. The Evil Spirit Academy was actually a sanctuary, and now it belonged to her guild. That meant that within just a few minutes, Shadow had killed the Guardian and obtained the key. Qin Feng also obtained the Jade Tier Aberrant Witch's Ring. This ring could be used by all classes starting from level 14, and it increased every attribute by 22 while also raising cooldown speed by 30%. Its unique effect increased the range of area skills by 25% and boosted area damage by 10%. As if that were not already impressive enough, he also received the Platinum Grade Virulent Poison Trap. This Platinum Grade skill was designed for Assassin and Hunter classes. It allowed Qin Feng to place a trap with level 5 stealth. Any enemy who triggered it would suffer 500 additional poison damage, be slowed by 50% for 5 seconds, and continue taking poison damage equal to 100% of his attack power. He could place up to 3 traps at most, each with a 4.65 second cooldown and a duration of 3,600 seconds. Qin Feng was quite satisfied, because 2 of the items that dropped were usable by assassins. The ring, in particular, was very useful to him. Both his Instant Shadow Slash and Dark Knight Ring Blade were area of effect skills, so the ring would give him a major boost. His eyes then lit up with joy as he noticed that he had 363 evolution points, exactly what he needed to evolve his Backstab Enhancement skill to Legendary. He consumed 340 evolution points, leaving only 23 behind. With that, Backstab Enhancement successfully evolved from Epic to Legendary, and its passive effect increased back attack damage from 75% to 100%. Even better, the Legendary effect made all of his damage while in stealth count as backstab damage. Qin Feng was extremely pleased, because combining this constant backstab bonus with the permanent stealth effect from his advanced class would massively raise both his damage output and his ability to survive. Just then, Little Black contacted Qin Feng and told him she had discovered another set of ruins, asking if he wanted to come take a look. When Qin Feng asked where she was, she said she was in the Jianghai City ruins. According to her, the stones around the temple entrance were carved with murals that looked very similar to the ones in the beginner village ruins. Shadow was a little confused and asked why they had not explored it themselves. With their current progress, they should already be capable of dealing with a platinum grade boss. Little Black answered honestly that they had wanted to keep going, but after they cleared all the enemies to the very end, a teleportation orb appeared. When they touched the orb, nothing happened at all. The system only said that a fated person was required to enter, so Little Black wondered whether her boss might be that person. Qin Feng decided to check it out personally. He told her to wait for him and prepare her lifespan, because he would bring over the new equipment he had just obtained. Besides, now that he could teleport between sanctuaries, traveling from the Magic City ruins to the Jianghai ruins had become much more convenient. Little Black also mentioned that the officials on Jianghai's side did not have enough lifespan, so he could sell the equipment directly to the officials in Magic City instead. At that same time, Little Black was waiting on the outskirts of the Jianghai City ruins. She was riding on a white llama, and the creature was calmly lowering its head, chewing on the grass as if nothing dangerous could happen nearby. Not long after, Qin Feng appeared silently behind her and asked where the ruins were. Hearing Qin Feng's voice so suddenly from behind, both Little Black and the llama were startled at the same time. Little Black quickly complained and told him not to scare her like that. Qin Feng had clearly done it on purpose, but he still lied with a straight face and promised he would be more careful next time. Little Black leaned forward and peeked over the edge of the cliff, then pointed down and said the entrance to the ruins was at the bottom. When Qin Feng asked how they had found a place like this, she gave a slightly awkward look and said it was a long story. Little Black turned toward the llama beside her and explained that she had found a mount in this area, a little sheep-like creature. While she was playing around with it, a silver gray boss suddenly appeared nearby, scaring both of them badly. In her panic, Little Black accidentally fell off the cliff. Fortunately, she was caught by a tree growing near the bottom, and that was exactly how she noticed the cave hidden below. Very carefully, Little Black began making her way down toward the bottom of the cliff, reminding Qin Feng to watch his step and not slip. She explained that after she respawned, she called Captain and Uncle Wang Meng over, and the three of them explored the place together. Qin Feng jumped down after her with ease, casually commenting that finding a hidden place like this really did fit her style. Little Black immediately praised Shadow's smooth movements, then mentioned that Wang Meng had tried to jump down the same way before, only to slip and die from the fall. The two of them entered the cave. As they moved deeper inside, Little Black explained that there was a labyrinth ahead, but they had already cleared out the monsters and explored the entire route. Qin Feng then reminded her that from now on, she should avoid dying whenever possible. He warned her that if her non-tradable lifespan ever reached 0, the situation would become extremely dangerous. Little Black smiled confidently and promised that she understood. She said she already knew about skills that could drain other people's lifespan, but they had taken precautions because they had a way to replenish their non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng was slightly surprised and asked if they really had a reliable method for restoring it. Little Black raised a finger and explained that inside the city ruins, they would lure monsters that had absorbed non-tradable lifespan into a secluded area. After killing those monsters, they would gather and store all the non-tradable lifespan that dropped. Then, whenever they needed to restore their own, they could simply return to that place and replenish it. Qin Feng grew interested after hearing that, and said it was actually a pretty good method. Little Black looked shocked, because Qin Feng had guessed it correctly in one try. Qin Feng, however, remembered very clearly that in his previous life, Anyu had been the one who invented this method, and over time, nearly everyone ended up using it. Not long after, they reached the teleportation orb. Little Black placed her hand against it, but the system immediately informed her that she was not the fated person, so the mechanism would not activate. She then asked Shadow to give it a try, explaining that everyone believed this temple might be connected to the one back in the beginner village. Qin Feng became curious as well. He stood in front of the orb and quietly observed it for a moment, watching it without rushing to act. Finally, he reached out and touched it. The instant his hand made contact, the orb began to glow brightly, and a powerful wave of energy started pouring out from within. Little Black quickly raised her arms to cover her eyes, completely confused by the sudden burst of light and not understanding what was happening. When the light faded, she was shocked to find that Qin Feng had disappeared without a trace. Even the orb was gone. Realizing that both her boss and the mechanism had vanished together, Little Black confirmed her suspicion. Shadow really was the fated person. Meanwhile, Qin Feng found himself transported to a new place known as the Cave of the Ice Tide, and the moment he arrived, he realized that all remote communication had been blocked. Qin Feng did not relax for even a second after arriving in this unfamiliar place. His eyes swept across the surroundings, and he immediately activated his invisibility skill, hiding his figure before anything could catch him off guard. Right then, the system assigned him a new mission: protect the Ice Tide crystal. Qin Feng's gaze instantly locked onto the crystal in front of him. He recognized it at a glance and remembered clearly that if this object was struck by any attack, it would erupt with a terrifying icy tide. After observing the area more carefully, Qin Feng noticed that monsters would emerge from the surrounding caves and charge straight toward the crystal. Their goal was obvious. They would do everything they could to attack it. And if he allowed them to succeed, he knew he would be dead. Qin Feng took the virulent poison trap out of his inventory. To him, dying here was not the most serious problem. What truly mattered was the possibility of failing the mission. If the mission failed, he would never be able to return to this place or obtain the reward hidden here. Knowing that, he understood his only real choice was to evolve Virulent Poison Trap. After consuming the required evolution points, leaving himself with 17, the skill successfully advanced from Platinum to Epic. After the upgrade, the trap's stealth level rose from level 5 to level 8. Any enemy that triggered it would now suffer 1,200 extra poison damage and be slowed for 8 seconds. The slow effect remained at 50%, while the continuous poison damage still dealt 100% of Qin Feng's attack power every second. Even better, the maximum number of traps he could place increased from 3 to 9, while the maximum duration still remained 3,600 seconds. Qin Feng quickly placed 3 traps directly at the cave entrances. The moment he finished setting them down, the system informed him that the effect of the Aberrant Witch's Ring had activated, increasing the skill's area of effect by 25%. Qin Feng looked over the placement and knew the upgraded traps now covered the entire passage perfectly. No matter which monster tried to rush through, it would definitely step into the trap's range. And just as he finished preparing, the first wave began to arrive. One monster after another emerged from the caves, their eyes glowing in the darkness as they stared straight at Qin Feng. Soon, An entire horde poured out together, rushing toward him with frightening momentum. But the moment they charged out of the cave entrances, they immediately triggered the traps Qin Feng had prepared. Thorn-covered vines burst violently from the ground, wrapping around the monsters and tearing into them. In an instant, the traps dealt more than 100,000 points of damage, crushing the front line before they could even get close. Dust and shattered debris rose from the ground, clouding the battlefield, but Qin Feng stood there calmly, completely unshaken by the chaos in front of him. Right then, an arrow suddenly shot through the dust and came flying toward him. Qin Feng noticed it immediately, and his eyes sharpened with a serious light as he sensed the danger cutting through the air. Just before the arrow could strike him, Qin Feng summoned a shield in front of his body and blocked the attack at the very last moment. His gaze then locked onto a monster holding a bow in the distance. Only then did he realize that among this wave of enemies, there were ranged monsters as well. Meanwhile, outside the Magic City ruins, a mage named Dongfang Yu met with the orange-haired man. She questioned him coldly, asking whether his guild had truly given up on hunting ghost spirit, also known as Guiling, just because she had joined the Shadow Guild. The orange-haired man nodded without hesitation, confirming that they could no longer continue the job. If Dongfang Yu still wanted ghost spirit captured, she would have to find someone else. Dongfang Yu tightened her grip around her magic staff, her face dark with anger. She demanded to know why he considered Shadow a bigger threat than her. Then, calling him a peasant, she reminded him not to forget that she had all of his personal information, and that killing him in the real world would be as easy as lifting a finger. The orange-haired man's eyes widened instantly, and rage surged across his face. Before Dongfang Yu could say another word, the man completely lost patience. He swung his fist and slammed a heavy punch into her cheek, sending her body flying backward. After Dongfang Yu crashed to the ground, the man pulled out his dagger and began attacking her viciously. He shouted that he had long since had enough of her arrogance. Even if he could not defeat Shadow, he could still kill her. With every furious strike, he cursed her for calling him a peasant again and again, yelling for her to die as his blows continued to fall. In the blink of an eye, Dongfang Yu was killed, and her body quickly dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan. A moment later, she woke up in the real world inside the Chu family residence, her gold-encased phone still in her hand. Her face twisted with fury, and she clenched her fist tightly, unable to believe that those peasants from Shura Hall had actually dared to kill her. She immediately demanded that her husband send people to capture every single one of them. Her husband looked somewhat confused and asked whether she was talking about Shura Hall, the very group she had hired to capture Ghost Spirit. With a furious expression, Dongfang Yu explained that Ghost Spirit had now joined Shadow, and those people no longer dared to continue because they were afraid of his retaliation. Her husband calmly replied that they would deal with those peasants later, after Shadow had been eliminated. He then told her that he had already arranged for people from Magic City's Black Dragon Hall to go after Shadow. The plan was already in motion, and soon, she would have a chance to avenge the Dongfang family. Dongfang Yu's eyes widened with rage, and that hatred was directed not only at Shadow, but also at the peasants who had dared to betray and humiliate her. Her mind quickly filled with excitement, and a confident, vicious look appeared on her face. She swore that she would avenge the Dongfang family and slaughter every single one of them. Back inside the cave of the Ice Tide, Qin Feng hurled his short blade through the air. The blade stabbed directly into the eye of the bow-wielding monster, killing it instantly. To Qin Feng, the fact that they were ranged monsters made no real difference. His Shadow Blade skill reset its cooldown whenever it struck a weak point, which meant this was nothing more than one clean slash for one kill. By then, the Ice Tide crystal was already covered in cracks and looked like it could shatter at any moment. But just then, the system announced that the guard mission had been completed and told him to claim his reward. Qin Feng was slightly surprised and wondered if it had really ended that quickly. The Ice Tide crystal shattered into countless pieces, and as the fragments scattered, a golden chest appeared in its place. Qin Feng's attention immediately focused on the chest, and he quickly realized that this was an epic treasure chest. He slowly reached his hand toward it. The last time he opened an epic chest, he had obtained blessed liberation. Now, he wanted to see what kind of reward this chest would contain. The chest opened, and a brilliant golden light surged out from within, filling the space in front of him. Then, from within that golden glow, the figure of a woman gradually began to take shape. The woman who appeared before him was an NPC. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised, because this was the same NPC who had stood beside the epic chest during his previous trial. With her eyes closed, she began speaking in a strange and ancient language. Qin Feng immediately recognized it as the language of the old gods. She told him that he had passed both trials and that he was the chosen one. Qin Feng found this strange. He clearly could not understand the language itself, yet somehow, the meaning entered his mind perfectly. He could not help wondering whether this was because of his eye of this was the same NPC who had stood beside the epic chest judgment. As her body continued to transform, she revealed a heavy truth to him. The old gods had already perished, and Qin Feng was the one who had inherited the mantle of judgment. The NPC's body began changing before his eyes, and Shadow could only stand there in silent amazement as the transformation unfolded. Little by little, the woman's form shifted further, as if some ancient power sealed inside her was finally awakening. The third eye on her forehead slowly opened, and a powerful aura erupted from her body. She then told Qin Feng that her name was Asatiz, and that from this moment on, she would follow him and witness his rise as the true god of judgment. After saying that, Asatiz asked him to accept the gift she had prepared especially for him. The gift was Asatiz's summoning bell. It was a bell created by Asatiz, the herald of judgment, using the power of order itself. With it, Qin Feng would be able to summon her once at level 25, again at level 35, and one final time at level 50. Each summoning would give him the chance to challenge a special ruin. If he successfully completed all 3 challenges, Asatiz would be able to live in his hideout and provide him with a skill upgrade function. Qin Feng took the summoning bell, and his eyes lit up with joy. He understood that the previous temple had been level 5, while this one was level 15. What surprised him even more was that Little Black had somehow stumbled upon both of them. Her luck was truly beyond common sense. Asatiz then asked Qin Feng to choose a skill, telling him that he had one free chance to upgrade it directly to his current level. His expression slowly turned serious, and a focused light settled in his eyes as he began thinking it through. Qin Feng understood very clearly that the strength of a skill was never judged by just one thing. In this world, every skill was mainly measured by 2 standards: its quality and the level requirement needed to use it. The quality of a skill was normally fixed from the moment it appeared, and under ordinary circumstances, there was no way to raise it. But Qin Feng was different. With infinite evolution in his hands, he could forcefully push a skill's quality higher. Even something as ordinary as Shadow Lurk could be dragged all the way up into mythic grade if he was willing to spend the cost. As for the level requirement, that part was even more important than it looked. It didn't only decide when someone could activate a skill, it also affected how strong the skill would be overall. Just from the numbers alone, a level 5 Shadow Lurk and a level 51 Shadow Lurk were practically 2 completely different things. For most players, getting a skill that was both high quality and high level was almost impossible, but for Qin Feng's future, this kind of problem would no longer be a real obstacle. All he needed to do was burn through lifespan and raise any skill's level by force. With that thought in mind, confidence flashed across Qin Feng's face, and without hesitating for long, he chose to upgrade the highest grade skill he currently had, Graceful Release. Asatiz leaned in and gently kissed Qin Feng's hand, granting the wish he had chosen. The moment the effect took hold, his mythic skill Graceful Release surged upward, rising directly from level 10 all the way to level 16. The weak point attack correction also climbed sharply, increasing from plus 300% to plus 410%, while the attack multiplier against those weak points doubled as well. On top of that, when the skill was actively used, it now applied a throat slit effect, dealing 310% of the initial attack's damage every second for 3 full seconds. Even the cooldown had changed, settling at 6.97 seconds. After everything was completed, Asathis's figure began to fade little by little. Before disappearing completely, she left Qin Feng with a soft farewell, saying that she was looking forward to the next time they would meet. Right after that, a blue portal slowly opened in front of Qin Feng. The glowing entrance shimmered quietly in the air, and it was clearly the path leading out of this place. But before stepping through, Qin Feng suddenly paused. He turned back toward the treasure chest, stretched out his hand, and noticed that there was still one more thing left inside. What he obtained was the Epic Tier Baffich's equivalent exchange agreement. It was a pair of epic-grade leg armor made for the assassin class and required level 15 to equip. The armor granted 198 physical defense, all elemental resistance, and damage block, while also providing 19.8% damage reduction and plus 19.8 whispering resistance. Its unique ability, Art of Equivalent Exchange, was even more interesting. It allowed Qin Feng to sacrifice one piece of equipment or one skill book up to epic grade, then randomly receive another item of the same level and same grade that matched his class. The only restriction was its 1-hour cooldown. Qin Feng picked up the skill book, and his eyes immediately brightened with excitement. He quickly realized how useful this ability could become. His inventory still held a pile of jade-grade equipment and skill books, and with this exchange effect, all of those useless items could now be turned into things meant for an assassin. After checking everything over, Qin Feng decided it was finally time to leave. The harvest this time had been far beyond what he expected, and thinking about it carefully, he really did owe Little Black a proper thanks for bringing him here. Outside the cave entrance, Little Black was still waiting there beside her little llama. When Qin Feng finally walked out, he was slightly surprised. She had spent the last hour standing guard instead of using that time to go level up. The moment Little Black saw Qin Feng return safely, relief and happiness showed on her face. It turned out she had been waiting at the exit the entire time, worried that someone might try to ambush him when he came out. As a reward for her thoughtfulness, Qin Feng took out one of the skill books he had obtained from the ruins and handed it to her. Little Black froze in shock the second she saw what it was. This was the level 13 Platinum Magic Shield skill. Her eyes widened, and she hurriedly thanked her boss, fully aware that once she learned this skill, her chances of surviving dangerous fights would rise by a huge amount. After accepting the gift, Little Black climbed back onto her small llama. Sitting on its back, she cheerfully said goodbye to Qin Feng, then slowly rode away from the cave entrance. Qin Feng's own body then began to fade as well. Since everything here had been dealt with, he decided it was about time to log off and fill his empty stomach. Meanwhile, over in the ruins of Jianghai City, the newly claimed silver-grade guild sanctuary of the Knights Templar stood firmly in place. A broad smile appeared on the guild leader's face as he looked over the gathered members. With obvious pride in his voice, he announced that this was a truly important day, because the Knights Templar Guild finally had a home that belonged to them. The members immediately became excited, their voices rising with energy. The leader continued, admitting that although this new home was not especially large, it was still a wonderful beginning for the guild. From now on, they would no longer have to constantly worry about being slaughtered by a boss that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. When they grew tired from leveling, they would finally have a safe place to return to and rest. And for all of this, there was one person they needed to thank most, Qin Xiaoyu. After all, Qin Xiaoyu had been the first one to discover this place. The guild leader raised his voice and asked everyone to welcome her onto the stage with the warmest applause they could give. The crowd immediately began praising Qin Xiaoyu, and wave after wave of applause and compliments washed over her. Standing there under everyone's attention, she couldn't help feeling happy and proud. Qin Xiaoyu stepped onto the platform and began by thanking her master, who had patiently and tirelessly taught her along the way. Then she thanked her friends, because they had extended their hands to help her whenever she was in trouble. After that, she even thanked the people who hated her, because their mockery and contempt had pushed her to become stronger than before. When the women in the guild heard those words, they couldn't help feeling proud of Qin Xiaoyu. Seeing her stand there so confidently made them feel as if she had truly grown. Finally, tears began to gather in Qin Xiaoyu's eyes as she thanked her father and mother. Her voice trembled slightly as she said she wished they were still alive, because then they would be able to see what an excellent person she had become. She believed that one day, she would definitely make them proud. Before Qin Xiaoyu could continue getting more emotional, the guild leader quickly cut her speech short. He asked her to tell everyone directly what kinds of difficulties and obstacles she had overcome in order to find this hidden sanctuary. Qin Xiaoyu did not try to exaggerate anything. Instead, she answered honestly and said that some time ago, she had actually had a dream. In that dream, an incredibly powerful warrior had guided her forward, and together, they had captured this hideout. The memory of the dream was still a little blurry, but the feeling had been strangely real. Because of that, she came here with the attitude of simply giving it a try, never imagining that she would actually find the place. The moment the others heard this, laughter broke out around her. To them, the idea that she had found the sanctuary because of a dream sounded completely ridiculous, and they could hardly believe she was being serious. The guild leader also had to hold back his laughter. Still, he put on a polite expression, thanked Qin Xiaoyu for her wonderful speech, and then jokingly asked whether she had dreamed about anything the night before. Qin Xiaoyu touched her cheek thoughtfully and admitted that she really had dreamed again. In that dream, there was an enormous and magnificent hideout filled with many people, and judging from how grand it looked, she believed it might even be a platinum-grade hideout. The guild members burst into laughter once again. Some teased her for truly living inside her dreams, while others joked that maybe they would be moving into an even bigger house very soon. But this time, the guild leader's expression gradually became serious. Instead of laughing it off, he called it an excellent dream, then handed Qin Xiaoyu the reward she had earned, 1 full year of tradable lifespan. With a warm smile, the leader placed his arm around Qin Xiaoyu's shoulder and told everyone that he hoped they could all learn from her dedication to the collective good. He declared that as long as the entire guild worked together with one heart, they would definitely be able to stand firm in this chaotic world and grow better day by day. After that, he dismissed the crowd, telling those who needed to level up to go level up, and those who needed to explore to start moving. Before letting Qin Xiaoyu leave, he specifically entrusted her with continuing the search for more hideouts, encouraging her to keep up the good work because he was counting on her. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes instantly lit up with joy. A bright smile spread across her face, and she nodded firmly, clearly taking the leader's words to heart. Several hours later, Qin Xiaoyu appeared once again inside the ruins of Zhonghai City. She held her magic staff carefully in her hand as she moved through the broken surroundings. Worry shone in her eyes as she followed the vague feeling left behind by her dream. But no matter how she searched around the area, she still couldn't find the place that was supposed to be there. At the same time, several members of the guild were secretly following behind her. After the meeting ended, they had seen Qin Xiaoyu head straight for this area, and they couldn't help wondering if she was really trying to find that platinum-grade hideout from her dream. When they saw Qin Xiaoyu enter a nearby building, the women exchanged glances and quickly made up their minds. Without revealing themselves, they quietly followed her inside. Qin Xiaoyu stepped into the building and soon found herself moving through a narrow tunnel. The atmosphere inside made her uneasy. It looked somewhat like the place in her dream, but at the same time, many details felt completely different. Even worse, she had the uncomfortable feeling that someone was following her from behind. She stopped for a moment, closed her eyes, and let out a long breath. Then she forced herself to calm down, silently reminding herself that she was a life priest with a hidden class. With that kind of identity, there was no way anything here could easily hurt her. But the instant Qin Xiaoyu opened her eyes again, her courage shattered. Standing right in front of her was a horrifying monster, and from inside its mouth, several eerie eyes were staring straight back at her. The terrifying sight completely overwhelmed poor Qin Xiaoyu. Her face turned pale, her body stiffened, and all she could do was let out a sharp scream filled with fear. However, instead of attacking Qin Xiaoyu directly, the monster suddenly knocked her to the ground and rushed past her. Its twisted body charged straight toward the spot where the guild women who had been following her were hiding. The women immediately panicked when they saw it rushing toward them. Shock and disgust filled their voices as they shouted, asking what kind of monster this thing was, and then yelled that they needed to catch it and kill it right away. But before they could even come up with a proper plan, the monster struck first. Its tentacles lashed out and wrapped tightly around one of the women. Then the disgusting tendrils extending from its mouth forced their way into her mouth. In just the blink of an eye, the woman's body rapidly weakened. The monster had drained away all of her lifespan, leaving her helpless almost instantly. When her companions realized that this monster could absorb them until they died, fear completely took over. They screamed in terror and, without hesitating for even a second, turned around and began fleeing from the place. But the monster clearly had no intention of letting them escape that easily. Poor Qin Xiaoyu finally woke up from the chaos around her, pulled back into awareness by the women's screams. With fear written all over her face, she turned her head, only to see the horrifying monster draining the women's lifespan right before her eyes. Qin Xiaoyu reacted fast. Without daring to make even the smallest sound, she quickly pushed herself up and fled into the darkness, trying to escape before the monster noticed her again. Before long, she stumbled upon a spiral staircase hidden ahead of her. The moment she saw it, she rushed down the steps without turning back, her footsteps echoing wildly behind her. But in her panic, Qin Xiaoyu missed her footing. Her body pitched forward, and she fell headfirst onto the hard ground with a painful crash. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes from the sharp pain. Gritting her teeth, she slowly lifted her head and looked around the unfamiliar space, trying to figure out where she had ended up. Then, right in front of her, a door appeared in the dim light, standing there silently, as if it had been waiting for her all along. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly widened, and shock froze her in place. She recognized it at once. This was the entrance she had seen in her dream. After all that fear and confusion, she had actually found it. This had to be the platinum-grade hideout, and she needed to inform the guildmaster immediately. Qin Xiaoyu quickly contacted the guildmaster and told him she had discovered the platinum-grade hideout. The leader sounded a little surprised, but he immediately ordered her not to move, saying he was already bringing people over. He also told her to join his party so they could see her exact location. Qin Xiaoyu joined right away and replied that she would stay there and wait for them. But at that very moment, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes widened with terror. Strange sounds began creeping toward her from behind, and when she slowly turned around, she saw that sinister monster staring at her with a chilling smile. Even though fear was gripping her heart, Qin Xiaoyu clenched her teeth and forced courage into herself. She kept telling herself not to panic. She could handle this. She could definitely defeat this monster if she stayed calm. The sinister monster continued watching her like prey, but Qin Xiaoyu struggled back onto her feet and tightened her grip around her magic staff. She reminded herself that she was no longer the weak girl she used to be, and this time, she had the power to fight back. A powerful aura suddenly surged out from Qin Xiaoyu's body. Confidence returned to her face little by little, and with a faint smile, she reminded herself of who she was now, the noble hidden class, the life priest. Qin Xiaoyu raised her magic staff and immediately activated her strongest skill, venomous vines. Thick vines burst out from the staff and twisted around the monster's body, tightening around it while draining away more than 500 hit points. Seeing the attack actually land, Qin Xiaoyu became so excited she almost cheered out loud. Now that the poison had taken effect, it would continue eating away at the monster while she prepared her next move. She quickly pointed her magic staff at the monster again and cast corrupting poison mist. A cloud of poisonous fog spread out from the spell, beginning to damage the boss and continuously drain its life. This was no ordinary poison. It was a corrupting toxin, far more vicious and dangerous than the usual kind, and its effect was clearly much more brutal. The poisonous mist did not stay in one small area. It continued spreading outward, rolling through the space until it began filling the entire place around her. The moment Qin Xiaoyu noticed what was happening, panic flashed across her face. Her eyes filled with fear as she realized this was an enclosed space, and the poisonous mist had nowhere to escape. If it filled the whole area, she would be trapped inside her own attack. She hurriedly waved both hands in front of her face, desperately trying to fan the smoke away. But the mist kept drifting around her, and she could no longer hold her breath much longer. Qin Xiaoyu's chest tightened as she reached her limit, but at that critical moment, she suddenly remembered something important. As a life priest, she had an antidote spell. She raised her magic staff at once and used the antidote skill. Under the spell's effect, the poisonous mist slowly began to fade away, but at the same time, it also stopped affecting the monster. With the mist clearing, the monster's attention locked firmly onto Qin Xiaoyu. Its twisted face curled into a smile, making the danger feel even closer than before. Tears gathered in Qin Xiaoyu's eyes as fear overwhelmed her. In the confusion, she accidentally inhaled a little of the remaining poisonous mist before it fully disappeared. The effect was immediate. Qin Xiaoyu's body could not withstand the poison at all, and she died on the spot, her figure breaking apart and turning into lifespan. A system message appeared, announcing that the player Qin Xiaoyu had committed suicide. In the next moment, she respawned inside her guild's hideout. Just then, the guild master contacted her through chat and asked why she had suddenly returned. Qin Xiaoyu quickly told him that a monster inside the place had killed her. The leader and his men had already killed the monster by then. He asked if she was talking about the soul-sucking hag, the silver-grade monster they had just defeated. But the more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. The soul-sucking hag was slow, and its attack power was low, but anyone it caught would have their lifespan completely drained. Because of that, he could not understand how Qin Xiaoyu had managed to survive at all. Hearing his confusion, Qin Xiaoyu's face slowly broke into a smile. She told the guild master that in that desperate moment, she had chosen to kill herself instead, because she knew that if the monster caught her, she would definitely die for real. The leader was stunned for a second, then exclaimed that she was incredible and had actually found the only possible way to survive. When the leader praised her and called her a true genius, Qin Xiaoyu happily thanked him for the compliment. She then told the guild master she was already on her way back. As she moved, excitement rose inside her, because from the looks of it, the three nasty women who had secretly followed her were gone for good. That was exactly what happened when someone dared to mess with her. A while later, Qin Xiaoyu returned to the door of the hideout and told the guildmaster that the platinum-grade hideout was right behind it. The leader patted her on the back with approval, praised her for doing a good job, and promised that once they secured the hideout, her reward would definitely be waiting. Then the guildmaster turned toward his men and ordered Data to take a group out to clear the surrounding area, making sure no other players came to cause trouble. Data nodded without hesitation and told the guildmaster not to worry. He declared that anyone who dared interfere would be eliminated, even if that person was Shadow himself. After that, the leader pointed directly at the hideout's door and ordered his men to charge. As long as they killed the guardian inside, this hideout would officially belong to them. Several men immediately rushed up to the door and prepared to open it, filling the area with excited battle cries. They shouted for everyone to charge in, kill the guardian, and claim victory for the Knights Templar, while urging the men at the front to hurry. But after struggling with it, one of them turned back and reported that the stone door would not open. The guildmaster narrowed his eyes with curiosity and began thinking carefully. He remembered that in this game, every hideout was protected by some kind of guardian. Then, all at once, with a confident expression, the guildmaster raised his hand and pointed at the hideout's stone door. He declared that the door itself was the guardian they had to defeat. Hearing that, one of the men immediately lifted his axe and swung it hard, slamming the weapon directly into the heavy stone door. A damage number appeared above the door, showing that the attack had dealt 320 hit points. That single number confirmed the guildmaster's guess. The stone door really was the guardian. The surrounding members instantly began praising the guildmaster for his brilliance. With a pleased smile, The leader said that this platinum-grade hideout was practically being handed to them as a gift, then ordered his men to bring the door down. The group answered in unison, their voices full of confidence. His men charged the stone door together, striking it again and again. In the blink of an eye, the violent impacts kicked up a thick curtain of dust around the entrance. At that same time, several system windows suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng, warning him that his hideout, the land of purified souls, was under attack. The entrance stone door's durability had fallen to 99.3% and was still taking continuous damage, while the magic defense barrier remained at 100%. The system also informed him that normal teleportation to the hideout had been blocked. If he wanted to return instantly, he could only use War Teleport, and it would consume his single use for the day. Qin Feng's eyes turned serious, and confusion flickered across his face. Someone had actually found the entrance to the land of purified souls and was now attacking his hideout. Riding on his wolf, Qin Feng headed toward the hideout himself. Judging from the attacker's damage, he estimated that at their current attack power, it would probably take them an entire year to break through the door. Since there was no real rush, he simply chose to ride over and see what was going on. After some time, Qin Feng finally arrived near the outskirts of the land of purified souls, his wolf slowing as the area came into view. Just then, Qin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Something ahead had caught his attention. Not far away, two men were chasing after a woman. They shouted at her to stop, threatening that if she kept running, they would slaughter her without mercy. Before she could escape, another man carrying a spiked mace stepped out in front of her, blocking her path. With a threatening look, he asked where she thought she was going. The woman barely had time to catch her breath before the man struck her heavily. The impact sent her body flying backward through the air. A purple-haired man smiled coldly as he stretched out his hand. In the next instant, he activated his skill, Sacred Chains. For energy, swords descended from the sky, like judgment falling from above. They pierced through the woman's hands and knees, pinning her painfully in place and making her scream. One of the men stepped closer and reminded her that he had already warned her about this area. It had been claimed by their guild, the Knights Templar, and he asked if she really thought she could just force her way in. With a serious look in her eyes, the woman insisted that she was only passing through and had never tried to force her way into anything. To her, it was obvious these men were just using the guild's claim as an excuse to rob her. Qin Feng immediately recognized the woman pinned in that dangerous situation. She was Yang Xiaoya, his colleague from the company, and in his memory, she had always been a pretty decent girl. She had even kindly warned him about things before, so seeing her being bullied like this made the scene feel even more familiar. After hearing them claim that the guild had already reserved this area, Qin Feng quickly understood what was going on. The people attacking the land of purified souls were most likely members of the Knights Templar Guild. At the same time, the purple-haired man sneered and said that if they claimed Yang Xiaoya was forcing her way in, then that was exactly what she was doing. With a disgusting smile on his face, the purple-haired man reminded the others that according to their usual rules, he would be the first to enjoy this. Another man laughed along beside him, saying that if that was the case, then he would be right after him. But before their filthy laughter could continue, someone suddenly moved like a streak of thunder. In a single flash, the heads of all three men were cleanly cut off. The one who had appeared was none other than Qin Feng himself. Qin Feng stood there and stared closely at Yang Xiaoya, his eyes beginning to glow with a strange light. Yang Xiaoya froze in shock, wondering for a moment if the person before her was Shadow. But almost immediately, she felt something was not quite right. Those eyes looked far too familiar. They looked exactly like Qin Feng's. Without saying anything extra, Qin Feng simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers, activating one of his skills in an instant. The skill was Blooming Curse. Brilliant red spider lilies suddenly burst out from the corpses of the men Qin Feng had just killed, spreading across their bodies as they drained away the last traces of lifespan left inside them. Qin Feng stood quietly in the middle of that glowing red energy. His face remained calm and cold, as if cutting down those men had not shaken him in the slightest. Not far away, Yang Xiaoya stared at him in complete shock. The more she looked at those glowing eyes, the stronger the sense of familiarity became, and she couldn't help murmuring in disbelief, wondering if he could really be Qin Feng. The orbs of lifespan left behind by the fallen men were quickly pulled together, drawn into a spinning vortex of blue energy before disappearing completely. Yang Xiaoya watched everything vanish right before her eyes. For a moment, she stood there silently, trying to make sense of the unbelievable scene she had just witnessed. She couldn't deny that Shadow's eyes looked incredibly similar to Qin Feng's, but she soon shook that thought away and treated it as a coincidence. After all, if Qin Feng really was the powerful player Shadow, there was no way he would allow his sister, Qin Xiaoyu, to join a guild like the Knights Templar, where members were practically treated like slaves. Outside the land of purified souls, The situation around Shadow's hideout had already become tense. A group of players led by the Knights Templar Guildmaster spotted Shadow arriving, and the entire crowd immediately exploded with excitement. Their voices rose one after another as they shouted wildly, welcoming Big Brother Shadow like devoted fans. The Guildmaster hurried forward with a flattering smile and explained that his men had only been trying to rob someone. Then he quickly thanked Shadow for appearing at the perfect time and teaching those reckless members a lesson. He went on to say that ever since Shadow had saved them from the headless assassin, every member of their guild had become completely devoted to him. In their eyes, Shadow was already someone they deeply admired. The Guildmaster kept piling on the flattery, claiming that their guild now followed Shadow's positive values and was working hard to become a bright and upright Sunshine Guild. Only after saying all of that did he finally ask, with a careful smile, why Shadow had come all the way here. Shadow had no interest in listening to his sweet talk. He ignored every compliment and went straight to the point, asking whether it was true that they were attacking a hideout. The Guildmaster's expression instantly changed. Surprise and nervousness flashed across his face as he stammered, asking how Shadow knew about that. Then, with visible hesitation, he carefully asked if Shadow was also interested in the hideout they were attacking. Shadow's glowing eyes remained fixed on him. Then, in a calm and steady voice, he made one simple declaration: that hideout belonged to him. The Guildmaster froze on the spot. His entire body stiffened as if he had turned into stone, and for a moment, he could not process what he had just heard. The subordinates around him were no better. One by one, their mouths hung open in disbelief as they stared at Shadow, completely stunned by the sudden truth. Sweat began to appear on the Guildmaster's face as he tried to argue. He carefully pointed out that he had heard Shadow's hideout was located in Magic City, and as far as he knew, a player could only own one hideout. At that moment, one of his men leaned close and whispered an important detail into his ear. If a player created a guild, then the guild itself could also own a hideout. Shadow confirmed it without the slightest hesitation, saying coldly that he had hideouts in both Magic City and Zhanghai City. The moment those words landed, a terrifying realization settled over the entire group. They had not just attacked some ordinary abandoned location. They had been trying to invade the personal territory of Shadow, the most powerful player in the world. Fear swept over them like a cold wave, and as they looked up at him, it felt as if the sky itself was collapsing above their heads. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyu stood there in complete disbelief, tears already filling her eyes. She simply could not understand how this hideout could belong to Shadow, because in the dream that had guided her here, Shadow had never appeared at all. Now that the true owner of the hideout was standing before him, the Knights Templar Guildmaster immediately lowered himself and began begging. He bowed deeply in front of Qin Feng, frantically explaining that they had no idea the place belonged to him and begging to know how they could make it right. Shadow glanced at a holographic panel showing the hideout status, then coolly pointed out that they had been attacking his gate for quite some time, and repairing that damage would not be cheap. With a cold look in his eyes, Shadow stated the compensation amount directly: 500 years of lifespan. The Guildmaster screamed in horror the moment he heard that number. The amount was so outrageous that the pressure hit him all at once, and he dramatically fainted on the spot, while his subordinates cried out around him. One of the men quickly caught the unconscious Guildmaster and held him in his arms. Looking up at Qin Feng looming over them, he pleaded in a trembling voice, asking if the price could possibly be reduced. Qin Feng looked at him coldly and asked whether he had any idea how much it cost to repair a gate like that. When the subordinate nervously admitted that he did not know, Qin Feng told him to shut his mouth. A moment later, the Guildmaster finally woke up with a dazed and miserable expression. Still shaken, he muttered to himself about the unbelievable repair cost, wondering what terrible thing he had done to deserve this disaster. But his despair suddenly turned into rage. He rushed straight toward Qin Xiaoyu and grabbed the front of her robes in both hands. Furious beyond control, he blamed the entire mess on her. He shouted that she was trying to destroy him, and that because of her, the whole Knights Templar Guild might be dragged into ruin. Qin Xiaoyu lowered her head with a look of shame. Instead of arguing back, she quietly accepted the blame and admitted that it was all her fault for dragging everyone into this situation. Then she turned toward Qin Feng and bravely took full responsibility in front of him. She told him to punish her instead, saying that she would do anything he ordered and was even willing to give her life to him. Qin Xiaoyu swore that she could become his servant from that moment on. Every bit of lifespan she earned in the future would be handed over to him until the entire debt was repaid. Facing Qin Feng, Qin Xiaoyu continued begging with a trembling but determined voice. She said that no matter how he wanted to punish her, whether by beating her, cursing her, or the Knights Templar Guildmaster and the surrounding members watched her sacrifice herself like this, and for a moment, they were genuinely moved, but Qin Feng did not respond to Qin Xiaoyu at all. His glowing eyes simply shifted past her and locked directly onto the Guildmaster. Then Qin Feng spoke a single name, Chen Wuming. The guildmaster's real name was Chen Wuming, and the moment he heard it, terror struck through him. He stammered in disbelief, unable to understand how Qin Feng knew his true identity. Qin Feng then asked Chen Wuming a cold question, his tone calm, but piercing. Did he really think Qin Xiaoyu was worth 500 years of lifespan? The moment those words reached him, a twisted, manic grin slowly spread across Chen Wuming's face. In the next second, he suddenly launched himself at Qin Xiaoyu. He swung his fist at her with rage in his eyes, screaming for her to die. His punches sent Qin Xiaoyu flying backward as he furiously accused her of causing them to invade Qin Feng's hideout, only to then pretend to be the hero in front of everyone. His jealousy finally erupted as he screamed that she was only trying to get close to Qin Feng and become his servant, something he believed she had no right to do. With Qin Xiaoyu lying unconscious on the ground, Chen Wuming dropped to his knees and began begging again. He cried that his own plan to get close to Qin Feng had completely failed, then pleaded for mercy, saying that his guild was small and could never afford 500 years of lifespan. As long as Qin Feng changed the condition, he promised they would do anything else he demanded. Qin Feng finally offered them another way out. He told them to pay 100 years of lifespan first, and the remaining 400 years could be repaid by bringing him every member of their guild who carried killer status. For each person they handed over, 1 year would be deducted from the debt. Chen Wuming was instantly overjoyed when he heard this new condition. He quickly explained that it would be easy for them, because the guild had more than 2,000 members, and this would also help him clear his own killer status. Without wasting another moment, he transferred the payment, and a system notification immediately confirmed that Qin Feng had received 100 years of lifespan. Chen Wuming quickly asked Qin Feng to wait for a moment. Then he turned around and began shouting orders at his men, urgently calling for every guild member carrying killer status to gather in front of them right away. While the Knights Templar members were still assembling, Qin Feng calmly decided to make use of the lifespan he had just received. A system window appeared in front of him, asking whether he wanted to spend 7 days of lifespan to repair the damage done to his hideout. Qin Feng accepted the repair request without any hesitation. A moment later, another notification appeared, confirming that the payment had been completed and that the damaged hideout had already been fully restored. Once all of Chen Wuming's guild members with killer status had been gathered together, Shadow made his move. A terrifying vortex of dark energy erupted around them, spinning like a blade-filled storm before cutting through all 400 players at the same time. A system notification immediately confirmed the kills, and the ground was soon covered with glowing orbs of lifespan. Because he had killed so many players with killer status, Shadow's own killer status was reduced as well, dropping from level 4 down to level 3. Chen Wuming, the guild master of the Knights Templar, immediately began clapping with exaggerated enthusiasm. He praised Shadow for being incredibly efficient, then coldly said that the men who had just died were nothing but troublemakers who had violated the guild's rules, so the lesson Shadow gave them was exactly what they deserved. Shadow then turned his gaze back toward Chen Wuming and gave him a new arrangement. From now on, the Knights Templar Guild would be responsible for guarding this hideout. Shadow explained that this would also be a perfect way to control the guild's unruly members and keep them from causing trouble elsewhere. He ordered Chen Wuming to arrange shifts and have his people guard the area properly. Then Shadow warned him in a cold voice that if anyone attacked this hideout again in the future, Chen Wuming himself would be the one held responsible. Chen Wuming agreed on the surface, forcing himself to nod respectfully. But deep down, he was already cursing Shadow, because he understood very clearly that his guild had just been turned into free security guards. Just then, another system notification suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. His other hideout, the Evil Spirit Academy, was under attack. The defensive barrier there was already taking damage, and the system asked whether he wanted to use his single daily war teleport. Qin Feng's mood immediately turned sour. Annoyed by this second problem appearing right after the first, he decided to use the teleport and deal with the new threat himself. Blue light began to wrap around Qin Feng's body as the teleport activated. As he disappeared, he wondered out loud who could possibly be stupid enough to provoke him, especially when everyone should already know that the Evil Spirit Academy belonged to him. After watching Shadow vanish in the blue glow, Chen Wuming immediately dropped his obedient act and ordered the guild members to pack up and leave. One of his subordinates quickly reminded him that Qin Feng had ordered them to guard the hideout. Chen Wuming glanced over and pointed at Qin Xiaoyu, who was only just beginning to wake up, then cruelly declared that she would be the one left behind to guard it. He mocked Qin Xiaoyu with a cold smile, saying this was exactly what she had wanted anyway. Then he ordered her to stay right there and report immediately if anything happened, warning that if she failed, he would drain her lifespan as punishment. Over in the ruins of Magic City, the Evil Spirit Academy stood like a massive Gothic cathedral, dark and imposing, its towering structure looming over the ruined surroundings. Outside the academy, A group of men from the Magic City Black Dragon Hall were attacking the main doors without stopping. Blow after blow crashed into the entrance as they tried to break through the magical barrier protecting it. In the next moment, Qin Feng arrived through the teleport and appeared directly inside the battlefield, landing within the Evil Spirit Academy. Standing high above them on the academy walls, Qin Feng looked down at the attackers with a puzzled expression. He could not remember ever dealing with the Magic City Black Dragon Hall before, so he wondered why they had suddenly decided to become his enemies. Down below, the leader of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall was already rallying his men for one last powerful strike. He roared for everyone to lend him their power. Under his command, the men joined their strength together, gathering a massive ball of dark energy before preparing to unleash their combined attack. The leader shouted the name of the attack, Black Flame, Magic Dragon Break. In the next instant, a colossal blast of dark power rushed forward and slammed violently. The barrier cracked badly under the impact, and its durability plunged all the way down to just 13%. Seeing this, the attackers burst into celebration. They believed the gate was about to collapse, and excitement filled their faces as they imagined the hundreds of years of lifespan they were about to seize. Watching from above, Qin Feng quickly understood that these men were nothing more than hired pawns. He began thinking about who still had a grudge against him and was alive enough to act on it, and very quickly, his mind landed on Dong Fenghua. But before the attackers could continue celebrating, they suddenly heard a strange sound echoing from above, and their expressions changed at once. When they raised their heads, they saw a massive ethereal dragon descending from the sky, its enormous form pressing down on them like a nightmare. A powerful wave of energy swept over the group. In an instant, the men were frozen in place by fear, their eyes spinning in a dazed, hypnotic state as their bodies refused to move. Completely unable to escape, they could only stand there helplessly. Then one of the guild members suddenly raised a trembling hand and pointed frantically toward the sky. Above them, a huge fiery meteor was falling straight down, blazing through the air as it headed directly for their position. The massive celestial body crashed into the ground with terrifying force, and a huge explosion swallowed the helpless men in roaring flames. One of the men had braced himself for the impact, certain he was about to die. But when the flames faded, he was shocked to find that he was still alive. Relief immediately turned into laughter as he bragged that the meteor had only dealt 3,000 damage, and his high health build had saved him. His celebration ended almost instantly. Before he could finish laughing, his head was severed from his body, and dark tendrils swallowed him up, tearing through him until his entire body disintegrated. After the battlefield fell quiet, another group of players arrived at the area. When they saw the Magic City Black Dragon Hall members lying dead everywhere, they were stunned and began wondering who could have killed them all. Among them was a young woman with pink hair and a witch's hat. The moment she saw the aftermath, she immediately suspected that the one behind it was the legendary player, Qin Feng. Her companions were doubtful because they could not see anyone nearby. But she insisted that Shadow's power could never be judged by ordinary standards, and he might even have a way to stay permanently invisible. From his unseen position, Qin Feng quietly observed the newcomers. He soon recognized them as members of the Sky Dome Guild. He also identified the pink-haired woman at the front as Zhang Yaoying, a player who possessed the unique hidden class known as Soul Painter. At that point, Qin Feng understood where the dragon and meteor attacks had come from. They had not appeared naturally at all. Zhang Yaoying had painted them into existence with her magical brush. Qin Feng remembered that the Soul Painter class was extremely powerful during large-scale battles. However, despite its terrifying battlefield potential, it also had a major weakness. It was vulnerable to sudden surprise attacks. Sensing that he was nearby, Zhang Yaoying looked around and called out respectfully, asking whether she could speak with Senior Shadow. To the shock of Zhang Yaoying and everyone beside her, Qin Feng's voice suddenly answered from empty air, calmly asking what she wanted. Zhang Yaoying's face flushed slightly as she explained her purpose. She needed to enter his hideout to search for something required for her class advancement, and she promised that she would pay him generously for the chance. Shadow quickly connected the dots. In his previous life, the Sky Dome Guild had controlled this hideout, and now he finally understood why. Zhang Yaoying must have discovered it while doing this advancement quest. Thinking about it, Qin Feng realized that his actions had once again changed the course of history. As he looked at Zhang Yaoying, Qin Feng suddenly remembered the past with a faint sense of nostalgia. Back then, he had often watched the popular gaming streams made by her and her grandfather. Her grandfather, Old Man Zhang, was the founder of the Sky Dome Guild, and under his leadership, that guild would eventually become one of the top guilds in the entire nation. Behind his mask, Qin Feng actually felt a little embarrassed. He admitted to himself that the reason he knew so much about them was simple. He used to be their fan. After pushing those memories aside, Qin Feng made his decision. He told them to come inside so they could talk. As his voice fell, the huge sealed doors of the Evil Spirit Academy slowly swung open, revealing a dark and cavernous entrance beyond them. Inside the Gothic halls of the Evil Spirit Academy, Qin Feng sat on a massive throne while dark energy swirled around him. Facing the members of the Sky Dome Guild, he calmly told them to state their business. Zhang Yaoying stepped forward and explained the situation. Her soul painter class required special materials for its advancement, and those materials could only be found inside the Evil Spirit Academy. She continued by saying that they had heard he had previously sold a hideout for a very high price. Because her class required a large amount of those materials, simply buying this hideout from him would be the most practical solution, so she offered to purchase it outright. Qin Feng was somewhat impressed when he heard her offer. He couldn't help wondering how the Sky Dome Guild had managed to gather so much lifespan in the first place. Qin Feng naturally gave credit to her grandfather, Old Man Jiang, for the Sky Dome Guild's wealth and foundation. However, he made it clear that the Evil Spirit Academy itself was not something he planned to sell. As a compromise, he offered Zhang Yaoying guest permissions instead, allowing her to freely enter and use the ground floor whenever she needed. But Zhang Yaoying was obviously not satisfied with only guest access. After thinking for a moment, she immediately raised a counteroffer and asked if she could rent the place instead. Her proposal was direct and bold: 500 years of lifespan in exchange for a 3-year lease on the first floor. Qin Feng did not answer right away. He sat there quietly, his gaze settling on Zhang Yaoying as he carefully weighed the meaning behind her offer. Very quickly, Qin Feng understood the deeper intention behind it. Since he had already agreed to let her enter for her advancement quest, there was no reason for her to insist on paying such a massive price unless the Sky Dome Guild's true goal was not just gathering materials. They clearly wanted to establish a formal connection with him. As though she had already guessed what Qin Feng was thinking, Zhang Yaoying suddenly smiled and added another condition, making the deal even harder to refuse. With a slightly devious grin on her face, she promised that if Qin Feng agreed, the Sky Dome Guild would personally handle the Magic City Black Dragon Hall, the group that had just dared to attack his hideout. Not only would they deal with them, they would wipe them out completely. Qin Feng was a little surprised by how fearless she sounded. He looked at her and asked whether she could really make such a serious decision, one that could trigger a guild war, without first discussing it with her grandfather. Zhang Yaoying laughed when she heard that, clearly amused that Qin Feng even knew about her grandfather. Then she confidently told him that Old Man Jiang always listened to her anyway, and destroying a small force like the Black Dragon Hall would not be difficult for the Sky Dome Guild at all. Qin Feng admired her decisiveness. Since she had already made the offer so cleanly, he no longer dragged things out and agreed to the deal, casually tossing the rental contract over to her. A system notification soon appeared, confirming that the transaction had been completed. Shadow had officially received 500 years of lifespan. Qin Feng then told them they could use the first floor however they wanted. He also reminded them not to worry too much about the defensive barrier, because the lava in the lower levels would automatically repair the damage over time. With the deal settled, Zhang Yaoying and the Sky Dome Guild members immediately burst into celebration. After the Sky Dome Guild members entered the hideout, Shadow allowed himself a faint smile. He thought Zhang Yaoying was even more lively and energetic in person than she had ever seemed on her streams. Behind his mask, Qin Feng actually blushed a little, but he quickly shook off the thought and reminded himself that he still had proper business to handle. Qin Feng then headed toward his hideout's warehouse. During this time, he had already used his equivalent exchange ability several times, and the results so far had been quite satisfying. Seeing that the skill's cooldown had finished, Qin Feng decided to activate it again. As he used Bafich's equivalent exchange, golden energy began swirling around his hand, and he sacrificed an item that had little value to him. A system message appeared right after, announcing that he had lost a wisdom training scroll but gained the Scarlet Blade, a powerful Jade-tier assassin finisher skill. Scarlet Blade was a high-damage melee attack, and its effect was not limited to just dealing damage. Whenever it struck the enemy, it could also heal Qin Feng for a large portion of the damage he inflicted. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised when he saw the skill details. Getting a limit break finisher skill at this point was a major upgrade to his combat power. After all, ultimate abilities like this were famous for their explosive strength. In a critical fight, a well-timed finisher could completely reverse the situation. What made Qin Feng even more interested was the base damage. This new Jade-tier skill already had more than twice the damage of his strongest legendary skill. After seeing how much potential Scarlet Blade had, Qin Feng immediately spent evolution points to raise it to legendary tier. Its damage and healing both increased sharply, and after calculating his buffs, he realized that a single strike from this skill could now deal more than 100,000 points of damage. Since he still had plenty of evolution points left, Qin Feng decided to strengthen another core skill. He invested 500 points into his passive stealth ability, pushing it all the way up to Mythic. This evolution not only raised his stealth level, but also gave him a new passive effect. Whenever he remained in stealth, the rate at which his lifespan drained in dangerous areas would be reduced by 90%. Qin Feng's eyes glowed with clear satisfaction. With this new effect, exploring high-level rage zones would become much safer and far less costly for him. Now that Shadow had reached level 17, he could finally equip the new Jade tier gear he had obtained earlier. He equipped several pieces at once, including a new veil, gloves, boots, and a ring. Each item brought him a noticeable increase in stats, strengthening his overall build even further. With the new equipment on, almost his entire set had been upgraded to Jade tier. But when Qin Feng looked at his current appearance, the mismatched gear made his expression twist with disgust. He could not help complaining about how ugly low-level equipment looked. Without wasting another second, he immediately switched his appearance back to his default all-black Shadow outfit. Now that his skills, gear, and combat power had all been strengthened, Qin Feng calmly declared that it was time to conquer the next hideout. Meanwhile, back in the real world, in the suburbs of Magic City, an armored vehicle slowly pulled up outside a grand mansion. One armed guard glanced toward his colleague and asked how many people they had managed to bring back this time. The other guard replied that they had only found 4. The first guard sounded disappointed when he heard the number. His colleague explained that these days, fewer and fewer people were willing to sell their lifespan, then turned toward the new arrivals and ordered them to get out of the vehicle. 4 people climbed out one after another. A large muscular man, a man wearing a long coat, another man dressed in a suit, and a young woman hiding beneath a hood. The man in the long coat looked up at the impressive mansion and remarked that the buyers must be extremely rich. A guard told them to wait outside while he went in to inform Dongfangyu. The muscular man frowned and complained that they were not even being invited inside. Beside him, the hooded woman sounded impatient as she urged the guards to hurry up. Watching their reactions, the guards secretly scoffed in contempt. In his mind, this group of idiots had no idea what was waiting for them. Inside the mansion's hall, Dongfangyu soon appeared with her young son, Nantian. Her expression was cold as she confirmed that these 4 were the ones selling lifespan, then ordered them to convert it into light orbs and throw everything onto the floor. The muscular man immediately smirked, as if he had heard a joke. He asked whether she was serious, then pointed out that they had not even seen any money yet. Dongfangyu's expression darkened at once. One of her eyes began glowing with a menacing light as she repeated the command, warning them that if they did not want to die, they should hand over the lifespan immediately. At that moment, more armed guards suddenly appeared from around the hall. In only a few seconds, the 4 sellers were completely surrounded by guns. The man in the suit slowly raised both hands, but there was no real fear on his face. With a mocking tone, he asked what exactly Dongfangyu meant by this. Then a sinister grin spread across his face. He looked at Dongfangyu and asked if she was planning to rob them, just like they had robbed others before. Before he could even finish speaking, one of the mansion's guards suddenly rushed forward. But in that instant, Dongfangyu realized the situation was not going the way she had expected, and shock flashed across her face. The man in the long coat revealed his class as an insect manipulator. With a smug expression, he summoned a swarm of glowing insects into the air and laughed that they had finally found a fat sheep worth robbing. At the same time, the hooded woman's eyes began to glow. She ordered her companions to wash this beauty clean, clearly preparing to rob Dongfangyu and everyone under her. The battle exploded instantly as Dongfangyu's guards opened fire. The muscular man from the sellers group stepped forward and summoned a massive golden shield, a platinum tier ability called Golden Round Wall. The shield completely blocked the hail of bullets, leaving the guards frustrated as their shots failed to break through his defense. Then the muscular man suddenly leapt into the air. He brought the huge golden shield down with tremendous force, smashing it into the ground and releasing a powerful shockwave. At the same time, the man in the suit showed terrifying agility. His body moved smoothly through the chaos, dodging the flying bullets as if they could barely touch him. He slid gracefully across the ground, then raised his hand and pointed his finger like the barrel of a gun. In the next second, a powerful beam of energy shot out and struck one of the guards, killing him in a fiery explosion. This man possessed a hidden class known as the one-handed gunman, which allowed him to fire different kinds of ammunition directly from his fingers. As the fighting grew more intense, the battle quickly pushed deeper into the mansion. The hooded woman moved with incredible speed, leaping through the air as blue energy swirled around her. With one fierce attack, she cut down several guards at once, while one of the remaining men shouted desperately for backup. A manic grin spread across the hooded woman's face as she shot straight toward Dongfangyu. Her killing intent was obvious as she screamed for Dongfangyu to die. But just as her attack was about to land, a sudden kick came out of nowhere and struck her hard, blasting her out of the air before she could reach Dongfangyu. Before Dongfangyu could press forward, a new figure suddenly stepped in front of her. It was a towering, heavily muscled bodyguard, his face wrapped in bandages, and with one motion, he stirred up a violent energy vortex to shield his mistress from danger. His voice turned grim as he warned Dongfangyu not to act carelessly, Because the enemy in front of them was not ordinary at all, one of them carried a hidden class. But Dongfang Yu was already furious. She coldly ordered him to take them alive, planning to enslave every one of them and force them to farm lifespan for her son. The bodyguard looked at the enemies ahead, his expression heavy, and admitted that they were extremely strong. Even for him, the odds of pulling this off were only about 50%. The burly man holding the golden shield narrowed his eyes as he watched the other side carefully. From the pressure coming off their opponents, he quickly realized this was not a normal group either. They also had players with rare special classes standing among them. The insect manipulator's mechanical bug circled through the air with a sharp metallic buzz, while Dongfang Yu's powerful bodyguard stood calmly in the center of a thick, swirling purple miasma. Around his feet lay the broken remains of guards who had already fallen. Without showing the slightest panic, he studied the four sellers in front of him and pieced together what kind of people they were. In his eyes, they were clearly a hunting team that specialized in targeting the rich, relying on instant kill skills and bulletproof equipment to ambush their prey. Instead of looking afraid, the bodyguard actually seemed a little pleased, as though he had finally found something interesting. He remarked that these people must have pulled off this same trick many times before. Facing him, the long-coated insect manipulator curled his lips into a confident smile. He hoped they had already squeezed enough levels and gear out of the game, because otherwise, this fight would be far too boring. Wrapped in that ominous purple aura, the bodyguard planted his feet firmly where he stood. The strange haze rolled around him like a poisonous storm, yet his expression never wavered, as if everything happening in front of him was still completely under control. He let out a cold scoff, looking at the sellers as though they were nothing more than reckless children who had mistaken a little strength for real power. The insect manipulator's smile sharpened as he declared that the battle had officially begun. With a loud command, he sent his mechanical insect tearing forward and shouted for the bodyguard to die. In the next instant, the bug fired a dazzling beam of yellow energy straight through the air. But before the attack could land, the bodyguard's body blurred with unbelievable speed, slipping away from the beam as if it had never threatened him at all. Then, in a move so fast it barely looked real, the bodyguard raised one hand and reached into the air. The mechanical insect, which had been darting around at terrifying speed, was suddenly caught right in his grip, snatched out of flight as easily as plucking a leaf from the wind. The sellers froze on the spot, their faces filling with shock. The insect manipulator's confident expression collapsed instantly as he shouted in disbelief. His insect could fly at 200 kilometers per hour, yet this man had caught it barehanded. He could not understand how such a thing was even possible. With a rough grunt, the bodyguard suddenly released a strange burst of purple gas from behind him. The foul pressure spread through the air, and before the stunned sellers could even react, his powerful fingers tightened around the mechanical insect. Metal cracked and twisted in his palm until the bug was crushed into useless fragments. He barely even looked at the broken pieces before casually dropping them onto the ground. Then he lifted one heavy foot and stomped down, grinding the remains into the floor as if he were crushing an annoying insect for real. Only after that did he speak again, his tone calm and almost casual. He revealed that the area had already been sealed off, and a barrier had been placed around them before the sellers even realized it. The purple aura around the bodyguard surged even more violently, wrapping his massive frame in a sinister glow. He finally revealed the nature of his unique hidden class, Fartmaster, the very source of plague itself. With chilling confidence, he declared that his purpose was to spread pestilence in a way that surpassed ordinary humanity. Then, with the air growing heavier around him, he simply announced that it was his turn to come forward. A dangerous light flashed in Dongfang Yu's bodyguard's eyes. The Fartmaster lowered his stance, his muscles tightening beneath the bandages, and he announced his attack with a menace that made the air around him feel even thicker. In the blink of an eye, he launched himself upward with shocking speed. His huge body cut through the air faster than anyone expected, leaving the muscular man from the opposing group visibly startled as he tried to track the movement. The bodyguard twisted midair and drove a powerful high kick straight toward him. But the muscular man did not back away. Instead, he braced his stance and taunted him loudly, daring him to test the strength of his iron wall defense head-on. Just as the muscular man steadied himself behind his golden shield, the bodyguard's real attack came from an absurd angle. A devastating air cannon erupted from his buttocks with explosive force, slamming into the shield before the defender could adjust. The golden barrier shattered under the impact, and the man was blasted backward, crashing hard into the ground. The insect manipulator's face twisted in panic the moment he saw his companion go down. He immediately shouted toward the one-handed gunman, ordering him to fire before the bodyguard could close the distance again. The gunman raised his weapon and unleashed a rapid volley of energy blasts, each shot cutting through the air in quick succession. But the bodyguard moved with almost insulting ease, shifting his body just enough each time to dodge every single attack without taking a scratch. Seeing him still airborne, the gunman sneered and tried to regain his confidence. He shouted that jumping into the air against a gunman was practically suicide, because once someone was suspended above the ground, there was nowhere left to escape. But the bodyguard with the bandaged arms had already recovered his rhythm. Instead of falling into the gunman's trap, he clenched his body, brought his buttocks together with terrifying force, and released a thunderous sonic boom that exploded outward like a shockwave. The blast struck the one-handed gunman before he could even finish reacting. His glasses shattered across his face, his body jerked under the impact, and in that single instant, the sonic boom killed him on the spot. The bodyguard landed near the corpse and looked down at him with complete indifference. In a flat, almost disappointed tone, he remarked that the man's cultivation level must have been pitifully low if something as simple as a sonic boom was enough to take his life. The insect manipulator saw his comrade drop dead, and all the confidence drained from his body. Terror took over. He turned at once and tried to run, but before he could get far, a hand shot out from behind him and clamped down on his head, stopping him cold. The bodyguard held the trembling man firmly in his grip, while the insect manipulator begged desperately for his life. Yet the bodyguard's voice remained strangely calm. He told him not to worry, because he had no intention of killing him. With 2 enemies dead and 2 still alive, he had already fulfilled the 50% success rate he had promised earlier. After saying that, the bodyguard casually shifted the topic as if this were nothing more than a routine check. He asked what had happened to their stealthy companion, pointing out that his earlier fart should have stunned everyone nearby. The captured man looked both confused and terrified as he hurried to explain. The hooded woman was not part of their group at all. His other 2 brothers had already been killed, and they genuinely did not know that woman. She had merely gotten out of the same vehicle as them because she had also come there to sell her lifespan. The scene then shifted far away, to the outskirts of the Magic City ruins. There stood the Magic Leaning Tower, a strange landmark that resembled the Leaning Tower of Pisa, rising at an angle against the broken skyline. Above the very top of the tower, a glowing purple magic circle floated silently, casting an eerie light over the ruins below. Within the ruined cityscape, Shadow slowly materialized. His body appeared semi-transparent and ghost-like, as if he had slipped into this place without a physical form. He made his way to the entrance of the tower, but the moment he arrived, he noticed something was wrong. The guardian monster that should have been stationed there was nowhere to be seen. Shadow immediately understood what that meant. Someone else had reached this place before him. Without wasting time, Shadow moved forward and entered through the massive doorway. The entrance was sealed in frost, its edges covered with cold, rigid ice, making the tower feel even more ancient and dangerous as he passed inside. Once inside, Shadow carefully took in the vast space around him. He knew the Magic Leaning Tower was not simply a tower, but an enormous multi-floor library built like a giant maze. Every level was filled with traps, hidden mechanisms, and countless dangerous paths. He also remembered the old legend tied to this place, the story of a terrifying monster sealed deep within the tower, a princess who had been transformed by an evil white dragon. As Shadow floated deeper through the library, he began noticing clear signs that the place had already been ransacked. Shelves had been disturbed, and traces of looting were scattered along the path. That confirmed his guess. Another party had already pushed far inside. He also remembered that the teleportation mechanism leading to the top floor should be hidden somewhere in this area. It did not take him long to find the trigger. Among the books, one volume gave off a faint glow, and its title was strangely eye-catching, Postpartum Care for Sows. Shadow recognized it at once. Pulling this ridiculous-looking book was the key to activating the tower's teleportation magic. The moment Shadow pulled the book from its place, light burst out around him. His figure was swallowed by the glow in an instant, and before the surrounding shelves could even come back into view, the teleportation magic carried him away. When the light faded, Shadow appeared on the rooftop of the tower. He was floating silently behind 2 players, and both of them were startled the moment they sensed his sudden arrival, their bodies stiffening as they turned toward him in shock. From the rooftop, Shadow looked out across the battlefield. A large group of players had gathered in the open arena, locked in a fierce battle against the tower's guardian. Their opponent was a massive tentacled monster known as the Desperate Princess, its huge body looming over the players as chaos erupted around it. Shadow quietly assessed the battle from a distance. The players were clearly not well equipped for a fight of this level, and their gear looked far from ideal. Worse still, their losses were piling up fast, with casualties appearing at a dangerous rate. Even so, Shadow could not help feeling a trace of admiration. With such obvious disadvantages and such heavy losses, the fact that they had managed to reach this point at all proved that they were far more capable than they looked at first glance. His gaze then settled on the person leading them. At the front of the group stood a woman with long gray hair, shouting commands and trying to hold the team together. She urged her troops not to be afraid, telling them that even if they died, they only needed to run back again. Shadow recognized them almost immediately. This was the Faker Heavy Industry Guild, and the woman commanding them was Huang Huifan. In his past life, Faker Heavy Industry had not been some small organization, but a major corporation with considerable influence. After the game descended into reality, Huang Huifan had reacted faster than most people. She converted company funds into lifespan and quickly formed a guild using her own employees as the core members. Shadow also remembered her class clearly. She was an illusionist, a powerful support-type class, and her signature skill, Teleportation Gate, allowed her to move forces across the battlefield with remarkable efficiency. Watching from the edge of the rooftop battlefield, Shadow silently broke down the way they were fighting. Their movements were not random at all. The entire group was relying on a very specific strategy to keep throwing manpower at the boss. Shadow knew exactly how powerful Teleportation Gate could be when used properly. The skill allowed its user to set both an entrance and an exit, forming a stable portal that anyone could pass through as long as the gate remained active. By placing the entrance near their respawn point and the exit close to the boss, the guild could create an endless return route. Any player who died could rush straight back into the fight almost immediately, then retrieve the lifespan they had dropped before the battle moved on. In Shadow's past life, this exact tactic had been one of the main reasons Faker Heavy Industry rose so quickly. With that portal strategy supporting their forces, the guild eventually became one of the top 20 guilds in the entire nation. But Shadow also knew the cruel truth. Against this particular guardian, their proud strategy was completely useless. The enemy before them was the Desperate Princess, a level 18 Platinum tier boss, and she was not the kind of monster that could be worn down through repeated deaths. This boss possessed a terrifying ability that made ordinary attrition tactics incredibly dangerous. Whenever the Desperate Princess killed a player, she absorbed that player's lifespan at a speed 100 times faster than normal monsters. In other words, every fallen player was not just a casualty. They were fuel being poured directly into the boss. Shadow could already see where this was heading. If Faker Heavy Industry kept fighting this war of attrition, the Desperate Princess would soon evolve into a Jade-tier boss and restore her health. At that point, the entire party would be wiped out, and the lifespan cost would be enough to cripple the guild completely. Shadow understood the danger clearly, and after watching the situation unfold, he decided he could no longer remain on the sidelines. He had to step in. Shadow dropped from above and landed directly in front of the guild leader, Huang Huifan, cutting into the battlefield without the slightest hesitation. Huang Huifan stiffened in surprise as he calmly laid out his terms. Pay him 1,000 years of lifespan, and he would take care of the boss for them. As for anything that dropped for an assassin, that would belong to him. Huang Huifan's eyes widened the moment she got a clear look at him. Her words caught in her throat, and she stammered in disbelief as realization hit her. The person standing in front of her was none other than the legendary Shadow. Shadow confirmed his identity without any dramatic reaction, his voice steady and cold. Then he gave Huang Huifan and her guild a direct warning. They had no chance of winning this battle as they were now. Before she could even fully gather her thoughts, he told them they had only two choices: accept his deal or retreat immediately while they still had the chance. But before Huang Huifan could answer, an arrogant young man stepped forward with anger written all over his face. He glared at Shadow and snapped at him, demanding to know who he thought he was to declare that their guild could not win. The young man sneered even harder when he heard the price. 1,000 years of lifespan sounded completely insane to him, and he openly mocked Shadow for daring to ask for so much. He barked at him to get lost, while Huang Huifan's expression changed at once. She hurriedly tried to stop him, shouting for Huang Ziqing not to be rude, but her warning came a moment too late. Before Huang Huifan could finish speaking, Shadow had already moved. His hand shot forward with frightening speed and clamped directly over Huang Ziqing's face, cutting off the young man's arrogance in an instant. Then, with one smooth and effortless motion, Shadow swung him away like he weighed almost nothing. Huang Ziqing's body flew straight toward the guild's teleportation gate and was thrown into the glowing portal. The moment Huang Ziqing appeared on the other side of the gate, Shadow raised his power without hesitation. Dark energy gathered around him as he activated his Dark Knight Ring Blade skill. A crescent wave of dark red energy tore forward, slicing through Huang Ziqing and splitting him in half before anyone could react. The same strike shattered the teleportation portal behind him, breaking the guild's return route in an instant. As her subordinates' remains fell, Huang Huifan's face twisted with horror, and she screamed out for her son. Overcome with shock and anger, Huang Huifan turned on Shadow and demanded to know why he had destroyed her portal. She admitted that her son had offended him, but in her eyes, teaching him a lesson would have been enough. There was no need to go so far. Shadow's golden eyes glowed as he looked down at her, his expression unreadable. Instead of arguing, he simply told her that she would understand soon enough. Then he repeated his offer with the same calm certainty as before, 1,000 years of lifespan, and he would solve the boss problem for her. After saying that, Shadow's figure slowly dispersed and vanished from sight, leaving Huang Huifan and the rest of the guild frozen in stunned silence. Shadow knew exactly what they did not. The boss they were fighting was already on the verge of evolving. That was the real reason he had destroyed their portal. Their strategy of dying, respawning, and rushing back into the fight looked useful on the surface, but against this monster, it would only keep feeding the boss more lifespan until the entire guild was wiped out. Of course, Shadow's reason for stepping in was not purely out of kindness. Beneath his calm actions, his true motive was far more practical. He summoned his spectral wolf beside him, its ghostly form taking shape in the ruins. In his mind, the guild being destroyed was only a minor matter. What really bothered him was the thought of losing out on 1,000 years of lifespan. Shadow landed among the ruined streets of the city with quiet confidence. He knew the remaining members of the guild would provide just enough lifespan for the boss to complete her evolution. And the pulsing light rising from the tower was the final sign that everything was moving exactly as expected. His plan was simple, clean, and perfectly timed. Once the boss advanced to the Jade tier, Shadow would return to kill her himself. By waiting until she evolved, he could claim far greater rewards than if he ended the fight too early. Just as Shadow settled in to wait for the right moment, a message suddenly came through from Ghost Spirit. Her voice carried obvious excitement as she reported that she had found Dongfang Yu in a suburban manor. But there was a serious problem. Dongfang Yu was being protected by an incredibly strong player, and that person had nearly killed Ghost Spirit. Shadow immediately told her to meet him at the Withered Bone Field and bring every detail with her. At the same time, he felt genuinely impressed. Finding a single person inside the vast magic city was no easy task, which proved that Ghost Spirit was far more capable than most people. Not long afterward, the two assassins met in a bleak wasteland scattered with bones. The air around them felt dry and desolate, and Shadow wasted no time. He asked Ghost Spirit to describe the guard protecting Dongfang Yu. Ghost Spirit explained that the man was a fast and powerful melee fighter, but his main attack method was strangely ridiculous. He fought by farting. She added that he could see through her stealth completely, and that his body was surrounded by a smoky aura spreading about 10 meters around him. Shadow understood the situation at once. He told her that she had run into someone with the hidden class known as Source of the Plague. That smoky aura was one of its first-tier abilities, a plague field capable of sensing any physical body within its range, which made it a perfect counter to her stealth. He also explained that the class could strengthen the user's body and recover through plague-based abilities. At higher tiers, it was even rumored to be nearly impossible to kill. Ghost Spirit's face went pale as she listened. Horror and frustration sank into her eyes, and for a moment, she almost lost hope, wondering whether she would ever be able to take revenge against an enemy like that. But Shadow did not leave her in despair. He calmly revealed that this class had a critical weakness. While the plague power strengthened the user's body, it also ate away at the user's mind. If the person's mentality was weak, that inner corrosion would become their greatest flaw. Then Shadow shifted the conversation to her own class. He told Ghost Spirit that Blade of the Underworld also had an evolutionary path. Once it reached Tier 2, it would advance into the Yellow Spring Evil Ghost. As his words fell, a massive spectral green demon began to form behind Ghost Spirit. Its towering shape rose out of the gloom, and its glowing eyes opened slowly, filling the bone-covered field with a chilling presence. Ghost Spirit stood frozen in awe, staring at the terrifying figure connected to her own future. Her eyes shone with an ethereal light, and in that moment, she finally began to understand just how much potential was hidden inside her class. In the middle of that desolate field of bones, Shadow advised Ghost Spirit to push her class to Tier 2 as soon as possible. Only by advancing could she break through her current limits, and that path, he told her, was the true route she needed to follow. Ghost Spirit looked at him in amazement, still shaken by everything he had just revealed. She could not help asking how he knew so much about her class, especially details that even she herself had never understood clearly. Shadow did not answer her question directly. Instead, he bent his knees and leapt upward, landing lightly on top of a large tombstone overlooking the graveyard. Standing above her, Shadow spoke in a calm and distant tone. He told her that the game was far deeper than most people realized, and that persistence mattered more than quick results. If she wanted to reach true greatness, she first needed to build a foundation strong enough to support it. Ghost Spirit listened quietly, and his words lit a fire inside her. She suddenly felt filled with determination, believing that Shadow's overwhelming strength had not come from luck alone, but from constant effort and relentless training. Shadow then pointed out that this graveyard was the perfect place for her to level up. The monsters here respawned quickly, giving her a steady flow of enemies to fight, and they could also help her upgrade her class weapon, the Underworld Chainblade. However, he warned her not to underestimate the area. Every monster here was an elite, with 3 times the health, defense, and attack power of ordinary enemies. To help her understand, Shadow said that these monsters were not impossible to handle. As long as she used the right technique and attacked properly, even elite enemies like these would not be that difficult. Then he moved before she could blink, leaping straight into a cluster of monsters. His attacks landed with terrifying precision, striking their weak points one after another, and in only a few moments, the entire group was wiped out effortlessly. Ghost Spirit watched from the side, her face flushing slightly as she stared at him in astonishment. The ease with which Shadow destroyed those elite monsters made his strength look almost unreal. In the next instant, Shadow appeared beside her again, as if the distance between them had never existed. He told her to give this training everything she had, because only by betting it all could she truly complete her path of revenge. After leaving those words behind, Shadow vanished in a flash of blue energy. The light scattered across the bone-covered field, and when it faded, Ghost Spirit was left standing there alone. She remained silent for a while, thinking back to the moment he mentioned revenge. For just an instant, she had clearly felt a fierce and unmistakable killing intent coming from Shadow, sharp enough to make her heart tremble. Meanwhile, far away in the ruins of Zhanghai City, the sky was already sinking into sunset, and the broken streets were bathed in the dim light of evening. Little Black was resting on the ground, leaning heavily against her white llama. After exploring for so long, exhaustion had finally caught up with her, and she looked as though she barely wanted to move. Her stomach was already starting to feel empty, but after checking the map, she decided to push herself a little longer. The area was almost fully explored, and since she was already this close, she wanted to finish the job before stopping. While she sat there catching her breath, something unusual caught her eye. On the ground nearby was a strange fruit giving off a dark glow, standing out clearly against the ruined surroundings. Curiosity immediately got the better of her. Little Black reached down and picked up the fruit, turning it over in her hand as she thought it looked a lot like a plum. Without thinking too much about it, she took a big bite. The moment the flavor spread in her mouth, her eyes brightened with delight. To her surprise, it was actually delicious. Then, a system notification suddenly popped up in front of her, informing her that she had gained 50 experience points. Little Black stared at it in amazement, hardly believing that a simple fruit she found on the ground could actually give her experience. When she looked up again, her surprise grew even stronger. Ahead of her was a long trail of the same dark, glowing fruits, scattered one after another as if they were leading her somewhere. Excitement instantly replaced her fatigue. Little Black followed the trail with a happy expression, eating the glowing fruits as she moved along. Each one gave her another 50 experience points, turning the strange discovery into a moving feast. But her feast did not last uninterrupted. A message suddenly came from Captain Anyu, and the tone was urgent. Anyu told Little Black to come to the corrupted coast right away, explaining that a man named Manling had been captured by a boss. Since he was carrying more than 500 years of lifespan, they needed her help immediately. Little Black immediately opened her map and checked her position, only to realize she was already near the area Captain Anyu had mentioned. She quickly replied with her location, and Captain Anyu told her to stay where she was, promising that their team would arrive there very soon. Still chasing the trail of glowing fruits, Little Black crawled forward bit by bit while muttering complaints under her breath about Manling. In her eyes, that guy was completely useless and always caused trouble. But before she could stay annoyed for long, her attention drifted right back to the sweet, delicious fruits scattered ahead of her. By the time night fully settled over the ruins, Little Black finally climbed to the top of a hill. The moment she looked down from the ridge, she froze in surprise, staring at the strange and unsettling sights spread out below her. The trail of glowing fruits had led her all the way to the desolate, corrupted coast. At the very end of the path sat a small slug-like creature, quietly resting there as though it had been the one producing the fruits she had been happily eating the entire time. But just nearby, an even more horrifying scene waited for her. A colossal, bloated monster towered over the coast, with several sharp-toothed mouths growing across its back. In one of its huge hands, it held a tiny humanoid creature that was screaming desperately. Little Black's face was still stained with fruit juice, but the moment she saw that giant creature, her expression went stiff with shock. She stared at its enormous body and twisted mouths, wondering what kind of terrifying boss had appeared in front of her. Then her eyes suddenly dropped toward the ground. There, lying motionless near the monster, were two fallen players. After taking a closer look, Little Black recognized one of them as Manhwa, and her heart immediately tightened. Only then did she realize that this grotesque creature had to be the boss Captain Anyu had warned her about. The monster sat in front of a massive bowl, like it was preparing a meal, then lowered the small creature in its grip and bit into it without hesitation. A system window suddenly appeared, confirming the monster's identity. This terrifying boss was called the Spirit Devourer, a level 20 Jade grade monster. Right after that notification appeared, the Spirit Devourer tightened its massive fist around the small creature. With brutal force, it crushed the poor thing completely in its palm. Little Black watched the scene unfold in horror, finally understanding what was happening. The boss was not eating a player at all, it was devouring another monster right in front of her. After crushing it, the Spirit Devourer casually tossed the bloody remains into the giant bowl. Then it began stirring everything together, mixing the mangled flesh into a disgusting and gruesome meal. A short while later, Captain Anyu and her party arrived on the hill and found Little Black still watching from above. Anyu quickly stepped beside her and asked whether she had already spotted Manling and the boss. The whole group looked down from the hilltop, and the sight made their faces tense. Wang Ming blurted out in shock that this was actually a Jade grade boss, while Captain Anyu could barely hide her disgust at the monster eating other creatures. Little Black, still chewing on one of the fruits, quietly added a strange detail she had noticed. For some reason, even though the boss was terrifying, it had not attacked any players so far. Captain Anyu immediately told her team to keep observing and not rush in recklessly. She admitted that they were not properly equipped to fight a Jade grade boss, and if they wanted to deal with it, they would need reinforcements. They continued watching from the hill, their expressions growing more puzzled by the second. Down below, the huge boss shifted its body and slowly settled into a deep squat, as if preparing to do something strange. The group stared at it in confusion, trying to guess what the monster was doing. After an awkward pause, someone hesitantly suggested that it might be defecating. Then, to everyone's shock and horror, glowing purple fruits began emerging from the monster's rear. Little Black's eyes widened, and she screamed in absolute disbelief. They picked up one of the newly produced purple orbs and examined it closely. Its smooth surface, dark glow, and round shape all looked strangely familiar, and someone finally realized it looked exactly like a plum. That was when the terrible truth hit Little Black, like a thunderbolt. She slowly looked down at the fruit in her hand, then back at the squatting boss below. The delicious plums she had been eating this whole time were actually the monster's feces. Her face drained of color, while Captain Anyu and Wang Ming stared at her in stunned silence. Little Black let out a silent scream of pure horror, her hand trembling as the fruit slipped from her fingers and dropped to the ground. Her mind nearly broke as she frantically questioned what she had just put into her mouth, while Captain Anyu and Wang Ming rushed to quiet her down before she attracted attention. But her reaction had already been too loud. Below them, the massive Spirit Devourer slowly turned its head, and its terrible gaze locked directly onto the hill where they were hiding. The colossal boss rose over them like a nightmare, its bloated body casting a heavy shadow across the coast. Then one of the gaping mouths on its back opened wide, releasing a terrifying roar that seemed to carry the whispers of some ancient gluttonous god. The party stood frozen in place, knowing they had just fallen into grave danger. After the Spirit Devourer's roar swept over them, the air around Captain Anyu and Wang Ming seemed to twist and distort. A strange power washed through their bodies, and their eyes suddenly glowed red as they screamed in agony. They grabbed their heads with both hands, staggering as if something had invaded their minds. A ravenous hunger swallowed their thoughts completely, driving out all reason and leaving only the desperate urge to eat. Little Black stared in confusion as Captain Anyu and the rest of the party rushed past her with wild, crazed desperation. They no longer seemed to notice her, the boss, or the danger surrounding them. Instead of running from the monster, they charged straight toward the massive bowl filled with the bloody remains of the creature the boss had been preparing. Their eyes stayed fixed on the gruesome mixture as if it were the most tempting meal in the world. With frenzied expressions, they plunged their hands into the disgusting pile of gore and began shoving it into their mouths. As they ate, they muttered over and over about how hungry they were, completely lost to the monster's strange power. The more they ate, the more their bodies began to change. Their frames swelled unnaturally, their stomachs and faces puffing up until they looked round, bloated, and horribly distorted. From her hiding spot, Little Black watched everything with growing horror. She shouted that her friends had completely lost their minds and were eating themselves into obesity. Then another question struck her. Why was she the only one who had not been affected by that strange hunger? The answer came in the most horrifying way possible. The massive spirit devourer leaned over one of the swollen party members, its shadow swallowing him completely. With terrifying ease, it grabbed the bloated player in one hand and shoved him straight into one of the gaping mouths on its back. In the next instant, the mouth closed around him and devoured him completely, leaving no chance for escape. After witnessing that horrifying scene, Little Black finally understood the boss's cruel mechanic. She cried out in terror that the spirit devourer was targeting whoever had become the fattest, then eating them once they were swollen enough. Panic surged through Little Black as she realized Captain Anyu's elite team was nowhere near enough to handle this boss. With no other choice left, she understood that her only hope was to ask that man for help. She quickly contacted Shadow and explained the situation in a rush. They had encountered a Jade-grade boss called the Spirit Devourer, Undali Gyre, and Captain Anyu and Wang Ming were now on the verge of being eaten. The moment Shadow heard that name, his expression changed. He immediately realized this was the bloodline monster he had been searching for, and he could not help thinking that Little Black really was his lucky star. Without delay, he told her to send him the coordinates and said he was coming right away. The scene shifted to Shadow standing at the entrance of a glowing cave. By then, he had already obtained the keys to 3 other platinum hideouts within Magic City. Since the desperate princess should also be close to finishing her evolution soon, he decided this was the perfect moment to deal with the bloodline monster first. A short time later, Shadow arrived at the corrupted coast. The moment Little Black saw him, relief washed over her face, and she hurriedly greeted him. Shadow wasted no time and asked where the boss was, so she quickly pointed toward the area just ahead. Little Black frantically told him that Captain Anyu and Wang Ming had already been swallowed, begging him to rescue them before it was too late. As they looked toward the monster, the giant boss squatted down again, straining in that same disgusting posture as though it was about to defecate. Then, to their absolute disgust, a large translucent purple orb was expelled from the monster. Suspended inside the orb, clearly visible through the glowing surface, was Manoling's horrified face. Both Shadow and Little Black were stunned by what they saw. Little Black cried out that the boss had actually excreted Manoling, and her panic deepened as she worried the same horrifying fate would happen to Captain Anyu and the others. Shadow quickly explained how the monster worked. The Spirit Devourer was a servant of the gluttonous ancient god, and it released a whisper that forced players into uncontrollable gluttony. The more they ate, the fatter they became, and once they were bloated enough, the boss would devour them and slowly digest their lifespan. He went on to reveal that there was only one known way to resist that effect, eating the boss's excrement. Although it was incredibly disgusting, he had heard that it actually tasted good. Then his eyes shifted toward Little Black, and as he began to ask whether that meant she had already, Little Black, mortified and on the verge of tears, cut him off immediately and begged him not to say another word. Still kneeling on the ground in horror, Little Black tearfully begged Shadow to hurry and save her friends. Shadow said nothing in response. He simply moved, launching himself forward at high speed toward the pulsing purple orb that contained Manoling. Shadow snatched the orb out of the air in one clean motion. But instead of breaking it open to free Manoling, he turned and hurled the entire thing straight toward the massive Spirit Devourer. The translucent orb, with Manoling's terrified face still trapped inside it, smashed directly into the monster's soft belly. The impact landed squarely and sent a violent shock through the boss's bloated body. The Spirit Devourer let out a pained roar, its huge body convulsing from the blow. At the same time, thick white viscous liquid erupted from the mouths on its back in a disgusting spray. The force of the impact made the creature violently spit out everyone it had swallowed. Captain Anyu, Wang Ming, and the other party members were expelled from the monster's gullet one after another, crashing down in a messy heap. They were covered in slime, but they were still alive. With his allies finally out of the monster's body, Shadow's eyes began glowing with a brilliant yellow light. A powerful red aura wrapped around him, rising like flames as his killing intent locked onto the Spirit Devourer. Shadow activated his mythic skill, Graceful Release, and immediately followed it with his legendary instant skill, Shadow Slash. In the next moment, a storm of bright blue energy slashes rained down on the Spirit Devourer, cutting into its massive body again and again. Each strike dealt devastating damage, with every hit reaching tens of thousands. Shadow glanced at his finisher skill gauge and saw that it had finally filled to the limit. Since the Spirit Devourer was right in front of him, this was the perfect chance to test just how much destructive power his finishing move could unleash. Without holding back, Shadow released his ultimate attack, Scarlet Blade. In an instant, a colossal blade made entirely of crimson energy took shape above the battlefield, then came crashing down in a vertical slash. The red blade tore straight through the Spirit Devourer's massive body, and one terrifying damage number appeared, 1,032,015 points from a single strike. A system-wide announcement immediately rang out across the world, declaring that the player Shadow from Great Xia had achieved the world's first kill of a Jade-grade boss. On the sidelines, Little Black stood completely frozen, her mouth hanging open as she stared at the unbelievable damage number. Then she finally screamed in shock, unable to understand how Shadow had dealt more than 1,000,000 damage in one blow. The global announcement of Shadow's victory spread like thunder, leaving players around the world in chaos. Some groaned that Great Xia was about to rise even higher because of him, while others immediately tried to claim some connection to Shadow. One furious player even shouted that Shadow's ancestors had to be from their country, refusing to let Great Xia take all the glory. Meanwhile, Shadow stood at the center of the battlefield as golden light poured over him, and system notifications flooded his vision one after another. He received an enormous amount of experience, evolution points, equipment, and new skills. But the most important reward was the Spirit Devourer bloodline, and the system immediately asked whether he wanted to activate it. Shadow knew exactly what a bloodline meant. It was a special system where certain powerful monsters, after being defeated, could pass their bloodline power on to the player who killed them. If the bloodline was compatible with the player, the boost would not be small. It could reshape their combat ability and raise their overall strength by an enormous margin. With his eyes glowing sharply, Shadow made his decision without hesitation. He chose to activate the Spirit Devourer bloodline. The moment he activated it, a powerful purple aura exploded outward from his body, wrapping around him like a living storm. The bloodline began altering the very foundation of his attributes. Every point of strength now converted into 3 points of physical attack. Every point of constitution became 50 hit points and 5 points of physical defense. His agility effectiveness increased by 32%, and every point of spirit gave him 3 points of elemental attack and 5 points of elemental resistance. Along with the attribute changes, Shadow also gained 2 new bloodline skills. The first was Spirit Devour, a skill that allowed him to consume any skill from his own class in exchange for an attribute correction bonus. The drawback was equally strange. Using it would increase his appetite by 200%. The second bloodline skill was Big Mouth. With this ability, Shadow could form a massive energy mouth to swallow incoming enemy projectiles, then heal himself based on the damage contained in whatever attack he absorbed. Shadow quietly considered the value of this new power. Spirit Devour especially caught his attention, because if he could consume skills to gain additional attribute corrections, then the long-term potential of this bloodline was far greater than it first appeared. He understood attribute correction very clearly. It represented how efficiently his stats converted into real combat power. For example, under normal conditions, 1 point of strength would grant 3 points of physical attack. Conveniently, the boss had dropped a bronze tier skill called Poison Blade. On its own, Shadow considered it almost useless, but for testing the Spirit Devour effect, it was the perfect sacrifice. Shadow activated Spirit Devour and crushed the Poison Blade skill icon in front of him. The system immediately confirmed the action, then notified him that his strength conversion had increased from 3 points to 3.3 points of physical attack per point of strength. At first, Shadow felt a little disappointed. A bronze tier skill had only raised the correction by 0.3, which did not seem like much. But then an important realization struck him. The devoured skill had now become a passive ability, and that meant it could still be evolved. Without wasting a second, Shadow spent 242 evolution points and upgraded the devoured Poison Blade skill all the way from bronze tier to legendary. The result far exceeded his expectations. The system informed him that his strength conversion had now risen from 3 points to 5 points of physical attack. Shadow's eyes lit up with excitement as the full possibility opened before him. If he kept devouring skills and then upgrading them, his attribute corrections could eventually become hundreds of times stronger than ordinary players. A confident smile spread across his face, and he silently declared that once again, he was invincible. After the battle ended, Captain Anyu, Wang Meng, and the rest of the party were finally safe, though their condition was embarrassing beyond words. They were still slimy and bloated from the Spirit Devourer's gluttony effect. Wang Meng, nearly in tears, thanked Shadow for saving them, clearly relieved that they had not all been excreted by the boss like Manling. While everyone was still recovering, Little Black hurried over to the still bloated Captain Anyu and threw her arms around her. With genuine concern, she reassured Anyu that no matter how big she looked right now, she was still beautiful in her eyes. Once the group finally returned to normal, Captain Anyu stepped forward to speak with Shadow about his payment. She explained that the Zhanghai officials were currently short on lifespan, but Shadow did not seem bothered at all. He simply told her not to worry about it, and suggested that they could repay him by finding assassin skill books instead. Captain Anyu agreed to the arrangement without hesitation. With the deal settled, Shadow's figure vanished in a swirl of dark energy. Now that the mission was over, Anu turned back to her team and told everyone it was time for them to return as well. As the group prepared to leave, Manling was still trapped inside his rolling purple prison, looking utterly miserable. With tears in his eyes, he made everyone promise that they would never speak of what had happened here. The exhausted team could only agree reluctantly. The focus then returned to the magic leaning tower, back to the moment shortly after Shadow had jumped down from its peak. At the very top of the tower, the battle against the desperate princess was still raging fiercely. The tentacled boss had already been worn down to the final third of her health bar, and the guild seemed to be closing in on victory. Huang Huifan, the guild leader, pushed her team forward with urgent commands. She quickly called out to the healer, Xiao Kuei, ordering her to use her Tree of Life skill before their front line collapsed. Xiao Kuei obeyed immediately. A massive tree of glowing green energy burst up from the ground, spreading radiant branches over the battlefield and continuously healing the wounded guild members beneath it. With the healing support in place, Huang Huifan raised her voice and rallied everyone again. Since Shadow had destroyed their teleportation portal, she reminded them that they could no longer afford to die and come back. Their only choice now was to go all out and finish the boss here. Believing victory was finally within reach, the guild's morale surged. The tanks charged forward with renewed determination, while the rest of the team unleashed one final barrage of attacks onto the weakened desperate princess. For a brief moment, Huang Huifan truly believed they had won. She celebrated beside Xiao Kuei and praised the power of her life priest class, convinced that the healing support had carried them through the most dangerous part of the fight. But that celebration ended almost instantly. The desperate princess suddenly lashed out with a violent tentacle strike, smashing straight into one of the tanks. His shield shattered under the impact, and he was killed on the spot. After killing him, the boss slowly closed her eyes. A strange blue energy began rising from the fallen player's body, flowing toward her as though she were absorbing something from his death. Then the desperate princess's eyes snapped open again, now glowing with a sinister yellow light that made her entire presence feel far more dangerous than before. Huang Huifan and Xiao Kuei stared in horror as the boss's power began to surge uncontrollably. The pressure coming from her body grew heavier with every passing second. In the next moment, the desperate princess unleashed a massive explosive wave of fiery energy. The blast expanded across the top of the tower, swallowing the battlefield in burning light. The remaining guild members had no time to escape. Every player caught in the blast was instantly consumed by the flames, burned to ashes before they could even scream. When the dust and fire finally cleared, the rooftop had gone silent. Only inside the enormous... Meanwhile, at the Faker Heavy Industry Guild hideout, the defeated members began respawning one after another, returning from the failed battle in shock and confusion. Huang Ziqing, Huang Huifan's son, rushed toward his mother in a panic as soon as he saw her. He anxiously asked what had happened at the tower and whether they had managed to defeat the boss. Huang Huifan explained with a heavy expression that they had nearly succeeded. They had reduced the boss to only a sliver of health, but then it suddenly restored itself completely, transformed into an egg, and unleashed a devastating attack that wiped out their entire team. Still shaken from the experience, Huang Huifan quickly realized what a full health recovery meant. A boss would only restore itself like that under one condition: it had evolved. Her mind immediately flashed back to her encounter with Shadow. She remembered his offer, his calm warning, and the way he said their strategy would never work. At last, the truth became clear to her. Shadow had known from the very beginning that the boss was going to evolve. He had predicted that their human wave tactic would fail because every death only gave the boss more power and helped fuel its transformation. Huang Huifan understood now that a platinum boss evolving into a jade-grade monster was far beyond what her guild could defeat. With a bitter sense of resignation, she realized her only remaining option was to seek Shadow's help. Back at the silent peak of the magic leaning tower, Shadow's invisible form reappeared in front of the large blue egg, his presence hidden as he quietly approached the evolved boss. Shadow observed the desperate egg closely and confirmed that it was indeed a jade-grade boss. Still, something about its transformation felt strange to him. A simple evolution should not have caused such an extreme change in form. He noticed that the egg itself did not seem to have any offensive ability. That made him wonder whether this was only a transitional stage, a temporary shell before something even more powerful eventually hatched from within. After a brief moment of thought, Shadow decided to test it directly. He leapt into the air, gathered dark energy around a dagger, and hurled the weapon straight at the glowing blue egg. The dagger struck the egg with a sharp burst of dark power, and a damage number of over 28,000 appeared above it. However, compared to the boss's enormous 10 million point health bar, that attack barely made a visible dent. The desperate egg remained standing there, glowing silently as if the strike had done almost nothing at all. While remaining hidden in his spectral form, Shadow studied the egg and quickly realized just how absurd its durability was. 10 million health points put it on the level of an epic-grade boss, yet the more he observed it, the stranger it felt. Whatever was sleeping inside could not be allowed to keep incubating. But even with that massive health bar, the answer was surprisingly simple. The egg had no way to detect invisibility, which meant to Shadow, it was nothing more than a blind target waiting to be carved apart. So Shadow settled on the most direct plan possible. He would keep circling in the dark, striking it again and again with his skills, using every hit to build up the charge for his ultimate finisher. And the moment that finishing move was ready, Shadow did not hesitate. He raised his weapon and unleashed the Scarlet Blade once more. A huge surge of crimson power tore through the air and smashed straight into the egg. The impact dealt more than 100,000 damage in a single blow, and deep cracks immediately spread across its shell like shattered glass. Shadow stood calmly among the broken pieces of the egg, his confidence completely unshaken. Against an enemy that could not move and could not even see him, victory was no longer a question of if, but only a matter of time. But just as Shadow was preparing to continue, something unexpected suddenly pulled his attention away. When the desperate egg finally broke apart, Shadow expected another monster to emerge from inside. Instead, lying unconscious on the floor was not a beast at all, but a young woman with long, pale blue hair spread around her body. A system window appeared beside her and identified her as the desperate princess, yet her status was shockingly weak. She was only level 1, with just 10 health points to her name. Shadow materialized beside the girl and looked down at her with a puzzled expression. This had to be the princess's true form, which meant the old legend he had once heard was real, the story of a princess cursed by a white dragon. But when his eyes landed on her tiny health bar, he could not help wondering whether the boss fight would only end if he killed this defenseless girl. He summoned his dagger, ready to finish the battle then and there. But with the blade hovering near her, Shadow hesitated, unable to ignore how strange and wrong the situation felt. That brief moment of hesitation changed everything. Above him, the sky suddenly twisted open as a dark vortex began to spin, with violent blue lightning flashing through the center. Shadow looked up in shock as an enormous skeletal dragon slowly forced its way out of the portal, its massive frame casting a terrifying shadow over the battlefield. A system window immediately confirmed the identity of the new enemy. This was the cursed white dragon, Ates, a level 100 mythical grade monster, far more dangerous than anything Shadow had expected to face here. Right after the desperate egg shattered, the gigantic skeletal dragon, the cursed white dragon Ates, descended from the portal in the sky. Without giving Shadow any time to breathe, it launched a devastating attack straight toward him. Shadow's eyes widened as the attack came crashing down. He could not understand why a mythical-grade boss had suddenly appeared in the middle of this battle. As the dragon's roar shook the air, Shadow finally pieced it together. This was a hidden boss, and the legend about the princess cursed by the white dragon had never been just a story. At the same time, down on the ground, the desperate princess stirred from her unconscious state. In her human form, her eyes slowly opened as if she were waking from a long nightmare. Shadow watched closely as the princess rose from the floor, her body drifting upward. Instead of running away, she floated straight toward the enormous skull of the skeletal dragon. She flew directly up to the monster, but there was no attack in her movement. Instead, she reached out and gently wrapped her arms around the dragon's snout. As tears fell from her eyes, she clung to the dragon with heartbreaking tenderness. Then her body began to burn away little by little, and within her chest, a bright red heart started glowing through the light. In the next instant, the princess completely dissolved against the dragon's face in a brilliant flash. That light spread outward, growing wider and brighter until it swallowed the entire skeletal beast. Under the glow, the cursed white dragon's bones began to collapse and crumble apart. Shadow stared in confusion as the enormous body disappeared, leaving only a glowing red heart suspended in the air. As the heart slowly floated toward him, the system informed Shadow that he had stopped the resurrection of an ancient god named Cthulhu and obtained the heart of the curse. The item came with two choices. He could use it and become Cthulhu's servant by devouring lifespan, or he could destroy it and receive a mythical great item instead. Shadow studied the choice carefully, weighing the danger behind each option. Using the heart might grant him powerful new skills, but the description made it sound less like a reward and more like a parasitic curse, one that could eventually lead to him being consumed by Cthulhu. In the end, Shadow decided the power was not worth gambling with his life. Without dragging it out any longer, he chose to destroy the heart on the spot. The moment Shadow crushed the pulsating organ in his hand, it burst apart in a dazzling explosion of light. Even Shadow was caught off guard by how intense the blast was. The radiance surged over him all at once, completely swallowing his body. When the blinding light finally faded, Shadow found himself somewhere else. He was still standing atop the magic leaning tower, but the atmosphere around him had changed completely. Then he realized something even stranger. He was inside the body of a horned knight. As he looked down at the armored hands that now belonged to him, Shadow wondered whether he had triggered some kind of trial or was being pulled into an old memory. Before he could fully understand what was happening, a young princess with long greenish hair ran toward him. Her face lit up with affection as she called him Ates. Shadow saw a young man with white hair and horns sitting on the wall, and he understood that this was the person the princess was speaking to. Looking up at him, she asked Ates whether he was planning to leave again. Ates gave her an apologetic smile and explained that an enemy had summoned a monster to attack the harbor. As one of the kingdom's guardians, he had no choice but to head there and provide support. The young princess immediately grew furious. With her cheeks puffed in anger, she called him a liar and reminded him that he had promised to teach her how to ride the wind that very day. She argued that the coast was 7 days away, so there was no possible way he could come back before the day ended. To her, he was breaking his word and lying to her just like her father always did. Then she pointed at him angrily and declared, with all the outrage she could gather, that men were nothing but terrible liars and shameless scoundrels. Ates looked completely flustered by her outburst. Trying to calm her down, he asked where she had even learned such harsh words in the first place. Then he reached out and presented her with a silver object that looked almost like a dragon scale, calling it the Scale of Promise. Ates explained that under the witness of this scale, anyone who broke a promise would lose their wings and would never be able to fly again. The princess instantly blushed and panicked, pushing the gift away without thinking. She cried out that she did not want Ates to lose his wings, not even as part of a promise. Ates gently reassured her, promising that he would not break his word. Then, with calm confidence, he told her not to underestimate his ability to ride the wind. As he said that, Ates spread open a pair of magnificent white wings, each one large and powerful enough to fill the princess's eyes with wonder. The princess stared up at him with sparkling eyes, completely captivated. She exclaimed that every time he transformed like this, he looked handsome and unbelievably cool. Before leaving, Ates promised her that he would be back in time for dinner. He also told her that his 3 shadow guards would stay behind to keep her company while he was gone. With that promise made, Ates launched himself into the open sky and flew away on his white wings. Below him, the princess waved with both excitement and worry, wishing him a safe journey. After watching him disappear into the distance, the princess clenched her small fists with determination. Since Ates was working so hard for the kingdom, she decided she could not afford to fall behind either. She turned to the shadow guards and ordered them to follow her. With bright enthusiasm, she announced that she would gather ingredients and prepare a grand dinner for Ates when he returned. By then, Shadow understood what he was seeing. This was a memory sealed inside the heart of the curse, revealing the past shared by the desperate princess and Ates, the white dragon. From there, the memory unfolded into warmer moments from the princess's day. She spent her time with the shadow guards, cheerfully picking mushrooms in the forest, running into a strange rabbit, and fishing beside a quiet lake, all while the magic leaning tower stood in the distance over their kingdom. Later, worn out from all her preparations but glowing with happiness, the princess finally presented the large feast she had worked so hard to make. With obvious pride, she began listing the unusual dishes one by one, including steamed rock and volcanic ash pizza. To her, there was nothing strange about them at all, because she happily announced that every dish was one of Ates's favorite foods. After setting everything out, the princess waited with bright, expectant eyes, fully believing that Ates would come back at any moment and sit down to dinner with her. But time kept passing, and as the sky outside sank into night, her excitement slowly turned into exhaustion. Still waiting at the table, she eventually rested her head down and fell asleep beside the untouched food. An elderly attendant approached her gently and woke her with a soft voice, telling her that it was already very late and she needed to rest. He glanced at the dishes spread across the table and quietly reminded her that the food had long since gone cold. The princess jolted awake in shock, her sleepy eyes widening the moment she realized how much time had passed. In a panic, she immediately asked the attendant where Ates was, unable to understand why he still had not returned. The attendant's face turned heavy as he continued speaking. According to the reports from the front line, the battle had become extremely dangerous, and General Ates would most likely be delayed. The princess refused to accept that answer. She insisted that Ates was the kingdom's mighty guardian, and no matter what enemies stood before him, they would be nothing more than lambs waiting to be slaughtered. But the attendant's expression only grew more serious as he explained the true scale of the crisis. The enemy nation had sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to summon a horrifying monster from the sea, a colossal creature as large as a city, covered in countless tentacles and eyes, so terrifying that even one glance could drive a person insane. Hearing those words, the princess's confidence finally began to waver. Her proud certainty faded from her face as she realized that even someone as powerful as Eights might be locked in a desperate battle. Suddenly, her eyes widened in pure fear as the scale of promise in her hand shattered apart. She instantly understood what it meant. Eights had broken his promise to return. If he failed to come back before midnight, the curse would take his wings from him. Panicking, she grabbed the attendant, Scholar Lu Wan, and begged him to take her to her father at once. As a dragon knight, her father might know a way to remove the curse from the scale. She ignored the old man's startled complaints and pulled him along with all her strength. Her voice trembled as she explained that if Eights lost his wings in the middle of battle, he would be finished. But the moment she burst through the door, she froze in place. Standing right in front of her was Eights, completely unharmed, as if nothing terrible had happened at all. Eights looked at her calmly and asked why she had rushed in with such panic written all over her face. Overwhelmed by relief, the princess ran straight into his arms and hugged him tightly. Tears spilled from her eyes as she cried that she was so glad he had come back safely. Eights wrapped his arms around her in return and gently told her that of course he came back, because they had made a promise. Still clinging to him, the princess admitted that she had been terrified after hearing how terrible the situation on the front line had become. Scholar Lu Wan then stepped forward carefully, his voice cautious as he asked General Eights what had happened during the battle. Eights answered with a confident smile, saying that the fight had been troublesome and had taken some effort. But the main problem was already solved, and the army would be able to handle the rest of the cleanup. Scholar Lu Wan praised him as truly worthy of being the kingdom's guardian. Meanwhile, Eights walked toward the feast on the table, his attention immediately caught by the food. He said he was starving and asked the princess if she had prepared all of it herself. She proudly said she had, though her shoulders drooped a little as she added that it was probably cold by now. Eights began eating with great enthusiasm, declaring that it did not matter if the dishes were cold because they were still delicious. Watching him eat so eagerly, the princess smiled warmly and told him to slow down before he choked, while Scholar Lu Wan stood nearby, looking at them with a gentle, fond expression. Later, at the top of the magic leaning tower, Eights turned to the princess and announced that it was finally time to teach her how to ride the wind, just as he had promised. But before the lesson could even begin, the princess opened her mouth and let out a long, heavy yawn. Eights noticed right away and asked if she was sleepy. Rubbing away her tiredness, she admitted that she had spent the whole day preparing his feast and suggested they could learn tomorrow instead. Even so, she still wanted to experience flying. She sat down on the ground, hugged Eights' leg, and pleaded for him to transform into his true form and take her for a ride. Eights hesitated, reminding her that the king had strictly forbidden him from letting her do anything so dangerous. The princess instantly grew upset again. She grabbed at his armor and blamed him for coming home so late, reminding him how much work she had put into his dinner. Then, with a frustrated sigh, she called him a faithless scoundrel once more. Eights finally gave in, but only on one condition. She had to promise not to tell the king, or else he would be scolded badly. The princess's anger vanished in an instant, replaced by a bright, satisfied smile. Eights closed his eyes, and blue energy began swirling around his body. The glow wrapped around him like wind and light, signaling the start of his transformation. In a brilliant flash, Eights transformed into a magnificent white dragon. The princess stood there in awe, staring up at his enormous, shining dragon form with wonder in her eyes. She stepped closer to the massive white dragon and gently placed her hand against his snout. In a soft, loving voice, she told him to stay safe. Then a stream of green energy lifted the excited princess from the ground. She floated upward with delight before settling carefully onto Eights' head. With one powerful beat of his wings, Eights launched into the night sky. Carrying the princess with him, he soared high above the land beneath the moonlit darkness. The memory then shifted to a quieter moment, where Eights gently tucked the sleeping princess into bed with a teddy bear beside her. Nearby, the king watched with a grave expression that made the peaceful room feel heavy. The king revealed that he believed the enemy empire was carrying out a dark ritual. He could sense a terrifying wave preparing to sweep across the entire continent, and he warned Eights that they had to be ready. Even Eights, as a member of the dragon race, would not be spared from the danger that was coming. Under the dark sky, Eights stood firm and resolute. He pledged his loyalty without hesitation and agreed to follow whatever arrangements the king had prepared. Time moved forward again, and the magic leaning tower appeared beneath a wide, star-filled night sky, standing silently over the kingdom. But that peaceful feeling vanished almost immediately. The next sight was grim and bloody. Broken pieces of Eights' armor scattered across the floor, with dark splashes of blood marking the aftermath of a terrible battle. The kingdom had been dragged into a brutal war, suffering relentless attacks from a horrifying army that gave its people no chance to breathe. Soldiers and civilians screamed in terror, crying out that an enemy nation had invaded with an army of monstrous, inhuman creatures. People ran through the streets in panic, begging for help as the invaders crushed everything in their path, without mercy. The city was soon overrun by feral red monsters with skinless bodies, their savage forms tearing through the streets as chaos spread everywhere. From a high balcony, the king looked down over the burning chaos below, watching as the monsters flooded through his city like a living nightmare. With a grim expression, the king took in the overwhelming number of creatures and said the Moraga Empire had truly gone mad. As their dark banner rose over the battlefield, he realized the enemy was not just trying to win a war, they were trying to drag the entire world into destruction with them. Amid the collapsing city and the screams echoing from every direction, the desperate princess ran desperately through the chaos. She screamed Eights' name again and again, shouting that the enemy had already broken through the city walls. Then she found him sitting silently on a high wall, with two of his shadow guards standing beside him. Looking down at the massacre below, the princess rushed toward him and begged him to move. She told him the enemy army was filled with inhuman monsters their soldiers could not possibly fight, and she could not understand why he still had not stepped in when the kingdom needed him most. Eights turned toward the desperate princess with a strangely calm expression and told her that he had actually been on his way to find her. He ordered her to stay inside the magic leaning tower, telling her that it was safe there and that she must not go anywhere else. The princess agreed, but immediately urged him to hurry out and destroy the enemy army. But Eights refused. He said he would stay right there to protect her. Confused and furious, the princess demanded to know what he was talking about. She reminded him that he was the guardian of the kingdom, and his duty was to protect the entire nation, not only her. She threw her hand toward the city below, where the soldiers were being overwhelmed and slaughtered. With desperation in her voice, she shouted that the capital was about to fall, and that his role was to transform into a dragon and burn their enemies to ashes. The princess insisted that she did not need Eights himself to guard her. Just like before, his shadow guards were enough to keep her safe. Eights said nothing. He only lowered his head in silence, avoiding her desperate gaze as the war continued raging below. After lowering his head in silence, Eights finally began to speak, his voice heavy as he revealed the history behind the terrifying power their enemy was using. He explained that 5 years earlier, they had discovered the Moraga Empire was carrying out a mysterious ritual called Forsaken by the Gods. And despite the frightening name, the basic method behind it was horrifyingly simple. By sacrificing their own lifespan, someone could summon inhuman creatures into the world. The more years of life they offered up, the more monstrous and terrifying the creature they brought forth would become. Eights said this ritual was ancient, but under normal circumstances, no sane person would ever trade away their own life just to call forth a monster. For the Moraga Empire, however, this desperate ritual had become the only hope they had left. As he explained, he showed her a map of the region. The Moraga Empire was an inland archipelago, blessed with a rare magical plant known as the blood flower. This plant grew only in their homeland, and the powerful magic it released had extended the lives of their people to an average of 700 years. But thousands of years ago, conflict began spreading outward from Moraga, slowly dragging the rest of the continent into war. To bring those endless wars under control, the Moraga Empire sent powerful envoys like Eights into other nations. Bound by contracts, these envoys served the kingdoms they were assigned to, lending their strength to the weaker side whenever conflict broke out, so no single power could dominate the continent and peace could be maintained. But after that, suffering descended upon Moraga like a slow-moving disaster. Curses, plagues, and internal division tore through the empire, leaving its people weakened and desperate. Then the final petal of the last blood flower withered and died, triggering a devastating avalanche. In that darkness, as the people of Moraga faced extinction, they reached for one last desperate hope. That final hope was the ritual known as Forsaken by the Gods. With sorrow in his eyes, Eights revealed that he could no longer transform into a dragon, and as smoke and rubble surrounded him, he continued speaking the painful truth he had kept hidden. Leaning heavily on his sword, Eights seemed to sink into the weight of the years. Time had passed far too quickly, and everything around him had changed before he could stop it. That change had created a deep rift between them, because Eights could never fully understand the difficult choices the king had been forced to make after taking the throne. The king could only conclude with sadness that Eights would never truly understand humans, just as humans could never truly understand someone like Eights. Even so, through their shared affection for the child, the king had found a fragile new hope, something gentle enough to soften the distance between them. Then the king faced forward with a calm expression, accepting the fate that was now coming for him. In the next moment, the monstrous creature unleashed a devastating blast of energy directly toward him. As the blinding light swallowed his body, the king vanished within it. His final thoughts were filled with bitter regret, realizing too late that he had been wrong about everything. A massive explosion tore through the castle, shaking the entire area and marking the king's defeat with a burst of destructive light. From the magic leaning tower, the desperate princess saw the distant blast erupt across the capital. Her eyes widened in horror, and she cried out in shock. Beside her, Eights remained strangely calm as he stated that the capital had fallen. Then he quietly predicted that the monsters would be coming for them soon. As if answering his words, a swarm of dark-winged creatures suddenly descended from the sky. One of the shadow guards shouted a warning, announcing that monsters were approaching. The creatures slammed hard against the tower, only to crash into a powerful blue barrier that flared to life around it. Eights reassured the princess that the magic leaning tower was protected by a strong barrier. With that shield in place, he told her it would be nearly impossible for ordinary monsters to break through. Then, without warning, an injured Scholar Lu appeared on the tower wall. The princess turned toward him in surprise, calling out his name the moment she saw him. Leaning weakly on his staff, Scholar Lu told Eights that he had come under the king's orders to escort the princess away from the tower. The princess immediately noticed how badly he was wounded and cried out in alarm. Eights accepted the plan without hesitation, saying he would use his wind magic to send them to the designated location. When he asked whether their contacts were ready, Scholar Lu confirmed that everything had already been prepared, but the princess quickly interrupted them. With a heavy heart, Scholar Lu finally delivered the news she feared most. Her father, the king, had fallen. The princess froze in shock as he explained that the king had arranged for her to escape to a neighboring country for safety. Trembling with anxiety, she immediately asked whether Eights would be going with them. Eights turned to her with a sad smile and asked where he could possibly go. The monsters swarming below were his own people, the Moraga, and to the rest of the world, he was now an enemy. No matter where he ran, humans would hunt him down and kill him. Kneeling at the edge of the wall, Eights looked down at the horde below and accepted the fate waiting for him. He declared that where a knight fell would become a dragon's tomb, and this place was where he belonged. Until the last of his lifespan drained away, he would remain here and protect it. After hearing that solemn promise, the princess's grief slowly hardened into determination, and the look in her eyes changed completely. Without warning, she used her wind magic to break away from Scholar Lu and leaped straight back toward Eights. She landed in front of him and declared that if he was staying, then she would become his dragon knight. This was her home too, and she would protect it by his side. With proud confidence, she added that her wind riding skills were already perfect. Eights looked up at her in stunned silence, completely shaken by the unwavering loyalty shining in her eyes. Moved by her resolve, Eights reached out and took the princess's hand in his armored one. With a gentle but sorrowful smile, he finally agreed to her request. Then he presented the silver scale of promise to her, explaining that it would serve as their contract, just like it had in the old days. The princess smiled brightly, relieved that the contract was so simple. Happily, she began sealing their pact, starting to promise that the two of them would remain together forever. But Eights cut her off before she could finish. With a heart-wrenching twist, he completed the promise himself, saying that their vow was to never see each other again. The princess's smile vanished instantly. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief, as if she could not understand the words she had just heard. Before she could respond, Eights released a powerful gust of wind that swept her and Scholar Lu away from the tower. As the wind carried them through the air, Eights entrusted the princess's safety to Scholar Lu, leaving her protection in his hands. The princess screamed Eights' name, her voice filled with confusion, fear, and betrayal as she was forced farther and farther away from him. Left alone on the wall, surrounded by swirling wind magic, Eights told her to go. Her place, he insisted, was not beside a dragon's tomb. Then everything turned horrifying. Scholar Lu's eyes suddenly glowed with a red light, and without warning, he drove his hand straight into the princess's chest, ripping out her still-beating heart. In a chilling voice, he told her that she did have a place where she belonged, a place meant for humans. From the tower, Eights watched the betrayal unfold in utter shock, while the princess stared in horror, unable to stop her own life from being torn away. As Scholar Lu died, he gasped out one final warning to Eights. With his remaining strength, he told him to be careful, revealing that the Moraga were not the only ones who had been cursed. Then Scholar Lu's face was swallowed by a monstrous red growth. From his body, a massive tentacled monster burst forth, seizing and devouring the princess's heart. The creature laughed cruelly, mocking Eights as it savored the flesh and lifespan it had consumed. Then it taunted him, asking whether killing the person Eights loved was fitting revenge for being burned by his dragon flames in the past. Eights stood frozen in stunned silence, unable to move, while the tentacled monster laughed louder and louder in deranged triumph. The monster lifted the princess's lifeless body along with her bloody heart, waving them before the white dragon like a trophy. It sneered at Ates, asking whether destroying his beloved was enough to repay the agony of his dragon flames. Then, in one final gruesome act, the monster clenched its fist around the princess's heart and crushed it completely. Rage finally exploded through Ates. Beside him, his two loyal shadow guards faced the monstrous creature in silence, their eyes burning with a cold, vengeful light. One of the guards, the Shadow of Sorrow, turned into a swirling vortex of dark energy and rushed forward to catch the princess's falling body. At the same time, the other guard charged straight at the monster, slashing furiously and cutting its writhing tentacles into pieces. But the monster only sneered, treating the attack as if it meant nothing. Nearby, the Shadow of Sorrow knelt on the ground, holding the princess's body carefully in its arms while a soft blue aura wrapped around her like a final shield. From beneath the guard's helmet, a single tear slipped free and fell in silence. In the last fragile moments of her life, the princess weakly whispered Ates' name. Then her voice faded, and she passed away in the Shadow Guard's arms. Even though its host body had been torn apart, the monstrous entity kept mocking Ates. It explained with cruel amusement that the small amount of lifespan sacrificed by the white dragon's kin had only been enough to summon a tiny fragment of its true form. Then it revealed something even more horrifying. Its seeds had already been scattered everywhere, hiding inside hosts, feeding in silence, and waiting for the perfect moment to mature and burst out, just like what had happened to the old scholar. The creature, Cthulhu, continued tormenting Ates with every word. It reminded him that the monsters born from his own people were now spreading across the world, trampling everything in their path. It also pointed out that Ates himself was deeply cursed and could transform at any moment. Worse than that, it claimed he had always known the princess he loved was destined to meet a tragic end. Cthulhu twisted the knife even deeper, telling Ates how powerless he truly was. It suggested that he might have become the monster who killed the princess himself, then delighted in the storm inside his heart, the hatred, grief, rage, and despair, calling those emotions beautifully intense. Then Cthulhu offered him temptation. It told Ates that everything could still be changed. Introducing itself as an ancient and all-powerful god, it claimed it could hear Ates' heart beating violently with pain. Then came the promise. It could help him destroy the monsters, protect the kingdom, and even resurrect the princess so the two of them could remain together forever. According to Cthulhu, all of that could be achieved through one simple transaction. The price was not gold, land, or loyalty. It only wanted Ates to give up his heart. Ates knelt alone on the high wall, surrounded by the cries of winged monsters in the sky, forced to face a choice that no one should ever have to make. On one side, he could let the princess die in the tower and watch the monsters devour everything. On the other, he could accept Cthulhu's deal, let her become his dragon knight, and protect the kingdom with her for eternity. From within its dying host, Cthulhu urged him to choose quickly. Its current body was fading, and the time left for Ates to make his decision was running out. At last, Ates made his choice, and with it, he committed the ultimate sacrifice. Blood splashed violently through the air, and his shadow guard looked on in horror, realizing what Ates had just done. Driven by desperation and love, Ates tore his own still-beating heart from his chest. Cthulhu praised him coldly, declaring that he had made the correct choice. Cthulhu announced that it would place a blessing upon Ates' heart. The glowing organ rose into the sky, surrounded by a brilliant explosion of energy, destined to keep beating for all eternity. Then the entity explained the terms of their pact. The princess would receive Ates' heart and awaken again with its immense power. As for Ates, even without a heart, he would not die, nor would he become a mindless monster. The radiant heart descended from the sky and entered the princess's body. Cthulhu then proclaimed that Ates would be transformed into a guardian dragon, bound to remain by her side forever. Ates groaned in agony as the transformation began. A massive pillar of purple energy erupted from the top of the magic-leaning tower, tearing upward into the sky. His body twisted and changed under that cursed power, bones reshaping and flesh withering away until he had become a massive, terrifying skeletal dragon. Ates released a thunderous roar, his new skeletal form surrounded by a swirling aura of blue flame. With that cursed body, Ates leaped from the tower wall and threw himself toward the battlefield below. Now transformed into a guardian dragon empowered by Cthulhu, Ates soared above the chaos and unleashed a devastating torrent of fire onto the swarming monsters beneath him, beginning his eternal watch over the resurrected princess. As the skeletal dragon Ates poured his blazing wrath over the battlefield, Cthulhu's voice echoed through the destruction like a curse. The dragon's flames burned everything beneath him. The monstrous invaders were incinerated, but so were the remaining people of the kingdom, swallowed together in the same merciless fire. Cthulhu told him that his power was now strong enough to wipe out the entire kingdom. And under that terrible influence, Ates continued his assault, setting the capital ablaze from above. Only then did Cthulhu reveal the true horror hidden inside their bargain. Every lifespan harvested from those burned in the flames would be gathered and funneled toward one single point. As purple lightning struck the scorched magic leaning tower, the real purpose behind the slaughter was finally exposed. Back on the tower, the resurrected princess screamed in unbearable agony. With Ates's cursed heart inside her chest, her body began to change as dark power spread through her. Shadowy energy erupted from her body, twisting and swelling around her like a living nightmare. Monstrous appendages grew from the darkness, and she was swallowed whole by a massive tentacled beast, becoming its new living core. With the princess transformed, Cthulhu reflected on its weakened state with frustration. Its power was still too diminished to directly parasitize the mighty dragon race, forcing it to use a human as a temporary host instead. But it remained confident, believing it only needed time to use the white dragon and gather the lifespan required for its full return. The monstrous princess looked up at skeletal Ates as he circled high above the ruined kingdom. Since the land had already been purged, she could not understand why he had not returned to her, and his behavior began to feel strangely wrong. Suddenly, two glowing silver scales appeared before her. Cthulhu immediately recognized them as the scales of promise and realized they were vows Ates had made before accepting the deal. The first vow was that he would never see the princess again. The second was that he would protect the kingdom's high tower forever. In a flash of rage, Cthulhu understood Ates's final act of defiance. He had seen through the entity's plan and used his own vows to bind himself to the magic leaning tower, sealing himself away from the transformed princess. Cthulhu cursed the white dragon in fury. Ates had chosen to become a zombie-like guardian without a will of his own rather than serve as its pawn. With its plan ruined, Cthulhu declared that it would turn the tower into its nest and feed on the lifespan of anyone who dared approach. It vowed that one day, it would fully revive and rule the world again. Then the memory faded, leaving only the lonely image of the tower standing through the passage of countless ages. The vision finally disappeared, and everything returned to the present at the magic leaning tower. Shadow reappeared on the desolate rooftop, with traces of purple energy still lingering around his hand. After witnessing that tragic past, he stood there processing everything, wondering whether those vivid images were merely part of the game's lore. But deep down, his instincts told him it was more than that. The vision had felt far too real, and the origin of the monster sounded less like a fictional setting and more like actual history. Just then, dark purple energy began swirling around Shadow, gathering in the air like a new power awakening. A system window appeared and congratulated him for obtaining a new mythical grade skill, Shadow of Sorrow. The ability could create 3 shadow clones for 7 seconds, each one copying his skills and dealing 100% damage. The system also revealed the painful truth behind the skill. These shadows had been created by the white dragon Ates, who used immense mental strength to maintain them for 15 years so they would never fade, while protecting what mattered most. Shadow looked down at his hand, now wrapped in purple energy, and recognized the power from the memory he had just witnessed. He was stunned by its potential, realizing that for a short burst of time, this single ability could multiply his damage output by 4. Only then did he truly understand how terrifying a mythical grade skill could be. More system notifications followed, rewarding him for clearing the trial. Shadow obtained the key to the magic leaning tower's hidden area, reached level 19, and received a large number of evolution points, along with equipment and skill books. Among those rewards were a gate key and a map leading to a level 20 area called the Withered Bone Ruins. Shadow's curiosity was immediately stirred, because he had never heard of that place before. He unrolled the old map and found Withered Bone City marked on an island in an inland sea. Looking at its location, Shadow quickly made the connection. It had likely once been part of the Moraga Empire from Ates's tragic story. Convinced that this new area had to be connected to the White Dragon's homeland, Shadow felt his curiosity flare up at once. A place tied to Ates's past was almost certain to hide deeper secrets and rarer treasures. Since the map marked it as a level 20 area, and he had already reached level 19, Shadow quietly decided that he would head there before long. But before chasing after that new mystery, Shadow lifted the ornate golden key to the magic leaning tower's hideout and made another decision. This kind of valuable item was better turned into profit first. The view then shifted to the hideout of the Faka Heavy Industry Guild. Inside the guild base, Huang Huifan and her members were still regrouping after their crushing defeat. One guild member asked what they should do next, openly admitting that they had no way to beat the new Jade Grade boss. In his eyes, their only real option was to contact Shadow and ask for his help. Huang Huifan let out a tired sigh and reluctantly agreed. She planned to reach out through her contacts in Zhanghai City, hoping those who had a good relationship with Shadow could act as intermediaries for the guild. But just as she was considering that approach, Shadow suddenly materialized directly behind her. Before anyone could react, he calmly told her there was no need to go through all that trouble, because they could simply trade face to face. The guild members froze in shock, and Huang Ziqing was especially startled by Shadow's silent arrival. Several people cried out Shadow's name in alarm, while Huang Ziqing angrily accused him of sneaking around and demanded to know what he had come for. Shadow simply walked a few steps away, calm as ever, and reminded them that if he had come with hostile intentions, they would already be dead. Then he casually pointed out that the barrier around their hideout could be opened, which was exactly how he had entered. Still shaken, Huang Huifan forced herself to stay composed and asked what kind of trade he meant. Shadow turned back toward her and raised the ornate golden key in his hand. He offered to sell them the key to the magic Leaning Tower's hideout, then asked if Huang Huifan was interested in buying it. The guild members were completely stunned. They recognized the key almost immediately, and that meant Shadow had somehow defeated the Jade Grade boss they had failed against, something they could hardly believe. Huang Huifan's eyes lit up, and she accepted the offer without hesitation, asking Shadow to name his price. Shadow answered just as calmly as before, saying the price remained the same, 1,000 years of lifespan. While Huang Huifan was ready to agree, Huang Ziqing exploded in anger. He shouted at Shadow, calling him shameless and accusing him of setting this whole situation up from the very beginning. Pointing straight at Shadow, Huang Ziqing laid out his accusation with growing fury. In his mind, Shadow had attacked him first, used that chance to destroy their portal, cut off their reinforcements, and caused their whole team to be wiped out. Now Shadow was pretending to be their savior while selling them the key at a ridiculous price. Huang Ziqing declared he had never seen anyone so vile. Huang Huifan sternly ordered her son to stop, but Huang Ziqing refused to back down. He kept trying to convince his mother that they were being tricked, arguing that the key should have belonged to their guild in the first place, and that they could not let Shadow profit from their losses. Shadow remained completely unfazed by his outburst. Instead of getting angry, he calmly looked at Huang Ziqing and asked what he wanted to do about it. A greedy grin spread across Huang Ziqing's face as he made an outrageous demand. According to him, Shadow should return the key to them, and even compensate the guild with 800 to 1,000 years of lifespan. Shadow glanced toward Huang Huifan and sarcastically remarked that she truly had a remarkable son. Then, to Huang Ziqing's surprise, Shadow actually said he would follow that suggestion. But his eyes turned cold as he gave the new price. The key would now cost 1,800 years of lifespan, and he would not sell it for even a single day less. At first, Huang Ziqing looked proud. Shadow patiently explained that he had originally come with sincerity to do business, which was why he had not retaliated even after Huang Ziqing cursed him. But now that he had been insulted, the previous discount was gone, and the new price was final. Huang Huifan finally reached her limit. Without another word, she stepped forward and slapped her son hard across the face. Then she angrily ordered a guild member to take Huang Ziqing away and make him level up, forbidding him from returning without her permission. As he was dragged off, Huang Ziqing kept protesting, asking why she had hit him when he had not even finished speaking. Once he was gone, Huang Huifan turned back to Shadow and apologized, asking whether there was any room to reconsider. Shadow's response was cold and direct, 1,800 years, and he would not repeat the offer again. With a weary expression, Huang Huifan accepted the price. She admitted it was still reasonable, since she had heard Shadow had sold other hideouts for 2,000 years. However, because the guild had suffered such heavy losses, she explained that they could not pay the full amount immediately and asked to settle it in installments. Shadow agreed to the installment arrangement. His condition was simple. They had to pay 1,000 years up front, and 10 days later, he would return to collect the remaining 800. Huang Huifan was visibly relieved and thanked him sincerely before completing the transaction. A system window appeared, confirming that she had received the key and that Shadow had gained 1,000 years of lifespan. As Shadow's figure began to fade, he said his goodbyes without lingering. In his mind, the Faka Heavy Industry Guild still had potential, and giving them a strong hideout could help them become a useful force for the Great Xia server. With their new base finally secured, Huang Huifan turned to address the entire guild. She announced that the platinum-grade hideout now belonged to them, but to repay their debt to Shadow, every member would be charged a 50% lifespan tax. She acknowledged that the rate was harsh, yet framed it as a necessary investment for their future, urging everyone to work harder. Her guild members responded with renewed determination. Later, in a forest under the glow of sunset, the small party accompanying Huang Ziqing tried to talk sense into him. One girl told him not to blame his aunt, and said he had clearly been in the wrong, but Huang Ziqing angrily brushed her off. Lowering his voice, He muttered to himself that sooner or later, he would make Shadow pay. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted when one of the party members spotted a silver grade boss nearby, the human-faced Spider Emperor. The team immediately prepared for battle, rushing forward to engage the boss. Huang Ziqing, however, stayed farther back. His teammates warned him that the boss used poison and told him to be ready with a detox spell, which he answered with a careless confirmation. But instead of supporting them, Huang Ziqing quietly turned around and fled into the woods, abandoning his team without the slightest hesitation. As he ran, he cursed them all as idiots, thinking they could deal with the boss on their own. He was especially disgusted by the girl who had tried to lecture him, wondering what his mother had been thinking when she tried to set him up with someone like her. After finding a secluded spot, Huang Ziqing crouched down, his face twisted with resentment. He believed the entire guild was full of cowardly rats who only knew how to grow slowly and safely. To him, the real path to power was seizing every opportunity before anyone else could. That had to be how Shadow became so powerful. A sinister smile spread across Huang Ziqing's face as he revealed that he was not as foolish as his guildmates thought. He scoffed at the idea of confronting Shadow without a proper plan, then summoned a dark, ornate vase with a single glowing red eye, calling it a treasure he had obtained from a jade-grade chest. A system window identified the item as the Abyssal Vase. By reaching inside, the user could randomly draw out a powerful skill, though it came with a long 48-hour cooldown. Huang Ziqing pushed his hand into the vase and soon pulled out a small, grotesque piece of flesh. The system informed him that he had acquired an epic-grade skill called the Abyssal Puppet Curse. This magic allowed him to turn any corpse into a puppet under his complete control while keeping all of the deceased person's original abilities. Huang Ziqing burst into manic laughter, thrilled by the power in his hands. A dark plan formed instantly. If he could kill Shadow, then he could enslave Shadow's corpse and become truly invincible. As Huang Ziqing celebrated, the Abyssal Vase glowed with a dangerous purple aura. One final ominous warning appeared. The abyss held extraordinary power, but when a person gazed into the abyss would also gaze back at them, hinting at the dark future now closing in around him. Meanwhile, in the Withered Bone Field, a desolate graveyard within the Magic City ruins, night had already fallen over the broken land. In the middle of battle, Ghost Spirit sent her energy-infused paper ribbon flying forward, wrapping around a skeletal monster before piercing straight into its eye. With one precise strike, she beheaded the enemy and dealt more than 5,600 damage. System notifications appeared right after, informing her that her weapon had upgraded to gold and that she had gained enough experience for a class advancement. Standing among the glowing energy orbs left behind by defeated enemies, Ghost Spirit finally let out a breath of relief. She confirmed that she had gathered enough experience to begin her advancement. With determination in her eyes, Ghost Spirit accepted the class advancement without hesitation. A bright magic circle immediately formed beneath her feet, and a column of purple energy surged upward, wrapping around her entire body as the transformation began. When the light finally settled, the system began listing the new abilities she had gained. Her weapon had evolved into the Yellow Spring Chainblade, a weapon capable of changing its shape. Her class had also advanced into Yellow Spring Evil Ghost, granting her a passive stealth bonus and unlocking 2 new skills, Eye of the Yellow Spring and Touch of the Yellow Spring. The system explained that Eye of the Yellow Spring was a mental attack capable of trapping enemies inside an illusion, while Touch of the Yellow Spring allowed her to track opponents through their aura. Now wrapped in a blue aura, Ghost Spirit held her transformed weapon in the shape of a fearsome scythe. Another system notification appeared, stating that she would deal double damage to opponents below her level, with a 50% chance of inflicting a burn effect. With her eyes glowing gold, Ghost Spirit felt stronger than she ever had before. Her damage, speed, and newly awakened mental attack all gave her greater confidence, and in her heart, she knew these powers would help her avenge her parents and defeat Dongfang Yu, along with the source behind the Plague Wielder. After completing her advancement, Ghost Spirit sent a message to Shadow, her teacher, telling him that she had reached Tier 2 and would repay him for his guidance. From a rooftop, Shadow saw that she had already logged off, and he understood at once that her thirst for revenge had driven her straight toward Dongfang Yu. He thought back to the memories of his previous life, remembering how Ghost Spirit had finally taken revenge back then. But because she had spared a single dog, that tiny loose end gave a Beastmaster the chance to follow her trail. That one mistake exposed Ghost Spirit's true identity, and once the powerful families learned who she really was, they launched a terrifying large-scale hunt against her. The conflict dragged official forces into a brutal war, costing them heavy casualties, and in the end, Ghost Spirit collapsed from complete exhaustion and died, leaving the entire Magic City region swallowed by chaos. Shadow quietly weighed Ghost Spirit's talent in his mind. Her potential was terrifying, but because she was still too young, and her emotions were far from stable, He feared she might act too recklessly when pushed too far. To stop her from walking into the same fatal mistake again, Shadow made his decision. He would log off immediately and check on Ghost Spirit in the real world before things slipped out of control. Soon, the scene moved to Dongfang Manor, standing on the outskirts of Magic City. The entire estate was wrapped in a thick poisonous fog, making the buildings look hazy and dangerous beneath the night air. 2 guards were making their rounds through the misty manor grounds, but neither of them looked focused. As they walked, they grumbled about how unlucky they were to be stuck with patrol duty. Their complaints quickly turned into idle talk about women. One guard brought up Mrs. Dongfang, saying that even now, she was still incredibly attractive, and his companion immediately agreed with a knowing grin. The two of them began fantasizing about defeating her bodyguard and doing whatever they wanted with Dongfang Yu. But just as their dirty thoughts were getting worse, one of the guards suddenly narrowed his eyes and noticed something moving inside the fog. A figure slowly took shape in the mist before them. It looked exactly like Dongfang Yu, appearing like an alluring illusion right in front of the 2 stunned guards. She was dressed in a seductive black dress, kneeling in a provocative pose as the fog curled around her body. The guards froze completely, their eyes wide and their voices shaking as they stammered, asking why she was there and why she was dressed so revealingly. The illusion leaned closer, her voice dropping into a soft whisper. She claimed she could no longer stand her weak husband and needed other men to satisfy her desires, then teasingly asked whether the 2 of them were capable enough for her. The guards were instantly bewitched. Drool almost slipped from their mouths as they stared at her in disbelief, unable to believe such a perfect chance had fallen into their laps, and they eagerly asked if she was truly serious. The 2 guards immediately started arguing over who should go first, both too blinded by lust to think clearly. Still kneeling before them, the illusion of Dongfang Yu gave a sly little smile and suggested they did not have to fight, because they could enjoy her together. Before either guard could react, a sharp streak of purple energy flashed through the mist. In a single instant, both of their heads were sliced clean from their bodies. Their headless bodies dropped heavily to the ground as the illusion vanished like smoke. Dark energy burst from the severed necks, while a magical ribbon spun around them with a cold, deadly rhythm. Ghost Spirit stepped out from the shadows, her figure calm and silent. With one smooth motion, she caught her weapon as if the kill had taken no effort at all. Without wasting even a second, Ghost Spirit kicked off the ground and leapt high into the air, swiftly escaping from the manor grounds before anyone else could notice her. At the same time, Dongfang Yu's powerful bodyguard, the Fart Master, was lying back in a hammock, looking completely relaxed as if nothing in the manor could disturb him. But then his senses suddenly sharpened. His eyes shifted slightly, and he muttered to himself that a little mouse had managed to sneak inside. Ghost Spirit landed silently on the rooftop of the manor, her feet touching down so lightly that the tiles barely made a sound beneath her. She stopped for a brief moment, her gaze sweeping over the area as she calmly judged the situation and considered her next move. But in the next instant, her expression changed. From above, the Fart Master came descending toward her at shocking speed, closing the distance before she could fully react. He seized Ghost Spirit by the neck in midair, locking his grip around her throat. With his momentum dragging them both down, the 2 of them plunged straight toward the ground. Then the Fart Master unleashed his signature move, blasting a terrifying burst of gas from behind him. The force slammed into the ground like an explosion. The impact tore open a crater in the courtyard, with the Fart Master pinning Ghost Spirit down at its center. Looking down at her mockingly, he revealed that his ammonia barrier covered the entire manor, so the moment she entered, he had already sensed her presence. He recognized her as the little lady who had escaped from him once before. Grabbing her tightly by the neck, he sneered that she would not be getting away this time, while Ghost Spirit struggled helplessly beneath him, her face twisting with pain and fear. The Fart Master lifted Ghost Spirit into the air by her throat, his body wrapped in a threatening purple aura. As he studied her closely, he admitted that she had become stronger, and with a little more time, she might have grown into an opponent who could truly satisfy him. A dangerous excitement spread across his face. Even though part of him wanted to wait, he confessed that the urge to kill her right now was becoming almost impossible to resist. Ghost Spirit continued to struggle in his grip, gasping and clawing for a chance to escape. Meanwhile, the bodyguard wrestled with himself internally, trying to convince himself to wait until she became even stronger. But almost immediately, he contradicted his own thoughts. He admitted he was losing control, cursing under his breath as the urge tore through him, and then his fingers tightened around her neck with a sickening crack. The Fart Master's eyes widened in panic. Only then did he realize that, in his moment of lost control, he had accidentally crushed Ghost Spirit to death. Horror washed over him as he loosened his hand and let her lifeless body fall to the ground. Staring down at what he had done, he shouted in despair. But then his entire body suddenly froze. From behind him, a purple energy claw pierced straight through his chest, bursting out with a deadly glow. In disbelief, he slowly turned his head and saw Ghost Spirit standing behind him, her arm driven into his back. The body he had dropped moments earlier had never been the real her at all. It was only a decoy. Confusion and shock filled his face as he questioned how something like this could be possible. He had been completely certain that he had already killed her. Ghost Spirit's eyes glowed a chilling red as she revealed the truth. From the very beginning, he had been trapped inside her illusion, created by her new skill, the Eye of the Yellow Spring, and with a cold voice, she told him to die. With Ghost Spirit's energy claw still impaling him from behind, the Fart Master trembled, struggling to understand how someone like him had fallen into an illusion without realizing it. Ghost Spirit kept her glowing red eye locked on him and calmly explained that his fate had already been sealed the moment he looked into her eyes. The truth was then revealed through the moment it all began. The illusion had started the instant the Fart Master first grabbed Ghost Spirit by the neck. Knowing he had lost, the bodyguard finally collapsed to the ground. Ghost Spirit stood over him in silence, acknowledging that despite everything, he had still been a worthy opponent. But Ghost Spirit's victory did not remain quiet for long. A sudden commotion erupted from inside the manor, and Dongfang Yu threw open a window, angrily shouting about all the noise and threatening to fire everyone responsible. Her anger vanished the moment she looked down into the courtyard. There, she saw the body of her powerful bodyguard dissolving into black smoke, and shock immediately spread across her face. Panic overtook Dongfang Yu as she screamed that an intruder had broken into the manor. Her voice rang through the halls as she desperately called for help. Armed guards rushed into the main hall from every direction, weapons raised and faces tense. They quickly spread out into defensive positions, surrounding their mistress and preparing to shield her from danger. The guards moved to protect Mrs. Dongfang while searching for the intruder. The noise woke her son, Nantian, who sat up groggily and asked what was happening, and Dongfang Yu quickly told him that an enemy had come, ordering him to stay where he was. But Nantian did not shrink back in fear. Instead, he sat up straighter, a confident smile appearing on his face as he told his mother not to be afraid, declaring that he was already 18 now, a true player, and that he would protect her. Dongfang Yu was deeply moved by his words. She pulled Nantian into her arms, embracing him tightly, while sighing that she wished his father had been even half as wonderful as him. As the two of them shared a kiss, neither of them noticed the window behind them slowly creaking open, letting the cold night air creep into the room. Startled by the sound, they immediately pulled apart. Dongfang Yu snapped her gaze toward the window and demanded to know who was hiding there. Outside in the hallway, the guards who should have been protecting them were already lying on the floor, their bodies slowly dissolving into shadow. Dongfang Yu stared at the hallway in pure horror, her face turning pale as she struggled to understand how every guard had died so silently. Her thoughts spun wildly, and one terrifying possibility surfaced in her mind. Had Shadow already discovered their secret plan to ambush him? At that exact moment, Ghost Spirit's spectral figure quietly emerged behind her like a shadow rising from the Dongfang Yu spun around in alarm, her eyes locking onto the hooded figure behind her. Trying to hide her fear beneath anger, she demanded to know who this attacker was, why she had come after her, and insisted they had never had any grudge between them. Ghost Spirit did not rush to answer. She simply stood there with eerie calm, staring straight at Dongfang Yu as she asked whether Dongfang Yu truly failed to recognize her. Then Ghost Spirit's eyes lit up with a threatening red glow. Her voice turned colder as she ordered Dongfang Yu to look carefully and remember exactly who stood before her. Dongfang Yu's expression twisted with fear as recognition finally struck her. The girl in front of her was someone she had believed was long gone, and she cursed in disbelief that Ghost Spirit was still alive. Before Dongfang Yu could even gather herself or make a move, a burst of energy shot forward and pierced straight through her body. Ghost Spirit stood above her fallen enemy, looking down with burning hatred in her eyes. She called Dongfang Yu a demon and coldly commanded her to die right there. Inside the bedroom, Nantian and his small dog were trembling beneath the covers, too terrified to move. Ghost Spirit made her reason clear. Dongfang Yu had murdered her parents, so now she would repay that blood debt by killing Dongfang Yu in front of her own son. Broken and crying, Dongfang Yu knew she had already lost. She accepted that she could not escape death, but with tears running down her face, she begged Ghost Spirit for one thing: do not hurt her son. Ghost Spirit let out a mocking laugh as her energy ribbons wrapped around Dongfang Yu and lifted her helplessly into the air. Nantian cried out for his mother from the bed, but Ghost Spirit only sneered, asking what right Dongfang Yu had to make demands now. Dongfang Yu kept pleading through her tears, desperately insisting that the hatred was only between the two of them. Her voice shook as she begged Ghost Spirit to spare Nantian, saying her son was innocent. Ghost Spirit's anger exploded. She screamed at Dongfangyu, asking whether she had ever imagined this day would come when she murdered Ghost Spirit's parents all those years ago. With one final furious cry, Ghost Spirit released a devastating wave of dark energy. The attack swallowed Dongfangyu completely, tearing her body apart in a violent burst of power. From the bed, Nantian and his dog watched the scene unfold in absolute horror, their eyes fixed on what remained of Dongfangyu. Ghost Spirit stood there breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling as the weight of revenge finally settled over her. Then she slowly turned her red, intense gaze toward the bed. Under that terrifying stare, Nantian froze completely, too frightened to even make a sound. With her revenge finally carried out, Ghost Spirit no longer lingered in the room and began to step away from the bloody scene. She walked out of the bedroom in silence, leaving Dongfangyu's body behind on the floor while Nantian and his little dog continued watching from the bed in fear. But the moment Ghost Spirit disappeared from sight, Nanshan's frightened expression quietly changed. The fear drained from his face and twisted into a sinister grin. Nantian revealed that he had already grown tired of living under his mother's control, and instead of mourning her, he felt grateful that Ghost Spirit had killed her. Beside him, the small dog's eyes also glowed red, as if eagerly waiting to feast on the young girl's flesh. Ghost Spirit had not gotten far before she suddenly sensed something wrong. She stopped in place, her body tightening as she realized she was no longer alone. She turned around cautiously, her nerves on edge, and saw several shadowy figures floating in the air around her, silently blocking every escape route. Back inside the bedroom, Nantian pointed from beneath his blanket, a malicious smile spreading across his face. Revealing his true power as the corpse necromancer, he ordered his undead minions to capture Ghost Spirit alive. The shadowy figures surrounding her were reanimated corpses, strengthened by Nanshan's power and still carrying the abilities they had in life. One by one, they moved in on the trapped Ghost Spirit. Then, without warning, a massive explosion ripped through the side of the manor, blasting apart the wall with a deafening crash. Ghost Spirit was thrown violently out of the building by the impact, her body flying through the broken debris as she screamed in pain. Outside the manor, Ghost Spirit crashed down helplessly while the reanimated corpses descended on her from above. The one-handed gunman stepped in close, raising his weapon to fire a deadly energy blast at point-blank range. But just as the shot was released, black spikes suddenly erupted into its path, intercepting the attack and saving Ghost Spirit at the last second. The force of the counterattack swept outward and slammed into the undead minions, knocking them down before they could finish her off. Ghost Spirit lifted her head from the ground, confused and breathless, unable to understand who had suddenly turned the situation around. Inside the bedroom, Nantian was no longer hiding safely beneath his blanket. He had been lifted by the head and was screaming in terror. A figure stood over him, holding his severed head while crushing his demonic dog beneath one foot. It was Qinfeng. Through the shattered wall, he looked directly toward Ghost Spirit and delivered a cold final lesson. Showing mercy to your enemies is the same as being cruel to yourself. Ghost Spirit lay on the ground outside, staring up at Qinfeng through the broken window. Still shaken and unsure who had saved her, she forced out a question, asking who he was. From within the shadows, Qinfeng told her that enemies should never be spared. Then he activated his blooming curse on Nanshan's decapitated body, and red spider lilies began sprouting from his head in a haunting bloom. Only then did Ghost Spirit realize that this man had saved her and had also allowed her to finish her revenge. Her face flushed slightly as she lowered her guard and thanked him, calling him master. Surrounded by a field of crimson flowers, each one like a reminder of the vengeance she had finally claimed, Ghost Spirit could no longer hold back the storm inside her heart. Tears poured down her face as relief and sorrow overwhelmed her at the same time. In a trembling voice, she said aloud that she had finally avenged her parents. As the red flowers absorbed the remaining life force, a notification appeared showing that 788 years of tradable lifespan had been gathered. Qinfeng walked toward Ghost Spirit and asked what she planned to do now that her revenge was complete. But without that single purpose left to cling to, she admitted she did not know and even began thinking about dying so she could reunite with her parents. Qinfeng's voice turned stern as he told her that revenge would only leave emptiness behind, and she should have prepared herself for that from the start. He warned that if she truly wanted to sink into despair, then he had nothing more to say, but there was one thing she needed to understand first. He then showed her a vision of the game world, letting its vast and mysterious scenery unfold before her eyes. Qinfeng explained that this godforsaken game hid endless secrets, and somewhere among those secrets, there might even be a way to resurrect the dead. He told her that as long as a person continued moving forward, countless possibilities would eventually appear before them. But if she had decided that revenge was the final end of her life, then everything he said would be meaningless. Qinfeng turned his back to her, and left the decision in her hands. If she still wanted to move forward, then she had to follow him, but whether she chose to stand up again was entirely up to her. After a quiet moment of reflection, a new determination slowly appeared in Ghost Spirit's eyes. She pushed herself back on her feet and ran after Qin Feng across the moonlit field. Soon, the scene shifted away from the battlefield and returned to Magic City in the real world. At Qin Feng's hideout, known as the Soul Cleansing Land, they arrived inside a vast ethereal space that shimmered like endless water, calm and unreal in every direction. Ghost Spirit looked around in confusion and asked where they had come to. Qin Feng calmly explained that this place was his hideout in the real world. He led her forward until they reached the doors of an unbelievably luxurious mansion. The sight of the grand entrance alone left Ghost Spirit staring in stunned silence. When they stepped inside, Qin Feng's maid immediately greeted him and welcomed her master home. Ghost Spirit was caught off guard, clearly surprised that Qin Feng even had a maid waiting for him. Qin Feng casually ordered the maid to prepare dinner for two. Seeing Ghost Spirit's confusion, he explained that the maid had been created by the Divine Authority book. Qin Feng went on to explain that the Divine Authority book could create all kinds of necessary items whenever they were needed. He then promised that he would take Ghost Spirit to challenge the Tower of Divine Authority in Magic City, so she could obtain a book of her own. Hearing this, Ghost Spirit lowered her head gratefully and thanked her master once again. Sometime after Qin Feng and Ghost Spirit had already left, the scene shifted back to Magic City, where the Chu family manor stood under a tense and uneasy atmosphere. A man came rushing into the manor in a panic, shouting at the people around him to move faster with the rescue. His voice was filled with urgency as he declared that absolutely nothing could happen to his wife. This man was Chu Kunshan, Dongfang Yu's husband and a military staff officer. He looked completely confused and unsettled, remembering the desperate call for help his wife had made, and wondering who would dare attack them so late at night. The first person who came to Chu Kunshan's mind was Shadow. As he hurried deeper into the manor, he worried that their secret plan involving the fireworks factory might have been exposed, though he quickly tried to push that thought aside. Inside the manor, his personnel were already combing through the scene. Some examined the huge crater left behind in the courtyard, while others searched the empty bedroom for any trace of what had happened. One officer stepped forward and reported to the stunned Chu Kunshan that the signs of battle were obvious everywhere. But despite all the destruction, they had not found a single person inside. Chu Kunshan's panic grew even worse as he demanded to know where his wife, his son, the guards, and the servants had gone. The officer could only give him the grim truth. No one was there, and rage surged through Chu Kunshan as he realized this was exactly like what had happened to the Dongfang family. Everyone had disappeared without leaving behind even the slightest trace. The terrifying thought that his wife and son were both gone hit him like a heavy blow. Chu Kunshan staggered backward, his face filled with denial as if he could not accept what was right in front of him. His grief quickly twisted into tearful fury. Chu Kunshan screamed that Shadow had killed his family, then roared for an immediate arrest warrant to be issued against him. Lin Qingyu, who had been quietly watching the situation unfold, finally stepped forward and asked how he could be so certain Shadow was responsible. Chu Kunshan snapped back furiously, saying it was obvious because his wife's family, the Dongfangs, had also been wiped out by Shadow. Lin Qingyu remained completely calm. She pointed out that there had never been solid evidence in the Dongfang family case, so using that incident to connect Shadow to his wife's disappearance was far from convincing. Her gaze sharpened as she pressed him further, asking whether he knew something others did not. She suggested that maybe his family had some hidden grudge with Shadow, and if so, this could simply be revenge coming back to them. Those words hit Chu Kunshan's sore spot instantly. His expression darkened with anger as he warned Lin Qingyu to watch what she said, then demanded to know if she thought she could interrogate a military staff officer. Lin Qingyu did not show even the slightest fear. In a calm, steady voice, she told Chu Kunshan that threats like that would not work on her. She then revealed that not long ago, the Sky Dome Guild had captured members of Magic City's Black Dragon Hall and handed them over to the authorities. During interrogation, those men confessed that Chu Kunshan had personally ordered the attack on Shadow's hideout. They also admitted there had been a plan to lure Shadow to a fireworks factory and kill him there with a massive explosion. Lin Qingyu explained that the authorities had originally planned to arrest everyone involved at the factory itself. But now that Dongfang Yu had disappeared, she was officially suspected of fleeing justice. Then Lin Qingyu turned her accusation directly on Chu Kunshan, stating that he had abused his authority and conspired to commit a terrorist act, so he needed to come with them for investigation. Two officers immediately stepped forward and grabbed Chu Kunshan from both sides. Shocked and furious, he struggled hard, shouting at them and demanding to know what they thought they were doing. He turned his anger on Lin Qingyu, yelling that she had some nerve colluding with a trashy guild and using that as an excuse to arrest an official like him. Even as he fought against the officers restraining him, Lin Xingyu's expression remained cold and unmoved. She told him that his official status meant nothing to her, because she only stood on the side of justice, while Chu Kunshin continued screaming for them to let him go. Lin Xingyu simply advised him to cooperate. If the investigation proved he was innocent, she said, then he would be free to settle the score with her afterward. Then Lin Xingyu gave him one final piece of chilling information. He would be taken to Magic City Prison for interrogation, a place where lifespan drained 100 times faster than normal, and she told him ominously to prepare himself. As Chu Kunshin was forced into an armored truck, he screamed and thrashed in protest. He shouted that they had no right to do this to him and threatened that he would report every one of them. Without anyone noticing, two figures watched the arrest from a nearby tree. One of them confirmed that the noisy man being dragged away was indeed their target, Chu Kunshin, the military staff officer. The two figures smirked at each other and bumped fists. Purple energy began surging around them, showing that they were already prepared to make their move. Later that night, a convoy of armored trucks drove along a dark forest road, their headlights cutting through the trees as they transported the prisoner away. Inside the lead vehicle, Chu Kunshin still refused to accept his arrest and kept protesting to Lin Xingyu. One guard calmly told him that the order had come from above, leaving Chu Kunshin stunned into silence. Then, out of nowhere, a brilliant blast of energy tore through the night and came hurtling straight toward their vehicle. The blast struck the armored truck with terrifying force. The entire vehicle was thrown off course, careening violently off the road before crashing in a mangled wreck. Inside the overturned truck, Lin Xingyu braced herself against the wreckage, gritting her teeth as she cursed under her breath. When she turned her head, her eyes widened in shock. The guard who had been sitting beside her was already dead, his face frozen with the fear of his final moment. Pinned by the twisted wreckage, Lin Xingyu quickly realized she could not move. Before she could free herself, the roof of the truck was suddenly torn open from the outside. A hand reached down through the broken opening and grabbed the unconscious Chu Kunshin by the collar, yanking him out of the wreck as if he weighed nothing. Standing on top of the ruined truck were the two attackers, a man with a pompadour and a girl with blue hair. The pompadour-haired man helped Chu Kunshin up and smugly declared that the mission had been way too easy. At that moment, reinforcements from the second truck arrived in a rush. The officers aimed their weapons and ordered the pair to release the prisoner and surrender immediately. But the two attackers did not look intimidated at all. Instead, they burst into laughter, openly mocking the officials standing below them. As the arriving officers raised their weapons and prepared to fire, one of them suddenly sensed something else and shouted a warning about another threat. A huge muscular man with glowing red eyes dropped down from the trees, gripping an enormous flaming hammer as he descended toward them with terrifying momentum. He smashed the massive hammer down with overwhelming force, striking the official's vehicle before leaping away. In the next instant, the vehicle erupted into a huge explosion, and screams rang out from inside the flames. The man with the pompadour watched the destruction alongside another bald, muscular man, both taking in the power of the attack. The pompadour-haired man remarked that Mr. Theodore really had not been lying about what they had received. The hammer-wielding attacker landed amid the fiery wreckage as glowing orbs of lifespan floated up from the fallen officers. He laughed like a madman, reveling in the strength of his attack and the thrill of killing the official dogs of Great Xia. Standing proudly in the middle of the burning wreckage, the muscular hammer user held up a glowing card and gloated over its power. He bragged that this card had come from Mr. Theodore himself. He boasted that the card had multiplied his attributes by 5, giving him the strength of a level 50 player even though he was only level 10. Then he complained that the dead officers had dropped far too little lifespan, but the pompadour-haired man brushed that aside, reminding him that their true reward from Mr. Theodore would be 1,000 years of lifespan. Inside the overturned truck, an injured Lin Xingyu watched everything through tear-filled eyes. As pain and anger burned through her, she thought to herself that with Mr. Theodore's help, these people might soon be able to kill Shadow and avenge Qian Shishir. Just as the attackers were getting ready to leave with Chu Kunshin, the blue-haired girl suddenly paused and told the others to wait. A sinister smile slowly spread across her face as she announced that she could still sense a little mouse hiding somewhere inside the wrecked truck. Hidden among the twisted metal and debris, Lin Xingyu's heart sank as she realized the blue-haired girl had discovered her. Then the blue-haired girl hurled a massive fireball straight at the already destroyed truck, triggering a second explosion that was even more violent than the first. With a smug smile tugging at her lips, the blue-haired girl coldly declared that not a single official dog would be allowed to leave this place alive. As the group turned and started walking away, the woman pouted and complained that the others were still thinking about Qian Shishir, asking if she herself was not beautiful enough for them. The pompadour-haired man only laughed, saying she was definitely cute, but Qian Shishir had been their old partner, and helping her get revenge had always been one of their traditions. After saying that, the group disappeared deeper into the night, their figures slipping past the trees until the darkness swallowed them completely. From the wreckage, a naked and battered Lin Qingyu watched them leave, her body covered in injuries and her face tense with shock. At that moment, she finally understood that these attackers were the remaining members of the Alice Guild. Her passive skill, killing intent perception, confirmed the truth for her. These people had been sent by a man named Theodore to capture Chu Kunshin, and now that her entire squad had been wiped out, Lin Qingyu knew she had to report this disaster immediately. After leaving the real world behind, Shadow brought Ghost Spirit to the Tower of Divine Authority, a mysterious structure hidden within the ruined parts of Magic City. Seeing Ghost Spirit's surprised expression, Shadow explained that the NPC guarding this tower was commonly known as Old Mom, though her true name was Queen Veer of the Waning Moon. Shadow then told her about Vier's tragic past. Long ago, she had watched her own son and daughter be brutally murdered before her eyes, and that unbearable trauma shattered her mind, leaving her trapped in the belief that her children were still alive and causing her to give players almost impossible quests. But Shadow also revealed that her delusion had a weakness. If one young man and one young woman entered the tower together, Veer would mistake them for her lost children, making the challenge much easier while also greatly improving the rewards. Then Shadow told the horrified Ghost Spirit that the moment they entered, she had to call the NPC mom. Seeing her shocked face, he explained that this was exactly why players had given Veer the nickname Old Mom, and told Ghost Spirit to focus on acting while he handled everything else. Ghost Spirit hesitated for a moment, clearly uncomfortable with the idea, but she still nodded in agreement. Together, the two of them walked toward the tower's enormous glowing doors. Once they stepped inside, a radiant path of light stretched out before them, leading them through a star-filled, dreamlike space until Queen Veer appeared ahead. The moment Veer saw them, tears of joy welled in her eyes. She welcomed them back with trembling happiness, calling them her children and asking if they had returned for the Divine Authority book. Shadow immediately played along without hesitation. He gently confirmed that this was exactly why they had come, and he addressed her as mom as if he truly were her child. Ghost Spirit quickly followed his lead. She threw herself into the role, her eyes filling with tears as she cried out that she had missed Veer so much. Veer was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, her expression softening as she said she had missed her child as well. But even though she wanted to hand over the book immediately, she explained that the rules of the tower required them to complete a challenge first. With a wave of her power, Veer summoned her avatar before them, a massive level 20 Jade tier entity, and told the two of them that they had to defeat it to pass. At the same time, a system notification appeared, confirming that they had received Mother's Blessing, which increased all of their stats by 20%. Before Ghost Spirit could even recover from the pressure of the boss appearing, 3 shadowy figures suddenly materialized around her like silent blades in the darkness. These figures were the clones created by Shadow's skill, Shadow of Sorrow, each one carrying the same cold killing intent as their master. In the next instant, the clones moved as one, unleashing a terrifying storm of slashes. Hundreds of thousands of damage points erupted across the avatar's body, and the massive enemy was obliterated before it could even fight back. The system immediately announced that the challenge had been successfully cleared, leaving Ghost Spirit frozen in place. She stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Shadow had summoned 3 shadows and killed the boss instantly. The entire battle ended in a blinding flash of light, disappearing almost as quickly as it had begun. Ghost Spirit stood behind Qin Feng, still completely stunned by what she had just witnessed. The way he summoned 3 clones and ended the fight in one strike made her wonder just how terrifyingly powerful he really was. Queen Veer slowly descended from the sky, still lost inside her broken delusion. Looking down at them with gentle affection, she called them Alan and Anna and praised them for becoming so strong. She floated toward Ghost Spirit and placed a stack of glowing blue books in her hands. Calling her little Anna with tender warmth, Veer offered her all 9 of the divine gift books she possessed. Ghost Spirit continued playing along and hugged Veer tightly, tears spilling from her eyes as she thanked her mom again and again. Qin Feng watched this quietly, his expression growing heavy. He knew that Veer would give everything she had to the children she believed were hers, and in his previous life, many players had abused that weakness, demanding items until she burned through her own lifespan to create them and died. After giving the books to Ghost Spirit, Veer turned to Qin Feng with the same gentle smile and asked whether he wanted anything too. Qin Feng calmly requested the divine book of the communication bracelet. Veer looked apologetic as she admitted she did not have that book with her, but without any hesitation, she immediately offered to use her own lifespan to create one for him. As the book took shape in a glow of light, a system window appeared, showing that Qin Feng had obtained it. Veer smiled warmly when she realized what had happened, deeply touched that her son had given her lifespan instead of allowing her to drain away her own. Qin Feng simply told her to keep the lifespan, then turned to leave. Veer watched them go and wished them a safe journey, reminding Anna that if danger ever came, she should stay close to her brother and let him protect her. Hearing those words, Ghost Spirit glanced at Qin Feng and suddenly blushed. In her mind, his age and presence really did make him feel like someone who could be an older brother. She quickly ran after him, her mood turning a little playful as she asked whether she should call him master or brother from now on. Qin Feng stopped immediately. When he turned back, his gaze was terrifying, and his eyes glowed with a pressure that made the air around him feel cold. His voice dropped as he told her coldly that she could call him anything she wanted, anything except brother. Ghost Spirit was startled by his harsh reaction and froze for a second. As Qin Feng walked away, she awkwardly agreed, wondering why he hated that title so much and whether some painful past was tied to the word. Soon after, Captain Anyu contacted Shadow through voice chat and asked him to share his friends list with her. Shadow was confused by the sudden request, so Anyu quickly began explaining the situation. A serial killer had appeared in Zhanghai City, leaving 7 victims behind. Even worse, rumors had begun spreading through the city that Shadow was the one responsible. Anyu explained that the victims' times of death happened to match Shadow's login times. Since the killer had acted with extreme precision, many people were starting to believe that Shadow might truly be involved. Still, Anyu added that she and her team did not believe he would ever do something so low and cruel. Shadow immediately understood the key point. If someone was framing him based on his login times, then that information must have leaked from someone on his friends list. Shadow began listing the possible suspects: Anyu's squad, Radiant Martial Virtue, Milky Snow, Old Man Zhang, and his granddaughter from the Sky Dome Guild, as well as his own guild member, Ghost Spirit. Then he asked where the bodies had appeared, and Anyu replied that they were scattered throughout Zhanghai City before asking whether he would investigate. Shadow confirmed that he would, and Anyu sounded relieved as she said she would send over the case files, confident he could catch the real killer within minutes. After ending the call, Shadow immediately ordered Ghost Spirit to log off as well, telling her they had a mission to handle. Back at his mansion hideout in the real world, Qin Feng handed Ghost Spirit the Divine Book, communication bracelet, so they could contact each other between the game and reality. He also gave her the Ghost Knight Wolf mount to help track down the killer, leaving Ghost Spirit shocked by the value of the items, though she honestly admitted she had no idea how to investigate a crime. Qin Feng explained his reasoning calmly. He had already checked his friends' list and did not believe any of them were the culprit, but since Wang Meng and the others had reported to the officials, he suspected there might be a mole inside the police leaking his login times. He told Ghost Spirit that she was the best person for this job because her skill, Touch of the Yellow Spring, allowed her to track targets through aura or scent. After sending her the case files, he reminded her to use her abilities flexibly. Ghost Spirit's eyes filled with determination as she accepted the mission. No matter what it took, she vowed to find the true culprit behind the murders. Meanwhile, inside a hotel in Magic City, Tony and the blue-haired girl dragged the bound Chu Kunshin in and threw him roughly onto the floor. Tony stepped forward and announced to the man waiting in the shadows that he had brought the target. From the darkness, an older bald man slowly turned around, a cigar held between his fingers as smoke curled around his face. The bald man praised Tony for completing the job so cleanly. The moment Chu Kunshin saw him, fear rushed across his face as he recognized him as Mr. Theodore from the embassy. Theodore smiled with a chilling calm, saying he was pleased dear Chu still remembered him, then claimed he simply could not bear to watch Chu suffer such injustice. So he had asked a few friends to rescue him. Chu Kunshin's face stiffened as he looked around at the group. Even through his fear, he pointed out that Theodore's so-called friends were all wanted criminals. He stared at Theodore with suspicion and asked him directly what his real goal was. Was he trying to deal with Shadow, or was he aiming at the Great Xia government itself? Theodore burst into laughter, as if Chu Kunshin's question amused him. With a casual smile, he asked whether there was really any difference, since the officials and Shadow were already standing so close together. Chu Kunshin's anger finally spilled out. He ranted that his wife and son had died, yet instead of arresting Shadow, the authorities had arrested him, a military officer. Then he looked up at Theodore with a grim expression, admitting he knew this rescue was not free, and asked what Theodore wanted him to do. Theodore answered in a calm, measured voice that his divination had pointed him straight toward Chu Kunshin. According to that result, Chu could help him find something he desperately wanted, and with that, Theodore asked what profession Chu used in the game. At first, Chu Kunshin looked confused by the question, but a moment later, he seemed to understand why Theodore had gone so far to capture him, and with his head lowered, he revealed his secret. He held the only hidden class in the priest system, the Feng Shui Master. Chu Kunshin explained his abilities in a low voice. Yin-Yang Harmony allowed him to manipulate an enemy's emotions and inflict extra damage on ghosts, while Ley-Line Perception allowed him to locate treasures and monsters. Still, Chu Kunshin could not hide his frustration. He bitterly admitted that although his hidden class sounded special, it was mainly a support role and would not be very useful in a direct battle against someone like Shadow. But just then, a sinister glint flashed through Chu Kunshin's eyes. A yin-yang symbol appeared around him as he secretly activated his yin-yang harmony skill. The effect spread instantly through Theodore's subordinates. Tony and the bald, muscular man suddenly turned on each other, their tempers exploding as they began arguing with violent intensity. In the blink of an eye, that argument turned into a savage brawl. Chu Kunshin watched them coldly, explaining that under the influence of his skill, they would fight until one of them died, though the effect would not work on enemies more than 5 levels above him. Theodore did not panic at all. Instead, he watched the chaos with an amused smile. Then Theodore pulled out a magical tarot card burning with blue flames and ordered his men to stop fighting. With a relaxed tone, he remarked that internal fighting was never a good thing. Theodore threw the card forward and activated its power, releasing a spell known as Moon God's Purification. A spectral moon appeared above them, and from it, a massive pillar of blue light descended, wrapping around the 2 men still locked in their brutal fight. The blue light washed over their bodies like a cleansing tide, instantly stripping away the negative emotional influence created by Chu Kunshin's skill. Tony and the bald man both collapsed unconscious once the spell ended. The blue-haired girl, Mei Jing, laughed at the sight and commented that Mr. Chu's skill was surprisingly powerful, while Theodore calmly ordered her to heal them. Chu Kunshin stood there drenched in cold sweat, terror spreading across his face. He knew exactly how strong his skill was, and ordinary purification should never have been able to remove it so easily. He stared at Theodore in growing fear, silently wondering what kind of class this man could possibly have. Theodore simply spread his arms wide and formally welcomed Chu Kunshin into their group. As Theodore sat there surrounded by swirling magical energy, the truth about his power became clear. He also possessed a unique hidden class within the priest system, the diviner, allowing him to draw different cards for divination, enhancement, purification, and teleportation, and he could even give those cards to others for one-time use. Meanwhile, on the streets of Zhonghai City, Ghost Spirit crouched low against the pavement and activated her skill, Touch of the Yellow Spring. A faint red aura spread from her fingertips as she felt along the invisible trail left behind. Her eyes sharpened, and she declared that she had found the killer's aura. The trail stretched far into the distance, and Ghost Spirit raised her hand, pointing the way for her mount, the Ghost Night Wolf. She told the wolf to move out, then climbed onto the beast's back. In the next moment, they dashed through the empty city streets, chasing the crimson trail cutting through the night. The scene then shifted to a high-rise apartment, Qin Feng's former home, where a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Inside the apartment, Qin Xiaoyu opened the door with a bright and expectant smile, happily greeting the visitor as mom. Standing outside were a middle-aged woman in a suit and a tall white-haired man dressed just as formally. Qin Xiaoyu immediately grew excited and asked if the man had come to buy the house, praising the woman for finding a buyer so quickly. But the woman looked apologetic and quickly corrected her. She explained that this man was not a buyer, but a diviner she had hired to help find Qin Xiaoyu's brother. The white-haired man adjusted his tie with a composed smile and introduced himself as Diviner Rintu. Qin Xiaoyu's smile faded at once. She asked why they needed divination to find her brother's location, and the woman explained sadly that she would be moving away in a couple of days, so she could not feel at ease leaving Qin Xiaoyu alone. Shocked by the sudden news, Qin Xiaoyu asked why she was leaving so soon. The woman explained that the Zhonghai city officials had extracted a platinum-grade hideout called the Church Sanctuary and invited the Mengsha River Guild to move there for safety. The woman gestured toward Rintu and urged Qin Xiaoyu to accept his help, saying his divination was extremely accurate. Rintu also stepped forward and tried to persuade her, saying Qin Feng was a reliable person, and if she properly begged him, he would surely help her. Qin Xiaoyu crossed her arms, her face darkening with anger as she rejected the offer outright. She thanked the woman for her kindness but said she did not need it, then bitterly declared that after 19 years, if Qin Feng had already decided he did not want her, then that was the end of it. She questioned what the point of finding him would even be. But deep down, Qin Xiaoyu was thinking something very different. She was currently guarding Shadow's hideout and saw him often, convinced that sooner or later, Shadow would notice her value and allow her to join his guild. The woman let out a helpless sigh, clearly used to Qin Xiaoyu's stubbornness. She advised her to try the divination anyway, then excused herself to go pack, leaving Rintu behind in the apartment. Rintu asked Qin Xiaoyu if she had any item her brother had used, since it would make the Rintu ignored her refusal and calmly walked into the apartment, looking around as if he had already been invited in. He said he had heard the siblings once lived together, so the house itself should be enough as a medium, while Qin Xiaoyu followed angrily and demanded to know who allowed him inside. Rintu smiled charmingly, and said he felt they were connected by destiny, so he would perform the divination for free. Without waiting for permission, he raised a card glowing with blue magical energy and told Qin Xiaoyu she could simply look at the result. If she was satisfied, great, and if not, it did not matter. A holographic tarot card slowly appeared in the air before them, its surface shimmering with mysterious light. Rintu activated the divination card, and an image emerged within it, a dark figure lying motionless in the depths of the sea. With a regretful expression, Rintu interpreted the vision for Qin Xiaoyu. He told her that her brother had already been burned to death, and that his corpse had sunk into the ocean, leaving Qin Xiaoyu frozen in total shock. Ironically, while the real Qin Feng was comfortably relaxing on a sofa inside his hideout, Qin Xiaoyu's emotions suddenly erupted into rage. In her mind, she cursed Qin Feng as useless trash for dying so easily. To her, he should have stayed alive long enough for her to become powerful and trample him herself. Outwardly, Rintu simply lowered his voice and offered his condolences, pretending to be sympathetic. Then Rintu changed the subject and mentioned that he had heard she interacted with Shadow. He claimed his divination had already found Shadow's location, then held up a golden card and asked if she wanted to go with him, explaining that he could teleport her there immediately. Rintu continued manipulating her, suggesting that even though her brother was dead, she could simply recognize Shadow as her new brother, and then everyone would be happy. Qin Xiaoyu eagerly agreed, while secretly scoffing that Qin Feng had gotten off too easily by dying, though it no longer mattered because Shadow would definitely protect her. The moment she accepted, Rintu activated a blue magic circle beneath their feet, and the two of them vanished. They rematerialized inside a dark, filthy room that looked like an abandoned laboratory, with shadows pressing in from every corner. Qin Xiaoyu looked around in confusion, unable to see Shadow anywhere, and asked where he was. Rintu's expression turned menacing as he removed his suit jacket and coldly replied that he should be the one asking her that question. Without giving her any warning, Rintu swung a vicious right hook straight into Qin Xiaoyu's face, hitting her so hard that blood burst from her mouth as she coughed in pain. He seized her ankle without warning, lifting her whole body off the ground until she was hanging upside down in front of him. With her hair falling toward the floor and her body swaying Qin Xiaoyu was so frightened that tears poured down her face. Her voice shook uncontrollably as she tried to explain through broken sobs that she truly did not know Shadow at all. Rintu's expression hardened, and he immediately accused her of lying. He reminded her that she had already claimed to guard Shadow's door and see him often, so there was no way she knew nothing. Before she could defend herself, he drove a vicious punch straight into her stomach while she hung there defenseless, and the impact knocked her unconscious on the spot. Rintu stared at her limp body with faint surprise, muttering that she had passed out far too easily. What shocked him even more was that Qin Xiaoyu had not extracted even a single useful ability from the game to protect herself in the real world. He grabbed the unconscious Qin Xiaoyu and dragged her across the floor like discarded prey. While pulling her along, he spoke into his phone and told the person on the other end that everything was ready. His tone grew hungry and cruel as he asked when he was finally allowed to act, complaining that his blade had been thirsty for far too long. Rintu hauled Qin Xiaoyu's limp body onto a cold metal table and let her fall there without the slightest care. Then he checked his phone and saw a message from his boss, clearly ordering him not to kill her until further instructions arrived. Rintu clicked his tongue in irritation, unable to hide his disappointment. But that disappointment did not last long. A sinister smile slowly returned to his face as his eyes began glowing red. He drew out a scalpel, and since he was not allowed to kill her yet, he decided he would simply take his time and play with her slowly instead. Meanwhile, inside a restroom, Officer Xiaoma stood in thought. He realized that there had been no report of Shadow logging off for 2 whole days, which made the situation feel increasingly suspicious. As he walked out of the restroom, Officer Xiaoma continued piecing the facts together in his mind. After extracting game stats, a person's need for food would rise sharply, so there was no realistic way Shadow could remain online for such an unusually long time without logging out. That led Officer Xiaoma to one conclusion. Captain Anyu had most likely stopped reporting Shadow's activity because she had already begun suspecting that someone was deliberately trying to frame him. Sayama stepped into the main police office with a tense, calculating look in his eyes. Deep down, he knew he could no longer move slowly. His plans needed to be pushed forward as quickly as possible. A malicious darkness spread across Sayama's face as he imagined the perfect outcome. If the public could be convinced that Shadow was a vicious serial killer, fear and hatred would spread like wildfire. He laughed to himself, believing that once public opinion erupted, even the officials would have no choice but to move against Shadow and eliminate him. Elsewhere, the ghost night wolf moved through the streets with eerie silence. Its paws touched down softly against the pavement, each step light and controlled, leaving almost no sound behind. Seated atop the mount, Ghost Spirit looked ahead with calm focus. After following the trail this far, she quietly declared that she had finally arrived. A thin stream of red energy twisted through the air like a trail only she could see. From her higher vantage point, Ghost Spirit looked down at the concrete facility below and confirmed that the killer's aura led directly into that building. Ghost Spirit wasted no time. She leapt down from above, her figure dropping through the darkness as she activated Shadow Sneak, blending into the surroundings until her presence became nearly impossible to detect. She landed lightly on a narrow window ledge, her feet touching down without a sound. Her body stayed low and steady, perfectly hidden outside the room. Ghost Spirit leaned close to the glass and peered inside. At first, a small smile appeared on her face, relieved that she had finally tracked down the culprit. But the moment her eyes took in what was happening beyond the window, that smile vanished completely. Her expression froze, then twisted into pure shock and horror. Inside the room, Qin Xiaoyu was suspended from the ceiling by her wrists, her body hanging weakly in the air. Her legs had been severed at the knees, and dark blood continued dripping steadily onto the floor beneath her. Below her, Rintu knelt with his head tilted back, his face twisted in sick enjoyment as he declared that it had been a long time since he had enjoyed himself this much. At that moment, the system coldly informed Qin Xiaoyu that her logout request had failed. Because she was still considered to be in combat, there was no way for her to escape by leaving the game. Tears streamed down Qin Xiaoyu's face as that cruel reality sank in. She finally understood that even logging out was impossible, and there was nowhere left for her to run. Her wrists remained bound above her head, forcing her broken body to hang from the ceiling. Every slight movement pulled at her arms and made her tremble helplessly. Both of her legs had already been severed, and the wounds were wrapped in crude, rough bandages. The sight made her body look even more fragile, like she had been kept alive only for Rintu's amusement. Qin Xiaoyu screamed in unbearable pain, while Rintu's wild laughter echoed from below. Her mind could not make sense of any of it, and through the agony, she could only wonder why something so horrible was happening to her. All she had ever wanted was to sell a house. Yet somehow, from that simple goal, she had been dragged into this nightmare and trapped inside a living hell. She could feel death creeping closer with every passing moment. Completely swallowed by despair, Qin Xiaoyu cried out with all the strength she had left, begging for anyone at all, to come save her. In the deepest point of her fear, Qin Feng's face suddenly appeared in her mind. She thought of her brother and clung to the painful belief that if Qin Feng were still here, he would definitely save her. But that thought only made her grief even sharper. Qin Xiaoyu cursed her brother in her heart, wondering why he had to die and leave her behind to face this horror alone. Then, without warning, a bright green light spread over her broken body. The glow wrapped around her wounds, bathing her in a strange and gentle radiance. Qin Xiaoyu stared in confusion as magical energy began stitching her flesh back together. She realized someone was using a healing art on her, and for one brief moment, hope returned to her tear-filled eyes. She thought someone had finally come to rescue her. But that fragile hope shattered when Rinta looked up at her with a twisted grin. He introduced himself once again and revealed the truth. His game ID was Human Butcher, and his profession was actually a priest. Rinta stepped closer beneath the green glow of his own healing spell, looking almost delighted by her confusion. In a calm, cruel voice, he told her not to worry, promising that he would not allow her to die so quickly. He covered his face and burst into uncontrollable laughter, openly revealing his sick way of thinking. To him, pushing prey to the limit and killing them slowly was the only way to create a truly wonderful experience. That was exactly why he had chosen to become a priest. The torture was far from finished, and as he looked at Qin Xiaoyu's terrified face, he announced that next, he would rip open her chest. The terror finally overwhelmed Qin Xiaoyu completely. Her eyes rolled back, foam gathered at her mouth, and her body lost all strength as she fainted from the unbearable fear. Rinta looked at her with clear disappointment, as if her collapse had spoiled his fun. He mocked her under his breath, sneering that she really was nothing more than a weak little girl. Suddenly, Rintu's instincts screamed danger. His expression changed in an instant, and he twisted his body aside just in time to dodge something flying toward him at terrifying speed. A cloaked figure descended into the room, her purple eyes glowing from beneath the shadow of her hood. It was Ghost Spirit, and her arrival instantly changed the atmosphere. Ghost Spirit unleashed Blade of the Underworld, sending a glowing ribbon of energy shooting through the air. The attack pierced Rintu and lifted him off the ground, leaving him suspended helplessly as she stared at him with a cold, merciless gaze. Her voice was icy as she demanded the truth from him. She wanted to know why he had used his crimes to frame Shadow. Rintu immediately activated his healing art, still wearing that arrogant look on his face. Even after being caught, he seemed convinced that he could recover and regain control of the situation. But his confidence disappeared almost as quickly as it appeared. The glowing ribbon tightened around his body, binding him so firmly that he could no longer move. Ghost Spirit dropped down with terrifying speed and closed the distance in an instant. She grabbed Rintu by the throat and slammed him down with brutal force. She pinned Rintu hard against the cracked wall, her grip crushing the arrogance out of him. With a chilling threat, she warned that if he refused to confess everything, she would saw off his legs. Terrified and completely defeated, Rintu stammered that he would talk and tell her everything. The view then shifted away from that horrifying room and returned to the desolate ruins of Zhonghai City, where the ruined streets stood silent under a heavy atmosphere. Among the ruins, Captain Anyu, Wang Ming, and Little Black were locked in a serious discussion. Captain Anyu pointed out that ever since they stopped reporting Shadow's login times, no new murders had happened. To her, that was clear proof that someone had been using those reports to frame him. Little Black immediately defended Shadow with visible anger. In her eyes, an expert as powerful as him would never be some twisted serial killer. If Shadow truly wanted someone dead, she argued, he would erase them completely and turn them to ashes, not leave bodies behind for people to discover. Captain Anyu remained calm, but serious. She explained that even though they understood Shadow was innocent, the ordinary public did not know the truth at all. That was what worried her most. If rumors kept spreading, panic would erupt across the city, and that chaos was probably the killer's real objective. Once public fear reached a breaking point, the officials might be forced to kill Shadow just to calm everyone down, even if they knew he had been framed. Little Black frowned and asked whether the officials could truly defeat Shadow in the first place. Captain Anyu gave a grim smile, and after a brief pause, admitted the truth, they could not. Captain Anyu explained that if a direct conflict with Shadow truly broke out, the government would suffer devastating losses. Once Great Xia weakened from that internal struggle, other countries would never miss the chance to take advantage, and the entire nation could be pushed into danger. Wang Ming's expression turned serious as he said they had to clear Shadow's name as soon as possible. After thinking through the timing and the information leaks, he concluded that the person framing Shadow had to be hiding among the officials of Zhonghai City. Captain Anyu fell into deep thought, her brows tightening as she followed that clue. Among the Zhonghai officials, if she had to name someone who also held a personal grudge against Shadow, only one suspicious figure came to mind. Inside his office, Officer Xiaoma stood frozen in place, cold sweat gathering on his forehead. His eyes stayed locked on his phone, and the more he stared at the screen, the more anxious he became. 2 full days had already passed, yet there was still no news about Shadow logging off. Officer Xiaoma grew increasingly irritated, afraid that Rintu might have lost control and accidentally killed the prey before the plan was finished. Alone in the dim office, his thoughts twisted back to Captain Anyu again and again. Her face filled his mind, and his obsession only grew stronger as he convinced himself that as long as Shadow remained alive, Anyu would never belong to him. In desperation, Officer Xiaoma gripped a glowing card tightly in his hand. For Anyu's sake, he was willing to cross every line, even if it meant standing against all of Great Xia itself. Just then, the silence was broken by a sudden vibration from his phone. Officer Xiaoma quickly checked the screen and saw a message that appeared to be from Rintu. It claimed that the prey had escaped and demanded 3 years of lifespan to extract a tracking skill, even attaching an address where Xiaoma was supposed to deliver the payment. Rage flashed across Officer Xiaoma's face as he clenched the phone in his hand. He could not believe his subordinate had failed such a simple task, but he also knew that if this scheme was exposed, everything would be over for him. So he had no choice but to go there personally and clean up the mess. Under a gloomy, heavy sky, Officer Xiaoma drove all the way to an abandoned industrial facility. The place stood silent and deserted, giving off a cold, ominous feeling before he even stepped inside. He pushed into the dark warehouse and called out for Human Butcher in an angry voice. His tone was full of blame as he demanded to know why Rintu had allowed the prey to escape. But the moment he looked deeper into the warehouse, his words died in his throat. He stopped completely, and his expression shifted into pure shock. Officer Xiaoma slowly raised his head and saw a horrifying sight above him. Qin Xiaoyu was still suspended from the ceiling, hanging there in a state that made the entire room feel like a nightmare. Yet what shocked him even more was the figure hanging beside her. His own hired killer, Rintu, had also been bound in the air, unconscious and completely unable to move. Before Officer Xiaoma could even process what was happening, a streak of purple energy suddenly shot out from the darkness. The glowing ribbon whipped around his body in an instant, tightening around him before he had any chance to struggle free. His body was yanked off the ground and hoisted into the air, leaving him hanging upside down beside the other 2 captives. Panic finally burst through his voice as he shouted at the approaching figure to release him, angrily demanding whether they had any idea who he was. Ghost Spirit stepped out from the shadows, her eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. Her voice stayed calm as she told him she knew exactly who he was, Ma Naoyang, the son of Jianghai City's mayor. Rintu had already confessed everything, including how Ma Naoyang ordered him to kill people and dump the bodies during Shadow's offline hours to frame him. Ghost Spirit then glanced toward Rintu and thanked him for keeping his promise by luring out the true mastermind. She cut him loose from the bindings, looked down at him coldly, and said that as a reward for cooperating, she would give him one last chance to enjoy himself. Rintu rose to his feet, wrapped in a surge of eerie purple energy, his face twisted into a completely deranged smile. Ghost Spirit ordered him to kill Ma Naoyang in whatever way pleased him most, and Rintu giggled madly as he thanked the young miss for giving him such a wonderful opportunity. Still under Ghost Spirit's control, Rintu turned his crazed eyes toward Ma Naoyang. She commanded him to use his favorite method, and Rintu answered with a maniacal laugh, telling Ma Naoyang to stop struggling because there was no escape now. Ma Naoyang screamed in terror, but Rintu was already lunging forward with a scalpel in hand. Ma Naoyang looked up in absolute horror as the cold blade flashed toward him, aiming straight for his throat. But Ma Naoyang had not come completely unprepared. At the last second, just before the scalpel could cut into him, he activated a golden card. A powerful shockwave exploded outward, blasting Rintu back and giving Ma Naoyang just enough time to roll away to safety. The next instant, a huge burst of fire and violent energy swallowed Rintu's body. The explosion lit up the entire warehouse, while Ghost Spirit stood nearby and watched the blast. When the smoke finally thinned, Rintu was lying dead on the ground. His body began breaking apart and transforming into glowing lifespan orbs, leaving behind only the proof of his end. Ma Naoyang staggered to his feet, panting heavily as he glared at Ghost Spirit. From her methods and abilities, he finally realized that she had to be Shadow's disciple. Furious and cornered, Ma Naoyang slapped a glowing golden card directly onto his forehead. The card carried the power of the Sun God, giving him a massive boost in agility for 2 minutes. A golden crossbow appeared in his hand, and with hatred burning in his eyes, he declared that he would kill both Shadow and Shadow's disciple. Ma Naoyang's speed surged to an unbelievable level as he leapt through the air. While moving, he fired one glowing energy arrow after another at Ghost Spirit, filling the warehouse with deadly flashes of light. Ghost Spirit remained calm as the barrage rained down around her. She slipped through the explosions with precise movements, dodging each attack as if she had already seen them coming. Ma Naoyang tried desperately to keep up the pressure, but Ghost Spirit suddenly vanished by using her stealth ability. Floating in midair, Ma Naoyang's confidence cracked as he realized she possessed the same assassin-style abilities as Shadow, and now he had completely lost track of her. Then, from the surrounding darkness, purple energy ribbons shot out without warning. Before Ma Naoyang could defend himself, they pierced through his arms and coiled around his body, locking him firmly in place. He screamed in pain as the ribbons lifted him into the air, leaving him hanging with the other captives. Ghost Spirit appeared beneath him once again, looking up with a cold expression as she asked whether he was the one who dared to harm her master. Ghost Spirit's purple eyes glowed as she stared him down. She could tell that Ma Naoyang was far too weak to possess such powerful card skills on his own, so she demanded to know who was supporting him from behind the scenes. In tears and unbearable pain, Ma Naoyang finally broke down and confessed everything. He admitted that the foreigners connected to Qian Shishir had been the ones who found him. Those foreigners had handed him the cards and asked him to help them kill Shadow. They even promised that a powerful big shot was standing behind them, making him believe the plan would succeed. Sobbing uncontrollably, Ma Naoyang insisted that this was all he knew. His voice cracked as he claimed he had no deeper information about the people behind the plot. He begged desperately for his life, trying to bargain with her through tears. He promised that his father, the mayor, could give her anything she wanted as long as she spared him. Ghost Spirit did not even bother to answer his plea. She simply turned her back on him and muttered coldly that he was far too noisy. Behind her, the purple ribbons suddenly constricted with brutal force. Ma Naoyang's screams were cut off as his body burst apart in a violent spray of blood, killing him on the spot. With her eyes still glowing a cold red, Ghost Spirit walked away without looking shaken. In her mind, she recalled her master's words clearly: never allow a single enemy to escape. As she prepared to leave, Ghost Spirit glanced back at Qin Xiaoyu. The girl was still hanging from the ceiling, unconscious, badly wounded, and missing both legs. For a moment, Ghost Spirit felt pity for her. But instead of staying, she left Qin Xiaoyu for the authorities to rescue, silently deciding that whether the girl survived or not would depend on her own fate. Not long after Ghost Spirit disappeared, the police arrived at the abandoned facility after receiving an anonymous tip. The officers rushed into the warehouse, only to freeze in shock at the gruesome scene before them. When they spotted the injured girl hanging there, someone immediately shouted for a healer. They quickly identified one of the bodies as Ma Naoyang, while the other dead man was confirmed to be the unidentified killer, Rin-tu. As for Qin Xiaoyu, she was still in a coma, but thankfully, her life was no longer in immediate danger. Then a captain suddenly raised his voice, calling everyone's attention to a message left behind at the scene. Embedded directly into the concrete wall were two phones, and above them was a written statement. It declared that the serial killings had been committed by these two men in order to frame Shadow. The evidence was stored inside the phones, and Qin Xiaoyu was the surviving witness. At the end, the message was signed with one strange line: doing good deeds without leaving a name. The officers checked the phones and soon found records that confirmed the entire truth. Ma Naoyang had conspired with Rin-tu to murder victims and frame Shadow for the crimes. They also discovered that someone inside the department had been secretly leaking Shadow's login times to Ma Naoyang, and the captain erupted in fury, immediately ordering the traitor's arrest. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Qin Feng was sitting in front of a huge meal and eating comfortably when his phone suddenly began to ring. He glanced at the screen and saw that the call was from Captain Anyu. The moment the call connected, Captain Anyu's voice came through with obvious excitement. She immediately told him the good news. The serial killer case had finally made a major breakthrough. Qin Feng acted as if he knew nothing and casually asked whether they had already found the murderer. Captain Anyu confirmed it right away, saying the culprits had been identified as Ma Naoyang and Rin-tu, though both of them were already dead. She went on to explain that the police had discovered solid evidence and even found a surviving witness. However, the girl had lost both legs and was still unconscious, so they would have to wait until she woke up and gave her testimony before the case could truly be closed. Qin Feng quietly thought to himself that Ghost Spirit had handled the mission perfectly. On the other end of the phone, Anyu apologized for all the trouble the investigation had brought him, and as compensation, she offered to give him a useful piece of intelligence. Captain Anyu told him about a strange phenomenon happening in a novice town within Zhanghai City. 5 flying monsters had been circling the sky and hunting players, but the truly bizarre part was that no matter how many were killed, the number always returned to 5. She suspected some kind of treasure was hidden there and urged Shadow to look into it. Qin Feng's eyes widened the moment he heard that detail. He immediately understood what it meant. Another ancient god slate had appeared. He began analyzing the situation in his mind. If the ancient god slate was connected to those flying monsters, then it was likely hidden somewhere high in the sky. Since ordinary players still had no way to fly, Qin Feng knew he would need a flying mount before he could reach it. Then he remembered the Withered Bone City key he had obtained from the magic leaning tower. Withered Bone City belonged to the Moraga Empire, the homeland of dragons, so Qin Feng quickly concluded that this might be the perfect place to find a flying dragon mount. A system prompt reminded him that entering Withered Bone City required level 20. Qin Feng checked his current status and saw that he was still level 19. His eyes sharpened with determination, because he only needed one more level, and that meant it was time to enter the game again. Shadow teleported to the outer beach of Withered Bone City. The moment he arrived, a desolate coastline stretched before him, covered in enormous skeletons, while far across the water, a dark castle loomed on a distant island like a silent ruin. As Shadow stood on the shore, he noticed glowing lifespan orbs scattered across the ground. Their presence made it clear that other players had recently fought and died in this area. Shadow's expression tightened as he sensed something unusual nearby. Without making a sound, he slipped behind a massive skeleton and concealed himself in its shadow. In the distance, a huge skeletal lobster monster stood upright on its hind legs. Its body towered over the battlefield as it spat streams of green acid toward a group of struggling players. Among those players were Lin Xingyu, Late Night Drizzle, and a large bald man. Lin Xingyu's face changed in shock as floating bubbles of green acid drifted toward her, each one looking ready to burst at any moment. The bald man in the party stepped forward with complete confidence. He raised his posture as if he had everything under control and told the others to watch closely. A ghostly green aura wrapped around his body. The system identified his class as Soul Walker, a hidden support class capable of turning both himself and his teammates into spirit forms. While in that state, they could not attack, but they were immune to damage and had no physical collision. The monster unleashed a roaring wave of green acid breath, flooding the area in front of it. But thanks to the Soul Walker's ability, the attack passed straight through the intangible players without harming them at all. Watching from behind the skeleton, Shadow narrowed his eyes. He recognized this group from the memories of his past life. He remembered that this bald man, Zuma, had once joined forces with Theodore and several others to trap the officials of Magic City. That scheme caused severe casualties among the official forces, leaving them unable to maintain order, and as a result, Magic City fell into chaos for 3 full months, indirectly leading to hundreds of thousands of deaths. The fight against the giant skeletal lobster quickly reached a critical point as the monster let out a furious roar. Seeing that the boss's health was already low, Lin Xingyu immediately shouted a warning that it was entering its second phase. The boss responded by releasing a swarm of blue bubbles into the air. One after another, the bubbles burst open, revealing a horde of smaller lobster monsters inside. The party was overwhelmed almost instantly. A shield-bearing teammate struggled to hold the front line, gritting his teeth as he complained that there were simply too many enemies to block. In the middle of the chaos, Lin Xingyu turned toward Zuma and screamed for him to use soul conversion. If he activated that ability now, he could still save the entire team. But Zuma only turned his face away with a cold, indifferent expression. He heard his teammate's desperate plea, yet he chose to ignore it completely. Lin Xingyu froze in disbelief at the betrayal. At that same moment, the small lobster slipped past the collapsing front line and lunged straight toward her. The team's formation fell apart in seconds. Lin Xingyu fired her dual weapons again and again, but even while attacking, she realized they could no longer hold the line. She shouted at Zuma one last time, demanding to know what he was doing, but by then, it was already too late. The massive boss and its swarming minions rushed toward her together as she lost her footing and fell. Terror filled Lin Xingyu's eyes as she looked up from the ground. The monster loomed over her, opening its jaws as if it were about to devour her whole. Just as the monster struck, a flash of blue energy tore across the battlefield. The slash cut through the creature in an instant, slicing it apart before it could reach her. Shadow had finally stepped into the fight. He moved so fast that his body became a blur, unleashing a skill that swept across the battlefield and instantly carved through the swarm of small lobsters. Shadow leapt over the stunned Lin Xingyu and landed in the middle of the battlefield with devastating force. A dark vortex of energy erupted around him, spreading outward and annihilating the remaining enemies in one overwhelming strike. A system window appeared, confirming that Shadow had killed the Jade-grade lobster boss and gained a massive amount of experience, evolution points, and more than 9 years of lifespan. As Shadow stood among the scattered loot, Zuma stared at him in complete shock, finally realizing that the famous Shadow had appeared before them. The situation turned violent without warning. In the blink of an eye, Shadow appeared directly in front of the bald man, Zuma, his gaze filled with terrifying killing intent. Before anyone nearby could react, Shadow struck with ruthless speed. His attack swept cleanly through the air and severed Zuma's head in a single motion. As Zuma's headless body collapsed, a system notification confirmed his death. His corpse dissolved into light, leaving Lin Xingyu staring in stunned disbelief. She thanked Shadow for saving them, but she could not stop herself from asking why he had killed one of their team members. Shadow glanced back at her with a cold, glowing eye and asked why the Magic City official team had a foreigner among them. Lin Xingyu explained that Zuma had been hired as external support because his class was essential for defeating the boss, though she admitted she never expected him to become distracted at such a critical moment. Shadow scoffed at her explanation, clearly unimpressed by her innocence. He told her that Zuma had not been distracted at all, then quoted the old warning that those who are not of one's own kin will have different hearts, making it clear that Zuma's betrayal had been intentional. Cold sweat broke out across Lin Xingyu's face as she asked whether Shadow meant Zuma had done it on purpose. She could not understand what he would gain by letting the team die. Shadow turned his back as his cape stirred behind him and told her that investigating the motive was their job, not his. Then, without wasting any more time, he offered her a deal. If the Magic City officials found any bosses they could not handle, they were to contact him directly. Shadow stated his conditions clearly. He only wanted the lifespan drops and any equipment related to the assassin class. Everything else could belong to them, just like the arrangement he had already made with the Jianhai officials. Lin Xingyu quickly told him that several boss coordinates had already been sent in, and a few of them were close by. Shadow activated his flight ability and rose into the air, telling her to send the coordinates as he shot toward the sky. Nearby, a red-haired girl blushed as she whispered to her teammates that she had heard Shadow was coming, quietly wondering whether he was handsome. Her teammates were far more doubtful, but those doubts disappeared in a fraction of a second. The beast fell almost immediately, and a system notification confirmed Shadow's kill, rewarding him with experience, evolution points, more than 5 years of lifespan, and a platinum-grade assassin skill called Smoke Bomb. Then another terrifying Jade-grade boss appeared, the noble's eldest son, Traitor Lulu, clad in dark lava armor and holding a giant flaming sword. The nearby player froze in terror, feeling as if his life was already over. But in the next blur of movement, Shadow struck and dealt massive damage before anyone could even follow his motion. The system confirmed the kill, granting Shadow experience, evolution points, more than 10 years of lifespan, and a Jade-grade skill called Merge into Darkness. The rescued players stared in awe, completely unable to process what they had just seen. Each of Shadow's attacks had dealt over 300,000 damage, a number so absurd that it left them speechless. Instead of learning the skill directly, Shadow made a different choice. He activated his Spirit Devourer bloodline ability and consumed the card, using it to strengthen himself even further. A system notification immediately confirmed the result. By devouring the legendary skill, Shadow's elemental attack and elemental resistance had both increased by a significant amount. As Shadow continued forward, he noticed the path ahead dropping sharply downward. Surprise flickered through his mind when he realized he was no longer simply moving across the coastline, but heading deep underground through a dark, rocky passage. While moving through the long tunnel, Shadow quickly figured out its purpose. This underground passage ran beneath the ocean floor, connecting the mainland coast directly to the isolated island ahead. He kept traveling through the darkness until, at last, an exit appeared in the distance. Shadow stepped out from the cave mouth and found himself standing in a grim, storm-covered landscape. Above a high cliff, a dark and ruined castle loomed under the flashes of lightning, giving the entire place a dangerous, ancient atmosphere. A system notification appeared, welcoming him to the Moraga Empire's withered bone city ruins. At the same time, a severe warning followed. This was a berserk area, and any player inside would lose lifespan at 100 times the normal rate. Shadow stood by the dark water and looked back toward the hidden passage beneath the sea, silently admiring how cleverly it had been designed. At that moment, a memory from his past life surfaced in his mind. Back then, a strange madman had once rambled endlessly about a secret tunnel buried under the ocean. At the time, no one had taken that man seriously. Everyone simply thought he had lost his mind and was mixing up this world with some other game. But now, standing here with the truth right in front of him, Shadow finally understood that the so-called madman had never been talking nonsense. Everything he said had been real. Shadow moved forward through a dead forest filled with withered trees and scattered bones. But before he could get far, the ground beneath his feet suddenly began shaking violently, as if something enormous was waking up underground. Nearby, a gigantic skeletal dragon skull that had been lying on the ground started to tremble. Cracks spread across its surface, and the bones groaned as if they were about to break apart. Then, without any warning, a colossal creature burst out from inside the skull. The impact shattered the ancient dragon remains into fragments, sending bone pieces and dust flying everywhere. Shadow did not retreat. He stood firmly in place as the dust slowly cleared around him, and the horrifying shape of the monster finally appeared before his eyes. It was a giant skeletal centipede, and above its monstrous body was a stitched-together female torso with a single red eye glowing eerily. The system identified it as the guardian of the withered bone ruins, Thousand-Blade Centipede Moire, a powerful diamond-grade boss. Shadow calmly studied the enemy in front of him. Her upper body still vaguely kept the shape of a human woman, but everything below had been twisted into the body of a terrifying monster. Then his gaze fell on the festering wounds spread across her body. Those scars looked almost identical to the ones he had once seen on the white dragon, Atesh. As the terrifying creature lunged toward him, Shadow immediately understood what had happened. She had once been a citizen of the Moraga Empire, only to be corrupted by Cthulhu's curse. He dodged as the massive centipede body swept through the air, and while avoiding the attack, he looked at the scars across her human torso. From those wounds, he could tell she must have suffered inhuman torture while she was still alive. The skeletal legs stabbed toward him again and again, but Shadow kept weaving between them with sharp, controlled movements. When the monster brought down a crushing strike, Shadow kicked off the ground and leapt high into the air, narrowly avoiding the blow as it smashed the earth beneath him into broken pieces. Then Shadow launched his counterattack. He activated his skills in quick succession, summoning his Shadow clones while using Blessing of Release to stack a massive amount of additional damage onto his strikes. In a flash of purple energy, Shadow and his clones moved at the same time. Their synchronized Shadow Flash slash struck the boss 4 times in an instant, cutting through the air with terrifying precision. One of the blades swept cleanly across the monster's neck, leaving a sharp line of damage across her twisted body. Shadow's eyes glowed as the system showed that his skill cooldowns had instantly reset. Without hesitation, he steadied his stance and prepared to unleash another round of attacks. He activated Blessing of Release once again, and a chaotic red aura surged around Mowire's body, wrapping her in the energy of his next devastating strike. The 4 shadows moved together, forming a final coordinated attack from different angles and sealing off every possible path of escape. Beams of purple light sliced through the boss from all sides. Mowire's monstrous body was cut apart piece by piece before exploding in a burst of magical fire, while Shadow landed safely on the ground without a trace of panic. A system notification appeared, confirming that Shadow had killed the Diamond Grade Guardian, Mowire. He received a huge amount of experience, evolution points, more than 10 years of tradable lifespan, and several dropped items. Shadow looked down at her fading body with a solemn expression and quietly told her to rest in peace. As the monster disappeared, the spirit of the beautiful woman she had once been briefly appeared. She gave a peaceful smile, finally released from the curse, before dissolving into glowing lifespan orbs. After defeating the Diamond Grade Guardian, Shadow continued deeper into the desolate ruins. He raised his head toward the cliffs, where the ominous castle stood beneath flashing lightning like a dark shadow pressing over the land. Without slowing his pace, Shadow lifted his hand and unleashed a long-range attack, sending a wave of dark energy tearing forward through the ruins. The attack struck a spider-like monster hiding in the shadows. It had the upper body of a human woman fused to a spider's lower half, and it let out a piercing scream as the dark energy impaled it. A system notification appeared right after, confirming that Shadow had killed the cursed spider, Molly. He gained a large amount of experience, evolution points, and another 10 years of tradable lifespan. Standing among the floating loot, Shadow took in the grim reality of the place around him. Every monster he had encountered here shared the same horrifying pattern, a human upper body fused with a twisted, monstrous lower half, and even more unsettling, they still carried their original human names. His eyes then shifted to a huge dragon skull lying on the ground nearby. Even the bones themselves had clearly been changed by something unnatural. The skull had far too many eye sockets, along with strange horn-like growths jutting from its structure. Seeing this extreme biological corruption, Shadow concluded that the entire withered bone ruins had once been used as a biochemical experimentation ground. He recalled the lore Atesh had told him before. In order to win the war, the people of Moraga had summoned Cthulhu, the ancient sea god, but that decision brought a terrible curse upon the city. The curse twisted everyone inside, transforming the entire population into monsters. As Shadow walked farther in, he could feel the curse growing heavier around him. The closer he got to the center of the city, the thicker and more oppressive that corrupted presence became. Suddenly, a massive object came plummeting down from the sky. A giant golem with rock-like skin crashed violently into the ground in front of Shadow, shaking the area as it blocked his path. The system identified the new enemy as the Royal City Guard Commander, Marun, a level 25 platinum grade boss. The golem's huge body glowed from within, as if molten magma were flowing beneath its stone shell. Shadow looked up at the towering giant, but there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he seemed almost unimpressed, wondering why a Royal Guard Commander was only a low-level platinum grade boss. The Guard Commander raised one massive stone arm, and red energy began gathering around its fist like burning heat. It slammed its fist down with earth-shaking force, cracking the ground where Shadow had been standing. But Shadow easily dodged to the side, leaping away before the impact could touch him. The fight truly began as Shadow summoned his Shadow Blade and struck first, sending a powerful slash straight into the stone golem's body. But the moment the damage numbers appeared, a strange bounce-back effect suddenly triggered around the boss. Shadow's expression changed as pain shot through his own body. The exact damage he had just dealt had been reflected back onto him instantly. He landed on the ground and immediately understood that this opponent was far more dangerous than it looked. Staring at the Royal City Guard Commander's glowing red eyes, Shadow identified its ability as damage reflection. After a quick analysis, he realized this boss had 10 times the health of a normal platinum grade boss, along with a terrifying 100% damage reflection attribute. Shadow's expression turned grim. If his blacklight shield had not already been active, that single reflected hit might have killed him outright. This land was clearly far more dangerous than he had expected, and he could not afford to be careless. Shadow kicked off the ground and leapt high into the night sky, his figure briefly silhouetted against the moon above the ruined city. To counter the reflection effect, he fully activated his defenses and summoned 10 layers of blacklight shield around himself. From high in the air, Shadow rained down a barrage of 10 shadow blades, each slash falling toward the golem like dark streaks cutting through the night. His strategy was clear. He would use repeated low-damage attacks to charge his ultimate move, while the layers of blacklight shield absorbed the reflected damage coming back at him. Once his energy was fully charged, Shadow descended from above with his ultimate attack. Blessing of Release combined with Crimson Blade, forming a massive vertical beam of red energy that sliced straight through the golem and dealt a staggering 450,000 damage. In the next instant, Shadow braced himself, because that enormous damage value was reflected right back toward him with the same terrifying force. But before the backlash could crush him, a golden barrier erupted around his body. The powerful shield absorbed the entire impact completely, leaving Shadow unharmed. Shadow remained standing without a single visible wound on him. He calmly revealed that the reflected damage had never mattered in the first place, because his Crimson Blade gave him a staggering 600% lifesteal. Since his health was already full, all that excess healing had been converted into an overflow shield worth 2.7 million points. Compared to that, the 450,000 damage reflected back at him was nothing more than a tiny scratch. With the Royal City Guard commander finally brought down, a system window flashed in front of Shadow and confirmed his victory. Huge rewards poured in all at once, giving him a massive amount of experience, evolution points, and more than 14 years of added lifespan. But mixed into the reward message was a dangerous warning. The commander's death had now alerted every guard inside the city. Shadow froze for a brief moment, his eyes shifting as he sensed the air around him suddenly change. The whole atmosphere had turned heavier, and even he looked confused by how quickly the situation had taken a new direction. High above the ruins, on the edge of a steep cliff, a monstrous sentry raised a huge horn to its mouth and blew with all its strength. Green waves of sound burst outward from the horn, rippling across the sky like a visible alarm signal. The very next instant, the dead ruins seemed to wake up. From every cliffside and broken ridge, countless monstrous figures began climbing down in waves, their bodies pouring into the area like a living avalanche. Shadow lifted his gaze and watched the ridges fill with enemies. Winged creatures, spider-like hybrids, and all kinds of twisted beasts crowded the heights above him, their silhouettes packed tightly together as they stared down at him. Then, right beside him, a gigantic fur-covered foot crashed into the ground with terrifying force. The impact shook the earth, making it clear that something massive had just stepped into the battlefield. In only a few moments, Shadow found himself completely boxed in by a dense army of monsters. A giant white bear towered among them, while terrifying centipede-like creatures crawled through the crowd around him. Then a system notification appeared, announcing that Shadow had triggered the Monster Horde event. The requirement to continue was simple, but merciless. Every single monster had to be killed. Shadow looked up at the towering wall of enemies pressing in from every side. Their red eyes glowed through the darkness like countless burning embers. But instead of showing fear, a laugh slipped out of him as he took in the situation. To Shadow, being surrounded by this many enemies felt strangely refreshing, almost exactly like the kind of chaos he had been hoping for. The monsters noticed their supposed prey laughing in the middle of the encirclement. For a moment, they turned their heads toward one another in confusion, unable to understand why this human was not shaking in fear. Then Shadow moved like a storm breaking loose. His Dark Knight ring blade flashed through the air, tearing into the first wave before the monsters could react. With just one sweeping strike, a system notification appeared and confirmed that 32 monsters had already been killed. Shadow gave the horde no chance to recover. Before the enemies could even regroup, he activated Shadow of Slaughter, and dark clones began rising out of the ground around him, ready to fight at his side. Together with those Shadow clones, Shadow launched a perfectly synchronized Shadow Flash/X4. Purple energy erupted across the battlefield, ripping through the monster ranks in a single devastating burst, and instantly pushing his kill count up to 165. Chaotic beams of energy carved through everything in their path. Lion men, shark hybrids, and other mutated creatures were sliced apart one after another as Shadow kept pressing forward. Without slowing down, he descended again with another Dark Knight Ring Blade X4 attack. Dark magic swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave, and every swing sent the kill count climbing higher until it reached 518. What should have been a desperate battle quickly became a one-sided massacre. System notifications flooded Shadow's vision as the death toll exploded, jumping from 600 to more than 2,000 in mere seconds. As the slaughter continued, the kill count shot past 8,000. The entire battlefield began glowing with thousands of floating lifespan orbs left behind by the fallen army, lighting the ruins with an eerie, otherworldly shine. At last, silence settled over the battlefield again. Shadow stood alone with purple light glowing in his eyes, having wiped out a total of 10,086 monsters. A system window appeared and confirmed that every monster had been killed, unlocking the road to the Withered Bone City ruins core. After annihilating an army of more than 10,000 monsters, Shadow remained standing in the middle of a vast sea of glowing particles. Another notification confirmed that the path to the Withered Bone ruins core had opened, while countless lifespan orbs drifted around him in the air. But when Shadow looked at the rewards surrounding him, disappointment crossed his face. He wondered why there was so little after such a massive battle. Then he realized the truth. The curse had been draining the citizens' life force non-stop, even after they had already turned into monsters. Suddenly, the floating orbs began to move. They swirled around Shadow in a bright magical current, gathering together in midair as their light started forming the shape of a new structure. The gathered light stretched across the enormous chasm, shooting forward like a path being forged in the air. In moments, it became a radiant bridge leading directly toward the ominous castle waiting in the distance. Shadow stepped onto the bridge formed from the light of the dead, but as soon as his foot touched it, a golden aura suddenly wrapped around his body, causing him to pause in surprise. A system window appeared and informed him that he had received the blessing of the Withered Bone citizens. The cursed souls, grateful that he had finally released them, granted him a buff that gave him a chance to obtain dragon power while fighting inside the city. Shadow looked down at his glowing hand and remarked that this power was interesting. From that blessing, Shadow quickly pieced together what was happening. The source of the curse had to be somewhere inside the city, and the souls of the victims were guiding him forward, hoping he would destroy it once and for all. Shadow continued walking across the Bridge of Light until he reached a massive dark pit ahead of him. The opening looked less like a normal hole and more like a terrifying maw made of flesh and darkness. Without showing the slightest hesitation, Shadow pushed off the edge and leaped straight into the abyss below. As he dropped through the fleshy tunnel, a notification suddenly warned him that he had entered the Withered Bone Curse Great Hollow. In this place, lifespan was drained at 1,000 times the normal rate. Shadow crashed down into a pool of red liquid with a heavy splash. He slowly rose to his feet, surrounded by pulsing organic walls on every side, his body ready for whatever waited at the heart of the corruption. Deep inside the hollow, embedded within the fleshy walls, a man with long red hair and a thick beard hung suspended in place. His body was pierced through by heavy spikes, leaving him trapped like a tortured prisoner. Then a notification flashed, and the man's eyes snapped open as if he had sensed an intruder. Shadow stood firm in the darkness, a purple flame igniting over his chest as an overwhelming killing intent filled the hollow. Still trapped against the wall, the man began muttering under his breath. Strange syllables rolled out of his mouth, low and broken, like words from a forgotten age. Shadow narrowed his eyes as he listened, recognizing the language as the ancient tongue of the gods. After translating the sounds, he realized the man was repeating one name again and again, Moire. Consumed by madness and grief, the man suddenly roared Moire's name with all the rage left in his body. Then he tore himself free from the wall, ripping away from the spikes that had held him in place. The moment he broke free, his body began to twist violently. Flesh tore apart, bones shifted, and his entire form started changing into something far more terrifying. He transformed into a gigantic armored skeletal beast, towering over the hollow with a monstrous presence. The system identified him as Arkitos, the last guardian of Withered Bone City, a level 20 emerald grade boss. Shadow reacted immediately and activated Merge into Darkness. His body dissolved into the surrounding shadows, fading from sight as he slipped into invisibility. But to Shadow's shock, Arkitos moved without hesitation. The massive beast swung one enormous claw directly toward him, cutting straight through his stealth as if it meant nothing. Shadow barely dodged the crushing blow in time. The claw smashed into the ground where he had just been standing, shattering the floor with terrifying force. He leaped back to open up distance, and after landing safely, he frowned in confusion, wondering how Arkitos could see through his level 21 stealth. Arkitos charged at him again, still screaming the name of the woman he had loved. As that grief-filled roar echoed through the hollow, Shadow finally began to understand the reason. Shadow realized that because he had killed Moire and absorbed her lifespan, traces of her soul were still lingering inside him. Arkitos was not seeing through stealth normally. He was tracking the remnants of Moire within Shadow's body. While keeping his distance, Shadow studied the spikes covering Arkitos' armor. They looked exactly like the spikes on the Royal City Guard commander, making the connection impossible to ignore. Shadow raised his shadow dagger and prepared to test the boss directly. If his guess was right, Arkitos was likely carrying the same troublesome passive ability as the commander. To confirm his theory, Shadow struck Arkitos with the dagger. The exact same amount of damage instantly bounced back toward him, but his golden shield flared up and absorbed the reflected blow before it could hurt him. That single exchange was enough for Shadow to confirm it. Arkitos also possessed the dangerous damage reflection ability, meaning every attack against him carried a cost. Arkitos unleashed a deafening roar that shook the hollow. Purple energy surged across his massive body, and the moment it flared outward, he began summoning reinforcements. The fleshy ground around Shadow suddenly erupted. Large blue eggs burst up from beneath the surface one after another, quickly forming a ring that completely surrounded him. Shadow stared at the eggs with a much more serious expression. He realized they also carried a damage reflection effect, and if they were allowed to hatch, they would most likely release dangerous elite-level monsters. To test how tough they were, Shadow threw a shadow dagger at one of the eggs. The blade struck hard and dealt more than 3,000 damage, giving him the first clear measure of their durability. The egg shattered under the attack, but Shadow immediately calculated the price. Breaking just one egg required 3 daggers, which meant he would lose 3 layers of his blacklight shield to the reflected damage. Since each shield layer needed 2 seconds to regenerate, he quickly concluded that there was no way he could destroy all the eggs in time. With no better option left, Shadow chose to let the eggs hatch instead of wasting time trying to destroy them. He kicked off the ground and shot high into the air, taking the higher position so he could watch the battlefield clearly and prepare for whatever monsters were about to break free. As Shadow began dropping back down toward Arquitos, his gaze sharpened. At that moment, he noticed his ultimate skill had finished charging, giving him the perfect chance to strike before the situation spiraled further out of control. Without holding anything back, Shadow unleashed the Crimson Blade. A massive beam of red energy tore down from above and slammed directly into Arquitos, exploding against his body with terrifying force and dealing a staggering 450,000 damage. Shadow touched down without making a sound, his posture steady and calm. Around him, the overwhelming healing from his lifesteal had formed a huge golden barrier, wrapping his body in a thick protective glow. The chaos around him could not injure him at all. At the same time, the blue eggs finished hatching in an instant. A swarm of cursed young dragons ripped free from the eggs and soared into the air. Each one was a level 20 emerald-grade monster, screeching sharply as their wings spread and they prepared to dive toward Shadow. Shadow dropped back into the pool of red liquid and landed in a low crouch. With the newborn dragon horde gathering in front of him, he raised his head and faced them without a trace of panic. Shadow did not hesitate for even a second. He released his Dark Knight ring blade, and a swirling vortex of dark energy roared outward, tearing through the young dragons and dealing nearly 30,000 damage to each one it touched. The battle was over almost as soon as it began. Shadow stood calmly inside his golden barrier while a notification confirmed that 9 dragons had been killed. Seeing the reflected damage fail to threaten him, he remarked that as long as his blood shield remained, their damage reflection was nothing to be afraid of. As the cursed dragons collapsed and died, their bodies dissolved into glowing lifespan orbs. The light drifted upward from the red pool, spreading through the air like sparks rising from a battlefield. But this time, the lifespan orbs did not flow into Shadow. Instead, they gathered above him and began spinning violently, forming a dense mass of light. From within that glow, a voice rang out in the ancient god language, coldly addressing Shadow as an outsider. The gathered energy twisted and reshaped itself, reforming Arquitos into an even more horrifying state. The system identified this new form as Flesh Curse, Arquitos Blue Scale. With a sinister smile spreading across his monstrous face, Arquitos declared that Shadow would never succeed in destroying his race. The battle instantly grew even more intense. Arquitos lunged forward, his mutated body surging with power as he aimed a massive, energized punch straight at Shadow. Shadow's eyes flashed neon blue, and he answered with an instant shadow slash, moving so fast he became a blur. In a single split second, he struck Arquitos from every direction, but then his eyes widened. The word immunity appeared around Arquitos, and every attack passed without causing any damage. Shadow was stunned, unable to understand why none of his strikes worked. Arquitos did not waste that opening. The moment Shadow's attack failed, the Guardian drove his fist forward and smashed into him with devastating force. Shadow was blasted backward like a cannonball, taking nearly 30,000 damage from the direct hit. The impact erupted into a huge explosion, throwing violent waves of power through the fleshy hollow. As Shadow forced himself to regain balance, the golden blood shield around him cracked apart and shattered. Listening closely to Arquitos' guttural words, Shadow translated the meaning and realized the monster was declaring that as long as his bloodline and soul remained, his home would never fall. Arquitos stood within the surging purple energy, his huge body radiating a terrifying presence. He proclaimed that Withered Bone City would never be conquered, leaving Shadow staring at him in confusion. Normally, only epic-grade monsters or beings above that level were capable of speech and true self-awareness. Yet Arquitos was only an emerald-grade boss, and somehow he still retained his own mind and will. Arquitos ignored Shadow's confusion and began gathering dark energy into a dense sphere. His voice continued chanting about protecting his city, his empire, and his people, as if that single obsession was the only thing still keeping him alive. Then the Guardian released his Demon Dragon Cannon. A vertical beam of destructive energy erupted with terrifying pressure, tearing through the hollow like a pillar of pure annihilation. Shadow reacted the instant the attack fired. He kicked off the ground and leaped high into the air, narrowly avoiding the blast as it ripped through the space below him. The moment Shadow landed, he countered with a Shadow Blade, sending the attack straight at Arquitos. But once again, it had no effect. Arquitos simply walked through it, completely untouched. Shadow cursed under his breath, realizing he had to break that invulnerability shield before he could do any real damage. Arquitos immediately unleashed another technique. A grotesque ribcage made of raw flesh materialized around Shadow, closing in like a living cage and trapping him inside. The system identified it as the flesh prison, and a countdown appeared as Shadow's lifespan began draining away by the year. A cold sweat broke out across Shadow's face. For the first time in this fight, the danger was pressing close enough that he could feel it tightening around him. Shadow quickly realized Arquitos was siphoning away his life force. He identified the draining effect as an ability connected to the evil god, Cthulhu. The situation had turned extremely dangerous, because the flesh prison was an unavoidable attack that ignored all defenses. A fleshy tendril fed on Shadow directly, and he understood that if this continued, his entire lifespan would be drained away. Just when it seemed there was no way out, red energy suddenly erupted from Shadow's body. A notification appeared, announcing that he had triggered dragon power. The system then detected that he possessed Etia's skill, Shadow of Slaughter. That connection granted Shadow a new buff, Etia's Flame of Nirvana. Its description revealed the key to turning the fight around. The white flame ignored every defense and burned the opponent's soul directly, dealing massive damage from within. Orange dragon fire ignited in Shadow's eyes as he grasped what this meant. This was the true power of the dragon race, a force that could reach beyond armor, shields, and even Arquitos' strange immunity. Shadow launched his counterattack with the enhanced dragon, Shadow of Slaughter. His clones materialized around him, each one wrapped in holy fire, before they descended on Arquitos like burning shadows. He immediately followed with Dragon, Instant Shadow Slash, cutting through the air at blinding speed. This time, the flame struck deeper than the body, and Arquitos' immunity finally shattered. The attacks landed cleanly, tearing into Arquitos and dealing tens of thousands of damage. At the same time, the flame of Nirvana left a severe burn on him, its white fire eating into his soul. Arquitos screamed as the white flames consumed him. In his final struggle, he cried out to Cthulhu, desperately begging the evil god to grant him more strength. Arquitos shouted that he could not die, because he still had to preserve the dragon race. Shadow stood calmly before him as the spirit of Etias appeared behind him. Then Shadow told the dying guardian the truth. What he had done was not protection. By summoning Cthulhu, he had condemned his own people to an eternal curse. With a cold glare in his eyes, Shadow told Arquitos to feel the flame of Nirvana. Let that fire burn through him completely and cleanse the sins he had carried for so long. Shadow delivered the finishing strike with Dragon, Crimson Blade. A colossal beam of red energy crashed down onto Arquitos, unleashing nearly 500,000 damage in one final, overwhelming blow. The last Guardian was swallowed by the attack and burned away completely. A system window confirmed the kill, awarding Shadow 1 million experience points, 120 evolution points, and nearly 40 years of lifespan. Shadow slowly descended as victory notifications glowed around him. The system continued listing his rewards, including 60 evolution points, nearly 40 years of lifespan, and a diamond-grade item known as the Bone Spike. As the dragon power buff faded from his body, Shadow calmly reviewed the rewards. The 1 million experience points proved that the city's monsters had funneled a huge amount of resources into Arquitos. But the lifespan reward was strangely low at only 39.8 years, making Shadow suspect that most of it had already been stolen away by the evil god, Cthulhu. Suddenly, the red liquid on the ground began to stir. A grotesque chest slowly emerged from the pool, and a system message informed Shadow that using dragon power had unlocked a hidden reward. The chest opened on its own, revealing 2 glowing golden items inside. One was a withered bone rune, and the other was an epic-grade Mount Bell shining with a powerful aura. Shadow first inspected the rune and discovered that it was a key to the tomb of the withered bone god. He noted that if he collected 3 of these runes, he would be able to enter the hidden ruin. Then Shadow picked up the golden bell, his interest clearly drawn to the epic-grade mount item. Holding it in his hand, he decided to activate it and see exactly what kind of creature it would summon. When Shadow activated the item, a massive winged skeletal dragon materialized before him. The system identified it as the King of Scavengers, Osiris, a level 20 epic-grade entity that was now soul-bound to Shadow. Osiris had once been a guardian, but now it had become both a flying mount and a combat pet for Shadow. Even more importantly, it possessed the ability to summon smaller bone dragons to fight alongside it. To Shadow's surprise, the skeletal dragon was not some mindless creature. Osiris looked down at him with clear intelligence and asked in shock whether Shadow was the one who had purged the city and killed Arquitos. Shadow answered calmly, confirming that he was the one who had done it. Then he looked back at Osiris and asked whether the dragon knew the truth behind this cursed place. Osiris began recounting the tragic history of the city. It explained that it had once been an old guardian who died long ago, only to be resurrected through necromancy. It had been brought back to fight in the war between the Moraga Empire and the continent, during the time when the empire was already facing defeat. Osiris revealed that in a desperate attempt to reverse the situation, the city lord, Arquitos, made the decision to summon the evil god, Cthulhu. The dragon then explained the terrible condition required for summoning Cthulhu. Arquitos had to sacrifice the person he loved most, and that person was his own daughter, Moire. But at the final moment, Arquitos hesitated. He could not bring himself to sacrifice Moire, so he saved his daughter instead. In her place, he offered the entire population of Withered Bone City, including himself, to the evil god. The result of that desperate choice was absolutely horrifying. What followed was not salvation, but a tragedy that swallowed the entire city whole. The citizens were cursed and filled with overwhelming power, enough to drive back the enemies invading their home. But the price was unbearable. Their bodies twisted into monsters, their minds collapsed, and the humanity they once had was stripped away forever. Osiris then revealed that Moire, the only human who had been left behind, suffered the cruelest fate of all. The monstrous citizens despised her for surviving when they had lost everything, so they tortured her relentlessly until even she was swallowed by the curse and transformed into a monster. After finishing the painful story, Osiris lowered its voice with deep gratitude. It thanked Shadow for finally freeing those miserable souls from their endless suffering and bringing an end to the tragedy that had trapped the city for so long. Then, sensing the powerful aura surrounding Shadow, the skeletal dragon bowed its head before him. With a solemn tone, it pledged to follow him forever and respectfully asked for the name of its new master. With his eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, the protagonist looked up at the massive dragon before him. Then, without any hesitation or unnecessary words, he simply answered that his name was Shadow. The enormous skeletal dragon, Osiris, folded its wings and lowered its head even further in submission. From that moment on, it swore its loyalty to Shadow and formally declared him its master. However, while inspecting his new prize, Shadow quickly noticed something strange about the dragon's attributes. For an epic grade mount, Osiris' stats felt unusually low. He pointed out that a level 20 epic boss should normally have at least 10 million health points, yet the interface showed that Osiris had only a little over 100,000. Shadow soon deduced the likely reason behind that weakness. Osiris had died long ago, and after so much time had passed, most of its original power had already scattered. This skeletal body had only been forcibly awakened, so it could retain only a small fraction of the strength it once had. When Shadow reviewed the dragon's offensive abilities, such as summoning bone shields and firing spikes, he found them rather ordinary. But one skill immediately caught his attention. Osiris could summon 12 Jade-grade winged dragons, and Shadow realized they would be extremely useful for expanding his vision across the sky. The real value of this mount was not in brute force. Its greatest strength was revealed through its movement. Shadow noted that because the dragon's entire body was made from lightweight bone, its flight speed was shockingly high. It could reach 360% speed, roughly 450 meters per second, fast enough to break through the sound barrier. Shadow concluded that even if Osiris lacked strong combat power, its supersonic travel speed alone made it a very satisfying acquisition. For movement and long-distance travel, this mount was already more than worth it. Just then, a system window suddenly appeared in front of Shadow, notifying him that he had met the conditions for a class advancement. He was surprised at first, then quickly realized that clearing the Withered Bone ruins had given him more than 1 million experience points, enough to trigger the upgrade immediately. With a firm, determined look in his eyes, Shadow chose not to delay. He directly activated the advancement. A vortex of dark energy began spinning around him, wrapping his body in a growing storm of power. Magical runes appeared in the air one after another as the energy around him became stronger and more violent. Shadow stood at the center of the swirling chaos, his eyes glowing with intense power. A red ring of energy formed around him, circling his body as the advancement reached its peak. The system confirmed that the advancement had succeeded. Shadow's class rose from Tier 2 to Tier 3, and his attributes surged dramatically. His strength and constitution doubled from 27 to 54, his spirit jumped to 90, and his agility climbed sharply all the way to 144. Along with the massive stat increase, Shadow gained a new class passive skill called Shadow Arc. Its effect was incredibly powerful. While he was invisible, any damage, negative status, or stealth removal he suffered would be delayed by 1 second. During that brief window, he could act fast enough to cancel the damage or remove the status effect completely. Shadow looked down at his hand and let out a confident laugh. He immediately understood the value of this skill. As long as his reaction speed was quick enough, he could use that 1 second gap to nullify almost any attack that hit him while he was in stealth. Thinking about his new advancement, Shadow felt deeply satisfied. He was certain that in his previous life, no Shadow class player had ever managed to survive the 3rd advancement. Otherwise, a skill as powerful as Shadow Arc would have become famous for greatly reducing the class's death rate. He also reasoned that while 1 second might sound extremely short to ordinary people, it was more than enough for high-level players. With their reaction speed, that tiny opening could allow them to activate multiple skills and completely reverse the outcome of a battle. After that, Shadow turned his attention to the rest of his rewards. A glowing red energy gathered in his hand, and within that light, a diamond-grade weapon he had obtained began to take shape. The system identified the weapon as the Spike of the Skeleton, a powerful dagger that greatly increased both physical and elemental attacks. Even more importantly, it had a unique effect that could break through an enemy's defense and resistance. Shadow equipped the dagger without hesitation. Between his successful class advancement and this new weapon, he could clearly feel that his overall strength had risen by a massive amount. With the ruins cleared and his rewards collected, Shadow prepared to leave. Osiris sprang into action, and Shadow moved smoothly with it, landing gracefully on top of the skeletal dragon's head. Before departing, Shadow decided to test how his stealth would work while riding the mount. He activated Merge into Darkness, letting the shadowy power spread over both himself and Osiris. As dark energies surged around them, Shadow was taken aback by what he saw. Osiris' stealth level was actually level 21, which was even higher than his own current stealth level. Impressed by the unexpected discovery, Shadow gave the dragon the command to take off. He wanted to experience Osiris' speed for himself and see just how fast this skeletal mount could really fly. Osiris obeyed immediately. Its skeletal wings spread wide, and with explosive force, the massive dragon launched into the air. They shot upward from the depths of the underground hollow at incredible speed, cutting through the darkness like a streak of purple light. The surroundings blurred around them as they climbed higher and higher. In the next moment, the skeletal dragon burst out of the ruins completely and soared straight into the open sky. The speed was so intense that even Shadow was left briefly speechless. Wind roared past him with crushing force, and as his eye glowed against the rushing air, he had to admit that Osiris was unbelievably fast. After testing the terrifying speed of his new mount, Shadow burst out of the underground tunnel and shot high into the sky above the ocean, leaving the ruined depths far behind him. As he flew through the air, Shadow quickly formed his next plan. He decided to head toward the location Captain Anyu had mentioned, the place where a flying monster and another ancient god slate had been spotted. He planned to fly to the Magic City ruins first, then use a teleporter to reach Lucky Town. Shadow remembered that traveling from the Magic City to Witheredbone City had originally taken several hours, so this would be the perfect chance to test how much time Osiris could save. Meanwhile, deep in a forest below, a party of adventurers was in the middle of a raid. They were locked in battle against a large black bear monster, trying to bring the beast down together. The group included a swordsman, a mage, and a healer. The female mage gathered holy light into a blazing fireball, while another member shouted for everyone to finish off the beast before it could fight back. But before they could land the killing blow, a massive shockwave suddenly ripped through the forest. Osiris had flown past them at supersonic speed, and the force of its passage crashed through the battlefield like an invisible wall. The violent wind blasted the entire party off their feet, along with the black bear monster. Both the adventurers and their target were sent tumbling across the ground in complete chaos. When the shockwave finally passed, the mage looked around in total confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. At the same time, the swordsman stared in disbelief as he realized the boss monster had been blown straight into his sword by the wind and died on the spot. Shadow, completely unaware of the chaos he had caused below, continued flying without slowing down. With Osiris' speed, the trip back to the Magic City ruins took only 10 minutes, which made the mount even more impressive in his eyes. In the ruins of the Magic City, a completely different scene was unfolding on the desolate streets. A man held a woman's hands tightly and begged her for forgiveness, admitting that he had only cheated on her once with another man, while insisting that he had been thinking of her the whole time. The woman looked at him and demanded that he promise to cut ties with the other person forever. After he agreed, the tension between them melted away, and the two shared a passionate kiss while declaring their love for each other. Their romantic moment did not last long. A massive pressure suddenly descended from the sky, crashing down toward them with terrifying force. The impact slammed the man face first into the pavement before he could react. The woman was also flattened against the ground, both of them crushed under the sudden force. A moment later, Shadow stepped down from his dragon, his boot landing right near the crushed couple as if nothing unusual had happened. Behind him, Osiris loomed like a massive skeletal shadow. Shadow touched his mask and wondered for a second whether he had hit something while landing, but he quickly dismissed the thought and decided it was not worth paying attention to. After arriving at the ruins, Shadow activated his invisibility skill. His figure faded from sight as he prepared to leave the area without being noticed. A system notification appeared, showing that he had consumed 5.4 years of lifespan to teleport back to Lucky Town. Shadow immediately complained that the cost of returning to a novice town doubled every time, making each trip more and more expensive. Even though Shadow still had more than 2,000 years of lifespan stored up, he remained unbelievably stingy with it. The cost was small compared to what he possessed, but he still felt a sharp sting in his heart as he stayed hidden in invisibility. Still unseen, Shadow walked straight through the town gates. The two guards stationed there seemed to sense something pass by, their expressions shifting slightly, but no matter how they looked around, they could not see him. As Shadow passed them, his eyes moved over their uniforms. From the style and equipment, he quickly deduced that these were not ordinary town guards, but members of the official government forces. Shadow then looked over the town's layout and understood what was happening. The officials had clearly stationed guards here to help new players and prevent attacks inside the novice town. What surprised him was that this arrangement had appeared several months earlier than it had in his past life. Walking through the calm streets, Shadow silently reflected on the change. His cooperation with the government had likely pushed their efficiency much higher than before. Around him, even elderly players were managing to survive safely in this protected environment. As he continued forward, he passed a warm and peaceful scene. An old man and an old woman were sitting together on a bench, leaning close and acting like a pair of lovers enjoying a quiet moment. But that peaceful atmosphere shattered in an instant. A desperate cry for help suddenly rang out, sharp enough to make Shadow turn his attention toward the source. At the town gate, a huge black insect monster had seized a player in its claws. The two official guards Shadow had just passed reacted immediately, rushing into action before the monster could finish its attack. The female guard opened her magic book and quickly cast a spell. A holy shield formed around the trapped player, glowing with light as it blocked the monster's strike at the last possible moment. At the same time, the male guard charged straight toward the creature, cursing it under his breath. He leaped into the air and brought his weapon down in a powerful slash, cutting into the monster for more than 1,600 damage. The female guard followed up right away. Holy light gathered in her hand, and she fired a blazing fireball toward the giant insect without giving it a chance to recover. But the insect monster was far more agile than its size suggested. It twisted through the air and dodged the holy fireball, avoiding the attack cleanly. Using that opening, the creature quickly scurried away from the guards. The male guard clenched his teeth in frustration, furious that the monster had managed to escape them yet again. Both guards looked up as the escaped insect rejoined its pack of 5 in the air. The female guard's expression darkened with despair as she pointed out that killing one was useless, because another would immediately respawn to replace it. Shadow watched everything from invisibility and quickly understood the problem. Individually, the 5 gold-grade monsters were not that powerful, but whenever they started losing, they would simply fly away. Since the guards were stuck fighting from the ground, they had no reliable way to finish the bosses off. On the ground, the male guard hurried over to check on the elderly victim. The old man was kneeling in the dirt, trembling badly as tears ran down his face. But that fear vanished almost instantly. Instead of thanking the guards who had just saved him, the old man's expression twisted with anger, and he screamed at them for being useless. Still sitting in the dirt, the old man kept berating his rescuers without shame. He complained that these flying monsters had blocked the town for days, making it impossible for him to go out and hunt. Then he accused the guards of failing to care for the elderly, and even threatened to file a complaint against them. The female guard, already exhausted and confused, tried to calm him down by explaining that Shadow was on his way. But the male guard was losing his patience fast, and he snapped at the old man, telling him to show at least a little respect. The moment Shadow's name was mentioned, the crowd only became more agitated. The old man and the surrounding onlookers began shouting, demanding to know where Shadow was. They mocked him loudly, saying big shots were always too busy, and that he was taking far too long just to kill a few bosses. The hostile crowd grew louder, yelling that if Shadow was really so powerful, then he should already be helping them. A bald old man shouted angrily that he was waiting for his son to farm lifespan, and that Shadow was wasting everyone's precious time. The situation quickly spiraled beyond control. The female guard tried to reason with the angry mob, assuring them that Shadow would arrive soon and suggesting that anyone who could not wait should simply log off. but the male guard could already tell words were useless, so he urged his partner to leave. The crowd immediately blocked their path, accusing the officials of trying to run away from their responsibilities before solving the monster problem. The mob screamed that the guards were wasting taxpayer money, called them useless for failing to kill a few bugs, and demanded an explanation on the spot. Finally pushed to his limit, the male guard erupted in anger. He reminded the crowd that the officials had already spent time and effort power leveling them to level 3, then asked what more they expected from them. But the ungrateful mob immediately fired back, claiming that level 3 was still completely useless. The elderly players then began using their age as a weapon, jeering at the guard and accusing him of wanting to beat up old people. When the male guard tried to move forward, the same ungrateful old man from earlier suddenly stepped into his path. He deliberately bumped into the guard, as if he had been waiting for the perfect chance to cause trouble. The old man threw himself to the ground in an exaggerated performance, wailing that the officials were beating the elderly. He even clutched his chest and claimed his heart disease was acting up, shouting that he was about to die. The male guard stared down in panic, desperately insisting that he had not touched him. The mob seized that excuse instantly. They surrounded the two guards, daring the officials to beat them to death. Some shouted that their old lives were worthless anyway, while others accused the government of not only refusing to help them, but actively harming them. In the middle of the chaos, one perverted old man in the crowd tried to take advantage of the female guard. He reached out toward her chest, and the sudden shameless action made her freeze in shock and embarrassment. Acting purely on instinct, the female guard swung her hand with all her strength and slapped the man hard across the face. The result was immediate and far more violent than she expected. Because the difference in their stats was enormous, that single slap launched the old man through the air like a rag doll. The crowd watched in horror as his body broke apart into golden lifespan orbs before it could even hit the ground. The female guard had accidentally killed him, leaving the surrounding elderly players frozen in terror. That accidental death instantly triggered mass hysteria. The crowd began screaming that the government was murdering elderly people. The female guard, her face flushed with humiliation and panic, tried to explain that the man had groped her, but her voice was completely drowned out by the mob roaring for everyone to fight back. Seeing the crowd turn violent, the male guard immediately deployed a protective barrier around them. He muttered that these people had completely lost their minds, but decided to let them tire themselves out, confident their weak attacks would never break through his shield. Then the harassment became even more disgusting. A glob of spit suddenly flew through the air and landed directly on the shocked female guard's face. The one responsible was the same ungrateful old man from earlier. He laughed wildly after doing it, clearly enjoying the humiliation and disrespect he had caused. Emboldened by the chaos, the mob began hurling filth at the barrier. Shoes, rocks, women's underwear, and even feces splattered against the golden shield while the two guards were forced to remain huddled inside. Then, without warning, a terrifying presence descended over the area. The noise of the mob seemed to falter as a heavy pressure settled down from above. Shadow materialized behind the rioting crowd while mounted on his skeletal dragon, Osiris. In an instant, silence spread through the area as the massive dragon loomed over everyone like a creature of death. Shadow and Osiris both stared down at the crowd with glowing eyes. The aura radiating from them was cold and suffocating, making the air feel as if death itself had arrived. Without saying a single word, Osiris released a tremendous gust of wind. The force burst outward from the dragon like an invisible wave. The impact was catastrophic. The elderly players were blasted away like dry leaves caught in a violent storm, with no strength at all to resist the force. Their bodies were flung hard into the surrounding trees, crashing with bone-crushing force. In the next moment, the forest fell silent again. Inside their protective barrier, the two guards stared out in complete disbelief. Where the furious mob had been standing moments earlier, only dozens of golden lifespan orbs remained, showing that Shadow had wiped out the entire group in an instant. High above the town, Shadow and his skeletal dragon Osiris soared upward, rushing into a swirling orange vortex that twisted across the sky. From above, Shadow quickly spotted his targets. 5 winged insect monsters were flying in formation, connected by strands of magical energy to a floating stone tablet. The moment he recognized the object, Shadow ordered Osiris to chase them down. On the ground, the two official guards looked up in awe. Against the backdrop of a red, eclipse-like sun, they watched the enormous skeletal dragon pursue the flying monsters across the sky. Shadow stood firmly on Osiris' head as dark purple energy surged around him. His body remained steady even in the rushing wind, readying himself for an attack in midair. The 5 insect monsters realized they were being hunted and frantically tried to escape with the slate. But no matter how hard they beat their wings, their speed was nowhere near enough to outrun Osiris. Shadow's eyes glowed with intense purple light as he locked onto his prey. From atop the dragon's head, he focused on the fleeing monsters, preparing to strike them down before they could get away. In the blink of an eye, Osiris twisted through the air and launched a devastating slash. The strike was clean, sharp, and terrifyingly precise, cutting through all 5 gold-grade insect bosses at once and splitting their bodies in half before they could even react. Down on the ground, the 2 guards could only stare with their mouths hanging open. They had struggled with those monsters for so long, yet Shadow and Osiris had ended the fight in a single instant. Meanwhile, back on the ground, the situation with the elderly mob took an absurd turn. The old players who had just been wiped out by Shadow's gust of wind had already respawned and marched right back to the scene. Furious and shameless, they started screaming at the guards again, accusing them of attacking old people and playing the victim once more. The mob quickly surrounded the exhausted male guard, shouting over one another as they demanded compensation for the lifespan they had lost. The guard looked completely overwhelmed, realizing this harassment was not going to end on its own. Then, all of a sudden, a huge shadow fell over the entire group. The male guard slowly looked up, only to see the massive corpses of the 5 insect bosses falling from the sky, dropping straight toward the crowd below. Before the mob could even understand what was happening, the giant carcasses smashed down with brutal force. The impact crushed the elderly players flat, killing them for the second time and turning their bodies back into glowing lifespan orbs. The stone slate fell after them and landed upright in the dirt. Around it, golden lifespan orbs floated everywhere, left behind by the old man and his companions after their second ridiculous death. Osiris landed gracefully beside the fallen rewards, its skeletal wings settling behind it. Shadow looked around in genuine confusion, wondering why there was suddenly so much loot when he had only killed 5 bosses, completely unaware that he had accidentally farmed the annoying mob as well. The ungrateful old man, who had just been crushed under a falling monster corpse, crawled across the ground after respawning again. Instead of feeling any fear or gratitude, he pointed an accusing finger at Shadow and screamed about falling objects being dangerous, demanding to know if there was still any law left in the world. Shadow paid no attention to his shouting and calmly crouched down to pick up the slate. But the old man staggered to his feet and marched right up to him, yelling that he was talking to him and demanding respect. He even used the excuse that he had eaten more salt than Shadow had eaten rice, acting as if age alone gave him the right to be arrogant. Just as Shadow reached for the slate, the old man grabbed the other end and tried to snatch it away. He shouted at Shadow, asking if he was deaf, while Shadow looked at him in clear surprise, as if he could not believe someone this weak actually dared to rob him. Shadow's answer was instant and deadly. Without saying a single word, he flicked out a dagger at point-blank range, and the blade pierced straight through the old man's neck, cutting off his complaints immediately. The force of the strike sent the old man flying backward, dealing more than 13,000 critical damage. As he died yet again, the slate slipped from his hand, and his body dissolved into scattered light. Shadow calmly caught the falling slate before it hit the ground. With the nuisance finally removed, he glanced toward the scattered lifespan orbs and gave Osiris the order to summon the small bone dragons. The massive skeletal dragon obeyed him immediately, lowering its head as dark energy gathered around its body. A swarm of small black skeletal dragons then descended from the sky. They swooped low over the ground, their claws reaching out as they began collecting the countless lifespan orbs dropped by the mob that had been killed twice. The female guard and her partner looked up at the sky in confusion. Seeing so many summoned creatures suddenly appear, they had no idea what Shadow was planning to do next. Meanwhile, back near the town gate, the ungrateful old man had respawned for the 3rd time. Standing in front of the mob and the guards, he pointed his finger dramatically and shouted that he had figured everything out. He accused the officials of conspiring with Shadow to murder people and steal their property, leaving the female guards staring at him in disbelief. The old man then launched into an even more exaggerated performance. Clutching his head as if he had suffered a terrible loss, he screamed that he had been carrying 1,000 years of lifespan and claimed Shadow had stolen every bit of it. The female guard was furious at his shameless lie. Electricity crackled in her eyes as she shouted back, asking who he thought he was fooling. But the old man stubbornly insisted his son had given him that lifespan and accused the guard of defending Shadow only because she wanted a share of the loot. Turning toward the crowd, the old man began stirring them up again. He promised that if everyone helped him demand the return of his so-called 1,000 years of lifespan, he would share 1 year with each person. Then he played the victim card once more, shouting that they could not allow the officials and Shadow to bully the elderly. Blinded by greed, the mob immediately agreed. They raised their voices in support, shouting for Shadow to return the lifespan and demanding that their so-called stolen years be given back. The male guard gritted his teeth in frustration, clearly wishing he could arrest them on the spot. But these troublemakers were cunning enough to stay inside the town's safe zone, where the guards could not directly attack them. Led by the ungrateful old man, the elderly players raised their fists into the air and shouted with greedy excitement, making the scene even more chaotic. Then, without warning, the small bone dragons swooped down into the crowd. Their claws clamped onto the elderly players one after another, lifting them off the ground before they could react. The mob was hoisted into the air, dangling helplessly as their feet kicked at nothing. The old man looked up in terror, completely confused as he screamed about where these monsters had suddenly come from. The dragons carried the screaming players high above the town, flying over the walls and straight out of the safe zone. The old man thrashed in panic, yelling for help. The bone dragons obeyed his words in the most literal way possible. They opened their claws all at once and released the players from high in the sky. As he plummeted downward, the old man's face twisted with panic. He screamed that he had not meant for them to let go right then, but by that point, it was already far too late. Shadow walked calmly out through the town gate, while bodies crashed into the ground behind him. The female guard blushed as he explained that although the safe zone prevented players from directly damaging one another, it did not stop physics from working, which meant gravity could still kill them perfectly well. With a cold stare, Shadow told the guards that his bone dragons would remain stationed here from now on to throw any unruly people out of town. Whether the guards chose to catch and imprison them or let them fall was their decision. He then confirmed that the bosses in the sky had already been cleared and prepared to leave. The male guard quickly called out to him, pointing out that Shadow had not collected all the scattered loot. But as Shadow's body began dissolving into the light of teleportation, he simply told them to keep it as a gift, leaving both guards stunned in place. The male guard stared at the glowing ground in awe. Lifespan orbs were scattered everywhere like treasure, and he could hardly believe that an expert like Shadow had casually left so much behind. He turned toward his partner and called her Electric Fox, telling her to stop standing around and help him collect the loot before it went to waste. But the female guard was not listening at all. She stood frozen in place with a dreamy look on her face, making the male guard stare at her with a mix of confusion and disgust as he asked what she was doing. Completely infatuated, she clasped her hands together against her chest and declared that her heart had already left together with Shadow. To snap her out of it, the male guard picked up a lifespan orb and tossed it straight at her. The glowing orb struck her forehead with a solid thud. She cried out in pain and immediately flared up in anger. The male guard scolded her to stop daydreaming, then bluntly reminded her that a big shot like Shadow would never look at a small-time figure like her, saying she was nothing but a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Triggered by the insult, the female guard snapped back at him, shouting that he was the real toad. The male guard playfully accepted it and joked that if he was a male toad, then she must be a female toad, which meant the two of them belonged together. Holding the glowing orbs in her hands, the female guard blushed deeply. His teasing left her flustered, and for a moment, she did not know how to respond. While the skeletal dragons continued dropping screaming elderly players from the sky, the two guards kept bickering in the middle of the chaos. The male guard teased her by asking if she secretly had a crush on him, and she immediately denied it, calling him disgusting. But when he casually asked whether she wanted to have dinner with him that night, her attitude changed instantly, and she excitedly asked if he was serious. In the real world, at Jianghai City Hospital, Qin Xiaoyu sat up weakly in a hospital room. Her face was pale, her body looked drained, and misery hung over her like a heavy shadow. A male official standing beside her bed expressed sympathy for what she had suffered, especially after losing both legs during her ordeal. But the conversation soon shifted away from comfort and turned toward the cost of her treatment. A female official then informed Qin Xiaoyu that her medical treatment had cost 50 years of lifespan in total. The government would reimburse 10 years of that amount, but Qin Xiaoyu herself still had to pay the remaining 40 years. Qin Xiaoyu panicked the moment she heard the number. She cried out that she did not have that much lifespan, then desperately asked whether she could mortgage her 2 houses to cover the debt. The female official answered coldly that they had already evaluated her properties. In this new world, those houses were no longer worth much at all, and together they were valued at only 3 days of lifespan. Qin Xiaoyu was completely stunned. She screamed that she had spent millions in cash and 200 days of lifespan on those properties, unable to accept that their value had collapsed so brutally. In desperation, she hurriedly offered 500,000 in cash instead, but the officials explained that old world currency was now useless, and only lifespan could be accepted. Qin Xiaoyu trembled as she admitted she did not have enough to pay. The male official then gave her a firm ultimatum. She had only 3 days to gather the required lifespan, or the hospital would stop all of her medical treatment. Then the officials offered her one possible solution. Qin Xiaoyu could be sent to the official logistics team and work off the debt there. The job would involve mining, gathering materials, or helping with reconstruction in the game world for at least 15 hours every single day. Qin Xiaoyu buried her face in her hands and cried even harder, her shoulders trembling as she argued through her sobs. She kept insisting that she was disabled, that her body could not handle any kind of hard physical labor, and that forcing her into that kind of work was simply impossible for someone like her. The official did not soften at all. He calmly reminded her that her real-world body might be crippled, but inside the game, her body was perfectly complete. And since powerful healing abilities might appear as players grew stronger in the future, there was even a chance her ruined legs could one day be restored. Hearing that, Qin Xiaoyu completely lost control. Her fear was not really about the work itself, but about being branded with that humiliating status. She screamed that she did not want to become a laborer, did not want to stand among sweaty, foul-smelling people every day, and cried out that just thinking about it made her feel sick. She threw herself into a louder tantrum, wailing as if the whole world had wronged her. With tears covering her face, she shouted that she was already pitiful enough and demanded to know why everyone still wanted to treat her so cruelly, insisting again and again that none of this was her fault. The two officials simply stood there in silence, their expressions cold. After a moment, the female official finally offered her another possible path. She asked Qin Xiaoyu whether she had any relatives or friends who could act as a guarantor for her. If someone was willing to vouch for her, then they could approve a loan covering the 40 years of lifespan, and with a low interest rate, she would be able to avoid being. Tears kept rolling down Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks as she desperately searched through every overwhelmed by pain and fear. Qin Xiaoyu slowly curled into herself, hugging her trembling body as she lowered her head. Her loud cries faded into broken little sobs, the kind that sounded even more helpless in the quiet room. Left alone in that dim, oppressive room, Qin Xiaoyu finally admitted the truth to herself. She could not think of a single person who would step forward to help her, and that realization made her feel as if the entire world had abandoned her. But at that exact moment, the door was suddenly kicked open with a heavy bang. The sound tore through the room, and a bold voice rang out from the entrance, loudly announcing that help had finally arrived. The two officials turned toward the doorway at once, clearly caught off guard by the sudden intrusion. Qin Xiaoyu also lifted her tear-streaked face in confusion, staring toward the entrance as if she could not understand who had come for her. A tall, muscular man strode into the room with a powerful presence, while one of his subordinates followed behind him, holding up a phone to record everything. The man was none other than the leader of the Knights Templar Guild. He reached his hand toward Qin Xiaoyu and demanded her phone, scoffing as if 40 years of lifespan was nothing more than a tiny, laughable amount. Qin Xiaoyu immediately recognized him, and for a second, she stared at him in stunned disbelief. The guild leader smiled warmly at her, putting on the gentle face of a savior, and claimed that the moment he heard about her disaster, his heart had ached terribly for her. Just then, Qin Xiaoyu's phone lit up with a fresh notification. When she looked down and saw what had happened, her face flushed with shock and emotion. The guild leader had actually transferred 100 years of tradable lifespan to her, and she could barely speak as she stammered out her thanks, completely overwhelmed by what looked like incredible generosity. The guild leader casually sat down on the edge of her bed and slipped an arm around her shoulders, telling her there was no need to thank him at all. He even said that if she needed more help later, he could continue helping her secure loans. But as Qin Xiaoyu looked closer at the transaction details, her eyes caught one small but alarming line. The annual interest rate was 30%. The guild leader explained it with an easy, careless tone, saying that those were simply the 3 points of interest for his guarantee. Then he immediately softened his expression again, flashing her a charming smile and telling her not to think too much, but to focus on treatment and recover as soon as possible. He then declared that the Knights Templar Guild would always be her strongest backing, and that from now on, the guild was her real home. Qin Xiaoyu, moved to tears by what she believed was kindness, looked up at him with shining eyes full of admiration and thanked him again, never realizing that she had just fallen straight into a ruthless predatory contract. When the leader of the Knights Templar Guild finally prepared to leave, his subordinate was still recording every moment on the phone. The guild leader raised his hand in a friendly farewell, telling Qin Xiaoyu to rest properly, because he still had important business waiting for him elsewhere. Before stepping out, he left her with one final carefully chosen line, assuring her that no matter when it was, the Knights Templar Guild would always be waiting for her to return. The words sounded warm, but every bit of it was meant to pull her in deeper. Qin Xiaoyu was left sitting there alone, tears still sliding down her cheeks, but the despair in her eyes had now turned into a fragile kind of determination. Her face flushed with emotion, she clenched her fist tightly and vowed that she would do her best, completely fooled by the guild leader's performance. The moment he stepped outside the room, the guild leader's gentle expression vanished. His subordinates quickly showed him the recording, and after looking it over, He nodded with satisfaction, ordering them to edit the footage properly before releasing it to the public. As they walked down the hospital corridor, the guild leader began giving detailed instructions on exactly how the story should be twisted. He wanted the final video to focus on Qin Xiaoyu's miserable condition, making sure everyone saw how helpless she was, and then emphasize that when no one else was willing to help, only the Knights Templar Guild had stepped forward. A sinister grin slowly spread across his face as his true intentions surfaced. Since Qin Xiaoyu had already caused the guild to suffer losses, he planned to squeeze value out of her tragedy by turning it into an advertisement to recruit more members. To him, this was the perfect way to make use of someone who had become useless. Standing by the window and looking out over the city, the guild leader's expression sharpened. He announced that it was time to log into the game, because the moment for his meeting with Shadow had finally arrived. Soon, everything moved into the virtual world, where the Knights Templar Guild's hideout sat hidden among the broken ruins of Zhanghai City. Around the base, a glowing blue energy barrier shimmered like a protective shell, cutting it off from the ruined streets outside. Inside that filthy, gloomy hideout, the guild leader was sitting on a toilet as if it were a throne, casually checking the floating holographic interface in front of him. The place looked shabby and ridiculous, but he acted completely at ease. As he browsed through the interface, he noticed all of a sudden, a cloud of black mist gathered in the room, and Shadow's figure materialized from within it. The guild leader's arrogant attitude disappeared instantly, and he dropped to his knees without hesitation. Shadow asked coldly whether the slaughterers were ready, and the guild leader eagerly answered that they had been prepared for a long time, and that he had been waiting for Big Brother Shadow all along. Trying desperately to flatter him, the guild leader even gestured toward the toilet and invited Shadow to take a seat. Shadow did not even bother pretending to be polite. He rejected the offer in an icy tone and ordered him to bring out the targets at once. The guild leader quickly motioned toward a large crowd of bound players gathered nearby. With a proud, eager expression, he presented 200 slaughterers, all red name players, and told Shadow that every single one of them had been prepared for him to deal with however he wished. Shadow accepted the offering without any unnecessary words. After giving only a casual acknowledgement, he walked past the guild leader, his black presence sweeping forward toward the bound players. Then, in a terrifying display of power, Shadow released a surge of dark energy. In an instant, the gathered slaughterers were sliced apart, as if invisible blades had passed through them from every direction. The guild leader watched with wide eyes, awestruck, as their bodies were torn into pieces before they could even resist. As the prisoners died, their bodies dissolved into a vast sea of glowing lifespan orbs that floated through the hideout like scattered lights. A system notification appeared, confirming that Shadow's slaughter value had dropped by 2 layers. Standing among the drifting orbs, Shadow simply told the guild leader that their debt was settled, then turned as if he was already ready to leave. The guild leader immediately panicked at the thought of losing Shadow's attention. He hurriedly called out after him, shouting that he had something urgent to report and desperately trying to stop him before he vanished. He quickly asked Shadow whether he had offended anyone recently, then projected a holographic screen into the air. On it was a viral news post featuring the face of the ungrateful old man from Lucky Town, with outrageous headlines accusing Shadow of killing an old man, scamming people, and colluding with corrupt officials. Shadow glanced at the image and instantly recognized the troublemaker he had already dealt with before. But Shadow's sharp gaze did not stay on that article for long. His eyes shifted slightly and caught another notification glowing on the same screen, something that immediately drew his attention. It was the propaganda advertisement the guild leader had just arranged. The headline claimed that a poor girl had been brutally mutilated and lost both legs, while the Knights Templar Guild had generously stepped in to help her. Beside the headline was a photo of Qin Xiaoyu crying helplessly, and the moment Shadow saw it, he was visibly stunned. He blurted out her name in surprise, finally realizing that the victim ghost spirit had rescued from the serial killer Rintu was actually his own sister, Qin Xiaoyu. A faint chuckle escaped him as he thought about how small the world truly was, and how unbelievably coincidental this whole situation had become. Shadow kept that discovery hidden and said only that he understood. Then his figure disappeared without another word. The guild leader, completely unaware of what Shadow had just realized, stayed beside the toilet and bowed with exaggerated enthusiasm, shouting for his big brother to take care and come back often. High above the city, Shadow flew through the sky on his skeletal dragon, Osiris, and contacted his disciple. He ordered Ghost Spirit to investigate and eliminate the person spreading those slanderous rumors online, deciding that such a small matter was not worth handling personally. In the communication window, Ghost Spirit appeared furious, enraged that someone dared to smear her master's name, and she immediately vowed to take care of it. On a high rooftop in Zhanghai City, Ghost Spirit stood against the wind while staring at a holographic screen in front of her. Her face tightened with disbelief and anger as she wondered who could possibly be bold enough to spread such vicious rumors about her master. The screen displayed a news article plastered with the face of the ungrateful old man from Lucky Town, claiming that Shadow had plotted against an elderly person. The accusation alone disgusted Ghost Spirit, and the old man's face only made her expression colder. With a sharp, icy resolve, Ghost Spirit raised her hands and pulled her hood over her head. Her eyes narrowed beneath the shadow of the hood as she declared that she had already memorized the culprit's face. Without wasting another second, she sprang from the edge of the building. Purple energy trailed behind her like a comet as she vowed to bring him to justice, diving through the air and gliding between the skyscrapers straight toward her target. At the same time, the focus moved to a residential complex known as Lakeview Garden, stopping outside the home of a man named Feng Xiaoying. The quiet entrance was about to be shattered by a very different kind of confrontation. A hand slammed against the door in a series of violent knocks, each blow loud enough to echo through the hallway. Outside the door stood a young man named Ma Dagon, accompanied by a woman and their injured child, who drooled helplessly beside them. Ma Dagon shouted in fury for Feng Xiaoying to come out, accusing Feng's dog of knocking his son down the stairs and leaving him paralyzed. His voice rose with rage as he screamed that Feng could not possibly escape responsibility for what had happened. Still burning with anger, Ma Dagon slammed his fist against the door again. The impact shook the doorframe as he demanded that Feng Xiaoying come out and give them an explanation immediately. At last, the door swung open, revealing Feng Xiaoying standing inside with an irritated, aggressive look on his face. He was the same ungrateful old man from Lucky Town, and instead of showing guilt, he snapped at the family to stop bothering him. Feng Xiaoying raised his hand and pointed straight at Ma Dagon, immediately turning the accusation back on him. With a hostile glare, he accused Ma Dagon of using his perspective eye ability to spy on his wife while she was showering, then threatened to call the police on him. Feng Xiaoying sneered at the family with open contempt, throwing insults without the slightest guilt. He claimed Ma Dagon's son was simply stupid and had fallen down the stairs by himself, then arrogantly demanded proof that his dog had anything to do with it. Ma Dagon immediately raised his phone in front of him, his hands shaking with anger as the screen played a clear video. In the footage, a monstrous dog could be seen kicking his son down the stairs, and Ma Dagon shouted that this was ironclad evidence Feng Xiaoying could not deny. But before Ma Dagon could say anything more, Feng Xiaoying suddenly exploded with violence. He lifted his leg and kicked hard, sending the phone flying straight out of Ma Dagon's hand. The phone crashed away, and the evidence was gone in an instant. With a shameless look on his face, Feng Xiaoying acted as if nothing had happened and coldly demanded to see this so-called proof again. Ma Dagon's anger finally reached its limit. His eyes sharpened as he activated his eagle eye skill, locking his gaze directly onto Feng Xiaoying like a hunter marking his prey. He warned Feng Xiaoying through gritted teeth that he could release poisonous fog at any moment. If Feng Xiaoying kept acting this unreasonable, Ma Dagon swore he would hunt him down no matter where he tried to hide. Feng Xiaoying did not look frightened at all. Instead, he stared back with a mocking expression, as if Ma Dagon's threat was nothing more than a pathetic joke. With the old man daring him to make a move, Ma Dagon clenched his jaw and prepared to use his skill. A blue glow lit up in his eyes, making his furious stare look even sharper. The system immediately marked Feng Xiaoying as a target. But while the old man kept shouting accusations and pushing the situation further, a sudden notification appeared in front of Ma Dagon. At that moment, Ma Dagon realized something was terribly wrong. No matter how hard he tried, he could not release a single skill. He froze in place, staring blankly ahead in complete confusion. His anger was still there, but now it was mixed with a cold, creeping fear. Feng Xiaoying suddenly let out a sinister little laugh, and his entire demeanor changed. The aggressive old man now looked as if he had been waiting for this exact moment all along. His eyes began glowing with an eerie orange light as he burst into manic laughter. Then he taunted the terrified Ma Dagon, mocking him for failing to use his skills and asking whether he really thought stupidity alone could make him fearless. Ma Dagon immediately panicked and turned toward his wife, shouting in alarm. His voice shook as he told her that he could not use his skills at all. Feng Xiaoying grinned wider, enjoying Ma Dagon's fear. At the same time, the shadow of a massive man appeared in the doorway behind him, and the old man finally revealed the truth. His son possessed the hidden class magic forbidden warlock, and he had already set up a magic forbidden barrier that prevented anyone inside from using skills. The figure behind him stepped into the light, revealing a tall, muscular man with a poodle peeking out from inside his shirt. Feng Xiaoying instantly switched into the role of a victim, crying that Ma Dagon had sexually harassed him and frightened him terribly. With a cold expression, the son moved so fast he nearly became a blur. Before Ma Dagon even had time to defend himself, the Sun grabbed him by the throat in one brutal motion. Then he drove a vicious kick straight into Ma Dagon's stomach. The impact was terrifying. Ma Dagon's body flew backward and smashed into the wall on the opposite side, and blood burst from his mouth as he collapsed in agony. His wife screamed and rushed to his side, desperate to save him. But when she tried to cast healing magic, the spell fizzled uselessly in the air, completely suppressed by the magic forbidden barrier. The Sun then turned his cold gaze toward her. Without hesitation, he reached out, grabbed the wife, and lifted her off the ground as if she weighed nothing. Holding her there, he flatly stated that he did not hit women. Then he ordered her to take her husband and get lost, warning them that they had better never appear in front of him again. Tears poured down the wife's face as she trembled in his grip. Even through her fear, she sobbed that this was their fault and cried out that they had to take responsibility for what happened to her child. The Sun stared at her in silence for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then his hand loosened, and he released his grip. But the contempt in his eyes did not disappear. Looking down at her like she was nothing, he drew back his fist and coldly declared that this was an era where the strong preyed on the weak. The woman's face went pale with terror as his fist came rushing toward her. With nowhere to dodge, she could only scream in fear. Just as the punch was about to land, purple energy ribbons suddenly appeared in the air. They wrapped around the woman's waist and yanked her away at incredible speed, just as the Sun's fist smashed into the wall right beside where her head had been. The wall cracked from the force of the blow, and the Sun slowly looked up in confusion. He clearly had not expected anyone to interfere at that exact moment. Ghost Spirit now stood in front of the wife, shielding her from danger with a cold, steady presence. When the woman nervously asked who she was, Ghost Spirit answered that they were not qualified to know her identity, but she knew exactly who they were. Her eyes glowed with a terrifying purple light as she glared at Feng Xiaoying and his son. In a voice filled with cold killing intent, she stated that she knew they were the ones spreading rumors to smear Shadow, and now they would pay for it. The Sun stared at her in shock and asked if she was Shadow. Behind him, Feng Xiaoying immediately shouted for him not to be afraid, pointing out that Shadow was a man, not some petite girl standing in front of them. Hearing that, the muscular Sun regained his confidence and gave a smug smile. He boasted that even if the real Shadow came, it would not change anything. He was already level 16, with all his points poured into strength and constitution, making him invincible inside his magic forbidden barrier, where only physical combat mattered. Ghost Spirit did not take even half a step back. Purple energy swirled around her body as she looked at him with a hint of pity, called him an idiot, and declared that she would personally teach him just how stupid he really was. The fight erupted right there in the hallway, inside the oppressive field of the magic forbidden barrier. With skills sealed away, the entire battle was forced into pure physical combat. Feng Xiaoying's son stood tall and confident, his massive body blocking the hallway like a wall. He proudly declared again that inside his magic forbidden barrier, he was completely invincible. Ghost Spirit stared at him coldly, her expression sharp with disdain. To her, his confidence was nothing more than the arrogance of a frog sitting at the bottom of a well. In the next instant, Ghost Spirit attacked with blinding speed. Her body shot forward so quickly that the large man was visibly caught off guard. She swept in with a fierce kick, forcing him to react at the last second. Surprised by her agility, he quickly realized that she must be an assassin-type fighter. As Ghost Spirit followed up with another punch, he twisted his body in midair and spun aside, narrowly avoiding the attack before it could connect. Even so, the difference in raw physical stats was obvious. His strength and durability clearly overwhelmed hers, giving him a huge advantage inside the barrier. Ghost Spirit did not slow down. She launched a rapid barrage of strikes, attacking again and again with sharp movements that cut through the air. She suddenly shifted angles and struck from a different direction, trying to catch him off guard. But this time, he was ready, and he effortlessly caught her fist in his hand, stopping her attack cold. Holding her hand in his grip, the Sun laughed at her lack of power despite her speed. He reminded her that without skills, all of her physical attacks were nothing more than harmless little tickles to him. Ghost Spirit struggled to pull free, but before she could break his grip, he drove a devastating uppercut into her body. The blow sent her flying backward with brutal force. Ghost Spirit slammed hard into the ground, while Feng Xiaoying cheered loudly for his son from the side. The Sun flexed arrogantly, taunting her about the overwhelming gap in their strength and warning her not to die too quickly. Battered against the wall, Ghost Spirit lay there unable to move for the moment. The Sun looked down at her and quickly guessed that she must be working for Shadow, so he decided she still had value for interrogation. The towering Sun grabbed Ghost Spirit by the collar and yanked her up, his face twisted with rage. He shouted that Shadow had killed his mother in the game again and again, and because of that, he had to kill Shadow no matter what. Then he gave Ghost Spirit 10 seconds to reveal everything she knew about Shadow, pulling her even closer with raw aggression. With only one arm, he lifted her off the ground as if she were weightless. His voice turned colder as he threatened to tear off one of her hands if she still refused to speak. But Ghost Spirit did not show the fear he expected. Instead, she slowly looked up at him with a mocking smile and called him an idiot. The sun froze for a brief second, confused by her reaction. Then Ghost Spirit calmly told him to take a good look at his own body. In the next instant, green ghostly flames suddenly erupted across his body, spreading over him like a cursed fire from the underworld. The huge man suddenly collapsed to the floor, his body shaking as violent coughs tore through him. Only then did he finally understand what had happened, but by the time he realized he had been poisoned, it was already far too late. Ghost Spirit stood there calmly, one hand glowing with a faint green light as she looked down at him. She coldly told him he was a fool for believing that his magic forbidden barrier made him invincible. Long before the fight began, she had already placed a venom enchantment on herself, and even though the barrier blocked new skills from being released, the enchantment had been active from the start. That meant every punch she landed had quietly stacked more poison into his body. The sun screamed in unbearable agony as the green flames swallowed him from head to toe. His powerful body twisted helplessly on the ground while he cried out for his mother, and Feng Xiaoying could only watch in horror as his son burned before his eyes. Ghost Spirit looked down at the dying man with cold eyes and revealed that she had already investigated them in advance. She knew Feng Xiaoying was nothing but a troublemaking nuisance, and she knew his son, Han Bingxiong, was a magic forbidden warlock. Then she mocked Han Bingxiong's ridiculous build, pointing out that he looked down on support classes, poured all his points into strength, and only learned the barrier skill so he could bully people who could no longer use their abilities. In the end, Han Bingxiong's body could not withstand the poison any longer, and he died right there. Ghost Spirit watched him fall and said coldly that something as simple as the basic priest's skill dispel would have been enough to save his life. Feng Xiaoying was instantly swallowed by panic. His face twisted in terror as he screamed that Ghost Spirit had killed his son, then fumbled for his phone, trying to contact the officials as fast as he could. But before Feng Xiaoying could make the call, a boot suddenly swept in and kicked the phone straight out of his hand, sending it clattering across the floor. Feng Xiaoying slowly looked up in fear and saw Ma Dagon standing over him. Ma Dagon had already recovered, his body fully healed and his eyes burning with rage. Now that the barrier was gone, he coldly told the old man that it was finally his turn to pay. Terrified, Feng Xiaoying opened his mouth and screamed for help, but no one cared about his desperate pleas anymore. Ma Dagon stepped forward and slammed a vicious kick directly into the old man's face. Ma Dagon grinned fiercely as he looked down at Feng Xiaoying, saying he would hand him over to the officials eventually. But before that, he was going to beat him until every bit of anger in his chest was satisfied. His wife stood beside him and encouraged him, promising that she would keep healing him so he could continue without holding back. Ma Dagon then activated a transformation skill, and his body began swelling with explosive muscle. Veins bulged under his skin as the venom enhancement state took over, turning his already furious aura even more brutal. With that power surging through him, Ma Dagon rushed in and unleashed a storm of heavy punches. Each blow smashed into Feng Xiaoying with savage force, pummeling the old man until he could barely resist. His wife cheered him on from the side, her hands glowing as she repeatedly cast healing magic to keep him supported. With her backing him up, Ma Dagon could continue beating Feng Xiaoying without slowing down. The brutal punishment finally ended with one last crushing stomp. Ma Dagon brought his foot down hard onto Feng Xiaoying's face, ending the old man's resistance completely. Feng Xiaoying died on the spot, his body dissolving into scattered light. Ma Dagon stood there panting heavily, finally feeling some relief after venting all the anger that had been trapped inside him. Then he turned to his wife and asked whether the girl who saved them was still there, and she confirmed that she was, mentioning the effect of an angel's heart skill. Ma Dagon immediately turned around, his expression filled with sincere gratitude. He said that if that girl had not stepped in, their family would have been completely doomed, and then suggested that they should call the officials to handle everything properly. But when the couple looked around, their mysterious savior had already disappeared without a trace. His wife stared at the torn clothes left on the floor, confused and unable to figure out exactly when Ghost Spirit had slipped away. Outside the building, Ghost Spirit had already leapt away from the scene. Her figure moved swiftly through the air, leaving the chaos behind without waiting for anyone to thank her. As she fell through the air, she opened a communication window with Shadow and reported that the mission had been completed. When Shadow praised her for handling it so quickly, a delighted smile spread across her face, and her mood instantly brightened. The scene then shifted to a barren wasteland 300 kilometers away from Magic City. Four cloaked figures were trekking through the harsh terrain under Chu Kunshin's guidance, while one of the subordinates looked around uneasily and questioned whether Chu Kunshin had led them to the wrong place. The entire area was filled with poisonous gas and thick volcanic fumes, constantly eating away at their health. With every step, the air itself felt dangerous, making the subordinates seriously doubt that anything could possibly survive in a place like this. Theodore, however, remained completely confident. Chu Kunshin also trusted his own ley line perception and calmly assured the others that the treasure they were searching for was hidden inside a nearby cave. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of an enormous cave. Dark red energy poured out from inside like a burning mist, making the opening look less like a cave and more like the mouth of some sleeping monster. Before they entered, Theodore turned to Zuma, the Soul Walker, and gave him a strict order. If they encountered danger, Zuma had to immediately turn the entire group into an invincible spirit state. Zuma nodded and confirmed that he understood exactly what he needed to do. The four of them stepped into the swirling red vortex and continued forward through the dangerous terrain. After carefully making their way deeper inside, they finally reached a cliff overlooking a vast sea of crimson liquid below. At that moment, Chu Kunshin suddenly pointed ahead, his voice rising with excitement as he shouted for everyone to look. Theodore looked in the direction Chu Kunshin was pointing and immediately burst into laughter. In the center of the crimson pool, a massive fiery plant rose upward, and he knew at once that they had finally found what they came for. Chu Kunshin identified the terrifying plant as the Hellflower of Nightmares. His eyes gleamed with certainty as he declared that with this item in their hands, Shadow would absolutely die. Theodore's group had arrived inside the deep purgatory volcano, a true nightmare zone. Even the system warning was horrifying, stating that the lifespan drain here was 10,000 times higher than the normal rate. Zuma began trembling as he stared at the fiery entity in the crimson pool. His voice shook when he asked Theodore what that thing was, because just looking at it made his very soul shudder. Theodore calmly explained that it was the Hellflower of Nightmares. Then he reassured Zuma that they would be safe as long as they did not wake it up, speaking with the confidence of someone who had already planned everything. Chu Kunshin looked toward Theodore and said that since they had already found the item Theodore wanted, it was time for him to reveal the full plan. Everyone's attention immediately shifted toward Theodore. Theodore agreed and called his subordinate Tony over. He handed Tony a glowing blue book called the Divine Book, Wall Construction, then explained that this item could instantly create walls by consuming lifespan. Tony took the glowing book with visible surprise and quickly activated it. In the next instant, a massive stone wall appeared out of thin air, rising up right in front of them, as if it had been built in a single breath. Tony studied the newly formed wall and quickly analyzed its effect. He noted that creating it consumed 10 days of lifespan, but the wall itself only had 100,000 durability. Sweat formed on Tony's face as concern crept into his voice. He told Theodore that he had personally seen Shadow's attacks before, and with that level of power, he feared a wall like this would not be enough to stop him. Theodore answered sternly that he already knew that better than anyone. That was exactly why Tony's main task over the next few days would be to keep building walls non-stop, raising the book's proficiency as much as possible. Then Theodore pointed toward the Hellflower of Nightmares and gave Tony his real target. He ordered him to increase the wall's durability all the way to 10 million points. After that, Theodore finally revealed the core of his trap. He planned to lure the Chinese officials and Shadow into this cave, and once they were all inside, Tony would immediately build the wall and seal off the only exit. To make sure their targets lowered their guard, Theodore explained that he and Zuma would enter the cave together with them. By putting themselves inside the trap first, they could make the whole setup look far more convincing. Then Theodore laid out the escape plan in detail. Once he gave the signal to wake the boss, Zuma's confidence returned as he listened to the plan. He believed that once the boss awakened, their success would be guaranteed, and the rest could be left to that terrifying creature. Chu Kunshin, however, still looked doubtful. He pointed out that even if the boss killed their targets, players would normally just respawn. Theodore then began explaining the truly terrifying nature of the Hellflower of Nightmares. Once battle began inside the cave, the entire area would be swallowed by a nightmare field. Anyone trapped inside would be forced to endure its effect with no easy way out. Players caught in the nightmare field would accumulate a nightmare gauge, and once that gauge filled completely, they would fall into a state where the Hellflower drained all of their tradable lifespan. Combined with the zone's terrifying 10,000 times lifespan drain, Theodore predicted that the victims would not simply die once. They would face permanent death. Theodore's expression darkened as he emphasized just how devastating this would be. If Magic City's strongest elite squad was wiped out here, especially Shadow, it would be a catastrophic loss for Great Xia. Then Theodore spread his arms wide, his voice filled with ambition. He promised that once the plan succeeded, all of them would become heroes in Country M and spend the rest of their lives surrounded by luxury and glory. Tony, Zuma, and Chu Kunshin all began to smile as greed flickered across their faces. The thought of the rewards waiting for them made each of them look more eager than before. But then Zuma raised another question. He asked how they were supposed to wake the boss from a distance when none of them had any long-range attacks. Tony immediately mocked him for asking something so stupid, then bent down and picked up a rock from the ground. Holding up the rock, Tony explained with a smug look that in this game, anything could be turned into a weapon. If they wanted to wake the boss from far away, all they needed to do was throw a rock. Tony, acting on pure foolish impulse, actually wounded his arm back and hurled the rock straight toward the Hellflower of Nightmares. The stone struck the fiery flower, and in that instant, the sleeping monster was violently enraged. A terrifying surge of energy exploded from the center of the Crimson Pool. The entire cave trembled as the massive boss began to stir, its sleeping aura waking like a disaster being unleashed. Theodore's face changed instantly, and he screamed in panic at the top of his lungs. He cursed Tony as an idiot, then frantically shouted for Zuma to activate his Soul Walker ability right away before they were all wiped out. As the boss's monstrous aura flooded through the cave like a tidal wave, Zuma hurriedly turned the entire group into spirit forms. With no time to hesitate, they fled through the tunnel in complete panic, desperately escaping the terrifying monster they had accidentally awakened. Only after rushing back outside the cave did the group finally manage to catch their breath. The oppressive pressure from inside faded behind them, leaving everyone shaken from the near-death scare. Theodore, furious at the stupidity that had almost gotten them all killed, snapped completely. He stormed over and kicked Tony violently to the ground, screaming at him for being such a brainless fool and nearly throwing all of their lives away. Theodore loomed over the trembling Tony with a terrifying glare, his voice cold and threatening. He ordered Tony to stay there and practice building walls until he mastered it properly, warning that if Tony failed, the powerful Count Bold from Country M would personally erase him. Terrified beyond words, Tony could only nod and agree. The scene then moved to the corroded forest on the outskirts of the Magic City ruins, where the air itself seemed rotten and dangerous. Twisted trees filled the area, and the ground was covered with traces of decay. A swift white creature suddenly lunged forward like a flash of light. It opened its jaws and bit down hard on a tree-like monster, tearing into it with ferocious speed. Lin Xingyu stood nearby with her squad, watching as the white creature tore through the tree spirits one after another. Each defeated monster burst apart into glowing orbs of lifespan, scattering light across the corrupted forest floor. One of her teammates could not hide his amazement and praised her with wide eyes, marveling at how powerful her dragon was and asking when she had managed to get such an incredible treasure. Lin Xingyu laughed lightly and claimed she had simply gotten lucky while opening a treasure chest the day before. The teammate then pointed out that this was probably the first dragon mount in the entire game, and with a full 100% movement speed bonus, it would have been worth an unimaginable fortune in older games. But just as the team was admiring the mount, Lin Xingyu's expression suddenly changed. Her gaze sharpened as she sensed something strange moving nearby. A cloud of green poisonous gas began swirling around the party, thickening around their bodies. Lin Xingyu immediately shouted for everyone to be careful, warning that more monsters were hiding close by. The ground suddenly shook beneath their feet, and enormous wooden spikes and vines erupted from every direction, trapping the party in the middle. Massive green vines whipped violently through the air, knocking the players and the white creature backward in a chaotic burst of force. Then, from deep beneath the forest floor, a gigantic and horrifying tree monster slowly rose up. Its massive body towered over them like a living mountain of corrupted wood. The creature was revealed as the corroded ancestor, Azura, a level 25 emerald-grade boss. Just its name and rank were enough to make the situation feel hopeless. The entire squad was pinned down under the boss's pressure. One male teammate lay on the ground in despair, quickly calculating that the boss had 1 million health, while his own damage was only around 1,000 per second. His voice shook as he frantically asked what they were supposed to do now. Lin Xingyu immediately opened her interface, her face tense as she shouted the only solution she could think of. They had to invite Big Brother Shadow over and let him save them. She sent a message to Shadow at once, desperately reporting that a massive emerald-grade boss had appeared and inviting him into her party so he could track their location. Far away in the city ruins, Shadow received the message and accepted with calm certainty. Shadow glanced at the coordinates and sent a reply to the team. He told them that he was more than 10 kilometers away, but he would head over immediately. Back in the corroded forest, Lin Xingyu looked at the map, and her heart immediately sank. She shouted to her teammates that even though Shadow was on his way, based on the distance, he would probably need almost half an hour to arrive. Her teammates cried out in panic, warning that the poison damage was far too high and their healing could not keep up. Realizing they could not survive that long, Lin Xingyu cursed under her breath and ordered everyone to retreat. But the very moment she gave the command, Osiris descended from the sky above the giant tree monster, and Shadow calmly announced that he had arrived, leaving Lin Qingyu completely stunned. A tremendous gust of wind swept through the forest as Shadow landed, blasting through the poisonous mist around them. A notification immediately informed the squad that the wind had scattered the poison gas and removed their negative effects. Lin Qingyu and her team stood there with their eyes wide in ridiculous shock, while the male teammate stammered, asking why the captain had said half an hour when it had only taken half a minute. Another teammate stared upward in awe, trembling as he asked whether the creature Shadow was riding was actually a flying dragon. High above them, Shadow stood atop the skeletal dragon Osiris, looking down at Lin Qingyu's squad as they stared back in complete disbelief. His arrival alone had completely changed the atmosphere of the battlefield. Osiris's purple eyes glowed as it lowered its gaze toward Lin Qingyu's mount. After staring at the white creature for a moment, it wondered aloud whether that little thing below was a hybrid dragon. The instant Lin Qingyu's mount heard Osiris speak, its entire body began trembling violently. The creature shrank back in pure terror, completely overwhelmed by the presence above it. The squad was stunned all over again, their faces frozen in disbelief. None of them could believe that the massive dragon in the sky had actually opened its mouth and spoken. Standing calmly on his mount's head, Shadow explained that creatures of epic grade or higher were capable of speech. Osiris then asked for permission to eat the hybrid creature below, but Shadow shut it down coldly and told it to be quiet. Down on the ground, Lin Qingyu's mount had already fainted from fear. Lin Qingyu looked up at Shadow with awe in her eyes, murmuring that she had never imagined Big Brother Shadow was already using an epic-grade creature as his mount. Shadow ignored her admiration and turned his attention toward the giant tree monster instead. His gaze swept over the corroded ancestor, confirming that this was the boss with 1 million health points. He quickly measured the situation in his mind and realized that with his current damage output, he would need a full combo to kill the boss. To him, that felt far too inefficient, and what he wanted was a clean, decisive strike. Deciding that the timing was, Shadow considered his options for a moment, noting that several of his main damage skills already had overlapping effects. After weighing it carefully, he chose to place the blessing on instant Shadow Slash. A golden aura immediately wrapped around Shadow's body, shining over him like divine light. A notification then confirmed that his skill had been enhanced with the blessing of Alakisi. The upgraded skill appeared as Alakisi's blessing, Instant Shadow Slash. It had become a single target attack, but the number of hits was multiplied by 6. Even better, every strike would count as a weak point attack, and each hit would also charge his ultimate skill. Shadow's eyes gleamed as he realized what this meant. Instant Shadow Slash had been transformed into a terrifying single target burst skill, and after a quick calculation, he understood that one use would now deliver 54 strikes. With his clones included, that number would rise to an astonishing 216 hits, enough to charge his ultimate skill several times over. Below him, Lin Qingyu's teammates watched in confusion, unable to understand why Shadow had suddenly started glowing. Once Shadow finished calculating the effect, he decided there was no better time to test the new power. His gaze locked onto the giant tree boss. In the next instant, Shadow vanished in a swirl of dark energy. His figure disappeared so quickly that the squad could barely follow his movement. A moment later, one of the teammates suddenly spotted him high above the battlefield. Shadow had already appeared in the air, positioned directly over the massive tree monster. The teammate shouted in shock that Shadow was about to fight the boss alone. Before anyone could react, Shadow moved at incredible speed and unleashed the empowered instant Shadow Slash against the giant tree monster. The boss was immediately swallowed by a devastating storm of attacks. Dozens of damage numbers erupted at once, and every single one was over 10,000, flashing wildly across the battlefield. That single attack instantly filled Shadow's ultimate skill meter. A red glow lit up in his eye as he realized that just one basic skill use was now enough to fully charge his ultimate. Without wasting even a breath, Shadow charged straight forward. His blade burned with crimson power as he unleashed Crimson Blade. A massive red slash tore through the boss's body, cutting across it with overwhelming force and dealing a final 450,000 damage. The system confirmed that Shadow had killed the Emerald Grade boss, and his rewards appeared one after another. The watching squad was completely stunned. The male teammates screamed in disbelief that Shadow had just instantly killed an Emerald Grade boss. Lin Qingyu, however, stayed surprisingly calm and simply asked whether this was their first time seeing Big Brother Shadow fight a boss, as if something like this was already normal for him. Surrounded by the fading red aura from his attack, Shadow quietly assessed his new strength. He noted that a single use of instant Shadow Slash now dealt around 600,000 damage, making the 450,000 base damage of his Crimson Blade ultimate feel almost lacking by comparison. Shadow landed among the glowing lifespan orbs scattered across the battlefield, thinking over the way his power had changed. Compared with this new burst potential, his previous battle methods now felt clumsy and inefficient, especially in high-level fights where every move mattered. Gripping his sword, Shadow realized that the slate had created a powerful connection between his skills. It did not just raise his damage, it also improved the flow of his combat and strengthened his ability to survive dangerous battles. Even so, Shadow understood that this was only the beginning. The true potential of the Shadow class had barely started to reveal itself. Lin Xingyu hurried over with excitement written all over her face, unable to hold back as she exclaimed how incredible Shadow was. Shadow only acted casually, dropping the loot from the defeated boss in front of her team and telling them they could take it. The group was instantly overjoyed and thanked him again and again. After handing over the loot, Shadow did not waste any time celebrating. He simply asked whether there were any other bosses nearby, and Lin Xingyu immediately became excited, nodding quickly as she began listing several boss locations in the surrounding area. Before Lin Xingyu could finish naming every location, Shadow cut her off directly. He told her to get onto his dragon, because they were going to deal with those bosses one by one without dragging things out. Lin Xingyu was so thrilled that she could barely contain herself. In the next moment, Osiris shot straight into the sky, carrying Shadow and a screaming Lin Xingyu away at high speed, leaving only their fading voices behind in the distance. The two remaining male members of Lin Xingyu's squad were left standing there like abandoned statues. They looked up at the sky in stunned silence, and one of them finally asked with a defeated expression, what exactly were they supposed to do now? Meanwhile, in the real world, inside a conference room in Magic City, the atmosphere was tense and serious. On the large screen at the front of the room, Theodore's image was clearly displayed for every official present to see. One official reported that Theodore, a man connected to the Country M embassy, had offered them intelligence about the first diamond grade boss. Another official immediately frowned and questioned whether such valuable information was really being given for free. The first official quickly clarified Theodore's condition. According to the report, Theodore's only request was a flight back to Country M, nothing more. The lead official's eyes narrowed with suspicion. For information this valuable, such a tiny request felt far too abnormal, and he openly stated that it looked very much like a trap. But his subordinate offered another angle. Theodore had also volunteered to personally accompany their team to the boss's location, and if this really were a setup, then joining them would be no different from walking into suicide. The lead official then raised the real problem they could not ignore. Even if the intelligence was true, could they actually defeat a diamond-grade boss? After all, no one had successfully done it yet. The unspoken meaning hung heavily over the room. Even the legendary Shadow might not be guaranteed to succeed against a monster of that level. After a long moment of thought, the lead official proposed a different approach. Instead of trying to handle everything alone, they should cooperate with Shadow. Another man at the table immediately supported the idea with enthusiasm. He said the latest reports showed that Shadow could already solo emerald-grade bosses with ease, and if their elite forces joined hands with Shadow's power, they might truly have a chance to claim the first kill on a diamond-grade boss. The lead official still did not fully relax. He looked at the others with a doubtful expression and demanded to know whether those reports were confirmed facts or just rumors spreading among players. In response, his subordinate raised a phone and played a clear video of Shadow in battle. He explained that the footage had been captured with a phone created by a Divine Authority book, and the lead official fell silent as he watched the proof unfold on the screen. With solid evidence in front of him, the lead official finally made his decision. He agreed to cooperate with Shadow, and the other officials voiced their approval one after another. The leader then announced that he would immediately send someone to make contact with him. Elsewhere, a heavily armored mechanical monster staggered forward, its massive metal body grinding and shaking as it tried to keep moving. Shadow raised his weapon and unleashed his signature move, Instant Shadow Slash, without the slightest hesitation. A massive beam of blue energy tore through the battlefield and split the enemy in a single strike. Shadow stood calmly in place as the attack passed through, his cape fluttering behind him while the mechanical monster was cut apart. Once the enemy was defeated, Shadow turned toward Lin Xingyu, who was peeking out from behind a nearby tree. He called for her to come out and collect the lifespan orbs, because they still had to move on to the next location. Lin Xingyu quickly approached, her face flushed with excitement from everything she had just witnessed. Then she reported that the officials had discovered a diamond-grade boss and asked Shadow whether he had any interest in going after it. Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of interest appeared in his gaze. He looked at Lin Xingyu and asked her to tell him the details. Lin Xingyu explained that the boss was located inside a volcano, then revealed its name, the Hellflower of Nightmares. The moment Shadow heard that name, his attention was fully caught. A memory immediately surfaced in Shadow's mind. He recalled a fiery plant rising above the ruins of the city, a monster that had once brought the first major crisis to the officials of Great Xia. In his memories from the past, a foreign force had used the Hellflower of Nightmares to wipe out more than 100 official professionals in Magic City. That tragedy plunged the entire region into chaos for half a year and led to the deaths of thousands. Shadow also remembered the mastermind who had stood behind that disaster. The man's name was Theodore. Sensing that Lin Qingyu's side probably had not discovered the boss on their own, Shadow questioned her about where the information came from. Lin Qingyu admitted that it had been found by a foreigner, and that the higher-ups had decided to gather a massive 100-person team to launch a crusade against it. Shadow immediately rejected that decision with a cold tone, saying the officials had no idea how dangerous the situation really was. He then ordered Lin Qingyu to gather 25 elite players, each of them at least level 18 and already completed with their first-class advancement. Lin Qingyu was stunned by the strict requirement. Her eyes widened as she asked whether he truly needed that many high-level elites to assist him in the raid. Shadow confirmed that she had understood correctly. He explained that although the Hellflower of Nightmares was classified as a diamond-grade boss, its real stats were already close to an epic-grade monster. There were only two ways to defeat it, and the first was overwhelming power, which he admitted he did not currently possess. Because of that, they had to use the second method. It was a proper strategic raid, and at minimum, it required a coordinated team of 25 people. Lin Qingyu could not help questioning him again. If a team was needed, then why not simply follow the official plan and send 100 people? In her mind, having more players should make the fight easier. Shadow did not explain the hidden danger behind it. He only stared at her with an intense, icy gaze and told her that she could either trust his instructions or ignore him and do whatever she wanted. Under Shadow's cold stare, Lin Qingyu immediately broke into a nervous sweat. The pressure in his gaze made it hard for her to say another word. Still, Lin Qingyu forced herself to think carefully. Shadow might be unpredictable and difficult to understand, but everything he had done so far had ultimately benefited the officials. Maybe this time, he was right again, and the higher-ups truly did not understand what they were walking into. After making up her mind, Lin Qingyu agreed to help him. However, she also admitted that his requirements were far too high, and with her connections, she could only gather 10 qualified people at most. Shadow accepted that without hesitation, saying that 10 would be enough, and he would find the rest himself. As his body began dissolving into blue energy, he told her to meet him at the Magic City ruins in 3 days. Lin Qingyu was left standing alone, staring at the empty spot where Shadow had vanished. A wave of uncertainty crossed her face as she quietly asked herself whether she could truly trust him. In a vivid dream from the past, a warrior in blue armor, King Feng, stood firmly in front of his sister. Holding up a golden shield, he blocked an incoming attack and warned her to be careful. Then Qin Feng moved with incredible speed, his figure cutting through the battlefield like a flash. He sliced down the monsters one after another, protecting her from every danger around them. When the danger finally passed, Qin Feng reached out his hand toward his sister. With a warm, reassuring smile, he told her that everything was all right now. But the dream suddenly began to twist. Qin Feng's gentle smile darkened little by little, and his familiar face slowly transformed into Shadow's cold, masked expression. In that dream, the masked figure looked toward her and called out one name, Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes snapped open in an instant, shock pulling her violently out of the dream. She woke up on her hospital bed, drenched in sweat and tears. Her chest rose and fell as the lingering fear and emotion from the dream still clung to her. Sitting up in the dark hospital room, Qin Xiaoyu realized she had dreamed the same thing again. Ever since she lost her legs, the figure appearing in her dreams had become clearer and clearer. She remembered how that man had taken her to level up, protected her from danger, and given her everything she needed. Through her tears, a shocking realization struck her heart, because this time, she had finally seen his face clearly. That man was her brother, Qin Feng. Her eyes began to glow as the truth crashed over her. Qin Feng was not dead. The realization thundered through Qin Xiaoyu's mind again and again. Her brother Qin Feng was actually the legendary player known as Shadow. Qin Xiaoyu knelt stiffly on the bed, her whole body shaking as the memories of those strange dreams pressed down on her. The more she thought about it, the clearer it became. Every place she had seen in her sleep, every terrifying monster that had appeared before her eyes, had later shown up inside the game. And if those dreams had truly been real, then one question kept pounding in Qin Xiaoyu's mind. Was Qin Feng really Shadow? Desperate to know the truth, she slowly lay back down, forcing herself to calm her trembling body. No matter what, she had to enter the game right away, find him with her own eyes, and confirm whether the bond between them was real. Qin Xiaoyu lay quietly in her hospital bed, staring into the darkness while doubt wrapped around her like a heavy fog. Tears kept slipping down Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks, as she remembered how many times Shadow had ignored her. If he really was her brother, then maybe he had chosen not to recognize her at all. That thought hurt so badly she could barely breathe, and what scared her even more was that no one might believe her if she said it out loud. Worse than that, chasing this truth might even cost her life. The horrific moment when she lost her legs flashed through her mind again, sharp and unbearable. Under the blanket, Qin Xiaoyu's body curled up and trembled, as if that pain had returned all at once. But as she lay there in the silent darkness, another thought slowly rose inside her. This might be frightening, and it might be dangerous, but it was also the last hope she had left. With that tiny spark of resolve burning brighter in her chest, Qin Xiaoyu made her decision. Even if she had to use the last bit of strength in her body, she would hold on to this chance and try to reunite with him. Inside the game, deep within the Knights Templar hideout, the guild leader hurriedly supported Qin Xiaoyu as soon as she appeared. He looked her up and down in surprise, asking why she had logged in so suddenly. Although her legs were whole again in the game world, her condition was still far from normal. Her stats had been cut in half, and the stumble debuff made every step unstable. The guild leader quickly bent down and asked if she was hurt, but Qin Xiaoyu immediately put on a pitiful expression. Her eyes filled with tears as she cried that she only wanted to repay the guild for all the kindness they had shown her. With a weak, pleading voice, she begged him to let her keep doing the one job she could still handle, standing guard at the door and watching for Big Brother Shadow. The guild leader's face softened as if her loyalty had deeply moved him. Playing along, he carefully helped Qin Xiaoyu toward the door, telling her that since she already knew the task so well, she could continue watching the entrance. But at that exact moment, a system notification suddenly flashed before him. It was a private message from Shadow, sent directly to the Knights Templar Guild leader, Chen Wuming. Shadow asked if he wanted to take the first kill on a diamond-grade boss, and the instant Chen Wuming read those words, his calm expression shattered into wild excitement. Chen Wuming shouted that this was the kind of chance he had dreamed about, and in his frenzy, he completely forgot Qin Xiaoyu was still leaning on him. He dropped her on the spot and rushed away, yelling that he had urgent business to handle. As he ran, Shadow's next message arrived, telling him not to get ahead of himself. Shadow ordered him to find 2 specific people, Safety First and Grey Rose, and then meet him at the Magic City ruins in 3 days. Chen Wuming accepted immediately, his whole body practically buzzing with excitement. In a bright, comfortable room, several pieces of magical food created by the Divine Gift Book were already arranged across the table. Among them sat an enormous fortress burger, stacked so high it looked almost impossible to finish. Little Black stared at the food with sparkling eyes, drool nearly spilling from the corner of her mouth. She praised the Divine Gift Book's creations with complete sincerity, already reaching forward and preparing to enjoy the feast. Just as she was about to dig in, Captain Enyu suddenly kicked the door open with a loud bang. She shouted for Little Black to come with her immediately, because Shadow was recruiting team members. Little Black didn't even get the chance to take a single bite. Captain Enyu grabbed her as she was pulled farther and farther from her precious burger. Little Black wailed in grief. Through her tears, she suddenly realized how serious this was. After all, this was the very first time Shadow had ever taken the initiative to ask them for help. Elsewhere, Shadow sent out another message, calling the team back to Magic City. He ordered everyone to gather at the Evil Spirit Academy, a massive Gothic cathedral standing among the ruined remains of the city. Inside the hideout, a heavy door slowly swung open, and Zhang Yaoying, the witch, rushed in with quick, eager steps. She looked toward Shadow with a bright smile on her face, her tone playful as she asked whether the big boss had been looking for her. Shadow gave a simple confirmation. He needed her strength for a boss battle that would take place in just a few days. But when Shadow looked at her more closely, something immediately fell off. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked why she was still only level 10. Zhang Yaoying answered casually, explaining that she had poured all of her experience into advancing her class tier instead of raising her level. Shadow was stunned when he realized what she had done. At such a low level, Zhang Yaoying had already completed 3 class advancements. Even he couldn't help commenting on how daring that was, while she simply giggled as if it were nothing. Suddenly, magical energy began to twist and swirl through the room. From the shifting light, a figure stepped out, white hair, red skin, sharp horns, and a demonic aura surrounding her. It was Qin Xiaoyu. She walked straight toward Shadow with steady confidence and announced her arrival, respectfully calling him master. Shadow was shocked all over again. He stared at the demon girl in front of him and couldn't hold back his disbelief, asking why she was also only level 10. Qin Xiaoyu answered seriously, saying she remembered her master's teaching. That class advancement mattered the most, so she had completed her 3rd advancement as well. Shadow let out a helpless sigh and turned away, telling both of them to follow him. Over the next few days, he would help them raise their levels properly. The 2 girls immediately lit up with excitement. cheering at the thought of finally seeing their master's true abilities up close. 3 days later, at the wild volcano in the Magic City ruins, Captain and Yu, Wang Ming, and Little Black arrived at the meeting area. Little Black was still mourning the burger she never got to eat, her voice full of resentment. Captain and Yu ignored her complaints completely and focused her gaze toward the meeting point ahead. Then, all at once, Captain and Yu's expression stiffened, and her step slowed as if she had seen something unexpected. She looked down into the valley, and surprise flashed across her face. There were not exactly countless people gathered there, but the strange part was that almost every face looked familiar. The people standing in that valley were all elite players. Among them was Safety First, the perfect evasion swordsman, known as the only man besides Shadow who could take on a boss alone. Not far away stood the arrogant leader of the Knights Templar Guild, carrying himself with the same proud attitude as always. Then there was Dongfang Yu, the #1 mage on the rankings, whose presence alone was enough to draw attention. Wang Ming began to sweat as he recognized more and more famous names in the crowd. Every person here was a top-ranking player, and he quickly understood that all of them had answered Shadow's summons. Away from the main group, Theodore and Zuma stood off to the side, quietly watching everything unfold. The Chinese players nearby began whispering among themselves, clearly wondering who those two foreigners were. Zuma looked uneasy as he leaned toward Theodore and pointed out the obvious problem. This small group was nothing like the army they had been promised. His voice tightened with worry as he wondered whether their plan to trap everyone had already been exposed. Theodore, however, remained perfectly calm. He reassured Zuma that the people gathered here were not ordinary players, but the very best among the elites. In his eyes, quality mattered far more than numbers, and this small, powerful team only proved that the officials were taking the diamond grade boss fight extremely seriously. Then Theodore revealed the reason for his confidence. He had already used his Omen of the Star God skill to divine the outcome, and according to what he had seen, victory was certain. Theodore stared into the darkness ahead, silently recalling the prophecy. In that vision, a flower would bloom, pulling its victims into a nightmare, while he alone, the one lucky survivor, would be guided safely back home. Because of that prophecy, Theodore was convinced that everyone else gathered here would die, giving him the chance to escape back to Country M. As he glanced at Zuma and the others beside him, he apologized to them in his heart, already believing they would not share his luck. Just then, a massive shockwave suddenly tore through the gathering. The force exploded outward, blasting players off their feet and sending bodies flying in every direction. One player crashed hard onto the ground and struggled to lift his head. The moment he looked up, horror filled his eyes as he saw a gigantic creature descending from the sky above them. Through the rolling dust and shaking air, a colossal skeletal dragon slowly emerged. Its enormous bone frame cast a terrifying shadow over the valley, and the name Osiris appeared before everyone. The players stared upward in complete shock, their faces paling one after another. Screams broke out across the crowd as people wondered in panic whether this terrifying dragon was the diamond-grade boss they had been summoned to fight. Then someone suddenly pointed toward the dragon's head. Standing above the beast was Shadow, his yellow eyes glowing with overwhelming power. The entire crowd erupted in disbelief as they finally realized the massive bone dragon was not the boss at all, it was Shadow's mount. Theodore and Zuma stood frozen where they were, cold sweat sliding down their faces as neither of them could move or speak. Theodore's voice trembled as he stammered in terror. Shadow's growth had been far too fast, and now he had even appeared with an epic grade mount. The sight completely shattered Theodore's earlier confidence. Shadow leaped down from the dragon's head and dropped into the very center of the gathered players, landing with a force that instantly drew every eye to him. Slowly, Shadow raised his head. His glowing eyes locked directly onto Theodore, filled with a chilling, killing intent that made the air around them feel heavy. In his mind, there was only one decision. Today, Theodore would die. Shadow began walking. Theodore stood rooted in place, his body refusing to move as Shadow came closer. Shadow did not spare the others even a glance, as if Theodore was the only person worth looking at. Shadow swept his gaze across the gathered elites, his expression calm and unreadable. Then, in a steady voice, he said that everyone who needed to be here had already arrived. Right after that, Shadow turned his attention back to Theodore and gave him a direct order. Theodore would be the one to lead the way. Theodore's body went stiff as Shadow stepped behind him, that overwhelming presence pressing down on his back like a blade. Sweat streamed down Theodore's face, and fear crawled through him as he realized something terrifying. Shadow had called out his name even though the two of them had never met before. Forcing himself not to panic, Theodore tried to steady his breathing. He guessed that someone on Shadow's level probably had some kind of skill that could identify other players. Turning toward the crowd, he forced a bright, fake smile onto his face and invited everyone to follow him to hunt the diamond-grade boss. Deep inside, He kept repeating to himself that his divination was absolutely accurate, and that there was no way his plan could fail. Soon, the group reached the mouth of a dark cave, where an ominous red glow spilled out from within like the entrance to some burning underworld. Inside the cave, Chu Kunshin glanced back with an irritated expression and warned the others that their targets had already entered. Behind him, Tony and Mei Jing were standing close together, and Mei Jing complained in annoyance that the timing had completely ruined the mood. Mei Jing grumbled that the intruders had spoiled everything just when things were getting good. Tony leaned closer and comforted her, saying that once this job was finished, they would escape to Country M, and after that, they could enjoy themselves however they wanted. Shadow, Theodore, and Zuma moved deeper into the tunnel, their footsteps echoing against the stone walls. Theodore raised a hand and gestured for Shadow to keep following him farther inside, while the hidden ambushers whispered from the darkness that the targets were getting close. Concealed in the shadows, Tony, Mei Jing, and Chu Kunshin prepared themselves to strike, their eyes glowing with sinister light. Tony declared that it was finally time to avenge Shir, while Chu Kunshin glared with hatred burning across his face, screaming inside his mind for Shadow to die, so he could avenge his wife and son. The team finally stepped into the depths of the Purgatory volcano. At that moment, the system warning appeared, announcing that this was a nightmare zone where lifespan drained 10,000 times faster, and the entire group immediately looked around with unease. Far inside the volcanic chamber, Theodore stopped in front of a colossal fiery plant bud. Its blazing petals were still closed, but the pressure around it was suffocating as he introduced it as the diamond-grade boss, the Hell Flower of Nightmares. Then Theodore glanced back at the group and suggested that their current numbers were still not enough. In his opinion, they should call in more people before starting the fight. Lin Qingyu rejected that suggestion immediately. Her eyes were sharp as she stated that everyone here was an elite, then bluntly told Theodore to stop wasting everyone's time and explain how they were supposed to fight the boss. Theodore's expression slowly darkened. He looked at Lin Qingyu with a faintly ominous gaze and asked if she was truly sure, warning that once this battle began, there would be no chance to turn back. Lin Qingyu narrowed her eyes at him, suspicion rising on her face as she asked exactly what he meant by that. Theodore avoided giving a direct answer and instead claimed that the boss involved complicated mechanics, and he did not want to explain everything twice. So, he asked them one final time whether they had truly decided to fight with only the people present. Behind Shadow, the elites burst into confident cheers. One after another, they shouted that as long as Big Boss Shadow was here, taking down this boss would be nothing difficult at all. Theodore's face twitched as anger flashed beneath his forced calm. Their arrogance clearly irritated him, but he only muttered a sarcastic word of encouragement under his breath. In his heart, Theodore cursed the Chinese players for being stubborn and foolish. Then he turned his back to them, hiding the cold expression that had crept onto his face. He bent down and picked up a rock from the ground, holding it in his hand as he told everyone to listen carefully. He would explain the boss mechanic only once. The others focused on him, waiting for the key information. Theodore lifted his chin and said the boss was actually very simple, and that there was only one thing they truly needed to understand. Without warning, Theodore's eyes lit up with a red glow. He pulled his arm back, preparing to throw the rock at the Hell Flower of Nightmares, the very same action that had awakened the monster before. Then he screamed that the only mechanic was for all of them to die. The elites froze in shock, their faces changing instantly. By the time they realized Theodore had led them into a trap, it was already too late. Theodore roared and hurled the rock with all his strength. It struck the base of the Hell Flower of Nightmares, and even that single point of damage was enough to trigger the sleeping monster. In the next instant, the massive plant erupted with violent fiery energy, the entire chamber lighting up as scorching power burst outward from its body. A terrifying atmosphere swallowed the cave. The nightmare debuff spread through the air, and shadowy figures began appearing around the group, like ghosts rising from the darkness. Wang Ming shouted in confusion, completely caught off guard by the sudden change. Lin Qingyu reacted even faster, screaming that this was a trap and immediately ordering everyone to retreat. But when they turned back toward the way they came, their escape route was already blocked. Three sinister figures stood waiting in front of them, cutting off the path. Tony stepped forward, his body glowing with blue energy as a cruel laugh left his mouth. He mocked them as great Xia pigs and told them there was no way out anymore. Then Tony activated his wall construction skill. A massive stone wall slammed down with a thunderous crash, sealing the cave entrance completely. Even with the entrance blocked, Theodore remained calm. He had never planned to leave the same way as everyone else, because he believed he still had his own escape route. With a sinister grin, Theodore ordered his subordinate Zuma to use his Soul Walker ability. As long as Zuma activated it, they would be able to phase through the walls and leave the others trapped behind. But before Zuma could even make a move, an energy arrow shot through the air and pierced straight through his head. In an instant, Zuma was killed on the spot. Theodore whipped around, cold sweat breaking across his face. At that moment, he finally understood that his escape plan had already been seen through. Lin Qingyu stood with a glowing crossbow aimed directly at him, admitting that Shadow had been right all along. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she declared that those who were not of their race would always hide treacherous hearts, and Theodore's sentence was death. Without hesitation, Lin Qingyu fired her demon-breaking arrow, unleashing it straight toward the traitor to carry out his execution. But Theodore only sneered, calling their attempt far too naive. He raised a glowing blue card in his hand and activated a skill that allowed him to swap positions. In a flash, Chu Kunshin suddenly appeared in front of the arrow. He had been forcibly teleported into Theodore's place, thrown directly into the attack's path. The arrow drove into Chu Kunshin's chest with a brutal impact, piercing through him before he could even understand what had happened. As Chu Kunshin collapsed, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief, as if asking why he had been sacrificed. At the same time, Theodore's body dissolved into light, successfully escaping by trading places with him. Outside the sealed cave, a pair of feet suddenly landed on the ground, touching down safely beyond the stone wall. Theodore appeared there unharmed, now standing safely behind the barrier. Mei Jing and Tony stared at him in surprise, clearly not expecting him to come out alone like this. Above Theodore's head, a card floated into view, revealing the true nature of his trump card, the Dark Star Boundary. It allowed him to swap positions with anyone carrying his card, and he had given one to Chu Kunshin from the start, so he could use him as a scapegoat at the critical moment. Tony frantically asked where Zuma had gone, while Mei Jing quickly noticed that Chu Kunshin was missing too. Misunderstanding what had happened, Tony's anger exploded, and he concluded that Chu Kunshin must have betrayed them, cursing Great Xia people as completely untrustworthy. Theodore had no patience for their confusion. He ignored their questions and coldly ordered Mei Jing and Tony to log out of the game at once, telling them it was time to flee the country immediately. As Theodore's avatar began to fade, Lin Qingyu's words echoed in his mind. If they were not of the same race, their hearts would surely be different. He silently admitted that she had been right, using that thought to justify the betrayal he had just committed. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside a dark apartment late at night, a horrifying scene was already unfolding. On their beds, the physical bodies of Zuma and Chu Kunshin began shaking violently. The consequences of their deaths inside the game had now reached their real bodies, and the nightmare was no longer confined to the virtual world. Theodore looked down at his fallen comrades, his expression dark and unmoved. In a grim voice, he stated that because they had died within the boss's territory, their souls had been dragged straight into the nightmare. Then he coldly declared that there was no saving them anymore. His face showed only the faintest hint of pity, not for their lives, but for the loss of a useful asset like Zuma. But that tiny trace of regret disappeared almost immediately, replaced by a deep sense of relief. To Theodore, their sacrifice had been worth it, because Shadow and every elite trapped inside the cave should already be as good as dead. As Theodore walked through the room with Tony and Mei Jing, the words of his prophecy returned to him. The flower had bloomed, the victims had been pulled into a nightmare, and he alone was the fortunate survivor, guided back toward the home he had waited so long to return to. While preparing to leave, Theodore was already thinking several steps ahead. This disaster would deal a devastating blow to Great Xia's strength, and once he returned to Country M, they could send out their own elites to strike while Great Xia was still weakened. With one eye glowing fiercely and malice twisting across his face, Theodore silently vowed that Great Xia would be completely destroyed. Back inside the cave, the situation had already become critical. The massive hell flower of nightmares fully opened its burning petals, flooding the entire cavern with a dangerous, blood-red light. The players instantly fell into chaos as a red bar appeared above each of their heads, marking them with the nightmare status. Panic spread through the elites as they realized this was far worse than an ordinary boss fight. Wang Meng's face turned tense as he quickly explained the terrifying truth to Little Black. Once players entered the nightmare state, they could no longer revive or log out, which meant that dying here would be permanent. Those words crushed the group's morale in an instant. They were trapped with a diamond-grade boss, inside a nightmare zone where their lifespan was draining 10,000 times faster than normal. Just when despair began closing in around them, a party invitation from Shadow suddenly appeared in front of everyone, making the entire group freeze in surprise. Shadow stood ahead of them with his back turned, his cape shifting in the heated air. His voice remained calm as he told the frightened group that since he had gathered them here, he would not allow them to die in this place. Then Shadow turned his head slightly, one glowing eye cutting through the darkness. He ordered everyone to follow his commands exactly, promising that as long as they listened, they could defeat this boss. With no other, one by one, The system list began filling up as the elites accepted Shadow's invitation. Dongfang Yu, Safety First, Qin Xiaoyu, Zhang Yaoying, and the others all joined the party. Once their trust was placed in him, the terrified crowd finally found a bit of courage again. Voices rose through the cavern as they cheered for Big Brother Shadow. Shadow wasted no time and immediately began giving tactical orders. He turned toward the witch, Zhang Yaoying, and commanded her to activate Soul Link. Zhang Yaoying gave him a playful salute, then raised her giant brush with a confident smile. With broad sweeping strokes, she painted a massive magical rune directly into the air. The spell activated at once. Dark, purple chains of energy shot outward from the rune, stretching across the battlefield and linking the souls of every party member together. As the chains locked into place, Shadow explained the key behind the mechanic. Soul Link allowed everyone to share their resistances, and his plan was to use that connection to slow down the nightmare gauge. That was exactly why he had insisted on bringing players who had completed their first-class advancement. Only they possessed the hidden resistance needed to endure the nightmare. At last, the group understood how far ahead Shadow had planned. The battle erupted immediately as the Hell Flower lashed out with thorn-covered vines. Several players were caught before they could react, the twisting vines wrapping tightly around their bodies and trapping them in place. Shadow warned the team that if anyone died or slipped fully into the nightmare state, the boss would devour them and recover its own strength. He ordered everyone to focus on staying alive first, and if anyone fell, they had to revive that person immediately. Taking full command of the raid, Shadow explained that the boss had 36 million hit points divided across 3 phases. In this first phase, the Hellflower controlled 6 vines, and he had already assigned one team to hold back each vine. Then Shadow singled out Safety First and ordered him to handle one of the vines alone. Safety First was stunned for a moment, but when Shadow praised his ability, surprise quickly turned into pleased confidence. The fight exploded around them as the vines whipped through the air with terrifying speed, slicing across the battlefield like living blades. Safety First lived up to his reputation immediately. He slipped past the incoming strike with flawless timing, then counterattacked with his Moonshadow skill, sending a sharp slash straight into the vine. But Wang Ming and the Knights Templar Guild leader were both shocked when they saw the damage number appear, only -250. Their expressions changed instantly as panic set in, and they wondered why the damage was so absurdly low. Shadow calmly revealed the reason. During the first phase, the boss was protected by a shield that reduced incoming damage by 90%. The team's hope wavered again, and several players began asking how they were supposed to fight under such brutal conditions. Shadow ignored their panic and launched himself high into the air. Activating Blessing of Release together with Instant Shadow Slash, he sent a massive beam of blue energy crashing into the boss, dealing a staggering 666,666 damage even through the shield. Then, as if answering everyone's fear, he said this was how they were going to fight. Without giving the boss a moment to recover, Shadow followed with a throat-cutting strike. Another critical hit landed, blasting out more than 630,000 damage. The Knights Templar Guild leader screamed in disbelief, completely shaken by the numbers. Shadow then explained the real strategy. If the vines were left without targets, the boss would unleash a wide-area attack powerful enough to wipe out everyone. Their job was not to deal damage, but to draw the vine's attention and survive, while he alone handled the boss's health. Reassured by his overwhelming power, the elites shouted that they would obey his orders. The Hellflower released the rest of its vines, and in an instant, the cave was filled with twisting thorns spreading in every direction. The raid team tightened their formation, raising shields, weapons, and magic as they braced themselves for the incoming storm. Shadow moved first, stepping directly into the path of the attack. With overwhelming force, he struck the first vine before it could reach the others. Then he leaped into the air, his blade flashing again and again in a rapid storm of slashes. One vine after another was shredded apart, and Shadow's raw power became the shield protecting the entire team. But Little Black completely lost focus in the middle of the fight. Instead of guarding herself, she stared at Shadow with sparkling admiration, cheering about how handsome he looked and how unbelievable his damage was. That moment of distraction immediately cost her. A vine slipped past her guard from the side and coiled around her before she could react. Little Black was yanked straight into the air, her body dangling helplessly as she screamed for someone to save her. Shadow reacted without hesitation. In a blur, he appeared behind the vine, and with one slash of blue energy, he cut the twisting monster cleanly in half. As Little Black fell, Shadow caught her before she hit the ground. At the same time, his attack finished off the vine completely, saving her life in one smooth motion. With the first phase finally cleared, Shadow stood over the shaken Little Black and scolded her in a stern voice. He warned her that if she kept daydreaming like that, she really would die next time. Embarrassed, hurting, and close to tears, Little Black sobbed out an apology. After the first phase ended, the Hellflower began to pulse violently, as if something deep inside it was waking up. One of the players noticed movement within the burning petals and shouted for everyone to look at the center of the flower. From the heart of the blazing flower, a humanoid silhouette slowly rose, wrapped in flames as it emerged from the monster's core. The entire raid team stared in shock as a beautiful woman with long, fire-like hair and glowing eyes appeared from within the boss. For a brief moment, some players were stunned by her appearance, only to snap back to reality when they remembered how deadly the situation still was. The boss's new form attacked almost immediately, raising its power and launching 3 large orbs of fiery nightmare energy into the battlefield. Shadow shouted a warning to the team, announcing that the second phase had begun. He quickly explained that the 3 orbs were made of nightmare energy and would randomly lock onto 3 players. He warned them that if anyone touched one of those orbs, their nightmare gauge would instantly rise by 10%, and the orb would split into 2. Before he could finish, one of the fiery orbs slammed into a player. Just as Shadow had said, the orb split apart on impact, turning into 2 new orbs that shot off in different directions. The players panicked as the danger multiplied before their eyes. Shadow remained calm despite the spreading chaos and immediately told everyone not to lose their heads. Since the orbs were moving slowly, Shadow ordered the targeted players to kite them away from the main group, while everyone else handled the vines that were starting to appear again. Then he added the most important detail for this phase. The boss's damage reduction had now dropped to 50%. With the plan finally set, Shadow left the rest of the team to handle the battlefield hazards. Then he lowered his body, gathered his strength, and charged straight toward the boss's main body alone. Shadow came dropping down from above, cutting through the heated air as he aimed directly for the Hellflower's human form. In his mind, this diamond-grade boss was the perfect opponent. If he wanted to see just how far his current firepower could go, there was no better target than this monster. Shadow immediately activated Shadow of Slaughter, and dark silhouettes began forming around him like blades emerging from the night. In the next moment, 5 figures descended together, Shadow himself and 4 Shadow clones. They dropped around the boss from different angles, surrounding her completely. All 5 of them moved at once and unleashed the Crimson Blade Ultimate. A towering pillar of crimson energy erupted through the battlefield, striking the boss again and again with overwhelming force. Each of those 4 heavy hits dealt more than 1.5 million damage, and the numbers exploded across the battlefield like a warning of how terrifying Shadow's burst power had become. Without giving the boss time to recover, Shadow instantly followed with a throat cut, carving in another brutal attack that left a massive bleeding effect on the monster. Shadow pulled back for a brief moment to check the result. Even with the boss still protected by 50% damage reduction, that single burst had nearly shaved off 6 million health. And since Crimson Blade became stronger the lower the enemy's health dropped, he quickly calculated that only a few more full rotations would be enough to finish it. But just as he was preparing his next move, Shadow suddenly froze. A terrible feeling surged from behind him, as if the battlefield itself was about to collapse. His eyes widened sharply, and he immediately turned away from the boss to look back at the rest of the team. Behind him, the entire battlefield had fallen into chaos. Nightmare orbs had multiplied out of control, filling the air with red lights. Wang Ming was shouting desperately, telling anyone locked onto by an orb to run away from the crowd before they caused even more orbs to split. Players scattered in every direction, running for their lives as the red orbs chased closely behind them. Their formation completely broke apart under the panic. Some players fled blindly toward the teams still holding back the vines, and the defenders yelled at them to stay away, but the whole situation was already spinning out of control. Shadow looked down and immediately caught the hidden danger. Whenever the boss's vine struck one of the orbs, that orb gained a sudden 3-second burst of speed, making it nearly impossible for ordinary players to dodge. Realizing the team would not last much longer, Shadow clenched his teeth and shouted for everyone to hold on just a little longer. He only needed 5 seconds to force the boss into its third phase. Shadow focused completely, his glowing eyes sharpening with determination as he prepared to unleash his strongest burst rotation. While stacking his buffs, he silently complained about how many layers he had to activate at once. Even so, he triggered Silent Concealment and Dark Depth, pushing both his stealth effect and damage potential even higher. Then he activated the Black Light Shield as well, forcing his attack power to rise by another 30%. Finally, Shadow used Shadow of Slaughter again, summoning clones that inherited every buff currently wrapped around his body. With all preparations complete, Shadow shot forward at blinding speed, his figure cutting across the battlefield like a streak of darkness. He unleashed his modified skill, Instant Shadow Slash, aiming the full force of the attack straight at the boss. Shadow and his clones blurred together, striking at the same time from every direction. Blue energy slashes flooded the area, and in just a split second, the system registered a terrifying total of 216 hits. But Shadow was far from done. With a sharp shout, he and his clones followed up immediately by unleashing the Crimson Blade Ultimate once again. For massive pillars of red energy crashed down onto the boss, tearing through her defenses and shaking the entire volcanic chamber. The boss's human form staggered violently, then vomited green blood as the devastating damage tore through her body. Shadow did not stop for even a heartbeat. He followed with another throat cut, landing a critical blow that dealt more than 18 million damage to the monster. Nearby, the other players could only stare in horror and awe. They had been struggling just to deal a few hundred damage at a time, yet Shadow had unleashed nearly 20 million damage in a single wave, making them wonder if he was even human. The boss reeled backward, her body convulsing in agony as the force of Shadow's attacks overwhelmed her. Then the giant flower stalk began twisting violently, its color darkening into a deep purple. Shadow immediately warned the team that the boss had entered Phase 3. The boss let out a scream, filled with both pain and rage. Her human form became wild and unstable, as if she was preparing to unleash everything she had left. The entire cave shifted with her. The blazing battlefield was swallowed by an ominous purple glow, and the atmosphere turned heavier and far more dangerous than before. Wang Ming looked up in terror as the vines began weaving together overhead. In the next instant, they twisted into enormous wooden pillars that erupted from the ground like monstrous roots. Shadow recognized the danger at once and immediately shouted orders across the battlefield. He explained that those wooden pillars were magnets for the nightmare orbs. If even one orb was absorbed by a pillar, the boss would recover 10% of its health. Shadow commanded the team to destroy the pillars as quickly as possible and stop the monster from healing. Then he laid out the new rules of Phase 3. The red orbs would no longer multiply, but every single one had become much more deadly. He warned everyone that touching an orb now would instantly drag a player into the nightmare state. Even worse, if someone already trapped in that state was hit again, the orb would transform into nightmare bugs that devoured lifespan until the victim died. The players stared at the floating red orbs in fear, fully understanding that one mistake could mean permanent death. Behind his mask, Shadow's eyes narrowed. He roared for the team to stay focused and avoid the orbs at all costs, urging them to hold the line for just 10 more seconds. At the same time, he calculated the path to victory. The boss had less than 10 million health remaining, and his skills needed only 3 more seconds to come off cooldown. One more full-power instant Shadow Slash would be enough to kill it. But before Shadow could act, the battlefield worsened again as a scream tore through the chaos. Shadow turned in shock and saw one player's nightmare gauge fill completely. The man's eyes glowed red, madness flooding his expression. Wang Ming shouted in horror as he watched a teammate fall apart before his eyes. He screamed that someone in their squad had already succumbed to the nightmare state. The player collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony while a red orb hovered above him like a death sentence waiting to fall. Then, in a gruesome instant, the red orb sank directly into the player's body. The change happened so fast that no one had time to stop it. The player's body burst open as hundreds of red nightmare bugs erupted from his flesh, devouring him from the inside out. The system confirmed the result in cold terms. Summer Horse had lost all lifespan and suffered a permanent death. The terrified guild leader lost all composure and began running blindly through the battlefield. Wang Ming tried to shout for him to stop moving so recklessly, but fear had already swallowed his reason. By the time Wang Ming realized what was happening, it was too late. The guild leader had accidentally led one of the orbs straight toward a wooden pillar. He could only apologize helplessly as the pillar's vines reached out and snatched the orb away. The pillar absorbed the orb instantly, channeling a surge of energy straight into the boss. The Hellflower recovered a massive 3.6 million health from that single orb, and Shadow could only watch as the boss's health bar climbed again. Shadow realized the battle was slipping out of his control. Everyone's nightmare gauge was already close to the limit, and this was now his final chance to end the fight. He calculated grimly that if the boss recovered more than 20 million health, even his remaining damage would not be enough to kill it. Sweat ran down Shadow's face as his eyes locked onto his own interface. All around him, the battlefield had become a storm of panic. Players screamed at one another to dodge the red orbs, knowing that any single touch could mean permanent death. The team attacking the wooden pillars finally began to crack under the pressure. Their voices trembled as they shouted that they could not hold on much longer, while their nightmare gauges climbed dangerously close to the breaking point. Shadow watched everything collapse into chaos before his eyes, his expression turning grim as he realized that if things kept going like this, the entire team would be completely wiped out. With the phasing effect from his boots, Shadow knew he still had a way to slip out alone and save himself, but his feet stayed rooted in place because escaping by himself meant abandoning everyone else to certain death. Then, in the middle of that desperate moment, a sword suddenly rose into the air, cutting through the tension like a signal. Wang Ming stepped out from the group without backing down, raising his weapon as he activated Holy Barrier, granting himself 7 precious seconds of absolute invincibility. His eyes blazed with light as he shouted at Shadow to ignore everything else and pour all his strength into damaging the boss, promising that he would take care of the defense with his own body. Shadow froze for a second, clearly caught off guard by the tank's sudden determination, and he couldn't help questioning whether Wang Ming's reckless plan could really work. But Wang Ming gave him no time to argue. He immediately activated Speed Blessing, lowered his stance, and rushed straight into the deadly field of red orbs. Little Black stared in disbelief as Wang Ming threw his invincible body directly into the orbs, smashing into them one after another to stop them from reaching the boss and restoring its health. Captain Anyu screamed at Wang Ming, her voice sharp with panic as she warned him that he was being far too reckless. She shouted that the shield could block the damage, but it couldn't stop his nightmare gauge from rising, and the moment his invincibility ended, the nightmare bugs would devour him instantly. Wang Ming only smiled with a strangely peaceful look on his face, calmly saying that he already understood the price, but he still had to do it because this was the only chance they had to win. As he charged forward toward what looked like certain death, Wang Ming shouted that he trusted Shadow completely, believing without a doubt that Shadow would lead all of them to victory. Seeing his resolve, Captain Anyu's expression hardened, and her glowing eyes showed that she had decided to accept the same desperate gamble. She activated Symbiotic Dragon Spirit, and in the next instant, a huge blue dragon surged into existence, its body shining as it connected directly to her own life force. With one powerful swing of her sword, Captain Anyu commanded the blue dragon to rush forward and swallow the deadly nightmare orbs before they could reach the boss. Because her life was bound to the dragon, the corruption struck her body almost immediately. Her nightmare gauge shot to its limit, blood spilled from her mouth, and she endured the curse herself so Shadow wouldn't have to take it. Right at that critical moment, Wang Ming's invincibility finally ran out, and the protection around him vanished, leaving him exposed to the threat of permanent death. A moment later, Wang Ming dropped to one knee on the ground, his body wrapped in a faint golden glow as he struggled to keep holding on. Little Black cried out in horror as she realized Captain Anyu and Wang Ming were using their own bodies to consume the orbs and buy Shadow more time, and she immediately shouted for the rest of the team to join them. The other players rushed forward without hesitation, throwing themselves into the path of the red orbs and using their own bodies as shields, knowing they might still survive if Shadow could kill the boss fast enough. Anshuan, the swordsman, grinned even as the orbs slammed into him, confidently declaring that their only job now was to buy Shadow every last second he needed. Even Zhang Yaoying, the witch, stood together with the others, laughing boldly in the face of death as if fear itself had no hold over her anymore. One of the support players suddenly realized that since they were all falling into the nightmare state anyway, they might as well spend their final moments strengthening Shadow. He cast a blessing on him and shouted for everyone to use every skill they had on their leader. The other mages reacted instantly, raising their staffs and hands as waves of magic poured out, stacking every buff they could cast directly onto Shadow. Shadow stood in the center of that raging storm of energy, fully empowered as blue lightning crackled around his body, while his teammates screamed for him to kill the boss and drag them back out of the nightmare. Watching his teammates risk everything for him, Shadow's mouth curved with both amusement and determination as he muttered that they really were one reckless bunch. The enormous power they had poured into him surged through his body, overflowing from him in visible waves like he could barely contain it all. Without wasting a single second, Shadow activated one skill after another in rapid succession: Silent Concealment, Deepest Darkness, Shield of Black Light, Shadow of Slaughter, and Grace of Release. Now pushed to the absolute peak of his power, Shadow raised one finger toward the boss, locking onto it with cold focus as he gave the final command. His dark clones appeared around the hell flower of nightmares, surrounding the monstrous bloom from every direction like silent executioners. Together, they launched a perfectly synchronized barrage, and purple slashes spun into a violent vortex that tore through the boss's petals, instantly recording 216 hits. Shadow stood inside the surging energy with his cape whipping behind him, then sprang high into the air, positioning himself directly above the weakened monster. He came down like a falling meteor, diving straight toward the heart of the flower as his eyes burned with a deadly, focused glow. A colossal vertical slash crashed down and split the boss in two, cutting through the monstrous flower so cleanly it seemed to tear through space itself. The monster erupted into a swirling vortex of energy, and as its power collapsed, the twisted red pillars of the nightmare realm began crumbling one after another. A system window appeared before them, announcing that their party had achieved the global first kill of a diamond-grade boss. Below it, Captain Anyu and Wang Ming lay drained but still alive, surrounded by green healing flames as the nightmare finally lifted. An Xuan and Zhang Yaoying burst into cheers, their exhausted faces lighting up as they celebrated the fact that they had truly pulled it off. Captain Anyu complained weakly that the curse had drained 10 years from her lifespan, but Wang Ming comforted her by saying it was a small price to pay for surviving, and that this only proved trusting Shadow had been the right choice. As the boss's remains faded away, golden loot orbs began raining down from above. One greedy player immediately jumped toward the treasure, but the others yelled at him to stop, insisting that Shadow should be the one to distribute everything. But Little Black looked around and suddenly noticed something was wrong. Their leader was nowhere to be seen, and the team quickly started calling out, asking where Shadow had gone. Shadow's voice came through the team chat, telling them to wait for him because he still had unfinished business. The others were confused, pointing out that the boss was already dead. Then Shadow appeared far off in the distance, wrapped in deep purple energy, and coldly replied that although the monster was dead, the people who truly deserved to die were still alive. He mounted his skeletal dragon, Osiris, and the terrifying creature carried him upward into the dark sky. His target was Theodore, the traitor who had already boarded a plane and was trying to flee back to Country M. Even with all that distance between them, Shadow chased after the plane high into the atmosphere, refusing to let Theodore escape after everything he had done. Theodore's earlier prophecy echoed like a cruel mockery in the air. The flower would bloom exactly as expected. Shadow would be the only lucky one, and the invisible path across the sky would guide him back to his long-lost hometown. High above the night sky, our boy rode Osiris through the roaring winds, chasing the airplane across the clouds on the back of his skeletal dragon. To make this possible, he had consumed more than 3,500 years of tradable lifespan to synchronize his game abilities with reality, bringing over his stats, his equipment, and even his epic-grade mount into the real world. With Osiris's terrifying speed, Shadow finally closed the gap and caught up to the aircraft slicing through the sky. Then Shadow leapt from the dragon's back, diving through the violent high-altitude winds before landing firmly on top of the speeding jet. He slowly stood upright on the aircraft, his eyes glowing yellow as dark energy surged around his body, making it clear that his revenge was about to begin. Inside the plane, the mood was completely different from the battlefield. The cabin felt relaxed and triumphant as two crystal champagne glasses lightly clinked together in a clean, celebratory toast. Theodore and Mei Jing exchanged satisfied smiles across their seats, both acting as if everything had already been decided. Mei Jing warmly congratulated him on finally returning to his homeland in Country M. Theodore leaned back with a pleased look on his face, clearly enjoying the moment, and formally welcomed Mei Jing and Tony as new official members of Country M. While Mei Jing politely asked Theodore to take care of them from now on, Tony lounged nearby with his phone in hand. A vicious laugh slipped from his mouth as he opened the news, eager to see whether those so-called great Xiapigs had all died yet. Tony's fingers moved across the screen with mocking confidence, but the second he saw the latest report, the smug look on his face collapsed into pure, frozen shock. His hands began trembling so badly that he could barely hold the phone up. When he showed the others the impossible headline, it revealed that Shadow's team had not only survived, but had also claimed the first kill on the diamond-grade boss with almost no casualties. Mei Jing and Tony stared at the screen like their minds had gone blank, their mouths hanging open as the reality of Shadow's strength smashed through every bit of arrogance they had left. Theodore was shaken so badly that strength left his hand completely. His wine glass slipped from his fingers, hit the cabin floor, and shattered, spreading dark red wine across the ground like spilled blood. He stammered in disbelief, his voice breaking as he tried and failed to understand how anyone could. Sitting there in the dim cabin, Theodore frantically turned the prophecy over in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the colder his expression became as he realized he might have understood it completely wrong. The true meaning of the omen of the star god finally locked into place. The pitiful ones were never Shadow's team at all. They were Theodore's own subordinates. His eyes slowly shifted toward Tony and Mei Jing, and an icy chill crawled down his spine as the final line came back to him. If he was truly the only lucky one, then the two people beside him were already doomed. As though his fear had pulled it into reality, Theodore looked beyond them and saw something that should have been impossible. Outside the plane window, Shadow's masked face appeared in the darkness, his glowing yellow eyes staring straight at Theodore. Theodore screamed on the spot, his face twisting with terror as he pointed a shaking finger at the window and shouted that Shadow was right outside the plane. Tony, completely confused by his boss's sudden breakdown, leaned forward and pressed his face against the glass to check for himself. Then he turned back with a puzzled look, saying there was nothing outside except empty sky, never realizing death was only inches away. Theodore stared down at his phone with horror written all over his face, and in a trembling voice, he confirmed to his panicked subordinates that Shadow really had tracked them down. Tony finally pieced together the impossible situation and screamed that Shadow must have extracted the skeletal dragon into the real world. Theodore instantly understood what that meant. To extract an epic-grade mount would require a terrifying cost of more than 1,000 years of lifespan, and beside him, Mei Jing broke down crying, convinced that they were finished. But Theodore forced himself to breathe and think logically, his eyes darting around the cabin as he pointed out that this was still a civilian flight packed with ordinary passengers. He quickly reasoned that if Shadow tried to force his way inside, the entire plane would be destroyed, and every innocent passenger would die with them. Regaining his confidence, Theodore declared that Shadow would never dare kill civilians, so they would be safe until the plane landed. Then Theodore revealed the card he had been keeping hidden. He had already contacted reinforcements and prepared a backup plan. Meanwhile, at the airport in Country M, a group of elite-powered individuals had already begun assembling. On the ground, a cybernetic soldier received the message that Shadow was on his way. The elite fighters, including a white-haired woman and a hooded figure standing among them, shifted into combat readiness, their focus sharpening as they prepared for battle. Two other agents quickly confirmed that the mission had changed, making it clear that their target was no longer just a threat to monitor. Above the airport, a massive magic circle lit up the night sky, spreading its glow over the runway as the new objective became clear: kill Shadow the moment he landed. High above the clouds, Theodore convinced himself that all they had to do now was wait until the plane reached Country M. He calmly reassured Mei Jing and Tony that Country M never abandoned its citizens. Mei Jing, relieved enough to breathe again, thanked him, and Tony immediately pledged their loyalty, completely unaware that their so-called safety was nothing more than an illusion. Behind Theodore's calm expression, his true nature was far colder. He already believed Tony and Mei Jing were destined to die, and deep down, he had accepted that he alone was the lucky one who had to survive. He began planning his escape, remembering the special cards he had handed out to informants before. If he gave one of those cards to someone on the plane, then the moment danger came close, he could use Dark Star Boundary to swap positions with that person and protect himself. Theodore stood from his seat and walked down the aisle, calmly scanning the passengers one by one as he searched for a suitable scapegoat. He finally stopped beside a young man wearing red headphones, and the passenger looked up in confusion as Theodore greeted him with a polite smile. Theodore held out a golden card and lied smoothly, claiming it would grant the young man powerful buffs. But just as his hand reached forward, a surge of black energy suddenly burst out from the surrounding shadows. The young man screamed in terror, and Theodore's eyes widened as he watched his own subordinates die right before him. The cabin instantly erupted into chaos as terrified passengers screamed from every direction. Glowing red hell flowers, like spider lilies from the underworld, bloomed from the victims' bloody necks, marking the presence of a terrifying skill. Theodore froze where he stood, sweat pouring down his face as the horrifying truth hit him. This was Shadow's doing. He looked back toward the seats, only to find that Tony and Mei Jing's corpses had already vanished, leaving behind nothing but bloodstains and those eerie red flowers. Driven purely by the instinct to survive, Theodore told himself he couldn't afford to hesitate for even a second. He prepared to activate Dark Star Boundary, deciding that even if the mission failed, staying alive came first. But before he could trigger the teleport, a sharp slicing sound flashed through the air. Theodore's body locked up, and in the next instant, his vision was filled with blood. His right arm, the same arm holding the escape card, was cut cleanly off at the wrist. Theodore screamed in agony as his severed hand flew upward through the cabin air. As the severed hand dropped back down, Shadow calmly reached out and caught it. He was standing directly behind the terrified traitor, holding the severed limb as if it were nothing. With his yellow eyes glowing coldly, Shadow mocked Theodore and assured him that he would indeed return to Country M, then invoked the Great Z, saying that fallen leaves return to their roots, making it clear he meant to send Theodore's corpse back home. Shadow's gaze grew even sharper as he leaned closer to the mutilated man, his voice low and deadly while he ordered Theodore to carry one final message before he died. Only then did the full horror of Theodore's prophecy reveal itself. In a dark room far away, the lifeless bodies of Chu Kunshin and Zuma lay on a bed, both having suffered the fatal consequences of being dragged into the nightmare zone. Around their corpses, ghostly red spider lilies bloomed in silence, as if mocking Theodore's belief that he alone had been the lucky one. Back on the airplane, Shadow delivered the final killing blow without mercy. His hand drove straight into Theodore's chest and tore out his still-beating heart. Theodore's face froze in utter shock as he stared at Shadow. A massive bloody hole opened in his chest, his prophecy fulfilled in the most brutal way possible. Killed instantly, Theodore's body lost all strength, dropped heavily to its knees, and then collapsed face first onto the airplane aisle. As one terrified man watched from nearby, Theodore's blood spread unnaturally across the floor, forming Shadow's final message to his enemies. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Outside the cabin, the airplane continued gliding smoothly through the dark night sky, as if nothing had disturbed its flight at all. With his mission complete and the passengers left unharmed, Shadow calmly used his dark power to phase upward through the roof of the aircraft and disappear into the freezing night air. Standing calmly on top of the speeding plane, Shadow glanced down as a faint blue ghostly aura wrapped around his foot. He couldn't help remarking how useful his special boots were, since their formless effect had let him slip straight through the aircraft's structure without damaging it. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Shadow pushed off from the roof of the plane and threw himself backward into the open night sky. His body plunged through the freezing air in a controlled free fall, and with perfect precision, he landed directly on the broad back of his massive skeletal dragon, Osiris. Together, Shadow and Osiris peeled away from the jet, diving downward through the darkness as the aircraft continued on without realizing what had just happened. Ahead of them, the airplane drew closer to Country M's glowing futuristic cityscape, its lights stretching across the horizon as the aircraft prepared to begin its final descent. But the passengers had no idea that a huge military operation was already waiting below. Inside a control room, a commander calmly coordinated the ambush, ordering every unit to move into position. The entire airport had been locked down like a battlefield. Magical barriers, anti-stealth fields, and devastating attack formations were all activated, ready to fire the moment the aircraft came down. The instant the plane's landing gear touched the tarmac, the forces hidden across the airport were already tense and prepared for combat. In the shadows around the runway, cloaked assassins, distant snipers, and armored knights with raised shields waited in silence, all under strict orders to annihilate Shadow at any cost. Inside the cabin, the ordinary passengers remained completely unaware of the deadly trap outside. The young man wearing headphones looked through the window and naively wondered if Country M was always this intense when welcoming people. Once the plane finished docking, the cabin doors opened with a hiss, and an agent stepped inside with his guard already raised. But as he and his partner looked down the aisle, the determination on their faces instantly vanished, replaced by stunned disbelief. Theodore's corpse was lying on the floor of the cabin, and the agents immediately reported back in panic that he was dead, especially after noticing the terrifying message written in his own blood. The leader of the ambush force, a dark-haired man with glowing red eyes, stared furiously at the bloody warning that anyone who offended Great Xia would be hunted down. Rage tightened his face as he realized Shadow had already made his move. Desperate to catch their target, a masked ninja agent turned to a nearby witch and asked whether the anti-stealth barriers had detected anything, assuming Shadow might still be hiding inside the plane. But after checking her magic, the witch confirmed that no invisible entity had been found. The red-eyed leader's expression darkened as the ugly truth settled in. Their anti-stealth barrier was already level 20, which meant Shadow's stealth ability had to be even higher, allowing him to slip past their entire trap. Even with innocent civilians still inside the aircraft, the white-haired mage commander declared that the threat level had reached S-class and ordered every unit to open fire. A masked subordinate hesitated, reminding him that passengers were still on board. But the commander slammed his staff down in fury and demanded absolute obedience. He insisted Shadow was inside the plane and ordered an immediate full-power assault. In the next instant, the airport terminal erupted with magic, unleashing a massive barrage of blazing projectiles and laser-like beams toward the parked aircraft. Inside the plane, the young man with headphones and another passenger looked out the window in horror, only now realizing that the attack was aimed directly at them. The devastating magical strike tore across the tarmac, racing straight toward the defenseless airliner with overwhelming force. Finally, an enormous sun-like spell descended from above, crashing down in a massive fiery explosion that swallowed the entire airplane and obliterated it completely. As the flames roared over the wreckage, a scout quickly reported that the life detection barrier could no longer sense a single living being inside the smoking remains. The red-eyed ambush leader stood silently before the inferno, watching the fire burn, while a bald, muscular man and another official hurried over toward him. The bald man confronted him in anger, warning that Great Xia would never ignore the open murder of its civilians and that flights between the two countries would definitely be suspended. Throwing both arms up in frustration, the bald man complained that his long-term plan to use civilian flights to smuggle spies into Great Xia had now been completely ruined, making it even harder to stop their enemy. The red-eyed leader, with his red eye glowing even more fiercely, he reminded them of one brutal truth. Once someone dies, there is no coming back. Standing before the towering wall of flames, the red-eyed leader justified his extreme decision without remorse. If Shadow had truly been on that plane, then this had been the perfect chance to kill him, and in his eyes, even the smallest possibility of eliminating Shadow was worth sacrificing the aircraft and everyone inside. The tension among Country M's forces finally boiled over. The bald man glared at the red-eyed leader with open fury and confronted him directly, declaring that he had never trusted him from the start. Then he ordered the man to shut up, insulting him as a half-breed with great Xia blood running through his veins. Before the bald man could say anything more, the red-eyed leader moved with blinding speed and smashed a brutal punch straight into his face. The impact was so powerful that the large muscular man was sent flying backward through the air like a broken doll. Wrapped in crackling golden energy, the red-eyed leader revealed the darkness buried inside him. He declared that he hated the great Xia bloodline within him, calling it a curse that had brought him endless despair, yet he still defended his absolute loyalty to Country M. After that violent clash, the focus shifted to the retrieval of their fallen comrade. Two agents, one of them the white-haired mage commander, approached the red-eyed leader while carrying Theodore's lifeless and mutilated body. Without ceremony or respect, they dropped Theodore's corpse onto the floor in front of him. The red-eyed leader knelt solemnly beside Theodore's body as a strange purple and golden aura gathered around him. In a low voice, he told the fallen man to rest in peace, honoring him as a hero of Country M and promising to return him to his hometown for burial. When the red-eyed leader stood again, his terrifying power was finally revealed. 3 glowing blue cards formed in his hands, exposing his hidden class, the Corpse Collector, an ability that let him draw power from the dead. Looking down at the shining magical cards, he coldly praised Theodore's enormous contributions and the huge spy network he had planted. At the same time, a system notice revealed that by touching a corpse, he could obtain that person's professional skills, while duplicate skills would strengthen and level up. Holding one of the glowing blue cards, his single red eye burned with malice as the system confirmed that he had successfully obtained Theodore's core abilities, including the divinatory omen of the star god and the spatial dark star boundary. Armed with his fallen comrade's powers, the red-eyed leader made a chilling vow to personally ensure Great Xia's complete destruction. The red-eyed leader lifted his arm high, gripping the glowing blue card as bright light began radiating around his body. He used his newly gained divination skill to search for a way to defeat Shadow, and a cosmic vision appeared before him, a mother desperately reaching out to save her falling child from a starry abyss. Watching that image, the leader began considering how to use this maternal bond against his enemy. Meanwhile, 2 of his subordinates, including the white-haired mage, reviewed the intelligence Theodore had left behind. From the clues in the prophecy, they deduced that a guild in Great Xia called Fika Heavy Industries, its leader Huang Huifan, and her son Huang Ziqing all matched the key information. The red-eyed leader confirmed their deduction, explaining that one of Theodore's informants was already inside that guild and carried a special card. A holographic map appeared in front of him as he revealed his plan to use Dark Star Boundary. Then the red-eyed leader summoned another glowing blue card into his hand. He handed the magical cards to the white-haired mage and her partner, ordering both of them to protect the cards carefully and absolutely not use them. He announced that he would enter Great Xia alone first and told his subordinates to wait for his signal. Once everything was ready, he would use his power to teleport Country M's elite forces into enemy territory in one massive strike. Staring at the glowing card while the red scars across his abdomen pulsed with light, the leader vowed to prove that Country M would conquer the entire apocalyptic game. With that declaration, he activated the spatial skill, and a towering pillar of blue light erupted around him before his body vanished from the spot. In the exact spot where the red-eyed leader had vanished, another man suddenly appeared out of thin air, awkwardly crouching there with a roll of toilet paper in his hand. The poor man stammered in panic that he had just been in the bathroom, but one of the agents calmly told him not to be nervous. Addressing him as Theodore's friend, the agent welcomed him to Country M, leaving the young man completely stunned by his sudden relocation. Meanwhile, back inside the Nightmare Hellflower Boss area, the surviving members of the team were still gathered together, waiting after the brutal battle had finally ended. A flash of digital blue light began to form in the air, and moments later, Shadow logged back into the game. The players spotted him right away, and one of them immediately shouted with excitement that their leader had returned. The Knights Templar Guild leader smiled warmly at Shadow and told him that everyone had followed his instructions perfectly, leaving every piece of loot untouched so he could collect it personally. Shadow raised his hand as yellow energy crackled around his fingers, then thanked the team for all their hard work and told them to use the rewards to strengthen their combat power. Then he released a powerful ability, summoning a gigantic golden fist known as the Greedy Hand, which slammed into the ground with dazzling light and began gathering the scattered spoils. 2 team members watched the scene with wide eyes, amazed as they realized this ability would massively increase the total rewards they could receive. After quickly sorting through the items, Shadow handed a glowing spatial ring to Lin Qingyu. He explained that he had only taken the lifespan rewards and the assassin class equipment he needed, leaving everything else for her team to divide among themselves. Lin Qingyu blushed as she looked inside the ring, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer amount of treasure stored within it. Then, still trying to calm herself, she asked Shadow what had happened to Theodore and his companions. Shadow glanced back toward the sealed cave entrance, his eyes shining with a cold yellow glow, and answered her in a blunt, emotionless tone. They were all dead. Lin Qingyu gasped in shock before she could even process his answer, and in the very next moment, Shadow leaped into the air, turning into a dark blur that shot away from the group. He flew toward the red-lit cavern ahead, where two players were struggling to break through a massive stone wall. They were already frustrated, complaining that after all their effort, they had barely taken away 10% of the wall's health. Suddenly, the axe-wielding player sensed something and looked back in shock, just as a streak of blue energy flashed past him. Shadow landed in front of the wall, and a storm of blue slashes erupted around him, shattering the massive stone barrier almost instantly. Without saying a single word, Shadow stepped into the newly opened red tunnel and casually waved his hand, signaling the stunned players to stay back. The two players remained frozen where they stood, staring after him in awe as they recognized the legendary player and marveled at the overwhelming power he had just displayed. Riding atop his dragon, Shadow began reviewing the loot he had received from the boss fight. He discovered that he had obtained 3 major treasures, including 2 legendary grade items, an ultimate skill book, a weapon, and a bracer. Satisfied with the haul, he decided to spend his evolution points right away to upgrade the skill book. The system displayed his newly evolved ancient grade ultimate skill, Endless Nightmare. Its effect was terrifying, creating a wide area nightmare descent state that rapidly stacked a nightmare gauge on enemies with every attack, while its passive effect increased his damage against targets already afflicted. Shadow quickly understood just how dangerous the nightmare attribute was against other players, because once it took hold, it could stop them from logging off. With a blooming curse added on top, he realized he could permanently kill players from inside the game itself. In his mind, he pictured the curse's horrifying result, a terrified player twisting in pain as glowing red spider lilies burst from their chest. Still, Shadow also noted that the nightmare status was not completely unbeatable, since purification skills or certain special items could remove it. After that, Shadow moved on to his new weapon, summoning a sinister red and black sword that materialized in his hand with a menacing glow. The system identified it as an assassin-class blade called the Starkiller Blade. It granted huge stat bonuses, greatly increased backstab damage, and carried a special effect that gained stacks whenever he killed other players, raising his physical attack even further. On top of that, it had a brutal shield-breaking bonus that dealt nearly 5 times the damage against enemy shields. Holding the glowing red blade, Shadow smirked and called it a true murder weapon. After calculating its full potential with maximum stacks, backstab bonuses, and shield-breaking power combined, he realized its damage would be terrifying, and he also noticed a special stripping effect that could nullify an enemy's attribute effects once its gauge filled up. Thinking back to the battle he had just survived, Shadow reflected that if he had possessed this sword earlier, he could have stripped away the monster's nightmare attributes and greatly reduced the danger it posed. As Shadow continued inspecting the blade, he discovered one especially humiliating feature. Any player killed by this sword would receive a permanent title above their head that could never be removed, making him amused enough to admit its nickname, Grand Sunmaker, was well-deserved. Finally, Shadow examined the last piece of loot, a diamond-grade bracer. The moment he equipped it, a powerful golden geometric shield formed around his body, and he noted its impressive passive effect, which automatically generated a magic blocking barrier every 30 seconds. Extremely satisfied with everything he had gained, Shadow mounted his skeletal dragon, Osiris, and rose into the orange-lit sky. He calculated that the FICA Heavy Industries Guild should still have the remaining 800 years of lifespan they owed him, so he decided his next destination would be their magic Leaning Tower hideout to collect the debt. As he soared over the ruined cityscape, Shadow also planned ahead, deciding to grind his way to level 25 so he could begin a new trial using the summoning bell item. A few days earlier, in a desolate, corrupted village that had already been reduced to ruins, a group of players suddenly fell into an ambush. 2 players were violently skewered through the chest by sharp, bloody tentacles, their screams tearing through the ruined village as the attack struck without warning. The creature behind the attack was a horrifying floating monster with glowing orange eyes, a level 18 emerald grade boss. The surviving players immediately panicked under the pressure of the high-level enemy, shouting for everyone to run. Suddenly, a hand wrapped in intense purple flames reached in and stopped the monster with shocking ease. A commanding voice cut through the panic, ordering the terrified players to stay calm and hold their formation. The figure who stepped forward was Huang Ziqing, cloaked in black and surrounded by swirling purple abyssal energy. With complete confidence, he declared that he would control the boss himself and ordered the team to attack, promising they could win. But the party members shouted back at him, telling him to run instead. They reminded him that this was an emerald-grade boss and mocked him for acting as if he were anywhere near Shadow's level. Huang Ziqing remained completely unfazed, his lips curling into a dangerous smirk. His eyes glowed with sinister purple light as he told them to watch carefully and witness the true power of the abyss. The party members stared in shock as the dark aura around Huang Ziqing suddenly erupted outward. He unleashed a massive wave of purple magic, corrupting the ground beneath them into an abyssal mire. As the darkness spread, he arrogantly declared that Shadow only hid within darkness, while he himself represented the true, overwhelming darkness of the abyss. Huang Ziqing stood with both arms raised high as crackling purple abyssal energy exploded from the ground around him. The dark magic rapidly formed into an abyssal mire, swallowing the terrifying multi-eyed monster and crippling its movements so badly that it could barely break free. Seeing the boss trapped by his dark magic, Huang Ziqing urgently shouted at his party to stop hesitating and start dealing damage immediately. Huang Huifan quickly took command as well, raising her staff and ordering everyone to focus all their attacks on the immobilized boss. The party members finally moved together, unleashing a coordinated barrage of colorful spells and projectiles straight at the helpless creature. Their combined magical attacks slammed into the boss one after another, carving away large chunks of its health with visible force. For a brief moment, two of the party members celebrated the massive damage they had dealt, but that fragile relief vanished the instant one of them noticed something beginning to change. The boss broke free from the mire and floated upward, gathering an intense blue glow around its body as it entered its second phase and prepared to unleash a devastating ultimate attack. Panic swept through the entire team. A hooded player frantically ordered everyone to activate defensive barriers against the incoming area attack, while another armored player ran in terror, screaming that barriers would be useless. Just as the boss was on the verge of releasing its attack, the entire battlefield tightened with dread, and every surviving player braced for the impact. Just before the boss could release its ultimate attack, a hand wrapped in dark energy suddenly appeared, and glowing purple chains shot out like living serpents, instantly binding the monster and cutting off its skill. Huang Huifan and the hooded player stared with complete confusion, their eyes widening as they watched the boss's terrifying attack get stopped so easily, as if all that gathered power meant nothing. Then Huang Ziqing's cold voice echoed across the battlefield, filled with contempt as he insulted the entire party and called them a pack of useless trash. With his eyes glowing in a sinister purple light, Huang Ziqing pointed straight at his mother and mocked her for bringing a group of cowards who only knew how to run, completely ignoring the fact that with him there, victory was already guaranteed. His dark aura flared violently around him as he broke into a crazed laugh, declaring that he would force their true potential to awaken and show them the terrifying reality of FICA Heavy Industries. Then he raised one hand high, his entire arm swallowed by swirling purple energy. Suddenly, ominous red flames began appearing around the confused party members, and even Huang Huifan was caught off guard as the strange fire wrapped around them. The dark skill revealed itself as abyssal sacrifice, and a terrifying demonic face emerged from the corrupted magic. The spell seized the party members by force, making them scream in agony as their eyes burned with a sinister red glow. Like a curse from the abyss, it drained their lifespans to temporarily boost their attributes by 99%, driving them into a frenzied berserk state as they charged toward the boss. Empowered by the dark buff, the team finally stopped retreating and held their ground. Their voices rose together in a rhythmic chant, and in one coordinated burst, they unleashed torrents of elemental magic that crashed down onto the chained monster. Their overwhelming combined assault detonated in a massive fiery blast, shaking the entire battlefield and tearing apart the ruined structures around them. When the smoke finally began to clear, the boss monster's body broke apart and dissolved into countless particles of golden light. A game alert quickly appeared, confirming that FICA Heavy Industries had successfully defeated their first emerald-grade boss. The surviving party members instantly erupted into wild cheers, shouting with ecstatic joy as they celebrated the guild's massive achievement and treated Huang Ziqing like their undisputed hero. The excited guild members chanted Huang Ziqing's name over and over, triumphantly tossing him into the air, while his mother stood at a distance and watched in silence. After the celebration finally settled down, Huang Huifan instructed the others to divide the loot. Then her expression turned stern as she ordered Huang Ziqing to come with her, with his cousin standing nearby. Following his mother's command, Huang Ziqing left the main group together with Huang Huifan and his cousin, walking into the secluded ruins of an abandoned building. Once they were alone, Huang Huifan turned to face her son, her eyes glowing with a sharp purple light as she seriously demanded the truth about where he had obtained those strange and dangerous skills. Huang Ziqing immediately grew irritated by her questioning, complaining that she was treating him like he had done something wrong even though he had just won a huge victory for them. But Huang Huifan remained unmoved and demanded that he answer her. Clicking his tongue defensively, Huang Ziqing avoided meeting her eyes and coldly claimed that he had received those dark abilities as a reward for defeating a powerful boss. Huang Huifan stared him down with intense scrutiny and bluntly called him a liar, making Huang Ziqing turn his gaze away in guilty silence. Huang Huifan's eyes glowed even brighter as she pressed the issue. She pointed out that Huang Ziqing was a mage, yet those dark skills were nothing like normal mage abilities. Then she revealed the devastating price. Although they had defeated the boss, his spell had instantly drained 300 years from the guild's shared lifespan. Huang Huifan continued pushing him, reminding him that the lost lifespan was supposed to be used to repay their massive debt to Shadow. She insisted the cost was far too steep and demanded a full explanation, until the overwhelmed and irritated Huang Ziqing covered his face and snapped at her to stop. Furious, Huang Ziqing finally lashed out. He shouted that he had brought them a major victory, yet she was interrogating him like a criminal. His resentment toward her obsession with Shadow exploded, and he declared that he would never become a submissive dog like her, saying he was sick of her cowardice and refused to be controlled. Turning his back on her, Huang Ziqing arrogantly vowed that he would kill Shadow with his own hands and lead Fika Heavy Industries to become the strongest guild in Great Xia. Huang Huifan cried out desperately for him to stop, warning him that he was still too young to understand the brutal rules of survival in this apocalyptic world. His cousin stepped forward with tears running down her face and gently placed a hand on Huang Ziqing's shoulder, begging him to calm down while telling him that his mother was only doing this for his own good. Slowly, Huang Ziqing turned his head, his single eye glowing with purple malice. Huang Ziqing softly repeated those words, "For my own good," and the dark glare in his eye hardened into pure murderous intent. In a sudden burst of violent rage, Huang Ziqing spun around and slammed a brutal punch into the girl's face, twisting her neck in a horrifying instant. He screamed that if his mother truly wanted what was best for him, why had she forced him together with such an ugly woman? The girl collapsed lifelessly onto the dirt path. Huang Huifan watched in absolute shock and horror, helplessly reaching out as she screamed at Huang Ziqing and demanded to know what he had done. Standing over her body without the slightest pity, Huang Ziqing watched as Xiao Hui dissolved into glowing golden particles. The game confirmed that he had killed her, and Huang Ziqing released a chilling sigh of satisfaction. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his face, but his resolve did not waver. With corrupt abyssal energy still glowing in his eyes, Huang Ziqing coldly justified the horrific act by muttering that they had forced his hand. Without even looking back, Huang Ziqing walked away into the desolate wasteland. As Xiao Hui's fading light particles drifted through the air, Huang Huifan reached out desperately and cried for him to stop and come back, but he ignored every word. Far away, the red-eyed leader from Country M stood over the lifeless bodies of Chu Kunshin and Zuma, his scarred hand crackling with dark red lightning as he reached toward them. Using the grim power of his class, he extracted the lingering skills from their corpses, coldly praising the abilities he had obtained while telling his fallen subordinates to rest in peace. 3 days later, at the Fika Heavy Industries base inside the Magic Leaning Tower hideout, an armored guard with a buzz cut stood on duty, casually yawning from pure boredom. Then his bored expression suddenly changed into confusion and terror as an enormous shadow fell over the entire area. The colossal skeletal dragon, Osiris, descended rapidly from the sky, wrapped in swirling purple energy, as its massive form pressed down toward the base. The guard screamed in panic, mistaking the arrival for an attack from a giant dragon boss. Chaos instantly broke out among the nearby guild members, with one person yelling for battle preparations while a cloaked member frantically shouted for everyone to drop their weapons and run. Standing calmly amid the dark aura, his yellow eyes glowing, Shadow told the panicked crowd to relax. He revealed his identity and demanded they bring out their guild leader, Huang Huifan, announcing that he had come to collect the 800 years of lifespan they owed him. Realizing that the legendary Shadow was the one riding the dragon, the terrified cloaked member immediately dropped to his knees in submission. He nervously apologized and explained that Shadow had come at a bad time because the guild leader was absent, which confused Shadow since they had made an appointment. Still kneeling and trembling, the guild member explained that 2 days earlier, Huang Huifan and her son had a serious argument. Ever since that conflict, Neither of them had logged back into the game, leaving the rest of the guild completely clueless. The frightened guild member repeated that their guild leader and her son had clashed badly a few days ago, and since then, both of them had disappeared from the game. Shadow quietly considered the situation. Since Huang Huifan was usually someone who kept her promises, he concluded that something serious and unavoidable must have happened in the real world for her to miss their appointment. At that moment, Shadow suddenly received an urgent message from one of his contacts about a high-reward bounty mission. The message explained that the remaining forces of the hunted Black Dragon Guild had fled to the southern region of Manhwa. His contact explained that players in Manhwa were usually laid back and preferred a slower pace, but the fleeing remnants had merged with their main headquarters in the region and unleashed an overwhelming amount of power. The violence had thrown the entire Manhwa region into chaos, forcing local officials to send a distress signal asking for Shadow's help against the purple dragon magic destroying their city. Shadow weighed the situation briefly and accepted the mission, noting that he had never visited Manhwa before. Drawing on memories from his past life, Shadow knew Huang Huifan would eventually lead Fika Heavy Industries into becoming a top guild, so he believed she was not in immediate fatal danger. He told the guard to contact him the moment she logged back in so he could return. Shadow mounted his massive skeletal dragon, Osiris, and rose into the sky. He messaged his contact that he would arrive in Manhwa within an hour, leaving the contact stunned because that time frame meant the dragon was flying at supersonic speed. Meanwhile, in the real world, a heavy downpour drenched the gloomy cityscape of the magic capital. On that stormy night, Huang Huifan walked alone with a somber expression, searching along a muddy riverbank beneath a massive highway bridge. There, pressed against the concrete support of the bridge and huddled on the wet ground in the rain, she finally found her son, Huang Ziqing. As she drew closer through the rain, Huang Ziqing lowered his gaze, refusing to meet her eyes. In the shadow of his face, one of his eyes pulsed with a faint, unnatural blue glow, the color carrying a cold and corruptive aura that did not belong to him. Huang Huifan softened her voice and gently asked Huang Ziqing to come home with her. She told him she had already looked into the source of his dark power and discovered it came from an abyssal item. Then her tone grew serious, warning him that although those skills could grant terrifying strength, they would slowly eat away at his mind until he lost himself completely and became nothing more than a mindless slave of the abyss. With tears gathering in her eyes, Huang Huifan finally admitted to Huang Ziqing that she had ignored what he truly felt for far too long. She realized that her neglect had pushed him into chasing dangerous shortcuts, all because he wanted to prove his worth. Her voice trembled as she lowered her pride and sincerely told him that she had been wrong. Standing above him beneath the pouring rain, Huang Huifan explained that she understood why he wanted to make their guild stronger. But even so, success could never be rushed by throwing everything away. She reminded him, with a heavy look in her eyes, that this world had one harsh rule: anything gained too quickly would always demand a price. Huang Huifan reached her hand toward him, promising that from this moment on, she would respect the path he chose for himself. She vowed she would no longer treat him like a child, and she would never again force him into relationships he never wanted. With her hand still extended, she asked him to come back, so mother and son could rebuild their guild together as true partners. Moved by her words, Huang Ziqing slowly lifted his head. Tears streamed down from his glowing purple eyes, mixing with the rain on his face, and in a fragile voice filled with pain, he softly called out to his mother. But in that fragile moment, a bright green portal suddenly tore open across the wall behind them. From within the strange glow, the red-eyed leader stepped out and shattered the reunion with a cold warning. He told Huang Ziqing that going back with his mother would only drag him into the same old life, forever trapped beneath her control. The red-eyed leader stood there in his soul walker state, his body intangible and untouchable, completely immune to ordinary damage. With those sinister red eyes fixed on Huang Ziqing, he asked him one simple question: what would he choose if someone offered him enough power to make every dream come true? Huang Huifan's expression changed at once, both confused and alarmed, as she demanded to know who this intruder was. But the red-eyed leader did not even spare her an answer. He focused only on Huang Ziqing, tempting him with grand promises. He could make their guild the strongest in the entire magic capital, raise Huang Ziqing into the top mage, help him kill Shadow, and place him above everyone else on the leaderboards. A cruel smile spread across the red-eyed leader's face as he looked at Huang Ziqing like he had already won. With absolute confidence, he assured him that all those impossible dreams were nothing difficult for him, and that he could help him achieve them with ease. Huang Huifan immediately stepped in front of her son, her protective instincts flaring. She shouted that she would never allow some unknown stranger to deceive Huang Ziqing, then raised her power as glowing purple magical chains formed around her. With a sharp command, she ordered the intruder to freeze where he stood. The phantom chains surged forward under Huang Huifen's control, cutting through the rain like streaks of purple light. With fierce force, she hurled them straight at the red-eyed leader, intending to bind him before he could take another step. But the red-eyed leader did not move at all. He simply stared back with a cold, almost bored expression as the glowing chains passed straight through his intangible body, failing to touch him in the slightest. Huang Huifen froze in disbelief as she watched her attack miss completely. The chains that should have captured him slipped through empty air, and for a brief instant, the failure left her utterly stunned as his intangible form remained unharmed. In the next breath, the red-eyed leader moved. His figure lunged forward with terrifying speed, crossing the distance in a blur before violently seizing Huang Huifen by the head. Using an epic-tier warrior skill that he had most likely stolen from a corpse, the red-eyed leader unleashed a devastating heroic throw. He slammed Huang Huifen headfirst into the ground with brutal force, cracking the concrete beneath her as the impact exploded through the rain-soaked floor. The red-eyed leader stood over the injured Huang Huifen, looking down at her with open contempt. He taunted her for being part of a top guild in Great Xia, yet having strength this disappointing. Then he mocked her ambitions, saying that with such pathetic power, she would never be able to reach the dreams she chased. After crushing Huang Huifen's pride, the red-eyed leader turned his attention back to Huang Ziqing. In a calm, poisonous tone, he admitted that his mother had not lied about everything. The abyssal vase really did corrupt the minds of those who used it over time. But then he revealed the part Huang Huifen had left out. The abyssal corruption was not truly permanent. It could be purified. The moment those words reached Huang Ziqing, his eyes widened in shock, and the red-eyed leader's manipulation sank even deeper. The red-eyed leader claimed Huang Huifen had hidden that truth from him for one reason only, to keep him obedient and under her control. He warned Huang Ziqing that as long as he remained beneath his mother's shadow, he would never gain real freedom, real respect, or the life he deserved. Lying on the broken ground with blood spilling from her wounds, Huang Huifen desperately begged Huang Ziqing not to believe him. She admitted that a purification method did exist, but insisted it required a unique hidden class known as exorcist. Her voice shook as she declared that the only known exorcist had already died. At that moment, glowing red, star-shaped scars suddenly appeared along the red-eyed leader's arm. The marks burned brighter and brighter, until his hand was wrapped in fiery red energy that lit up the dark rain around him. The red-eyed leader lowered his gaze toward Huang Huifen, his red eyes burning with chilling pressure. Then he asked her, in a voice as cold as the night itself, who had ever told her he was dead. Without waiting for an answer, the red-eyed leader poured that burning red energy into Huang Ziqing and activated the exorcism skill. The powerful ability immediately took effect, cutting the buildup of negative status effects in half, including the dangerous abyssal corruption eating away at him. Huang Ziqing quickly checked his system interface, his eyes locking onto the abyss gauge. As he watched the corruption value drop before him, his breath caught in disbelief. The purification was real, and the proof was right there in front of him. Huang Huifen was left completely paralyzed by shock. Her face drained of color as she stammered that this should have been impossible, because she was certain the exorcist had died. Trembling with disbelief, she demanded to know who this man truly was. The red-eyed leader ignored her questions entirely. Meanwhile, Huang Ziqing clenched his fists in ecstatic excitement, realizing that if purification was possible, he could draw even more power from the abyssal item without fearing the consequences. Huang Huifen tried to warn him again, shouting that the real exorcist had been a woman, which meant this man had to be a fake. But the red-eyed leader simply told Huang Ziqing to trust his own judgment and decide for himself what was real. Then the red-eyed leader activated a skill called yin-yang harmony, quietly seizing control of Huang Ziqing's emotions. His voice dropped into a whisper as he told him that his mother's love was nothing but another chain, something used to bind him and deny his true worth. He urged Huang Ziqing to kill her, promising that once she disappeared, no one would ever control him again. Under the pull of that emotional manipulation, Huang Ziqing's expression went blank. His eyes gradually shifted into a sinister red glow, as if his own will had been buried beneath the darkness. The red-eyed leader promised that everything Huang Ziqing desired would belong to him, then casually tossed a knife onto the ground. The red-eyed leader pointed Huang Ziqing toward the weapon and commanded him to take the final step. With a calm, wicked certainty, he promised that once his mother was dead, absolute freedom would finally be his. Wrapped in a corruptive red aura, Huang Ziqing bent down and picked up the knife. From the ground, Huang Huifen looked up at him in terror and desperation, begging him to realize that he was being controlled by magic and that these thoughts were not truly his own. Huang Ziqing stood over his helpless mother, gripping the glowing blade tightly in his hand. Huang Huifan pleaded with him to wake up, to break free from the stranger's grip before it was too late. But her cries could no longer reach him. Deaf to her desperation, Huang Ziqing slowly raised the knife, choosing to sink fully into the darkness before him. As Huang Huifan weakly called his name one final time, her voice nearly swallowed by the rain, Huang Ziqing brought the weapon down without mercy. Huang Ziqing delivered a brutal slash, the blade cutting down with cruel force and ending the last trace of hesitation in his heart. With the bloody knife still in his hand, Huang Ziqing turned toward the red-eyed leader. There was no remorse on his face, only a cold hunger for what had been promised. He demanded to know whether the man would truly help him obtain everything he wanted, and the leader answered calmly that he would. Consumed by dark magic, Huang Ziqing's face twisted into a deeply unsettling, maniacal smile. Thrilled by the path he had chosen, he looked to the red-eyed leader with feverish excitement and told him to begin, asking what they needed to do next. Huang Ziqing laughed wildly as he stood over his mother's lifeless body, the bloody knife still clutched in his hand. Then, with madness burning in his eyes, he turned back to the leader and asked what their plan would be from here. The red-eyed leader raised one of his magical cards, and its surface began to glow with strange power. As the card activated, a new ability awakened under his control. Using the stolen divination skill, the red-eyed leader projected a blazing red portal high into the sky. Huang Ziqing looked up in shock as the crimson light spread overhead like an omen tearing open the night. Inside the spell, a catastrophic prophecy unfolded. A massive fiery meteor ripped across a crimson sky, burning like the end of the world. The vision warned that the abyss would devour the heavens, and that an ominous red star would descend to destroy all darkness. Huang Ziqing stared at the apocalyptic vision above him, his excitement turning into confusion. The blazing meteor and crimson sky reflected in his eyes, but he could not understand what this prophecy truly meant. The leader explained that this power would eventually cover all of Great Xia, leaving no one with a place to escape, not even Shadow. Then he added, with a chilling calmness, that the darkness destined to be destroyed might refer to Shadow, but it could just as easily refer to Huang Ziqing himself. Cold sweat broke across Huang Ziqing's face as the meaning finally struck him. If the prophecy came true, then he was not just gaining power. He might also be walking straight toward his own death in the coming cataclysm. The red-eyed leader reassured him that while the disaster itself could not be avoided, survival was still something humans could fight for. He advised Huang Ziqing to use his abyssal powers to expand and strengthen his guild, preparing it for the inevitable clash with Shadow. Then the leader manifested. With his pawn finally set in motion, the red-eyed leader turned away and walked into the misty night. Before disappearing into the darkness, he promised that when the proper time arrived, he would come find Huang Ziqing again. Left alone in the darkness, Huang Ziqing no longer resisted the corruption inside him. His eyes glowed a deep red as he accepted the mission that had been handed to him, embracing the path of abyssal power without looking back. Huang Ziqing raised his hand and channeled his dark magic over his mother's corpse. Red energy began to swirl around Huang Huifan's body, wrapping her in an eerie glow as the abyssal puppet spell slowly took shape. The dark magic forced its way into Huang Huifan's body, and a scream tore from her as her eyes ignited with a red glow. The skill dragged her back from death as an undead puppet, bound completely to Huang Ziqing's will while still retaining all the abilities she had possessed in life. Standing behind his reanimated mother, Huang Ziqing watched as Huang Huifan lowered herself and asked for her master's instructions. Lost in madness and corruption, he smiled and declared that from now on, they would build their guild together. Meanwhile, far away in the southern region of Nanyu, a completely different scene unfolded. Above the ruined city streets, a massive tower pierced the skyline, standing like a silent landmark over the broken roads and abandoned buildings below. True to the relaxed nature of the local players, work was never allowed to swallow up their leisure time. With steaming baskets of dim sum spread across the table and fresh tea poured beside them, one player calmly announced that it was time to stop working and take a proper break. By the riverbank, a group of players had already settled into their easygoing routine. Fishing rods rested in their hands, the water shimmered quietly in front of them, and they casually reminded one another to enjoy the tea first before worrying about anything else. But that peaceful afternoon was suddenly shattered. Behind them, a gigantic level 18 two-headed bull boss spawned out of nowhere, its massive body looming over the riverbank as both heads released a deafening roar. Instead of screaming in fear, one irritated fisherman snapped his head around and yelled at the monster to shut up. To him, the real problem was not the boss itself, but the fact that its thunderous roar was scaring away all the fish. The players' relaxed mood vanished the moment their precious break was ruined. Annoyed, they set down their drinks, stood from their seats, and began channeling their magical auras, shouting for everyone to charge at the monster together. The team moved into formation with practiced coordination. One player immediately fired a freezing beam at one of the bull's heads, locking it down with crowd control so the monster could not smoothly synchronize its spells. An armored warrior and a mage rushed at the front of the assault, taking command as the fight began. They called for the armor-breaking team to strike the boss's weak points first, while the main damage dealers followed up right behind them, urging everyone to finish the battle as quickly as possible. Their attacks landed one after another, tearing through the boss's defenses and rapidly draining its health bar. But as the damage piled up, the monster's eyes suddenly burned brighter, flaring with an intense fiery rage. Forced to the edge, the two-headed beast entered a berserk state. It slammed its power outward in a massive shockwave, cracking the ground beneath everyone's feet and blasting one of the fishermen through the air. The frontline players instantly realized the enraged boss had become far too dangerous to handle directly. Panic spread through the group as they turned and ran, shouting for their guild leader to step in and deal with the beast. Hearing their cries, a tan-skinned young woman with white hair dropped her boba tea without hesitation. Her eyes sharpened into a focused glare as she stepped forward, gripping her fishing rod like it was a deadly weapon. Wearing nothing more than simple sandals, she kicked off the ground with explosive force. Her body soared into the air, flying straight toward the towering monster without the slightest sign of fear. Cursing the beast for ruining their break, she swung her fishing rod with expert control. A glowing green fishing line shot forward through the air, casting cleanly toward the giant bull boss. The magical line stretched outward and began spiraling around the boss at incredible speed. In only moments, it wrapped around the creature's massive body layer by layer, tightening until the bull was completely immobilized. With the monster trapped in place, the guild leader's lips curved into a confident smirk. She steadied her stance in midair, clearly preparing to end the fight with one decisive strike. She yanked the fishing rod back with sharp force, activating her ultimate skill. The razor-like line sliced deep into the monster, carving through its remaining health and delivering the fatal blow that finished the boss instantly. As the guild leader landed, the system announced that she had successfully slain the bull. Her ability had trapped the target first, then inflicted damage based on how much health it had already lost. With its life depleted, the boss dissolved into golden loot orbs scattered across the grass. The surrounding players burst into loud cheers, their earlier panic instantly replaced by excitement. They praised Sister Hai for calculating the damage perfectly, then chanted their fishing-themed guild catchphrase with proud, carefree energy. Sister Hai laughed brightly and declared that protecting the Nanyu region was simply her duty. Her unique hidden class was then revealed as Fishing Master, an assassin-type role that fought from range with a fishing rod, perfectly matching the relaxed lifestyle of her guild. Just then, one guild member called out that the tea was ready. The entire group immediately forgot the battlefield mood and happily rushed back toward their tables, leaving the loot orbs lying in the grass for later so they would not miss tea time. Sister Hai smiled, waved casually, and followed her team back toward their peaceful break. For the moment, even the spoils of battle could wait behind them in the open grass. As the Nanyu players enjoyed their tea and chatted without a care, the glowing loot orbs remained untouched near the battlefield. None of them noticed that, from the nearby bushes, a faint sound quietly broke the calm. A bald, scarred man with blue eyes peeked out from the cover of the bushes. He was a remnant of the Black Dragon Guild, and he scoffed at the Nanyu Guild for abandoning valuable loot just to enjoy tea. With a greedy look, he signaled his men to move in. The Black Dragon members activated a level 15 group stealth skill called Shadow Veil. A camouflage dome spread around them, hiding their figures as they crept forward and greedily scooped up the abandoned golden orbs. While the Nanyu players continued chatting happily about fishing, the hidden thieves snickered under their stealth. To them, this was the perfect moment to strike, while their targets were relaxed and completely off guard. Dropping their stealth at the right moment, the Black Dragon leader, Zentile, activated a buff called Boiling Blood Domain. A fiery aura erupted around him, boosting the attributes of his allies as he ordered them to slaughter the fishermen. The Black Dragon members burst out from the tall grass with weapons already drawn. Their sudden ambush crashed into the relaxed Nanyu players, leaving Sister Hai and her guildmates completely caught off guard. Zentile raised his blade high, aiming it at the shocked Sister Hai and the terrified guildmate. Chaos exploded across the peaceful tea break. Attackers swung their weapons wildly, laughing and shouting for blood, while tables overturned, players screamed, and debris flew through the air where tea and snacks had been sitting only moments earlier. Standing triumphantly among the stolen loot, Zentile clenched his fists with savage satisfaction. He declared that this brutal ambush was exactly how the pigs of Great Xia deserved to be hunted. But his celebration did not last long. One of his subordinates suddenly called out in alarm, warning Xintile that something was approaching from the sky at terrifying speed. Xintile looked up, and panic flashed across his face the moment he recognized the incoming threat as Shadow. Realizing that the intelligence from the magic capital survivors had been true, he immediately ordered his men to cast Shadow Veil again and retreat. High above the battlefield, Shadow's massive skeletal dragon, Osiris, descended like a falling nightmare. Its huge body plummeted from the sky before crashing heavily into the ruined city below. Standing atop his dragon with glowing yellow eyes, Shadow scanned the empty battlefield around him. Seeing no enemies in sight, he wondered whether he had arrived a step too late. When Shadow noticed the uncollected orbs still scattered on the ground, he quickly understood that the enemy must have fled in a panic after receiving an early warning of his arrival. What puzzled him was how they had detected him at all, since his entire approach had been hidden under absolute stealth. The non-Yu players reacted with furious outrage. One member cursed the foreign war god guild for using such filthy tactics, raging that their brothers had been attacked and their hard-earned boss loot had been stolen. Sister Hai was just as enraged. She tightened her grip around her weapon and called the attackers nothing but animals, furious that they were too cowardly to face anyone head-on and only knew how to rely on sneak attacks that made retaliation nearly impossible. Then a guild member brought a spark of hope back to the group. He announced that the official forces had sent the legendary Shadow to support them, and with Shadow's strength on their side, he assured everyone they finally had a chance to catch those foreign culprits. A short while later, the same member rushed back with fresh news. Shadow and the officials had already arrived at the riverbank, the very place where their guild usually gathered to drink tea. The moment they heard this, the excited non-Yu players took off through the ruined city streets. They were eager to reach the riverbank and meet the famous player they had only ever dreamed of seeing in person. Shadow's enormous skeletal dragon, Osiris, descended before them with overwhelming pressure. Sister Hai and a female official looked up in awe, both terrified and deeply impressed by the sheer presence of his epic great mount. The long dark-haired female official, a wisp of smoke, greeted Shadow together with Sister Hai, who introduced the Kaizui alliance. A wisp of smoke then pointed out a strange detail. The attackers had fled so hastily that they had not even collected the lifespan left on the ground. Shadow confirmed her observation, his gaze lingering on the abandoned rewards. He stated that the enemies had retreated so decisively because they knew he was coming, which meant his stealthy approach had somehow been exposed. From atop his dragon, Shadow calmly analyzed the situation. If his arrival had been leaked, then either there was a mole hidden among the official forces, or the enemy possessed a hidden class capable of tracking him. He then asked the official to brief him on the current situation in non-Yu. A wisp of smoke explained the local power structure in a steady voice, saying that the official forces and Sister Hai's guild were the strongest groups in the region. She identified the attackers as the War God Guild, a small faction made up mostly of foreign players. She went on to reveal that the enemy had an assassin who possessed a high-level group stealth skill, which was exactly why the officials had struggled so much to catch them. In the past, however, the War God Guild had been weak, doing little more than petty theft. The situation only became serious after the remnants of the Magic Capital's Black Dragon Guild arrived and joined forces with them. Since forming that alliance, the War God Guild had begun a violent killing spree, and Sister Hai's group had already become their 7th target that very day. Shadow quietly considered everything she had said. He remarked that the remaining Black Dragon members were far too weak to create this level of chaos on their own, which meant there had to be a deeper reason behind the War God Guild's sudden rampage. The official agreed with his judgment and shared the results of their investigation. According to her, the attackers' motives were clearly abnormal. They slaughtered everyone they found, even low-level players, and they often abandoned valuable lifespan just to make sure they could escape safely. A wisp of smoke explained that their reckless slaughter had caused their kill value to skyrocket. That penalty did more than just mark them as criminals. It locked their ability to level up and guaranteed they would lose every bit of lifespan if they were killed. Because of how self-destructive the strategy was, she suspected it might be connected to the requirements of some hidden class, which lined up perfectly with Shadow's earlier theory. As Shadow listened, he quietly thought through the consequences the game imposed on murderers. He knew that once a player's kill value became too high, their growth would be halted, they would be forced to drop all their lifespan after death, and the system would begin issuing harsher and harsher punishments. The higher that kill level climbed, the more terrifying the restrictions would become. What concerned Shadow the most was one specific punishment. If a player's kill value reached a truly dangerous level, it could draw out the Executioner, a horrific multi-armed demonic entity that existed purely to punish killers. And once the Executioner appeared, Escape was almost impossible. It would hunt the marked player without rest, chasing them down until they were completely and permanently erased. Shadow silently wondered whether the War God Guild was deliberately trying to summon the executioner, though he still could not understand what they would gain from doing something so suicidal. What troubled him even more was the enemy's timing. They had predicted his movements and pulled off a clean retreat before he ever reached the battlefield. Digging through his memories, Shadow realized there was only one class he knew of that could foresee the future, the diviner. And the only known diviner had been Theodore, the very person Shadow had personally assassinated during the airplane ambush. Then a chilling possibility flashed through Shadow's mind. Back then, he had not used his weapon's special curse to make Theodore's death permanent. That meant someone from Country M might have possessed a rare item or hidden class capable of using the dead, allowing them to steal Theodore's divination power even after his body was gone. Determined to trace the source of the leak, Shadow looked down from his dragon toward a wisp of smoke and Sister High. In a calm but firm voice, he asked them for the exact location of the War God Guild's hideout. A wisp of smoke told him their base was an underground. Shadow remained completely unfazed by the warning. He simply told her to lead the way, saying that if they wanted to uncover the enemy's true motive and learn how their foresight worked, they only needed to break into the base and capture one member for interrogation. Deep underground inside the Blood Slaughterhouse, a sinister industrial facility glowed beneath harsh red lights. Metal corridors stretched through the hideout, while armed guards moved through the facility on active patrol. Far deeper within the base, a dark-skinned man with tribal tattoos and glowing red eyes approached Zentile, the leader of the Black Dragon remnants. With a confident look, he asked whether the intelligence he had provided had proven useful. Zentile confirmed that the information had been completely accurate. Shadow had descended from the sky exactly as predicted, and Zentile admitted that without the tattooed man's warning, his entire group would have been slaughtered before they even knew what hit them. The tattooed man smirked as his red eyes glowed brighter. Then he repeated Theodore's original prophecy, speaking of a pitch-black dragon knight arriving silently, of the lucky ones retreating in time, and of an ominous red star that would descend to destroy all darkness. With growing excitement, he told Zentile that the first part of the prophecy, delivered by their mysterious lord, had already come true through Shadow's arrival. He insisted that if they gathered enough kill value, they could summon the ominous star and use it to annihilate Shadow completely. Balancing on the bandaged stump where his leg had once been, the tattooed man declared that Shadow's death was already inevitable. In his mind, once Great Xia lost its strongest player, the remaining forces would be left defenseless, giving his lord the perfect chance to lead Country M's elites in wiping them out. His voice grew heavier with resentment as he recalled everything that had happened to them. Shadow and the Magic Capital officials had driven their guild all the way to the Nanyu border, killed Theodore, and now cornered them again in Nanyu with nowhere left to run. The more he spoke, the more twisted his expression became. Rage contorted his face as he swore that all the pain and humiliation he had suffered would be paid back in blood. He began naming the people he wanted to destroy. Once Shadow was dead, he declared that his first target would be the young pink-haired witch from the Sky Guild. Then he blamed Shadow's allies for costing him his arm and leg. As Lin Qingyu's face appeared in his mind, he viciously promised to tear at the Magic Capital official's hair and make her suffer for what had happened to him. At last, his thoughts turned to Captain Inyu, the Zhanghai official. His hatred became even uglier as he described the vile revenge he imagined carrying out against her after their side finally won. Zentile and his men listened with dark chuckles, clearly amused by the man's cruel fantasies. Zentile even admitted that the violent speech had stirred their blood. But soon after, his expression hardened, and suspicion crept back into his eyes. Zentile questioned him directly, pointing out the obvious flaw in the story. If Theodore the Diviner had already been killed by Shadow, then there should have been no way for them to receive any new prophecies. His distrust only deepened as he demanded proof that the prophecy was real. Zentile warned that he would not let himself and his men be used as disposable pawns while the foreigner escaped safely back to his own homeland. The tattooed man merely smirked at the accusation. He said he understood Zentile's doubts perfectly, because he had once questioned everything the same way before he personally met their lord. To prove his words, the tattooed man pulled out a magical card. Red flames immediately ignited across its surface, and he told the cautious Zentile to watch carefully. Then, declaring that he would return to Country M immediately, he activated the card. A red spatial portal opened above him, its glow spreading across the hideout like burning blood. One of the bald guild members stared at the spell in shock. He recognized it at once as one of Theodore's abilities. But what happened next stunned everyone. Instead of simply transporting the tattooed man away, a figure wrapped in dark, fiery energy stepped out from the portal. The tattooed man froze in disbelief. instantly recognizing the newcomer as the very lord he had been talking about. The new arrival was the red-eyed leader. He turned his gaze towards Zentile, and as he addressed him, a glowing blue holographic screen materialized in front of the Black Dragon leader. Zentile stared at the floating screen, his eyes widening in complete shock. On the screen was a live feed of the tattooed man, standing at the Statue of Liberty. A message beside the image confirmed that he had already returned to Country M. As Zentile watched the broadcast, tears welled in his eyes. Continental teleportation magic was real. The red-eyed leader had not only crossed impossible distance, he had used the skill to swap places with the tattooed man. Overwhelmed by this almost godlike power, Zentile and his subordinates dropped to their knees without hesitation. Filled with awe and desperation, Zentile pledged absolute loyalty to the mysterious man and begged him to take them back to their homeland. The red-eyed leader agreed, but only under one condition. Before they could return home, they had to summon the ominous star and kill Shadow. As he spoke, he quietly activated Yin-Yang Harmony, the powerful spell that twisted and controlled emotions. The mind-altering magic took hold almost instantly. Zentile and his men's eyes flared with a fanatical red light, and their faces twisted with manipulated bloodlust. Consumed by the artificial rage, they roared their desire to kill, becoming perfect pawns for the red-eyed leader's plan. Meanwhile, back on the surface beneath a cloudy reddish sky, Shadow arrived at the target location with Sister Hai and another non-U player beside him. The group looked down into a sunken area filled with ominous red mist. The player pointed toward a massive concrete bunker below and told Shadow that this was the War God Guild's hideout, the underground base known as the Blood Slaughterhouse. The male player quickly warned Shadow to stay cautious. The enemy's hideout was extremely dangerous, and once someone entered, the layout became difficult to navigate safely. He explained that the War God Guild deliberately kept the outside barrier turned off to lure enemies inside. Once intruders stepped in, they would be trapped in a maze full of deadly mechanisms. During a past raid against the Black Dragon leader Zentile, those hidden traps had caused heavy losses for their forces. Shadow corrected him calmly, saying the hideout did not have an outside barrier at all. Its defense depended entirely on traps built inside the base. After acknowledging the danger, Shadow looked at the player and asked for his name. The player introduced himself as Unlucky Agwang. Despite the gloomy nickname, he insisted that his luck was actually pretty good, even though some strange curse seemed to follow him everywhere. Teams around him often died. Bosses went berserk, and teammates always managed to trigger traps, but he explained that a wisp of smoke had sent him as a guide in exchange for a generous reward. Sister Hai gritted her teeth and angrily added that the War God Guild itself was not truly strong. The real problem was their fortified bunker and their cowardly hit-and-run tactics, which made it nearly impossible for the authorities to wipe them out in a fair fight. On top of that, the base's internal alarms were always active. The moment anyone broke in, Zentile would be alerted, giving the Black Dragon leader more than enough time to escape before they could reach him. Shadow brushed aside their worries without hesitation. He revealed that hideouts like this were powered by a central crystal. If he could seize that crystal, the entire base would become his property, leaving the enemies with no shelter and making them much easier to crush. Shadow told Sister Hai and Unlucky Agwang to remain safely outside on the cliff while he entered alone. He had only taken a step forward when Unlucky Agwang hurriedly stopped him. Sister Hai immediately volunteered to guide Shadow herself, warning that facing the hidden traps alone would be a terrible idea. Unlucky Agwang agreed, saying her experience from the previous failed raid could help them avoid danger. After a brief pause, Shadow accepted and allowed her to lead the way. Shadow then turned to Unlucky Agwang and said he did not want his bad luck ruining the mission. Embarrassed, Unlucky Agwang quickly defended himself, insisting that his unlucky name was just a joke. In fact, he argued, surviving this apocalyptic game until now was proof that his luck was actually better than most people's. Shadow ignored his excuses, but he still allowed them to come along. He warned both of them that if an emergency happened, they would have to protect themselves. The two eagerly agreed, and together, the trio jumped down from the cliff toward the bunker's red-lit entrance. The moment they entered the Blood Slaughterhouse, a piercing system alarm echoed through the red-lit corridors, warning everyone inside that intruders had breached the base. Zentile, the leader of the Black Dragon remnants, slowly lifted his head toward the blaring alarm. The moment the warning echoed through the Blood Slaughterhouse, his expression tightened, and the confidence on his face hardened into caution. The red-eyed leader glanced over and asked what was happening. One subordinate casually guessed that the local officials had simply come back to throw their lives away, but Zentile narrowed his eyes. His instincts told him the intruder was probably Shadow, and he silently wondered whether the traps inside his base could truly stop that famous monster. Wanting certainty before making his move, Zentile turned to the red-eyed leader and asked him to use his foresight. He needed to know how this situation would end, because that answer would decide whether they should stay and fight or abandon the hideout and run. The red-eyed leader agreed without hesitation. Drawing on the stolen power under his control, he summoned a glowing red magical card, its surface burning with ominous light, and activated the skill known as Omen of the Star God. A vision unfolded above them, revealing the exact same prophecy once again. A black dragon knight would arrive in silence, a lucky one would escape, and a red star would descend to destroy the darkness. Zentile frowned in confusion, realizing this was the same prophecy the tattooed man had just repeated earlier. The red-eyed leader calmly twisted the meaning to guide Zentile's thoughts. He explained that visions only revealed major turning points, and until those turning points truly arrived, the image would not change. In his poisonous logic, seeing the same prophecy only proved that Zentile's fate was tied directly to Shadow's arrival. Zentile accepted the lie completely. A slow smile spread across his face as he became certain that the intruder who triggered the alarm could be no one else but Shadow. Wrapped in a rising red aura, Zentile's ego swelled out of control. He proudly declared that since his own power burned red, he must be the ominous red star from the prophecy. Convinced that destiny favored him, he boasted that Shadow would suffer a painful death inside his endless traps. The red-eyed leader watched his pawn confidently march toward disaster, his gaze cold and unreadable. He merely said Zentile could interpret the prophecy however he wished, then announced that he would return when the time was right, and began preparing his escape. With a spatial skill, the red-eyed leader vanished from the hideout, instantly swapping places with the tattooed man. The crippled man tumbled out of the red portal instead, while Zentile, completely unaware of the trick, happily welcomed him back. The tattooed man quickly realized the truth, and fear drained the color from his face. His dream of escaping was gone. He had only been used as a tool to send their lord away. But Zentile noticed none of his terror and excitedly asked him to help kill Shadow, fully believing he was the ominous red star destined to win. The tattooed man stared at Zentile as if he were looking at a madman. He knew Shadow's overwhelming strength better than anyone, and panic clawed through him as he realized Zentile was truly insane enough to believe they could kill that unstoppable player. At the same time, Shadow, Sister Hai, and Agwong landed inside the massive industrial hideout. Thick red mist rolled around the blood slaughterhouse, swallowing the floor and making the entire place feel like a death trap waiting to close. Sister Hai immediately raised a hand and stopped the group from advancing. Her expression turned serious as she warned Shadow that this was a deadly trap room, the same place where her forces had once suffered heavy losses. Holding a map in her hand, Sister Hai pointed toward a route made of glowing blue tiles across the floor. She told them to follow that path exactly if they wanted to cross safely, and warned them not to step anywhere outside the marked route. Shadow stepped onto the blue path with complete confidence and moved across it without the slightest hesitation. Behind him, a nervous Agwong followed closely, carefully placing each foot where Sister Hai guided him. After they made it across safely, Agwong glanced back at the strange tiled floor. Still uneasy, he asked what would happen if someone accidentally stepped on the wrong tiles. Sister Hai explained that hidden spikes would shoot out and stab anyone who misstepped. To prove her warning was not an exaggeration, she picked up a heavy rock and threw it onto one of the dark, incorrect tiles. The rock landed on the tile with a loud, solid crack that echoed through the trap room. Then came an awkward silence. All three of them stared at the rock, waiting for the deadly mechanism to activate, but nothing happened. The trap that should have gone off simply failed. Shadow looked at Sister Hai and asked if she was absolutely sure the room was trapped. Flustered and frustrated, she insisted that it was, saying she had personally been killed 6 times in this exact room before. Determined to prove she was not lying, Sister Hai stubbornly stepped onto the dark tiles herself. She stomped again and again, growing more confused by the second as the traps still refused to activate. Agwong gave Shadow an embarrassed look and apologized for Sister Hai's strange behavior. Then he suggested they should just move on, since the traps appeared to be broken and the path seemed safe for now. Believing there was no danger, Agwong stepped forward onto an ordinary-looking tile. The instant his foot touched it, a sharp click rang through the room, and the floor beneath them flashed with a bright red warning glow. Because of Agwong's bad luck curse, the trap triggered in the worst possible way. Deadly black spikes blasted up from the floor, completely missing Agwong himself, and instead piercing Sister Hai while she was still stomping nearby. Agwong froze in horror, his eyes wide as he screamed in total confusion. He could not understand why his own mistake had triggered a trap under his teammate instead of striking him. Sister Hai died instantly, her body breaking apart into golden orbs on the floor. While the guilt-ridden Agwong apologized again and again to his fallen guide, Shadow remained calm and simply said they could wait for her to respawn and return. Looking closely at the trap room, Shadow realized Sister Hai had not been lying at all. The enemy had clearly changed the trap settings, turning what used to be the safe path into a deadly route meant to catch returning raiders off guard. Since their old information was now useless in this shifting maze, Shadow immediately told Agwong to collect Sister Hai's orbs and leave the bunker right away before more traps could activate. Far above them, Zentile and his men watched everything unfold from a hidden monitoring room. Seeing Shadow on the screen confirmed that their real target had finally entered the trap. Zentile grinned with cruel amusement, mocking the idea that Shadow and Agwong could simply turn around and walk out of his hideout. Without wasting another second, Zentile raised his fist and slammed it down onto a large red button in front of him. A heavy mechanical rumble thundered through the base. Shadow and Agwong both noticed the danger at once as the floor beneath their feet suddenly began to split open. A massive trapdoor dropped away under them, leaving no ground to stand on. In an instant, both players were sent falling into the dark depths of the blood slaughterhouse. As they plunged down the pitch-black shaft, Agwong screamed in pure terror. Shadow, however, stayed completely composed, adjusting his posture midair and preparing himself for the landing. They crashed into the bottom of the shaft. Agwong hit the ground painfully on his back, while Shadow landed cleanly on his feet. Around them stretched a dark sealed room, its walls stained with blood. Agwong slowly sat up with a groan, blood running from his nose after the painful fall. Then static crackled through the room, and Shadow immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. A large screen on the bloodstained wall flickered to life. From a hidden speaker, a distorted voice echoed through the chamber, pretending to be surprised as it welcomed Shadow into their home. The static on the screen slowly cleared, revealing a live video feed of Zentile. Wearing a creepy behind the mask, Zentile's voice sounded twisted and delighted as he gave Shadow a chilling welcome, savoring the moment like a host greeting prey that had already stepped into his cage. Zentile announced the rules of his game while pointing toward the large circular saws mounted along the walls. Agwong turned pale at the sight of them, and Zentile ordered both of them to stand inside the circles marked on the floor. Shadow calmly stepped into his assigned circle without showing any fear. Beside him stood a pedestal with a red button, while a spinning saw whirred dangerously nearby, waiting for the game to begin. Zentile explained that they would take turns pressing their buttons. Each press carried a 1 in 6 chance of activating the opponent's saw, and that chance would increase with every turn until, by the 6th press, one of them was guaranteed to die. The winner, Zentile said, would claim the loser's lifespan and then be allowed to leave the room safely. Agwong immediately scoffed and pointed out the flaw in the trap. Even if he died, he would simply respawn later, and whoever survived could just return the lost lifespan afterward. He then confidently added that Shadow was practically invincible, so he doubted some spinning saw could even scratch him. Shadow listened in silence, offering no comfort and no denial. Zentile called them both fools and revealed the real danger. Inside his emerald-grade hideout, the rules of the room were absolute. If the saw activated, it would guarantee a kill no matter how strong the target was. Then Zentile added one more chilling detail. As the master of the hideout, he had a small privilege within the game, giving him just enough control to make the situation even more dangerous. To raise the pressure, Zentile released a swarm of disgusting spiders into the sealed room. The creatures spilled across the floor, making Agwong recoil in shock. Agwong immediately drew a knife, ready to slash at the crawling creatures. But Shadow stopped him at once, identifying them as nightmare exploding bugs. If they were damaged, they would detonate and trigger a deadly chain reaction filled with toxic explosions. Relieved that Shadow had stopped him in time, Agwong hurriedly twisted his body away as one of the flying bugs shot past him. He pulled back fast, desperately trying to avoid even the slightest touch. But because of Agwong's cursed luck, even retreating safely became a disaster. As he yanked his arm back, the knife in his hand accidentally scraped across the bug's body. The moment the creature was injured, its body swelled with unstable energy and exploded in a burst of purple light. Agwong was caught directly in the blast before he even had time to react. That single explosion immediately triggered the exact chain reaction Shadow had warned about. One nightmare bug after another began detonating, spreading the danger across the sealed room. A massive explosion. Zentile's voice rang out again as he explained the nightmare state with malicious delight. While affected by it, players could not resurrect or log out, and if they were killed, their minds would be trapped inside a nightmare for 3 full days, leaving their helpless bodies behind for others to loot. Agwong exploded in anger and refused to take part in the twisted game. He argued that if neither of them pressed the button, then neither of them would die, so they could simply wait things out instead. From the screen, Zentile only chuckled. Through the flickering broadcast, his eye glowed red with cruel amusement, as if he had been waiting for them to say exactly that. The entire room suddenly began to rumble. Zentile taunted them from the speaker, asking whether they would rather gamble with the saws or sit there and be crushed to death by the room itself. Agwang turned pale as the spiked walls on both sides began closing in. Zintal reminded them with a mocking tone that pressing the buttons was the only way to slow the walls down. With a delighted laugh, Zintal officially started the game, clearly thrilled that he had trapped Shadow inside his own hideout. Agwang's composure shattered at once, and he cried out in panic that he had no idea what to do. Left with no choice, Agwang hovered his trembling hand over the button, but he could not bring himself to press it. He was terrified that his bad luck would somehow trigger Shadow's death, so he convinced himself that Shadow should press first because Shadow was the one who absolutely needed to survive. Then Agwang started overthinking every possible outcome. If Shadow survived the first press, the odds would rise on Agwang's turn, making the next choice even worse. His fear spiraled out of control, and he began babbling helplessly, unable to make a decision. Sweat rolled down Agwang's face as the pressure nearly crushed his nerves. Just as he was about to lose himself completely, Shadow calmly called his name. Shadow's voice stayed steady and firm. He told Agwang not to move, not to touch anything, and to do absolutely nothing. Agwang stared at him in confusion, his eyes darting toward the approaching walls. He shouted that they were about to be crushed if they just stood there. But Shadow did not change his expression. As the spiked walls continued grinding closer, he repeated the same command, telling Agwang to stay still. On the screen, Zintal watched their reaction with growing amusement. Seeing Shadow remain motionless only made his mocking smile grow wider. He sneered at the so-called legendary player, questioning whether Shadow had already given up without even putting up a fight. The walls were now dangerously close, their spikes almost touching skin. Agwang pressed his hands against them in desperation, tears welling in his eyes as he begged Shadow to do something before they were crushed. Zintal laughed louder, telling them to enjoy the feeling of being flattened alive. He promised that once they were dead and trapped in the nightmare, he would happily loot their defenseless bodies. As the walls closed in with terrifying force, Agwang called out to Shadow one last time, his voice shaking with fear. Convinced this was truly the end, Agwang broke down over his miserable luck. He cried about how unfair it was to survive so much, only to die by being crushed flat in a trap room. Finally, with no way left to escape, Agwang squeezed his eyes shut and braced himself. The cold spikes touched him, and he waited for the crushing impact to come. But a moment later, Agwang slowly opened his eyes in confusion. The deadly trap had stopped moving, and the expected pain never came. The walls and spinning saws had frozen only inches away from them. Over the speaker, Zintal erupted in rage, cursing furiously and demanding to know why his traps had suddenly broken. System notifications flashed across the room, announcing that the hideout had been breached and that its core had been stolen. Zintal stared at the alerts in stunned disbelief. Before Zintal could even process what had happened, Shadow's small dragon burst into the control room and attacked him right on the live broadcast. The system immediately transferred ownership of the Blood Slaughterhouse to Shadow, stripping Zintal of control over the entire base. Pinned near the stopped wall, Agwang stared in total shock. He could hardly believe that Shadow had taken over the enemy's base without seeming to move a single step. Shadow remained completely unfazed, his eyes glowing faintly as he contacted his mount through their telepathic link. In a calm tone, he asked why the plan had taken 1 minute longer than he had calculated. Only then did Shadow's real strategy become clear. While Zintal was distracted by the deadly game, Shadow had secretly summoned 12 spectral wyverns to carry out the true operation. Those small dragons had slipped past the hideout's traps and quietly made their way into the control room. By the time Zintal realized anything was wrong, they had already ambushed his guild from behind. Outside the bunker, the giant skeletal dragon Osiris apologized through the link. He explained that the maze inside the hideout was more complicated than expected and heavily guarded, which had slowed the wyverns down. Even with the delay, Osiris reported that the operation had succeeded. Inside the base, one wyvern carried the stolen core crystal, while Zintal had been captured alive without triggering the remaining alarms. Shadow ordered the wyvern to disable every trap and open a safe path through the base. The small dragon obeyed at once, while Agwang stared at it in shock, still trying to process where it had come from. As the wyvern began guiding them forward, Agwang finally understood what had really happened. Shadow had planned this infiltration before they had even stepped into the bunker. Agwang realized the deadly game had only been a distraction. He and Shadow had acted as bait in the trap room, while the dragons silently infiltrated the hideout and seized the core. Shadow confirmed Agwang's conclusion, but added that the operation would have gone much more smoothly if Agwang's bad luck had not caused the nightmare bugs to explode. Agwang could only give an embarrassed smile, knowing he had no real defense. Shadow then turned his attention to their nightmare status, since dying now would still be extremely risky. He ordered one of the wyverns to fly Agwang out of the bunker and told Agwang to hide far away. so his terrible luck would not cause any more disasters. As the wyvern carried the protesting Agwong away, Osiris contacted Shadow again with bad news. Shadow sighed, already sensing trouble, and asked what had gone wrong this time. Osiris explained that Zentile's group had used a self-destruct skill to escape capture and respawn safely. However, their mass suicide had left hundreds of years of lifespan scattered across the floor as loot. Shadow immediately understood that his near-perfect plan had been ruined at the very last second. He could only conclude that Agwong's bad luck was not just unlucky, it was a truly terrifying force. After respawning, Sister Hai found Shadow waiting outside the bunker. She looked at him in amazement and confusion, asking how the blood slaughterhouse had somehow become his property during the short time she had been gone. Then Sister Hai started to ask about the unlucky Agwong, but Shadow quickly cut her off. With a serious look, he warned her not to say that name out loud, just in case it brought more bad luck. Shadow tossed a golden key towards Sister Hai, and her eyes lit up with excitement as she caught it. He explained that he had already reached his personal hideout limit, so he was handing this base over to her and the Nanyu officials. Overjoyed, Sister Hai immediately promised to treat him to tea. Shadow instantly crushed her excitement by clarifying that the hideout was not free. Once they finished collecting the loot, he expected a payment of 1,500 years of lifespan. Sister Hai burst into comedic tears over the outrageous price, but she still thanked him sincerely. At that moment, the female official, a wisp of smoke, hurried toward them and called out to Shadow from a distance. A wisp of smoke thanked Shadow for his help and presented him with a glowing blue skill book as a reward. It was the best assassin skill Nanyu had to offer, and she had personally brought it to him after exiling Agwong to the border, knowing Shadow wanted him as far away as possible. The system displayed the gold tier skill, Shield of Shadow Dance. Whenever the user entered stealth, the skill would grant damage immune shields equal to the user's stealth level, with a 5-minute cooldown before it could activate again. Shadow felt a quiet rush of satisfaction, because damage immunity was basically a short window of invincibility. Against ordinary monsters, it was useful, but against real bosses, it could decide everything, especially when their attacks could punch straight through even his massive lifesteal shields. Without wasting any time, Shadow opened his system panel and poured his saved evolution points into the skill book. In a flash, the book's rank climbed from gold tier all the way up to epic tier. The upgrade immediately paid off, cutting the skill's cooldown down to just a little over 20 seconds. Shadow activated the skill, and a cold blue aura instantly wrapped around his body. Since his stealth had already reached level 21, it gave him 21 separate layers of damage immunity, making it an ideal defense against enemies that relied on brutal, single-hit attacks. A wisp of smoke reminded him that Zentile and the War God Guild had managed to slip away. Her expression turned uneasy, because after this failure, those enemies would definitely become more cautious, and probably even more dangerous. Then she complained that Nanyu players were peace-loving people who absolutely hated being dragged into stressful conflicts. The more she thought about it, the darker her imagination became. She pictured Nanyu's relaxed players being forced into a miserable future, fighting monsters 6 days a week just to stay alive, with no room left for their easygoing lifestyle. That horrifying grinding routine instantly terrified Sister Hai. She cried out that she would rather die than lose her precious 3 o'clock tea time, while the official beside her also broke down, mourning the peaceful days they were about to lose. Watching the two of them weep as if hard work were the end of the world, Shadow suddenly recalled a secret from his past life. The reason Nanyu players could remain so relaxed during the apocalypse was that their region had some of the strongest hidden classes. If they were not so unbelievably lazy, Nanyu might have become the most powerful region of all. Shadow finally spoke up and settled them down. He promised that he would stay in Nanyu until Zentile was caught, and while he remained there, he would also help raise their combat strength so they could protect themselves when trouble came. Sister Hai and a wisp of smoke quietly celebrated behind their tearful faces. The official even felt secretly proud, thinking that no matter how powerful Shadow was, even he could not withstand crying women. Their fake sadness had worked perfectly and successfully won his help. The women immediately brightened up, cheering with excitement and thanking Shadow again and again. They quickly brought up the idea of teaming up to fight bosses, but even then, they shamelessly laid out their lazy schedule first. They wanted to work only from 9 to 6, keep their tea break, and still take weekends and holidays off. Shadow was left speechless by how casually lazy they were. In the end, he simply told them to form a party so he could carry them through leveling. At the same time, he ordered their subordinates to start scouting for any bosses ranked Emerald tier or higher. The girls burst into celebration, absolutely thrilled that a top-tier player would be doing the difficult fighting for them while they got to enjoy the game with almost no effort. Shadow summoned his skeletal dragon, Osiris, and the massive creature lifted the women up as they took to the sky. While flying, a wisp of smoke reported that an emerald-tier boss had been found, the highly toxic Blackfish King. The creature hid beneath layers of black water slime, which made it immune to ranged attacks. Shadow told them to guide him there, and also ordered them to keep him updated on Zintile's movements. Before long, they arrived at a quiet riverbank near a ruined city, surrounded by thick forest and heavy silence. At the river's edge, Shadow paused in confusion when he saw Sister Hai sitting there calmly with a fishing rod. Instead of preparing for a boss fight, she looked like she had come for a peaceful afternoon by the water, so he asked what exactly she was doing. Sister Hai quickly shushed him and kept her eyes fixed on the river. She explained that this boss could only be lured out by fishing. Then she warned him that once its health fell below 30%, it would dive back underwater and recover at a terrifying speed, making it extremely difficult to finish off. A wisp of smoke suggested that Shadow should first clear out the low-level monsters nearby and use them to build up energy for his stronger attacks. Shadow glanced at her in surprise, not expecting her to understand the details of his energy-gathering mechanics. Her face turned red, and the official shyly admitted that she was actually a huge fan of his. To prove it, she pulled out her phone and showed him the screen. Her lock screen was a secretly taken photo of Shadow, and she proudly said she had watched his boss fights hundreds of times. Shadow stared at the image in silence, completely speechless at how obsessed she was. Before the awkward moment could continue, several large frog monsters suddenly appeared and interrupted them. A wisp of smoke immediately asked whether he wanted to use these monsters to stack combo energy, and Shadow gave a quick nod. Shadow moved first, sending out sharp shadow blades that tore through the air and slashed straight into the frog monsters. The attack wiped the monsters out instantly. A wisp of smoke pointed out that his damage was simply too high to build combos properly. Shadow let out a helpless sigh, realizing that his slow but powerful attacks were killing enemies before he could gather enough energy from them. Seeing him run into that problem, a wisp of smoke quickly offered to help. She summoned a glowing golden figure beside her, then asked Shadow whether he wanted to try her special buff and solve his energy issue another way. Shadow looked at her with clear confusion, wondering what kind of strange technique she was talking about. A purple glow rose around the official as she revealed her hidden class, a succubus who specialized in curses. Her ultimate skill could reduce a target's stats by 80% without needing combo energy. But then she added a suspicious condition, saying the casting time was long and they would need to be completely alone in private. With her cheeks flushed, she leaned closer and boldly told Shadow that she only wanted to use this intimate technique on him. Then she asked, with barely hidden expectation in her eyes, whether he would agree. Shadow showed no interest at all. He rejected her flatly, turned around, and walked away, leaving her standing there in obvious disappointment. Shadow calmly declared that he already had his own method for gathering energy. He looked toward his dragon and commanded Osiris to gather all the remaining monsters together in one place. Osiris spread its skeletal wings and rose into the air, then released a dark magic vortex that swept across the area and lifted the frog monsters off the ground. The swirling darkness tightened around them, trapping the monsters inside a dense sphere of purple energy as they were forced together in midair. A wisp of smoke stared up at the scene in awe, stunned by the sheer force of Osiris's power. With all the targets packed tightly together, Shadow bent his knees and launched himself high into the sky. While suspended beneath the trapped monsters, Shadow unleashed Dark Night Ringblade. A massive circular wave of red energy expanded outward, slicing cleanly through the enemies caught inside the dark sphere. The official froze when the damage numbers exploded across the battlefield. There were so many zeros that she screamed she could not even count them. The moment Shadow landed back on the ground, she shouted excitedly, unable to hold back her amazement. Now that his combo energy had reached its maximum, Shadow said he was ready. He turned to Sister Hai and asked whether the boss had taken the bait. Almost at that exact moment, her fishing rod bent violently, and as she struggled against the force, she shouted that the fish was hooked. With one powerful pull, Sister Hai dragged a gigantic dark-scaled fish out of the water, shouting her guild's catchphrase as it burst into view. But right after landing the catch, she quickly retreated, leaving the real battle to Shadow. A huge red slash crashed into the fish's body, instantly dealing 40,000 points of damage. Standing on top of the highly toxic Blackfish King, Shadow immediately noticed the problem. The black slime coating its body reduced incoming damage by 90%. If he failed to kill it in a single burst before its health dropped under 30%, the boss would simply escape back into the water. The giant beast let out a furious roar, pulling its head back as dark poisonous liquid gathered in its mouth. The Blackfish King unleashed its rotten mud attack, sending a wave of toxic sludge surging toward the riverbank. Sister Hai and the official instantly turned and ran in panic, knowing that even touching that poison could be deadly. Shadow ignored the incoming danger and raised his power instead. Several golden orbs appeared around him, and inside each one waited a Shadow clone, all ready to strike at the same time. In a burst of blue light, Shadow and his clones activated Instant Shadow, slashed together. Their attacks flashed across the boss's throat, cutting deep and dealing a heavy blow to the massive creature. Shadow landed lightly on the muddy riverbank. At first, he had planned to kill the boss in a single hit, but then he decided this was the perfect chance to test another ability. A purple light flickered in his eye as dark energy gathered around his body. The timing was just right for him to try out his newly obtained finishing move. Shadow activated his Endless Nightmare ultimate, and purple flames instantly spread across the giant fish's body. The skill forced enemies to accumulate a nightmare gauge every second, while Shadow's own attacks pushed that meter even higher. Wrapped in a deep purple aura, Shadow controlled the dark spell with steady focus. The skill boosted his damage by 80%, and once the nightmare gauge reached 100, the enemy would be dragged into a full nightmare state. Once the nightmare state took hold, the monster would sink into a deep, helpless sleep. But the truly terrifying part came afterward. The first attack that broke it awake would trigger a devastating strike, multiplying the damage 3 times over. With the boss already trapped inside the nightmare, Shadow rushed in again and drove another Instant Shadow slash straight toward its throat. The critical hit burst open in an icy blue explosion, and Shadow immediately kicked back through the air, pulling himself out of the blast range. The system notification appeared right after, confirming that the Emerald-grade boss had been killed. Shadow received experience, evolution points, extra lifespan, and even more nightmare resistance, while Sister High and a wisp of smoke cheered in disbelief, amazed that he had finished the boss before it could dive away and escape. As Shadow looked through the loot, he quickly noticed the usual rewards, evolution points, and several pieces of equipment. But among everything floating before him, one item immediately drew his attention, a glowing blue treasure map. The map revealed the image of a chest marked by a bright star, pointing toward the location of a legendary hidden treasure buried somewhere in the forest near Zhanghai City. Zhanghai City was far too distant for Shadow to rush over there himself right now. So instead of wasting the opportunity, he sent the map to a trusted ally back home, knowing her natural luck made her the perfect person to handle a treasure hunt. Shadow then handed the remaining loot over to his companions. Sister High happily cheered at the gift, but then reminded him that it was nearly time for them to head home. Shadow completely ignored that excuse and insisted they still had 30 minutes left, which was more than enough time to hunt down 2 more bosses. Meanwhile, Wang Ming checked the treasure map that Shadow had sent over and confirmed that they were already getting close to the marked location. Beside him, Captain and Yu warned everyone to stay alert, because none of them knew what kind of monsters might be hiding in the surrounding forest. But the crunching noises kept going, sharp and steady in the quiet woods, and both Wang Ming and Yu grew more irritated with every bite they heard. When they finally turned toward the source of the sound, they found Little Black sitting comfortably on her alpaca mount, happily munching on crackers without a care in the world. Wang Ming immediately lost his patience and scolded Little Black, warning that eating so loudly in a dangerous forest would only attract monsters. To him, she was treating this risky treasure hunt like some casual picnic trip. High above them, the sleeping demon monster stirred as the noise reached its ears. Completely unaware of the danger overhead, Little Black explained to Wang Ming that her luck had been failing lately, so she was trying to fix it in her own way. She raised the crackers for everyone to see and insisted these were not ordinary snacks. According to her, she had bought them from a mysterious merchant inside a cleared dungeon. That merchant had claimed the snacks were rare treasures from another world, special food that could bring good luck to whoever ate them. Believing every word, Little Black eagerly offered some to her friends. Captain and Yu could not help chuckling at how seriously she believed it, finding her reaction strangely cute. Wang Ming, who was already chewing on one of the crackers himself, told Yu not to laugh too quickly, because the snack was actually incredibly delicious. Little Black puffed up her cheeks in annoyance when she realized her friends still doubted her. Then, with a pouty expression, she shoved another cracker into her mouth and continued crunching even louder than before. That final loud crunch was enough to finish waking the monster. The massive creature above suddenly opened its eyes and launched itself off the branch. With a furious roar, the giant demon monster came crashing straight down from the trees, aiming directly at the group below. The beast slammed both fists into the ground with terrifying force. Thankfully, the group reacted just in time, scattering in different directions and barely dodging the impact. As the dust rolled outward, the system revealed the enemy's identity, a level 18 emerald-grade boss called the Ferocious Ape. Wang Ming stared at the monster and instantly panicked, convinced they were all going to die. The Ferocious Ape roared again, its red eyes locking onto the source of the noise, before it violently sent Little Black flying deeper into the forest. To everyone's shock, the ferocious ape did not continue attacking the rest of the party. While Little Black and her alpaca were sent flying through the air, her companions finally snapped out of their shock and rushed off to find her. At the same time, the crackers scattered everywhere, bouncing off Little Black before raining down around the treasure chest below. The moment the snacks struck the chest, the star emblem on its surface suddenly flashed. A pair of eyes opened on the wooden lid, and a low growl rumbled from inside it. The chest snapped open like a living mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth and a huge tongue twisting inside. A system alert immediately identified it as a level 20 emerald-grade boss, the Greedy Devourer. Little Black screamed in terror and scrambled backward, finally realizing that the legendary treasure she had come to find was actually a deadly monster waiting in disguise. Frozen on the ground, she suddenly understood how close she had come to dying. If those crackers had not hit the chest first and triggered it early, she would have been swallowed the moment she tried to open it herself. Then she noticed the monster happily eating the crackers scattered around it, and her fear eased just a little. In her mind, the mysterious merchant had not lied after all. The snacks really had brought her good luck and saved her life at the most dangerous moment. But that relief did not last long. Little Black quickly realized she had no chance of defeating an emerald-grade boss by herself, so without wasting another second, she decided to summon Shadow for help. Back at the riverbank, Shadow's battle had just reached its final moment, ending with him unleashing a devastating blue slash that completely finished off the boss. From the cliff above, Sister High and the official, a wisp of smoke, cheered loudly for Shadow's overwhelming power as he stood victorious beside the glowing loot. Shadow told his companions to hurry up and collect the drops so they could move on to the next boss. The women looked at the treasures in front of them and could not help marveling at the rewards. Then a timer appeared, showing that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Exhausted, a wisp of smoke and Sister High immediately protested, saying it was time to clock out and firmly refusing to work overtime. Living up to Nanyu's famously relaxed playstyle, the two women cheerfully said goodbye and told Shadow they would see him again at 9 in the morning, then left him standing there all by himself. Shadow's brief moment of solitude was suddenly interrupted by an urgent message from Little Black. She said she had found a legendary treasure, but it turned out to be a powerful mimic monster that she could not beat, and now she was desperately begging for rescue. Shadow immediately asked for her coordinates. Once he received the location, he mounted his skeletal dragon, Osiris, and flew straight toward her without delay. Deep inside the dark forest, a nervous Little Black sat there clutching a cracker, carefully nibbling on it, while keeping her eyes fixed on the glowing purple Greedy Devourer chest boss. Shadow arrived from above, descending with a heavy strike. His crimson blade tore through the air and slashed straight across the monster's body. The system instantly confirmed the boss's defeat, rewarding him with massive experience and tradable lifespan, and his level rose all the way to 25. As loot orbs floated around them, Little Black praised Shadow in amazement, saying he had found her so quickly and even killed the boss in one hit. Shadow ignored her praise and went straight to the important question. He asked how she had managed to discover the mimic without being caught by its trap. Little Black explained that she had accidentally fallen into the pit and almost touched the chest herself. But just before she did, one of the crackers she dropped hit it first, waking the monster in her place. When Shadow asked about the cracker, Little Black explained that she had bought the snack from a mysterious merchant, and according to her, it could turn bad luck into good fortune. Shadow held the snack between his fingers and looked at it with deep skepticism. Even with all the knowledge he had carried over from his past life, he had never heard of an item that could actually alter someone's luck like that. Little Black watched him with sparkling anticipation, secretly hoping he would finally take off his mask to eat the cracker, giving her a chance to see his real face. Shadow seemed to sense exactly what she was thinking. Before she could get her wish, he activated his stealth skill and vanished into dark blue flames, leaving Little Black staring blankly at the empty space in front of her. A moment later, Shadow reappeared with his mask still perfectly in place. He gave her a casual thumbs up and said the snack tasted good, making Little Black pout as she playfully accused him of being far too shy. Turning his attention to the real blue chest, Shadow explained just how dangerous the mimic had been. Any player swallowed by it would be trapped inside its stomach, unable to log out, and could even starve in the real world. Only after defeating the mimic safely would the actual treasure reveal itself. Shadow opened the chest and received a fresh wave of rewards, including evolution points and several pieces of equipment. Among the loot, 2 items stood out immediately, a map and a key connected to the city of unjust death. Shadow's eyes widened in genuine astonishment the moment he recognized the key, because this was an artifact so rare that even he had to stop and take it seriously. Shadow stared at the rare drop in disbelief, his gaze lingering on it for a long moment. For the first time, he seriously wondered whether Little Black's strange cracker had actually improved her luck. The name immediately brought back his memories of the city of unjust death, a terrifying forbidden zone where the living were never meant to set foot. In his past life, only one person had ever managed to enter that place. At the same time, Shadow's sister, Qin Xiaoyu, was also pulled into the maze. Her body appeared inside the cold blue glow of the transfer spell as the light slowly faded around her. The moment Qin Xiaoyu landed, she spotted her friend nearby and quickly called out to her. But when the woman only stared forward with empty eyes and gave no response, Qin Xiaoyu's expression tightened with worry, as if she were looking at a lifeless phantom. High above the maze, the system's voice echoed across the entire trial ground, announcing the rules of the fair judgment trial. Among the 100 targets hidden inside the maze, only one was truly guilty, and Shadow had to find that person and execute them. But the rule came with a deadly restriction. If Shadow killed even one innocent target by mistake, the trial would end in immediate failure. Shadow turned to Asatiz and asked how he was supposed to tell which target was guilty. Asatiz gave him only a cryptic answer, telling him to rely on his own eyes and use them to see the truth. A golden light slowly ignited in Shadow's eye as his confidence returned. With that gaze shining brightly, he stated that no guilty person would be able to hide from him. Lu Jianfeng smiled with complete confidence as he listened to the rules. To him, this setup was perfect for his side, because their overwhelming numbers could finally become a real advantage. Without hesitating, he immediately began shouting orders to his men. He ordered the first team to keep Shadow trapped in endless duels. Winning did not matter at all, they only needed to stall him, and the moment one challenger fell, the next would step in right away. Meanwhile, the second team would sneak around the battlefield and steal the enemy flag. His men roared in agreement and charged forward all at once. The system quickly announced the first challenge, declaring that a player named Mountain City Bear King had initiated a duel against Shadow. The huge man rushed forward with a loud battle cry, trying to overwhelm Shadow from the front. But Shadow barely moved, simply flicking out a poison dart that struck straight into the man's face. The player gasped at the terrifying speed, and before he could react, the system had already announced his defeat. The instant the first challenger collapsed, the system announced the next duel without pause. Shadow did not look troubled by the endless line of opponents at all. He simply turned his head and calmly told Chun Wuming to protect their flag. Chun Wuming barely had time to understand the order before one of the enemy's sneaking squad suddenly jumped at him. Pink hearts floated around the man as he lunged forward, trying to grab the guild leader in a tight and extremely creepy hug. The guild leader screamed in pure terror, begging the man to stop touching him. Shadow, however, only stepped to the side and watched the bizarre struggle unfold with no intention of getting involved. At that moment, Shadow's current opponent charged at him, shouting angrily for Shadow to stop looking elsewhere and focus on their duel. Shadow dodged the clumsy attack without even breaking a sweat, then ended the fight instantly with another poison dart. The defeated player rolled away as his armor vanished, leaving him in heart-patterned underwear, while Shadow coldly called the whole attempt pathetic as the system confirmed his victory. The system immediately moved on to the next duel, this time against a player named Sichuan Chongqing Dual Realm Walker. The new challenger stepped forward aggressively, warning Shadow not to interfere with his struggling teammate. At that same moment, several of Lu Jianfeng's men closed in around Chun Wuming, tightening their formation and cutting off his path. Chun Wuming's face was covered in embarrassing lipstick marks from that strange hug, and the humiliation finally pushed him past his limit. Furious, he screamed at them to take him seriously, then activated his holy shield art, causing golden light to flare around his body and making him completely invincible for 8 seconds. Using that brief window of invincibility, Chun Wuming swung his weapon with all his strength, releasing a powerful shockwave that blasted his attackers backward. He then struck a dramatic pose in the golden glow, proudly declaring that he would hold the line and protect Shadow's base no matter who tried to break through. But instead of looking frightened or preparing for another attack, the enemies who had been knocked down simply sat on the ground and burst into laughter. One of them mocked the shining guild leader and told him that he might want to look behind him. Chun Wuming's body stiffened, and a bad feeling instantly crawled up his spine. When Chun Wuming turned around, his face went pale. In the distance, another enemy was already running away with their red flag, laughing as he waved goodbye. Sweat rolled down Chun Wuming's face as he realized he had been completely tricked. The enemy team had successfully grabbed the red flag, and one of Lu Jianfeng's men sprinted back with it, cheering loudly that they had secured the prize. From farther away, his teammates shouted praise at the thief, yelling that all he had to do now was bring the flag back and victory would be theirs. The flag carrier leapt forward with a smug grin, boasting that they would become the first group to defeat Shadow. But the moment his feet touched the ground, he stepped directly onto a hidden trap, triggering a massive green explosion that erupted beneath him. As the poisonous fog slowly spread and cleared, the enemies stared in shock. The flag carrier had been killed instantly, and both his loot and the stolen flag dropped right where he fell. Shadow calmly explained to the stunned Chen Wuming that the blast had come from a poison trap. Then he revealed the truth to Lu Jianfeng. At the very start of the game, he had already used his high-level stealth to secretly place invisible poison traps across the battlefield. Furious, Lu Jianfeng shouted at Shadow, demanding to know why he had not been disqualified for attacking other players while he was locked inside a duel. Shadow summoned a glowing trap into his hand and pointed out the loophole with a smug calmness. The rules only banned active attacks outside a duel, but if the enemies stepped on his traps by themselves, that did not count as him attacking them directly. Right after saying that, Shadow swiftly finished his current opponent with a clean strike to the head. As the system announced another victory, he looked ahead coldly and called for the next challenger. One enemy named Mule refused to believe Shadow could keep defeating everyone in a single hit, so he rushed forward and forced another duel. But before he could even react, Shadow struck him straight in the face and instantly ended the match. After that, the system's announcements came one after another, rapidly declaring a chain of duels that were initiated by different players and then lost almost immediately. Watching his men fall so quickly, a panicked Lu Jianfeng suddenly activated his sprinting skill and bolted across the battlefield. His confused subordinates shouted after him, asking where he was going. As he ran, Lu Jianfeng deliberately stomped hard against the ground, triggering another invisible trap and causing a huge poison explosion to swallow his body. But when the green blast faded, Lu Jianfeng walked out completely unharmed, protected by the damage immunity shields layered around him. His subordinates quickly understood what he was doing. Lu Jianfeng was using himself as a human minesweeper, setting off the traps so everyone else could pass safely. As more traps detonated around him, his men realized the safest choice was simple. They only needed to follow the exact path of his footsteps. When one of them wondered why Lu Jianfeng did not just grab the flag himself, another immediately answered that he clearly did not understand their leader's true intention. Seeing Lu Jianfeng's intense expression as he charged forward, they became convinced that his real goal was not the flag at all. He wanted an honorable duel with Shadow. The thought of two powerful warriors finally facing each other moved them deeply, filling the group with admiration and excitement. Fired up by that belief, they decided they had to remove every distraction for their leader. With renewed determination, the group rushed forward together to snatch the flag. But Chen Wuming stepped directly into their path, glaring at them with firm resolve as he declared that he would protect everything that belonged to Shadow. The enemies sneered at him, admitting that his level and gear were impressive, but doubting that one guild leader could possibly stop their entire group alone. Chen Wuming answered with a confident smirk, asking them who had ever said he planned to fight all of them by himself. While Shadow defeated yet another challenger in the background, Chen Wuming finally put his real plan into motion. Chen Wuming moved first and directly initiated a duel against Lu Jianfeng. The fleeing leader was stopped dead in his tracks, his body suddenly wrapped in blue energy, as the forced duel locked him into a fight with Chen Wuming. Lu Jianfeng turned back with a furious glare, frustration twisting across his face as he realized he had been caught at the worst possible moment. Because Chen Wuming had entered a duel, the stolen flag was instantly teleported to a random spot nearby. Chen Wuming looked at Lu Jianfeng and taunted him, revealing that he had already seen through the plan and deliberately trapped him here to deal with those annoying damage reduction shields. Now that Lu Jianfeng was locked in battle, Shadow finally had room to move freely. A terrifying red aura burst from his body, sweeping across the battlefield and making the remaining enemies freeze in place with fear. Shadow glanced toward Chen Wuming and calmly praised him, acknowledging that he had handled the situation perfectly. Without their leader's protection, the remaining subordinates suddenly lost all confidence. They looked at one another in panic, their faces sinking into despair. Before any of them could react, Shadow vanished into a blinding streak of red energy. His slashes flashed through the group effortlessly, cutting down the remaining enemies one after another and sending them straight back to their respawn points. When the red light finally faded, Shadow stood alone among the scattered loot, having completely wiped out the entire group. But then a shout rang out from behind him, warning that the fight was not over yet. Shadow turned and saw Chen Wuming hanging limply by his collar, bruised all over and completely unconscious. The system announced Chen Wuming's defeat, and Lu Jianfeng immediately dropped him aside before initiating a duel with Shadow himself. With a fierce expression, he declared that Shadow still had to deal with him. At the same time, a powerful slash broke through and shattered the metal bracelet, revealing that to stop the healing and remove the boss's shield, all 4 bracelets had to be destroyed at once, because they were the locks sealing away its true power. Once the gauge filled completely, the player would lose control and go berserk. But for Shadow, that deadly curse was nothing more than a massive boost to his attack power. Under the force of that overwhelming strike, the giant skeleton god exploded into loot drops, utterly destroyed by the blow. A system message appeared right after, confirming that the boss had been killed. After the boss collapsed, two swirling purple portals opened in front of Shadow. He explained that he had only taken the assassin gear and lifespan for himself, leaving everything else behind for the Knights Templar leader. Shadow reassured Chen Wuming that guarding their flag had been a crucial part of winning the team battle. Overjoyed by those words, Chen Wuming thanked him sincerely and asked whether Shadow planned to return with them. Shadow simply replied that he still had business to handle in the Bashu region. Then, without lingering any longer, he stepped into the second portal and disappeared. The Zhufeng Pavilion leader respawned back at his base, where his subordinates immediately surrounded him and anxiously asked what had happened in his duel with Shadow. Lu Jianfeng sank to his knees and cried in silence, while his men tried to comfort him, saying there was no shame in losing to the world's top player and that they could always challenge him again later. But Lu Jianfeng kept crying, cursing their naive optimism through clenched teeth. Completely devastated, he screamed that he had not even managed to take a single drop of Shadow's health. His men fell into stunned silence as Lu Jianfeng confessed the truth. Even after using all his strength, every skill he had, and every tactic he could think of, he had still failed to touch even a single hair on Shadow's head. He described the gap between them with a trembling voice, revealing that Shadow had shattered all 99 layers of his absolute defense and emptied his health bar before he could even blink. Just as everyone sat there in shock, one of his men suddenly spoke up, claiming that he knew the real secret behind Shadow's impossible strength. With complete certainty, the man declared that Shadow had to be cheating. Lu Jianfeng and the others immediately looked up at him, stunned by how boldly he had said it. The man argued that since everyone was operating under the same system, it should be impossible for one player to solo a diamond-grade boss, instantly break through max-level shields, and dodge every single attack without fail. To him, the only explanation was that Shadow was using hacks. Desperate for any excuse that could protect their pride, the others quickly grabbed onto that reasoning and agreed that it sounded completely logical. Their sadness rapidly turned into anger. They convinced themselves that losing to a cheater did not count at all, and one member immediately demanded to know how they could report Shadow and get him banned. Just as they were angrily cursing the supposed hacker, a sharp knock suddenly sounded at the door, cutting through the room. Already frustrated, one of the men shouted toward the door, furious that someone would dare bother them at a moment like this. They yanked the door open while throwing out threats, but the instant they saw who was outside, every word froze in their throats. Standing silently in the doorway was Shadow's tall, dark figure. Panic swept through the room as the men instinctively backed away. They could not understand how Shadow had found their base, and fear quickly turned into the thought that he had come to slaughter them all. Believing Shadow wanted to take over their hideout, one angry subordinate charged forward, calling him a cheating dog and swearing that their guild would never surrender. Shadow did not even flinch. He simply raised his hand and stopped the charge by tossing a massive glowing orb toward them. Then the meaning behind his action sank in, and the men realized Shadow had just admitted that he had defeated a diamond-grade boss entirely by himself. Overwhelmed by both his strength and his honesty, Lu Jianfeng and his men dropped to their knees. They immediately apologized for misjudging him and swore absolute loyalty to him on the spot. Shadow stared down at the kneeling group in confusion, clearly not expecting their attitude to change so dramatically. Blushing with strange enthusiasm, Lu Jianfeng promised that they would do anything for Shadow, even making an uncomfortably suggestive offer to prove their devotion. Shadow was instantly disgusted and rejected it without hesitation, then told them he only needed help finding the coordinates of every emerald grade or higher boss in the region. Lu Jianfeng hesitated, his expression turning troubled. Shadow noticed the change and asked whether the task was too difficult for them. Sweating nervously, Lu Jianfeng explained that the major local guilds had already wiped out all the surface-level emerald bosses. He added that the only real option left was to enter the Phantom Dungeon. But he quickly warned Shadow that the place was extremely dangerous, especially because rumors said it was haunted by real ghosts. Hearing that, Shadow's interest sharpened, and he asked Lu Jianfeng to explain more. Lu Jianfeng said that the players who managed to escape from the dungeon often came out completely stripped of both gear and clothes. Worse still, those victims could only babble nonsense afterward, and it usually took days before their minds returned to normal. Shadow immediately recognized that strange behavior from his past life. In an instant, he understood the true identity of the so-called ghost haunting the dungeon. Without the slightest hesitation, Shadow ordered Lu Jianfeng's group to lead him there. His eagerness shocked the men, who nervously wondered whether he had some strange thrill-seeking habit, but Shadow firmly told them to move. At the eerie entrance of the Phantom Dungeon, another group of players was already marching inside. Those players laughed at the local rumors as they walked, claiming the traumatized survivors were simply paranoid and that ghosts could not possibly be real. The confident trio belonged to the Shu Dao Mountain Guild, led by a bald man wearing sunglasses, with two women following beside him. They strode forward arrogantly and boasted that they would uncover the dungeon's secrets once and for all. The Shu Dao Mountain Guild pushed deeper through the pitch-black corridor, their footsteps echoing against the cold stone walls. At the front, the bald guild leader walked with total confidence, laughing off the rumors as nonsense and insisting ghosts did not exist. Behind him, the Cheongsam girl and the player in the panda onesie quickly backed him up, proudly claiming that with consciences as clean as theirs, no monster or ghost could possibly touch them. Then, without the slightest warning, the ceiling above them exploded apart. Broken stone rained down through the darkness as a gigantic purple demon with curved horns came crashing straight into their path. The monster standing before them was none other than the Jilin Jiangjin Dragon King, a terrifying level 18 platinum boss radiating pressure from its massive body. But instead of retreating, the bald guild leader's eyes lit up. He threw his head back and laughed with excitement, already imagining the rare treasure and valuable loot that would drop from such a powerful boss. He tightened his grip on his weapon, raised it toward the monster, and barked the order for his team to attack. In an instant, countless glowing blue swords formed around him, spreading out like a storm of blades ready to tear into the boss. The enormous demon lowered its head and stared back at them, its red eyes burning in the dark like twin flames. Its body tensed, claws flexing as it prepared to answer their attack with a crushing strike of its own. The guild leader suddenly noticed a gap in the monster's guard. Seizing that brief opening, he kicked off the ground and charged forward, aiming to finish the fight with one clean, decisive blow. With his summoned blades circling around him, he launched himself into the air and swung toward the beast's massive arm, putting all his confidence into that single strike. But at the worst possible moment, while he was still suspended in midair, the sword in his hand simply disappeared as if it had never existed. His confidence shattered instantly. Eyes wide with panic, he shouted in confusion, unable to understand how his weapon had vanished from his grip. Now completely defenseless in front of the boss, he had no way to block the incoming blow. The Dragon King swatted him aside like an insect, sending him flying backward while his guildmates screamed in horror. He slammed hard onto the stone floor right in front of the two girls, skidding to a painful stop. And when they looked down at him, every piece of his gear was gone, leaving their proud guild leader lying there in nothing but his underwear. The panda girl froze on the spot, her face turning red as she stared in stunned silence. Beside her, the Cheongsam girl flushed bright crimson and shouted that the guild leader's equipment had completely vanished into thin air. Before either of them could even recover from the shock, the same nightmare happened to them. Their own outfits disappeared one after another, throwing both girls into complete panic. Left exposed on the cold dungeon floor, the bald guild leader finally lost every bit of his earlier courage. He screamed at the top of his lungs that the rumors had been true all along, and this dungeon really was haunted. The two girls, already furious and humiliated, turned on their guild leader immediately. Even with danger still nearby, they shouted at him in outrage, completely scandalized by his embarrassing physical reaction to the situation. With their weapons gone, their armor gone, and no way left to fight, the naked trio had only one choice: run. The girls shrieked about being seen like this, while the guild leader yelled for them to keep moving, swearing he would not look back at them. Unfortunately for him, neither girl believed a single word. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the dungeon, Shadow and Lu Jianfeng stepped through the portal and arrived inside the eerie underground space. A system warning immediately flashed before them, announcing that they had entered a frenzy zone where their lifespans would drain 100 times faster than normal. Lu Jianfeng, already terrified of anything ghost-related, paled on the spot and begged Shadow to be extremely careful. Shadow remained calm and told him not to panic, making it clear that the thing causing trouble here was not a ghost. That only made Lu Jianfeng more confused, and he quickly asked what else could possibly explain all the strange and impossible things happening in this place. Before Shadow could give an answer, terrified screams suddenly echoed through the dark passage ahead. A moment later, the three naked members of the Shu Dao Mountain Guild came sprinting toward them, with the massive demon boss thundering right behind them. The bald guild leader spotted Shadow and Lu Jianfeng and immediately shouted for help, desperation written all over his face. His two female guildmates panicked even harder, mortified that two men had appeared while they were in such an embarrassing state. Shadow casually lifted a thumb and joked that these players were surprisingly open-minded, running around the dungeon with no clothes on. Lu Jianfeng broke into an awkward sweat and hurriedly explained that these people were not some strange performers. They were his rivals from the Shu Dao Mountain Guild. Just then, Shadow received a system alert warning him of an attempted theft. His passive skill activated in time and blocked the effect, protecting his gear from being stolen, but the defense immediately entered a 30-second cooldown. Right beside him, Lu Jianfeng suddenly screamed in terror. His cape and shirt vanished in an instant, leaving him half-stripped and fully convinced that an invisible ghost was standing right there with them. Shadow narrowed his eyes, gathered his energy, and released the power of his Dark Knight ring blade. A huge wave of red energy burst forward, cutting through the darkness as it rushed straight toward the towering monster. The red slash tore clean through the Jilin Jiangjin Dragon King without slowing down. In a single devastating hit, the platinum boss was destroyed, leaving only valuable loot scattered behind. The naked bald guild leader stared at the scene with his mouth hanging open. He could hardly believe that someone had just erased a platinum boss in one strike. He immediately wondered whether their mysterious savior could be the legendary Shadow. The panda girl, still stunned, agreed that it had to be him, especially since they could not even tell where the fighter had disappeared to after attacking. But Shadow's attack had done more than kill the boss. The same strike had also injured an invisible epic-grade NPC named William Scott, the Thief Saint. Hidden nearby, William studied Shadow closely, noticing his terrifying stealth and incredible speed, and quickly realized this man must be carrying a huge collection of rare treasures. Concealed within the shadows, William Scott cursed under his breath. He was shocked that a newcomer had not only wounded him, but also blocked his theft attempt. Still, greed quickly took over as his gaze locked on his Shadow's high-grade equipment, especially the valuable dagger that practically begged to be stolen. Lu Jianfeng quickly warned the naked players to leave while they still could, explaining that the thief hiding here was an epic-grade NPC with master-level stealth and would steal every last thing they had. As the bald man began to panic, Lu Jianfeng turned to Shadow and asked whether he could really handle an enemy like that. Shadow stayed completely composed and explained that this NPC's stats were much lower than a normal epic boss, so he intended to fight. Lu Jianfeng then complained in disgust about having to leave together with some local thug. The bald leader immediately snapped back, calling him a fat fake, and within seconds, the old rivalry between the two men flared up again. The two nearly naked men stepped right into each other's faces, hurling insults without any shame. The bald leader challenged Lu Jianfeng to a bet, declaring that the loser would have to kneel publicly and apologize to the entire nation. Lu Jianfeng accepted without hesitation and told him to name the terms. The bald leader struck a dramatic pose as if he were announcing something heroic. Then he declared that the winner would be whoever helped Shadow the most in defeating the Thief Saint. Lu Jianfeng immediately burst out laughing. He mocked the bald leader for thinking he could assist a top-tier player like Shadow when he did not even have pants on, calling him an absolute fool. The bald leader ignored the mockery completely. Instead, he presented a glowing skill book to Shadow, saying it was a gift from his guild, and opened a trade window right in front of him. Shadow accepted the trade and received the skill book called Final Mark. The moment he understood what it did, he realized it was exactly the tool he needed, so he immediately spent more than 200 evolution points to raise the skill all the way to Mythic tier. After the upgrade, the Mythic Assassin skill became incredibly powerful. His next attack would mark the target, reveal their exact location for 30 full seconds, and increase all damage dealt to that marked enemy by 20%. When Shadow praised the usefulness of the skill, the bald leader instantly celebrated. He excitedly explained that once the thief was hit even a single time, his stealth would become completely useless because his position would be locked down. Lu Jianfeng quickly cut in and pointed out the obvious problem. By shouting their entire plan out loud, the bald leader had just warned the enemy, which meant the thief would now know exactly what to avoid. The bald leader's triumphant expression stiffened. Sweat rolled down his face as he finally realized how badly he had messed up. High above them in the darkness, William Scott had heard every word. After weighing the risk, he decided it was better to retreat, realizing that trying to rob Shadow now had become far too dangerous. And besides, the naked players below had nothing worthwhile left to steal. Down on the ground, the bald leader panicked over the lost chance, while Lu Jianfeng wore a smug expression and blamed him for ruining everything. Then Lu Jianfeng suddenly raised his voice and shouted into the darkness above, calling the hidden thief nothing more than a cheap purse snatcher. The insult immediately startled William Scott, who had not expected to be taunted so boldly. Lu Jianfeng then proudly revealed a glowing pink object attached to his backside, bragging that he still possessed an unbelievably valuable treasure. He taunted the thief directly, daring him to resist stealing an epic-grade accessory known as the Heart of Basu. The bald guild leader's eyes nearly popped out when he saw it. He cursed in utter disbelief, unable to accept that Lu Jianfeng actually owned such a legendary item. The girl in the panda onesie quickly explained just how powerful the accessory was. It could reduce back attack damage by an astonishing 90%, making it the ultimate symbol of glory for their entire region. High in the shadows, William Scott looked down at the glowing gem and instantly became entranced. The light reflected in his eyes as if the treasure had completely captured his soul. To William Scott, possessing that artifact was proof of who truly deserved to be called the king of Bashu. It shone in his eyes like a blazing sun, so beautiful and priceless that no true collector could ever ignore it, even if he had to steal it directly from another man's body. The legendary thief Saint finally lost the battle against temptation. Without making even the faintest sound, he slipped down from the ceiling like a shadow, his gaze glued completely to the glowing treasure in front of him. Of course, he understood the situation perfectly. Everything about this setup screamed trap, and he knew they were all waiting for the exact moment he reached out and made his move. But even knowing that, the thief's greed still won. In his mind, a treasure like this was valuable enough to gamble his life on. In one lightning-fast motion, his hand shot forward, and he ripped the shining treasure straight off Lu Jianfeng's back before anyone could blink. The instant Lu Jianfeng felt that sudden pull behind him, his eyes flashed a furious red. Without wasting a second, he gave Shadow the signal to attack. Shadow reacted immediately. He surged into motion and shouted that this was the moment they had been waiting for, unleashing the full force of his Dark Knight ring blade. A huge crimson slash tore through the air and slammed directly into Lu Jianfeng's back with terrifying force. Lu Jianfeng collapsed face first onto the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks as he cried out in agony, wailing that his precious heart of Bashu had been stolen. The bald guild leader stared toward the attack in shock, wondering if Shadow's sudden strike had actually managed to catch the thief Saint. Panda Girl shouted back that she could not see clearly either, but she desperately hoped their whole plan had not just fallen apart. At the same time, the thief Saint was already sprinting away through the dungeon at full speed, completely unaware that a massive red crosshair had locked itself right onto his head. As he ran, he burst into wild laughter, clutching the glowing pink heart of Bashu tightly in his hands and celebrating the fact that he had really pulled off the ultimate theft. He quickly realized that taking Shadow's attack head-on had drained a large chunk of his health and slapped him with an irritating tracking mark. Even so, he stayed confident, because the dungeon was full of complicated paths and twisting routes that would make him almost impossible to chase. Then a system window appeared, showing that only 23 seconds remained on the tracking mark. The thief Saint pushed his speed even harder, forcing himself to move at the absolute limit. As long as he could stay out of sight for just 20 more seconds, he was sure Shadow would lose him for good. But right as the system timer dropped to exactly 20 seconds, the thief suddenly stopped cold. His instincts screamed at him as he sensed someone closing in on him at frightening speed. Without warning, a Shadow clone burst into the hallway directly in front of him. The thief's face twisted with panic, completely stunned that his pursuer had somehow caught up this quickly. The clone fixed him with a pair of glowing white eyes, then rushed straight toward him without the slightest hesitation. But after that first shock passed, the thief quickly noticed something was off. This was not the real Shadow at all. It was only one of his Shadow clones. The clone launched a fierce barrage of purple slashes, sending the attacks ripping through the corridor. The thief reacted instantly, springing high toward the ceiling and slipping past every strike with ease. With the system timer already down to 16 seconds, the thief let out a mocking scoff. He called the clone naive, sneering that such a simple attack could never possibly land on someone like him. But the moment his feet touched back down, his eyes caught another figure waiting near the next bend in the hallway. A second clone was already positioned around the corner. He cursed under his breath in surprise and threw himself aside just in time, narrowly avoiding the clone as it dashed past him. The thief kept darting through the twisting stone corridors, his body weaving from passage to passage. Even while running, he laughed loudly and shouted that these clones were nothing but useless obstacles. When the system timer dropped to 10 seconds, his confidence returned in full. A smile spread across his face as he convinced himself that surviving the final 10 seconds would be ridiculously easy. Even when another clone suddenly appeared right behind him, the thief only scoffed again. He shouted that all of this effort was pointless, as if Shadow was simply wasting his time. At last, the system timer began counting down the final moments. 3, 2, 1, and then a notification appeared, confirming that the tracking mark had completely vanished. The thief lifted his hard-earned prize into the air and laughed in triumph, certain that he was finally safe. With a treasure this valuable, he knew he could sell it for an unbelievable amount of lifespan, bringing him one step closer to finally breaking his seal. Then, all at once, his laughter died in his throat. Just ahead of him, a silent figure was standing in the corridor. It was Shadow, waiting there quietly as if he had known exactly where the thief would appear. At first, the thief tried to convince himself it was just another clone. But after looking again, his heart sank, because this time it was unmistakably the real Shadow. For a brief moment, panic flashed across the thief's face. He could not understand how Shadow had managed to get ahead of him before he even arrived. But then he noticed the floating loot orbs nearby and quickly forced himself to calm down. Maybe Shadow had only been farming monsters in this area by coincidence. Since the tracking mark was already gone and his master-level stealth was active, there should have been no possible way for Shadow to see him. But in the next instant, Shadow slowly turned his head and looked straight into his eyes, with his combo energy fully charged and ready. The thief saint froze in total disbelief. That single stare told him everything. Shadow could see him clearly, as if his stealth meant nothing at all. Terror flooded through him under Shadow's cold gaze. He stumbled backward in blind panic, his only thought now being that he had to escape this place immediately. But before he could run, he stopped dead again. A towering wall of purple flames erupted throughout the corridor, and several Shadow clones stepped out from the darkness, sealing off every possible exit. Caught inside the ring of fire, the thief finally understood the horrifying truth. Shadow had not simply chased him down. From the very beginning, Shadow had been steering him toward this exact location. The real Shadow stood over him like a nightmare made flesh and unleashed his ultimate skill, Endless Nightmare. A massive wave of dark purple magic crashed down over the trapped thief. A system gauge appeared above the thief's head, marking the nightmare status. In the blink of an eye, the bar filled all the way to the maximum. The thief was dragged into a horrifying illusion. He screamed in pain as grinning demonic shadows swarmed around him, tearing into his mind from every direction. His mask had been knocked away, and his eyes spun wildly from the unbearable mental torture. Completely broken, he begged for mercy, promising that he would surrender and become Shadow's loyal servant if only he was allowed to live. Standing calmly amid the purple flames, Shadow merely observed that he had finally seen the famous thief saint's real face beneath the mask. Under the crushing force of Shadow's ultimate attack, the thief's will shattered completely. He screamed again and again, begging to surrender and pleading for his life. Then a system notification appeared, asking Shadow whether he wanted to accept this epic-grade NPC as a subordinate of his guild, and Shadow chose to agree. With the submission confirmed as a huge success, William Scott officially became a loyal member of the Shadow Guild. In an instant, his equipment changed into a sleek black ninja outfit marked proudly with the Shadow Guild crest. Suddenly, the bald guild leader came sprinting down the hallway completely naked, shouting in panic and demanding to know what on earth was happening. Shadow answered as casually as if it were nothing, explaining that he had just turned the thief into his new subordinate. The bald leader immediately lost his mind, shouting in complete disbelief. Before long, the rest of the players caught up as well and crowded around the disgraced thief, who was curled up miserably on the floor. They hurled insults at him, calling the legendary thief saint nothing more than a pathetic pickpocket, and demanded that he return all their stolen gear. When one of them asked if they could simply beat him half to death, Shadow stepped in and told everyone to calm down. Shadow explained that since the thief was now a friendly NPC, they could use their lifespan to purchase rare goods and skills from him. The moment Lu Jianfeng heard that, his interest was completely captured. He immediately barked at the sobbing thief, ordering him to stop crying and show them what goods he had for sale. William Scott reluctantly pulled open his cloak, revealing a set of incredible items hidden inside. The first was the Thief Saint Talisman, which allowed someone to steal a random item from another player at the cost of 20 years of lifespan. But the true treasure was the Thieving Sacred Hand skill book. Its price was a terrifying 500 years of lifespan, but in exchange, it could permanently steal core stats from monsters. The crowd exploded when they took a closer look at the display. Lu Jianfeng screamed the loudest, because his underwear and his precious heart of Baishu were both pinned inside the cloak like shop items. The naked players were furious, angrily demanding their clothes back and threatening to kill the miserable thief on the spot. After everyone finally settled down, the bald leader and Lu Jianfeng began to understand just how valuable the items really were. The bald leader pointed out that even if the talisman seemed situational right now, it could become a fortune-making tool in the late game. And as for the thieving skill, a permanent stat boost was so powerful that even a 500-year lifespan cost felt worth paying. As the clues came together in his mind, Lu Jianfeng finally realized what had happened. The thief must have been stealing the intelligence stats from the dungeon's previous victims, leaving them temporarily mindless and unable to think properly. Hungry for another boost in strength, the players still chose to purchase the skill book in the end. The moment the deal went through, the system immediately recorded the Blue Chongsam martial artist girl and Lu Jianfeng, each paying 500 years of lifespan to learn the new skill. Right after that, a huge jackpot alert suddenly landed in front of Shadow. His newly recruited subordinate had just earned a full 1,000 years of lifespan from the transaction, and because the guild tax rate was set at 50%, 500 years were instantly funneled straight into Shadow's guild pool. Shadow's eye sharpened as he realized the loophole. If he sent this thief out to target other players, the lifespan gains would keep flowing back to him. And even better, since half of his own payment returned as a rebate. Learning the skill himself would only truly cost him 250 years. Shadow didn't waste even a second. He immediately poured 88 evolution points into the skill book and upgraded it all the way to mythic tier. The improved thieving sacred hand became far more terrifying than before. Now it could steal 5 attribute points from each target, stacking up to a maximum of 3,000, while also granting a massive 20% passive increase to all stats. And the scariest part was that the skill was no longer limited to specific enemies. It could be used on anyone. A faint smile spread across Shadow's face. A percentage-based stat increase might not look insane at first glance, but the stronger he became, the more ridiculous that 20% bonus would grow. In other words, this skill would only become more broken with every level he gained. William Scott stood there completely frozen, his eyes wide as he stared at Shadow's hand. Mythical energy was glowing from it in brilliant waves, and the sight hit him so hard that he could barely believe what he was seeing. His voice trembled with disbelief as he asked how Shadow could possibly have mastered the ultimate mythic skill of the Starry Sky Thief clan. To William, this was not just some ordinary technique. It was supposed to be the highest inheritance of his clan. But before Shadow could even give him an answer, William suddenly dropped down and smashed his forehead against the stone floor again and again. With each heavy thud, he swore that he would follow Shadow for the rest of his life, begging with complete desperation for Shadow to pass that skill down to him one day. Shadow looked down at him with a calm expression and simply told him to get up. Then, in a steady voice, he promised that as long as William behaved himself, he would eventually teach him the skill. Just as the tension seemed to settle, the roof above them suddenly began collapsing with terrifying force. The stone ceiling cracked apart, chunks of rubble burst downward, and enormous glowing chains, tangled together with purple tentacles, came crashing into the room. From within the falling dust and shattered stone, a thunderous voice rolled through the chamber. It roared at them with pure hatred, calling every one of them despicable humans. Then, through the smoke, a gigantic and horrifying eyeball monster slowly appeared. Its enormous body was wrapped in glowing chains and twisting tentacles, making it look even more monstrous as it let out a furious roar. The beast demanded that they release William Scott at once. William's face instantly changed. He rushed to stop his friend, shouting in panic that she had misunderstood everything. But no matter how desperately he cried out, the monster refused to listen. The giant eye began gathering terrifying energy, and in the next instant, it unleashed a devastating petrification ray straight at the group. Lu Jianfeng and the bald leader had no time to dodge at all. In the blink of an eye, both of them were turned into solid stone statues. Shadow, however, did not panic in the slightest. He calmly raised his magic resistance shield, and the deadly beam slammed into it only to be blocked with ease. The eyeball monster froze in confusion. Its ultimate attack had just been stopped head-on, and it could not understand how something as simple as a shield had managed to withstand its power. But right after firing that attack, the giant eyeball monster's body suddenly began to distort violently. Yellow electrical energy crackled across its surface, making its massive form flicker and glitch as if it were being torn apart from the inside. The glowing chains wrapped around its body tightened at once, squeezing down with brutal force. The monster let out a piercing scream, its pain echoing through the broken chamber. William completely panicked and rushed toward the struggling beast. His voice cracked as he begged her not to use her power anymore, crying out that she couldn't die here. Shadow watched the scene with sharp interest. This dungeon had somehow produced not just one, but 2 epic-grade NPCs, and that was far from normal. He turned his gaze toward the sobbing thief and demanded an explanation. Through his tears, William finally revealed the truth. The giant eyeball monster's name was Aristotle, and to him, she was not some enemy or random dungeon creature. She was his closest friend. Many years ago, back when William was still nothing more than a low-level thief, he met Aristotle by chance. From that moment on, the two of them grew close quickly and soon became best friends. Aristotle possessed vast knowledge of the cosmos and had the ability to locate almost any rare treasure. William, on the other hand, relied on his god-tier stealing abilities to snatch those treasures away once she found them. With Aristotle guiding him and William stealing what they discovered, the two of them gathered a mountain of legendary loot over time. That incredible treasure haul was exactly how William eventually earned the famous title of Thief Saint. But their good fortune did not last forever. One day, Aristotle sensed the presence of a legendary supreme treasure hidden deep inside the Phantom Dungeon, and that discovery changed everything. Filled with excitement, the two of them entered the ancient ruins and pushed deeper into the dungeon. Eventually, they arrived before a massive chest glowing with mysterious light. William, feeling generous toward his closest friend, smiled, and told Aristotle that she should be the one to open it. After all they had been through together, he wanted her to have that honor. But the instant the chest lid began to rise, what waited inside was not gold, treasure, or any kind of reward. Instead, blinding golden pillars of light erupted from the opening, followed by a storm of enormous chains bursting out with terrifying speed. Before either of them could react, those chains shot straight through Aristotle's body. They pierced her violently and yanked her into the air, trapping her helplessly above the ground. Only then did they realize the horrible truth. That so-called legendary chest had never been a treasure chest at all. It was actually a terrifying primordial tear trap. Aristotle was sealed inside the phantom dungeon in an instant, bound by inescapable chains of light that would not allow her to leave no matter how hard she struggled. William then revealed the unbearable price of breaking that primordial seal. It required an astonishing 1 billion years of lifespan. To save Aristotle, he had stayed inside the dungeon all this time, robbing players and collecting lifespan little by little, right up until Shadow's group arrived. Tears streamed down his face as he explained that Aristotle had forced herself to use her power to save him, and that act had triggered the seal's deadly punishment, pushing her to the edge of death. He looked toward his dying friend with despair in his eyes. Now that he was bound to Shadow, he knew he would never be able to collect that billion years of lifespan. The day he had feared most had finally come. It was time to say goodbye to Aristotle forever. William completely fell apart. He cried so hard his whole body shook, apologizing over and over to his oldest friend. His voice broke as he screamed that he was sorry, that he had failed her after everything they had been through. He kept sobbing until his eyes were full of tears, calling out to Big Eye again and again. Every word was filled with guilt as he apologized, crying that he had not been able to save her. Then William suddenly noticed Shadow stepping forward. In Shadow's hand, a glowing primordial sword appeared, its light cutting through the dim chamber. William looked up in confusion and asked his master what he was planning to do. The moment he saw Shadow approach Aristotle, William threw himself in front of the giant eyeball without hesitation. He panicked, asking whether Shadow was trying to kill his friend, then desperately tried to convince him that Big Eye would not drop any good loot anyway. William begged for mercy with everything he had, but Shadow's expression remained cold and unreadable. Without responding to his pleas, Shadow raised his sword and swung it down. But the blade did not strike Aristotle. Instead, Shadow's attack landed directly on the chains binding the giant eyeball. With one powerful slash, the chains shattered apart, leaving William staring in stunned disbelief. The broken chains scattered and vanished into the air, their glowing fragments disappearing one after another. With that single strike, the seal that had trapped Aristotle for so long was finally broken. William stood there completely stunned, unable to process what had just happened. He could not understand how Shadow had pulled off something that should have been impossible. Shadow calmly explained that he had simply wanted to test whether a primordial-grade weapon could destroy the chains. Since the strike had worked, the seal was now gone, and Aristotle should recover without any further danger. Aristotle slowly blinked, her massive eye weakly focusing again as she called out William's name. Overwhelmed with joy, William rushed to reassure her, telling his friend again and again that everything was okay now. After regaining herself, Aristotle turned her attention to Shadow and asked William how he had ended up becoming the servant of a blue star human. William immediately defended him, explaining that Shadow was no ordinary human at all. He was the person who had just saved her life. William seized the chance and immediately began hyping Shadow up. He told Big Eye that she should join them too, because following someone like Shadow meant endless chances to find rare treasures. Aristotle cut him off and told him to be quiet for a moment, saying she wanted to examine this human for herself. As Aristotle studied Shadow more closely, she was completely shaken by what she discovered. The gear on him was practically the best possible equipment, and nearly all of his skills had reached mythic grade. But then she noticed something even more unbelievable, something far beyond his equipment or skill levels. This man was carrying the authority of ancient gods. At that exact moment, the system sent Shadow a new notification. The epic-grade NPC Aristotle wished to join him voluntarily. Shadow accepted without the slightest hesitation and clicked yes. The system immediately confirmed that Aristotle had become a dedicated guild NPC. Her basic function alone was already incredible, allowing guild members to claim a double EXP buff once per day, while also providing access to an advanced barrier. The system went even further and unlocked her advanced function, giving them access to a dangerous new option. They could now burn away their own lifespan in exchange for searching out rare, hard-to-find information. With the brand new guild crest now marked on her, she lowered her head respectfully toward her master, her posture steady and obedient, as if she was ready to carry out any order he gave. Shadow accepted it without hesitation, openly praising both of them as truly top-tier talents. Then, without wasting a second, he turned to Aristotle and ordered her to apply the double EXP buff to him. Right after that, he instructed the two of them to teleport back to the guild base and start farming lifespan. But just before they left, Shadow remembered the mess still lying around them. He told Aristotle to remove the petrification from the local players, then turned to William and ordered him to give back every single item he had stolen. A brilliant golden light suddenly flashed across the area, washing over Lu Jianfeng and the bald leader. In the next instant, the stone-like stiffness covering their bodies vanished completely, and both of them were finally freed. The moment they recovered, the two of them sprang up in panic, trembling from head to toe as their eyes darted around, desperately searching for that terrifying giant eyeball monster. Shadow answered them like it was nothing special, casually saying he had already tamed both creatures and sent them away. The two rivals froze on the spot, their faces twisting with disbelief as they shouted that he had actually captured two epic-grade NPCs at the same time. Shadow simply pointed down at the ground and told them their equipment was lying right there. The naked players immediately rushed over in excitement, thanking him again and again, while Lu Jianfeng was so moved that he burst into ridiculous tears of joy over finally getting his limited edition underwear back. With a huge grin on his face, Lu Jianfeng carefully brought out his treasured heart of Ba Shu accessory and offered it up to the man who had saved him, looking almost proud to present it. But when Shadow saw the strange spiked pink ball sitting there in front of him, his expression instantly stiffened. He stared at it for a moment, then looked back with obvious disgust written all over his face. Lu Jianfeng hurried to explain that he and the bald leader had already reached an agreement. The heart of Ba Shu should belong to Shadow, because in their eyes, only a powerhouse on his level was truly worthy of holding it. Then the two of them practically begged him to put it on, their voices full of dramatic excitement, urging him to accept the accessory and become the one true king of Ba Shu. Shadow did not move an inch. Instead, a massive shockwave suddenly erupted from him, blasting outward with overwhelming force as he coldly told them to get lost, sending the entire naked group flying through the air. And in that absurdly dramatic way, the legendary heart of Ba Shu disappeared from the world, never to be seen again. Some people later claimed Ba Shu no longer had a king, while others said that from that day forward, every player in the region became their own king. Meanwhile, more than 200 kilometers south of the ruined magic capital, another intense battle was already raging, with violent energy tearing through the battlefield. The target was a swift creature glowing with blue light, its body twisting through the air as it swirled aside and narrowly dodged an incoming attack. But the one chasing it was Ghost Spirit, now in her terrifying red-skinned form. In a blink, she vanished from the monster's front and reappeared directly behind her target. Moving with the speed of lightning, Ghost Spirit brought her blade down in a vicious slash. The strike landed cleanly, carving into the monster and dealing more than 18,000 damage in one brutal hit. The beast immediately swung back in retaliation, trying to catch her with its counterattack, but Ghost Spirit slipped away with ease, dodging the blow like she had already predicted it. Without giving the monster another opening, she quickly activated her shadow stealth skill. Her figure blurred, faded, and then melted back into the surrounding darkness. The monster was left standing there in confusion, turning its head as if it had completely lost track of where its enemy had gone. Ghost Spirit calmly judged the situation from the shadows. She had already been fighting this beast for more than 20 minutes, and after all that effort, its health had finally dropped to its last third. She knew that once she killed this monster, she would finally have the strength and confidence to solo farm emerald-grade bosses. Even though the gap between her and her master was still enormous, this victory would at least give her a real glimpse of hope. High above the battlefield, on a raised ledge overlooking the fight, a group of male players watched her every move with hearts practically glowing in their eyes. One of them stared at her movements and admitted that her skill was insanely good. She kept herself just outside the boss's attack range while still landing steady damage, never letting the rhythm of the fight slip from her control. Another player, practically drooling as he watched, began plotting out loud. He said that if they all rushed her together, she would not stand a chance, especially now that the boss's health had already been pushed down to 1/3. One of the men had even lowered himself into the humiliating role of a human chair for their blonde leader. While supporting her like a throne, he eagerly told his queen that they were ready to jump in at any moment and steal the boss. The blonde leader calmly told him there was no need to rush. Her eyes stayed fixed on Ghost Spirit as she advised them to wait, admitting that their target was clearly a top-tier hunter whose attacks were clean, sharp, and decisive. She warned the others that the girl was constantly on guard. The slightest disturbance would be enough to make her disappear again, vanishing before they could even lock onto her. Then, right as Ghost Spirit's outline appeared above the monster and she prepared to strike, the blonde leader's lips curled into a confident smirk. She declared that the only moment they could catch her was the exact second she launched her attack. As those words left her mouth, a glowing red magic circle suddenly lit up beneath them. The instant the red magic circle flashed to life, Ghost Spirit sensed something was wrong. Her instincts sharpened immediately as the presence of a sudden trap closed in around the battlefield. A surge of red energy shot upward from the ground, rising into the sky as the spell fully activated and painted the area in an ominous crimson glow. Ghost Spirit was startled for a brief moment, realizing it was a magic circle. Her eyes narrowed as she wondered who had suddenly appeared and why they had chosen this exact moment to act. Since she had no idea what their goal was or what kind of effect the spell might have, Ghost Spirit made the safest choice. Rather than gamble blindly, she decided that retreating was her best option. Watching Ghost Spirit pull away so quickly, the blonde leader smirked with satisfaction. She mocked how fast the girl had run, calling her a typical rat from the Shadow Guild. Then she turned toward her brainwashed followers, her expression filled with smug command, and ordered them to charge in immediately and take control of the boss. The squad rushed forward with wild enthusiasm, shouting at the top of their lungs for their guild to advance, all in the name of their beloved master. The brainwashed warriors threw themselves at the lightning-infused platinum boss, weapons raised and voices roaring. But Ghost Spirit, already hidden again in stealth, only scoffed coldly at their pathetic attempt to steal her kill. She understood the system rules clearly. Since she had already taken down 2/3 of the boss's health by herself, only she would have the right to pick up the loot during the system's protected time limit. So Ghost Spirit planned to remain hidden, watching from the shadows and waiting for the perfect moment to move in and seize the rewards the second the boss finally fell. From a rooftop above, the blonde leader giggled as if she could see right through her. She mocked Ghost Spirit for hiding, accusing her of waiting in stealth so she could steal the loot at the last moment. With one final strike, the Cloud Mountain Fog Guild brought down the Platinum-grade Lightning Saber King. But then the system announcement rang out, stating that their battle contribution was only 27.5%, so the loot was locked and could not be picked up for the next 43.5 minutes. The waiting time did not bother them at all. The guild members immediately surrounded the glowing loot in a tight formation, shouting at one another to guard it with everything they had until the timer finally ran out. Ghost Spirit moved in an instant. Like a streak of shadow, she dove straight through the crowd, slipping between the stunned followers and weaving past them before they could react. But just as her hand was about to reach the loot, the blonde leader's smile turned wicked. In a low, satisfied whisper, she said that the target had finally taken the bait. The blonde leader slammed her staff hard against the ground, and another magic circle immediately burst open beneath the battlefield. Ghost Spirit was caught completely off guard. Before she could escape, a massive magic array flared beneath her feet, its light spreading outward and locking her in place. It was the Desire Cage magic array. Ghost Spirit was now completely trapped, unable to move and unable to use any skills. But at the same time, she could not be harmed until the caster personally released her. Around her, the blonde leader's followers erupted into cheers, shouting that their master had caught her. Standing proudly on top of her brainwashed servant like he was a living throne, the blonde leader looked down with triumph and boasted that no matter how good Ghost Spirit's stealth was, she could never escape detection within her range. Her hidden class was finally revealed, Array Master, the ultimate all-around class. Her wind-seeking array spread through the air in an instant, riding every nearby current like invisible threads. Within a 50-meter radius, no target could hide from it once the wind brushed past them. Right after locking onto her prey, she immediately unleashed another spell. This one was the Lifespan Extraction Array, a vicious formation meant to drain away the life force of anyone unlucky enough to be trapped inside its range. System warnings began flashing one after another, showing that Ghost Spirit's lifespan was being shaved away day by day. Her face tightened with panic as she realized her life was really being drained, and she cursed herself for walking straight into such a perfectly prepared trap. Forcing herself to think through the fear, Ghost Spirit quickly reached out to Shadow. She told him she had been ambushed and needed him to come rescue her immediately. Shadow answered without the slightest delay, calmly telling her to send over her location. At the same time, the guild leader watched everything with a faint, confident smile. In truth, her ability could only steal 5 years of lifespan at most. The whole terrifying life-draining display was nothing more than a trick designed to shake her victim's mind and make her panic. From the very beginning, the entire ambush had been staged for one purpose. Her real target was never Ghost Spirit at all, but Shadow. She wanted to draw him out and avenge her older brother, Song Fei. This woman was Song Xiaoyu, Song Fei's younger sister, and revenge was the only thing burning in her eyes. Then, without warning, a terrifying pressure rippled across the sky. The air above them twisted and distorted, as if some massive force had suddenly torn through the space overhead. Song Xiaoyu's eyes snapped wide open the moment she felt it. That crushing disturbance told her everything she needed to know. Shadow had arrived. A crimson slash ripped across the sky like a blade of blood-red lightning. Before the brainwashed followers could even react, their bodies were cut apart, and in just a single second, the entire guard squad was completely wiped out. When the chaos settled, Shadow was already standing calmly among the scattered loot, looking as if he had simply stepped into the battlefield by chance. Ghost Spirit rushed to thank her master, her voice filled with relief after being pulled back from danger. Shadow had no memory of this guild at all. To him, they looked like nothing more than a group of low-level players trying to bully others and take whatever advantage they could get. Without wasting another second, Shadow sprang into the air and told Ghost Spirit to stay where she was. His gaze locked onto the leader standing on the rooftop, and he said he would deal with that person first. As Shadow shot straight toward her, Song Xiaoyu threw her head back and laughed with a twisted sense of triumph. Her voice was full of hatred as she dared him to come closer. But Song Xiaoyu still had one final card waiting. She activated her resurrection array, and in the next moment, the teammates Shadow had just killed reappeared inside her magic circle instead of returning to their normal respawn points. The freshly revived followers immediately launched themselves into the air, blocking Shadow's path with reckless determination. They shouted that he had already fallen into their trap, surrounding him before he could reach Song Xiaoyu. Shadow's eyes sharpened in surprise as he realized something was off. Somehow, these people were able to follow his movements, even though they should not have been capable of tracking him so accurately. And the situation was even worse than that. As the followers rushed toward him through the air, huge paper bomb talismans on their backs began to glow with dangerous light. Song Xiaoyu wasted no time and activated her explosion array, setting off the trap she had prepared around Shadow. A blinding explosion swallowed the sky in an instant. Fire, smoke, and shattered debris erupted around Shadow, wrapping him in a roaring blast while Ghost Spirit stared up in stunned horror. Song Xiaoyu laughed like she had finally lost control, her eyes fixed on the towering pillar of flames. She screamed for Shadow to die, then cried out to her dead brother, declaring that she had finally taken revenge for him. But as the smoke slowly began to thin, a dark figure emerged from within the blast. Shadow stepped forward without panic, calmly realizing that this entire operation had been aimed at him from the very beginning. The system confirmed that his shield of black light had been destroyed, but his health bar was still almost completely full. Shadow looked at Song Xiaoyu with casual indifference and admitted she had done fairly well, since she had at least managed to strip away one layer of his defense. Song Xiaoyu's expression twisted with rage. She shouted that he was a fool for acting so arrogant and told him to look carefully at his own status. Then, with a sly grin spreading across her face, she declared that he was already checkmated and ordered him to become her obedient dog. In that instant, Shadow's eyes went strangely blank. A glowing pink heart-like light flashed in his gaze as the system warned him that he had been struck by the charm curse of Irenas, the goddess of ultimate love. Song Xiaoyu sneered at him, asking if he really believed she would come after him without preparing anything. She proudly declared that he had already lost, boasting that he never could have expected her to possess an ancient divine stone tablet belonging to the goddess of ultimate love. With a wicked smile curling across her lips, Song Xiaoyu explained the true effect of her magic. Every attack she landed would build up a charm gauge, and once that gauge filled completely, Shadow would become her slave forever. She revealed that this charm was not ordinary magic. It carried the power of rules themselves, which meant a normal mortal had no way to resist it. But Shadow's system immediately gave him the answer. Effects that carried the power of rules could only be erased by another power of rules. Fortunately, Shadow was holding his primordial grade divine weapon, the Blade of Judgment, and the system offered to resist the curse by spending 10 of his 16 divinity points. Shadow did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He ordered the system to resist the curse immediately, burning through 10 divinity points in a single command. A brilliant light burst out around him, washing over his body like a purifying flame. In the next moment, the system confirmed that the charm curse had been completely cleansed. Song Xiaoyu froze in place, her confidence collapsing into disbelief. She screamed at him, unable to understand how he had broken free from what should have been her ultimate magic. Her gaze locked onto the glowing weapon in Shadow's hand. With desperation creeping into her voice, she demanded to know what that blade really was. Shadow looked down at her with cold, emotionless eyes. Without offering any explanation, he simply told her that it was time for her to die. Then his body moved in a flash. Closing the distance instantly, Shadow drove the glowing blade of judgment straight towards Song Xiaoyu's neck. But at the very moment his strike landed, Shadow's eyes narrowed. Something about the hit felt wrong. He immediately spun around and swung his blade at the brainwashed lackeys trying to ambush him from behind. Their heads were chopped off with effortless precision before they could even touch him. Yet Shadow quickly noticed that the real problem had not been solved. The situation in front of him still felt off. His blade had never truly struck Song Xiaoyu. Her body turned into a glowing green phantom, fading away before his eyes and vanishing completely, leaving Shadow standing there with nothing in his grasp. Shadow recognized the ability almost immediately. It was Zuma's stolen soul walker skill, the very same power that allowed a person to slip away like a wandering soul. He thought back to the mysterious cloaked figure he had seen in Hukabin's memories. In that moment, Shadow understood that the hidden mastermind behind the scenes must have stepped in and saved Song Xiaoyu. Ghost Spirit hurried over and asked eagerly whether he had finished her off. Shadow calmly admitted that Song Xiaoyu had escaped, and his answer left Ghost Spirit visibly shocked. Shadow explained that someone was gathering forces specifically to target him, and this ambush had clearly been one of their planned operations. Ghost Spirit's anger flared at once, furious that a group of suicidal fools would dare plot against her master. Shadow told her he was not worried about himself, but warned that she needed to be far more careful. She still lacked experience, and enemies could use that weakness to lure her into traps. Determined not to become a burden to him, Ghost Spirit nodded eagerly. Shadow then handed her the loot from the Platinum Boss, including a new bloodline for her to fuse with and a dual-wield mastery skill book. Ghost Spirit looked at the rewards and asked if he really did not want to keep them for himself. Shadow explained that the bloodline's instant death effect was useless to him, and as for dual-wielding, he had already mastered that skill long ago. Hearing that, Ghost Spirit happily thanked him and accepted the rewards. Without hesitation, she fused with the new power, letting the bloodline merge into her body. The system quickly confirmed that she had obtained the instant death bloodline. From now on, each of her attacks could apply instant death points, and once the gauge filled up, the target would be executed on the spot. Shadow told Ghost Spirit that this bloodline would push her damage to an entirely new level. Then he added that 2 new NPCs were already waiting at their guild hideout, both carrying useful functions, which made Ghost Spirit gasp with sudden excitement. Shadow then said his next step was to head for the Basha region and grind until he reached level 30. Before leaving, he assigned Ghost Spirit to keep watch over the foreign player guilds and the Cloud Mountain Fog Guild, and she accepted the task immediately. Far away from the battlefield, deep inside a mysterious cave, a burst of blue light suddenly flashed. A battered Song Xiaoyu fell out of the glow and collapsed hard onto the cold stone floor. Standing above her was the red-eyed leader, his gaze cold and filled with displeasure. He asked who had given her permission to act on her own, then mocked her for believing that the small amount of goddess power he had given her would be enough to kill Shadow. Song Xiaoyu immediately snapped back at him, her voice sharp with anger as she blamed him for destroying the plan she had worked so hard on, insisting that she had already been just one step away from success. Tears spilled down her face as she shouted that every single night, she saw her brother covered in blood, reaching out and crying for her to save him. To her, the leader could never understand that kind of pain, because he was not the one carrying a personal hatred toward Shadow. The red-eyed leader did not show even the slightest bit of sympathy. He only stared down at her coldly and called her nothing more than a foolish woman. Then the darkness behind him slowly split apart, and one figure after another appeared from the shadows, all of them staring with glowing red eyes. The leader's voice turned heavy as he asked her which one of them did not carry a blood-deep grudge against Shadow. He warned her that if her selfish little move ended up ruining their grand plan, the others would not spare her for even a second. They would rip her apart themselves, because none of them believed Shadow could be brought down by one person acting alone. Standing over her like a living wall, the leader lowered his gaze and told her that if she truly wanted revenge, then she had only one choice left: obey the plan and follow orders. Song Xiaoyu collapsed on the floor, her tears still falling as her resistance finally broke. With her voice trembling, she lowered her head and agreed. The red-eyed leader stepped forward, his presence silencing the room, and announced to everyone gathered in the darkness that the time had finally come to begin. Red lightning crawled violently across the branded mark on his arm, flashing through the gloom, while Zentile and the other members of the Black Dragon Guild watched in tense silence. He lifted his hand high, and a massive surge of crimson energy gathered around him before blasting upward into the air like a bloody storm. As he unleashed his skill, Murderous Intent Wave, the red-eyed leader began drawing in the kill values of other players, absorbing them layer by layer to force his own stats even higher. The system quickly confirmed the result. His stacked stats had already reached 450 layers, giving him a terrifying 900% boost to his attributes. But even that was not enough to satisfy him. The leader let out a disappointed sigh and said that if they had included the kill values from the Cloud Mountain Fog Guild, the total would have reached 500 layers. His red eyes then shifted toward Song Xiaoyu, who was still kneeling on the ground, and he told her that because of her mistake, their entire operation now had to be delayed. Song Xiaoyu immediately begged for forgiveness, saying she was willing to accept any punishment. The red-eyed leader answered in a cold, careless tone, telling her to apologize properly to the rest of the crew and leaving her fate in their hands. Behind Song Xiaoyu, two sinister subordinates broke into creepy laughter and even thanked their boss, making her whole body shake with fear. As the leader turned and walked away, he said he would personally farm the final 50 stacks of kill values, while everyone else was to stay exactly where they were. Behind him, the thugs lunged towards Song Xiaoyu, yanking at her clothes as she screamed desperately for them to stop. Stepping deeper into the darkness, the red-eyed leader quietly noted that there was only one final piece missing before they could kill Shadow once and for all. Behind him, Song Xiaoyu looked on with her face flushed in panic and humiliation, while pieces of clothing flew into the air and her terrified screams continued echoing through the room. Meanwhile, Shadow was focused on a huge list of boss locations that his recruits had sent over. The map was packed with coordinates, marking Emerald Tier and Platinum Tier bosses scattered all throughout the dungeon. Looking over the information, Shadow realized that this phantom dungeon was practically a treasure mine full of high-level bosses. The only reason no one had been able to farm them properly was because the Thief Saint had kept everyone from pushing too far inside. But for Shadow, this place was nothing short of a perfect hunting ground. He summoned Osiris without hesitation, thinking that dozens of bosses were exactly what he needed if he wanted to reach level 30 quickly. His plan was simple and bold. He wanted to gather enough experience in one sweep so he could push straight through his 4th class advancement all at once. Down at the entrance of the Phantom Dungeon, Lu Jianfeng and the bald leader of Shu Dao Mountain Guild were already calling Shadow over, clearly eager to point him toward the next target. But the moment Shadow arrived, the two of them started arguing. Lu Jianfeng wanted to head to the 3rd floor because the Shadow Knight dropped excellent assassin equipment. The bald leader immediately disagreed, insisting that the 4th floor's bone-rotting giant lizard was a much better choice. Lu Jianfeng shot back that the giant lizard was an absolute nightmare to fight, but the bald leader stubbornly claimed he was only thinking about efficiency. Shadow cut them both off and told them to shut up. He decided they would clear the dungeon one floor at a time, and whichever person found the boss first would be the one to lead the way. The bald leader instantly puffed himself up and bragged that he had found the soul-devouring witch, but Lu Jianfeng snapped at him, yelling that they had discovered it together, and that the boss had nearly killed them both. Lu Jianfeng's expression turned nervous as he warned Shadow that this boss's fighting mechanics were extremely troublesome and annoying to deal with. The system soon identified their target, a level 20 emerald grade boss known as the soul-devouring witch, Ella. The bald leader quickly began explaining her 4 combat phases, saying that she opened the fight with a soul fire shield that could block all incoming damage while releasing cursed spirits capable of dealing massive area damage. But before he could even finish his explanation, Shadow had already moved. In an instant, he unleashed Shadow Slash, and the terrifying boss was completely destroyed on the spot. The system immediately confirmed the kill and showered Shadow with rewards. 180,000 experience points, 92 evolution points, 87 years of tradable lifespan, 9 pieces of equipment, and 4 skill books. The bald leader stood there completely stunned, his eyes nearly popping out as he screamed that Shadow had just vaporized her. He cried out that when he and Lu Jianfeng fought that same boss, they had struggled for half an hour and still failed to break through her shield. Lu Jianfeng immediately reminded him that if he had not been hiding in the back the whole time, the fight would not have been so difficult. The bald leader quickly defended himself, claiming that he had only been keeping an eye out for that sneaky thief kid. Shadow calmly collected the golden lifespan orbs from the assassin gear, then told the other two that they could divide up everything else before he moved on to the next target. Just then, the entire dungeon trembled as an enormous skeletal beast appeared, its heavy presence shaking the ground beneath their feet. The system identified it as a level 20 platinum boss, the Bone-War Elephant Taurus. But to Shadow, its massive size meant nothing. He rushed forward and attacked instantly, cutting into the monster with a storm of deadly slashes. The system confirmed another kill, rewarding Shadow with 120,000 experience points, 64 evolution points, 55 years of lifespan, 6 pieces of equipment, and 3 skill books. Behind him, his 2 lazy guides immediately dove into the dirt, scrambling to pick up the leftover loot. From that point on, the dungeon turned into a one-sided speed run of slaughter. On the 3rd floor, Shadow found the emerald-grade Shadow Knight Sharon and cut it down in a single clean motion. Next came the platinum-grade Molten Giant, Ball. Before the massive creature could even launch an attack, Shadow's blade flashed, and the giant was sliced straight in half. Then the emerald-grade Death Language Priest, Solon, stepped into his path, only to fall moments later as another lifeless body on the dungeon floor. Shadow moved so fast he was almost impossible to follow. One boss after another appeared before him, and one after another, they were completely erased. The gatekeeper Yeshen, the poison hand Dr. Sunda, the witch of the ruined Kingdom Vox, and the intellectual magic child Wu Bin were all taken down in rapid succession, none of them lasting long enough to slow him down. At last, Shadow defeated a colossal skeleton serpent known as the offspring of the Bone King, Phelan, earning yet another huge burst of experience and lifespan. Before long, the system announced that he had reached level 30. Shadow was clearly thrilled as he checked over his stats, unable to hide his excitement at the progress he had made. After calculating the numbers, he realized he still needed another 400,000 experience points to unlock his 4th class advancement. Judging by the rewards so far, he figured that defeating 3 more bosses should be enough. But when he opened his map and tried to search for the next target, his expression suddenly froze as he stared at the empty radar. Only then did Shadow realize the problem. The boss he had just killed was already the last one on his entire list. Lu Jianfeng laughed in disbelief, amazed that they had spent several days tracking down all these bosses, only for Shadow to wipe them all out in less than an hour. The bald leader then explained that Shadow had already cleared every boss on the first 4 floors. There should still be more bosses on the 5th floor, but the entrance gate leading down there had been sealed shut. Shadow looked at him and immediately asked what he meant when he said the gate would not open. Rather than waste time guessing, Shadow decided they would go see it for themselves. The bald leader then guided them forward through the dark, winding hallways of the dungeon. When they finally arrived, a massive stone archway stood before them, and inside its frame, dark purple energy twisted and swirled like a sealed portal blocking the way forward. The bald leader completely lost his composure, his voice cracking as he shouted that the gate had actually opened. They had thrown everything they had at it before and still failed to make it budge, yet now it was standing open right in front of them. Shadow, on the other hand, stayed calm and quickly pieced the situation together. This dungeon must have been sealed by a hidden lock. Most likely, every boss on the previous 4 floors had to be defeated before the road to the 5th level would finally unlock. Hearing that, Lu Jianfeng and the bald leader both froze for a second, then their eyes lit up. The logic fit perfectly, and that meant one thing. There was probably an absurdly powerful boss waiting beyond that gate. Shadow glanced toward the newly opened entrance and said it was time to head inside. But just as he was about to move forward, the bald leader suddenly stepped in and stopped him, as if there was something he absolutely had to say first. With an unusually serious expression, the bald leader admitted that he had never truly believed all those wild stories about the legendary Shadow. In the past, whenever people tossed around those exaggerated titles and ridiculous nicknames, he had only laughed them off, thinking they were nothing more than overblown rumors. Shadow's face immediately flushed bright red when he heard those embarrassing names spoken out loud, and for a moment, he looked like he wanted to disappear on the spot. But the bald leader didn't seem to notice his discomfort at all. Instead, he raised his voice with absolute conviction, declaring that after witnessing Shadow's strength with his own eyes today, he had finally become a true believer. Then the bald leader dramatically pulled out a glowing orange cube, the light from it spilling across his hands. He shouted with excitement that in just 1 short hour, Shadow had helped their guild make more progress than they normally managed in an entire month. To properly show his gratitude, the bald leader activated an incredibly rare item, the Mandarin Duck Pot. The system immediately confirmed its effect. Anyone who ate from this hot pot would gain a 10% increase to all attributes, lasting until death. The bald leader puffed up with pride and explained that this was their guild's ultimate trump card, something they normally saved only for the most dangerous final boss battles. He eagerly began serving Shadow, practically hovering beside the pot as he pointed at the ingredients. With total seriousness, he told Shadow that the beef tripe had to be cooked for exactly 30 seconds in the boiling broth before he ate it, not a second more or less. Shadow picked up a piece, took a bite, and his expression changed almost instantly. The flavor completely caught him off guard. The ingredients were fresh, the texture was perfect, and after soaking in the bubbling spicy broth, every bite carried that rich, mouth-watering heat that made it impossible to stop eating. Lu Jianfeng stood off to the side, watching the whole thing unfold, and his face darkened with frustration. Seeing his rival make such a clever move made him furious, and he silently swore that he would not be outdone here. Not willing to lose, Lu Jianfeng immediately summoned his own legendary feast. With an almost pleading look, he invited Shadow to try Zhu Feng Pavilion's ultimate specialty, Bobo chicken. The system quickly verified the dish's power, confirming that anyone who ate it would receive a massive boost, increasing all status resistances by 50%. Shadow picked up one of the skewers and gave it a try. The moment the flavor spread through his mouth, he was completely drawn in. That numbing spice lingered after the first bite, sharp and addictive, leaving him genuinely impressed by the aftertaste. Once both guild leaders saw Shadow enjoying their food, their rivalry instantly exploded. Lu Jianfeng proudly insisted that Shadow clearly preferred his Bobo chicken, while the bald leader shouted back at the top of his lungs, refusing to accept it and claiming Shadow obviously loved the hot pot more. Shadow, still sitting there between the two feasts, casually asked whether they wanted to join him and eat together. But neither of them paid him any attention. They were already too busy yelling at each other, fiercely arguing over whose local specialty was truly the best. Shadow asked them in the most casual tone possible if they wanted to grab something to eat with him, but the two of them did not even hear him. They were still yelling over each other, faces red, completely locked in a pointless argument about which local specialty deserved the title of best food. Right at that moment, the system suddenly rang out with a new notification. Shadow received a huge enhancement all at once, with every one of his attributes rising by 10%, while his resistance to abnormal status effects shot up by an even crazier 50%. Shadow lowered his gaze to his own hand and watched the faint blue glow spreading across his fingers. Seeing the effect settle in, he could not help thinking that this buff was honestly pretty nice. He turned back with his usual relaxed expression and told everyone it was time to keep moving. But the second he stepped forward, Lu Jianfeng and the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader started arguing again right behind him. Lu Jianfeng raised his chin proudly and insisted that Shadow had obviously been complimenting his bobo chicken. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader immediately fired back, saying Shadow was clearly talking about their hot pot instead. And just like that, the two of them followed Shadow down the corridor while loudly shouting the names of their favorite dishes at each other. Before long, the group walked straight into a room swallowed by darkness and thick mist. None of them noticed that above their heads, a huge and unsettling stone statue was silently looming in the fog. Then, without warning, the statue's eyes suddenly lit up from within. Lu Jianfeng broke out in a cold sweat as he stared upward, nervously asking what that thing was and whether something that creepy could actually be a boss. A deep crack tore through the statue's stone surface, and the sound echoed through the room like thunder. Piece by piece, the outer shell began to split apart. The stones suddenly burst open, revealing a giant woman with pink hair and glasses standing inside. This was Grelina, a level 20 diamond grade boss. The moment Lu Jianfeng and the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader saw her rank, their faces twisted in panic. Both of them screamed at the same time, completely terrified that they had just run into a diamond grade boss. Shadow's expression sharpened, and he immediately warned them not to get careless. Diamond grade bosses were never simple damage targets. They always came with some kind of special mechanic. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader was already panicking, but Shadow had no intention of waiting around. He activated his gift of liberation, his figure blurring into motion as instant shadow slashes tore through the air and slammed into Grelina, each strike dealing nearly 500,000 damage. When Lu Jianfeng saw the damage numbers floating up, he froze in confusion and asked why Shadow's attacks had suddenly become so weak. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader immediately yelled back at him, explaining that diamond bosses naturally carried a terrifying 90% damage reduction. But Grelina was not the kind of enemy who would just stand there and let herself be cut down. She threw her head back, opened her mouth wide, and released a deafening scream filled with floating pink hearts. It was not just a cry of anger, it was her charming war cry. In the next instant, a pink charm gauge appeared above both Lu Jianfeng and the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader. The bars began filling at a frightening speed, climbing so fast there was barely any time to react. Shadow noticed it immediately and raised his magic resistance shield without hesitation. At the same time, he realized how dangerous this was. Once they were charmed, they would not just lose control for a moment, they would become the boss's mindless servants forever. But for the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader, Shadow's reaction came a step too late. His charm gauge instantly reached its limit. His eyes turned into glowing pink hearts, and with tears streaming down his face, he suddenly started crying out for his mommy like he had completely lost his mind. Lu Jianfeng's own gauge had only climbed to 70%, and seeing his rival fall first made him furious. He yelled at him that if he had just eaten the bobo chicken earlier, he would have resisted the spell easily. Then another terrifying change appeared. A 5-minute countdown suddenly flashed into existence above the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader's head. Lu Jianfeng stared at the ticking timer as the seconds began slipping away. Meanwhile, his brainwashed rival just stood there with a blank face, drooling like a fool, and Lu Jianfeng panicked as he asked what that countdown was supposed to mean. Shadow explained in a low voice that once the timer reached 0, the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader would permanently become Grelina's slave, and that would even carry over into the real world. Lu Jianfeng instantly asked how they were supposed to save him, even wondering if killing him once would reset the status. Shadow shut that idea down right away. Killing the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader would not remove the curse, and the only real solution was to destroy Grelina before the countdown finished. But before they could come up with a plan, the brainwashed, unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader raised his power and summoned a cluster of pink magic swords around him. Muttering about killing all men, he suddenly rushed straight at Shadow. Lu Jianfeng's eyes widened, and he immediately screamed out a warning. Without wasting a second, Lu Jianfeng sprang upward and kicked the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader clean out of the air. The moment they hit the ground, Lu Jianfeng wrapped his arm around him in a tight chokehold and held him back with all his strength. Then he shouted for Shadow to ignore this idiot and focus on dealing with the boss. Across the room, Grelina calmly opened the red spellbook in her hands. A strange pink light spread out, and 3 chubby human servants suddenly appeared in front of her. Each one had a pink heart mark stamped on their forehead, and they all chanted the same phrase together: "Girls help girls." Shadow stared at the bizarre enemies in front of him, visibly puzzled by what he was seeing. He wondered whether these things were actually humans, and whether everyone charmed by Grelina ended up becoming strange clone-like monsters just like them. Then the contradiction hit him. In this timeline, he should have been the first player to reach this floor, so there should not have been any previous victims here. So how could Grelina already have so many human slaves? The brainwashed mob charged toward him while still shouting that same slogan. As Shadow watched them close in, he became certain that there had to be some hidden and ugly secret buried in the history of this dungeon. Shadow gathered his power in one concentrated burst, and the energy around him sharpened. Then he unleashed the blade of his Dark Knight ring. A massive red crescent slash swept across the room, cutting through the air with brutal force. In a single strike, all of the servants were destroyed. But that small victory lasted only a moment. Grelina activated her magic again, and in front of them, a huge army of identical servants began spawning one after another, so many that it looked almost endless. As the swarm kept pouring into the room, Shadow's eyes caught a strange red glow coming from Grelina's magic book. He understood it immediately. The reason she could keep summoning these servants was not just her own power, it was that spellbook. Just then, the system notified Shadow that his limit break meter had reached full charge. He quickly judged that this was the perfect time to use his ultimate, because with so many remaining slaves around, he could farm them afterward and refill the meter almost instantly. Shadow did not hesitate. He activated his ultimate, Endless Nightmare, and a vast wave of dark purple energy flooded the room, washing over every enemy at once. Their strength dropped sharply, while Shadow's damage against them surged by 80%. Then Shadow launched himself high into the air, completely ignoring the clones swarming beneath him. His target was never the mob. He aimed his next instant shadow slash directly at the glowing spellbook in Grelina's hands and sliced straight through it, cutting the book in half. Grelina's eyes widened in disbelief as the book shattered apart in front of her. Then her shock twisted into fury. She let out a sharp, enraged screech, and Shadow immediately realized that the fight was moving into her second phase. Grelina suddenly sprang high into the air, then came crashing down with a massive blast of pink heart-shaped energy. The shockwave smashed into the floor and tore it apart beneath her. Shadow dodged the attack with ease, slipping clear before the impact could touch him. As he landed, he noticed that her movement was actually slow, and even worse for her, the blast had wiped out her own summons. But right after that, Shadow noticed something unusual attached to the attack, a strange special effect that had not shown itself yet. A curving beam of pink energy suddenly shot through the chaos and struck the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader directly in the head. Lu Jianfeng screamed in shock as the timer above them flashed again, now showing only 4 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. He tightened his grip in a panic and frantically shouted at his rival, warning him not to turn into some brainwashed simp. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader slowly lifted off the ground, his whole body wrapped in a fierce pink radiance, while the countdown above them continued ticking toward 0. Time slipped away frighteningly fast, and before anyone could fully adjust, the countdown had plunged from more than 4 minutes remaining to a terrifying final 59 seconds. Lu Jianfeng's face changed instantly. He shouted toward Shadow in panic, warning him that the countdown had suddenly collapsed to only 1 minute. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader raised one hand into the air, and a vast storm of glowing pink magic swords gathered above him as he unleashed his ultimate skill, 10,000 swords. Lu Jianfeng stared at him in shock, finally realizing that his old rival had grown even stronger than before and had somehow gained access to an ultimate skill. Shadow stayed calm and immediately pointed out the truth. The boss must have strengthened him with a buff, temporarily allowing him to use the ultimate skill of his own class. Only then did Lu Jianfeng understand what was happening, and the confusion in his eyes finally turned into grim determination. Without hesitating any longer, he rushed straight ahead, yelling that although everyone claimed the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader had the strongest attack, his own defense had never lost to anyone. At the same time, he activated Wind Treading Indestructible, a defensive skill that granted him 1 layer of damage immunity for every 10 meters he sprinted forward. Lu Jianfeng roared that this would finally prove whose power was stronger, then charged head-on into the towering spiral of pink swords without slowing down at all. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader gave the command, and countless pink swords shot forward like a violent rain of projectiles, forcing Lu Jianfeng to raise a wind barrier in front of him. He immediately released his swift gale/shield, whipping his arms at incredible speed until the rushing wind formed a solid wall that blocked every incoming blade. The clash erupted in a massive explosion of wind and pink sword light. Through the chaos, Lu Jianfeng yelled to Shadow that he would hold the guild leader back, while Shadow had to defeat Grelina and save him. Shadow answered without hesitation, promising that he would handle it, and immediately turning his attention toward the real target. Shadow locked his gaze on Grelina. She still had 20 million health left, which was already low for a diamond-grade boss, but the timer showed only 40 seconds before the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader would be enslaved forever. Grelina swung at him with a heavy swipe, but Shadow slipped past the attack with ease, moving just outside the reach of her strike. In the next instant, he flashed back in and countered with a 4-hit instant Shadow Slash, each strike cutting directly across her throat. Grelina let out a shrill scream of pain, then threw herself forward with a bizarre pink-infused baby belly ram, trying to crush him through sheer force. Shadow avoided the charge effortlessly, already thinking that with her spellbook destroyed, Grelina's attacks had become crude, predictable, and far too easy to dodge. Her defenses were no longer sealed up either. The massive damage reduction she had relied on had fallen sharply, dropping from 90% all the way down to 50%. Shadow seized that opening immediately and drove in another heavy strike, landing the blow cleanly while her guard was exposed. His limit break gauge was now completely full, and with 30 seconds still left on the timer, he had more than enough time to end the fight. Shadow unleashed his ultimate skill, Endless Nightmare, and the moment its dark power erupted, Grelina screamed in horror as if she already sensed her defeat coming. He closed the distance in a single blink, appearing right in front of Grelina before slicing across her throat with a slash too fast to follow. Then Shadow spun like a deadly black blur, releasing his Dark Knight ring blade together with a huge crescent of red energy that tore straight through the giant boss's body. Leaping high into the air, he brought down his final ultimate strike, Crimson Blade, aiming to finish Grelina off once and for all. A system notification confirmed Grelina's defeat, and Shadow received a massive reward of experience, evolution points, lifespan, items, and several skill books. With only 8 seconds remaining, the pink, brainwashing glow on the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader's forehead suddenly cracked apart and shattered. Lu Jianfeng caught his falling friend in his arms, overjoyed that their plan had actually worked. When the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader woke up groggily and asked what had happened, Lu Jianfeng explained that he had nearly become a mindless servant and that the boss had saved him. Then an unusual item dropped from the battle, the cursed stone tablet of Irenas, the goddess of ultimate love. It carried a faint trace of divine power, adding a charm attribute to attacks, but there was one strict condition: only female characters could equip it. Shadow inspected the stone tablet closely, surprised that Grelina had dropped the cursed item, but his expression quickly soured when he saw the female-only equipment restriction. Lu Jianfeng suddenly blushed and asked in a shy voice if he could have the tablet since Shadow had no way to use it. Shadow looked at him in confusion and asked whether he was actually a woman. Lu Jianfeng admitted that his body was male, but deep down in his heart, he had always felt like a delicate little girl. Shadow was left completely speechless, but after a moment, he simply told Lu Jianfeng to try it. Lu Jianfeng immediately brightened up, thanked him eagerly, and reached toward the tablet. But the system instantly issued a warning, saying the equipment attempt had failed because of a gender mismatch. Since there were no eligible female players in the team, the tablet would soon vanish forever. Lu Jianfeng completely broke down as the tablet floated away and began dissolving into light. He screamed for it to come back, demanding to know why it refused to acknowledge his inner identity and angrily calling the system's gender-lock blatant discrimination. Shadow narrowed his eyes as he tried to understand how Grelina's charm really functioned. Whatever power supported it seemed to operate under absolute rules, the kind no ordinary mortal could possibly resist. At the same time, another question surfaced in his mind. How had Song Xiaoyu obtained a similar stone tablet without being turned into someone else's slave herself? Before he could think any further, a system notification flashed in front of him. His experience bar had finally reached its limit, and Shadow immediately began his 4th-class advancement. Dark energy suddenly erupted around him, twisting into a massive black vortex that swallowed the space nearby. As his Shadow class officially advanced to Tier 4, every one of his main attributes doubled in an instant. The terrifying transformation made Lu Jianfeng and the bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader jump in panic. They thought another boss had appeared, just as the system informed Shadow that his stealth level had also doubled. Then another reward appeared. He gained a passive skill that stopped his attacks from breaking invisibility, allowing him to strike while remaining hidden and keeping every stealth-based damage bonus active. And the benefits did not end there. Any attack effect he released while concealed would remain invisible as well, while also receiving an extra bonus equal to half of his total stealth level. Watching the dark vortex fade around him, Lu Jianfeng finally understood what had happened. Shadow was only advancing his class, yet the entire spectacle looked so overwhelming that Lu Jianfeng nearly lost his mind from excitement. Meanwhile, Shadow calmly checked the numbers behind his new strength. After combining his equipment, skills, and class passives, his original stealth level of 21 had shot upward and instantly become an absurd level 42. Even with that massive increase, Shadow did not relax. He knew certain rare classes and special items could still ignore stealth levels entirely, making even the best concealment useless against the wrong opponent. He also remembered that powerful high-level bosses could easily see through ordinary invisibility. As the game progressed into its later stages, relying on stealth alone would become far less dependable. According to old legends, the ultimate stealth of a true assassin was not simply reaching an extremely high level. It meant making the entire world overlook you, erasing your presence so completely that no one could even remember you had ever existed. But for now, that level of mastery was nothing more than a legend. No player in the game had ever managed to awaken such perfect, absolute stealth. Shadow pushed those distant thoughts aside and turned toward the bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader. He told him to place a bounty in his name, remembering that players could fuse with a second bloodline after reaching level 30. The reward he offered was enormous. 1,000 years of lifespan for the exact location of the epic grade boss known as the Death-Winged Angel. Shadow intended to increase his power one step at a time, and this boss was the next target. Lu Jianfeng and the bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader were stunned speechless for a moment. Then they both exploded in shock, shouting over the insane reward Shadow was offering for a legendary epic grade boss. Shadow remained completely calm amid their panic. He simply told them to contact him the second they found any genuine clue, then vanished from sight as though he had never been there. He remembered from his previous life that the mysterious Death-Winged Angel had only appeared once. Back then, it was defeated by the player who ranked 45th in the entire world. That battle had been kept tightly hidden from the public. Still, everyone eventually learned that merging with the boss's bloodline had pushed that player directly to world rank 6, proving it was an incredible upgrade for an assassin. This time, Shadow had no intention of letting someone else claim that opportunity. He was determined to take the Death-Winged Angel's legendary first kill entirely for himself. Soon afterward, Shadow spread the 1,000-year lifespan bounty across the global server. Along with it came a cold warning. Anyone who gave him false coordinates would be hunted down and killed. The world chat instantly erupted. Some players praised Shadow as the strongest person alive, while others mocked him and insisted that challenging such a boss alone was nothing more than suicide. Far away inside a hidden cave base, Zentile reported the massive global bounty to the red-eyed leader. The man barely reacted, calmly saying that he had already been following the news. The leader quietly considered how quickly Shadow had grown and soon realized what he intended to do. Shadow planned to confront the beast alone, while Qin Xiaoyu stood farther back, visibly nervous at the thought of such a terrifying monster. Then something suddenly clicked in Qin Xiaoyu's mind. A memory from her past life rushed back, and she sprang to her feet, shouting that she had actually seen the Death-Winged Angel before. The red-eyed leader immediately turned toward her, his glowing eyes locking onto her face. In a sharp voice, he demanded to know exactly where she had seen the boss. Qin Xiaoyu explained that in her previous life, she and her brother Song Fei had encountered the Death-Winged Angel inside the forbidden city of unjust death. Her words left everyone around them completely stunned. But the local thugs suddenly burst out laughing. They mocked her talk about a past life and ridiculed her weak stats, while Qin Xiaoyu stood there fuming as their laughter filled the cave. A frightening red aura burst from the red-eyed leader, instantly crushing the laughter around him. He shouted for everyone to shut up, then faced Qin Xiaoyu again and asked what this city of unjust death was and where it could be found. Qin Xiaoyu opened her system map and showed them the location. She explained that the legendary city lay near Jinling and carried a terrifying reputation because only the dead were said to be allowed inside. The red-eyed leader's interest immediately deepened. Without wasting another second, he ordered Zentile to gather their strongest squad members so they could head for those coordinates at once. The other guild members began whispering among themselves. They could not understand why their leader was treating a low-level girl with such importance, and they started gossiping about what kind of relationship the two of them had. Their whispers did not escape the red-eyed leader. Another wave of crushing pressure rolled from him as he coldly warned that anyone who disrespected Qin Xiaoyu again would be killed by his own hand. Zhentao quickly shouted at the men to stop bothering their boss. Terrified by the leader's warning, the subordinates immediately apologized and swore they would never cross the line again. With such powerful protection behind her, Qin Xiaoyu's confidence quickly returned. Wearing a smug expression, she ordered every person who had laughed at her to get down on their knees, and the frightened thugs instantly bowed in submission. Qin Xiaoyu crossed her arms and savored the small victory in front of her. Deep down, she thought that only complete fools could possibly dislike a girl as perfect as her. As the group moved through the bleak Jinling wasteland, Zhentao finally decided to ask the question he had been holding in for a long time. He asked why their leader placed so much value on Song Xiaoyu and Qin Xiaoyu. In his eyes, anyone else who had made mistakes that serious would have already been executed. The red-eyed leader answered that Song Xiaoyu possessed a unique class capable of ignoring stealth levels. Her tracking ability was therefore absolutely necessary if they hoped to locate and hunt down Shadow. Then he revealed an even more shocking secret. Qin Xiaoyu was actually Shadow's younger sister, which made her the ultimate key to bringing him down. Zhentao's face changed in disbelief, and he asked whether that information was really true. The red-eyed leader calmly assured him that he never acted on rumors that had not been confirmed. He had gone even further than that. The leader had uncovered Shadow's real-world identity as Qin Feng, an ordinary salaryman living a completely normal life outside the game. Hearing this, Zhentao immediately suggested kidnapping Qin Xiaoyu and using her as a hostage. But the red-eyed leader called him an idiot for thinking the situation would be that simple. He explained that Qin Feng and Qin Xiaoyu were not actually related by blood, because Qin Feng had been adopted. Their relationship had also fallen apart after a bitter dispute within the family. Zhentao quickly offered another idea, suggesting that they expose Shadow's real name to the entire public. The red-eyed leader coldly warned that he would snap Zhentao's neck if he tried something so stupid. Revealing Shadow's name would accomplish nothing, the leader explained. No one would dare challenge him anyway, and exposing the information would only warn Shadow that someone was plotting against him. And once Shadow became alert, he would have no trouble tracing them down. When that happened, he would ruthlessly slaughter every single one of them. That was why Qin Xiaoyu's true value was not simply her connection to Shadow. What truly mattered was her rare ability to remember events from her past life. Zhentao laughed at the very idea of memories from a past life. But the red-eyed leader insisted that those memories were their only real chance of successfully assassinating Shadow. He stressed that they would only have one opportunity to make their move. If they failed to kill Shadow immediately, then absolute doom would be waiting for every one of them. Every move they had made, every resource they had gathered, and every preparation they had completed was all leading toward this single, make-or-break moment. In a fight like this, there was no room for hesitation, because even one tiny moment of delay could decide exactly who survived and who died. Not long afterward, the group reached the coordinates Qin Xiaoyu had given them, and found themselves standing directly before the entrance to the legendary city of unjust death. Zhentao leaned over the edge and stared down into the pitch-black abyss below. Seeing nothing but endless darkness, he nervously asked whether they were truly expected to jump, and the red-eyed leader calmly confirmed that they were. Zhentao froze at the thought of throwing himself into that seemingly bottomless void, but the leader gave the order without hesitation, assuring everyone that they would survive the fall. With a confident smile on his face, the red-eyed leader stepped off the edge first. His loyal followers immediately jumped after him, willing to gamble their lives for the sake of completing the mission. Even Zhentao let out a desperate shout as he followed, declaring that he was ready to sacrifice his own life if that was what it took to destroy Shadow once and for all. As they plunged deeper into the darkness, the red-eyed leader's body suddenly slowed, changing from a rapid fall into a gentle hover. His followers stared in shock when they realized their own bodies had stopped falling as well. Completely surrounded by thick, endless darkness, the men cautiously looked around in every direction, wondering whether they had truly entered the feared city of unjust death. But their relief vanished almost immediately when they discovered that their lifespans were draining at an absurd speed. Panic spread through the group as they saw the decay rate had increased by 100 million times, leaving each of them with less than a minute to live. Seeing his squad panic, the red-eyed leader acted at once and activated the Stolen Soulwalker class. A glowing green barrier spread around the entire group, sealing them inside its protection. Zhentao quickly praised his boss after realizing that the skill had made them completely immune to the terrifying lifespan drain. But the leader told him not to relax yet, and ordered everyone to focus on what lay ahead. When they looked into the distance, the men were stunned by what appeared before them. A colossal green fortress, glowing faintly as it floated in complete silence through the dark void. The red-eyed leader smiled at the sight and confirmed that the massive floating structure before them was none other than the legendary city of unjust death. Excited that Qin Xiaoyu's coordinates had been perfectly accurate, Xintile immediately began mocking Shadow's plan to challenge this place alone. He boasted that even the strongest player would have been reduced to dust under such an insane lifespan-draining effect. The group marched toward the fortress entrance, but before they could reach it, a sudden system notification appeared in front of them, warning that the enormous gate had been completely sealed shut. Still, the locked gate posed no real problem for the red-eyed leader. Using the power of his Soul Walker class, he easily phased straight through the solid barrier as though it were nothing. Once the squad entered the fortress, they finally breathed a sigh of relief when another system notification confirmed that the horrifying lifespan decay rate had returned to normal. Then, without warning, a level 35 epic boss descended slowly from above. The death-winged angel floated in front of them and demanded to know how they had entered the city without possessing a key. The moment Xintile heard the boss speak, his face tightened with panic. He quickly reminded the others that epic-grade bosses possessed intelligence that was frighteningly close to that of real humans. Unlike the rest of the squad, the red-eyed leader showed no fear at all. He stepped forward with complete confidence and faced the death-winged angel directly. Then, with a calm and serious expression, he claimed that they had come all the way here because they intended to rescue her. The death-winged angel burst into laughter the instant she heard that ridiculous excuse. Calling the red-eyed leader completely insane, she coldly declared that every one of them would die.